Because I awakened an S-level superpowered animal. Yet I go to the women's restroom every day to lick the toilet. The girls in the stalls think I've gone crazy. Little do they know, even though I have S-level powers, I'm just a useless person with only 3 vitality points. I can't even successfully contract a stray dog on the street. To successfully embark on the path of a dancer, I still chose to contract with unrefined bacteria, despite lacking human resources. At this moment, I stand by a toilet that hasn't been cleaned in years, activating the last of my 3 vitality points. Suddenly, a faint aura emanates from my entire body. Under my feet, the aura gathers. In an instant, a blue glowing pentagram appears, enveloping the entire restroom in this mysterious blue light. Deep within my dark pupils, a light flickers, as if my eyes have turned into high-powered microscopes. The tiny bacteria by the toilet become extremely magnified, every detail laid bare before me, making my stomach churn. The blunt, short rods are recognizable as the most common bacteria in the restroom, E. coli. I hold back my urge to vomit and spread my hands wide to contract with the E. coli. In an instant, a blinding blue light radiates from the toilet. I can now precisely control the actions of the bacterial colony. At the same time, the system suddenly pops up a notification, loudly announcing congratulations to the host for completing the beginner task. Reward, 200 points and 1 opportunity for a mutation of the attribute source. I wearily say, I'll collect the attribute points later. For now, let the system mutate the source. The E. coli is currently mutating. The aura condenses out of thin air, flowing toward me like a torrent. My muscles feel revitalized, as if receiving rain after a long drought, thanks to the infusion of aura. A strange sensation of pleasure unexpectedly arises. I am surprised to find that the connection between me and the E. coli is gradually fading. A small piece of blue bacteria appears in my palm, and I examine it closely. The system reports that the source mutation has been completed. Acquired new bacteria, corrosive bacteria. Is this the bacteria nourished by spiritual energy? I look at my hand, feeling a sense of death, with faint dark blue spots, my mind drifting. Recalling the bacteria that once brought plagues to humanity, I can't help but swallow hard. As another blue panel pops up, I see it's the information on the corrosive bacteria. Corrosive bacteria, an attack-type bacteria, spreads through contact and can survive at room temperature for 72 hours. Inside living organisms, it can cause necrotizing fasciitis and a series of other ailments in a very short time. Infection characteristics, blue spots appear all over the skin. As I look at the introduction of the corrosive bacteria, a drop of sweat beads on my forehead. What a terrifying bacteria. I can freely control the reproduction rate of the corrosive bacteria, allowing me to infect enemies 3 days in advance. I can use it for assassination or infect the enemy during a fight, causing the enemy to quickly become infected with corrosive bacteria. They're like precision machines for infection, if only their transmission methods were even more outrageous. After saying that, I merge the corrosive bacteria into my palm, click the back button, and return to the previous panel. The full view of the mutation encyclopedia appears before me, with the top displaying the connection to the bacteria mutation encyclopedia and the bottom showing 3 types of bacteria. Only the corrosive bacteria is lit up, indicating it has been unlocked. The blood core bacteria is gray, and there's another black bacteria whose name I can't even see, as noted by the system. I shift my gaze back to the blood core bacteria, my eyes filled with intense interest. Could it be that the blood core bacteria synthesizes vitality? I chuckle self-deprecatingly. How could such an outrageous thing exist in this world? I shake my head while clicking on the blood core bacteria image. The blood core bacteria has a functional type, with only one host for the bacteria to coexist within, automatically absorbing spiritual energy from the environment and converting it into vitality, with no infection characteristics. Acquisition method: consume 50 bacteria that have devoured plant-type beast corpses to identify. I am overjoyed to have found this. The effect of the blood core bacteria leaves me speechless, providing vitality points, essentially an automatic cultivation method. I could go to Ward FA to try my luck with living plant-type beasts. I go back to my room and pull out a bank card with 200,000 dragon bones in it. I plan to use this money to find a plant-type beast. I'll also pick up that weapon that suits me, and then I need to go to the martial arts school. Suddenly, I think of something, silently take off my clothes, and look at myself. I feel no despair, I nod in satisfaction at my figure. My fighting talent shouldn't have disappeared, right? With that thought, I change into a clean, fresh black outfit and step out of the house. Before long, I arrive at Ward FA by taxi. As soon as I enter, a graceful saleswoman greets me with a smile. I don't waste any time, I walk into the building and state my request. I want a 90,000 cultivation room, a fresh plant-type beast corpse, and while you're at it, Find me the one called Xiaohe along with the accompanying achievement ball. The saleswoman is puzzled as to how I know so much, but she doesn't ask further, sticking to the principles of business. This set is called Suspended Tide, made from black gold iron, with the claw tips designed like the fangs of a thousand-eyed pearl. It's of moderate weight, suitable for both offense and defense. I take the all-black Suspended Tide and put it on. A rare sense of comfort flows through my hands. The false mask on the back of the hand isn't smooth, it has many sharp protrusions and blade-like edges, with the claws being extremely sharp. The Suspended Tide fits perfectly with my style, providing clear external damage, and the corrosive bacteria requires close contact to infect, making it a perfect match. I want this set and the achievement ball as well. Seeing that someone is willing to buy the second-hand set, the saleswoman immediately twists her waist and retrieves the achievement ball given by the seller. Achievement ball. It is a capsule that can store memory artifacts. The holder can store their own achievements in the form of memory artifacts within the capsule, allowing those who absorb spiritual energy to inherit the techniques of those achievements. The usage method is simple, just shatter the capsule and absorb the leaked memory artifact using a cultivation method. However, the achievements gained through absorption are only at the beginner level and require further cultivation to improve proficiency. After a while, the saleswoman returns with a red and white ball box, saying, "Sir, here is the seller's achievement ball, named Void Marsh Absolute." I hold the achievement ball tightly in my palm. This is my first achievement ball, so I feel particularly excited. I have been reborn once, and I know that the original owner of the Xian Nest Swamp is Xiaohe, who will become an astonishing genius in the Dragon Kingdom martial arts competition a year later. Xiaohe is also from Lanzhou City, and when he achieved excellent results in the martial arts competition, the entire Nanzhou city is boiling for it, which can be said to be extremely popular for a time. Because I often hear people mention it, so the impression is particularly deep. Then the sales assistant took me to the training room, but at this time, my gaze has been fixed on the center of the training room, a tuft of fur bound by chains. This is an extremely rare plant-type beast, the crazy wave dog vine monster, headless and faceless, without hands and feet, only a round body. But the whole body is covered with a toxic green color. Looking from afar, it is as strong as a green fur ball. I slowly walk towards the vine monster, with my hands hanging down, a sweep of deep blue, like a tide, slowly leaping out from the hollow of the hanging swamp. The hanging swamp looked as if it had been soaked in poison, exuding a chilling air. I joked, "Let's first try the power of the Corrosion army." Say to extend my hand to touch the vine monster. The vine monster's tentacles also try hard to touch the base of my palm. At the moment of contact, the vine monster's tentacle immediately broke through a wound, and green juice the size of a bean immediately flowed out. Suddenly, this emerald green liquid immediately came down, merged into one, and immediately flowed back into the tentacle from the wound. The tentacles of the team immediately grew a few spots, and then his body suddenly began to tremble slightly, with waves of ghostly blue spots quickly rising from the surface of his body. In an instant, these strange blue spots then covered the entire body of the vine monster. With a light sound, the vine monster burst open, and the azure branches and leaves splashed everywhere. I am currently staring wide-eyed and frozen in place, speechless from the shock of the Corrosive army's power. The abilities of the Corrosive army are truly outrageous. Blood and military mutation conditions have been met. Blood and military mutation has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining new bacteria. Blood and military have been unlocked, granting 99 attribute points. The system's broadcast sound woke me up, and I hurriedly reached out my hand. Only a glimpse of bright red blood flowed out from the gap of the hanging nest palm. This is the success of Blood and Military's military drop. At the same time, a prompt appeared in front of my eyes, indicating that blood and bacteria are absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into vital energy for the host. I immediately sat cross-legged and, in conjunction with the effects of the blood and bacteria, used the breathing method of transparency. The spiritual energy suspended on the ceiling surged in like a tide, flowing into my mouth and nose, and I was greedily absorbing the spiritual energy, while my blood and chi slowly began to boil. 3 hours later, the gathering spirit box will be completely burned out, and I will have absorbed all the spirit energy that is spreading everywhere. I am mouthful of turbid air, and an inexhaustible energy surged through my whole body, as if the heavy shackles had been removed, and my thoughts became clear. Blood and the monarch are absorbing spiritual energy to bring the host 9 cards of vitality. I was amazed by the 9th card and immediately opened the interface. The host should not refuse the original. If you want to be despised, your cultivation method is thorough, and your battle achievements are like a blood value of 13 cards. The original 3 cards plus the 9 cards brought by the Blood Alliance army, so the cultivation method only added me 1 card of health value. I never expected that this transparency method would be so garbage. Next, I am going to the martial arts gym to test my current combat ability. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam. I tidied up my clothes and walked out of the training room. After paying the money, I arrived at the martial arts school with my black backpack. Looking at the glass door of the martial arts hall, I quickly walked in, and Uncle Tang's voice echoed in the spacious hall. The middle-aged man sitting in front of the stage looking at the computer, upon seeing the number of people coming, his face suddenly stiffened. "ACI, why are you here?" Tang Wei staggered towards with a big belly. Tang Wei's daughter, Tang Yinlin, and I are childhood friends, growing up together, innocent and carefree. We share the same dream, which is to become dancers. But the relationship between us only lasted until the detector's blood god feelings. When Tang Yinlin learned that my vitality value was only 3 calories, she gradually distanced herself from me, because being close to a waste like me would only make her a joke. But Tang Wei treats me the same way as before. It is not weak because of how my vitality is. Even often goes to take care of me, bringing me daily necessities, and help me collect the poverty alleviation funds. Uncle Tang came this time to tell you some good news. What good news? Was it that you were recommended by a liberal arts university? No. I shake my head and say seriously that I have given up the literature exam, and I have decided to participate in tomorrow's liberal arts exam. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei looked as if he had heard some terrifying news, his face turned pale, and please don't joke with Uncle Tang. Tang Wei is a retired dancer. Although he is only a first-tier dancer with a level of 12, he is also aware of what will happen to those who go to the examless event after the 3 towers weep blood. ACI is not being lectured by Uncle Tang. You will have no exams tomorrow, but your vitality is still at 3 cards. Tang Wei's expression shows visible worry. Uncle Tang, how about we go to the training room to see my current strength? My eyes are shining, and I exude a strong confidence all over. I slowly take out that pair of pitch-black suspended claws from my bag, worn on both hands. After a while, I was sitting cross-legged in training room 4 with a low waist, with eyes tightly closed, absorbing the spiritual energy from the shattered achievement ball. In front of me stands one made of memory metal, a huge lotus root covered in black shackles. The lotus root only has a human shape, without facial features. Although lotus root looks extremely dull, the sense of oppression it exudes is very strong. At the same time, a surge of ripples like a tidal wave. I carried a strange memory, suddenly pouring into my mind. I only felt like my head was going to explode. This group successfully attacked. The record was lost. The angle entered the door. Immediately I opened my eyes, slowly got up, and said, "Uncle Tang, I am ready." Tang Wei helplessly nodded and retreated outside the training room's combat area. I looked at Lin in front of me, and I knew that with the 100 attribute points that I currently did not have, I was not qualified to take a photo with Lin, so I needed to first obtain all the attribute points. I silently chant to receive attribute points. All attribute points have been claimed, and the host can transfer the abilities to themselves. When I suddenly had a flash of inspiration, the attribute values were extremely related to strength, speed, and endurance. Both warriors and fierce beasts are the same, they both have the concept of attribute points. If the dancer and the fierce beast have greater power and higher bursts, then the power value detected by the dancer will be higher. The other 2 attributes are the same. Every time the health value is increased, it can enhance the dancer's physique. For every additional health point, there is a chance to increase 4 to 5 kilograms of power. If 5 kilograms of power is successfully increased, the testing instrument will add a little strength value. Attribute points cannot be 100% allocated to the attributes you desire. They will be enhanced based on your training and exercise, and attribute allocation is not possible. But you are different. Now I can not only store attribute points, but also modify them anytime and anywhere, thus freely changing my own rights, or speed and endurance. This is a very incredible feature. I decided to take this opportunity to try this feature, automatically allocate all attribute points. Attribute point allocation completed. Stronger vitality than ever before, clearer thoughts immediately spread throughout my body. A powerful and intense aura surged out. At this moment, my attribute points have far exceeded those of my peers, with a strength value of over 100, a speed value of 104, and a stamina value of 104. Tang Wei's brows suddenly tightened. He sensed something was off. Why did it feel like Mo-chan's aura suddenly became stronger and more balanced? Although my current vitality value is still 13 cards, it should only have 13 attribute points, but the multi-attribute value has reached a terrifying 312 points. Now I am comparable in strength to a level 3 dancer. I am full of confidence, and I immediately looked at the puppet covered in shackles and said loudly, "Activate level 9 forest puppet, set the countdown to 60 seconds. With a loud roar, Lino suddenly opened a pair of blood-red shining eyes, and at that moment, The room also echoed with the announcement welcoming the level 9 Lino. Started for 60 seconds, the record holder is Tang Lingling, with a score of 307 points. The sound of saliva from the shrinking chain surrounded the training room. Tang Wei suddenly opened his eyes, shocked to the point of how many episodes. ACI, are you crazy? I just smiled faintly and comforted them, saying don't worry. Uncle Tang, just watch carefully. I am in the must-have drilling, with my fist in the back of my hand's darkness drilling, making a clattering metallic friction noise. The black iron is flashing like a swift killing horse. The chain has finished retracting. Accompanied by the loud broadcast, her delicate eyes sparkled with green light. That means the training has begun. Broadcast complete, my expression immediately became serious as I stood up, dressed in black, finding my tall and white Lin doll in my handbag, confronting from a distance, only hearing a sound. Lino's eyes suddenly turned from red to green, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. And in an instant, my whole body moved. Taking advantage of Lino's fist not being raised yet, I charged towards his abdomen. I didn't even expect my speed to be this fast. With 104 agility points, it's hard to imagine what a high-level ability user would be like. And Lino's heavy punch has hit my panel. When it comes to how high I raise it, I instantly brace against the iron fist returning towards me. I turned around to face away from Lino, planted my feet firmly on the ground, used all my strength, and, taking advantage of Lino's momentum from his punch, delivered a powerful shoulder throw to Lino. With a loud bang, a broadcast sound came from the training room. Lin was forced to be injured, score increased by 46. At this moment, Tang Wei has been stunned by my outstanding performance, his eyes wide open in recognition. I look back at the wall, there are still 55 seconds left on the countdown, and my score has reached 46. Looking at the scoresheet, I finally revealed a slightly satisfied posture, and then I continued to gaze at Linglong, who was slowly standing up. Deep down, I thought that no matter what, I had to break a record by hitting a wooden stake. I wanted to verify the feasibility of my idea. Whispering softly, attribute change, full power points. Bony modification completed, strength has reached 312. Suddenly, I burst forth with an endless amount of power, and the density of my muscles and bones instantly increased by more than 10 times. The whole body is like being filled with explosives, ready to go off at any moment. But I can perceive that after the speed and patience have decreased, my reaction time has become dull. Is this the consequence of having speed and patience at zero? I saw my jeans tree tightly gripping his right wrist with his left hand. The sound of steel rubbing as his wrist turned made the air become restless. Suddenly, my left foot stepped forward, my right foot flew swiftly, and a strong black steel wind blew. The roaring rushed towards the still unsteady bright eyes. This moment, I unleashed the 100% power of the Void Claw technique, and the black steel transformed into 5 exceptionally sharp blades, instantly slicing in front of Lin. Lin awkwardly stretched out his hand to block, but his entire arm was like white paper meeting a blade, instantly torn apart and exploded into flowers. Cooking is like the claws of a ferocious beast piercing through the chest, tearing apart Lino's entire thoracic cavity, leaving even 5 shallow scratch marks on the wall. The announcement in the training room sounded again. Lino's chest tore apart, and his spine broke. Score plus 176. I looked at Lino's torn body and couldn't help but widen my eyes. I really didn't expect the power of this empty palm technique to be so outstanding. With other achievements plus this 300 points of strength, it wouldn't easily tear apart Lino. I secretly praised the Xian Nest Claw and was astonished by the terrifying power of the achievements. Xiao He truly lives up to his reputation. If faced with ferocious beasts, it could still cooperate with the auxiliary food army, and its power would only increase, not decrease. The words were not finished, and Lino's body slowly gathered together again. I stared at this somewhat strange scene, with memories secretly swirling in my heart. Just now it was only B-level, perfect to use as sand, the most suitable. I dance in the hanging nest swamp, slowly walking towards the broken and exquisite. In this moment my figure exudes a full sense of evil. Tang Wei's gaze towards Mo Chen has completely changed. The broadcast sound from the training room came. Congratulations to Mo Chen for successfully breaking the 60-second record for level 9 puppets. The score reached 1003. Tang Wei looked at the score on the monitor, feeling a chill on his scalp. ACI, let's go outside and talk. ACI, fortunately you didn't choose to give up the path of a dancer, Tang Wei said while sitting on the sofa, feeling gratified. If you wasted this talent, you would probably regret it immensely. I nodded. In my previous life, I was indeed filled with regret. After that, I returned home, lay on my bed, and had the achievements of my weapons ready. Next, I would relax and wait for tomorrow's martial arts exam. Then I slowly closed my eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. On the bus to the exam venue the next day, the broadcast on the bus suddenly sounded. A middle-aged man, all martial arts exam candidates. I am the invigilator Wei Wenliang for this session, and I hereby announce that this year's martial arts examination location for Nanzhou No. 1 High School is with the murderer. The exam location for this session has been set at the ruins of Qingming City, with the ferocious beasts mostly being iron-toothed wolves and secondary pillars, and a small number of plant types. The level of the killers is usually between 1 to 5, with each level being divided into 1 to 2. After speaking, a wave of new cheers came from the bus, and the candidates were all relieved that the exam questions were easy. Next is the key point. The military has also deployed a small number of level 5 to 10 young tigers deep in the ruins, each worth 20 points. A level 15 Wind and Thunder is worth 100 points. Candidates who lack confidence in their own abilities, please do not go deep in the ruins. There is a risk of death. If you encounter life-threatening danger, tapping the score counter on your chest will allow you to be transported back to the safe zone. After saying that, the entire bus became a bit quieter. The candidates who had just smiled could no longer make a sound, their expressions looked as if they were choked, and their faces appeared very unpleasant. And in this instance, under the generally quiet atmosphere, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and an inappropriate smile spread across my face. I remember this fierce beast of a no exam session not just clearly, but extremely clearly. As expected, there is no deviation from the exam content before my rebirth. This time it's my turn to top the list. As a result, several military green buses stopped in front of an abandoned building. One by one, the examinees got off the bus, dressed in black battle uniforms, armed with knives, guns, and clubs. Then, the sky was filled with dense white, and the drones seemed to have sensed something, locking onto their targets. The scorekeeper on the candidate's chest closely follows the candidate. This is a live broadcast. The drone retest will be presented in the form of a live broadcast to the citizens of Nanzhou City, and the largest drone among them has emitted a familiar sound. The exam will start in 5 minutes. Candidates can form teams on their own, but the scores obtained will be graded. The duration is 2 hours, and there will be a live broadcast citywide. Wishing all candidates success in the exam. After speaking, all the candidates reacted and began to discuss among themselves, and I just leaned lightly against the bus, closed my eyes, not knowing what I was thinking. I won't do it in this life. I remember the highest score in the whole school was the day before yesterday, which was nearly 400 points, and in the end, I was admitted to the Ability Academy. If you only kill 200 iron-tooth wolves with a score of 400, if the abilities are not strong enough and rely solely on physical techniques, you will be exhausted to death. I stretch out my arms, gazing at the deep blue in the palm of my hand, quietly contemplating that calming the 10 army's abilities and dealing with the wolf pack will not be a difficult task. Just as I was pondering, a sweet and gentle voice suddenly reached my ears. Emotion joins, let's form a group. Upon hearing this, I was shocked and raised my eyes to see the person in front of me clearly. This short-haired girl holding black iron twin swords has a very cold and beautiful appearance, with a hint of disdain and contempt in her rolling eyes, while her extremely form-fitting black battle outfit outlines her voluptuous figure in an extremely alluring way. At the same time, I also recognized the person in front of me, Gao Xinlan, the class leader of the B class of the martial arts class, with a vitality value of 179 and possessing B-level supernatural abilities. Frozen high-tech blue, I absolutely refuse if you don't add me. Everyone turned their heads back, their faces filled with shock. What is Gao Xinlan doing? They were very surprised that the proud Gao Xinlan would actually invite Imochen to team up, as they knew that in their minds, Gao Xinlan was one of the top students at Nanzhou No. 1 High School. The strong man beside him immediately became unhappy, and Imochen Xinlan pulling the girl into the team is pitiful. Don't give face and don't be shameless. This person is Gao Xinlan's dead Tian Goping, with the ability to summon mountains, avoid and delay light waves, and has a blood value of 161 points. I am strong but have no head, just lightly passing by the two of you, opening my mouth to mock. Do you want to hold me back? My words are astonishing, and Hong Jiashan's mouth twitches. High-Tech Land's face is like a calm lake. After speaking, the crowd erupted into a commotion, and everyone showed a slight expression of annoyance on their faces. Even the usually proud Shin Tianbai put away his iron sword at this moment and coldly glanced back at me. Gao Xinlan quietly gazed at my back, and after a long time, he turned to look at Hong Jiashan, changing his sweet tone to a cold one, and said to Hong Jiashan, "What is there to apologize for?" Hong Jiashan stretched her neck and was dumbfounded. "I'm venting for you, Xinlan. Why do I have to?" As Gao Xinlan began the countdown, Hong Jiashan immediately bent down her straight back, apologizing. "Do not refuse the gentle smile of Gao Xinlan, do not refuse my respect for your choice." I did not respond, lightly turned my head, and my gaze focused straight ahead. Gao Xinlan quickly left the scene, leaving Mei Jinku's face full of complex ropes. He secretly thought that the team was going to be a lone ranger, and it seems that Imo Chinji's explanation of Nanjo's martial arts and Gu Lin's arrogance is true. If it weren't for his brother's chance encounter, Imo Chin wouldn't have believed it had he not seen it with his own eyes. The police situation was so intense that it actually set a record for the martial arts school in Nanzhou. Also, the Lotus root made of B-grade steel memory metal was hit until it could no longer be restored, with the defensive power of the Lotus root. This requires at least 300 points of strength to achieve. He speculated that the opponent's vitality value must have increased, and it was a significant increase. Why does Xinlan keep quiet? Gao Xinlan glared fiercely at Hong Jiashan, interrupting his grasp, and Hong Jiashan immediately dispelled the evil. At this point, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the usually calm Chen Tianbai started to sweat profusely, constantly lost in thought. Why does Gao Xinlan want to invite Mo Chen and not me? Could it be that Mo Chen has become stronger than me? He shook his head and muttered to himself that it was impossible, for I am a 214 card dancer, while Mo Chen is just a 3 card. Just as Chen Tianbai was pondering, a prompt sound suddenly rang out indicating that the exam had officially started. Candidates who remain in the safe zone for more than 5 minutes. Hidden weapon examination and handling. In an instant, all the martial arts exam candidates swarmed out like a hive of bees. Rushing towards the blue in a grand manner, suffered for a while. Overthinking, he only saw a cloud of dust rise, and Qian Tianbai immediately rushed out of the safe zone, running to the front of the crowd in an instant. Fortunately, no one can run faster than me, so I can take the lead. Suddenly, a gust of black wind rushed past Qian Tianbai, and his pure white hair was scattered by the blurred figure moving at such speed. He waved his hand to pat the swirling black veil in front of him, drenched in sweat. I have a speed value of 85 points. Who is so fast? Qian Tianbai immediately looked towards that gust of black wind. When he squinted his eyes, beads of cold sweat the size of a fist quickly slid down from his forehead. He opened his mouth, stuttering Mo Chen. What the hell? A voice of astonishment came from another military bus. Wei Wenliang, who had been slumped on the sofa, immediately sprang up when he saw Mo Chen's sprinting speed. Even the cigarette he had just lit fell to the floor. Damn it, old Chang? This doesn't look like someone with just 300 vitality points? Wei Wenliang exclaimed, gesturing at Mo Chen on the screen in shock. Chang Nan hurriedly put on his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes wide open. He seemed unwilling to miss any of Mo Chen's movements, sweating profusely as he said, This speed must be at least 300 points. Even if we calculate the speed points at a 1-to-1 ratio, it has to be over 300. 300 vitality points means he is at 0 stage level 3. Mo Chen was already 1 level higher than another, S-class ability user, Qian Tianbai. Ding dong! The scoreboards in front of everyone lit up with green lights, and a prompt sound came, You have left the safe zone. Upon hearing this, everyone scattered. And Mo Chen was no exception. But unlike the other candidates who ventured deep into the city ruins, Mo Chen went against the tide, running towards a certain mountain forest outside Qingni City. Wei Wenliang was stunned and quickly switched the screen to Mo Chen's perspective, cursing, Where the hell is this little brat going? The iron-toothed wolves outside the city are rampant, even a genius wouldn't dare to go alone. How dare you? The iron-toothed wolves in Qingni town are of a lower level, while those in the mountain forest outside the town are mostly level 5 and tend to gather in packs. Normal people would know what choice to make. However, Mo Chen was not a normal person. His corrosive bacteria were extremely lethal to the pack of iron-toothed wolves. He plunged into the mountain forest, thinking to himself, Let's test my skills on the iron-toothed wolf tide first, to verify the infectiousness of my corrosive bacteria. Mo Chen dashed through the intricate mountain forest. He didn't flail around like a headless chicken. In his previous life, a candidate had come alone to this area and was attacked by a pack of wolves, nearly losing his life. The news report had detailed the location of the incident. Years later, although Mo Chen had mostly forgotten, he remembered that the incident site was not far from the left front of the safe zone. Rustle! After running for a while, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from the grass at his 7 o'clock direction. A shadow lunged at him. With a whoosh, it pounced towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen, having maxed out his speed points, reacted far beyond the average martial exam candidate. He immediately rolled forward a distance and quickly turned around. Bang! A pitch-black, iron-toothed wolf landed heavily in front of Mo Chen. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, slowly turning its head to fixate on Mo Chen, who was kneeling on one knee. Rustle, the bushes behind Mo Chen made a chaotic yet light footstep sound. Several gray-furred iron-toothed wolves emerged. Mo Chen was already surrounded in the mountain forest. If an ordinary lone candidate encountered this situation, even if they miraculously dodged the black-headed wolf's pounce, it would be hard to survive. Yet Mo Chen remained calm, adopting a stance, a faint aura of spiritual power emanating from him as he faced the pack of wolves. This was far from the demeanor of a martial exam candidate facing beasts for the first time. I've seen fiercer beasts than you. You few little pups are nothing, compared to the ferocious beasts with green faces and sharp fangs from the world-destroying beast tide. These iron-toothed wolves looked almost cute. The iron-toothed wolf resembled a Doberman, with two extremely long iron teeth protruding from its jaw. The gray-black fur glistened with an oily sheen, appearing smooth from a distance like a sea lion. Its limbs were tall and agile, moving with a light yet powerful grace. Such long limbs did not hinder its ability to swiftly chase down prey through the mountains. If Mo Chen's vitality were like that of an ordinary person, and he could form a contract normally, he would likely choose to contract this striking beast. Void Claw. Mo Chen immediately launched an attack, stepping forward with his left foot. With all his strength, he unleashed a black wind blade towards the black-furred wolf. However, that black-headed wolf was also a level 4 beast. It quickly leaped back, kicking off a tree to evade this devastating strike. Using the momentum from its leap, the black wolf lunged back at Mo Chen. Mo Chen immediately rolled backward, bracing his foot against the wolf's body, sending it back into the pack behind him. But the large tree behind the lead wolf was not so fortunate. The thick trunk bore 5 claw marks, as if torn by a wild beast. The claw marks on the trunk and Mo Chen's dark Shan Chao claw both emitted an extremely faint blue light. Chang Nan and Wei Wenlian leaned closer to the screen, frowning as they watched. Their expressions were quite complex. Chang Nan murmured, "This combat technique is good, but unfortunately it was dodged." No. Look more closely at the lead wolf's right hind leg. The technique wasn't completely evaded. A drop of blood trickled from the right hind leg of the black iron-toothed wolf. The iron-toothed wolf shook its leg dismissively and continued to pounce at Mo Chen. Chang Nan squinted and retorted, "It just scraped off a bit of fur. What's the difference?" "Well, it seems there's no difference." Wei Wenliang pointed behind Mo Chen, saying seriously, "Now the pack of wolves is concentrated right in front of him. With his speed, he could definitely escape if he retreats immediately." Chang Nan shook his head. He looked at Mo Chen's live broadcast inside, but it seems he doesn't want to run. Mo Chen is still too proud. Facing the attack of the black iron-toothed wolf, Mo Chen did not choose to dodge. Confronting the iron-toothed wolf, he focused his mind, system, reset attributes, max out strength. Mo Chen quickly reset his attributes, filling all 312 points into strength. In an instant, Mo Chen's reactions were no longer as agile as before, but a surge of power erupted from his entire body. He threw an extremely fast jab, striking heavily at the iron-toothed wolf's hard skull. This punch was slow, its killing intent barely visible. The black iron-toothed wolf hurriedly tried to evade, but it had already leaped into the air, relying on its core strength to twist its body and avoid this terrifying punch. Yet the iron fist still grazed its head. With a loud bang, the iron-toothed wolf shot into the pack like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Mo Chen's eyes widened, and he exclaimed inwardly, "It's over. Don't die. I still need to test my bacteria." As the dust settled, the black iron-toothed wolf shook its dazed head and wobbled back to its feet. That punch, with 300 calories of effort, nearly knocked it out. Its stamina had decreased, and after such a fierce punch, he was naturally panting. Trouble never comes alone. Seeing the black iron-toothed wolf falter, the remaining gray-furred iron-toothed wolves became restless, charging towards Mo Chen all at once. Wei Wenliang took a puff of smoke, his expression filled with regret. Mo Chen has no stamina left. It seems he will have to give up. The pack of wolves rushed at Mo Chen like a flood, the suffocating sense of death overwhelming him. At this moment, Mo Chen was neither panicked nor did he think to hit the scorekeeper on his chest to forfeit. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he secretly said, "System, evenly distribute 312 attribute points." Cough cough cough. A violent coughing sound erupted from the South State Martial Arts Hall. Sitting at the front, Tang Wei was intently watching the live broadcast of the martial arts examination in South City. He took a sip of tea, then clasped his hands together, silently praying for Tang Yinling and Mo Chen. Citizens across the Dragon Kingdom were watching the live videos from their respective examination areas, cheering for the new generation of martial artists. A group of desperate gamblers gathered in a dim underground casino, excitedly watching the martial arts score rankings. They were only in it for the money, hoping to strike it rich overnight. Most of them had bet on Xian Tianbai. Only a small portion, having seen Mo Chen dismembering a spirit puppet in the South State Martial Arts Hall video, had placed their bets on him. A baseless video had led them to spend lavishly betting on a useless with a 3-card vitality value. These people were the true gamblers. Mo Chen was the first to encounter a fierce beast, and the live broadcast perspective shifted to him first. But he took an unconventional path, recklessly entering the forest area alone, which led to him being surrounded by a pack of iron-toothed wolves. A red-haired youth who had bet on Emo-chan cursed at him. "Damn it. Looks like this little brat is going to make me lose a lot of money. Ha 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 ha." The crowd burst into laughter, mocking him without any mercy. The red-haired man's face was filled with resentment, his entire expression crumpled, looking dejected. Suddenly, the martial arts examination perspective abruptly switched to Chen Tianbai, who was fighting alone. Unlike Emo-chan, who was in a dire situation, Chen Tianbai stood in the town center, with 4 headless iron-toothed wolves lying beside him, casually wiping the blood off his iron sword. In just 3 minutes, Chen Tianbai had already taken the lead, beheading 4 iron-toothed wolves and scoring 8 points. He didn't even seem to be out of breath. "Old way, this Chen Tianbai is really a good seed, killing 4 iron-toothed wolves without even panting." Changnan stared at the screen, his eyes radiating admiration. It was clear he had high hopes for Chen Tianbai. He had already decided that Emo-chan wouldn't achieve any good results, so he switched one of the screens in front of him to Chen Tianbai's live perspective. You're right," Wei Wenliang merely echoed absent-mindedly. His anxious gaze never left the screen showing Emo-chan. In the footage, Emo-chan was leaning against a tree trunk, glaring at the hungry pack of wolves in front of him. Wei Wenliang gradually sensed that something was off with Emo-chan. Every time his stamina seemed to be exhausted, it was as if he suddenly regained strength, fighting fiercely with the pack of iron-toothed wolves. With Emo-chan's strength, he had many opportunities to slay the iron-toothed wolves, but he remained indifferent, as if he was deliberately holding back. The wolf pack couldn't fathom that this human, whose spiritual energy was extremely weak, could hold his ground against them for several rounds. The lead wolf, with its shiny black fur, was now staggering, shrinking behind the pack. The lead wolf's pupils gradually turned blue, as if flooded by the tide. Corrosive bacteria had quickly invaded the lead wolf's internal organs, sending waves of sharp pain throughout its body, and death was not far off. The lead wolf lowered its head and whimpered. As if entrusting something to the pack, moments later, it gasped for breath and dashed away. "Run faster. If you don't run now, it will be too late," Emo-chan thought to himself. He now had the impulse to chase after them, but the pack of wolves surrounding him made it impossible to move. Emo-chan took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the Xian Chao claw that emitted a faint blue glow. Ka-ka, the claw sheath rubbed together, producing a series of noisy metallic scraping sounds. A faint yet pure killing intent gradually emanated from Emo-chan. The wolf stepped back, looking at the figure of Emo-chan, completely shrouded in shadow. With a hint of fear, none dared to step forward. "Awah!" Suddenly, the lead wolf let out a long howl from a distance. In an instant, all the iron-toothed wolves, as if fighting for their lives, mustered their courage and bared their teeth, charging towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan raised his right hand and swiftly swung it down at the oncoming pack. Yukong Claw. A series of powerful black wind blades surged rapidly towards the wolves. The previously clustered pack immediately scattered, dodging the wind blades. Now's the time. Taking advantage of the moment when the wolves were avoiding the wind blades, Emo-chan's mind stirred, and he immediately dashed forward, escaping. Emo-chan escaped, Wei Wenliang exclaimed, his eyes wide. Changnan glanced at Emo-chan on the screen and sighed. Alone, without teammates, it's still too much to handle. Wait, where is he running to? On the screen, Emo-chan was closely following the path of the lead wolf, and the lead wolf was clearly heading to call for reinforcements. Changnan furrowed his brows, questioning, is Emo-chan trying to kill the lead wolf to stop it from calling for help? Wei Wenliang pondered for a moment and quietly analyzed. He can clearly catch up to this wolf, but he deliberately slowed down. He wouldn't be trying to chase it into the iron-toothed wolf's den, would he? This bold speculation enlightened Wei Wenliang, but Changnan just shook his head in silence. Emo-chan followed the lead wolf into the dense forest, and the drone struggled greatly to keep up with his movements. In the live broadcast perspective, the pitch-black lead wolf was running ahead, with Emo-chan closely pursuing from behind, followed by a pack of wolves. The lead wolf's eyes had completely turned blue. Its stamina was clearly running low, its steps unsteady, yet it continued to run desperately. Emo-chan closed in on the lead wolf, thinking to himself, almost there. This wolf is about to run itself to death. After a while, Emo-chan's vision suddenly opened up. A massive, pitch-black cave appeared before him. The cave was unfathomably deep, emanating a foul, rotten smell. The lead wolf, long infected by corrosive fungi, finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It was just a step away from the cave, and Emo-chan had just caught up to it. Emo-chan crouched beside the lead wolf, stroking its fur coldly, saying, if I hadn't deliberately slowed the rate of the corrosive fungi's spread, you would have been dead long ago. With that, Mo Chen's gaze turned icy, and he immediately plunged his claw fiercely into the lead wolf's body. Poochie! The lead wolf's deep blue, unblemished pupils lost their sharp luster. A sound came from the scorekeeper on Mo Chen's chest. Beep beep. Detected that the beast, Iron-Tooth Wolf, has been killed. Mo Chen, scores +2. Day. A chaotic yet light-footed sound of footsteps came from behind Mo Chen. He understood that the pack of wolves chasing him had caught up. He grabbed the lead wolf's corpse, slowly rising, mockingly facing the ferocious pack of wolves, as if deliberately teasing them. The pack of wolves bared their teeth, their blood-red gums fully exposed. The killing intent surged. Bang! With a loud crash, Mo Chen turned and hurled the wolf's corpse deep into the bottomless cave. The body shattered upon impact, exploding into a puddle of flesh. A pungent stench immediately filled the air. Inside the cave, piercing wails echoed, as the pack of wolves seemed to mourn the loss of their companion. Deep within the cave, a restless stirring could be felt. The wolf pack had been disturbed. Wei Wenliang's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, disturbing the wolf pack, does he want to die faster? Chang Nan was taken aback, suddenly intrigued. He completely ignored the exam scene of Qian Tianbai and turned his attention to Wei Wenliang's screen. He wanted to see what Mo Chen was up to. Mo Chen casually brushed off his hands, shaking off a few drops of blood, and looked at the pack of wolves before him. A thin aura of spiritual energy slowly spread around Mo Chen. Although the spiritual energy radiating from Mo Chen was quite faint, it exuded a pressure of a strong individual, forcing the wolves to not dare to step forward. Mo Chen's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, looking at the pack of wolves as if they were prey. He counted the wolves silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3. A total of 11, kill them all before the pack rushes out. It should be fine. Mo Chen was extremely confident in his physical skills. Watching the actions on the monitor, Chang Nan couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and laughed. He can't be thinking of slaughtering all these iron-toothed wolves, can he? Wei Wenliang smiled without speaking. He simply lit a cigarette, greedily inhaling. Old Chang, you didn't notice just now. In the few exchanges Mo Chen had with the wolf pack, he displayed very skilled combat techniques, which definitely aren't something a high school student could show. He turned back to Chang Nan, his expression meaningful. This kid is not that simple. Even if he can take down the wolf pack, how will he deal with the wolf tied in the cave? Chang Nan's question left Wei Wenliang at a loss for words. He knew that even the strongest martial exam candidates would be nothing more than meat on the chopping block when facing the iron-toothed wolf tied alone. Wei Wenliang squinted, boldly guessing, perhaps the ferocious beast he contracted can handle it? Chang Nan immediately fell silent. He knew that Mo Chen had not used his abilities even once up to this point. Given his current performance, it was very likely that he had already restored his vitality and contracted some formidable ferocious beast. The two fell silent, immersed in Mo Chen's exam footage. Mo Chen stood with his back to the cave, facing 11 iron-toothed wolves, his eyes filled with disdain. He bent down, focusing his mind. Attribute reset. Speed maxed out. Beep beep. Attribute reset complete. With that, Mo Chen stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He unleashed a tremendous force and instantly leaped forward. Mo Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity, his speed so fast that he skimmed the ground. A beautiful arc of mud splashed up behind him. Mo Chen launched a kick, striking the head of the foremost iron-toothed wolf, then used his foot to pin the wolf's mouth, dragging it as he burst through the center of the pack. The wolves were stunned. His speed was so fast that the pack couldn't react in time. Bang! Mo Chen, with the iron-toothed wolf in tow, crashed into a tree trunk ahead, instantly fracturing it with spider-web-like cracks, dust and wood chips flying everywhere. The wolf pack finally regained their senses, realizing that this seemingly weak human was actually hiding his true strength. The smoke thickened, and a chill crept up their spines. Just as the remaining iron-toothed wolves were trying to escape the smoke that enveloped them, a pair of black iron hands suddenly reached out from the mist, grabbing the tails of two of the wolves. Before they could even let out a scream, the two wolves were dragged into the haze. Crack! Ft. No cries of agony emerged from the smoke, only the crisp sounds of bones breaking and flesh being torn apart, sending chills down the spine of anyone listening, their hair standing on end. It was as if a butcher was skillfully using a knife to carve and strip the meat from every cow and sheep. The smoke slowly dissipated, and Mo Chen was coldly wiping the warm blood from his face. At his feet lay two iron-toothed wolves, bleeding and twitching, no longer resembling wolves. Their tough and sharp steel teeth had been brutally crushed by Mo Chen. The iron-toothed wolf in front of the big tree had its head kicked in, embedded in the trunk like a gem set in a ring. Beep beep. Detected beast ×3, iron-toothed wolf, has been killed. Mo Chen, score increased by 6 points. Inside the military bus, a deathly silence hung in the air. Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan rubbed their eyes, seemingly unable to believe the scene before them. They could see at a glance that Mo Chen's speed had not only increased but his strength had also grown. It wasn't just the two of them who were shocked. His homeroom teacher Guangyang, Tang Wei, and even the classmates watching the live broadcast, as well as the entire citizens of Nanzhou City, were all deeply astonished by Mo Chen. The legendary waste with a health value of 3 cards had such terrifying power. Bang bang bang! The video showed several dull thuds as more wolves fell to the ground. Detected Beast ×8, Iron-Toothed Wolf, has been killed. Mo Chen, score increased by 16 points. Just as everyone was still processing what had happened, Mo Chen, like a flash of black lightning, swiftly killed the remaining 8 iron-toothed wolves. It was almost an instant kill. With the skill of Attribute Reset, Mo Chen successfully played with 312 points of spiritual power. The stench of blood from the iron-toothed wolves permeated the forest. It continuously provoked the frenzied wolf tide within the den. A gust of bloody wind, accompanied by heavy and chaotic trampling sounds, rushed in, blowing Mo Chen's black hair wildly. And Mo Chen stood alone in front of the cave, one hand on his waist, his slightly squinted eyes radiating a chill that did not belong to his age. He was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for the wolf pack to step over the corpses of the iron-toothed wolves thrown into the den, infected with corrosive bacteria. Mo Chan's eyes secretly emitted a strange blue light. In his eyes, the cave filled with dust was everywhere glowing faintly with blue light from the corrosive bacteria. As long as the wolf pack dared to rush out of the cave, the corrosive bacteria would quickly invade their bodies. The wolf pack was not far from death. Here they come. Mo Chen suddenly widened his eyes. An iron-toothed wolf with its bloody maw wide open was leading a dense pack of wolves charging towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen showed no signs of fear. He quickly reacted, firmly planting his feet on the ground. The black iron hand reflecting blue light instantly clenched tightly. The dark shin-tied claw emitted a chilling aura. Mo Chen's gaze darkened as he seized the moment, stepping forward with his right foot, his left hand forming a spear as he thrust it towards the leaping iron-toothed wolf. Put, crack! The sound of flesh splattering was accompanied by a crisp snap. The shin-tied claw was incredibly sharp, deeply piercing into the neck of the iron-toothed wolf. Mo Chen's hands had gripped the wolf's neck tightly through its skin, lifting the struggling iron-toothed wolf with one hand. The corrosive bacteria quickly injected into the iron-toothed wolf's body through the shin-tied claw. The blood-red eyes of the iron-toothed wolf, filled with terror, were changing to a deep blue at a visible speed, which was quite eerie. Mo Chen waved his hand and immediately threw the struggling iron-toothed wolf into the pack of wolves. Bang! Several iron-toothed wolves charging at Mo Chen were knocked down. Mo Chen did not give the wolf pack a chance to breathe. He bent down and immediately leaped forward, charging into the dark mass of wolves. Max out the strength. Using the inertia from his 312 speed points, Mo Chen quickly reset his attribute points, maxing out his strength. Only in this way could he maximize the attack range of the Void Claw, causing a large-scale infection. His eyes glinted with ferocity, and his hands took on a tiger-like shape. The muscle density in his arms instantly increased fivefold, like a tightly drawn bow, quickly pulled back behind him. Just wait a little longer. As long as I can hold off this wave of wolves, the corrosive bacteria will annihilate the wolf den. Mo Chen encouraged himself internally. As long as he could withstand this wave of attacks, victory would be his. Mo Chen's brows furrowed, gritting his teeth. Another strike of the Void Claw. His taut arms immediately snapped back to the front, tearing through the air with 2 incredibly powerful black wind blades. The wind blades ravaged the wolf pack, howls of agony rising and falling, the echoes lingering in his ears. Warm blood had already splattered all over Mo Chen's body, and he was drenched in sweat. There were too many iron-toothed wolves. Relying solely on these wind blades was not enough to wipe out the entire pack. The remaining iron-toothed wolves had surrounded Mo Chen. This is the limit. I admit, Mo Chen has done remarkably well. Chang Nan clutched his chest, taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart. His performance alone is enough to prove he is a genius. If Mo Chen is willing to repeat a year, I would exhaust all my energy to train him. Wei Wenliang turned to Chang Nan, his brow furrowed as he asked, "Are you saying he should give up the exam? What else? With the pack of wolves surrounding him, is there any chance of resistance?" Wei Wenliang shook his head heavily, reminding him, "You just said that, how could you forget? Mo Chen still has a trump card. A special ability?" Chang Nan's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly looked at the screen. Mo Chen, besieged by the pack of wolves, showed no signs of fear. Instead, he stood proudly with his hands on his hips. The faint aura emanating from him even overshadowed the murderous intent of the wolves. Bang! It was only when a dull thud echoed from the wolf pack that the audience in front of the screen realized something was very wrong with the wolves. The howls of the iron-toothed wolves rose and fell, unending. One by one, the iron-toothed wolves trembled, vomiting large pools of murky blood. Their blue, dazed eyes blinked. In the end, they all collapsed into the blood puddles. Beep, beep. Detected that the ferocious beast, iron-toothed wolf, times 61 has been killed. Mo-chen, score plus 122. One person annihilated the wolf pack. WH. What's going on? Did you see him summon any ferocious beasts? Changnan exclaimed, jumping up from his chair, his face drenched in cold sweat from shock. Even Wei Wenliang, who was usually well informed, widened his eyes and slowly stood up. He had thought that in such a life or death situation, Mo-chen would definitely unleash his contracted beast to break the deadlock. But this pack of wolves inexplicably fell down. It was as if their tendons had been severed, swallowing blades, collapsing in the blood puddles and vomiting thick blood. It was truly chilling. Wei Wenliang's mind cleared, and he quickly extended his calloused right hand, shouting, "No! It must have been his contracted beast. It must be some kind of invisible ferocious beast." Changnan looked at the excited Wei Wenliang, slowly turned his head, and dialed a phone number. "Investigate Mo-chen's family background immediately. Remember to bring the portable blood vitality tester, it's urgent." After saying this, Changnan let out a heavy sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Alone, Mo-chen had slaughtered over 70 iron-tooth wolves in less than 30 minutes. Even the highly anticipated Qian Tianbai couldn't achieve that. Changnan now had a deeper understanding of the term genius. "This is my student. Mo-chen is my student. Did you see that? This is what I taught. It's me." At this moment, Guangyang was dancing wildly in the bus, laughing maniacally. He had already begun to fantasize about life after his promotion. Meanwhile, the teachers from the martial arts class beside him wore dark expressions, as if they had just eaten a large, steaming pile of excrement. The thought of Mo-chen single-handedly exterminating over 70 iron-tooth wolves was simply unimaginable. Moreover, he was a waste with a vitality score of only 3. Although they didn't know what methods he had used, the fact that he had wiped out the wolf pack alone was indisputable. Finally, someone in the bus spoke up. "Mo-chen, good kid. It seems the top scholar of Nanzhou City is about to change hands." The broadcast didn't report any anomalies. That means Mo-chen didn't cheat. "Teacher Jiang, congratulations." Hearing this, Guangyang accepted the flattery around him, proudly lifting his head. Mo-chen's moment of glory satisfied Guangyang's immense vanity. It was as if it was Guangyang himself who was being praised, not Mo-chen. At this moment, Mo-chen had been in this sea of corpses for quite a while. A breeze swept by, carrying the pungent smell of blood into Mo-chen's nostrils, making him dizzy. If it weren't for searching for surviving iron-tooth wolves, he wouldn't have stayed in this stinking mountain of corpses. Inside the cave, he had slain 5 more surviving iron-tooth wolves. Mo-chen walked out of the cave and looked around. He immediately noticed a martial arts examinee standing not far away, holding a long spear. The examinee raised his trembling finger, pointing at the twisted bodies of the iron-tooth wolves on the ground, and asked, "Waste." Realizing something, the examinee suddenly fell silent and changed his words. "Mo-chen? Did you kill all these iron-tooth wolves?" Only then did Mo-chen remember. Students in the martial arts exam couldn't check others' scores. Mo-chen ignored him, lowering his brow and thinking to himself, could this kid be the examinee who almost got bitten to death in my last life? So, I guess I'm his savior. Mo-chen stopped his thoughts and began planning his next move. The only wolf den he knew the exact location of had been wiped out. Continuing to search for hidden wolf dens in the mountains would be a waste of time. Mo-chen's next task was to venture deep into the ruins and try to kill more powerful beasts. Each iron-tooth wolf only provided 2 points. It was better to go to the more dangerous depths of the ruins and hunt the Qingyan tiger for 20 points. Mo-chen completely ignored the examinee in front of him and stood up, stroking his chin in thought. I remember the military provided 100 Qingyan tiger demons, and this little bit is to be divided among our school's 1,000 martial arts examinees. Then I'll take about 40 of them. The martial arts examinee quietly watched Mo-chen walk out of the forest. Coming back to his senses, he immediately walked into the now slightly stinking wolf pack and began to count quietly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 72. His expression gradually changed from calm to one of terror. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from his pale face. He was drenched in sweat. The shocking mountain of corpses and sea of blood was deeply etched in his heart. The martial arts examinee slowly stood up, trembling as he took a few steps back. No! I have to go back and tell the team leader. With that, the martial arts examinee immediately turned around and ran towards an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Huff huff! A battered spiky boar was galloping down the road beside the abandoned building. It seemed to be fleeing from something terrifying. Vroom! A piercing sound of wind rushed past, and a long spear pierced through its chest, pinning the fleeing spiky boar to the ground. Its 4 legs instantly stiffened. Beep beep, detected that the beast, spiky boar, has been killed. Zhao Tianyi's team scores +2. A tall girl with a high ponytail stomped down hard on the spiky boar with her black boots. She then forcefully pulled out the black spear. Her pure black tight-fitting combat suit accentuated her delicate face, exuding a unique mature charm. She brushed her hair behind her ear and said in a charming voice, "Team leader, counting this 40+ spiky boars and the 2 waves of little wolf packs we killed earlier, our team probably has around 180 points now." Her name was Su Muhong, one of the members of Zhao Tianyi's team. Her ability was B-level, Scorching, with a vitality value of 171 points. Behind Su Muhong, a gentle yet authoritative voice slowly came, "That's still too few. When Linda returns, we will head deep into the ruins to hunt the Qingyan tiger." A slender boy with long hair, so frail he could be blown over by the wind, was struggling to carry a long sword as he walked over slowly. He was Zhao Tianyi. His ability was B-level, Perception, with a vitality value of 165 points. Zhao Tianyi squinted slightly, sensing that something was off. Lindy, who had C-level, strong endurance, still hadn't returned. He might have encountered some accident. Just as Zhao Tianyi was worried, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Team leader." "I saw it." The two turned around to see Linda, panting heavily as he ran back with a long spear on his back. This Linda was the martial arts examinee Mo Chen had encountered in the mountains. Seeing Linda return safely, Zhao Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Speak while running, we need to head deep into the ruins to hunt the Qingyan tiger." With that, Zhao Tianyi closed his eyes. His vision instantly turned pitch black, then slowly brightened. His world became black and white, but with scattered blue glimmers of light. This was his ability, Perception. It could detect living beings with spiritual energy within a radius of 3 kilometers. The brighter the light point, the denser the creature's spiritual energy. The cooldown time was about 30 minutes. Zhao Tianyi looked around and saw countless tiny bright lights. He frowned and said, "Just some small beasts. No need to pay attention." Suddenly, a dazzling blue light, rich in spiritual energy, burst into Zhao Tianyi's view. Zhao Tianyi slowly opened his eyes and pointed ahead. "Go that way, that bright light must be the Qingyan tiger." With that, the 3 immediately dashed towards the indicated direction. Zhao Tianyi had become the leader of the 2 thanks to the power of perception, and it was also how he learned about the strange occurrences in the mountains where Mo Chen was located. Originally, the densely packed light points in the forest had all extinguished in an instant, leaving only an extremely faint light. Therefore, he allowed Linda to go investigate. Zhao Tianyi asked Linda behind him, "Why did the iron-toothed wolf pack die all at once?" Beside her, Su Muhong asked, "Did you encounter some great ferocious beast? Or a small team?" "It's not a beast, it's a person. One person." Linda shook his head, speaking with utmost seriousness, "It's that useless Mo Chen with a 3-card vitality value." Su Muhong pouted and questioned, "Lindy, are your eyes working properly? Mo Chen? I don't believe it. Do I need to lie to you?" Lindy gasped, his expression extremely agitated. The team leader just detected a wolf tide, and it was instantly wiped out. "I ran over immediately, and when I got there, that Mo Chen had just come out of the cave." Seeing Linda so agitated, Su Muhong was also skeptical. Zhao Tianyi remained silent. He quietly led the way ahead, weaving through the steel forest covered in vegetation. Zhao Tianyi was deep in thought. He too was skeptical. After all, single-handedly exterminating a wolf tide was simply impossible for them, a bunch of inexperienced martial arts exam candidates. Moreover, it was that useless Mo Chen. Zhao Tianyi slowly asked, "Linda, how many iron-toothed wolves were killed in total?" "All of them. Not a single one survived. I counted, there were over 70. Zhao Tianyi's expression darkened. Su Muhong unconsciously tightened her grip on her long gun, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You mean, that useless Mo Chen now has 140 points? This was too unbelievable." Su Muhong understood that even Qian Tianbai, the top student from Nanzhou One High School, couldn't single-handedly exterminate 70 iron-toothed wolves. Su Muhong was reluctant to admit it and speculated to herself, could it be that someone else did it? Mo Chen just happened to pass by? Lindy pondered for a moment. "Although it's a bit hard to believe, I still trust what I saw and heard." The 3 were engaged in a heated discussion, completely oblivious to the faint spiritual energy coming from behind. Mo Chen was hiding in the ruins behind them, covering the buzzing drone. Watching the 3 from behind, Mo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "I didn't expect that kid to be in the same group as that beast Zhao Tianyi." Then I won't have to waste time looking for ferocious beasts. Mo Chen recognized Zhao Tianyi as the class leader of the martial arts class C. A hypocritical smiling tiger, who initially showed concern for Mo Chen but constantly slandered and bullied him behind his back. His ability was to detect the positions of ferocious beasts and martial artists. With this power, Mo Chen wouldn't need to waste time searching for beasts. He needed to come up with a plan to play a trick on Zhao Tianyi and conveniently extract the location information of the beasts. While Mo Chen was deep in thought, he cautiously followed behind the three. Wei Wenliang stared at the pitch-black live broadcast screen, cold sweat trickling down, covering the drone. Isn't that considered cheating? Chang Nan was completely stunned. He didn't expect Mo Chen would take down the drone to avoid making noise. The broadcast didn't report any cheating. This shouldn't count as cheating, right? Wei Wenliang wiped his sweat, speechless. It was the first time he had seen a martial arts candidate manage to take down a drone hovering above their head. Wei Wenliang shook his head heavily, feeling helpless. Let's report it to the Martial Arts Examination Bureau after the test. After saying that, the two looked towards Zhao Tianyi's group's perspective. Sumo Hong stood with her gun, positioned in the midst of collapsed building ruins, blocking Zhao Tianyi and Linda behind her. In the center of the area, a Qingyan tiger was curled up. The great ferocious beast, with its entire body covered in silver-gray fur and greenish-blue patterns, had already noticed the three behind it. It slowly turned its head, blood dripping from its tiger mouth, as if it was chewing on something. An invisible killing intent surged forth. Sumo Hong's expression darkened. She immediately aimed her gun at the Qingyan tiger. Team leader, what should we do? Zhao Tianyi immediately drew the black long sword from his back and whispered to the two, this Qingyan tiger is extremely fast, and the blue flames in its mouth are incredibly fierce. Linda and I can keep up with its speed. Once we have it under control, you can make your move. With that, Zhao Tianyi charged towards the Qingyan tiger demon with his sword. Linda followed closely behind, wielding his spear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a rapidly spinning drone sped through the space between the two. It crashed heavily into the face of the Qingyan tiger demon. Boom! The explosion sounded from the demon's head. The two were startled by this sudden commotion. Linda quickly turned to look behind him, puzzled, and shouted, "What the heck? A drone! Where did the drone come from?" Zhao Tianyi turned back, only to see Sumo Hong rushing towards them with a terrified expression, shouting hoarsely, "Team leader! Danger!" The Qingyan tiger demon was already enraged. The two finally snapped back to reality. A chilling killing intent surged from behind Zhao Tianyi and Linda, a massive shadow looming over them like dark clouds pressing down on a city. In the pitch-black shadow, two round eyes suddenly opened wide. The tiger's mouth opened wide, and the blue flame it exhaled slowly approached the two, excruciatingly hot. It's over. Zhao Tianyi quickly turned and swung his sword at the tiger demon. Lindy also thrust his spear with great force. With a whoosh, a sharp black wind swept past their faces. Their attacks hadn't even reached the Qingyan tiger demon yet. On the fierce face of the Qingyan tiger demon, 10 intersecting azure claw marks inexplicably appeared. Warm tiger blood gushed out with a puff. The Qingyan tiger demon let out a shocking roar, pushing off with its limbs and quickly retreating to its original position. Zhao Tianyi and Linda were stunned. They stared at the tall young man wearing black claw covers in front of them, speechless in shock. It seemed they couldn't process what had just happened. Linda widened his eyes and stammered, Mo Chun? Swish! A wave of heat surged from behind Zhao Tianyi. A long spear, burning red and incredibly hot, suddenly lunged towards Mo Chen. Zhao Tianyi reacted immediately, grabbing the spear tightly with his bare hands. Sumo Hong pressed the spear forward, nearly stabbing Mo Chen in the chest, and shouted angrily, Mo Chen, do you want us to die? Mo Chen turned around, looking coldly at the fiery spear tip aimed at his chest, and said, look, you're in a hurry. I'm saving you, aren't I? You? Sumo Hong was left speechless. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Zhao Tianyi's hand, gripping the spear, made a sizzling sound like roasting meat. He simply looked at Sumo Hong and said calmly, don't get excited. We can't attack other martial exam candidates. Sumo Hong quickly retracted the spear. Zhao Tianyi looked at the painful blisters in his palm and slowly took out a healing capsule from his belt, swallowing it. A green light emanated from his palm, and the burn wasn't as severe anymore. The corner of Zhao Tianyi's mouth twitched slightly. He had been careless. When activating detection, he mistakenly took Mo Chen's faint spiritual energy for that of a small fierce beast. He never expected that Mo Chen would hide the drone to follow them silently. He was naturally furious about Mo Chen's actions, but allowing Sumo Hong to attack him would only result in her being disqualified. I just wanted to help you, but I ended up causing trouble. Emo-chan interrupted Zhao Tiany's thoughts and suddenly said, I came to find you because I actually want to join your team. What do you think? Emo-chan's face was filled with a flattering smile. After playing with everyone for a while, Emo-chan once again put on a sincere demeanor. A bold plan had already emerged in his mind. To extract the location information of the ferocious beast. Upon hearing this, Lindy was very excited. I have no objections. Sumu Hong looked at Emo-chan, whose face was full of treachery, and gritted her teeth. Humph. You almost got us killed just now. How dare you, a useless person with only 3 cards of health, make demands of us. At that moment, she wished she could skin him alive and tear him to pieces. Zhao Tiany actually did not believe in Emo-chan's strength, and just as he was about to refuse, the battered Qin Yen tiger demon suddenly let out a roar. Its left eye had been nearly torn apart by Emo-chan's claw, leaving only the right eye barely able to see. The Qin Yen tiger slowly opened its massive mouth. A rapidly condensing blue flame ball formed in its mouth, and in an instant, it shot out towards the 4 of them. Quick, dodge! Zhao Tiany and Lin Di immediately moved aside. But Sumu Hong's speed was not that fast, and she couldn't evade in time. Moreover, Emo-chan had hidden behind Sumu Hong. Emo-chan, with a face full of terror, was holding onto Sumu Hong's delicate waist. His entire face pressed against her soft back, which emitted a faint fragrance. Sumu Hong was both shy and shocked, wanting to break free. Are you still a man? Using me as a shield? Her body was made weak and numb by Emo-chan's grip, and she couldn't escape. The flames of the Qin Yen tiger could easily melt F-grade steel. The candidate's weapons wouldn't last long under such fierce flames. If Sumu Hong and Emo-chan didn't leave now, they would die. Sumu Hong, usually so tough, cried out, Emo-chan, I'm begging you. Emo-chan still held on tightly, pretending to panic as he closed his eyes and shouted, do you agree or not? I agree. Emo-chan secretly laughed in his heart, isn't that good then? With a loud explosion, the flame ball instantly burst in front of Emo-chan, kicking up a cloud of debris and thick smoke. Zhao Tiany was stunned, looking at the smoke-filled area, slightly fearful. Did no one escape? Not far from the smoke, Emo-chan's faint voice came. Zhao Tiany, what about you? Emo-chan was carrying Sumu Hong, standing on a nearby ruin. Zhao Tiany grinned and said, I agree. He knew that to carry Sumu Hong away in such a critical moment, Emo-chan's speed must have reached at least 100 points. His health value was at least over 200 cards, higher than the 3 of them. And having such a strong person join his team to help him score, why not? Linda poked Zhao Tiany and whispered with a laugh, Captain, now you believe me, right? Meanwhile, Sumu Hong still looked a bit dazed. She thought she was doomed and was about to press the scoring device on her chest, ready to give up the exam. Fortunately, Emo-chan's large hand was firmly covering her chest. Sumu Hong, realizing too late, blushed and shouted at Emo-chan, Emo-chan, you actually. But Emo-chan's expression was completely unfazed. He ignored Sumu Hong and calmly jumped down from the ruins, thinking to himself, system, reset attributes, evenly distribute attribute points. Beep beep, attribute reset complete. Emo-chan twisted his stiff neck and looked faintly at the distant Qin Yen tiger. He said, let's solve this ferocious beast quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiany did not move at all. Zhao Tiany just looked at Emo-chan with a strange expression, raising his right hand that had been burned by Sumu Hong. Seemingly apologetic, he said, Emo-chan, how about we form a contract first? Emo-chan immediately stopped in his tracks. He knew in his heart that Zhao Tiany appeared happy on the surface, but was still suspicious of his true intentions. Zhao Tiany wanted Emo-chan to join his team immediately. Once he joined the team, he couldn't just leave at will. Emo-chan let out a cold laugh and then said, Zhao Tiany, do you not trust me? Zhao Tiany forced a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes, and he fell silent. Emo-chan raised his hand and slowly removed the scorekeeper from the slot on his black battlesuit, grinning maliciously, then let's make a contract. Emo-chan picked up the scorekeeper from his chest and pressed it heavily against Zhao Tiany's scorekeeper. It seemed that Zhao Tiany's scorekeeper reacted, and both emitted a bright light simultaneously. Joined, Zhao Tiany's team. Zhao Tiany hurriedly looked down at Emo-chan, secretly thinking, is it really that easy? Emo-chan lowered his head and secretly laughed. He hadn't actually joined Zhao Tiany's team. He didn't want to linger on this topic for too long, so he changed the subject and asked Zhao Tiany, I estimated that I have 140 points, how many do you have? Zhao Tiany's eyes widened in shock, you really took down nearly 70 iron-toothed wolves all by yourself? Emo-chan shrugged, disdainfully saying, what else could it be? Hearing this, Zhao Tiany was overjoyed. With your points, our team now has about 320 points, which is already higher than most. Emo-chan nodded lightly, 80 points each, not bad, do you really think you can get points? Zhao Tianyi immediately raised his iron sword, pointing it at the Qingyan tiger excitedly. Emo-chen, I've really underestimated you these past 3 years. I was too immature to mock you before. Emo-chen shook his head, his expression very calm. For the past 3 years, he had been the joke of the entire Nanzhou No. 1 high school, and no one respected him. But it seemed he had long since stopped caring about these things, simply saying, I don't care. Lindy and Su Mulhong's eyes radiated with hope. They could genuinely feel that the 3 major schools were waving at them. Zhao Tianyi was no longer hesitant. He shouted loudly and then led Linda and Su Mulhong toward the battered Qingyan tiger demon. The aura of spiritual power that surged from the crowd enveloped the entire battlefield. They fought fiercely against the Qingyan tiger as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Emo-chen slowly raised his head, looking at the drone above him, revealing an extremely cunning smile, as if mocking the audience on the screen. Soon after, Emo-chen also joined the fight. That little brat! Chengnan stomped his foot in anger, bouncing up from his chair, pointing at the screen and cursing. Emo-chen didn't even join Zhao Tianyi's team. Isn't this cheating? Those involved were confused, while the onlookers were clear. Wei Wenliang saw it all clearly and laughed uncontrollably. This kid actually thought of such a trick. If that's the case, he can't let everyone kill the fierce beasts, because that would expose him. Changnan shook his head, muttering, this dog. Changnan sighed deeply. Although he admired Emo-chen's talent, he didn't like his character. Emo-chen had extremely powerful strength, and getting high scores was not difficult for him. But he acted like a thug, playing tricks on others time and again. What Changnan didn't know was that Emo-chen had indeed been a thug on the streets. The new drone has tracked Emo-chen's scorekeeper and is heading over. Let's report a new rule after the exam. Changnan slowly sat down. He stared intently at Emo-chen from the perspective of Su Mulhong's drone. At this moment, Zhao Tianyi's trio had been battling the Qingyan tiger demon for quite some time. The azure flame tiger cat crouched low, leaping forward with all its might, immediately pouncing in front of Linda, who had been restraining it. Linda quickly rolled backward, turning to thrust out a spear. The azure flame tiger demon instantly opened its bloody mouth, clamping down hard on the spear tip. A faint blue flame flickered from its jaws as the azure flame tiger attempted to scorch and melt the black spear. Linda was anxious. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't pull the spear from its mouth. If the weapon was destroyed, what would Linda use to fight the ferocious beast next? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Emo-chen dashed toward Linda, pulling him away with a swift motion, silently reciting, reset attributes, max out strength. Beep beep, attribute reset complete. Emo-chen gripped the spear tightly, yanking it back with his right hand, muscles tensed. A sound of air being sliced through echoed. Emo-chan's right hand stabbed fiercely into the left shoulder of the azure flame tiger demon. A chunk of tiger flesh was brutally gouged out. The azure flame tiger bared its teeth, instantly opening its mouth wide. Seizing the opportunity, Emo-chen quickly pulled out the black spear and tossed it to Linda behind him, then reset his attributes again, retreating to a safe position. Emo-chen gazed at the bluish-black shin-tied claw cover, whispering to himself. Although the corrosion bacteria can withstand high temperatures, if it encounters such a fierce flame, it would surely perish. The azure flame tiger roared, each breath releasing a tongue of blue flame. The wounds on its face and left shoulder throbbed painfully. It felt as if something terrifying had burrowed into its body, gnawing at its blood and flesh. It opened its bloody maw once more. The azure flames coalesced. The azure flame tiger could not defeat the human before it. This was its final flame bullet. Be careful! Everyone scatter! Zhao Tianyi shouted to the others. The spiritual energy gathering in its mouth for the flame bullet is thicker than before. With that, Su Mulhong and Linda immediately dodged. However, Emo-chen stood defiantly within the attack range of the flame bullet, hands on his hips. Emo-chan, what are you doing? Get out of the way! Su Mulhong shouted anxiously. Do you want to block it? That's impossible. There's no need for that. Emo-chen waved his hand, speaking coldly. I just won't let it spit it out, right? With that, Emo-chen slowly extended his right hand in front of him. The bluish-black shin-tied claw emitted a faint killing intent. Emo-chen tilted his head back, and with a squeeze of his right claw, the corrosion bacteria seemed to receive a command, instantly accelerating to devour the azure flame tiger demon's blood and flesh. The azure flames in the tiger's mouth suddenly dissipated, and it spat out a large pool of blood. It was as if Emo-chen had pierced through the azure flame tiger's skin and directly gouged out its heart. Su Mulhong's eyes widened in shock. What's happening? Why is it suddenly coughing up blood? Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow. Is this Emo-chen's ability? What kind of ferocious beast has he contracted that is invisible and intangible? What are you standing there for? It's a great opportunity. Linda leaped high, using all his strength to throw a powerful spear at the azure flame tiger. Breaking wind spear. A loud metallic clash echoed, and Emo-chan swiftly retreated, instinctively grabbing the flying black spear behind him. The spear tip was aimed directly at the battered azure flame tiger, emanating a chilling aura. The tiger looked at the scene before it, momentarily at a loss. But the killing intent radiating from Emo-chan reminded the azure flame tiger of the instinctive fear ingrained in its genes. Escape! The azure flame tiger turned and stumbled away in a panic. Emo-chan! What are you doing? Linda roared. You just let the azure flame tiger escape. That's 20 points. I know. Emo-chan threw the spear back to Linda and explained, I left it away out to gather the Qingyan tigers, so we can catch them all at once. Ha ha ha. Su Muhong scoffed disdainfully. Emo-chan? Don't you know that the Qingyan tiger is a solitary beast? How could they possibly gather? You're joking. Suddenly, a piercing howl interrupted Su Muhong. The fleeing Qingyan tiger wailed continuously, as if sounding a tragically mournful horn. Without pause, in an instant, the entire danger zone deep within the ruins echoed with earth-shattering tiger roars. Everyone looked up in shock, their expressions filled with fear as they scanned the remnants of the ruins. The sounds seemed to surround them. They feared that in the next moment, they would be engulfed by flames from somewhere. Su Muhong, her face pale, asked, Why? Why would solitary beasts? To this, Emo-chan merely smiled faintly. Generally speaking, this group of Qingyan tigers was indeed not united. However, Emo-chan's corrosive bacteria continuously gnawed at their flesh, causing the Qingyan tigers to emit agonizing cries. It was this painful wailing that would attract their kind. Emo-chan looked at Su Muhong and said calmly, a group of solitary beasts, suddenly thrown into an unfamiliar place, will look out for each other. They will first deal with external enemies, and then resolve internal conflicts to determine territory, just like humans. How could I not know that? That's why I told you to read more. Although Emo-chan hadn't participated in the martial arts exam before his rebirth, he was very attentive to the exam questions, and he had memorized the characteristics of the Qingyan tiger. Su Muhong secretly admired him. Emo-chan's figure seemed a bit more reliable now. Zhao Tian's expression darkened, still slightly concerned as he said, One Qingyan tiger is already so tricky, if they come in groups, what chance do we have? I will never be someone without a chance, Emo-chan replied calmly, as if he could easily slaughter a pack of tigers. Everyone vaguely sensed that he wasn't joking. Emo-chan changed the subject, all you need to do is trust me, Zhao Tian, it's time to use your abilities to locate the beasts. Okay. Zhao Tian no longer hesitated, he trusted Emo-chan immensely. He suddenly closed his eyes, and after a long while, 2 drops of icy sweat slid down his forehead. In his vision, the depths of the ruins were filled with countless blue glowing points. Each point of light resembled a terrifying blood-red eye suddenly opening in a dark, quiet forest, quite chilling. And in the distance right in front of Zhao Tian, there was a large cluster of red light. He speculated that it was the final beast for this martial arts exam, the 15th level Wind Thunder Elephant worth 100 points. Zhao Tian slowly opened his eyes, his expression tense. The tiger pack is converging towards the northeast, and the Wind Thunder Elephant is right in front of us. Emo-chan secretly laughed. This was a significant piece of information. The group fell silent, following the sticky blood trail left by the Qingyan tigers, quickening their pace. After a while, the blood trail disappeared. Perhaps it was due to the presence of the menacing Emo-chan. The journey was unusually quiet, with no low-level beasts daring to disturb the 4 of them. Emo-chan and his companions smoothly arrived at an open area that resembled a square ruin. The massive Qingyan tiger lay lifeless in the center of the square, its body severed. Qian Tianbai stood atop the corpse, wielding the black Sha sword, his white hair exuding an air of arrogance. Emo-chan focused his gaze and saw Gao Xinlan, Hong Jiashan, and Tang Yinling standing behind Qian Tianbai. Tang Yinling glanced at Emo-chan, but the moment their eyes met, she shifted her gaze elsewhere. Emo-chan was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that the 4 of them would actually form a group. Zhao Tianyi looked at this scene, his anger boiling over. The Qingyan tiger he had worked so hard to injure was actually picked up so easily by him. He raised his black sword and asked Shin Tianbai, this is the ferocious beast our group injured. What do you mean by this? Zhao Tianyi's tone was very gentle, but it did not lack authority. However, Shin Tianbai's attention was not on Zhao Tianyi at this moment. His slightly mocking gaze passed through Zhao Tianyi and fixated on Emo-chan behind the crowd. Shin Tianbai tilted his head and taunted, Oh, didn't you say you wouldn't team up with deadweight? Why the inconsistency in words and actions? Hong Jiashan sneered, without Zhao Tianyi and the others, you would have probably died in the beast tide long ago. The 2 laughed out loud. Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling remained silent, but their eyes held a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Emo-chan slowly stepped forward. He crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze equally mocking, exuding a strange aura. Which dog I saw me teaming up with them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi and his group were stunned in place. Sumo Hong quickly stepped forward and grabbed Mo Chen, questioning, Mo Chen, what do you mean by that? Mo Chen did not respond, merely extending that black iron hand directly towards Sumo Hong's upright chest. Sumo Hong's face turned bright red. Mo Chen, what are you doing? Crack, suddenly, a crisp sound came from her chest. The scoring device between Sumo Hong's breasts was easily removed by Mo Chen with one hand. The faces of Zhao Tianyi and Linda turned pale in an instant. Mo Chen took off his own scoring device and exchanged it with Sumo Hong's. Meanwhile, the drone hovering above Mo Chen slowly moved back to Sumo Hong's position, returning the item to its rightful owner. Everyone suddenly understood. When Mo Chen saved Sumo Hong and covered her chest tightly, he had already swapped their scoring devices. And Sumo Hong's scoring device had been bound to Zhao Tianyi's scoring device. That was how Mo Chen managed to deceive Zhao Tianyi. Mo Chen coldly said, "You don't really think I would let go of past grievances and team up with you, do you?" For the past 3 years, Mo Chen had been ridiculed and humiliated by everyone. It was only because his ability was the coveted S rank, while his vitality was only 3 cards. An innocent man suffers for having a precious gem. Mo Chen addressed everyone present again. "I said before, you bunch of sycophantic wastes will only hold me back. And I will not team up with wastes." After Mo Chen finished speaking, everyone was extremely angry. Zhao Tianyi, in particular, changed from his usual gentle demeanor, his face turning red with rage, veins bulging. He had been used by Mo Chen, revealing the locations of all the ferocious beasts, only to be ruthlessly abandoned. Anger clouded Zhao Tianyi's mind. He no longer cared about whether he was breaking the rules. There was only one thing he wanted to do now: get Mo Chen. Zhao Tianyi's blood surged, exuding an oppressive aura. Xian Tianbai sneered coldly beside him. "Heh, now there's a good show to watch." Zhao Tianyi held his sword in one hand, his fingers forming a sword seal, gathering spiritual power at his fingertips, emitting a faint blue light. Zhao Tianyi murmured, "Combat skill. Cold brew sword." His sword finger slowly brushed over the sword body, flashing with sharp cold light. In an instant, Zhao Tianyi's eyes glowed red as he flashed in front of Mo Chen, raising the black sword that radiated cold light and thrusting it towards Mo Chen. In this critical moment, time seemed to slow down. Beep beep beep. Warning. Candidate, Zhao Tianyi, please stop the attack immediately. The drone above Zhao Tianyi's head kept flashing red light, continuously broadcasting warnings without pause. Mo Chen's gaze was indifferent. He didn't take Zhao Tianyi's ridiculous actions to heart at all. He looked at the sword's edge, his mind stirring. System, reset attributes, balance strength and speed. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sound rang in everyone's ears. Mo Chen turned his left hand away, while his right hand gently pinched the black sword that was thrusting towards him with 2 fingers. Mo Chen's expression was calm, but his eyes revealed a chilling intent. In his eyes, there was a ruthlessness that did not belong to his age. The thick killing intent immediately brought Zhao Tianyi back to his senses, and his flushed face quickly turned pale. Everyone was dumbfounded. Tang Yinling's tense nerves, which had intended to use her abilities to resist the attack, relaxed and drooped down. Although she had long since drawn a line with Mo Chen, she did not wish to see such a scene. Mo Chen tilted his head and looked at Zhao Tianyi, mockingly asking, "So, are you calm now?" Zhao Tianyi stood there, holding the black sword, dazed. His eyes were filled with a clear bewilderment. Mo Chen released his fingers and whispered with his back turned, "Take your team and get lost, waste." Zhao Tianyi still did not speak. He knew that Mo Chen could single-handedly kill the 3 of them. He simply turned around with the black sword on his back, seemingly having lost all fighting spirit, leading Sumo Hong and Linda away. Sumo Hong looked back with tears in her eyes, glaring fiercely at Mo Chen, murmuring, "Mo Chen, just you wait, I won't let you go. I'll be waiting." The figures of the 3 slowly disappeared. Xian Tianbai was so shocked that his mouth gaped open, slowly trembling. What is Zhao Tianyi's blood value? Hong Jiashan looked at Mo Chen's back as if he had seen a plague god. Well, it seems to be over 160. Xian Tianbai's brain seemed unable to accept the reality, starting to throb faintly. He covered his head and gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is really unbelievable. To block Zhao Tianyi's combat skills with just 2 fingers. Tang Yinling, why has Mo Chen become so powerful? Tang Yinling shook her head. I don't know, not familiar. What she said was true. The incredibly weak Mo Chen in her eyes had long since disappeared without a trace, and the Mo Chen standing here now felt so unfamiliar. Alone, Mo Chen slowly turned back and disdainfully said to Qian Tianbai and the others, "Are you all so engrossed in the show? Why aren't you leaving?" "Leave? Ha ha ha, Hong Jiashan stepped forward, swinging his wolf-toothed club, sneering, "Don't think just because you've made progress in martial arts, you can look down on others." Emo-chan shook his head, feeling quite speechless. Over the years, they had bullied him a lot, relying on their high blood values. It was truly double standards. Emo-chan didn't want to argue with them too much, simply saying, "Take a look at the surroundings before deciding whether to leave." Xian Tianbai hoisted the black long sword, calm and composed. "Don't scare me, what else could be around?" Everyone looked around, a strong sense of unease surging in their hearts. Their gazes swept across the desolate square, and amidst the ruins, they could vaguely see some figures lurking within. When they focused their eyes, they couldn't help but gasp. Those figures turned out to be huge Qingyan tigers. Cold sweat dripped down Gao Xinlan's forehead as she trembled. This is way too many, right? There must be nearly 40 of them. Xian Tianbai. "We can't fight, let's go," Emo-chan said. "Hurry up, don't disturb me." The blue flame tigers stared intently at the crowd in the square, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. They exuded a chilling aura. Everyone could feel the immense pressure, as if being gazed upon by the eyes of death, instilling fear in their hearts. Yet, Emo-chan remained calm and unperturbed. In Xian Tianbai's eyes, he seemed to regard life and death with indifference. He incredulously widened his eyes and asked, "Emo-chan, are you crazy? Do you really intend to take on this group of blue flame tigers all by yourself?" In response, Emo-chan simply nonchalantly cracked his fingers. The crisp sound of metal scraping echoed. Emo-chan revealed his pitch-black Xian Chao claws and confidently strode to the center of the square, fully exposing himself. Bang! Accompanied by heavy thuds, several grayish, burly figures immediately leaped onto the square. The blue flame tigers bared their bloody mouths, pacing back and forth, glaring at Emo-chan with murderous intent. Changnan watched the live broadcast screen, terrified, and said, He can't be serious, can he?" Even Wei Wenliang, who had always trusted Emo-chan, felt a chill run down his spine. To fight against this group of tigers, one against many, you'd need at least 900 calories of vitality, and all three attribute values should be around 300. Changnan swallowed hard, exclaiming, "That's a vitality level of 900 calories. The peak level of a zero-stage warrior." They had no idea. With the trick of attribute reset, Emo-chan could indeed barely reach the warrior level of 900 calories. Emo-chan's chances of winning were never zero. The spectators in Nanzhou City had never witnessed such a shocking scene. Just seeing this dense mass of tigers was enough to scare them out of their wits, let alone facing them one-on-one. In the face of such a terrifying scene, Hong Jiashan's face turned pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. Team leader, what are you waiting for? Run! Damn it! Xian Tianbai furrowed his brows, looking at Emo-chan's calm and confident back with gritted teeth. He felt deeply dissatisfied. He couldn't accept that this useless Emo-chan could easily surpass him, the so-called genius. It had always been him that everyone had high hopes for, and he had worked harder, so what did it mean for Emo-chan to suddenly appear out of nowhere? Xian Tianbai drew his long sword and abruptly turned to walk toward the center of the square. Damn it! I can't hold back any longer. If this useless S-class ability user dares to challenge this tiger group, why can't the four of us do it? The crowd fell silent. Tang Yinling looked at Emo-chan's back, no longer pondering, her brows furrowed slightly as she immediately cracked her whip and followed Xian Tianbai. Then came Gao Xinlan. What the hell? What do you mean by whether you submit or not, and yet you rush in? Hong Jiashan stared blankly at the backs of the crowd. He sighed deeply and silently followed their footsteps. After all, he couldn't score points alone. Hong Jiashan thought to himself, anyway, I can't do much, just go with the flow. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind Xian Tianbai. He reacted immediately, conjuring two black swords out of thin air, and quickly turned to look. He saw Hong Jiashan lying in a pool of blood. Next to Hong Jiashan lay a blue flame tiger, leisurely licking the blood off its claws. It seemed that Hong Jiashan had been ambushed. Cold sweat trickled down Gao Xinlan's delicate face as she urgently shouted at Hong Jiashan. But he did not respond, still curled up quietly in the pool of blood. Xian Tianbai gritted his teeth and immediately shot the black flying sword hovering in the air with a whoosh. The flying sword roared like thunder, cutting through the air like a flash of lightning. The blue flame tiger immediately turned its body. Just as he intended to leap back to dodge the swiftly approaching flying sword, he realized that his limbs were entangled by something. Looking down, he was shocked to see shimmering silver vines. At that moment, Tang Yinling's eyes sparkled as she used her ability, Silver Vines, to tightly bind the limbs of the Qingyan tiger. The Qingyan tiger, unable to evade, was pierced by the flying sword with a thud, spraying warm blood. Seizing the opportunity, everyone rushed forward to quickly carry Hong Jiashan away. Looking at Hong Jiashan's pale face, Tang Yinling slowly said, "Take him back to the safe zone." His injuries are too severe. Qian Tianbai frowned, no longer pondering. He pressed down heavily on the scoring device on Hong Jiashan's chest. A cold announcement followed: candidate, Hong Jiashan, has withdrawn from the exam. Results pending. In an instant, Hong Jiashan was enveloped by the spiritual power shield emitted by the scoring device, and 3 seconds later, he was transported back to the safe zone. Subsequently, Qian Tianbai slowly stood up. Drawing out his black sword, he charged towards the Qingyan tiger. Watching this brutal scene, Emochan shook his head, feeling quite helpless. Sigh, humans and their physical conditions are different, one cannot generalize. Let them go, but they just won't. Emochan spread his pitch-black claws. He stepped into the dense crowd of tigers. Behind him, the sounds of fierce and chaotic fighting erupted, yet Emochan remained calm. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that by deliberately provoking them, they would actually stay. Emochan knew that this group of self-important geniuses would be quite displeased to see a waste with a mere 3-card vitality value daring to challenge the tiger pack. He didn't know about others, but Qian Tianbai would definitely stay to challenge together. As a martial arts genius with an S-level ability, his live streaming channel was not short of renowned teachers from various universities. There were even martial arts scouts from the 3 great schools. But now, the one stealing the spotlight in Qian Tianbai's livestream was Emochan, who was regarded as a martial arts waste. Just as he expected, Emochan lowered his head, revealing a rather sinister smile. The Qingyan tiger pack felt an inexplicable fear towards this human, whose spiritual power was thin yet approached fearlessly. Emochan raised his head. A faint aura of spiritual power slowly spread from him, like a drop of ink falling into clear water. It tainted the entire square ruins. Emochan reset his attributes, maxing out his speed. He stomped down hard, his leg muscles instantly tensing. With just a slight movement, he flashed in front of the tiger pack like a sweeping black wind. Battle technique. Shadow Claw. A fierce claw wind, sharp as a meat grinder, swept in. The high-level Qingyan tiger, faster than Emochan, nimbly dodged this attack, only sustaining minor scratches on its fur. The lower-level Qingyan tigers, however, were more severely injured, slightly delaying their movements. At this moment, Emochan's power value was 0, so the damage from this claw wind was naturally low. It could only cause minor scratches. But even a slight scratch was enough. The corrosive fungus could already invade their bodies. Seeing this, Emochan quickly stepped forward and clawed at the face of a Qingyan tiger. He leaned back to evade another Qingyan tiger's sweeping claw, then kicked its nose, flipping over. He retreated back to a safe position. After this encounter, Emochan understood the troublesome nature of the Qingyan tigers. He wiped his sweat and frowned, saying, These Qingyan tigers are not like the iron-toothed wolves. The high-level ones are indeed hard to kill. Without 300 points of power, the damage Emochan could inflict was minimal. But he dared not reset his attributes. If his speed suddenly dropped, the Qingyan tiger's flames would show no mercy. I can only rely on the corrosive fungus to attack now. After thinking this through, Emochan immediately raised both hands and squeezed with force into thin air. The group of azure flame tigers infected by the corrosion fungus suddenly felt a piercing pain all over their bodies, as if millions of bullet ants were gnawing at them. Several azure flame tigers' pupils shrank sharply, feeling as if the world was spinning. They staggered and struggled to hold on, but ultimately could not withstand the rapid gnawing of the corrosion fungus, and finally collapsed onto the ground. Their blood-red pupils slowly filled with a deep blue, even their whites turned a striking azure. Under the infection of the corrosion fungus, in less than half a minute, Emochan had killed 3 low-level azure flame tigers. Beep beep. Detected ferocious beasts ×3, azure flame tiger, have been killed. Emochan, score increased by 60 points. The announcement echoed like thunder in Qian Tianbai's ears. He halted his assault, abruptly turned around, and stared with wide eyes at Emochan standing among the tiger group. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but slowly closed it again. Qian Tianbai secretly sighed. How is this possible? To kill 3 azure flame tigers in less than half a minute, what terrifying strength! Since the moment he rescued Hong Jiashan, Qian Tianbai had launched an attack on the azure flame tiger with Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling. The combined vitality of the 3 warriors was around 550 calories, yet they struggled immensely. It took them over a minute to slay 1 azure flame tiger. Qian Tianbai was furious. He cursed inwardly, Emochan, huh? If you can do it, so can I. He pressed his palms together forcefully, and spiritual energy surged out from his body. The spiritual energy floated in the air, instantly transforming into 18 dark iron swords gleaming with black light. Seeing Qian Tianbai activate his ability, Tang Yinling immediately reacted. She clapped her palms against the ground, her eyes shining, and in an instant summoned silver vines that surged like tidal waves. These silver vines immediately engulfed several azure flame tigers, rendering them immobile. The azure flame tigers sensed danger. A ball of emerald flame quickly formed in their mouths. At that moment, a chill slowly emanated from Gao Xinlan's delicate pink lips, surrounding the three azure flame tigers. With a crisp sound, the massive jaws of the azure flame tiger were frozen, even the flames extinguished by the bone-chilling cold. Beast! Die! Qian Tianbai shouted angrily, his hands moving like swirling fallen leaves, smoothly launching all 18 dark swords. The dark swords sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind. These 18 dark swords, like a chain of lightning, pierced one azure flame tiger and then twisted in the air in a strange manner. They pierced through two more azure flame tigers. The flying swords transformed back into spiritual energy and returned to Qian Tianbai's body. He gasped for breath, blood staining his white hair crimson, wiped the blood from his face, and encouraged himself, 3 azure flame tigers. Their endurance isn't high enough, we need to push harder. Beep beep. An announcement interrupted Qian Tianbai's self-talk. The drone reported, detected ferocious beasts ×4, azure flame tiger, have been killed, Emochen, score increased by 80 points. Qian Tianbai and his group slowly turned their heads. They looked at Emochen, who stood atop a mountain of azure flame tiger corpses, as if gazing at a monster. At this moment, Emochen was drenched in sweat. His black battlesuit was already torn in several places, and the corrosion fungus had spread all over his body, shimmering with blue light under the sunlight, exuding a murderous aura. Tang Yinling gazed at Emochen's proud figure and finally had an epiphany, understanding one thing. Warriors and their physical constitutions are different and cannot be generalized. Ding ding ding. The phone on the black desk emitted a piercing ringtone. A handsome man with slick back hair, who had been napping in his chair, was awakened by the noise. His face showed no trace of anger as he unbuttoned his collar and answered the phone. Hello? Who is this? Director Deng. You have to check out the martial arts exam livestream I sent you. I've discovered a once-in-a-lifetime genius. We must secure him. The excited words from the other end of the line made Deng Feng's drowsiness fade away. He opened his bleary eyes, put on his glasses, and quickly turned on his computer. Jiangnan Province, Nanzhou City Martial Arts Exam. Qian Tianbai. Looking at the link displayed on the computer, Deng Feng frowned and questioned the voice on the phone. Didn't I say before? I've noticed this martial artist, although his strength is quite good, he really isn't suitable for our academy. He shook his head inside. With such a powerful S-class ability, how could he possibly come to our martial arts academy? Moreover, Qian Tianbai couldn't be considered a once-in-a-lifetime talent, not worth the martial arts academy expending too much effort to secure. Hearing this, the voice on the other end hurriedly interrupted. No. Director Deng, you misunderstood, it's not Qian Tianbai. It's another martial artist in the frame, 5 times stronger than Qian Tianbai. Oh? Deng Feng, skeptical, slowly moved the mouse and clicked on the link. As the admissions director of the Martial Arts Academy, Deng Feng was naturally well aware of the best martial arts candidates in every province and city. In Nanzhou City, there were a total of 3 students with S-class abilities. The strongest was Qian Tianbai from Nanzhou No. 1 High School, while the second and third places were both from Nanzhou No. 2 High School. Qian Tianbai's vitality value was already outstanding in Nanzhou City. There was no way Deng Feng wouldn't have information on any martial artist stronger than him. As the live stream buffered, 3 familiar figures appeared on the screen, and Deng Feng immediately focused intently. The white-haired candidate at the forefront was, of course, Qian Tianbai. The 2 girls beside him were Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling. Are you serious? I know those 2 girls, their abilities haven't even reached A-class, and their vitality values are below 190 points. Are you joking? Deng Feng felt like he was being played by the martial arts scout and angrily said, how could they possibly be better than? Before he could finish, a 4th figure appeared on the screen, wearing claw-like gloves. In an instant, Deng Feng noticed the peril the candidate was facing. Compared to the teamed-up Qian Tianbai, he dared to face a dense pack of Qingyan tigers all by himself. And beside him lay a dozen or so Qingyan tiger corpses. The candidate charged into the tiger pack like a thunderbolt, unleashing a massacre. Watching this martial arts candidate move with lightning speed while maintaining graceful combat techniques, Deng Feng's eyes widened in amazement. He never expected there could be someone with such superb physical skills among the candidates. Deng Feng excitedly asked, what incredible speed! Who is this candidate? How come I don't remember him? His voice nearly deafened the martial arts scout. If you knew who this kid was, that would be strange, because this kid isn't even from the martial arts class. Upon hearing this news, Deng Feng was taken aback. He cursed furiously, damn it, is Nanzhou No. 1 High School filled with idiots? How could they let such a genius into the liberal arts class? It's a complete waste. He then shifted his tone and asked, "What is this kid's ability?" "It's an S-class ability, the Beast Tamer, capable of forming contracts with ferocious beasts." "What?" Deng Feng was shocked again. The moment he heard this news, he cursed the entire leadership of Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Looking at the figure in the live stream, he was so angry that his lips trembled. He silently thought, "Damn it, how can Nanzhou No. 1 High School have an S-rank ability user? Do they look down on us at the Martial Arts Academy?" Deng Feng took a deep breath and said resentfully, "Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Forget it, what's this kid's name?" "His name is Mo Chen. I've sent the remaining background information, but you need to pay attention to." Deng Feng immediately switched the live stream channel to Mo Chen's broadcast and asked, "Pay attention to what?" A faint voice came from the other end of the phone. "His blood energy value is only 3 cards. A low blood energy value isn't a big deal, 3 cards can still." "Wait, how many cards did you say?" Deng Feng asked again, feeling as if he hadn't heard clearly. He looked at the information sent by the martial investigator, his eyes slowly widening, and his mouth fell open in shock. "Is it really 3 cards?" Deng Feng slumped back in his chair. At that moment, he understood why Nanzhou No. 1 High School had kept Mo Chen hidden. His first instinct was to suspect that Mo Chen had used banned substances. However, the battle suits used in the martial exam had a detection system. Any martial artist who injected banned substances would have an abnormal heart rate immediately identified by the suit's detection system. The martial investigator excitedly said, "So this is the most peculiar part. At the beginning of this semester, the school tested Mo Chen's blood energy value, and it was still 3 cards. But his performance in the martial exam looks nothing like a waste with only 3 cards of blood energy. His strength has already crushed his peers." Listening to the martial investigator's words, Deng Feng crossed his arms and rested his chin on his hands, deep in thought. Mo Chen's performance was outstanding in his eyes. From his perspective, Mo Chen's blood energy value could not possibly be 3 cards. His strength, speed, and endurance far exceeded that of his peers. Moreover, his ability to inexplicably cause fierce beasts to die only made Deng Feng more curious about what kind of fierce beast Mo Chen had contracted. He wondered to himself, could it be some kind of special physique? After pondering for a moment, Deng Feng slowly spoke, "You've worked hard. There's still an hour until the martial exam ends. I need to head to Jiangnan. Director Deng, are you going in person?" Deng Feng immediately stood up, his eyes filled with eagerness as he said, "Such a rare martial arts genius, people are fighting to get him." After saying that, Deng Feng hung up the phone and quickly walked out the door. At this moment, deep in the ruins of the exam site, Mo Chen, who had already lost his mind in the slaughter, had turned the place into a stinking mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Other candidates rushed in one after another, killing the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled tigers. The Qingyan tigers suffered countless casualties and, unable to withstand the overwhelming numbers, had already fled. In the recent battle, Mo Chen had allocated all his attributes to speed in order to dodge the Qingyan tigers' rapid attacks. This caused him to overexert himself. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. Qian Tianbai, Gao Xinlan, and Tang Yinling were also exhausted, having fought desperately to kill 12 Qingyan tigers. As for Mo Chen, they couldn't even count how many he had killed with both hands. Their efficiency in slaying fierce beasts was already quite good among their peers. But compared to Mo Chen, they were simply not worthy. Qian Tianbai gasped for breath and asked Tang Yinling again, "What kind of fierce beast did Mo Chen contract? It seems invisible and intangible, and it looks like it carries toxins." Tang Yinling wiped the sweat from her brow, unsure of what to say. How could they possibly know that the fierce beast Mo Chen contracted was bacteria? Gao Xinlan looked around. A large group of warriors had gathered in the ruins of the square, looking at Qian Tianbai and his companions with worshipful eyes. In order to maintain her elegant image, Gao Xinlan forced herself to slowly stand up, but she immediately slumped back down. After resetting his attributes, Mo Chen had already recovered his stamina and stood up as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Gao Xinlan couldn't stop chattering. This Mo Chen is like a monster. Every time he looks about to collapse, after throwing up, he just runs and jumps. How high must his endurance be? This battle had opened the eyes of Qian Tianbai and his group. It was simply unbelievable. No wonder he's the martial arts genius Qian Tianbai. A group of 3 was able to slaughter this group of Qingyan tigers. Yeah. It's just too strong. Suddenly, several voices in the crowd began to flatter. Qian Tianbai's sweaty face darkened instantly because he hadn't been the one to slay the Qingyan tigers at all. The late arriving warriors seemed unaware of this fact. They even turned their attention to Mo Chen standing nearby. Look at this Mo Chen, he's just useless. Not a drop of sweat, able to run and jump. Looks like he's been slacking off. I don't think so. I really believe it was Emo-chan who killed them. At this moment, Emo-chan was happily standing on top of the pile of Qingyan tiger corpses, looking down at Qian Tianbai with a teasing expression. He said nothing, but that extremely sarcastic face made Qian Tianbai feel as if he had said everything. Qian Tianbai's face flushed with shame. He knew that if this group of flatterers found out that Emo-chan had taken first place at the end of the martial arts exam, they would surely tear him apart. Listening to the sycophantic praise around him, he trembled with anger, gritting his teeth and gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Shut the hell up! With a roar, everyone fell silent. Qian Tianbai pointed his sword angrily at Emo-chan, shouting to the crowd, "It wasn't me who slaughtered the tiger group. It was Emo-chan." This furious declaration was like a thunderclap on a calm lake, sending ripples in all directions. The crowd looked at Emo-chan in confusion. Suddenly, discussions erupted. Only then did they understand why Emo-chan was standing atop the mountain of tiger corpses. Although Qian Tianbai had admitted it, the crowd still didn't believe that Emo-chan had slain the Qingyan tigers. After all, Qian Tianbai's group was panting and exhausted, while Emo-chan had merely thrown up and then bounced back to life. Moreover, he was just a waste with only 3 points of vitality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Watching Qian Tianbai's exasperated expression, Emo-chan felt quite satisfied. He dusted off his battle gear and muttered to himself, "If something is impressive, it's definitely more impressive when it comes from someone else's mouth." With that, Emo-chan jumped down from the pile of corpses. He walked deeper into the ruins, his next target being the level 15 ferocious beast, Wine Thunder Elephant. Wei Wenlian leaned back in his soft chair, watching Emo-chan walk confidently ahead, beaming with joy. It looks like Emo-chan is preparing to challenge the Wine Thunder Elephant, all by himself. At this moment, Chang Nan cheerfully walked into the bus. The excitement and thrill on his face were impossible to hide. He stepped forward, patted Wei Wenliang on the back, and said excitedly, "Just now, the directors of the admissions offices from the 3 major schools called me, and they're coming to Nanzhou in person after the exam." Wei Wenliang shook his cigarette. This was expected. After all, the topic of Emo-chan was rapidly gaining traction on the martial artist forum. The admissions offices of the 3 major schools, as well as martial arts scouts from all over the country, could not have missed it. Emo-chan's emergence was truly astonishing. Of course, if a genius like this goes unnoticed by a martial investigator, then what is the point of being a martial investigator? Wei Wenliang said with a calm expression, killing 38 Qingyan tigers. Emo-chan is indeed a once-in-a-century talent. Upon hearing this, Chang Nan's expression changed. He stammered, "Wait, how many? 38 Qingyan tigers?" Just moments ago, he had only stepped out to take a call from the 3 major schools. And in that time, Emo-chan had already slain 38 Qingyan tigers, achieving an astonishing score of 760. Adding to that the more than 70 iron-toothed wolves he had previously killed, his total score had reached over 900. Such terrifying scores were usually only seen in groups. The highest score record for the martial examination in Jiangnan province was set 50 years ago by the peak 9th-tier martial artist, Wu Jizuan, with a score of 1030. There was less than an hour left until the martial examination ended. Emo-chan still had room to improve. If he could successfully break this record that had been sealed for 50 years, it would truly be unprecedented, possibly never to be repeated. Chang Nan felt immense pressure at this moment. But deep down, he was filled with indescribable excitement and joy. He sat down heavily, exclaiming, "A talent comparable to Wu Jizuan actually appeared in our school." Wei Wenliang murmured, "In the past 50 years, no candidate has come close to this record. Emo-chan is the first. He is even about to break this record." Chang Nan's expression darkened. Moreover, Emo-chan is a 0-tier level 0 martial artist, while Wu Jizuan set the record at 0-tier level 5. The two of them racked their brains but couldn't figure out why Emo-chan, with only 3 cards of vitality, could defeat so many candidates. Could it be a contracted beast? Chang Nan's question awakened Wei Wenliang from his thoughts. He carefully recalled Emo-chan's several fierce battles during the martial examination, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, cold sweat pouring down. He took a puff of smoke and said calmly, "The ferocious beast contracted by Emo-chan is invisible to the naked eye and possesses toxicity and strong infectiousness. It's simply like a plague." Upon hearing this, Chang Nan was taken aback, then slowly turned his head, as if he understood what Emo-chan had contracted. At this moment, Emo-chan was running down the main road in Qingni City, relying on the information he had obtained from Zhao Tianyi. Abandoned high-rise buildings lined both sides of the road, and many low-level ferocious beasts had emerged. Along the way, Emo-chan had slain numerous beasts. His score had reached 932 points. Emo-chan looked at the score counter and pondered, "The score has reached 932 points, as long as I successfully kill the Wind Thunder Elephant, I can break the score record for the Jiangnan Province Martial Examination. But there was little time left. Killing the Wind Thunder Elephant was not that simple. After all, the Wind Thunder Elephant was a level 15 ferocious beast with a vitality of 1,500 cards, and Emo-chan currently only had 13 cards, with attribute points totaling 312. Even if he maxed out his strength to 300 points, he might only be able to scratch the surface of the Wind Thunder Elephant. Emo-chan clearly remembered that the Wind Thunder Elephant's endurance and strength both reached 700 points. Its only weakness was its speed. Emo-chan thought to himself, I need to make good use of the Wind Thunder Elephant's weakness and find an opportunity to infect it with my corrosive bacteria. After saying this, he looked at the dwindling time and quickened his pace. As Emo-chan got closer to his destination, the terrifying pressure that made his hair stand on end became more pronounced, slowly creeping up his spine. The ground trembled slightly, and dust flew everywhere. He could feel that the Wind Thunder Elephant was just around the corner. Suddenly, Emo-chan stopped, controlled his breathing, and quickly hid inside an abandoned building at the corner. He cautiously leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window on the first floor, observing intently. Bang! A gray elephant's foot, as solid as a stone pillar in front of an ancient Greek temple, stomped heavily right in front of Emo-chan. The immense impact shattered the window instantly, sending dust flying everywhere. Even Emo-chan was knocked back. He twisted and turned in the air, skillfully adjusting his posture to absorb most of the shock. However, even with the force mitigated, Emo-chan still crashed heavily onto the floor, gasping for breath. The thunderstorm elephant seemed to have heard something. It halted its other foot mid-air, standing dazedly in front of the window. Emo-chan raised the dust in front of him. Looking at the two massive jade-like feet, he muttered to himself, damn, this thunderstorm elephant is almost 3 stories high. These black feet had an extremely thick layer of keratin. Even if Emo-chan maxed out his strength, he wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. I need to go to the 3rd floor and see if I can make a cut on its face or directly touch its eyes. With that, Emo-chan tiptoed quietly up to the 2nd floor. He moved slowly along the wall, his heart racing. Emo-chan could clearly sense that the overwhelming pressure filled with spiritual energy was right behind the wall he was pressed against. At this moment, he was very grateful that his vitality was quite low. If his vitality were as high as Qian Tianbai's, the aura he emitted would have been too strong, and the thunderstorm elephant would have sensed him long ago. Emo-chan arrived next to the floor-to-ceiling window. He adjusted his breathing and secretly encouraged himself, the thunderstorm elephant is right beside me, just peek out and wait for the right moment. With that, Emo-chan slowly poked his head out. A pair of watery, blood-red eyes, like a blood moon, stared emotionlessly at Emo-chan. He was drenched in sweat. Wan la! Emo-chan shouted, a wave of goosebumps rising all over his body. Before the thunderstorm elephant could react, he summoned all his strength and dashed backward. The thunderstorm elephant did not catch the scent of Emo-chan's spiritual energy. Suddenly seeing a warrior's head startled it greatly, and it let out an extremely piercing trumpet. This trumpet echoed through the air, waking up Qian Tianbai and his group, who were still chasing the remaining Qingyan tiger not far away. Qian Tianbai knew that Emo-chan must have disturbed the thunderstorm elephant. He stopped in his tracks, turned to look at the thick smoke in the distance, and exclaimed, I was wondering where Emo-chan ran off to. Turns out he knows the thunderstorm elephant's location. With that, a complex expression appeared on his face. Tang Yinling furrowed her brows, cautiously asking Qian Tianbai, Captain, you don't plan to attack the thunderstorm elephant, do you? Attack? Do you really think I'm Emo-chan? Qian Tianbai replied, speechless, then continued, that thunderstorm elephant is a level 15 ferocious beast. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to approach it. The vitality of most martial exam candidates is around 150 calories. In contrast, the thunderstorm elephant's vitality is 1,500 calories, nearly 10 times higher than that of most candidates. Normal people would never dare to approach it, except for Emo-chan. Gao Xinlan had changed her view of Emo-chan. She muttered to herself, if Emo-chan can successfully slay the thunderstorm elephant. No, I can't believe it. Qian Tianbai raised his sword, looking in the direction of the thunderstorm elephant, saying, whether it gets slain or not, I want to take a look. If you all want to keep racking up points, I can also. Upon hearing this, Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling fell silent. A strong, powerful gray elephant trunk had already reached into the building, sweeping violently toward Emo-chan. Wherever the trunk passed, everything was reduced to dust. Fragments splintered, shattering the frost-covered glass window. Emo-chan made a quick decision and immediately leaped out of the window, landing smoothly from the 2nd floor. Just then, the elephant's trunk smashed through the load-bearing wall, and the building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Looking at the dust cloud, Emo-chan felt a lingering fear. he exclaimed. If I had been a second late, I would have been buried alive. Due to years of neglect, the nearby buildings were affected, collapsing one after another like a row of dominoes. The rising smoke enveloped the area like an overturned pot, covering all buildings within a kilometer, even described as blocking out the sun. Emo-chen covered his mouth and nose, remaining highly alert. In the gray mist, he could see nothing. The heavy thuds echoed, accompanied by a pair of blood-red lights gradually brightening above him, slowly approaching. A sense of pressure, as if locked onto by a monstrous beast, crawled up Emo-chen's spine. He did not panic. The first thing he needed to do was escape this overwhelming dust and fog, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to launch a counterattack. Just as Emo-chen lifted his toes, a powerful gale suddenly swept through the area around the thunderstorm elephant, dispersing the thick smoke. In an instant, the gray sky cleared, and even Emo-chen's breathing became smooth. What a terrifying ability! With that, Emo-chen lowered his hand from his face, taking a stance to confront the enormous thunderstorm elephant before him. The full figure of the thunderstorm elephant was now fully revealed to Emo-chen, standing between 6 to 7 meters tall. Its massive body was a rocky gray, covered in dark gray fine fur, resembling a black beastskin carpet from a distance. Its enormous belly seemed to contain boundless thunder, adorned with dark white lightning patterns, bulging as if it would explode with just one more glance, melting if approached too closely. Its legs were thick and powerful, covered in a hard keratin layer, brimming with muscle. The blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent, were deeply set beneath high brow ridges, and its trunk hung down to the floor, incredibly thick yet as agile as a tentacle. Most terrifying were its massive tusks, forked like deer antlers, with a ghastly pale color resembling bone. If an ordinary person saw this colossal creature, they would surely be scared to death. Yet Emo-chen was completely unafraid, ready to engage in a prolonged standoff with the thunderstorm elephant. Though it was a standoff, in the eyes of the thunderstorm elephant, Emo-chen seemed more like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wei Wenliang watched the screen, his eyes wide. Wow! I didn't expect Emo-chen to be so unafraid of the thunderstorm elephant. This is a ferocious beast I brought in from outside the borders. If he isn't afraid, then my effort was in vain? Changnan sipped his hot tea and said slowly, those who fear ferocious beasts cannot score 900 points. Wei Wenliang slowly stood up, stretching lazily. The first time I stepped outside the borders, I encountered this monster. It scared me half to death. He walked out of the military bus. Changnan hurriedly asked, Old Wei, where are you going? Wei Wenliang passed through layers of guards and said casually, to watch the battle. Changnan understood that Wei Wenliang was worried about Emo-chen's safety. If Emo-chen could slay the thunderstorm elephant, he would be the top scholar of the province. If something went wrong at this time, the higher-ups would surely blame them. Although they couldn't directly intervene in Emo-chen's martial arts examination, it was enough for Wei Wenliang to ensure Emo-chen's safety. The breeze brushed against his face, and Emo-chen was highly focused. Looking at the thunderstorm elephant, which was scrutinizing him, he felt a sense of contempt. Perhaps, in the eyes of the thunderstorm elephant, he was merely a small insect without any spiritual energy. Emo-chen decided to take the initiative. The wind thunder elephant only trembled slightly, and he summoned all his strength, charging towards it. System, attribute reset. Suddenly, Emo-chen's running speed increased dramatically. In just a few seconds, he reached the side of the wind thunder elephant's hoof, fully charged his power, and unleashed a full-force strike with the void claw. Only then did the wind thunder elephant react, hurriedly lifting its foot to stomp down. Emo-chen reset his attributes and continued to output all his strength before the heavy stomp came down, his hands creating a series of black afterimages. Emo-chen immediately leaped back to avoid the stomp. Where the hoof landed, a massive pit was instantly formed, and the shockwave nearly blew Emo-chen away. In several rounds, Emo-chen smoothly dodged the wind thunder elephant's stomps. However, his full-force strike with the void claw, including the subsequent series of claw strikes, didn't even manage to break the elephant's tough skin. That thick layer of keratin indeed absorbed too much damage for the wind thunder elephant. Both remained unscathed. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, Emo-chen quickly retreated, distancing himself from the wind thunder elephant's attack range. As expected, 300 points of power is still too low. To inflict visible injuries on the wind thunder elephant is extremely difficult. I can only target its weak spots, its abdomen or its eyes. With that, Emo-chen fell into deep thought. Attacking the wind thunder elephant's abdomen was a very dangerous move. If the elephant merely pressed down lightly or began to discharge electricity, Emo-chen would instantly be reduced to a puddle of flesh and blood. And touching the wind thunder elephant's eyes was no easy task either. The powerful and agile trunk was the first barrier, the ears that could whip up strong winds were the second, and the bizarre, lightning-producing tusks were an even greater challenge. Not to mention touching it, even getting close was a difficult task. However, there are ways to reach its eyes from a distance. With that, Emo-chan slowly crouched down. His muscles tensed, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. His bones resonated, ringing with a rhythmic clang. His eyes were sharp like an eagle, fixated on those blood-red pupils. The Wind Thunder Elephant sensed a chill and became enraged. Before Emo-chan could act, the Wind Thunder Elephant swung its extremely agile long trunk like a whip towards him. The trunk kicked up a cloud of dust and struck fiercely. Emo-chan countered the attack with a high jump, nimbly dodging the strike while quickly charging towards the Wind Thunder Elephant. Emo-chan was incredibly agile, approaching the Wind Thunder Elephant without a scratch. The Wind Thunder Elephant raised its front limbs and stomped heavily. It closed its eyes tightly and began to flap its large ears, stomping wildly, creating a howling gale. Emo-chan's heart raced. Here it comes. The opportunity has finally arrived. This time, you can't escape. Emo-chan was someone who had been reborn. Before his rebirth, although he hadn't participated in the martial examination, he had memorized the Wind Thunder Elephant's weaknesses. The first weakness: whenever the Wind Thunder Elephant began to use its large ears to whip up a storm, it would close its eyes. And Emo-chan's spiritual energy was minimal, almost non-existent. The Wind Thunder Elephant couldn't rely on perception to determine Emo-chan's position. The moment it opened its eyes would be Emo-chan's best chance. He just needed to wait. Emo-chan made a quick decision, immediately crouching down and digging his claws fiercely into the ground, gripping it tightly. The howling wind roared, and the claws deeply embedded in the floor were dragged, leaving long scratches on the hard surface. This was an extremely dangerous move. If Emo-chan let his guard down for a moment, he could very well die under the massive hoof of the Wind Thunder Elephant. However, every time the hoof came crashing down, Emo-chan would release his grip, allowing himself to be blown out of the stomp's range, while digging his hands into the ground. Finally, the howling wind gradually dissipated, and the Thunder Elephant opened its eyes. Emo-chan's moment had come. What greeted him was a gust of gray gravel mixed with corrosive fungi. The Thunder Elephant was caught off guard. It had thought Emo-chan would be blown away or crushed under its own feet, but he had endured. The Thunder Elephant intended to use its ears to blow away the chilling gravel. However, its speed was simply too low, only 100 points, and its reactions were sluggish. Faced with the flying sand and stones, it simply closed its eyes. But it was too late. A small portion of the gravel still flew into the Thunder Elephant's eyes. A sharp, stabbing pain immediately shot through its left eye. Seizing the opportunity, Emo-chan accelerated. With a swift movement, he arrived at the Thunder Elephant's abdomen, silently chanting in his heart, "System, reset attributes, max out strength." With that, his hands formed into eagle claws, striking with the precision and ferocity of a spear. Emo-chan instantly summoned the corrosive fungi. His hands were enveloped by the azure fungi, which forcefully surged into the Thunder Elephant's body along his arms. This abdomen, unlike the horn-covered elephant feet, was the most sensitive and vulnerable part of the Thunder Elephant. Emo-chan's 300 points of strength couldn't even trim a toenail of the elephant's foot, but it could carve out a bloody gash in the Thunder Elephant's abdomen. A piercing trumpet of pain echoed throughout the ruins, startling a host of birds and beasts. The Thunder Elephant swore to crush the blood-sucking tick beneath it. Emo-chan immediately withdrew his arm. The elephant's blood sprayed out like a showerhead, soaking Emo-chan completely, as if he had taken a warm bath. With a thunderous bang, the Thunder Elephant heavily pressed down. But it felt no sensation of crushing anything beneath it. It slowly stood up, opened its dry, bluish eyes, and realized the empty deep pit below. Emo-chan had dodged. The Thunder Elephant's eyes still throbbed with pain, and its abdomen began to burn. It had underestimated the human before it. This human, with an extremely weak aura, contained deadly poison. Like a bothersome venomous bee, Emo-chan looked at the Thunder Elephant's agonized expression and chuckled inwardly, "Hee hee, now things will be easier." From then on, killing the Thunder Elephant was no longer just talk. Barring any accidents, it would surely die from the gnawing of the corrosive fungi. However, the Thunder Elephant had a high endurance value of 700 points, and its massive, tough body would certainly slow the rate at which the fungi eroded it. Emo-chan could not let his guard down before the corrosive fungi had consumed its internal organs. ZZ! A sound of electricity crackling pulled Emo-chan out of his thoughts. He looked up, frowning. The Thunder Elephant stood directly in front of him, its body covered in bright white lightning that flickered continuously, rapidly gathering towards its antler-like tusks. The lightning was agitated. At the tips of its tusks, a ball of lightning the size of a soccer ball had already formed. At that moment, Shin Tianbai, who was hiding nearby and watching the battle, was instantly drenched in sweat from the terrifying lightning. What terrifying lightning! If Emo-chan can't dodge, he'll end up with a huge hole in his body. Shin Tianbai was alone. He had already disbanded his group. Before forming a team, he had earned quite a few points, and now he had 400 points in hand. He could choose from the 3 major schools with his eyes closed. However, Gao Xinlan and Tang Yinling did not have as many points, so they withdrew from the group and turned to hunt fierce beasts. Qian Tianbai's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on the thunder elephant. Like a ravenous wolf, he stared at a bleeding prey. He changed the subject and said, "It seems that the thunder elephant is doomed, but perhaps there's a chance to snatch it from Mo Chen's hands. Let me see what you're capable of." Looking at the thunder elephant, which was poised to strike, Mo Chen immediately raised his pitch-black claws. His expression showed not panic, but rather a hint of excitement. Mo Chen's heart raced. "Finally, I can use this move. Thunder Death Ray." As the thunder elephant gathered lightning all over its body, forming a spherical bolt of electricity at the tip of its tusk, it signified that it was about to unleash the formidable Thunder Death Ray. The range of this Thunder Death Ray was astonishing. Just a gentle beam could destroy a building. Warriors of the same rank as the thunder elephant simply could not withstand such a blast. Moreover, during the laser release, the thunder elephant could flexibly control its direction, making it very difficult to evade. However, such a terrifying move naturally had its drawbacks. During the charging period, the thunder elephant could not move to maintain the stability of the lightning, and the charging took at least 20 seconds. In those 20 seconds, the thunder elephant was like a meat bag. Mo Chen calmed his excited heart and thought to himself, "It's forced to use this move out of necessity. 20 seconds of charging time is enough to kill you." With that, Mo Chen clenched his hands into fists. The dark blue light on his mystic tide claws slowly became blindingly bright. The corrosive bacteria within the thunder elephant seemed to have received a signal and began to stir wildly. The familiar sensation of spinning and tumbling flooded the thunder elephant's brain. Its left eye, infected by the corrosive bacteria, had completely rotted and gone blind, the eyeball covered by a thin blue film, looking quite eerie. Zizizi! The lightning attached to the tusk suddenly vanished. The spherical lightning began to jump erratically, as if it were going berserk, about to veer off its trajectory. Mo Chen did not feel joy. Instead, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, because he sensed that the speed of the corrosive bacteria's invasion was somewhat slow, and the thunder elephant was still holding on. Damn it! This is bad, bad, bad. Could it be that this thunder elephant can really last through these 20 seconds? Mo Chen suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, Wei Wenliang was standing on a high building far from the battlefield, observing everything while leaning on the railing. He stroked the gray-white stubble on his chin, muttering to himself. The level of the thunder elephant is still too high, while Mo Chen is just a zero-level candidate. He squinted slightly, tying up his disheveled gray-white medium-length hair blown by the wind. To prevent Mo Chen from making any mistakes, he was always ready to intervene. At this moment, Mo Chen was still locked in a standoff with the thunder elephant. Under the influence of the corrosive bacteria, the lightning ball suspended between the tusks was bouncing continuously. The thunder elephant's eyes were gradually being gnawed at by the corrosive bacteria, turning increasingly blue. Suddenly, it spewed out a large pool of thick, black blood, reeking foully. Seeing this, Mo Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It was truly a false alarm. The corrosive bacteria had ultimately invaded the thunder elephant's brain just before the thunder death ray was fully charged. Bang! A loud bang accompanied by a blinding white light erupted, and before the lightning ball could form the death ray, it exploded violently. Mo Chen quickly turned away. When the white light faded and the smoke cleared, he turned back in shock to find the thunder elephant battered and charred all over. That massive leg, like a stone pillar, finally could not support its bronze-like gigantic body and collapsed with a thunderous crash, fainting. The drone's broadcast had not yet arrived, which meant that the thunder elephant still had vital signs. Mo Chen's brow instantly tightened, secretly astonished. It's still alive? With that, he spread his sharp black claws and stepped toward the thunder elephant. Hiding in the shadows, Qian Tianbai suddenly erupted, leaping out. Now's the time. He held a sword in his left hand, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, his vital energy surging forth like steam. Spiritual power gathered behind him, instantly transforming into 36 dark flying swords. The chill was bone-piercing, and Mo Chen turned his head to look. Before he could react, two familiar voices came from another direction. Battle technique. Scorching flame spear. Battle technique. Cold boiling sword. Mo Chen looked over and saw Zhao Tian holding a sword in both hands, his face filled with anger as he charged towards the nearly lifeless wind thunder elephant. The cold gleam of the black sword in his hand was incredibly piercing. Meanwhile, Sumo Hong leaped high, her slender and delicate right arm glowing red like heated iron, the black dark iron spear in her hand also glowing red hot. Gritting her teeth, she let out a delicate shout. The spear in her hand shot towards the wind thunder elephant like the wind. Mo Chen's eyes widened in shock, internally complaining, no way? Although I do deserve a beating, 3 people coming at me at once is just too much. He knew Zhao Tian would definitely come back for revenge, but he didn't expect 3 people to come at the same time for his fierce beast. There was no time to think. The 36 flying swords behind Shin Tianbai shot out together. System, reset attributes. In an instant, Mo Chen's vital energy surged. With just a shift, he instantly arrived in front of the fiery red spear rushing towards the Wind Thunder Elephant. The red light approached, the sound of wind breaking was imminent. Mo Chen grabbed the spear with one hand, firmly holding onto Sumo Huang's spear. The heat radiating from the black iron spear was so intense it could burn Mo Chen through the Xianqiao claw. The burning sensation hit him, and he immediately shot the spear towards Zhao Tian. The spear dinged as it was firmly pinned to the floor in front of Zhao Tian, who ducked to avoid it, sliding into the most vulnerable abdomen of the Wind Thunder Elephant. Zhao Tian's pupils constricted sharply. With a determined heart, he swung his sword towards the Wind Thunder Elephant. Ha ha ha, even if I die, I won't let you break the record. Then you can die. A cold, piercing voice drifted into Zhao Tian's ears like a chilling wind. He slowly turned his head and found Mo Chen beside him, staring at him with an indifferent expression. A wave of coldness surged, and he felt like a startled cat, his hair standing on end. He didn't know when, but Mo Chen's pitch-black Xianqiao claw had firmly grasped Zhao Tian's sword. The sword tip was only 0.01 centimeters from the Wind Thunder Elephant, yet it couldn't pierce in. The pure white cold air continuously eroded the Xianqiao claw, nearly numbing Mo Chen's hand. Mo Chen didn't care at all. With just a bit more force, the sword tip emitted a piercing sound of steel grinding, sparks flickering. Clang! With a crisp sound, the black sword was crushed by Mo Chen as if it were glass. Zhao Tian's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Before he could react, the Xianqiao claw had already firmly grasped his head. Mo Chen applied a little pressure, and Zhao Tian felt a splitting headache. Then, Mo Chen directly threw Zhao Tian out, smashing through a crumbling wall like a cannonball, kicking up a cloud of dust. Guangyang stared at the screen, dumbfounded. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, "It's over. Mo Chen actually attacked a candidate, won't that invalidate his score?" The teacher beside him quickly interrupted. "Teacher Jiang, don't worry, Mo Chen's score won't be invalidated." Hearing this, Guangyang turned his head in confusion. Although he wasn't a martial artist and wasn't interested in martial exams, he had heard a bit about it. Attacking a candidate would indeed invalidate the score. The teacher continued, "Attacking a candidate will indeed invalidate the score. But this kind of person who robs other candidates of their fierce beasts is not protected by this rule. Headhunting dog, kill him however you want." This cold tone made Guangyang gasp. It was only now that he gradually realized that the world of martial artists was far more brutal than he had imagined. After a moment of calming down, Guangyang immediately looked at the screen. Zhao Tianyi was leaning against a pile of rubble, vomiting blood in large gulps, his face extremely pale. Seeing this, Sumo Huang no longer attacked the Wind Thunder Elephant and hurried over to check Zhao Tianyi's injuries. Mo Chen glanced at the two of them indifferently. He then stepped onto the massive body of the Wind Thunder Elephant, his gaze coldly fixed on the 36 flying swords rushing down from the sky. Mo Chen snorted coldly. System, reset attributes, max out speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chen's pupils widened suddenly. His thinking became sharp, and his reflexes and speed improved significantly. The 36 flying swords, which had previously been mere blurry shadows, were now crystal clear. Mo Chen stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, bent his body into a stance, and spread his dark claws, staring intently at the flying swords. Ha! Mo Chen's right claw suddenly lunged forward, deflecting one of the flying swords with a crisp metallic clang, sparks flying everywhere. After this single strike, the clear sound continued to echo in everyone's ears, unending. Mo Chen's pupils moved up and down, locking onto the flying swords coming from all directions. His claws waved like long whips, moving so fast that only black shadows remained. The flying swords scattered like the scorching sparks produced by friction. Shen Tianbai, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Then, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. "Mo Chen, you really are impressive." The sound stopped. All 36 flying swords were deflected and flew away, deeply embedded in the nearby ground. They then dissipated into spiritual energy, all returning to Shen Tianbai. Mo Chen crossed his claws, covering his face, revealing only his chilling eyes. The heat generated by the friction of the shin-tied claw on the flying swords made the tips of his claws burn bright red. The two fell into a standoff. Shen Tianbai stepped towards Mo Chen, casually raising his left hand with the black sword, murmuring, "Martial skill. Celestial Star Sword Technique." At this moment, Emo-chan realized that Qian Tianbai was merely using the pretense of robbing a fierce beast to challenge him to a duel. With that, Emo-chan sighed deeply and chanted, "Martial skill. Shadow Void Claw Technique." The two charged at each other. Qian Tianbai shot forward like an arrow. The trailing light of the black sword in his hand was as magnificent and bright as the tail of a shooting star. It carried a chilling aura. Seeing such a splendid martial skill, Emo-chan immediately became interested. During his run, he suddenly accelerated. The originally blurry figure now moved so fast that only a few black shadows remained, as if the frames were dropping. Qian Tianbai's naked eye could no longer keep up with Emo-chan's speed. After the attribute reset, Emo-chan's speed value reached 312 points, while Qian Tianbai only had 85 points. With a nearly fourfold difference, it was already remarkable that he could see the shadows. Qian Tianbai suddenly froze, drenched in sweat. He continuously observed the several black shadows, then locked onto one target, immediately swinging his sword horizontally. Emo-chan was taken aback. He silently chanted in his heart, "Attribute reset, evenly distribute points." He then immediately reacted, his claws taking on a tiger shape, gritting his teeth and grabbing forcefully. Ha! A crisp metallic collision sound rang out. Emo-chan's black claws collided tightly with Qian Tianbai's black sword. In an instant, the air surged, and sand and stones flew. Emo-chan's claws firmly grasped the black sword, pressing it against Qian Tianbai's face. Due to the advantage in power, the black sword's blade was slowly approaching Qian Tianbai's nose. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid into Qian Tianbai's eyes, and he didn't dare to blink. In contrast, Emo-chan's expression appeared extremely relaxed, a cold sense of composure emerging on his face. The two stared at each other for a long time, Emo-chan's expression indifferent as he slowly spoke, "Qian Tianbai, if I don't make you suffer a bit, you really think I'm still that useless waste with 3 points of vitality?" Qian Tianbai gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Looking at the defeated Qian Tianbai before him, an unspoken sense of satisfaction ignited in Emo-chan's heart. Among the over 2,000 new students at Nanzhou No. 1 high school, he and Qian Tianbai were the only 2 S-level ability users. This earned the once helpless Emo-chan a rare respect. But the subsequent vitality value test dragged him into an abyss. 1 point of vitality, a despairing piece of news. Emo-chan had desperately trained for 3 years using the school's transparent method, only managing to raise his vitality from 1 point to 3 points. Qian Tianbai, on the other hand, relied on the cultivation methods passed down from his large family, raising his vitality from 121 points to 214 points within 3 years before even formally starting his training. The two led completely different lives. Qian Tianbai became a highly respected genius, while he, due to his family background and low vitality, was bullied despite awakening an S-level ability. Thinking of this, endless anger surfaced in Emo-chan's cold eyes, his vitality surging like steam. A pure killing intent, untainted by any spiritual power, surged forth, instantly engulfing everyone. Cough, cough. Zhao Tianyi clutched his chest, which was throbbing with pain, coughing up a pool of thick crimson blood, secretly thinking, "It seems my lung has been pierced by a rib, and I can't even lift my left arm." Sumo Hong looked on with concern. "Captain, you..." Zhao Tianyi hurriedly interrupted, "Don't move. If I had known, I would have listened to Linda and not provoked Emo-chan." He gasped for breath, heavily slapping the scorekeeper on his chest, coughing up another pool of blood. "Damn it, why is this scorekeeper so hard to press?" Severely injured, Zhao Tianyi could no longer continue with the upcoming exam. Worse still, if he didn't recover in time, he might not even be able to become a warrior. Tears filled Zhao Tianyi's eyes as he whispered unwillingly, "I need to return to the safe zone now. While those two are at a standstill, you should run too." After saying this, a brilliant blue spiritual power shield slowly unfolded, wrapping Zhao Tianyi inside. But at that moment, Zhao Tianyi noticed blue spots appearing on his hands, unaware that his eyes were also starting to turn a brilliant blue. Ah! Shortly after the scream, Zhao Tianyi's corpse was teleported back to its original spot. Looking at this tragic scene, Sumo Hong's lips trembled uncontrollably. She slowly stood up and turned to look at the fierce battle between Emo-chan and Qian Tianbai. Sumo Hong gritted her teeth, veins bulging, and quickly walked towards the black gun firmly embedded in the ground. The beautiful legs wrapped in a black tight combat suit swiftly kicked at the black gun stuck in the ground. In an instant, the gun spun into the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sumo Hong, quick and agile, firmly grasped the gun barrel, twirled it twice, and charged towards the unconscious Feng Leixiang. Hearing such chaotic and rapid footsteps, Emo-chan immediately woke up. How could I forget about her? After saying this, Emo-chan quickly lifted his leg and kicked towards Qian Tianbai's chest, then ran swiftly towards Sumo Hong. Just as the gun's tip was about to stab Feng Leixiang, Emo-chan dashed out, forcefully kicking the gun's tip aside. Sumo Hong tightened her grip on the black spear, using its rotation to deliver a series of powerful thrusts towards Emo Chen. Emo Chen dodged continuously, and finally seized the opportunity to grasp the shaft of the spear in an instant. Sumo Hong slowly lowered her head, revealing an extremely charming and alluring smile. A wave of heat surged rapidly. Emo Chen hurriedly looked at the Xian Chao claw, discovering that Sumo Hong had ignited the spear shaft, which was now burning hot. He released his grip and kicked Sumo Hong over, 3 teeth flying out as she hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sumo Hong rolled on the ground for a long time before finally kneeling on one knee. She wanted to stand up but had no strength left. Sumo Hong lightly wiped the blood from the swollen corner of her mouth, gazing at Emo Chen, who stood with his hands behind his back, exuding overwhelming strength, and inwardly thought, is Emo Chen's physical technique really this fierce? Emo Chen looked at his clenched fist, his killing intent gradually stabilizing. In that brief moment, he indeed felt the impulse to kill everyone, but fortunately, Sumo Hong disrupted his thoughts, allowing him to quickly regain his composure. Emo Chen silently thought, although the martial arts exam rules allow for lethal force against martial artists who steal ferocious beasts, killing 3 martial artists at once is unacceptable. Moreover, Shen Tianbai had no enmity with him, he was merely here to use the pretense of stealing ferocious beasts to spar with him. If he were to beat him to the point of never getting out of bed again, he would have no chance to step onto the martial path for the rest of his life, only creating enemies for himself. It was truly an unwise deal. With this in mind, Emo Chen's expression grew calmer, but he secretly plotted, killing Zhao Tianyi, who has enmity with me, is enough. If you dare to stir up trouble again, I won't show mercy. When autumn comes on the 8th of September, whoever dares to provoke me, I will kill. Xian Tianbai clutched his painful chest and slowly stood up, shouting at Emo Chen, are you really playing with me? That pure killing intent made Xian Tianbai break out in a cold sweat, as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead uncontrollably. Emo Chen glanced at the two and said lightly, a martial artist from the liberal arts class who has only trained for 2.5 years, with a blood value of only 3 cards, has become the martial champion of Jiangnan province. How will you respond? At this moment, the Wind Thunder Elephant was right beneath Emo Chen's feet. Without a word, he raised the Xian Chao claw and fiercely thrust it towards the Wind Thunder Elephant, which was poisoned and unconscious. Blood surged, and Emo Chen's arm slowly sprouted small blue spots, which then grew larger until his entire arm turned deep blue. This arm resembled a syringe, continuously injecting corrosive bacteria into the body of the Wind Thunder Elephant through the flesh. The warm heart of the Wind Thunder Elephant was being gnawed at by the corrosive bacteria. Finally, the heartbeat stopped. Beep, beep. Detected that the ferocious beast, Wind Thunder Elephant, has been killed. Emo Chen's score increased by 100. Suddenly, the largest drone above the center of the examination hall emitted a deafening alert sound. All the drones in the examination hall flew high into the sky. A crowd of candidates stopped their fighting, looking up at the sky in confusion. All the drones simultaneously broadcasted a world-shaking announcement. The boss of this martial arts exam, Wind Thunder Elephant, has been slain by candidate Emo Chen alone. As soon as this was said, the entire ruins erupted into a clamor. What? The level 15 Wind Thunder Elephant was killed by Emo Chen? And he did it all by himself? How is that possible? Emo Chen's blood value is only 3 cards? Tang Yinling stared blankly at the sky, the black iron whip in her hand suddenly slipping to the ground. Emo Chen's face kept appearing in her mind. From the first meeting in childhood, to the innocent friendship, to the sacrifice of Emo Chen's parents, the awakening of S-class abilities, and the severing of ties with Emo Chen. Every moment flashed through Tang Yinling's mind like a revolving lantern. Everything felt like an unreal dream. It wasn't until Emo Chen killed the Wind Thunder Elephant and the announcement echoed through the ruins that she realized. She regretted it. How to deal with this? Ha! I'll deal with your mother. Sumo Hong's face was flushed, and she cursed loudly. She had failed to capture the Wind Thunder Elephant, couldn't avenge Zhao Tianyi, was taken advantage of by Emo Chen, and got injured, which naturally made her furious. Coupled with this show of bravado, she could no longer endure. Sumo Hong kicked up the long spear and charged angrily at Emo Chen, launching an attack. She ignored the drone's warning. Emo Chen sneered, letting you off this time, you want to seek your own death. As he looked at the fiery gunpoint, Emo Chen was about to raise his hand to block. But he saw a pair of rough, large hands appear out of nowhere, gripping the hot gun handle tightly. Everyone's hearts tightened. Emo Chen looked up. The person before him was tall and robust, covered in scars. It was Wei Wenliang. Sumo Hong's lips trembled uncontrollably, her face devoid of color, incredibly pale. There's no one within a kilometer? How did he get here? Zhao Tianyi had checked the surrounding spiritual energy response while lying in ambush, it was impossible for there to be anyone else. Unless Wei Wenliang could sense that Mo Chen was about to be in danger from a kilometer away and rushed over. Such strength was simply terrifying. I thought I wouldn't have to intervene, Wei Wenliang silently complained, then casually glanced at the pale-faced Su Muhong. A powerful pressure instantly suppressed everyone present. The transparent aura surrounding Wei Wenliang seemed to enhance the gravity within the area, pinning Su Muhong and Qian Tianbai down so they couldn't move. Wei Wenliang spoke lightly, "There are about 2.5 minutes left in the exam, you two better not pull any tricks." Candidate Su Muhong, your score is cancelled. The two of them fell flat on the ground, pressed tightly against it. Their lungs were being crushed, and they could only respond with great difficulty, "Yes, yes." After saying that, the sense of pressure instantly vanished, and the two, still shaken, kept their heads buried in the ground, reluctant to look up. After a while, Qian Tianbai couldn't hold back and secretly raised his head to glance at the surroundings. Su Muhong clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and cried out in frustration. Meanwhile, Wei Wenliang and Mo Chen had long since disappeared. The results of the martial arts exam at the ruins of Qingni City, Nanzhou No. 1 High School, had been released. First place, Mo Chen, 1032 points, the highest score in Jiangnan Province's history. Second place, Qian Tianbai, 452 points. Third place, Gao Xilan, 390 points. At this moment, the safe zone was already crowded with battlefield reporters from various media outlets, all staring intently at the large circular teleportation device ahead. They feared missing the chance to interview Mo Chen. In front of the battlefield reporters stood a row of teachers holding flowers, with Guangyang among them. He was beaming as he accepted interviews from the media. I've been paying attention to Mo Chen since the first year of high school. He wanted to give up the martial arts exam due to insufficient blood energy, but thanks to my earnest persuasion, he... Hey! Someone has teleported back. The media immediately pulled Zhang Yang behind them, crowding around the perimeter of the teleportation device, holding their breath in anticipation. A blue light streaked down from the sky like a meteor, precisely landing in the center of the circular platform. The reporters couldn't help but push forward again. The blue light gradually faded, and a female warrior dressed in a tattered, tight-fitting black battlesuit, her exquisite figure curvaceous, slowly appeared, holding a long whip. Upon seeing the newcomer, the teacher behind her hurriedly shouted at the pure and charming warrior, Tang Yinling, "Hurry down, don't delay the reporters from interviewing Mo Chen." Tang Yinling blinked her captivating eyes, momentarily stunned. Looking at the group of reporters rolling their eyes and showing expressions of disappointment, she secretly tightened her grip on the long whip and descended from the device. At this moment, Tang Yinling had already scored over 300 points, enough to take a gamble and sprint for the top 3 schools. Yet, she still felt gloomy. With a dejected expression, she looked at the group of reporters and said, "They all came to interview Mo Chen, right?" Suddenly, 2 dazzling blue lights flew across the originally calm and gray sky. The hearts of the media reporters rose to their throats once again. Mo Chen, as the new top scorer who broke the 50-year-old record for the Jiangnan Province martial arts examination, was naturally the center of attention. During these 2 hours of the martial arts exam, the heat of his topic skyrocketed on the martial artist forum, even briefly reaching the 2nd spot. In fact, someone had already uploaded an inspirational story about Mo Chen on the short video platform Douyin, garnering hundreds of thousands of likes. It could be said that whoever interviewed Mo Chen would gain traffic. A female reporter adjusted her attire and turned to the photographer, saying, "I've already thought of how to write the headline. How will you write it? 3-card martial artist actually did this to a fierce beast?" Netizens sharply comment, "Inhumane." After saying this, the blue light accurately descended onto the transmission device once more. 2 figures, one large and one small, wrapped in blue light, were slowly dissipating. Zhang Yang squinted to observe and suddenly shouted with wide eyes, "Mo Chen!" The tall and extraordinary warrior was indeed Mo Chen. Standing beside him was the tall and robust leader of the Jiangnan Province Martial Artist Corps, Wei Wenliang. In an instant, everyone surged forward. "Mo Chen, how did you manage to break the record with a 3-card blood value? Mo Chen, do you have any words for the martial artists who are working hard?" Leader Wei, what do you think of Mo Chen's performance? This group of reporters resembled starving little birds, chirping incessantly upon seeing their mother bird return from a hunt. Mo Chen had accumulated too much pressure during this martial arts exam. He just wanted to sit on a soft sofa and relax his muscles. But this group of battlefield reporters wouldn't let him off so easily. The female reporter, brimming with excitement, asked Mo Chen, "What are your thoughts on this martial arts exam?" Mo Chen looked at the camera, pulled the microphone closer, and replied, "Easy." Before anyone could react, Wei Wenliang shouted to the crowd. This is not the time for interviews. All battlefield reporters, please return to the military bus immediately. Wei Wenliang then squeezed out of the crowd with Mo Chen, pulling the smiling Guangyang out as well, shielding himself from the reporters, and together they boarded the military bus. Guangyang was momentarily stunned, then adjusted his attire and looked at the reporters, smiling. I just mentioned that if it weren't for my good advice, Mo Chen would have given up on the martial arts exam long ago. Mo Chen turned back to glance at Guangyang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If it were just a simple act of bullying Guangyang, Mo Chen would feel the punishment was too light. What he wanted was to kill Guangyang. But not now, there were too many people and eyes around, and with the media reporters everywhere, he was being dragged away by Wei Wenliang, so he could only seek another opportunity. Standing aside, Tang Yinling watched the lively scene, feeling even more desolate. Thank you, Leader Wei, for your help. Mo Chen boarded the military bus and clasped his hands in gratitude to Wei Wenliang. Wei Wenliang clicked his tongue and pressed Mo Chen down onto the soft sofa. The tension in his nerves and muscles relaxed in an instant. The coolness from the air conditioning made him feel quite comfortable. Wei Wenliang slowly sat across from him, letting out an extremely hearty laugh. Look at you, so tired. No need for pleasantries, just rest. Looking at the extremely generous Wei Wenliang in front of him, Mo Chen pondered. Wei Wenliang, a 7th tier level 77 warrior, with an S-class ability of gravity. His strength is formidable, but I wonder if he survived the apocalypse beast tide 3 years later. Just as Mo Chen was deep in thought, the door of the military bus opened. Mo Chen focused his gaze and saw a man with a prominent mustache. It was Cheng Nan, the principal of Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Cheng Nan, a 4th tier level 49 warrior, with an A-class ability of identifying authenticity. Principal. Ah, no need for that, just sit down. Mo Chen was about to stand up to greet him, but Cheng Nan hurriedly gestured for him to sit down, and he heavily sat beside Wei Wenliang. His glasses reflected a glint of cold light. Mo Chen felt a vague sense of unease. Wei Wenliang lit a cigar, leaned back against the sofa, and crossed his legs, saying, Old Chang, just ask what you want. I still need to rest. After saying this, a strong spiritual energy enveloped the entire bus. Vaguely, it revealed a chilling sense of murderous intent. Mo Chen understood that Cheng Nan had activated his ability, identifying authenticity. What he was about to ask was likely related to Mo Chen's own ability. Cheng Nan stopped being verbose and leaned forward with his fingers interlocked, asking, Mo Chen, what exactly did you contract? After saying this, Cheng Nan's gaze sharpened further. His pupils emitted a dark light of red and green, radiating an extremely seasoned and weathered glow, as if he could see through the truth of Mo Chen's words at a glance. In fact, he and Wei Wenliang had already vaguely sensed that the ferocious beast Mo Chen had contracted might be microorganisms, but he still chose to activate his ability to inquire. 1. He did not believe it. Who would contract a worthless bacterium with no spiritual power after awakening an S-class, beast control, ability? 2. He feared the power of bacteria. Since hundreds of years ago, when the long-sealed spiritual energy on Blue Star suddenly revived, all living beings began to evolve. Spiritual energy granted all creatures an incomprehensible power. Birds and beasts, even insects and plants, gained extremely powerful abilities. Except for the minuscule microorganisms, humans protected by spiritual energy no longer feared bacterial infections leading to diseases, and Blue Star was free from plagues. But now, Mo Chen had brought forth an evolved bacterium that could kill upon contact and had a wide range of infectious capabilities. How could he not be afraid? If Mo Chen went astray and grew into a powerful warrior, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Cheng Nan and Wei Wenliang were here to interrogate Mo Chen. At this moment, Mo Chen's battlesuit was soaked with cold sweat, his breathing became rapid, and his heart was pounding wildly. Yet his face remained calm, showing no signs of turmoil. I didn't expect that right after finishing the exam, I would start being interrogated. These two dogs really don't give me any time to prepare. Just before participating in the martial arts exam, he had already begun to scheme. He knew that as a 0-tier level 0 waste warrior, if he revealed any brilliance during the exam, it would surely attract curious gazes. The corrosive bacteria he had contracted far exceeded the physical quality of a 0-tier level 0 warrior, and even the system would show signs, exposing him. He had long prepared a response for this, but he was still very worried. After all, no one could confidently lie in front of Cheng Nan. Mo Chen looked directly into Cheng Nan's eyes, pondering inwardly. The principal's ability is to discern truth from falsehood. The effect of this ability was well known among all the students and teachers at Nanzhou No. 1 High School. It could distinguish lies, identify the enemy's attack routes, and tell apart real and fake clones, among other things. He often relied on this ability to interrogate mischievous students. However, the number of interrogations was determined by the psychological stability of the other party, with a maximum of 3 times, usually just 2. Moreover, lie detection could not be used consecutively on the same person. The shortest cooldown was 6 months, and the longest could be a year. Emo-chan was well aware of the consequences of not telling the truth, but he couldn't reveal everything. At least, he couldn't expose the system. As for the matter of the contracted bacteria, the public would eventually find out, so there was no need to hide that. Emo-chan took a deep breath and slowly said, "The beast I contracted is a bacterium, called corrosive bacteria." Upon hearing this, Chang Nan's mouth suddenly twitched. The dark green hue in his right eye brightened sharply after hearing Emo-chan's words. This indicated that Emo-chan was not lying, he really had contracted a bacterium. Chang Nan frowned tightly, his expression one of great surprise. He was about to ask something but immediately closed his mouth. He knew he couldn't ask questions casually. Otherwise, he would waste 3 opportunities to discern truth from falsehood. Wei Wenliang slowly stood up, puffing on his cigarette and laughing heartily. "Ha! I've lived nearly 50 years, and this is the first time I've heard of such a thing." He quickly shifted his tone, his expression becoming serious as he slowly looked at Emo-chan, who was leaning on the sofa, and asked, "Emo-chan, where did your corrosive bacteria come from?" Emo-chan met that extremely enthusiastic gaze, thought for a long time, and slowly shook his head, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, "Captain Wei, regarding the question of where I contracted the corrosive bacteria." "Can I not answer?" Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in their eyes. Chang Nan stroked his goatee, deep in thought. The more unwilling he is to explain where he contracted the corrosive bacteria, the more guilty he feels, and I just have to ask this question. The enthusiasm in Wei Wenliang's eyes was slowly dissipating. He took a puff of his cigar, exhaled the smoke, and said solemnly, "Emo-chan, let's speak frankly. The bacteria you contracted is an unprecedented rarity. It is a super bacteria that has been nourished by spiritual energy and has undergone mutation and evolution. After the battle of the martial arts examination, how many forces have noticed your ability and do not care? If it falls into the hands of evil forces or is exploited by other countries, the consequences cannot be underestimated." Emo-chan's expression was as calm as a still lake as he looked at Wei Wenliang, who was standing with his back to him. Wei Wenliang slowly turned around, his expression serious as he said, "You are an unstable factor. For the safety of the people of Longwa, we need to know all the information about the corrosive bacteria. If you don't speak, then I can kill you on the spot." After saying this, a dense aura surged from Wei Wenliang's entire body, like a towering wave hundreds of feet high, crashing fiercely towards Emo-chan, determined to drown him in the sea. An overwhelming sense of oppression instantly invaded Emo-chan's entire being. It felt as if invisible giant hands were pressing him down hard onto the sofa, rendering him immobile. Even the roof of the military bus was pressed down into a deep dent. Emo-chan gritted his teeth, struggling desperately as he cursed, "Fuck you, Wei Wenliang. I broke the record for the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province. Do you dare to touch me? You want to eat beef, right? You?" Wei Wenliang frowned tightly. He had never encountered a 0-level martial artist who dared to curse at him. "Old Wei." Chang Nan hurriedly stopped him, allowing Wei Wenliang to cease using the power of gravity. Chang Nan patted his shoulder and said slowly, "We're doing this for your own good. Principal? This time it's your turn to play the bad cop, right?" Emo-chan sat up straight, looking disdainfully at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was being respectful. Chang Nan's mouth twitched, and after clearing his throat, he said, "Emo-chan, the 3 major schools need your ability information. You just need to answer this question. Where did you contract the corrosive bacteria?" Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's heart raced in his throat, but he finally calmed down. What Wei Wenliang wanted to ask was, where his corrosive bacteria came from. However, if Chang Nan really asked that question, Emo-chan would be finished. Because the corrosive bacteria was a type of bacteria that did not exist in real life, its existence was a result of system mutation. To tell the truth, he would have to expose the system. Realizing the situation was not right, Emo-chan immediately restated Wei Wenliang's question but quietly replaced the keywords. He subtly emphasized and guided the two to ask, "Where did you contract your corrosive bacteria?" The 2 questions had similar meanings but were worlds apart. With this, Emo-chan smirked, raised his finger, and said decisively, "My corrosive bacteria was contracted in my home's toilet." Before he could finish, a pair of rough, large fists, accompanied by a fierce wind, came rushing toward Emo-chan's face. But the fists immediately hit the brakes, hovering precisely at the tip of Emo-chan's nose. Chen wore a playful expression, certain that Wei Wenliang would not strike him, and he stared directly into Wei Wenliang's eyes, saying, "Can't you do it? Go ahead, hit me? Don't think I really wouldn't dare to touch you." Chen sneered and said, "If you have the guts, go ahead. You two old geezers, one a regiment commander and the other a principal, probing the ability information of a top scholar with no background. Let me out, and just wait to see what news hits the headlines." Wei Wenliang's face turned red with anger. Damn it, this kid. He turned to Chang Nan, his face slowly paling. He saw the green in Chang Nan's right eye shining even more brightly. Chang Nan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said slowly, "Old Wei, what he said is true." "What? Old Chang, you can't be serious? This, damn it. In the toilet? A toilet can breed such terrifying bacteria? What kind of shit would that be?" The light in Chang Nan's eyes slowly faded. He had only detected Chen twice. However, even if it were 3 times, he would have kept his word and ended the detection. He rubbed his forehead and said, "What he said is absolutely true." Not only did Wei Wenliang not believe it, but Chang Nan himself also began to question whether his ability had malfunctioned or if Chen could evade his ability. After all, discovering evolved bacteria from a toilet was quite ridiculous and absurd. The atmosphere became awkward. Just then, the bus made a noise. The relevant personnel had finished inspecting the entire examination room, and after all the martial arts candidates boarded the bus, it slowly drove toward the southern city. Chen broke the long silence with a smirk. "What's wrong? My skin itches so much, why don't you come hit me?" The two looked at Chen simultaneously, unsure of how to respond. Seeing their serious expressions, Chen solemnly said, "Don't you want to see my corrosive bacteria? Look all you want. After you finish looking, I'll cry to the reporters." With that, Chen opened his palm. A deep blue hue, tinged with the breath of death, slowly emerged from his palm, spreading out to envelop his entire arm. The two of them looked at the palm, and even Wei Wenliang, a 7th tier, level 77 warrior, couldn't help but gasp. Listening to Chen's threat, beads of cold sweat trickled down Wei Wenliang's forehead. If this matter were to leak out, they would face public condemnation. I'm really sorry about what happened just now." Wei Wenliang changed his serious demeanor, clapping Chen's shoulder with renewed enthusiasm, his tone softening as he apologized. Chen waved his hand and said, "Just because you say sorry, does that mean I have to forgive you?" That punch had indeed scared Chen half to death, but he knew Wei Wenliang wouldn't kill him. Since acquiring the HES system, Chen had decided to make a big splash. The matter of the corrosion fungus would eventually be exposed. If he could reveal himself to the public eye sooner, his life would be safer. If his martial arts examination was ordinary, and others discovered the peculiarities of his abilities later, dying wouldn't stir up much of a storm. And now, Chen had broken the long-standing record of the Jiangnan province martial arts examination that had been sealed for 50 years. During this period, who would dare to touch him? Chang Nan, looking tense, fumbled and slowly pulled out a black card inlaid with diamonds, shimmering under the light. Under Chen's gaze, he pushed it across the table. In the illumination, the exquisite black card slowly reflected 3 large characters, Wodafa. This is the Wodafa black card? Chen recognized the value of the card at a glance. Chang Nan merely smiled faintly and said grandly, Chen, this, Wodafa black card, is my way of rewarding you on behalf of the entire Nanzhou No. 1, and it also represents my apology. Chen's lips curled up slightly as he nodded. This, Wodafa black card, was truly priceless. There were fewer than 1,000 people in the entire Dragon Country who possessed such a card. When Wodafa was first established, it had once been on the brink of bankruptcy. This black card was a commemorative gift given by the then CEO to the friendly businesses that had helped Wodafa. Holders of this card could enjoy VIP-level training rooms for free. Any items purchased from Wodafa would be heavily discounted. For Chen, a penniless warrior, this was the best reward he could hope for. Chang Nan's face beamed with joy as he looked at Chen and said earnestly, as a representative of the Dragon Country, "No. As the first martial scholar in the entire history of martial arts with a blood value of 3 cards, you have added an extremely vivid stroke to our school's history. Having you as the pride of the entire Nanzhou No. 1. But from the very beginning, Chang Nan had never expected Chen to become the top scorer, even breaking the Jiangnan province martial arts examination record. This black card was originally meant to reward Qian Tianbai, but now, the one who had become the top scholar was Chen, and he was threatening him. Chen put away the black card, his heart already blooming with joy, but his expression remained as calm as ever. "Then, let's thank Principal Chang for this. You give me a black card and expect me to let you off? Just wait for the beef." Chen shifted the topic, saying, however, I am not a warrior with a blood value of 3 cards. The day before the martial arts examination, I had already raised my blood value to 13 cards. After he spoke, both of them suddenly froze, as if they had heard something unexpected. A hint of doubt flickered in Wei Wenliang's eyes as he slowly opened his mouth. Only 13 cards? During the live broadcast of the martial arts examination, Mo Chen's displayed strength far exceeded that of his peers. Chang Nan and Wei Wenliang calculated that after half a semester, Mo Chen's performance had improved to the point where his vitality value should have reached at least 300 calories. That is, 0 stage level 3. But now he claimed that his vitality was only 13 calories? Upon hearing this, Chang Nan immediately took out a black clip with a display screen and beckoned to Mo Chen, saying, "This is a portable vitality detector. Come over and check your vitality value." Chang Nan opened the clip and replaced the tip inside. Mo Chen glanced at Chang Nan and slowly extended his index finger into the slot of the clip. With a crisp snap, the detector quickly closed, and a sharp pain pricked at Mo Chen's fingertip. At the same time, the display screen slowly lit up with the number 13. The three of them leaned in to take a closer look, frowning in disbelief as they said, "It really is 13 calories. Faced with such an astonishing situation, Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan simultaneously thought of a phenomenon. They spoke in unison. Could it be that you have a special constitution? Every human is unique. Some are highly sensitive to spiritual energy, while others possess greater strength. These small traits, when enhanced by the effects of spiritual energy nourishment, can mutate and amplify tenfold or even 100-fold. This phenomenon is referred to as special constitution. Mo Chen did not have any special constitution, he only had a system. But for this inexplicable phenomenon regarding Mo Chen, Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan could only explain it this way, as there were currently no specialized instruments to detect special constitutions. Chang Nan stroked his beard and said, "Your constitution not only far exceeds that of ordinary people, but it also surged by 10 calories in vitality value just a day before the martial arts exam." Mo Chen stared intently at Wei Wenliang, pondering seriously. "In high school, my cultivation progress was too slow. Perhaps it was due to the cultivation method. This transparent method seems unable to fully absorb spiritual energy, as if something is lingering outside the body, but it gets much better with a bit of spiritual incense." Chang Nan listened to Mo Chen's words, pondering slightly, and then slowly turned to Wei Wenliang. Wei Wenliang, who was lounging with his legs crossed on the soft sofa, smoking a cigarette, immediately sat up straight. He quickly understood the hint, extinguished his cigarette, and cleared his throat, saying, "Mo Chen, the reason for your low vitality value is very likely due to blocked meridians. And I have a self-created yellow stage cultivation method that might solve your problem." Chang Nan frowned. "Yellow stage? Oh, come on, you have to wear socks before putting on shoes. Cultivating a high-level method at such a low realm will be counterproductive." Chang Nan fell silent. Wei Wenliang narrowed his eyes slightly and changed the subject, saying, "However, you have to agree to one condition." The tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the bumpy bus. Mo Chen squinted and asked, "You dare to put forward conditions?" "Just a small condition. That is, let me study your toilet." This year's martial arts exam had already concluded successfully. The convoy had left the cold and desolate ruins of Qingyi City and was slowly heading towards the bustling urban area of Nanzhou. Other schools' convoys also rushed from other exam sites, obediently following behind the first high school convoy. Leading the way was an extremely luxurious black bus. At this moment, Mo Chen was on the special bus, trying to learn the heart condensation technique. He closed his eyes tightly, slowly gathering his focus with each breath. Mo Chen accepted the apologies of the two and decided to temporarily let them off the hook. As the bus drew closer to the city, the enthusiastic cheers became clearer. "Mo Chen! Mo Chen! We love you! Mo Chen! Mommy loves you aha!" Mo Chen's concentration, which had just been gathered, instantly dissipated amidst the shouts. "What the hell is this noise?" Mo Chen couldn't care less about his training. He put away the manual in his hands, struggling to get up, and opened the car window to look ahead. The scene before him left him dumbfounded. On both sides of the wide road, there were crowds of people, all holding various types of flowers. Mo Chen quickly withdrew his head. He widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "The previous victory ceremonies didn't have this many people." Wei Wenliang, smoking a cigarette, turned to look at Mo Chen behind him. He laughed loudly, "These people are all here to welcome you. Your popularity is truly unprecedented." Hearing this, Mo Chen hurriedly opened his phone. The usually quiet green bubble app was now flooded with messages, constantly popping up. Mo Chen opened the forum, and his eyes instantly brightened. His topic had surged to the second position on the trending list. A glance at the top title read, "Tendu Martial Exam Record Broken." Imo-chan shook his head, silently thinking, just like before my rebirth, the martial exam record in Tendu has also been broken. Imo-chan collected his thoughts and looked at Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan, tentatively asking, with so many people, how am I supposed to get home? You can't go home now. Wei Wenliang shook his cigarette and said seriously, Mayor Chang is already waiting for you. After the victory ceremony, the people from the 3 major schools' admissions office will come to recruit you. The mayor of Nanzhou City, Chang Bei, is the twin brother of Chang Nan, the principal of Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Hearing this, Imo-chan's expression turned weary. He had used the tribute reset over 100 times during the martial exam, and his body was already exhausted. Just as he finally sat down on the big sofa of the special bus, he was interrogated by Chang Nan and his companions. After the interrogation, they started studying the concentration technique. After the ceremony, he would have to deal with the people from the 3 major schools, and with all the bumps along the way, Imo-chan hardly had any rest. It was truly exhausting. The bus convoy had arrived at the station, and the doors slowly opened. Chang Nan noticed Imo-chan's fatigue and comforted him, Imo-chan, you're the top scholar. We came out of the beast tide, so don't lose face. Right. Stay spirited. Imo-chan wanted to be spirited, but he was too tired. Seeing this, Chang Nan slowly said, at the ceremony, Chang Bei will decide to give you a house and 1 million dragon country coins to help you start your martial arts training. What? Upon hearing this, Imo-chan immediately perked up. He quickly slapped his face, gathered his spirit, and shouted, let's go, as he got off the bus with Chang Nan and Wei Wenliang. Following closely, other martial artists from Nanzhou No. 1 High School, as well as those from Nanzhou No. 2 and No. 3 high schools, also got off the bus. The scene erupted in cheers. Welcome all martial exam candidates home. Chang Bei, dressed in a fitted suit, warmly congratulated them, excitedly walking forward to shake hands and chat with every martial artist standing in front. Beside him stood 2 men and 1 woman. Imo-chan guessed that these 3, exuding an extraordinary aura and a hint of pressure, were from the 3 major schools' admissions office. Xian Tianbai, standing to the side, saw Chang Bei reaching out to him and forced a smile to shake hands with Chang Bei. That awkward smile quickly faded. Xian Tianbai knew that although Nanzhou City held such a ceremony every year, this year was different. This year's protagonist was the record-breaking Imo-chan. All the other martial artists were merely green leaves to compliment him. Chang Bei, with a smile on his face, strode eagerly towards Imo-chan. Imo-chan silently watched Chang Bei. Except for not having a beard, his height, build, and even hairstyle were exactly the same as Chang Nan's. Imo-chan, breaking a record that has been sealed for 50 years, truly a prodigy. Oh, not at all, it's all thanks to Principal Chang Nan, Old Deng, for his excellent guidance. The 2 exchanged pleasantries. In fact, Chang Bei understood that Imo-chan was just being polite. His brother had never taught Imo-chan anything. I've long admired your name, classmate Imo-chan. A pair of slender hands reached out to Imo-chan. The lean man with slicked back hair excitedly shook hands with Imo-chan and introduced himself. My name is Deng Fom. I'm from the admissions office of the Martial Arts Academy. I'm here today to discuss a special admission with you. Director Deng. Discussing special admissions in this setting isn't appropriate, right? Before Deng Fom could finish his sentence, a graceful voice interrupted him. A hint of tension filled the air. Imo-chan turned to look in the direction of the voice. The source was a tall beauty in a cream-colored uniform, with a curvaceous figure and a strikingly cold beauty. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellectual charm. Deng Fong recognized her, the new head of admissions for the Ability Academy, Zhang Xiao. She publicly prided herself on being a successful woman full of intellectual beauty, but her temperament was easily agitated and she had no interpersonal skills or work abilities. Everyone knew how she had risen to her position. Meanwhile, a man in a dark green uniform, with a righteous demeanor, spoke up loudly, Deng, let's talk about this after the ceremony. Hearing this, Deng Fong realized that he had been too eager to secure Imo-chan's attention. Zhang Xiao swept past the crowd and walked directly towards Imo-chan, extending her delicate hand. Slowly opening her red lips, she softly said, I am Zhang Xiao, the head of admissions for the Ability Academy. I am Guo Xiaohai, the head of admissions for the Dragon Country Military Academy. Imo-chan shook hands one by one, responding to the 3 directors. The martial arts candidates present had never witnessed such a scene. The heads of admissions from the 3 major schools had all come to Nanzhou City to recruit. Deng Fong from the Martial Arts Academy even lost his composure in front of everyone due to excitement. At that moment, Tang Yinling, who was lost in the crowd, felt her eyes gradually redden. She could have chosen to team up with Imo-chan, but due to her ridiculous pride and stubbornness, she gave up that opportunity. Watching the current scene, she felt a surge of emotions. The triumphant ceremony was successfully held, and afterward, Mo Chen followed Cheng Nan and the others to the mayor's conference room to discuss special admissions with the directors of the 3 major schools. Mo Chen sat alone on one side of the long table, starting to communicate with the directors across from him. He was very excited inside, but in order to propose better conditions, he pretended to be calm. He recalled Cheng Nan's words, Mo Chen, you are the top scholar. We came out of the beast tide, don't lose face. Right. Stay spirited. Mo Chen calmed himself and said, you all probably don't know much about the ferocious beast I have contracted, right? The ferocious beast I have contracted is a bacterium. Immediately, Mo Chen revealed all the abilities of the corrosive bacteria. The 3 directors broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the information about the corrosive bacteria that Mo Chen had contracted. Zhang Qiao was astonished, adjusting her glasses in disbelief. This bacteria? How could it? Before she could finish, Deng Feng immediately interrupted. If you want to infect the enemy, the most reliable way is to have direct contact. Mo Chen, with your talent in physical techniques, if you come to our martial arts academy, the school will definitely focus on cultivating you. As long as you increase your vitality, your future will be bright. Mo Chen listened to Deng Feng's words, pretending to ponder. He casually mentioned, the martial arts academy is indeed good, but my speed in cultivating my vitality might be a bit slower than the average person. Upon hearing this, Deng Feng waved his hand and laughed. Our martial arts academy has the most comprehensive cultivation methods and combat technique manuals in the Dragon Kingdom. If you come here, our school will spare no resources to train you. You can choose from the cultivation methods from heaven rank to yellow rank, and you can create any weapon you want. Not only that, our school also provides dedicated training rooms and gives you 10 spirit incense sticks every day. Hearing about the fierce beast that Mo Chen had contracted, Deng Feng showed no doubt or shock. Right now, he just wanted to recruit Mo Chen. At that moment, Zhang Qiao hurriedly interjected, Mo Chen, your special ability has tremendous potential. Instead of developing your physical body, it would be better to develop the corrosive fungus to its fullest. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely join the Special Ability Academy to develop an S-level ability. But Mo Chen wouldn't. He had the Beast Master mutation system, so he didn't need anyone to teach him how to develop his abilities. Guo Xiaohai, seeing this, also tried to win over Mo Chen, slowly saying, no wonder you are the martial artist personally recommended by Captain Wei. Your corrosive fungus has great lethality. If you can design weapons with it, it would be a devastating blow to the beast tide. If you join our school, you can go to the wilderness area for training in advance to help the people of the Dragon Kingdom resist the beast tide. After saying this, Mo Chen began to evaluate the 3 major schools. The Special Ability Academy has many geniuses, with S-level abilities everywhere. With my laughable vitality value, I definitely won't be prioritized for training if I go in. And the Dragon Kingdom Military Academy often has to go abroad, so they won't get enough training time. What if the beast tide comes before I even reach the 3rd rank? Mo Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. If I can unlock 3 bacteria per realm, then I can obtain a total of 30 different strains. If my abilities are invincible, plus my physical skills are invincible, won't I have no weaknesses? Mo Chen stopped thinking, slowly stood up, and smiled as he extended his hands towards Zhang Qiao. Seeing this, Deng Feng and Guo Xiaohai both sighed. Zhang Qiao immediately stood up, beaming as she shook his hand. Mo Chen, you've made a good choice. Director Jiang, Director Guo, thank you. I've decided to join the Martial Arts Academy. What? Zhang Qiao's lips parted slightly, her expression one of shock, as if she couldn't believe Mo Chen's words. She asked in disbelief, Mo Chen, are you sure you're not mistaken? Mo Chen lowered his soft, snow-white hands and nodded lightly. I'm not mistaken, I've decided to join the Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing this, Deng Feng's eyes widened as he slowly stood up. At this moment, he felt incredibly excited inside. Guo Xiaohai beside him also showed a shocked expression. Although he had mentally prepared himself, knowing that Mo Chen would most likely not choose the military academy, he hadn't expected him to choose the Martial Arts Academy. Because under normal circumstances, martial artists with S-level abilities would choose the Special Ability Academy. This is the only way to develop the power of S-level abilities. The Martial Arts Academy has a total of 4,000 martial artists, with A-level martial artists making up 90% of the number, followed by B-level. S-level is not too many. The intellectual beauty on Zhang Qiao's face instantly vanished, revealing her true self, and her words seemed to carry a hint of anger as she said to Mo Chen, do you know what you're doing? You have an S-level ability, yet you don't study it properly? You will definitely regret it. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan's brows furrowed tightly. He spoke with a hint of displeasure, saying indignantly, Director Jiang, the Martial Arts Academy and your Ability Academy are both top institutions in Dragon Country. Is there really a difference in educational resources? Jiang Chao retorted, how long has it been since the Martial Arts Academy produced any talent? Our Ability Academy is better in every way. What they have, we have too, and what they don't have, we still possess. After saying this, Deng Feng erupted with resentment. Hearing Jiang Qiao look down on his martial arts academy like that, he could no longer hold back. Director Jiang, please speak with more respect and don't ruin the friendly relationship between our schools. What does respect matter? Can your school defeat us in the martial arts competition? Jiang Qiao's words seemed to strike Deng Feng in the throat, leaving him flushed and unable to find a reason to retort. He never expected that this woman, who relied on her physical prowess, not only lacked work ability but even the most basic interpersonal skills. A successful person? Just a version T0. You. Guo Xiaohai, hearing this, hurriedly stepped in between the two, trying to mediate in a gentle tone. The scene fell into chaos. The martial arts competition is arguably the most anticipated martial artist event for every person in Dragon Country each year. It is the largest event jointly organized by martial arts academies nationwide. Every January, each martial arts academy selects 10 martial artists from 4 levels, 0, 1, 2, and 3 to compete. The 0 and 1st level events have long been dominated by the Ability Academy. The 2nd and 3rd levels are ruled by military academy students with more practical experience. The Martial Arts Academy has been struggling to survive in between these two for 5 years without winning a championship. In response, Mo-chan simply stood with his hands on his hips. With a detached expression, he slowly spoke to Jiang Qiao, who says our Martial Arts Academy can't defeat you in the martial arts competition. Upon hearing this, the three stopped arguing and slowly turned to look at Mo-chan. It's now June, and there are still 6 months until the next competition. In 6 months, I will raise my vitality to 999 cards, competing as a level 9 martial artist. Then, I will easily take the championship in the 0 level category. Hearing such bold words, Deng Feng instantly felt goosebumps all over. Although the young man before him was merely a 0 level martial artist, his words held no persuasive power. Yet, he still felt that this kid could really make it. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiao could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor and burst into wild laughter. You think you can raise your vitality from 13 cards to 999 cards in just 6 months? Dream on. What a fantasy. Guo Xiaohai stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. Although he had broken the record for the martial arts exam in Jiangnan province and was no ordinary talent, claiming to reach 999 cards in 6 months was extremely arrogant. Guo Xiaohai frowned, secretly thinking, this kid won't achieve anything great, Captain Wei has misjudged him. Jiang Qiao stopped laughing, wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes, and said mockingly, if you really can compete as a freshman, then you might have a chance to meet another prodigy. Hearing this, Mo-chan simply replied, you mean Chi Beidou, who broke the record for the Tendu martial arts exam? Upon hearing this name, ripples stirred in everyone's hearts. Jiang Qiao raised her head proudly and said, good that you know. Chi Beidou specifically requested to come to our Ability Academy. Mo-chan knew Chi Beidou very well, because before his rebirth, Chi Beidou was an incredibly strong new generation martial artist. A year later, Chi Beidou will dominate the 0-level martial arts competition, winning the championship with an unmatched display of power. This is all thanks to his incredibly formidable S-rank ability, Spatial Imbalance. His ability allows him to create a domain, sensing and manipulating all objects within it. In this limited arena, he is invincible. He also achieved a terrifying score of 1308 points in the martial arts examination, bolstered by his 500 points of vitality. That year was also when Xiaohe won the championship in the 1st-level martial arts competition. Xiaohe was a student at the Martial Arts Academy, and that year marked the Academy's return to glory after 5 years. However, at that time, the media's attention was entirely focused on the highly anticipated Chi Beidou. Almost no one celebrated except for Nanzhou City and the Martial Arts Academy. Mo-chan mocked, a 0 level 5 only scored 1,300 points, compared to me at 0 level, you're slightly lacking. Jiang Qiao slammed her hand on the table, glaring angrily, you're so shameless. What strength do you have to dare criticize our Academy's special enrollment student? Mo-chan retorted, turning the tables. What skills do you have to belittle the Martial Arts Academy in front of Director Deng? Upon hearing this, a look of extreme embarrassment instantly appeared on Jiang Qiao's beautiful face. With just one sentence, she was left speechless. She clenched her fists tightly, a powerful aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by endless fury, immediately engulfed everyone in the conference room. This overwhelming presence pressed down on Mo Chen's entire body. Seeing his student being bullied like this, Deng Feng erupted with an immense aura. Jiang Qiao, Mo Chen is one of our martial arts academy's people. Out of respect for the friendship between our schools, I've been accommodating, so don't push your luck. Guo Xiaohai merely glanced at Jiang Qiao. Slowly sitting down, he disdainfully said, making a big deal out of a junior, Jiang Qiao, enough already. Yet Jiang Qiao showed no signs of backing down. The two auras remained locked in a fierce standoff, stirring up a terrifying wind in the conference room. Mo Chen vaguely sensed that Deng Feng's aura was slightly stronger. He forced himself to steady his body, struggling to mock Jiang Qiao. Look, you're getting anxious again. Just then, a terrifying pressure emanated from outside the conference room. Everyone in the room, including Mo Chen, was pressed to the ground by this force for several seconds. The crowd instantly calmed down. At the same time, a lazy voice from outside said, "Now that you're calm, let's talk properly." Guo Xiaohai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slowly got up. Deng Feng silently thought, as expected of Captain Wei, level 77 is truly terrifying. Jiang Qiao picked up her fallen golden-rimmed glasses and adjusted her outfit. Aware of her own shortcomings, she fell silent, simply picking up her folder and bag before storming out. At this point, only 3 people remained in the conference room. Guo Xiaohai said to the two, "Since Mo Chen has decided to join the martial arts academy, I will take my leave." With that, Guo Xiaohai also left the room. Outside, Wei Wenliang's voice could be heard, seemingly discussing something with Guo Xiaohai, before he too left the vicinity of the conference room. At this moment, only Deng Feng and Mo Chen were left in the conference room. Although Deng Feng was very pleased with Mo Chen standing up for himself and the school, claiming to win the championship for the martial arts academy was a bit too arrogant. After all, Mo Chen was currently at 13 points. Given Jiang Qiao's calculating nature, she would surely make a big deal out of this, making it widely known. If Mo Chen couldn't secure the championship, it would be a huge embarrassment. Deng Feng rubbed his forehead in distress. "Mo Chen, why did you suddenly start throwing harsh words at her?" Mo Chen pretended to be filled with righteous indignation and replied angrily, "Director, I really can't stand it anymore. Joining the martial arts academy is my dream, and I will never allow him to insult it. Moreover, I will definitely win the championship." Upon hearing this, Deng Feng gasped in shock. He secretly comforted himself. Being passionate is what it means to be young. With Mo Chen's astonishing talent and terrifying bacteria, he might really win the championship. Looking at Deng Feng's increasingly determined expression, Mo Chen covered the corner of his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. Mo Chen had complete confidence in himself. With the blood-gathering effect of the blood cohesion bacteria and the heart concentration technique gifted by Wei Wenliang, he was sure he could raise his vitality to 999 cards within 6 months. Coupled with his superb body techniques, the unmutated bacteria, and the means of attribute reset, he was certain to achieve victory with overwhelming advantage. He knew losing was not an option. The martial arts academy had been suppressed for 5 years and could no longer endure it. Now, with a prodigy like Mo Chen, who was no less than Shibu, and having made a promise to win the championship, they would definitely spare no effort in nurturing him. Deng Feng slowly took out a folder, pulled out a document, and handed it to Mo Chen, saying, "Mo Chen, all the benefits promised by our school, including training methods, combat skills, and weapons, will be provided." Mo Chen took the document, looked at it seriously, and quickly signed his name. Seeing this, Deng Feng's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath, smiling. "Mo Chen, welcome to the martial arts academy." Mo Chen smiled faintly and thought to himself, "Finally, it's over. I can have a good rest now." After a whole day of running around, when Mo Chen opened his eyes again, it was already the first day after the martial arts examination. The glaring yet warm sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious room. Mo Chen opened his eyes, groggily stood up. He looked through the large windows, overlooking the bustling traffic below, with people coming and going, as if he were stepping on everyone. A wave of unreal dizziness washed over him. "I never expected I would have the chance to live in Tangchini Pin," Mo Chen said in disbelief. With that, he walked naked towards the bathroom to wash up. Before his rebirth, the house left by his parents had been lost in gambling, leaving him to eat and wait for death. Yet, just 2 days after his rebirth, he had become the top scholar. Not only was he rewarded with a 4 million Tangchini pin by Mayor Chang Beisher, but he was also given 1 million Dragon Country coins. Mo Chen's determination to become a high-level warrior grew even stronger. He understood that all of this was inseparable from the system. While brushing his teeth, he mumbled, "System, check personal panel." Beep beep. A deep blue translucent panel immediately appeared in front of Mo Chen. Host, Mo-Chen, Source Beast, Corrosion Bacteria, Existing Bacteria Species. 2. Breathing Technique, Heart Concentration Technique, Level 1, Combat Skill, Shadow Claw Technique, Vitality Value, 13 cards, Strength Value, 104 Speed Value, 104 Endurance Value, 104 Combat Power Assessment, far exceeds the strength level of an ordinary 0-level warrior. Blood Cohesion Bacteria Idle Earnings, 1 card Vitality Value, pending collection. After being idle for so long, the vitality value only increased by 1 card. The city's spiritual energy is really thin. Collect it! Beep beep! The vitality value has increased from 13 cards to 14 cards. Looking at the combat power evaluation, Mo-Chen felt a slight sense of satisfaction, but he still felt it wasn't enough. It's a bit better than the last assessment, but is it just far beyond an ordinary warrior? What I want is to crush. Check the mutation catalog. The full picture of the mutation compendium unfolded before his eyes. This 0-level warrior's bacterial mutation compendium had now been unlocked by Mo-Chen with 2 entries, namely the corrosive bacteria and the blood fusion bacteria. Both were incredibly formidable bacteria. However, the yet-to-be-unlocked bacteria made Mo-Chen itch with anticipation. He pretended to probe by clicking on the black silhouette of the unknown bacteria, and instantly a pop-up appeared. Beep! You must reach a blood energy value of 199 calories to view the mutation pathway. Mo-Chen furrowed his brow, pondering, 199 calories to view it? I'm almost there. Last time, he had been cultivating blood energy at Ward FA. With 3 spirit incense sticks, he had increased his blood energy by a full 9 calories just by relying on the blood fusion bacteria. If he could fully master the heart condensing technique gifted by Wei Wenliang, his cultivation speed would surely be enhanced. With that thought, Mo-Chen's gaze gradually became resolute. He quickened his washing up speed, hurriedly put on his clothes and sunglasses, and took the heart condensing technique given by Wei Wenliang before heading out. On the warrior's path, people came and went. Mo-Chen, wearing round-frame sunglasses and carrying a bag, was walking towards Ward FA. He frowned at the several messages on his phone showing 99+ notifications, feeling quite irritated. One after another, now that they see I'm doing better, they're all trying to flatter me. Mo-Chen cursed as he deleted most of the useless contacts, leaving only Wei Wenliang, Chang Nan, Chang Bei, Deng Feng, Tang Wei, and Tang Yinling. He kept Tang Yinling just to show off his posts on social media, otherwise, he would have deleted her long ago. After the special recruitment ended, Wei Wenliang left with Guo Xiaohai. During their farewell, the two even went to Mo-Chen's now tourist-attracting dilapidated little house to dismantle the toilet for research. Mo-Chen felt speechless. Beep beep. At that moment, his phone emitted 2 notification sounds. Mo-Chen focused his eyes. Deng Feng's message, Mo-Chen, if you're ready, the special recruits can report to the Martial Arts Academy early. Tang Yinling's message, congratulations, my dad wants you to come over tonight to celebrate. Looking at the 2 messages, Mo-Chen pondered quietly. Since I have no relatives in Nanzhou City, I might as well go early. But I need to stop by Uncle Tang's place first. With that, Mo-Chen replied one by one. After finishing his cultivation, he would go to Uncle Tang's house tonight and then hurry to report the next day. Before he finished typing, he had already arrived at the entrance of Ward FA. Living in the city center is great, no need to take a taxi. Mo-Chen sighed inwardly, then stepped up the stairs. In front of the door, the same saleswoman was there, twisting her sexy waist, just about to say her familiar lines when she suddenly fell silent. She recognized Mo-Chen even through his sunglasses. The person before her was the strange candidate who had come to buy props just one day before the martial arts exam. The saleswoman never expected that the clueless young man she doubted about the authenticity of his ability level was actually a genuine S-level ability warrior. Moreover, he had become the top scorer in the martial arts exam, breaking records in Nanzhou City and gaining fame throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Mo-Chen, you. Shoo. Mo-Chen lowered his sunglasses and whispered, it's you. That makes things easier. Don't be too ostentatious, quickly prepare a VIP training room for me. With that, Mo-Chen hurriedly handed over the black card. Black card? Only 2 people in Nanzhou City held the Ward FA black card, namely the Chang Nan and Chang Bei brothers. The manager had recently received a call instructing her subordinates that Chang Nan's black card had already been given away. She never expected that someone would actually give the black card to someone else. Moreover, the person being gifted was actually Mo-Chen. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she trembled while accepting it, then hurriedly bent down to bring Mo-Chen into the Wodafa building. Mo-Chen followed the guide's steps, winding around until they reached a heavy steel door. As the black card touched the sensor, the steel door slowly lifted. Emo-chan took the black card and stepped into the room filled with high-tech devices, the door closing behind him. As expected of a VIP-level training room, Emo-chan thought to himself. Suddenly, a cylindrical glass device slowly rose in the center of the room, inside which floated countless blue spirit stones. Spirit stones are objects where spiritual energy gathers. Compared to spirit incense, they are not only much cheaper but also last longer. However, they contain impurities and have a lower purity than spirit incense. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed throughout the room. Welcome back, esteemed Mr. Changnan. It has been 873 days since you last used the VIP training room. Emo-chan silently lamented. Has it really been 2.5 years since the principal last trained? Changnan had been stuck at level 49 for 2.5 years, unable to break through the level 50 barrier, so he simply gave up on training and focused on his educational career. That bastard Changnan deserves to be stuck at level 50. He would definitely cherish this black card. However, he would also clearly remember the interrogation from Changnan and Wei Wenliang. Emo-chan walked up to the cylindrical device and tapped the control panel. Remaining stock of spirit stones, 283. Use 10. Danger warning. Excess spiritual energy detected. If not fully absorbed, there is a risk of backlash poisoning. Continue using. Using spirit stones times 10 for you. After saying that, the cylindrical device slowly sank into the ground, and a machine resembling a fire extinguishing device extended from the ceiling, gradually spraying a faint blue spiritual energy. Emo-chan set down his backpack and took out the Ningxinju. He began to absorb the spiritual energy according to the method described in the book, and a red rash appeared all over his body. The rash slowly spread. Beep, beep. Blood-sucking bacteria are absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into vitality for the host. 0 vitality points gained. Absorbing the spiritual energy from 10 spirit stones at once could yield enormous benefits, but it also came with great risks, backlash poisoning. Undigested spiritual energy would remain in the body, and every time a bit of spiritual power was used afterward, it would cause localized pain lasting for months. However, if he successfully endured it, he could expand the limit of spiritual energy absorption, increasing the efficiency of absorption. If he encountered a place rich in spiritual energy, he could even stay there for 10 days to half a month. This behavior is referred to as breaking through the meridians by martial artists. Starting from 0 level, every time a martial artist advances a level, they must break through their limit of spiritual energy absorption, and with each breakthrough, their vitality points would soar. This is also a sign of whether a martial artist can break through their realm. 0-level martial artists typically undergo their first breakthrough during their first year of high school, guided by their homeroom teacher. Before his rebirth, Emo-chan had never broken through due to his low vitality points. At this moment, Emo-chan felt as if he were being boiled. Spiritual power flowed into his body through his nasal cavity, causing a surge of boiling blood-colored steam to continuously erupt, swirling around him. Next, let's try the Ningxinju again. Emo-chan held his breath and focused, slowly closing his eyes. He began to sort through the chaotic spiritual power he had absorbed into his body according to the method of the Ningxinju. As the time spent cultivating increased, Emo-chan's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He also understood the power of the heart condensing technique. The transparent method only taught martial artists how to absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, while the probability of that energy transforming into vital blood depended entirely on the martial artist's own meridian smoothness. The heart condensing technique, however, was different. It allowed him to gather the chaotic and constantly leaking spiritual energy within his body into the dantian point located between his chest. Once it coalesced into a pulsating mass, akin to a second heart, he could then distribute it throughout his body along his meridians. Emo-chan thought to himself, Wei Wenliang really lives up to being a level 77 martial artist. His self-created, heart-condensing technique can actually smooth out my meridians. Although it hasn't completely cleared them, it's far better than the transparent method. Listening to the faint sound of the pulsation, Emo-chan stopped thinking. He focused entirely, slowly gathering the chaotic spiritual energy in his chest, taking a long time to form a mass the size of a marble. Eventually, it coalesced into a mass the size of a fist. At this moment, Emo-chan was drenched in sweat. His chest ached faintly, as if it were hiding a ticking time bomb. Under the dual absorption of the blood-merging bacteria and the heart-condensing technique, the spiritual energy from the 10 spiritual stones had long been absorbed by Emo-chan, gathering in his chest. But the absorption was too fast, causing the speed of spiritual energy smoothing to lag far behind the gathering speed. Emo-chan found it hard to breathe, his head growing increasingly dizzy. This was a precursor to spiritual energy backlash poisoning. If he couldn't digest the amount of spiritual energy from these 10 stones in time, the meridian opening would fail. Emo-chan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he began to sort through the spiritual energy and manipulated the blood-merging bacteria to accelerate the absorption efficiency. Emo-chan clenched his teeth. He didn't know how long had passed, but the pain in his chest gradually dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, dazedly looking around. It seems the meridian opening was successful. I've absorbed all 10 spiritual stones. Beep beep. Vital blood value has increased from 14 to 42. This absorption brought a total of 22 vital blood value to the host from the blood-merging bacteria. Emo-chan squinted, pondering. So, the heart condensing technique gave me a gain of 6 points. It's definitely much better than the transparent method. Buzzing, his phone had been vibrating, and Emo-chan only just noticed. He opened his phone to find several missed calls, all from Tang Wei. He glanced at the time, 7:04 p.m. What the hell? It's already 7 in the evening? Emo-chan had arrived at Wodafa at 1 p.m., and absorbing those 10 spiritual stones had taken him 6 hours. It was now evening. He still had to go to Tang Wei's house for dinner. Emo-chan quickly opened the green bubble to inform Tang Wei that he was safe, then immediately packed his things and opened the training room door. Suddenly, a sour smell wafted into Emo-chan's nostrils. He looked down and sniffed, slightly embarrassed, saying, "It's my sweat." The intense pain from the meridian opening had made Emo-chan sweat profusely. "Mr. Emo-chan, do you need any help?" Emo-chan looked up at the sound and saw the sales assistant arriving late, so he asked, "Where's the bathroom?" "Tang Wei, why hasn't that kid Emo-chan arrived yet? Could it be that he looked down on us after showing off?" A middle-aged woman was untying her apron at her waist. Tang Wei, who was helping in the kitchen, immediately got angry upon hearing this. "I already said, Emo-chan was just training at Wodafa. Why do you always think the worst? Besides, when you used to look down on others." Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the two immediately stopped bickering. Tang Wei grinned, wiped the grease off his hands with his apron, and quickly ran to the door. "Here they come, here they come." Tang Wei hurriedly pushed open the door, and Emo-chan stood at the entrance, dressed brightly and carrying a large bag and several smaller ones. "Uncle Tang, oh my, Emo-chan, come in quickly." Tang Wei quickly led Emo-chan into the house and seated him at the dining table. At that moment, a warm shout came from the kitchen, "Oh my, ACI, you've grown so much." Emo-chan smiled and replied, "Hello, Auntie." Aunt Tang, busy in the kitchen, just happened to bring out the last dish. Emo-chan looked at the dining table, which was filled with a sumptuous spread: steamed dragon crab, stir-fried hungry shark, green pepper stir-fried wild beef, tomato stir-fried pterosaur eggs, and blanched hollow vegetable. Aunt Tang looked at the large bags Emo-chan had brought and pretended to complain, "TSK, you child. Just coming over is fine, but you bought so many things. This must have cost quite a bit, right?" Emo-chan replied nonchalantly, "Not much, not much." Aunt Tang secretly took a peek and found that the bags were filled with high-end goods, Maodai, Zhenghua cigarettes, Iron Buddha, and so on. She estimated that it all added up to over 10,000 Longhua coins. She couldn't suppress her smile any longer, so she shouted loudly to the second floor, "Yinling, come down for dinner. Your brother ACI is here." This title was what Tang Yinling had called Emo-chan when she was little, but at this moment, it made Emo-chan feel a shiver down his spine. In a little while, Tang Yinling, wearing a pure white oversized t-shirt, slowly walked down with her long legs. She avoided Emo-chan's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes, but from the corner of her eye, she noticed that everything Emo-chan was wearing was branded. However, Emo-chan, just a small thug who had recently been reborn, knew nothing about brands. All these clothes were given to him by Wodafa. Emo-chan looked at Tang Yinling's shy and guilty face, unsure of what to say. All he knew was that he hadn't eaten for 6 hours and was starving. "Emo-chan, congratulations on becoming the top scholar." "Thank you." The atmosphere became awkward. Tang Wei broke the tension, waving his hand, "Let's eat first. Yinling, sit over there." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan no longer hesitated. He completely ignored Tang Yinling, who was sitting beside him, revealing her fair, long legs, and started eating by himself. Tang Wei laughed, "Ha, I trained at Wodafa for almost 6 hours today, I would be starving too." Upon hearing this, Aunt Tang asked again, "6 hours? That must have cost quite a bit, right?" "Mom!" Tang Wei and Tang Yinling slowly stared at her. To this, Emo-chan calmly laughed, "Ha, not much money, it didn't cost anything at all." "Oh, it's free. No wonder you stayed so long." Tang Yinling tugged at her mother's sleeve, and Aunt Tang immediately fell silent. Hearing this, Tang Wei wondered, "Is it because you became the top scholar that they gave it to you for free?" "No, the principal gave me a black card." Tang Wei and his daughter both widened their eyes in shock. In unison, they exclaimed, "What? The principal gave you a black card?" Aunt Tang knew nothing about martial artists, but seeing their surprised expressions, she still felt it was impressive. Wodafa's market is spread all over Longwa, and as the largest martial artist market in Longwa, its status is self-evident. Tang Wei secretly sighed. This kid Mo Chen will definitely achieve great things in the future. Aunt Tang beamed with joy. "No wonder you're ACI, Yinling, you need to learn well from your brother ACI." Upon hearing this, a blush appeared on Tang Yinling's face. This title was just too cheesy. She didn't even know how she had managed to say it when she was younger. Seeing Tang Yinling's blushing face, Tang Wei intentionally tried to match the two. After all, the two had been childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. Now, Mo Chen had become a hotshot martial artist in the Dragon Kingdom. Who wouldn't be happy to let their daughter marry a reliable person? Tang Wei smiled and said, "Look, our Yinling is shy now. She used to always say she wanted to be ACI's bride when we were kids." "Dad." The blush on Tang Yinling's cheeks became even more vibrant, accentuating her delicate, fair little face, making her even cuter. Meanwhile, Mo Chen's expression remained calm and unruffled. He laughed, "Ha ha ha, Uncle Tang. We were just kids back then, saying things without understanding. I see Yinling as a sister, you can rest assured." With that, Mo Chen continued to focus on his meal. However, Tang Yinling quickly turned her head, staring blankly at the composed Mo Chen. The Mo Chen of the past had always clung to her, but now he had changed. Tang Yinling's expression shifted in an instant, and she buried her face deep in her hands. Tang Wei had already noticed the awkwardness between the two at the Nanzhou martial arts school, so he hurriedly changed the subject. He raised his glass in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations to Mo Chen for breaking the record and becoming the top scholar of Jiangnan province. Yinling also did well in her exams." Mo Chen smiled. "It's a happy occasion for everyone. If the current Dragon Kingdom were likened to a group of islands thrown into a vast ocean, then Tendu would be the largest island. As the center of the Dragon Kingdom, Tendu City was different from the provinces and cities surrounded by wilderness and ruins. There were no signs of large ferocious beasts lurking outside the city. This was thanks to the high walls, high-voltage electric fences, and the martial artist army patrolling day and night that surrounded Tendu. Moreover, the city was teeming with high-level experts, with fourth-tier warriors like Chang Nan found everywhere. No city in the world had a safety record that could rival Tendu's. Before my rebirth, even during the cataclysmic beast tide, it seemed that they never breached Tendu. Mo Chen leaned against the high-speed train window, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery, lost in thought. Before his rebirth, he had never left Jiangnan province. This was his first time taking a high-speed train. The distance from Nanzhou City to Tendu was about 1,400 kilometers, and with transfers, it would take at least 6 hours on a regular high-speed train. But Mo Chen was on a martial artist train enhanced by spiritual energy technology. With the boost from spiritual energy, it was completely safe from small to medium-sized beast attacks, and the speed had been increased to 600 kilometers per hour. The journey from Jiangnan province to Tendu only took 2.5 hours. "The train has arrived at Huangnan province," came the announcement. Many passengers had already begun to disembark. At this moment, Mo Chen had arrived at the transfer station in Huangnan province, and the next stop would take him to the dream city of countless martial artists, Tendu. 14B. "Over here." A sweet voice reached Mo Chen's ears. He looked up, a shiver running down his spine. A petite young woman with a delicate face and an alluring figure was dragging her luggage toward him. 14B, isn't that right next to me? Just as he was thinking this, the young woman had already reached her seat, struggling with her luggage. The young woman looked directly at Mo Chen, who was wearing round-framed sunglasses, momentarily captivated by his chiseled jawline. Although she couldn't see his eyes, she could clearly sense that a handsome guy was sitting next to her just by his attire. She pretended to struggle, saying, could you help me carry this?" Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Chen turned his head away. Internally, he thought, "We're on a martial artist train, and you're still pretending to be weak." Mo Chen knew that this girl was using the excuse of lifting her luggage to strike up a conversation because she thought he was handsome. As the unprecedented champion with 3 cards of vitality, Mo Chen's popularity was already high, and with the exposure of the bet between him and Jiang Qiao, it skyrocketed to the top the next day. The name Mo Chen was now known nationwide. If he lent a hand, it was highly likely he would be asked for his name, and then people would discover who he was. However, Mo Chen remained unchanged in name and surname, so he simply chose not to help. The young woman was left standing aside. She showed a hint of embarrassment and remained silent, but inwardly she rolled her eyes at Mo Chen, this arrogant man. Just as the young woman was about to easily lift her luggage, a pair of slender, bony hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Surprised, she turned around to see a smiling young man with long yellow hair. This young man was handsome and well-groomed, in stark contrast to Emo-chan's cold demeanor. His brows revealed a refreshing gentleness. Coupled with his outfit that exuded a touch of sophistication, he appeared incredibly wealthy. Before she could speak, the young man asked, "Hey, let me help you with that." "Okay." Emo-chan turned his head slightly, looking at the yellow-haired youth. He seemed surprised that such a wealthy and handsome young man spoke so kindly. After they sat down, they began to chat. "My name is Lu Ji, what's yours?" "I'm Lin Mutong." Lu Ji nodded gently, then smiled widely and asked without hesitation, "Are you also going to university in Tiandu?" Lin Mutong widened her eyes, slightly shocked, and asked, "How did you know?" He. "I also know that you're a special enrollment student." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan sighed deeply. He thought to himself, at the beginning of summer vacation, other martial arts exam students haven't started school yet. The only ones carrying bags onto the martial artist train to Tiandu are special enrollment students. Emo-chan played with his phone while listening to their lively conversation and learned that both were special enrollment students at Wudou University. Lu Ji had a vitality value of 298 cards and an A-level ability called Fire Technique. Lin Mutong had a vitality value of 248 cards and an A-level ability called Mirror Eye. Lin Mutong sighed and complained to Lu Ji, "I originally wanted to go to the Ability Academy, but they didn't think highly of me, so I ended up here at Wudou." Lin Mutong's ability was among the top tier of A-level abilities. She could teleport to anything within her line of sight, reflecting images like a mirror, and if she made eye contact, she could even traverse through pupils. Although her mobility was maximized, she lacked offensive capabilities. Therefore, going to Wudou Academy to push her physical training to the limit and using martial arts and combat skills to harm enemies was the best choice. Lu Ji, on the other hand, had a very common fire element ability called Fire Technique. However, it was slightly stronger than Su Muhong's Heat, which could only heat objects, while Fire Technique could spew flames. Logically, the Ability Academy would be the best fit for him. But Lu Ji's fighting style was different from ordinary people, which caught the attention of the martial arts scouts at Wudou Academy. He would only attach fire to his limbs and weapons, attacking fierce beasts with fiery blades and explosive punches. Emo-chan listened to their abilities and secretly admired. Their abilities are very compatible with the combat methods taught at Wudou Academy. They are truly martial arts prodigies. This subtle admiration was overheard by the two. Lu Ji, who had been very interested in the silent person, asked Emo-chan, "What's your surname, brother?" "No need for formality, my surname is Mo." It didn't matter that he hadn't spoken much, but once he did, Lu Ji became visibly excited. "You share the same surname as the champion with 3 cards of vitality from Jiangnan province." This mention sparked an excited discussion between Lin Mutong and Lu Ji about Emo-chan. With 3 cards of vitality, he actually scored 1,000 points. Emo-chan is truly a genius. Lin Mutong secretly admired and praised Emo-chan without reservation. "I heard that the directors of the admissions offices from the 3 major schools all went together to try to recruit Emo-chan. In the end, Emo-chan wanted to go to the Martial Arts Academy but was met with sarcasm from the director of the Ability Academy. Later, in order to uphold the dignity of the Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chan vowed to raise his vitality to 999 cards within 6 months and then win the 0-level martial arts competition for the academy. Emo-chan and Lu Ji listened with great interest to Lin Mutong's vivid description. "Damn it! Isn't that bullying? Emo-chan is really a man." The more Lin Mutong spoke, the more excited he became, making it seem as if Emo-chan was vowing to take revenge for him. Due to Emo-chan wearing sunglasses, the two didn't notice that the Emo-chan they were talking about was sitting right next to them. The two were happily chatting, completely ignoring Emo-chan beside them. With an hour left until Tiandu, Emo-chan felt quite sleepy, so he chose to lie down and sleep. Ding dong, the train has arrived at Tendu. The martial artist train had reached its destination, and the announcement rang out, causing the train to stir again. Lu Ji helped Lin Mutong take down the luggage again, and looking at the sleeping Emo-chan, he kindly shook him and said, "Emo brother, we've arrived at Tiandu, you should wake up." Emo-chan opened his sleepy eyes, lowered his head, and slowly put on his round-frame sunglasses, saying, "So soon? Which school are you from?" "If it's the Martial Arts Academy, we're on the same route." Although Lu Ji only asked for Emo-chan's surname, he could intuitively sense that they belonged to the same kind of people. "From the Martial Arts Academy." Upon hearing this, Lu Ji's heart immediately filled with joy. He hugged Emo-chan and cheered, "We 3 are really fated. We're all from the Martial Arts Academy. Now we have company on the way." Emo-chan smiled awkwardly. Lin Mutong, however, didn't seem very happy because Emo-chan's recent unrefined action had already confirmed for him. Emo-chan was just a low-class guy. As fellow freshmen, having company is quite nice, so let's go together. After saying that, Emo-chen, empty-handed except for a backpack, walked off the train. Luji hurriedly stopped Emo-chen. Wait. Emo brother, did you forget to get your luggage? Emo-chen turned around and fell silent, looking at the two who were carrying large bags. His only set of new clothes was the ones provided by Ward FA, for him to change into. Everything left at home was old and worn out. It would be better to buy all new things once he arrived in Tendu. My clothes and blankets are too old, there's no need to bring them, I'll just get all new ones. After saying that, Emo-chen turned around and calmly walked off the train. What Emo-chen said was true, the clothes and blankets in his old house were all covered in spider webs. Tang Chenipin was after all a new home, and aside from the necessary furniture, there was nothing else he could bring. Moreover, Deng Feng had promised him that he would get a luxurious single dormitory at school, so he didn't need to prepare those essentials. However, this impoverished statement took on a different flavor in Lu Ji and Lin Mouton's eyes. You see, Emo-chen was dressed from head to toe in Ercun and Aminuasi. In their eyes, Emo-chen was just a well-dressed, extremely extravagant rich young master. Emo brother is really incredibly wealthy. Lu Ji sighed inwardly and then dragged his suitcase off the train. Emo-chen led the two of them, weaving through the crowded crowd, his gaze wandering as if searching for something. Emo brother, we are still 30 miles away from the martial arts academy. How about we share a ride? Emo-chen waved his hand and turned the corner into the underground parking lot. There's no need for that, someone is here to pick me up, just follow me to the car. As he spoke, Lu Ji's eyes suddenly widened. He began to flatter, Emo brother. You actually have connections in Tiandu, I must acknowledge you as my rich second-generation brother. Emo-chen chuckled, no, I'm not a rich second generation. Lin Mouton beside him said, could it be a rich third generation then? Lu Ji, putting his arm around Emo-chen, suddenly asked, Emo brother, I only asked for your surname earlier, but I didn't ask for your full name. Oh right, and your blood value and abilities. Emo-chen's heart tightened suddenly. He scratched his head and turned back, saying lightly, how about we get in the car first and talk? Before Emo-chen could finish his sentence, a shout echoed through the parking lot. Emo-chan! Over here! Instantly, everyone in the parking lot was drawn to the shout, searching for the source of the voice. Emo-chun? Where is Emo-chen? Isn't that Deng Feng from the martial arts competition? Everyone turned to look and saw a man in a gray suit, with a side parting and gold-rimmed glasses, standing under the parking lot lights. This man was Deng Feng. He was waving at Lu Ji and the others. Lin Mouton slowly turned back, looking at Emo-chen, who was sweating profusely, his face showing embarrassment and his mouth twitching. Lu Ji immediately pointed at Emo-chen and shouted, what the hell? You are Emo-chan? Emo-chen was in distress. He had wanted to hide his identity, but Deng Feng's shout had exposed him. Ever since Emo-chen had made a name for himself, his old house had become a new internet celebrity check-in spot in Nanzhou City. He didn't even dare to go home. With things as they were, Emo-chen had no choice but to push Lu Ji and the others into Deng Feng's car while avoiding everyone's phone recordings. Deng Feng got into the car with a smile and drove out of the parking lot. Director Deng, couldn't you just send me a message? Why did you have to shout my name? You scared me. Emo-chen complained while sitting in the passenger seat. Deng Feng laughed heartily, as the top special recruit of our martial arts academy, making a little stir when you first arrive in Tiandu is a must. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence for the three of you to sit in the same row. The two responded to Deng Feng stammeringly, feeling very nervous. They had received the special recruitment notice through the martial arts scouts, and this was their first time meeting someone from the admissions office, and it turned out to be Director Deng Feng. This was also their first time meeting a fifth-tier martial artist. Alright, I should introduce myself now. Emo-chen turned around calmly and said seriously to Lu Ji and Lin Mouton, my name is Emo-chen, my ability is S-level beast mastery, and my blood value is 42 cards. Upon hearing this, the three in the car widened their eyes simultaneously. Lu Ji and Lin Mouton were the first to ask, 42 cards? Weren't you only 3 cards before? Could it be that you increased by 39 cards in less than 2 days? The crowd didn't know that Emo-chen's blood value had already risen to 13 cards during the exam. It was quite normal for them to have such doubts. But even Deng Feng shouted, Emo-chen, you really have 42 cards? I just used a black card to break through a bottleneck, and accidentally increased by 29 cards. Upon hearing this, Deng Feng shook his head secretly. He realized that Emo-chen had only completed his breakthrough after the martial arts exam, and he was astonished that a breakthrough could increase by 29 cards at once. Emo-chen, who originally had only 3 cards, had actually increased to 42 cards in just 3 days. Unheard of. This also means that Emo-chan has a great chance of raising his vitality to 999 cards by January 1st next year. Deng Feng, with one hand on the steering wheel, said with great concern, going through the acupoints alone is very dangerous. Emo-chan nodded, feeling a lingering fear. He agreed, absorbing 10 spirit stones at once is really not easy. If it weren't for the concentration technique taught by Captain Wei, I definitely couldn't have done it in 6 hours. Suddenly, the whole car lurched as if it had stumbled, then quickly returned to normal. Stop, stop, stop. Emo-chan, what did you just say? Deng Feng seemed to be stimulated by something, gripping the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging. 10? In 6 hours? Deng Feng repeated Emo-chan's words, cold sweat sliding down his forehead without him realizing it. Emo-chan was puzzled, feeling as if he had accomplished something remarkable. Deng Feng asked again, do you know how many spirit stones the record for zero-level warriors is? Emo-chan shook his head. 8 stones, the highest record is 8 stones, and it only increased by 9 cards of vitality, taking a full 19 hours. After saying this, the car fell into a dead silence. Deng Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face filled with joy, his excitement nearly bursting forth. He whispered to himself, Emo-chan is truly a rare treasure. Not only is his physical skill outstanding, but his abilities are also powerful, and even his training speed is extraordinary. He was very glad that Emo-chan had not given up on the path of martial arts. He was also very glad that the Martial Arts Academy had specially recruited Emo-chan. The warrior who once had 3 cards of vitality had now accumulated strength and leaped to become a genius standing at the peak. He is the future banner of the Martial Arts Academy. Lu Qi and Lin Mutong, sitting in the back seat, were already dumbfounded, unable to interject. Black card, 10 spirit stones, 6 hours, an increase of 29 cards. Unimaginable feats for ordinary warriors flooded their minds, and their brains were nearly crashing. I didn't expect that the record for zero-level warriors would only be 8 stones. Emo-chan gazed out the window, lost in thought as the scenery rushed by. After all, he had squandered 3 years before his rebirth and had never gone through the acupoints, so it was normal for him to know very little about this matter. The only thing he knew was that every stage of a warrior required going through the acupoints. Lu Qi stopped thinking and asked first, Director, how far is it to the Martial Arts Academy? Deng Feng smiled and tilted his head, saying, look, isn't that it up ahead? After saying this, everyone looked up. An endless plain was empty, but a gigantic archway emerged on the horizon. The archway, towering like a giant, was inscribed with 2 large characters in a flamboyant style. Martial arts. The 3 of them had never seen such a shocking scene and stared at the school gate with their mouths agape in fascination. Lin Mutong's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, wow, so big. Damn, it's really huge. Deng Feng proudly said, it's just average, our martial arts academy only occupies 7,000 acres. Emo-chan was incredibly amazed. It should be known that the Martial Arts University only enrolls about 1,000 warriors each year, and with 4 cohorts of students plus teachers and other staff, there are only about 10,000 people in total. This is so extravagant, this is prime real estate in the heavenly capital. Deng Feng saw through Emo-chan's thoughts and said, martial arts emphasizes physical skills, so it's better to have a larger training ground for the students. After saying this, Deng Feng drove the black car into the campus. The main road was very wide, flanked by towering trees that blocked out the sun. If it weren't for the students coming and going on both sides, Emo-chan would have thought he had stumbled onto some unknown highway. As they drove off the main road, a tower-like building came into view. Lu Qi asked, Director, what is that tower? That is the Cultivation Tower, and the building next to it is Xin Huang Building, mainly for exchanging combat techniques and cultivation methods. By the way, I haven't told you about our school's unique point system. Lin Mutong tilted her head and asked, points? Seeing this, Deng Feng explained, in Martial Combat University, points are like the in-game currency. Whether it's eating beast cuisine in the cafeteria, crafting exclusive equipment, or exchanging for advanced cultivation methods, all of it requires points. Including the cultivation tower, you need to accumulate a certain amount of points to obtain higher-level combat techniques. Hearing Deng Feng's explanation, the 3 of them immediately understood the importance of points. Emo-chan asked casually, so, where do points come from? Points can be earned by completing campus tasks and assignments, enhancing one's vitality, breaking through realms, and participating in competitions. Of course, the school also distributes points each year based on the students' ability levels. S-Class gets 100 points per year, A-Class 50, B-Class 40, C-Class 30. Emo-chan thought to himself, these points are indeed very important, like a universal currency. After saying this, Emo-chan took out his phone and opened the Martial Combat Academy app to check his information in detail. Student, Emo-chan points, 100 class, none. After pondering for a moment, he said, the 100 points have really been credited, but why is the class information listed as none? Lu Ji and the others immediately leaned in, coincidentally opening the app. They found that their class information was also completely blank. In response, Deng Feng explained slowly, because special recruits do not need to have a class. Lu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. No class? How am I supposed to attend classes with beautiful girls? Deng Feng smiled and continued, the special recruits that our martial combat academy values are undoubtedly the top geniuses of the new generation of warriors. And the teaching methods for geniuses must be different from ordinary people. The school will assign exclusive teachers based on your ability characteristics and combat styles. If a student has boundless potential, perhaps other teachers will compete for the opportunity to teach them. So, special recruits are not often grouped by class. Deng Feng then shifted his focus to Lu Ji and Lin Mutong, saying, both of your combat styles are quite unique. I can guess who your instructor will be. Lu Ji and Lin Mutong's anticipation instantly skyrocketed. Lu Ji, most likely your instructor will be Elvis Jenny, known as Flame Fist. Lin Mutong, it will be Dan Luyu, the Flowing Shadow Blade. Lu Ji laughed, hey, there are even foreigners. Deng Feng turned his gaze to Emo-chan, unsure of what to say, and finally said helplessly, Emo-chan's situation is a bit special, I don't know who it will be. You might as well go to the square tomorrow to check for yourself. Emo-chan had outstanding physical skills and powerful abilities. If a physically strong instructor were assigned to him, it would overshadow his abilities, and vice versa. One cannot have both fish in bear's paw. Unless Emo-chan's talent was exceptionally high, receiving guidance from two instructors at the same time would likely result in him not excelling in either. Moreover, a genius like Emo-chan, who could shake the Dragon Kingdom, would definitely attract a crowd of instructors eager to guide him. Ultimately, who will be Emo-chan's mentor is something Emo-chan must decide for himself. In any case, Deng Feng couldn't guess. No need to rush, special recruits. You'll receive the notice of your teaching mentor tomorrow, Deng Feng said, comforting everyone while steering the wheel. Eventually, the car stopped in front of the student dormitory area. Emo-chan got out of the car and looked at the neatly arranged villas, his mouth unconsciously agape. From the outside, these villas looked identical, all grand little Western-style buildings that felt unreal. Why are all the houses exactly the same? Emo-chan marveled quietly. Deng Feng also got out of the car, handed Emo-chan a round key, and instructed, this is the key to your room, just place it on the doorknob to sense it. He changed his tone and whispered, ordinary students have 4-person rooms, special recruits have 2-person rooms, and only your dormitory is the luxury version. You'll know the rest once you go in. Deng Feng patted Emo-chan on the shoulder, turned back to bid farewell to Lu Ji and Lin Mutong, and finally drove away. Lin Mutong, pulling her luggage, stared at the building complex in shock, unable to close her delicate little mouth. The villas and high-rise apartments were arranged in an orderly manner, and beneath the high-rise dormitories, there was even a convenience store that operated day and night. There were also shared training rooms, martial arts halls, and blacksmith shops. She exclaimed, it's so big, there must be at least 500 houses here. Lu Ji looked at the dormitory information on the app and asked Emo-chan, Emo-chan, what's your number? Villa Area 314. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji suddenly opened his squinted eyes wide and joyfully said, I'm 303. So close. Emo-chan was speechless, as special recruits were supposed to live close together. The three of them walked deeper into the dormitory. Emo-chan, I'll come find you after I finish organizing my things, let's go explore together, probably in about 2 hours. At 6 p.m., right? Okay, see you later. After saying goodbye to Lu Ji and Lin Mutong, Emo-chan slowly walked towards his standalone villa. He looked at the house in front of him, which was even larger than the other villas, and nodded happily. Now this is more like it. With that, Emo-chan stepped forward. After placing the key on the doorknob, the black solid wood door opened with a click. What came into view was a person with a pale white complexion and indistinct features. In a split second, as he was startled, Emo-chan quickly swung his right fist, hitting the person's face squarely. There was a loud bang. The pale person's face was instantly punched through, and he fell straight down. From his mouth came a crackling whisper. Res respected master. Okay, I am the spirit butler, foo. Emo-chan leaned against the doorframe, still shaken. But upon seeing the person's appearance and hearing what he was saying, he instantly relaxed. Damn, turns out it's just a spirit butler. After saying that, the fallen spirit butler slowly stood up again. The large hole in its face that Emo-chan had punched through began to heal and close rapidly, which was the characteristic of S-grade steel, memory metal. Before long, the spirit butler Rafu completely restored itself to new. The spirit butler bowed with its perfect body and mechanically said, "Hello, respected master, I am the spirit butler Rafu. I am pleased to serve you." Emo-chen let out a long breath. He had also heard that spirit butlers could transform into housekeepers, not only doing laundry and cooking for their masters but also engaging in passionate sparring. Just a single martial arts hall spirit butler costs no less than 700,000 dragon country coins, not to mention the butler type. Emo-chen then asked, "Afu, what functions do you have?" Reporting to the master, my spirit energy chip records functions for cleaning, cooking, and querying encyclopedias. As for combat functions, the master can exchange points to redeem combat spirit energy memory chips to activate my combat capabilities. After saying this, Emo-chen pondered quietly. He then asked, "Afu, what is the difference between my villa and those of other special students?" Afu paused for a moment, seemingly retrieving information. Then, while leading the way, he introduced, "This house is a CM103 Special Edition model. Compared to the villas of other special students, the first floor not only has a dedicated training room but also a small martial arts hall. More importantly, it has the spirit butler Afu." This spirit butler, Afu, allowed Emo-chen to disregard household chores, enabling him to devote himself entirely to training. It was indeed the most precious gift the martial arts academy had given him. Subsequently, Emo-chen followed the spirit butler to carefully inspect each room. Unlike the double villas of other special students, Emo-chen's special edition single dormitory was simply luxurious. The training room was made according to the standards of Wardfa, and in the backyard, the martial arts halls area was almost comparable to an entire villa of other special students, with a venue even better than the Nanjo Martial Arts Hall. Emo-chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He now understood how much the martial arts academy valued him. The martial arts academy values me so much, I can't let them down. I need to speed up my training. After saying this, Emo-chen took out the Xian Chao claw from his backpack and placed it on the weapon rack in the martial arts hall. The black and blue light shimmered subtly, and Emo-chen gazed at the claw sheath with an increasingly determined expression. Reborn, Emo-chen had leaped from a street thug to a standout scholar, and everything felt like a dream. His desire to become stronger grew ever more intense. Bang bang bang! Just after leaving the martial arts hall in the backyard, Emo-chen heard urgent knocking at the front door. Confused, he thought, wasn't it agreed upon for 6 o'clock? It hasn't been long since then. He quickly walked over and gently pushed open the door. Emo-chen complained, "Luji, it's not even been 20 minutes, and you're here so soon." Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately stopped. Standing before him was a person with flowing red hair, slightly taller and stronger than Emo-chen, holding a can of beer, with a hint of drunkenness on his face. The visitor was not Lu Ji, but Emo-chen recognized him nonetheless. He was Emo-chen's fellow townsman, the previous owner of the Xian Chao Claw, and the creator of the Yukong Claw technique, Xiaohe. Xiaohe? Emo-chen exclaimed in shock. Xiaohe tilted his head back and smiled proudly. "So, how is it, Junior? Is the Xian Chao Claw and the combat skills useful? Very good. Let's talk inside." With that, Emo-chen hurriedly led Xiaohe into the house. Xiaohe looked at the luxurious decor of the villa and exclaimed, "I didn't expect the school to provide you with a spirit butler. Truly worthy of a top scholar. It's just average." The two sat on the sofa and exchanged pleasantries. Xiaohe graduated from Nanzhou No. 2 High School, and he had heard that there was a martial artist in No. 1 High School with a blood energy value of 3 cards and an S-level ability. However, since the schools were far apart and they were from different years, Xiaohe had never met Emo-chen before. This was their first meeting. Emo-chen thanked Xiaohe, saying, "If it weren't for your weapon and combat skills, I probably wouldn't have been able to break the record." Xiaohe knew that Emo-chen was just being modest. He waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? With your ability, you could break the record even barehanded." Emo-chen smiled faintly. He had always been puzzled by one thing: why did Xiaohe sell his Xian Chao Claw and combat skills? The Xian Chao Claw and Yukong Claw technique were top-notch, yet he managed to sell them effortlessly at a very low price. Emo-chen thought for a long time before asking, "Senior, can the Xian Chao Claw and combat skills really be sold so casually?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohe replied with a relaxed expression, "Selling them to gamble. No, to exchange for money. Isn't that pretty good? Moreover, I am now a level 10 warrior and can use higher grade steel." Emo-chen nodded secretly. He had already understood from Xiaohe's accidental mention of gamble. Before his rebirth, Emo-chen and Xiaohe had gone to the same underground casino. After Xiaohe became famous, gamblers would boast to Emo-chen every day about how good their relationship with Xiaohe was. But Emo-chen didn't believe any of it, as he had never seen Xiaohe enter that casino. It was only now that he realized those things were true. While Mo Chen was taking the martial arts exam, Xiaoyi was in the underground casino, and he had placed a large bet on Mo Chen, making a fortune. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xiaoyi coughed and said, Mo Chen, the reason I came this time is actually at the request of my mentor. Now all the mentors at the martial arts academy want to teach you, and my mentor is no exception. Mo Chen squinted his eyes and began to think carefully. He knew that Xiaoyi's intentions were not simple. He knew very little about Xiaoyi's mentor, but just from the Yukong claw technique that Xiaoyi created, he could infer that Xiaoyi's master was a claw expert. During the process of Xiaoyi creating the Yukong claw technique, his mentor must have guided him in some way. I know very little about Xiaoyi's mentor, I should inquire further. After thinking it over, Mo Chen politely asked, Higo, what is your mentor's name? She is also a master of poison like you, known as Thousand Spider Hand Julie. Thousand Spider Hand Julie? Just hearing this nickname, Mo Chen felt a strong and overwhelming sense of poison. It was as if spiders were crawling on him, and he couldn't shake them off. The image of a powerful and eerie bald middle-aged man was slowly forming in Mo Chen's mind. Xiaoyi proudly said, my mentor has an S-level ability called Toxic Body, and she is a 6th-tier warrior. Her requirements are very strict. Since she started teaching last year, she has only taken me as a student. And her personality is a bit strange. Mo Chen pondered silently. My fighting style is almost identical to teacher Zhu Li's. It might be good to join her. I don't mind the personality issue. After thinking for a moment, Mo Chen made up his mind. He asked Xiaoyi, where is teacher Zhu Li now? Does she have time? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi felt a surge of joy, and even his tense brows relaxed. He happily said, I'll take you to find her. After instructing a Fu to take care of the house and sending a message to Lu Ji, Mo Chen followed Xiaoyi out of the house and rode towards the training area. Here we are, this is the training area for the teachers. Xiaoyi brought Mo Chen to the base of a large building. He explained to Mo Chen, the benefits for special enrollment mentors are highly valued by the school. They even have a dedicated training area for mentors that ordinary teachers cannot enter. As the two walked into the building, the receptionist recognized Xiaoyi immediately and greeted him with a sweet smile. She slowly said, Mentor Julie is currently training and has been notified for you. Thank you, Sister Wu. Xiaoyi thanked the receptionist and led Mo Chen towards the depths of the building's corner. The receptionist looked at Mo Chen beside Xiaoyi with a dignified posture, and as the two figures disappeared, she sighed with a hint of regret, alas. That which is going to torment the young ones again. The bright corridor lay ahead of Mo Chen, with tightly closed steel doors on both sides. Even through a thick door, Mo Chen could still sense a strong spiritual energy seeping through the cracks. The scent of the spiritual energy was reminiscent of a fragrant flower. However, if it was too dense, it smelled like a perfume mixed with various chemical odors. Mo Chen rubbed his nose and complained, Higo, how many spirit stones and fragrances have these mentors used? This spiritual energy is way too strong. Xiaoyi replied nonchalantly, for high-level martial artists, enhancing their vitality becomes increasingly difficult, so they use a large amount of spiritual fragrance for nourishment. A 6th-tier martial artist like teacher Julie can consume over 1,000 spirit stones at once. This level of scent is nothing to them. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen was utterly shocked. He had speculated before his rebirth that a 6th-tier martial artist would not consume more than 500 spirit stones at a time. The reality was double that amount. It seemed that poverty had indeed limited Mo Chen's imagination. Mo Chen frowned and asked, if they consume hundreds or thousands of spirit stones in one session, how much money do they have to spend? Xiaoyi waved his hand and explained, high-level martial artists usually gather their spirit stones from the wilderness and ruins. This level of difficulty is nothing for them. Then, Xiaoyi proudly said, teacher Julie's famous battle was in an S-class ruin in Nanyuan province, where she single-handedly killed a 6th-tier beast, the 5-poison insect tide, and then fought the 5th-tier beast, the poisonous toad king, for 3 days and nights before successfully slaying it. Truly worthy of being a mentor, Mo Chen silently admired. If he encountered a 5th-tier beast now, he wouldn't even stand a chance and would surely be devoured. After taking the elevator to the 8th floor, they walked for a long time. Finally, Xiaoyi stopped in front of room 806. He said to Mo Chen, room 806, just in time, this is teacher Julie's training room. He then pressed the button in front of the iron door. Teacher, Mo Chen has arrived. As soon as he spoke, the previously closed steel door emitted a series of booming sounds. The spiritual energy inside surged out like a tide through the door cracks. The overwhelming spiritual energy made Mo Chen instinctively raise his hand to shield his face. Xiaoyi tilted his head back and led Mo Chen into the spiritual energy. Mo Chen fanned himself and complained, this entrance is really reminiscent of those big villains in novels and movies. The light shone through the spiritual mist, making the entire training room appear ethereal, blurring the line between reality and illusion. A dark figure slowly sat up from the ground, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Unlike the muscular man Emo-chen had imagined, this figure was slender, with a hint of an eerie charm. "You must be Emo-chen, looking quite good." A mature, intellectual voice, laced with a touch of allure, cut through the dense spiritual mist and slowly reached Emo-chen's ears. Only then did Emo-chen see the person before him clearly. She was a woman dressed in a black and purple embroidered qipao, wearing black high heels with a purple base. The black and purple qipao fit Julie's curvaceous figure perfectly, with high slits that revealed her long, fair legs. Emo-chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Her appearance was strikingly cold, with a gaze full of disdain, but the wicked smile at the corner of her mouth could easily ensnare a man's soul. She was drenched in fragrant sweat, exuding a subtle fragrance. At the same time, there was a hint of eerie mist that made Emo-chen feel slightly dizzy. "So it's Julie, I thought it was the power of strength," Emo-chen said, speechless. Unlike the bald middle-aged man Emo-chen had imagined, he never expected that this teacher Julie would be a stunning beauty with her hair styled in a black bun, wearing a qipao. Julie walked towards Emo-chen with a cat-like grace, swaying her seductive waist, and said, "Emo-chen, can you show me what abilities your bacteria have?" Emo-chen furrowed his brows and slowly replied, "Teacher, do you not trust my abilities?" Upon hearing this, Julie chuckled softly, No, I'm not doubting you. My requirement for accepting students is that they can withstand my poison, or let me withstand theirs." Emo-chen slowly glanced at Xiaohe beside him. He recalled that Xiaohe's ability was A-level, blood-burning armor. It could unleash a blood-red armor that enveloped his entire body like steam, and his attacks could also inflict burning damage. It seemed that Xiaohe must have used this to withstand Julie's poison. After pondering, Emo-chen turned to gaze directly into Julie's enchanting eyes and slowly spoke, "Teacher, watch closely." With that, Emo-chen raised his index finger in front of Julie's eyes. Instantly, a dim blue light emanated from the tip of his finger, followed by two blue spots that appeared as if they were seeping blood. It was radiating a faint aura of death. Julie's eyes widened in surprise, fixated on the tip of Emo-chen's finger. She murmured to herself, "Bacteria that can gain spiritual power. I wonder what it tastes like." Before Emo-chen could react, Julie grabbed his index finger and stuffed it into her cherry-like mouth. "WH. What?" Emo-chen exclaimed, his face instantly turning red. He could clearly feel Julie sucking hard, her tongue swirling around the tip of his finger, warm and slippery. Suddenly, a drop of fresh blood trickled from the corner of Julie's mouth. She slowly withdrew her finger, her gaze still lingering, but her tone became sharp, "Can't absorb it." Emo-chen was confused and dazed. She wiped the blood from her mouth and gently explained to Emo-chen, "My ability, Toxic Body, can absorb toxins and spread them from my body. Your ability, as I expected, cannot absorb it." With that, Emo-chen hurriedly retracted the corrosive bacteria, and only then did the bleeding from the corner of Julie's mouth stop. Looking at Emo-chen, who had limitless potential and a similar fighting style, Julie felt immense admiration. At this moment, Julie just wanted to quickly take Emo-chen under her wing. She took out a small bottle containing blue liquid from the ring on her index finger and said solemnly, "Emo-chen, would you let me become your mentor? This bottle of 6th tier S level, 1000 fathom demon centipede, essence blood will strengthen your body." Xiaohe was dumbfounded and shouted, "What? Teacher, are you really willing to part with this essence blood?" Emo-chen naturally understood the value of this essence blood. Essence blood is the spiritual blood of fierce beasts. And S-level essence blood is extremely rare. Auction units in the market start at billions, and ordinary warriors cannot afford it. Even Julie's own body-strengthening essence blood is only A-level. If consumed and properly adjusted by a warrior, it could directly grant them a portion of the fierce beast's characteristics and abilities, referred to by many warriors as an opportunity to gain a second ability. Even more terrifying, warriors with summoning abilities could have their summoned creatures gain related characteristics. It might even allow the corrosive bacteria to evolve, gaining even stronger abilities. Being taught by the teacher is my honor. Seeing Julie take out such a precious bottle of essence blood, Emo-chen pondered for a moment and finally agreed. Emo-chen did not agree solely because of the essence blood. He was impressed that Julie could turn Xiaohe, a nameless gambling martial arts student from Nanzhou City, into the champion who broke the 5-year curse of defeat at the martial arts academy. This was what Emo-chen valued the most. Julie nodded in satisfaction, but then she changed her tone and said, "However, I have a condition." "What condition? Can you give me another taste? I still don't believe your bacteria are that strong." Emo-chen's mouth twitched as he replied, "Teacher, you're a bit of a pervert." A bright red electric motorcycle sped towards them. After completing a stunning drift, it slowly stopped in front of the campus street gate. Xiaoyi took off his helmet and reminded Emo-chen, who had just gotten off the bike, Emo-chen, the school will hold a teacher selection conference for special recruits at 9 a.m. tomorrow in the square. Remember not to be late. I have something to do, so I'll head off first. Emo-chen lightly nodded in thanks. Thanks, Higu. Still calling me Higu? Emo-chen smiled knowingly and grinned, senior brother. Xiaoyi patted Emo-chen's sturdy back and advised, now we're brothers. If you don't understand something or if someone bullies you, remember to tell me. But, no one would dare bully you, right? The two exchanged smiles, and Emo-chen watched as Xiaoyi drove away. Emo-chen remained standing in place, deep in thought. He knew he was in high demand, but he didn't realize just how much. Julie's fighting style perfectly matched Emo-chen's, both centered around poison in their combat. But if it were just a matter of compatible fighting styles, he wouldn't have chosen Julie so decisively. There were certainly other mentors at the martial arts university who matched his fighting style, not just Julie. To accept Emo-chen as her disciple, Julie generously took out the S-rank blood essence of the 1000-fathom demon centipede and gifted it to Emo-chen along with her personal storage ring. It was truly a gesture of sincerity. This blood essence of the 1000-fathom demon centipede was extracted during her battle with it. The success rate of extracting S-rank quality blood essence is extremely low. Julie was incredibly excited, but she had already tempered her body, so she chose to keep this matter a secret and preserved the blood essence until now. She initially intended to keep this vial of blood essence for Xiaoyi, but upon realizing their properties didn't match, she switched to other blood essences. Until she met Emo-chen. His bacteria were something even Julie herself couldn't absorb. If he were to train with the blood essence of the 1000-fathom demon centipede, who knows what kind of abilities he would gain. It was truly tantalizing. Emo-chen raised his hand, gazing at the blood essence in the storage ring, and sighed, Teacher Julie, I can't believe you were willing to give me that vial of S-rank 1000-fathom demon centipede blood essence. It's unimaginable. But my blood value is too low right now. I need at least 100 calories to even have the right to touch a bit of blood essence. I need to work hard. Emo-chen took out his phone to check the time. He had talked with Julie for a long time, and nearly 2 hours had passed without him realizing it. It was almost 6 p.m. At that moment, Emo-chen was standing in front of the campus street, waiting for Lu Ji. The sky had begun to darken, and the vendors on campus street started turning on their lights, attracting passers-by. Emo-chen leaned under a streetlight, scrolling through his phone. He was tall and handsome, and standing under the light created a unique atmosphere that attracted many girls who came to ask for his contact information. But as they got closer, everyone recognized Emo-chen. The admiration that arose from the depths of their hearts immediately transformed into respect for a genius. Ultimately, they gave up on asking for his contact information. After all, something that is too perfect always brings a sense of distance. Emo-chen looked at the girls' terrified expressions and said helplessly, Is it really that scary to me? Are you Emo-chen? A sweet voice came, and Emo-chen hurriedly turned to look. A remarkably fair and delicate little face was firmly locking onto Emo-chen's eyes. Upon closer inspection, the girl had shoulder-length hair dyed a milky tea gray, and her appearance was quite captivating. The loose white t-shirt and light blue jeans made her look incredibly pure, and one could vaguely see her graceful figure beneath the clothing. Emo-chen blinked and stammered, what's wrong? Unlike other girls, this one not only didn't have a look of fear but was instead examining her own face closely. The girl opened her pink lips and said, My name is Zhong Lingling, and like you, I'm also a new S-class special recruit. Hearing this, Emo-chen's eyes widened in shock. He thought he was the only S-class special recruit, but upon reflection, he realized that didn't make sense. After all, the Martial Arts Academy was a prestigious school. If Emo-chen were the only S-class special recruit, that would be absurd. Without giving Emo-chen a chance to speak, Zhong Lingling continued, Everyone in the school knows about your conflict with Jiang Qiao from the Ability Academy. Now it's really quite satisfying. Emo-chen awkwardly scratched his head in feigned humility, saying, We're all students of martial arts, it's nothing to defend our school. Zhong Lingling fidgeted, covering her mouth shyly, It's rare to meet an S-class warrior in martial arts. Can we exchange contact information? After saying this, a blush slowly appeared on her small face. Emo-chen was stunned for a moment. He was very excited, secretly thinking, I really am not that scary, right? After they exchanged contact information, Zhong Lingling bounced away. Not long after, Lucci finally arrived. He complained, This martial arts academy is too big. After walking for so long, we finally made it. Emo-chen put away his phone and said, I've been waiting for you so long, I'm starving. Let's go eat something first. Lucci rubbed his rumbling stomach and nodded. The two walked deeper into the campus street. This campus street was very bustling, lively like the downtown area of a small city. Shops lined both sides of the road, from restaurants to supermarkets, cinemas, and everything in between. Mo Chen and Lu Qi casually picked a shop and sat down. A waitress came over with a menu, smiling. "Classmates, what would you like to eat?" Mo Chen took the menu and flipped through it carefully. Most of the dishes were made from precious beast meat, delicious while also strengthening the body. Mo Chen said, "Let's have 2 servings of Koen chicken rice." "Okay." Lu Qi watched as the waitress gradually walked away, then asked Mo Chen, "What did you do this afternoon?" "Just now? I went to pay my respects to a master." "What? You decided so quickly? What if you encounter a better mentor?" Mo Chen looked at the spatial ring in his hand, pondering silently. The S-class blood essence of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede is incredibly valuable. I can't just mention it. Innocent people can be wronged for possessing something precious. Mo Chen replied calmly, "The fighting style of my mentor is very similar to mine, so I just chose her." Hearing this, Lu Qi questioned, "In the martial arts academy, there are many mentors whose fighting styles match yours. There's no need to rush. Moreover, you're a hot commodity, many want to teach you." Lu Qi changed the subject and asked, "Did your mentor give you any body-tempering blood essence?" "A-class, 100-fathom demon centipede, blood essence." Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock. "A-class? That's so valuable. The market auction price starts at 1,000,000 Dragon Country coins." Mo Chen remained silent. If he were to truly unleash the quality of his genuine essence blood, Lu Ji would probably be shocked into a coma. Lu Ji looked on with envy. He knew that Mo Chen was a genius who had broken the record for the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province, and this A-grade essence blood was what he deserved. "Kunkan chicken rice is here," the waiter shouted with a grin, presenting 2 fragrant servings of Kunkan chicken rice. The aroma wafted into Mo Chen's nose, invigorating him. Lu Ji, smelling the delicious rice, drooled and said, "I've been hungry all day, I want to eat, eat." The 2 scooped up the rice drenched in chicken sauce and slowly brought it to their mouths. A wave of sweetness immediately spread, filling their mouths with a delightful and unique sensation. Mo Chen felt the soreness in his shoulders twitching as if he had been repeatedly crashing into an impregnable iron mountain. The soreness not only disappeared but was replaced by a tingling comfort. The 2 suddenly opened their eyes in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. Then they buried their heads back into the rice, devouring it with gusto. "I didn't expect this Kunkan chicken rice to be so delicious. That's how fierce beast cuisine is." Lu Ji clutched his still satisfied belly, marveling at the deliciousness of the Kunkan chicken rice. At that moment, he was walking alongside Mo Chen on the campus street. Mo Chen looked at the bill and said contentedly, "A meal of fierce beast cuisine only costs 0.01 points, what a great value." Mo Chen still had 99 points left. If he spent all his points on fierce beast cuisine, he could eat 9,999 times, but he didn't need to. Because his dormitory had the spirit butler, a Fu, he could call in to make whatever he wanted to eat. Mo Chen looked around and finally gazed at the bustling shopping mall, lost in thought. He still needed to buy some change of clothes, so he patted Lu Ji on the shoulder and said, "Let's check out the mall, I haven't bought any clothes yet." Lu Ji looked at the throngs of people in the mall and suddenly remembered something. "Right. I haven't customized my battlesuit yet, I really need to go take a look." Hearing this, Mo Chen suddenly recalled that he hadn't customized his battlesuit either. The battlesuits distributed during the martial arts examination were the most basic universal versions, providing only the most fundamental protection for martial artists. Moreover, the protective effect was minimal, almost negligible. If Hong Jiashan had worn a customized battlesuit during the martial arts examination, he wouldn't have been instantly knocked out by the Qingyan tiger and remained unconscious to this day. Customized battlesuits were different. They not only provided better protection but also helped to regulate a martial artist's vital energy, maximizing their strength. However, customized battlesuits were extremely expensive. Additionally, the production time was long, otherwise, the martial arts examination wouldn't have distributed the most basic universal versions. "I haven't customized mine either, let's go take a look together." With that, Mo Chen and Lu Ji joined the crowded flow of people into the mall. Lu Ji protected himself and complained, "Why are there so many people in this mall?" The 2 dared not imagine that this was just the special enrollment students checking in first. If those who filled out their applications and were admitted also came, wouldn't the martial arts academy be even more crowded? Clearly, the martial arts academy isn't that crowded. Why is everyone crammed in here? Mo Chen was speechless. When they stepped through the door, they finally understood why there were so many people at the entrance of the mall. In the open area in front of the mall's entrance stood a huge rectangular object, surrounded by a crowd. Mo Chen immediately recognized it. This black rectangular device was the impact force detection device. It could measure the impact force generated by a martial artist's full-strength strike. Emo-chan wondered, why would a mall have this device just sitting here? Luji's eyes lit up, pulling Emo-chan excitedly and saying, Emo-chan, look. Emo-chan followed Luji's direction and looked over. At that moment, a pure girl dressed in a loose white t-shirt and jeans was standing in front of the device, eager to try it out. Emo-chan recognized her at a glance. She was the one who had just asked him about the green bubble, Zhong Lingling. At this moment, she was standing next to Lin Mutong, who was dressed in a white top and black skirt. Emo-chan thought to himself, do they know each other? Are they roommates? Beside them stood a young man holding a microphone, who shouted to the crowd, challenged the impact device. Get up to 50% off on all mall products. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion came from the impact detection device. Emo-chan looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Zhong Lingling executing a swift and nearly imperceptible heavy whip kick. At that moment, she had her right leg raised high, and her jeans were emitting wisps of white smoke due to the high-speed friction. The impact device was giving off a faint burnt smell. Beep 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 beep, the score display was rapidly jumping. Finally, it showed 3 digits 832, rank 1. The host shouted excitedly, oh. The freshman record for zero-level warriors at the Martial Arts Academy has been broken. 832 kilograms. Congratulations to student Zhong Lingling, enjoy 50% off on all products. Yes. Zhong Lingling clenched her fist and jumped up in joy. At that moment, a wave of shocked murmurs spread through the crowd. So she is Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling? Who? The top student from Sichuan and Chongqing province. After that, another wave of commotion erupted among the crowd, and all the boys present showed a hint of fear on their faces. The onlookers exchanged glances. You mean, that, Tyrannosaurus Zhong Lingling? Everyone nodded eagerly. Although Zhong Lingling had a pure and sweet appearance, her strength was incredibly formidable. Describing her as Sichuan Tyrannosaurus was not an exaggeration. Her physical skills were superb. Her ability was also S-level, slaughter expert. This ability allowed Zhong Lingling to see through all the weaknesses of her opponents, becoming more ferocious with each kill. The stronger she became, the more powerful she was. Zhong Lingling relied solely on her physical skills to score 898 points in the martial arts exam. Tyrannosaurus, so terrifying. Zhong Lingling heard the discussions around her and simply turned her head to glance at the crowd. A terrifying anger instantly spread, and everyone fell silent. Emo-chan was stunned. He never expected that Zhong Lingling was actually the Tyrannosaurus, and that she was in the same cohort as him. Before his rebirth, the name, Tyrannosaurus, had echoed throughout the Dragon Country, and this fierce title had once led Emo-chan to believe she was a male warrior. More importantly, 3 years later, Tyrannosaurus admitted to being the granddaughter of Martial Arts Supreme. Emo-chan thought to himself, so Zhong Lingling is the granddaughter of Martial Arts Supreme. No wonder he is interested in me. Because the one who broke the martial arts exam record set by Martial Arts Supreme in Jiangnan province was Emo-chan himself. While Emo-chan was deep in thought, Luji beside him stepped forward. I want to give it a try too. Lin Mutong and Zhong Lingling turned back at the sound, only to discover Luji and Emo-chan standing in the crowd. Zhong Lingling's eyebrows instantly relaxed, and she exclaimed, Emo-chan? You're here too. This shout made the crowd even more excited. Emo-chan? He's here too? The zero-level warrior who broke the record of Martial Arts Supreme? Lin Mutong was momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected that Zhong Lingling actually knew Emo-chan. Emo-chan briefly explained to Zhong Lingling. Luji stood in front of the device, ready to go. The host excitedly said, another student is about to challenge the impact force. Let's wait and see. He inserted Luji's student ID into the machine, and the score refreshed. A surge of boiling blood slowly erupted from Luji. Luji planted his left foot firmly on the floor, pushed off with his right foot, and with all his strength, thrust a punch forward. There was a loud bang. The red soft pad of the device was instantly dented deep. Beep beep beep, the score jumped rapidly, finally stopping at 569 kilograms, rank 1024. Luji's face darkened. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, only 569? My brother could hit 600 kilograms. Who can outdo the Tyrannosaurus? Emo-chan's expression was serious. He knew that 569 kilograms was already an impressive score. For an ordinary zero-level, second-tier martial artist, a punch force of 400 kilograms was considered excellent. These people were just mocking him. The host cheerfully said, Student Luji, 569 kilograms, enjoy a 30% discount. Then, the host looked at Emo-chan in the crowd and asked expectantly, Classmate, would you like to give it a try? All eyes turned to Mo Chen. They all wanted to witness the legendary terrifying strength of Mo Chen. Some had already taken out their phones to start recording. Although Mo Chen didn't like to show off, he had to step up for his customized battlesuit. Mo Chen handed over his student ID and humbly said, "Then I'll give it a shot." The crowd whispered among themselves. "I don't think no matter how strong Mo Chen is, he can surpass the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus is a martial artist who specializes in physical techniques." Right. When Mo Chen broke the martial arts exam record, he mainly relied on his bacteria. Mo Chen blocked out the surrounding sounds and took a deep breath. He silently chanted in his heart, "Attribute reset, max out my strength." Beep beep. Strength value has reached 341 points. Before the crowd could react, Mo Chen quickly threw a powerful punch, striking hard at the red soft pad. A loud explosion echoed. Mo Chen's entire arm sank deep into the machine. The back of the impact device instantly bulged. A strong wind blew through the device, tousling the hair of the people standing behind. Mo Chen slowly pulled out his smoking arm and brushed off the mechanical debris stuck to his hand. Beep 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 beep. The numbers jumped at lightning speed. Finally, it slowly displayed a 4-digit number. The host was dumbfounded, stammering as he shouted, Mo Chen has once again broken the freshman record. 2,224 kilograms. 50% discount for everyone. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. Zhong Lingling's eyes flashed, astonished. No wonder he broke the martial arts exam record in Jiangnan province. Meanwhile, Lin Mutong's mouth trembled as if she had seen some incredible monster. It should be noted that Zhong Lingling's blood value was 320 calories, with a strength value of 120. She could hit 800 kilograms, which was already her limit. But this zero-level, zero-tier Mo Chen managed to strike 2,224 kilograms, a force of 2 tons. That was nearly 3 times Zhong Lingling's. This meant that Mo Chen must have at least 300 points in strength to achieve this. And he was just a martial artist whose blood value hadn't even reached 100 calories. It was simply unheard of. Unbelievable. Mo Chen casually shook his hand and took the 50% discount certificate from the host, walking towards the equipment area with Lu Ji. Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong quickly followed. Zhong Lingling pulled Mo Chen and asked, Mo Chen, how many calories is your blood value? How can you punch out 2 tons of impact with just one hit? Mo Chen said truthfully, my vitality is only 42 cards, and I don't know how I managed that. Seeing that Mo Chen didn't seem inclined to say more, Zhong Lingling tactfully changed the subject. Where are you all going now? Mo Chen replied, to customize battlesuits, is it on the way? Want to join? Zhong Lingling tilted her head and smiled, what a coincidence. Lin Mutong and I were also going to customize battlesuits. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji hurriedly asked the 2 sweet girls, one tall and one small, wait, how do you 2 know each other? Lin Mutong explained to Lu Ji, confirming Mo Chen's guess. The 2 were roommates. Mo Chen gazed thoughtfully at the tall and sweet-looking Zhong Lingling, the granddaughter of Wu Jizuan. Wu Jizuan is considered one of the legendary warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. His real name is Wu Ji, and he broke through to the 9th level of martial arts in 2210, 8 years ago. Since then, he left the Dragon Kingdom. He began to slaughter large ferocious beasts madly at the borders of the Dragon Kingdom and has yet to return. This led the vast Dragon Kingdom to establish various safety measures, and until the arrival of the world-destroying beast tide in 2221, the Dragon Kingdom had not suffered an attack from large beast hordes. Therefore, the people of the Dragon Kingdom respectfully referred to him as Wu Jizuan, meaning the revered one at the pinnacle of martial arts. However, 3 years later, during the world-destroying beast tide, the citizens had yet to see Wu Jizuan's figure. Some rumored that he had long since died. However, Mo Chen did not believe it. After all, he was the one who single-handedly swept away the beast tide with just one sword. If the school finds out that Zhong Lingling is Wu Jizuan's granddaughter, they will surely treat her like a bodhisattva. Could it be that the school doesn't know? Or is Zhong Lingling intentionally hiding it? The more Mo Chen thought, the more confused he became. He questioned himself, what would you do if a wealthy second generation, living incognito, was lurking around you? Of course, you would repay her kindness with a flood of gratitude. Mo Chen was very clear that a child from a poor family, like him, who was alone and homeless, needed a background. He needed a powerful backing that could make everyone tremble at the mere mention of its name, causing enemies to flee in terror. Principal Chang Nan has already given me a black card, but his strength isn't that great, and his position is just a small principal, and I still have to treat him to beef. Although Captain Wei is a 7th-level warrior and holds a high position, he often goes on expeditions and can't take care of me all the time. I will have to treat him later too. Teacher Julie is powerful, but her name isn't loud enough. The more Emo-chan thought, the more he felt isolated and helpless. If, after becoming a high-level warrior, he encountered a powerful enemy in the wilderness who was hostile towards him, he would have nowhere to bury his body. If I could invoke the name of Wu Jizuan at a critical moment. Emo-chan had already begun to fantasize about this imposing scene. He looked at the innocent and lively Zhong Lingling in front of him and darkly thought, I need to climb aboard Wu Jizuan's big ship through Zhong Lingling. Unknowingly, the four had already arrived at the battle suit store. Zhong Lingling blinked her big, innocent eyes, silently watching Emo-chan, who was lost in thought. Emo-chan, what are you thinking about? This sweet voice instantly pulled Emo-chan back to reality. Emo-chan shook his head, feeling guilty, and said, nothing, just thinking about the battle suits. Then, he followed everyone into the battle suit store. Emo-chan looked around, fascinated by the various battle suits worn by the mannequin models. There were martial combat suits designed to provide flexibility and speed for warriors with outstanding physical skills. There are also ability combat suits that help regulate vital energy and blood, maximizing the efficiency of a warrior's abilities. Without exception, they all shone brilliantly under the warm light. Welcome to the martial combat suit store. Do you need to customize a combat suit? A graceful and mature female voice came through. Everyone turned to look, and a young woman in a deep blue dress, holding a pipe, slowly walked over. Lu Ji enthusiastically patted his chest and said with a smile, we all need to customize combat suits. The shop owner put down her pipe and nodded, alright, you can first go to the scanning device in the fitting room to measure your body data. Everyone walked into the fitting room and looked at the white cylindrical device in the wall, which was slowly opening its hatch. Lu Ji didn't know how to use it, but Zhong Lingling walked straight over and entered the device. As expected of a young lady, Emo-chan muttered to himself. Seeing this, everyone followed suit and stepped into the device, and the hatch slowly closed behind them. The inside of the cabin was very comfortable, with blue light scanning Emo-chan's body from top to bottom, as if it could see right through him. All of Emo-chan's values were displayed on the screen, including attribute values. In less than 10 seconds, the shop owner's voice came from outside the hatch. Zhong Lingling, height 169 centimeters, weight 54.5 kilograms, vital energy value 320 calories, strength 120, endurance 100, speed 100. Although it was very quiet, Emo-chan still heard it. Damn! This scanner can actually scan out the attribute points? Emo-chan wanted to hide his attribute values. At the very least, he couldn't let it be exposed now. He silently thought, system, reset attributes, evenly distribute the vital energy attribute points, reward attribute points to be determined. This was the first time Emo-chan requested the system to distribute attribute points in this way. He didn't know if it would be successful. Beep beep. Distribution complete. A total of 299 attribute points available for distribution. The system's words made Emo-chan breathe a sigh of relief. If everyone found out that Emo-chan had an extra 299 attribute points, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Lin Mutong, height 160 centimeters, weight 47 kilograms, vital energy value 248 calories, strength 70, endurance 68, speed 110. Lu Ji, height 178 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, vital energy value 298 calories, strength 100, endurance 99, speed 99. Emo-chan, detection error. The shop owner frowned, and the machine began to rescan. Emo-chan, height 181, weight 75 kilograms, vital energy value 42 calories, strength 14, endurance 14, speed 14. The scan ended, and Emo-chan was still in shock as everyone slowly walked out of the scanner. What came into view was the shop owner looking at the body data on Emo-chan's hatch, her expression filled with shock and admiration. She slowly spoke, oh my. A top scorer with a vital energy value of 42 calories. Emo-chan, you are truly remarkable. With 3 attributes averaging. Let's customize a balanced combat suit for you. All values will be very even, with no weaknesses. In agreement with the shop owner's gaze, Lu Ji and the others also looked on with deep incredulity. It was only just now that they realized that Emo-chan, whose 3 attribute values were all 14, had just displayed an impact force of 2 tons. Throughout their interactions, they had treated Emo-chan as a strong individual with a vital energy value higher than their own. They completely forgot that he was a level 0 warrior with only 42 calories of vital energy. At this moment, Zhong Lingling had developed an immense interest in Emo-chan before her. She frowned slightly, her expression puzzled, and wondered inwardly, Emo-chan, 42 cards. How on earth did you achieve a 2-ton impact? Emo-chan, feeling a bit embarrassed under the intense gaze of the crowd, was interrupted by the boss lady. Alright, I've recorded all your data. I will customize the battlesuits based on your attribute distribution characteristics. You can tell me your preferences for colors according to your abilities, just speak up. Emo-chan stared at the three who showed no reaction, momentarily stunned. Then he asked in confusion, why are you all looking at me? Welcome home. Master. Afu. Go. Cook me 2 dishes. Okay, master. Emo-chan returned to his dormitory, handed the ingredients and clothes to Afu for handling, and then walked into the bathroom with the pajamas he had just bought to take a shower. The warm water washed over Emo-chan's body, rinsing away the fatigue of the day. I can only pick up the battlesuit after a month. The 50% discount still cost me 200,000 Dragon Country coins. I hope it's worth it. That was really risky today. How do I explain the extra attribute points? Special physique? Emo-chan recalled the thrilling moment during the body scan earlier, feeling a lingering fear. Tomorrow was the special enrollment's teacher selection conference, and he decided to stop thinking and just wash up and sleep. After showering, Emo-chan ate the dishes made by Afu and brushed his teeth. Finally, he climbed onto the bed in the second-floor bedroom. His first day at the martial arts academy passed just like that, plain and simple. On the morning of the teacher selection conference, ding! A crisp notification sound came from Emo-chan's phone. At that moment, he was brushing his teeth. Upon hearing the ringtone, he took out his phone to check the message. Seeing it was from Zhong Lingling, Emo-chan smiled and said, she's taking the initiative to find me? That's great. Zhong Lingling's message, Emo-chan, which building are you in? Shall we go together? Emo-chan's reply, sure, building 314. After saying that, Emo-chan quickened his grooming speed. He thought to himself, only by becoming more outstanding will these girls come to me. Because the essence of humanity is to admire the strong. Emo-chan changed into a newly bought loose white t-shirt, paired with black washed jeans and black sneakers, then opened the door. At that moment, Lucci, Lin Mouton, and Zhong Lingling were already standing at the door. Emo-chan shook his head and laughed. It's only a little past 8:20, you guys are up really early. Lucci frowned and said, the venue is quite far from us, we can't be late. The group fell silent. Emo-chan and the others hopped on shared bikes and sped towards the square. In front of the school square, it was a sea of people. Originally, only about 100 people were expected to attend the teacher selection conference, but the crowd had swelled to no less than 1,000. Lin Mouton looked at the bustling main school road, puzzled, and asked the group, aren't there only about 100 special enrollees? Why are there so many students? Zhong Lingling explained, these people are all seniors. It's like this every year. The teacher selection conference is the most important moment for freshmen. The choice of mentor can reveal your future combat style. After saying that, the group parked their bikes. Emo-chan took the lead and squeezed into the crowd gathered in the square. On the white high platform in the square, several rows of dark red expensive mahogany tables and chairs were arranged. Each row was higher than the last, filled with over 50 high-level martial artists exuding an imposing aura. The large display screen behind them rolled with the title 2218th Special Enrollment Teacher Selection Conference. Emo-chan focused his gaze and saw Julie sitting at the back, in the highest row, looking dignified. There are 6 rows of tables and chairs, with those sitting further back having less seniority. Deng Feng is seated in the front row, right next to a white-haired old man in a maroon tang suit, who is at the center. Emo-chan and his group walk into the square, facing the crowd's gaze. Instantly, a commotion erupts among the people. Emo-chan is here, and there's the Tyrannosaurus. Waking up early is just to see who Emo-chan will choose to apprentice under. It must be Du Zitong, he's the only one among the first-level mentors who knows how to use poison. Emo-chan and his group sit in the chairs prepared for special recruits. It is almost 9 o'clock, and there are not many empty seats left. The conference will start soon. Zhong Lingling pinches Emo-chan beside her and whispers, Emo-chan, do you see the old man in the tang suit? What about him? Emo-chan looks at the old man in confusion. Zhong Lingling says again, he is the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy, a peak-level warrior at level 89, Lu Sanping. Emo-chan gazes at the old man on the stage, his pupils widening. He can clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from this one-eyed elder, even distorting the air around him. What terrifying strength! Emo-chan silently exclaims. This overwhelming aura is like a collapsing black hole, almost pulling him in, making him feel as if the sky is darkening. Emo-chan hurriedly averts his gaze. He can distinctly sense Lu Sanping's disdain for him. This is the first time he has encountered a warrior with such terrifying strength, even stronger than Wei Wenliang by 1,000 times. Deng Feng sees Emo-chan in the crowd and whispers, Old Lu, that is. I know. Before Deng Feng can finish his sentence, he is interrupted by a voice that is old yet powerful, like a great bell. Lu Sanping slowly speaks. I could smell it from far away. This kid's blood and spiritual energy are pitifully low. And he carries the stench of poison, like a rat from the sewer. Lu Sanping has witnessed too many extraordinary talents, and he cannot say he has high hopes for Mo Chen. But to see someone with such low blood energy still provoke a conflict between the Martial Arts Academy and the Ability Academy is a first for him. It is indeed interesting. Lu Sanping slowly turns his head and whispers to Deng Feng, "Isn't this kid boasting that he will win the championship for us in the martial arts competition? If he can't do it, you can bring his head to me." This whispered murmur is deafening in Deng Feng's ears. Deng Feng's mind buzzes, and he can only respond with trepidation, yes. He understands that the Ability Academy has always suppressed the Martial Arts Academy, and martial arts students are often ridiculed by those from the Ability Academy when they go out. Mo Chen's actions undoubtedly add fuel to the fire, prompting the long-oppressed martial arts students to fight back. The conflict between the two schools has reached an irreconcilable point. If Mo Chen loses the bet, the Martial Arts Academy will become a joke in Long Country. Its reputation will plummet. The Martial Arts Academy has not won a championship in the martial arts competition for 5 consecutive years. How could Lu Sanping possibly believe that a kid with such low blood energy could raise it to 999 cards in 6 months and defeat Chi Beidou to win the championship? This sounds like a fairy tale. But Deng Feng silently thinks, "Old Lu, the person I have my eye on will not embarrass me." Boom! A loud, resonant bell tolls from afar. It is exactly 9 o'clock. Lu Sanping slowly stands up, holding the microphone, and announces to the special recruits sitting upright below and the onlookers, the 114th Special Recruit Teacher Selection Conference is now starting. The entire square erupts into a continuous round of applause. Lu Ji stared wide-eyed and laughed. "Oh? Isn't it customary to talk a lot of nonsense before announcing the start?" Lin Mutong stopped clapping and said, "Isn't that good?" "Of course it's good." Lu Sanping picked up a form and announced in a loud voice, "Next, we will announce the mentor candidates for each special enrollment based on their vitality rankings." The big screen suddenly changed with the announcement, displaying a string of text. Shin Ming Feng, vitality value 398. Mentor candidates, Storm, Feng Jiyun, Murky Dragon, Long Ping, Sky Kick, Deng Lanqing. Zhong Lingling gasped in surprise, 398? That must be close to level 4. Mo Chen said lightly, "I've never heard of this person." But just by looking at the mentor's nicknames, you can tell that Shin Mingfeng's fighting style leans towards speed and explosiveness. And there are actually 3 teachers vying to teach him, so his strength must be exceptional. Suddenly, a tall and thin boy stood up from the crowd. He looked into Lu Sanping's eyes and said without hesitation, "I choose teacher, Storm, Feng Jiyun." Good. The scarred tank top guy in the second row jumped up instantly, his mood extremely excited, as if he had won some incredible competition. Mo Chen understood that Shin Mingfeng had already made his decision, otherwise, he wouldn't be so decisive. Lu Sanping nodded, and the announcement came again. Zhong Lingling, vitality value 320. Mentor candidates, Martial Tomb, Wu Zhiga, Fierce Fist, Zhong Chu, Killing Weapon, Lanren. Mo Chen stroked his chin, pondering. The second is actually Zhong Lingling with a vitality value of 320, which means Shin Mingfeng's vitality is indeed far ahead. Hearing this, Zhong Lingling also stood up. She resolutely said, "I choose teacher Wu Zhiga." Wu Zhiga, dressed in a black boxing robe, stood up and cupped his bandaged hands towards Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling smiled and returned the gesture. Time passed quickly, and the 103 special enrollment candidates made their choices, with the vitality value reported down to 220. Just as Deng Feng had expected. Lu Ji and Lin Mutong had only one mentor candidate each. That is, Flame Fist, Alf's Jenny and Flowing Shadow Blade, Shan Liuyu. The conference had been going on for about an hour, but the crowd watching was growing larger. They were all waiting for the last person, their anticipation reaching a peak. Finally, it was Mo Chen's turn. Mo Chen, vitality value 42. Mentor candidates, 10,000 Poison Crow, Du Zitong, Martial Tomb, Wu Zhiga, Storm, Feng Jiyun, Flame Fist, Alf's Jenny, Murky Dragon, Long Xianping, Nightingale, Yi Lianmei, Thousand Spider Hands, Julie. The crowd erupted in a commotion. There are a total of 7 mentors who chose Mo Chen. Among them, there are 3 level 1 mentors. Julie. There's even a level 5 mentor competing for Mo Chen? Mo Chen slowly stood up. His gaze locked onto Julie's clear eyes. Sitting in the second row, Du Zitong stroked his little mustache and then touched the shiny Mediterranean on his head, waiting for Mo Chen to announce his choice. He boasted to Wu Zhiga beside him, "Teacher Wu, although Mo Chen's physical skills are rare in a millennium, he uses poison. Any special enrollment student who uses poison will be under my guidance." Wu Zhiga crossed his arms over his chest. He sighed deeply. Alas, if his ability were an S-level enhancement type, he would definitely choose me. Although Wu Zhiga desperately wanted to teach this physical skills genius, he felt helpless. He could only hold on to a glimmer of hope and gamble that Imo-chen would choose him. Feng Jiyun beside him also sighed. This kid only has a vitality of 42, yet he can have such explosive power. If he were to reach the level of a normal martial artist. TSK. I can't even imagine. Imo-chen reached out towards the high platform, his mouth slightly agape. Seeing this, Du Zitong stretched his neck, adjusted his collar, and said, "This genius student will be guided by me." With that, he slowly stood up. "I choose teacher Julie of the 1,000 spider hands." Du Zitong's expression changed instantly, and he quickly sat back down. His face was buried deep in the table as he listened to the crowd erupting with incredulous shouts and the mocking laughter of the surrounding teachers, feeling utterly embarrassed. Du Zitong's face changed colors like a traffic light, shifting every second. At this moment, the onlooking seniors burst out with a long-lasting question. "What? Not choosing teacher Du? He's a first-level teacher. Countless poison experts have come from his tutelage. Julie? Didn't she just start teaching martial arts last year?" Julie elegantly pinched the corner of her cheepo and slowly stood up under the astonished gazes of the crowd. She offered Imo-chen a sweet smile, and he deeply bowed to her. LV Sanping took a sip of tea and glanced at the nearby Deng Feng, his eyes seemingly carrying a hint of coldness. Deng Feng understood LV Sanping's meaning. He turned back in disbelief, looking up at Julie, who stood high above, exuding a faint elegance. He began to ponder. This Julie had only started teaching at the Martial Arts Academy last year and was rated as a level 5 teacher, with almost no teaching experience. Although Imo-chen's fighting style was very similar to Julie's, there were certainly better options. The 10,000 Poison Crow Du Zitong was a mentor with much richer teaching experience. His fighting style was also primarily based on poison. But why did Imo-chen choose Julie? Could it be that they met privately? Deng Feng was puzzled and slowly turned to look at his teacher Du Zitong behind him. At this moment, Du Zitong's face was flashing like a neon light, and the few hairs on his Mediterranean head were almost shaking off. Beside him, Wu Zhiga and Feng Jiyun were laughing uncontrollably. Feng Jiyun puffed out his cheeks, trying hard not to laugh too arrogantly until tears came out. Wu Zhiga patted Du Zitong on the back, wiped away his laughing tears, and said softly, "Oh dear. Teacher Du, you sat down really fast. Ha 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 ha." Du Zitong clenched his fists tightly, a silent rage slowly erupting. His hooked nose was gradually transforming into the shape of a black crow's beak. How could he not choose me and pick a new level 5 teacher instead? I even prepared the A-grade essence blood of the blue radiant poison crow for you. What a waste. Wu Zhiga and Feng Jiyun stopped laughing instantly at Du Zitong's appearance. Du Zitong was extremely concerned about his own face, extremely narcissistic, and had a very small heart. Moreover, his ability was the S-level transformation ability Crow of Calamity, which would make him unable to control himself after receiving a significant stimulus. Now, having made a fool of himself in front of a large crowd, he was likely to do something extreme. The two suddenly became serious. "Teacher Du, calm down, this is the conference site." Du Zitong seemed to have gone mad, secretly thinking, "Damn it, Julie? Why her? The teacher is failing, and his own student is a gambling addict. What right do you have to teach Imo-chen?" Sitting in the last row, in the upper corner, Julie also sensed a hint of coldness. LV Sanping slowly turned his head back and simply shot Du Zitong a cold glare. Suddenly, Du Zitong seemed to be struck by a silent anesthetic, instantly calming down. His expression became neutral, and his eyes cleared up. LV Sanping coldly said, "Teacher Du, it's time for your medication." After speaking, Du Zitong slowly shook out 2 small white pills from his storage ring and took a sip of tea before swallowing them. His nose returned to its normal appearance, and he awkwardly said, "I made a fool of myself, everyone." Wu Zhiga let out a long sigh of relief. Feng Jiyun swallowed hard, secretly thinking, transformation-type abilities are terrifying. Although they are extremely rare and classified as S-rank when they appear, the damage they cause to a warrior's brain is too severe. Teacher Du has actually turned into this crazy state. Seeing this, Julie slowly sat down. Lu Sanping turned around slowly, picked up the microphone, and addressed the special students, saying, "The teacher selection conference is now over. During the next 2 months of summer vacation, special students can freely allocate their time." Dismissed. With Lu Sanping's command, the teacher selection conference came to a grand conclusion. Zhong Lingling followed behind Imo-chen and asked, "Imo-chen, what are you going to do in the next 2 months?" "Of course, I will be training. I must raise my vitality to 999 calories in 6 months. That's quite diligent." Zhong Lingling sighed inwardly. As Emo-chan spoke, he walked towards the high platform. The group of mentors had already finished, leaving only a few scattered mentors talking with their students. Du Zitong walked in front of Julie, extending his hand with a look of apology. He said with a face full of guilt, "Teacher Julie, I'm really sorry. I got too excited and..." Julie took his hand and gently said, "It's okay, I understand. After all, it's a transformation-type ability." Du Zitong patted Julie's smooth hand, nodded heavily, and with a hint of reluctance congratulated her. "Congratulations, Teacher Julie." After that, Du Zitong left with a lonely figure. Julie watched Du Zitong's back and muttered to herself, "Among this year's special students, only Emo-chan's fighting style matches ours. He didn't choose any students this year. An unstable and dangerous person, I must stay away from him." A light and cheerful sound of footsteps approached, and Julie quickly turned her head away. She saw Emo-chan coming with a light step, smiling as he said, "Teacher, when do we start special training?" Julie thought, "Indeed, I can't delay. In 6 months, you need to reach 999 calories, and there's still so much I need to teach you, plus fully refining your essence. Come to my training room tomorrow. Within 2 months, I will raise your vitality to 200 calories and refine 2 layers of essence." A fiery determination ignited in Emo-chan's heart. He nodded heavily and excitedly said, "Okay. If Teacher Julie can train A-rank ability user Xiaohe into a champion, her strength must be extraordinary. To teach me, she can even give me S-rank essence. I absolutely cannot hold her back." Mo-chan made up his mind to work even harder. Before his rebirth, Emo-chan had done nothing and had not undergone any training. He had already fallen too far behind, and during the summer vacation, he would accept more professional training. In these 2 months, Emo-chan would not only raise his vitality to the level of an ordinary person but also undergo body training, learn more combat techniques, and so on. After the special training, he would have absolute dominance over warriors of the same rank. Du Zitong walked alone on the empty path, cursing the air to himself. Du Zitong? You let someone steal your student, and you just walked away like this? Shut up. What a waste. No one has chosen you for 3 consecutive years. You're getting old. Do you understand? I told you to shut up. If you raise your vitality to 200 calories, you should be able to unlock the next new strain. I wonder what abilities the new bacteria will have. At this moment, Emo-chan was lying on the sofa in the dormitory, contemplating the mutation compendium in front of him. Emo-chan was very clear. His cultivation had to be based on blood fusion bacteria, rapidly increasing his vitality to continuously unlock new bacteria, thereby gaining extra attribute points as rewards. Through this cycle, Emo-chan would far surpass other martial artists of the same rank. Below the same rank, Emo-chan was invincible, and the ability to reset attributes would allow Emo-chan to still have the strength to fight when facing ferocious beasts 1 rank higher than himself. Guliulu suddenly, Emo-chan's stomach let out a rumble. After the teacher selection conference yesterday, Julie had demanded that he not eat anything for a day, and now he was so hungry that his head was spinning. What kind of perverse trial has the teacher arranged for me? Not even allowed to eat. Emo-chan complained as he stood up. He tidied himself up and hurried to the exclusive training area for special enrollees. Meanwhile, Julie was setting something up in the training room with Xiaohe. Xiaohe looked serious and asked Julie, "Teacher, is it really okay to start the first special training like this? Emo-chan won't be able to handle it, right? He has to handle it. Since he dared to vow to win the championship for the Martial Arts Academy, he should do this. I believe he can." After saying that, a cylindrical device slowly rose in the middle of the training room. Xiaohe carried a large bag and dumped everything inside it all at once. Xiaohe said with effort, 300 spirit stones, enough for you to last 2 months. He then changed the subject and asked, "Teacher, what do you think of Emo-chan?" Upon hearing this, Julie crossed her arms and began to ponder while holding 2 large white rabbits. His talent is unprecedented. I believe he is even stronger than Shibu from the Ability Academy. And he is very humble. Just then, familiar footsteps were heard at the door. Emo-chan walked into the training room and respectfully said, "Teacher, I'm here, just as you requested. I haven't eaten anything for a day." "Senior brother is also here?" Xiaohe clapped his hands and walked over to Emo-chan, sighing, "Junior brother, you're in for it." Emo-chan was puzzled, but he felt that something was amiss. After watching Xiaohe leave, Julie smiled and said, "It's good that you're here. This summer, I will make your vitality soar." Emo-chan followed Julie to the center of the training room. Glancing inadvertently at the device filled with spirit stones, he exclaimed, "Teacher? So many spirit stones. This must have cost a lot, right? I bought these overnight. It costs less than 1 million or so. Although there are some impurities, which will slow down the absorption rate. But I calculated, It's enough for you to increase by 200 cards. After all, Julie didn't know that she would really have Emo-chan as her disciple. If she had known, she would have left him to absorb them, which would greatly reduce the time needed. Julie waved her hand, changing the subject. She gently parted her lips and said, "Next, you cannot leave this training room, you must continuously cultivate without stopping. For 2 months. This way, your heart condensation technique will continuously upgrade. It is crucial for your future absorption of spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's brows furrowed in shock. Continuous absorption of spiritual energy for 2 months? How could a martial artist at Emo-chan's stage manage that? At least a 5th rank would be needed to do so? He exclaimed, "Teacher, are you joking? Continuous cultivation for 2 months? I will die in the training room, and what about eating, drinking, and sleeping? That's why I told you not to eat or drink." Julie caressed Emo-chan's thighs, took out his phone, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I have a way. The device not only contains spirit stones but also 3 spirit-feeding incense. The spiritual energy can maintain your life signs." Emo-chan asked in confusion, "What if I faint?" "You won't." She pinched Emo-chan's cheek and blew a wisp of purple fragrance onto his face, making his gaze start to blur. Julie then waved her hand and left the training room. Beep! The door to the training room slowly closed. An announcement sounded. "The training room door has been closed. The opening time is set to when the spiritual energy is exhausted." After the announcement, the cylindrical device spewed out a dense wave of spiritual energy. "Teacher, are you serious?" Emo-chan immediately sat cross-legged. He used all his vital energy, silently activating the heart condensing technique, and began to absorb the surging spiritual energy into his body. Emo-chan recalled Julie's words and thought to himself, enhancing the cultivation method. 300 spirit stones could almost elevate the heart condensing technique by at least 4 levels. I need to slightly control the absorption rate of the blood fusion bacteria. To enhance the heart condensing technique, he was willing to spend more time absorbing spiritual energy. At this moment, the blood fusion bacteria in Emo-chan's body also began to stir under his control. One red spot after another slowly appeared on Emo-chan's skin, eventually covering his entire body. From a distance, Emo-chan looked like a large Buddha statue glowing with a dark red light, incredibly sacred. Outside the training room, he seemed to remember something terrifying. He swallowed hard and asked Julie with a slightly worried expression, "Teacher, what poison did you give to junior brother?" Julie scratched her chin, her gaze drifting upward in thought. "To make him sober, I gave him fragrant poison, restless poison, sensitive powder." All right, teacher, don't say any more." Xiaobi felt a chill run down his spine, looking anxiously toward the door and said, "I only used restless poison back then. Emo-chan can't possibly die from this." Inside the door, the more Emo-chan cultivated, the more he felt something was off. His heart raced, his body felt extremely hot, sweat poured down, and his skin was incredibly sensitive. Even a gentle breeze could send ripples through his heart. So, he took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy chest. "That breath from the teacher is poisonous, right? Why is it so hot?" Emo-chan complained inwardly. It felt like the blazing sun was overhead. Emo-chan felt as if he was cultivating under the scorching heat, and the surging vital energy made him even hotter. His internal organs felt as if they were being burned by fire. He gritted his teeth, calmly maintaining the stability of the heart condensing technique. The pulsating mass of spiritual energy was slowly growing larger. Unlike the first time he used the heart condensing technique, the impact of this spiritual energy mass was even stronger than before. It was crashing into Emo-chan's blocked meridians at an unprecedented speed. A sharp pain, accompanied by waves of tingling pleasure, surged toward Emo-chan like a flood. Emo-chan trembled uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and encouraged himself, "For myself, for the new strain, I must do this. If I can't endure this little pain, how can I become a warrior above others?" Emo-chan secretly motivated himself, and under the bombardment of self-encouragement, or perhaps as his body gradually adapted to the pain. Anyway, his breath became more and more stable. The exhilaration coursing through his body made him feel tireless. He sat quietly in the training room, blocking out all noise, fully immersed in his cultivation. Emo-chan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened slowly, and he asked, "Has 2 months passed?" A broadcast suddenly echoed in the room. 10 minutes have passed since the training time. 1 spirit stones consumed. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's heart felt like dead ash. In the early morning, in the mentor's exclusive training area, Xiaobi was standing in the first-floor hall, talking to the receptionist, Sister Wu. "Sister Wu, has Emo-chan been shouting randomly lately?" No. It's been completely quiet in that training room for the past week, not a sound at all." "Oh, that's good. After saying this, Xiaohe bid farewell to Sister Wu and slowly walked around the corner. His face suddenly turned extremely pale, and his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely distorted. He worried inwardly, damn, my good junior brother can't be dead, right? During the month Mo Chen was cultivating, Julie had advised him to check on Mo Chen's condition regularly. However, Xiaohe hadn't visited Mo Chen for almost 7 days. If something really happened to Mo Chen, then Xiaohe would be finished. Xiaohe grew increasingly fearful. As the elevator reached the floor, the moment the door opened, he shot out like an arrow, rushing towards the training room where Mo Chen was. It wasn't until he saw the graceful figure standing in front of the training room door that he finally slowed down. Xiaohe felt guilty. Oh, teacher. Julie quickly made a show gesture, then looked into the training room with a complex expression. Only then did Xiaohe notice that the door to the training room had already been opened. A bad feeling crept into Xiaohe's heart. The door to this training room was set to open only when the spiritual energy was exhausted or when someone inside fainted. It was clear that absorbing 300 spirit stones within a month was impossible. That meant he would have to absorb 10 spirit stones every day. Generally, a martial artist would use 5 spirit stones for their first breakthrough, and it would take 24 hours to absorb them all. 10 spirit stones, Xiaohe couldn't even dare to imagine. Clearly, there was only one conclusion. Mo Chen must have fainted or died. He quickly walked forward, prepared for punishment, even for the possibility of losing his life, took a deep breath, and looked into the training room. But the scene before him left Xiaohe utterly dumbfounded. The dim room was devoid of any swirling spiritual mist. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. In the center of the training room sat a handsome man with unkempt hair and long black hair draped over his shoulders. Behind him, a circular aura of spiritual energy seemed to be trying to escape from his body. The entire scene was like a miracle, incredibly sacred. Suddenly, Xiaohe opened his eyes wide. He recognized the person before him and exclaimed in shock, "This long-haired man is Mo Chun?" Julie, with her hands on her hips, nodded. The surge in blood energy had caused a significant change in Mo Chen's body. She exclaimed, "In just 1 month, he absorbed all 300 spirit stones. It's truly unimaginable, so terrifying." Only then did Xiaohe understand why a complex expression appeared on Julie's face. After saying this, Mo Chen suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. The circular aura of spiritual energy surrounding him was instantly absorbed by him. Beep beep. The system's announcement echoed in Mo Chen's ears. Blood energy value has increased from 42 to 241. This absorption, blood fusion bacteria, has brought a total of 38 blood energy points to the host. Heart condensation technique has brought a total of 161 points of vitality to the host, and the proficiency of heart condensation technique has reached 50%. Attribute points have been automatically allocated for you. Strength, 180 stamina, 180 speed, 180. Mutated Codex has unlocked a new strain of bacteria. Mo Chen ignored these announcements. He slowly stood up, his long unused limbs and body cracking as he felt an unparalleled sense of vitality filling him. Mo Chen not only felt no fatigue but was even bursting with energy. He exposed his perfect muscle lines, barefoot, and walked past the two standing at the door with a soft patter, heading straight downstairs. Julie and Xiaohe did not stop him, merely following behind him quietly. After all, they had also experienced this devilish training method. They understood this feeling. It was like being locked up in a prison for 10 years, unable to eat, drink, or sleep. It was excruciating, with every second feeling like a year. But this training method brought immense progress. This was Julie's unique training method. Without her constantly stimulating his nerves and keeping him awake with toxins, Mo Chen would have fainted long ago. Mo Chen arrived in front of the building, lazily stretching out his arms. Bathed in sunlight, he used all his strength to inhale the fragrant scents of earth and grass, feeling a sense of relief. Isn't that Mo Chen's mentor? Who is that long-haired guy? He can eat so much. Oh my god. The crowd stared in shock at the restaurant, where plates were stacked high like small mountains, secretly marveling. At this moment, Mo Chen was crazily devouring his meal. He had returned to the dormitory once, taken a shower, shaved, changed into new clothes, and was now having lunch with Julie in the restaurant. Julie looked at Mo Chen in confusion. She simply couldn't understand how Mo Chen could absorb 300 spirit stones in just 1 month. After thinking for a moment, she decided to guess and ask, Mo Chen, how many spirit stones did you use for the chi opening? 10, Mo Chen replied honestly, but he did not feel pleased. Because Mo Chen knew that if it weren't for improving the proficiency of heart condensation technique, his training progress could have been even faster. Although Mo Chen couldn't always break his limits, like absorbing 10 spirit stones in 6 hours as with chi opening, if he used blood fusion bacteria normally, he could guarantee to absorb 300 spirit stones within 2 weeks. Julie let out a sigh of relief and said, "No wonder, your terrifying training speed is truly unprecedented. I originally wanted you to start body training for school, there's still a month left, and refining the essence blood of Thousand Fathom Demon Centipede is more than enough. For the remaining time, you can rest however you want." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan stopped eating. He raised his head, lost in deep thought. Julie noticed and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Emo-chan remained silent. He had already summoned the mutated codex and was carefully studying the newly unlocked colorful spherical bacteria. Spirit bacteria, special type bacteria. Transmission method, contact transmission. Can attach to corrosive bacteria, invading the biological nervous system, briefly controlling organisms infected by corrosive bacteria. It has complete control over corpses until they are destroyed. Infection characteristics, the eyes will display a bizarre array of colors. Mutation method, can only be unlocked after corrosive bacteria devours the parasitic beast, dazzling leech. Unlock reward, 300 attribute points. Upon seeing this, Emo-chan's mouth slightly opened. A fierce storm surged within him, stirring up waves of shock. What the hell? This is so outrageous? This means that with the spirit-hosting fungus, I can form an army of the undead, right? Emo-chan was incredibly astonished inside. In his mind, that shocking scene had already emerged. Tens of thousands of bloody beast corpses were slowly rising at Emo-chan's call. One person could become an army. The more he fought, the more teammates he gained. Emo-chan's expression changed, and he pondered, however, this heaven-defying ability must have limitations. Just like my corrosive fungus, I need to enhance my vitality to be able to breed more. But it's already very good. This ability is sufficient. I need to find out what the dazzling absorber is, and then let the corrosive fungus absorb it. The more Emo-chan thought, the more he felt time was running out. If the dazzling absorber was not lurking within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, then even Wotofa would likely not be able to obtain it. The dangers outside the borders were immense. Even a prestigious black card member would have to wait a year or so. Emo-chan could basically rule out the idea of mutating the spirit-hosting fungus before the martial arts competition. However, if it was within the borders, it would be much simpler. Wotofa could definitely procure it, but it would still take some time. Emo-chan could only take advantage of the summer vacation period when the Martial Arts Academy did not restrict special students' outings to go to the Wotofa in the Tian City district to make a purchase. Emo-chan stopped pondering. He said to Julie, "Teacher, time is of the essence. The sooner we refine the essence blood, the better. How about tomorrow? Ah fu, pour me a glass of water." "Yes, master." The spirit puppet slowly walked out of Emo-chan's room and headed for the stairs. Since parting with Julie in the restaurant, Emo-chan had been huddled in front of his desk on the second floor, continuously searching for the whereabouts of the dazzling absorber on his computer. Looking at the screen, filled with the intricate colors of the dazzling absorbers, Emo-chan lamented, "The number of these dazzling absorbers is truly too scarce." After researching so much information, Emo-chan learned a lot about the dazzling absorber. The dazzling absorber is a parasitic beast. They often invade the bodies of fierce beasts and extend snail-like eye stalks from their eyes, forming an appearance like a constantly wriggling caterpillar with beautiful patterns. They control the actions of their hosts. Whether it's a mammalian beast, an oviparous beast, or even a powerful martial artist, they can parasitize them. However, they most commonly parasitize snail beasts. As soon as they are harmed, they immediately detach from the host's eye socket, quickly parasitizing the next host and hiding away. Very cunning. This dazzling absorber was originally only distributed in the Europa country and the Ganges basin, and now it has even appeared in the Dragon Kingdom area. Emo-chan frowned. Since the revival of spiritual energy, some animals that could only live in specific areas have already evolved to have super strong adaptability. Now, the distribution of fierce beasts across the entire blue star is very chaotic, like a hodgepodge. In every region, one can find fierce beasts from other areas, though their numbers are somewhat scarce. The dazzling absorber, which is extremely rare in the Dragon Kingdom, is the most common parasitic beast in Europa and the Ganges basin. Emo-chan muttered to himself, "I wonder if there are dazzling absorbers in the wilderness area near Tian City." "Master, your water." Ah Fu handed Emo-chan a glass of water. Emo-chan took the water, drank it, and began searching again. His eyes suddenly lit up. The search engine had pinned a webpage about Guangyang Forest Wilderness Area at the top. Emo-chan understood that this wilderness area must have traces of the dazzling absorber. He clicked into the page and began to carefully browse through the fierce beasts contained in this wilderness area. After skimming past a group of ferocious beasts, Emo-chan found the entry for the dazzling sucking worm at the very bottom. Dazzling sucking worm, extremely rare, appearance probability 0.1%. Emo-chan did not show excessive joy, instead, he looked worried and said, near Tendu, only this wilderness area has it. And the appearance probability is only 0.01. Emo-chan understood that in this wilderness area, there was clearly only one dazzling sucking worm, and the chance of encountering it was akin to winning the jackpot. Emo-chan glanced at the time, 9:29. The martial arts academy to the city center takes only a few hours round trip. Let's get this done today. Tomorrow he still needed to refine the S-grade essence blood of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, and he had to refine it twice. Refining essence blood is fundamentally different from absorbing spiritual energy. Essence blood is more like a liquid spiritual energy that contains extreme poison. It repels the martial artist's body. Even though Emo-chan possessed the blood fusion bacteria, allowing him to cultivate at double the speed of an average martial artist, refining it twice would still take about a week. It would be better to book the dazzling sucking worm now. By the time Emo-chan finished his cultivation, Wardfa would likely have succeeded in capturing it. Emo-chan opened his phone, made an appointment with Wardfa, and then walked downstairs. Let's go talk to Wardfa first. With that, Emo-chan slowly pushed open the door. What came into view was a muscular man with short yellow hair, standing at the entrance of Emo-chan's mansion. The two looked at each other, their gazes filled with tension. They both opened their mouths simultaneously and exclaimed, "Dude, who are you? Why are you at my, Emo-chan's, doorstep?" Emo-chan and the muscular man suddenly froze. Hearing the familiar voice, they locked eyes, dumbfounded, and shouted in unison, "Lu Ji, Emo-chan?" Emo-chan sat on the sofa, looking at Lu Ji in front of him, revealing a look of astonishment. He never expected that in just a month, Lu Ji would transform from a handsome young man into a strong, muscular hunk. Lu Ji proudly patted his bulging biceps and said, "Big change, right? After training with teacher Jenny, my blood value is now 350 calories. He then pointed at Emo-chan's hair, puzzled, and asked, "But how did you grow such long hair in a month? Not planning to cut it?" Emo-chan was also puzzled. He guessed it was due to the surge in his blood value. He smiled and said, "It's pretty good, even you can't recognize me, so I won't have to worry about being recognized when I go out." Emo-chan took a sip of tea and asked, "What about Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong? They are still in special training. This summer vacation is a great opportunity to pull ahead of other martial artists." Emo-chan nodded. Lu Ji continued, "You too, disappearing for a month without telling us. But I can't even imagine raising my blood value by 200 calories in a month." Lu Ji had practiced all sorts of things in the past month. Not only had he strengthened his physical strength and improved his martial arts skills, but he had also raised his blood value by 52 calories. Although he envied Emo-chan for being able to raise his to 241 calories in a month, he felt no jealousy. Being locked away for a month without food, drink, or sleep was what he deserved. Hearing this, Emo-chan was just stunned. He slowly opened the green bubble app and found that Zhong Lingling and the others had indeed left him messages. This made Emo-chan, who was used to being alone, feel a bit at a loss. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and replied to everyone one by one. At this moment, Emo-chan had already bid farewell to Lu Ji, tied up his hair in a bun, put on sunglasses, and boarded the subway heading to the Tendu city center. Throughout the journey, he chatted casually with Zhong Lingling and the others. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Before becoming the top scholar of Nanzhou City, he had always been the target of bullying and ridicule, with almost no friends. He had thought about whether interacting with Zhong Lingling and the others while still being seen as a waste would lead to two completely different outcomes. But Emo-chan no longer cared. Returning to the identity of a waste was absolutely impossible now. Beep beep, the train has arrived at Tendu Warrior Avenue. Lost in thought, the train had already reached its destination. The doors slowly opened, and Emo-chan walked off the train with the crowd, following them out of the subway station. Emo-chan glanced around. He found himself in a bustling city, surrounded by countless towering skyscrapers. These buildings stood like steel giants on the earth, evoking a sense of awe. Truly, this is Tendu. Emo-chan sighed inwardly, then walked towards the building not far ahead, Wodafa. Exiting the subway station, right across the street was Wodafa. Being able to choose such a location relied on substantial financial power. Emo-chan slowly walked up the stairs, and a short-haired saleswoman approached him with a smile. "Mr. Emo, right? Please come in." Since Emo-chan was a distinguished black card user, the senior manager personally came to greet him. The two sat down at a coffee table and chatted. Upon hearing Emo-chan's request, the senior manager's expression became a bit strange. Emo-chan, worried, asked, "Manager? What's wrong?" Mr. Mo, to be honest, we can't do this. Mo Chen's expression turned serious, and he asked, can't do it? Why can't you do it? The manager thought Mo Chen was angry and quickly explained, it's unfortunate. Our beast hunting team has already been dispatched on a mission by another black card member, and besides what? Besides, 2 months ago, someone booked to collect the blood essence of the dazzling leech, but they failed to kill it and let it escape. The manager continued, after that, it has been hiding and hasn't shown any trace since. Our beast hunting team has also given up on the mission and lost quite a bit of money. Hearing this, Mo Chen fell silent. He thought to himself, it seems that the dazzling leech is indeed difficult to capture. Currently, there were only 2 options. One was to send bounty hunters to capture it. The other was to go to the Guangyang forest wilderness area himself. Mo Chen pondered quietly. If he sent bounty hunters and they still couldn't catch it, who knows how long the dazzling leech would hide again. He decided that after refining the blood essence of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, he would personally make a trip to Guangyang forest. Mo Chen waved his hand and said with relief, it's fine. Manager, I'll just go myself. But, could you please tell me about the characteristics of the dazzling leech? Seeing this, the manager let out a long breath. As long as you understand us. With that, the manager eagerly informed Mo Chen about the characteristics of the dazzling leech and the areas it frequently appeared. Teacher Du, please come in. Are you here to buy spiritual incense again? The short-haired saleswoman at the entrance welcomed Du Zitting into the hall and went to notify the manager. The 2 young saleswomen were beaming with shy smiles. Standing outside the door, their eyes occasionally darted inside, whispering to each other. Du Zitting touched his balding head, feeling self-satisfied. These 2 little girls must be seeing a strong person like me for the first time. I'll just listen in a bit. With that, Du Zitting perked up his ears to listen. Hey, the one who just came in was Mo Chen, right? Yeah. He even changed his hairstyle, looking quite handsome. He only has a few dozen health points, and he actually wants to go to the Guangyang forest. That's just too manly. Of course. He scored over 1,000 points. Teacher Du, the supervisor asks you to take a seat. Okay. The sales assistant's sudden appearance startled Du Zitong, who slowly stood up and followed the assistant into the room. In his ears, he heard a whisper, Du Zitong, what a coincidence, right? Du Zitong's expression was calm, and he said nothing. He simply shook his storage ring lightly, and a vial of essence blood and a small pill appeared in his hand. Du Zitong slowly put the essence blood back into the storage ring. Without saying a word, he swallowed the pill. That night, Mo Chen had returned to the villa. He was lying on the bed, reflecting on what had happened that day. 0.1% chance, will I encounter it this summer? Tomorrow I'll start refining the essence blood of the 1,000-jung demon centipede. Even with the help of the blood fusion bacteria, it will take at least a week. That means I only have 3 weeks left to find the trace of the dazzling leech, and once school starts, I can't leave campus freely. Thinking of this, Mo Chen felt extremely anxious. That dazzling leech was so cunning, it could hide for 2 whole months after being discovered. If I don't catch it myself, I can just find a bounty hunter later. Mo Chen sighed deeply, turned over, and closed his eyes. He slowly fell asleep. Time flew by, and morning arrived. Mo Chen was sitting cross-legged in his small training room at home, waiting for Julie and Xiao He to arrive. Mo Chen had wanted to use Julie's exclusive training room, but since Xiao He couldn't always stay with him, they decided against it. To ensure Xiao He would stay by Mo Chen's side, Julie had to let him stay at Mo Chen's house for a few days. Moreover, refining essence blood didn't require a large training room. As long as he wasn't disturbed, he could even refine it in the middle of the street without any problem. This was much more convenient. If anything unexpected happened to Mo Chen, Xiao He, as his senior brother, could handle it in time. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and then it was opened with a creak by a Fu. Good junior brother. You can focus on refining the essence blood now. I'll keep an eye on you. It hurts. Julie twisted Xiao He's ear as she slowly walked into the training room. She gently said to Mo Chen, who was sitting on the ground, Mo Chen, this time I brought your good senior brother. You just focus on refining the essence blood. After saying that, Julie released her grip on Xiao He's ear. Mo Chen looked at Xiao He's pained face and his purple ear, suppressing a laugh as he nodded. Julie said to Mo Chen, take out the essence blood, this time, drinking 1/5 is enough. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen shook out the essence blood from his storage ring. He swallowed hard, staring intently at the small glass vial containing deep blue liquid, which was no bigger than a fist. Xiao He reminded him, refining essence blood is different from absorbing spiritual energy. Your body will reject this blood, causing excruciating pain. But after that, it will be fine, you have to endure. Emo-chan nodded and slowly opened the cap of the vial. A strange, refreshing fragrance wafted from the opening. Emo-chan thought to himself, the lower the grade of the essence blood, the stronger the foul smell it emits. This vial of essence blood gives off a fragrance, it truly deserves its S rank. After thinking this, Emo-chan, in front of the two, gently drank 1/5 of the essence blood, holding it in his mouth before putting the vial back into the storage ring. Xiaohe and Julie swallowed nervously. This was the first time the two had witnessed the scene of refining S-grade blood essence on site. A faint light radiated from Julie's eyes. If she hadn't already undergone blood essence body tempering, she would have been the one to consume the blood essence of the Thousand-Jung demon centipede. However, giving this S-grade blood essence to Emo-chan was also an excellent choice. After all, this was Emo-chan, the one who broke the martial arts examination record in Jiangnan province with a vitality value of 13 cards. In his hands, he also had the corrosive fungus, which could even harm her, a body immune to all poisons. It was her honor to become Emo-chan's mentor. If Emo-chan could grow steadily, he would surely surpass unparalleled warriors in the future. While she was lost in thought, Emo-chan had already slowly swallowed the blood essence. He felt as if he had swallowed a glass of smooth liquor, refreshing and with an endless aftertaste. But, just a moment later, a fiery burning pain quickly surged towards him. From his mouth to his throat, and then to his stomach, it felt as if a fierce flame had ignited, causing excruciating pain. Emo-chan gritted his teeth and held on tightly. He summoned the surging vitality throughout his body to resist this fiery pain. Seeing this, Julie closed the door to the training room and walked to the living room with Xiaohe. Julie said, "There's no need to disturb him, let him endure it on his own." Xiaohe sat silently on the sofa. Refining blood essence cannot be assisted by cultivation methods. Cultivation methods can only help absorb spiritual energy, while refining blood essence relies solely on physical strength and willpower to resist. This is precisely why the process is called body tempering. Warriors who undergo body tempering will have stronger physical strength and can also gain characteristics and abilities related to the ferocious beasts, known as second abilities. Moreover, the higher the grade of the blood essence, the more characteristics can be utilized. Julie said to Xiaohe, Emo-chan's body tempering this time will surely lead to significant improvement. Moreover, this is S-grade blood essence. When Julie used A-grade blood essence from the poison scale powder butterfly for body tempering back then, she only gained two characteristics, the ability to blow paralyzing, poison powder, at enemies and the ability to fly with poison butterfly wings. Xiaohe looked dazed, listening to the low, mournful cries, gazing in the direction of the training room, secretly worrying about Emo-chan. At this moment, Emo-chan's entire body was bulging with veins, and his skin began to emit a dark red glow. The blood fusion fungus had already started to work, resisting the rejection reaction of the S-grade blood essence for Mo-chan. But it was of no effect. Emo-chan's body and internal organs still endured the pain as if being tortured by 1,000 cuts, terrifying like being sawed alive. Although he couldn't resist the pain brought by refining blood essence, it was enough to reduce the time required for Emo-chan to refine the blood essence. It was unclear how long had passed, but Emo-chan noticed that the excruciating pain that had etched itself into his bones was gradually diminishing. However, his body was becoming increasingly fatigued. Just as Emo-chan was about to lose consciousness, a crisp notification sound rang out. Beep beep. The beast characteristics function has been unlocked. You have successfully refined Thousand-Jung demon centipede, S-grade blood essence, 20%, corrosive fungus, has mutated. Corrosive fungus has gained the characteristic venom. Suddenly, the door to the training room opened automatically. What came into view were Xiaohe and Julie, both stunned and speechless at Emo-chan's shock. Emo-chan opened his dry eyes and weakly asked, "How could it be that I've already refined the blood essence in such a short time? It's unbelievable." Julie shook her head slightly, a hint of joy gradually appearing on her face. Xiaohe exclaimed in shock, "Good junior brother, have you gone silly? It's August 7th now. You only took a mere 7 days to refine 20% of your essence blood." Emo-chan then realized that the intense pain had made him unaware of the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, it was already 7 days later. After saying this, Xiaohe stepped forward to help the weak Emo-chan. Emo-chan slowly got up, shivering as he stood barefoot. Beneath his feet, he felt a cold liquid sensation. He slowly lowered his head and saw a pool of dark blue liquid spreading across the entire training room. In the dormitory area of the Martial Arts Academy, Joan Lingling was currently guarding Emo-chan's bedside, lost in thought as she looked at his long eyelashes. "I didn't expect that Emo-chan could refine his essence blood in just 7 days. There are only about 3 weeks left until school starts. I should start my body training too. What essence blood will I get?" Just as Zhong Lingling was pondering, she saw Emo-chan slowly opening his eyes and stretching. Emo-chan, you're awake? Zhong Lingling hurriedly leaned in and gently helped Emo-chan sit up. Emo-chan looked at this scene, somewhat bewildered. The last people he had seen were Julie and Xiaohe, but now the person guarding his bedside was actually Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling asked anxiously, Emo-chan, are you okay? Hearing this, Emo-chan twisted his neck and clenched his fists. He felt no discomfort in his body. Instead, he felt a vigorous energy brought on by the fullness of his essence blood. He only remembered seeing a pool of black water before fainting. But now, he was fine. Emo-chan scratched his head and said, maybe this body training was too exhausting. The teacher didn't give me any buffs, and this time, I relied entirely on my willpower to hold on. Buff? Zhong Lingling was confused. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan explained Julie's ability to her. Teacher Julie has a toxin that keeps people awake. During that closed-door training, I relied on it to train continuously for a month. A month of continuous training? Without sleeping? Emo-chan nodded, and Zhong Lingling's mouth twitched. She couldn't imagine that someone could go a whole month without sleep, food, or even relieving themselves. As Emo-chan explained on his phone, Zhong Lingling thought he was just sleeping after training and getting up to train again, which was why he had no time to reply to messages. Zhong Lingling was shocked. This kind of training method, I've never seen before. You guys are truly one of a kind. Emo-chan scratched his head in embarrassment. He then asked, Zhong Lingling, why are you the one taking care of me? Where's my senior brother? In response, Zhong Lingling was speechless. I knew you started body training, so I came to check on you every few days. Your reliable senior brother, after you fainted, asked me to take care of you and then ran off somewhere. He said your teacher would be here soon, but we've been waiting until now. Hearing this, Emo-chan looked deeply at Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling, thank you. Seeing Emo-chan's serious expression, a blush suddenly appeared on Zhong Lingling's face, and she fidgeted, saying, it's really nothing. Emo-chan felt speechless about his reliable senior brother. Considering his previous behavior, he could guess that Xiaohe had probably gone gambling. Although Emo-chan had also been a broke gambler before his rebirth, he now desired something more. Emo-chan had changed. Emo-chan silently thought, before my rebirth, I hadn't seen Xiaohe at the casinos in Nanzhou City for 3 years. Those gamblers, after Xiaohe became famous and won the championship in the martial arts competition, I never saw them again. My senior brother should have corrected himself. Tap tap tap, just as he was thinking, a light and cheerful sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the room. Both of them looked outside at the same time and saw Julie, dressed in a refreshing loose white t-shirt and sexy hot pants, slowly walking into the room in high-heeled sandals. Julie took off her glasses and said sweetly, Emo-chan, are you awake? She looked at Zhong Lingling, who was leaning against Emo-chan's bed, and asked him, where's your senior brother? This is. Senior brother had to leave for something. This is my friend, Zhong Lingling. Julie remembered that this person was the special student taught by Wu Zhiga, the Tyrannosaurus Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling stared at Julie's graceful figure, momentarily lost in thought, forgetting to greet her. This figure is just too amazing, so curvy, so big, so white, so beautiful. Julie tilted her head, looking at Zhong Lingling with confusion. She then realized her gaffe and immediately stood up. Jeju. Teacher Julie, hello? Julie smiled shyly and then turned her head. She looked at Emo-chan and asked, how do you feel after refining the essence blood of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede? Emo-chan clenched his fists and replied honestly, I feel fine, just more energetic. After he spoke, both of them sensed something was off. Julie crossed her arms over her chest, her expression serious, secretly pondering, it shouldn't be. A martial artist after body tempering would gain beast characteristics, which would cause a severe sense of rejection in their body, yet Emo-chan feels nothing? While Julie and Zhong Lingling were deep in thought, Emo-chan opened the system panel. Corrosive bacteria, attack-type bacteria, equipped beast characteristic, venom. Looking at the additional status bar, Emo-chan thought to himself, venom? Could it be from that pool of black water I stepped in before I passed out? After a moment of contemplation, Emo-chan no longer hesitated. He spread his arms and released the corrosive bacteria. An unexpected event occurred. The tiny sweat glands in Emo-chan's hands began to emit tiny black droplets invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the black droplets gathered together, flowing like a tranquil stream, sliding from his hands and onto the floor. Emo-chan suddenly raised his head, looking at the two who had instantly taken a defensive stance, their faces pale. Julie and Zhong Lingling were filled with shock, sweating profusely. Yet they stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed by something terrifying. Emo-chan then realized. The blue-black liquid had now seeped into the entire room like mercury, invading every nook and cranny. It even slowly crawled up the walls and ceiling, blocking the windows. The The light disappeared, shrouded in terrifying darkness. Except for the area beneath Julie and Zhong Lingling's feet, the entire room was surrounded by this black water that exuded a deathly aura. Emo-chan instantly retracted the black water, which rushed back into his skin like seawater, disappearing without a trace. The three of them were left shaken, remaining silent for a long time. Emo-chan finally understood that this evolved, corrosive bacteria, could now take on a liquid form. Julie and Zhong Lingling let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders. Zhong Lingling knew that the pain brought by this, corrosive bacteria, was something even Julie, who possessed a toxic body, could not withstand. If infected, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the corrosive bacteria had deliberately avoided Zhong Lingling and Julie as it spread. Zhong Lingling asked in shock, "Teacher Julie, why can Emo-chan's body tempering change the form of the bacteria?" Julie calmed her emotions and sat by Emo-chan's bed to explain to the two, "There are 7 types of abilities: enhancement, weakening, elemental, time-space, special, transformation, and summoning. Among them, only the transformation type and the summoning type can evolve their abilities after body refinement." Julie took a breath and continued, "After body refinement, the transformation type will gain beast characteristics, while the summoning type will gain beast characteristics, along with the summoned creature." After saying this, Zhong Lingling also sensed something was off, and she asked, "Then why did Emo-chan's summoned creature gain the characteristics, but he himself showed no reaction at all?" To this, Julie was also puzzled. It was the first time she had seen a warrior whose summoned creature alone gained characteristics. Hearing this, Emo-chan quickly jumped off the bed. He used all the muscles in his body but found no signs of anything unusual. Emo-chan looked at the word, disassemble, on the bacteria panel and suddenly realized something. Disassemble? But after a moment of dullness, Emo-chan stopped thinking about it, as he suddenly remembered something more urgent: dazzling absorbent worm. Emo-chan had slept for a day, and today was already August 8th. He turned to Julie and asked, "Teacher, I want to try the new ability of corrosive fungus. Sure, you can go to the beast breeding area at school and find a beast to test it out." Emo-chan shook his head and said seriously, "I want to try it in the wilderness area." Julie pondered for a moment and said, "That's fine, but you can only go for a 0-tier warrior. I want to go to Guangyang Forest." Upon hearing this, Julie furrowed her brows, crossed her arms, and said seriously, "No way. Absolutely not. The first-tier beasts in Guangyang Forest are rampant. It's too dangerous." Although Julie understood that with Emo-chan's powerful, corrosive fungus, along with his clever mind and outstanding martial arts, killing a first-tier beast wouldn't be a problem. But better safe than sorry. "Please, teacher, I have the ability to protect myself." Emo-chan clasped his hands together and pleaded with Julie. Unable to resist Emo-chan, Julie finally said, all right, I'll let you go. But what?" Julie licked her lips, revealing a frightening gaze. "I need to check just how much you've improved. Wow, I really didn't expect that your dormitory backyard has a whole martial arts gym." Zhong Lingling exclaimed as she looked at the well-equipped gym. Although this gym was only half the size of a standard gym, it was fully equipped and sufficient for 2 warriors to duel. Emo-chan smiled and said, "Hee, it's just average." At this moment, Emo-chan had already brought the 2 of them to his backyard. Julie looked around and praised, "Not bad, it seems this school really values you. Don't let down the school's expectations." "And don't let down my expectations." Julie slowly turned her head, staring intently at Emo-chan in front of her. Zhong Lingling wisely stepped back, standing aside to observe the duel between the two. She swallowed hard, her heart filled with anticipation. "Let me see just how big the gap between Emo-chan and me really is." With their stares locked, the two stood in the center of the arena, each unleashing a powerful aura. But Emo-chan's aura was far weaker than Julie's. Emo-chan understood that if Julie didn't hold back, he would probably have to kneel under the pressure of the 6,499 health value aura. Emo-chan respectfully asked, "Teacher, how shall we compete?" "It's simple. I can't use my abilities, but you can. Just injuring me will suffice. Can we start?" Upon hearing this, Emo-chan remained silent. He simply stared faintly at Julie's delicate little feet, adorned with purple nail polish. Then she slowly spoke, "Teacher, you're still wearing high-heeled sandals. Is it convenient to move around?" Julie lowered her head, looking at her delicate little feet, and sighed, "I really can't do anything about you." She quickly took off her sandals and tossed them aside. Only then was Emo-chan satisfied. He extended one palm, facing down, and smiled, "Let's try out a new ability." "Sorry, teacher." A thick, black liquid known as corrosive bacteria slowly dripped from Emo-chan's hand, resembling the saliva of a giant beast, exuding waves of malice. The moment the corrosive bacteria touched the ground, it spread out at an incredibly swift speed, surging towards Julie like a rising tide. A smirk appeared at the corner of Julie's mouth. She knew that this kid's bacteria was no joke. If she were to come into contact with it, given the new form of corrosive bacteria's spreading speed, she would be infected in no time. Julie elegantly leaped forward, skillfully dodging the touch of the corrosive tide. However, at that very moment she jumped, the fierce, corrosive tide had already covered all the places where she could land. Zhong Lingling thought to herself, the spreading speed is too fast. This is bad. All the landing spots on the field are covered by corrosive bacteria. But there's still a chance. The spreading distance of this corrosive bacteria is limited, it can't reach the edge of the field. With teacher Julie's 6,000 calories of vitality, jumping over there shouldn't be difficult. After saying that, Zhong Lingling calmed down and carefully observed every move Julie made, like a photographer trying to capture a brilliant moment. Julie was suspended in midair. She glanced at the distant landing spot, then at Imo-chen, and immediately relaxed her strength. Zhong Lingling was taken aback. Now what? How can she jump over after relaxing her strength? Just then, a loud thud echoed from the center of the battlefield. In Zhong Lingling's shocked gaze, Julie smiled as she forcefully stomped her delicate little foot onto Imo-chen's face. Imo-chen stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He quickly reacted, intending to grab Julie's ankle, but was kicked away by Julie's swift counter. Finally, Julie landed steadily, crouching on a safe landing spot behind Imo-chen, easily leaning against the wall of the martial arts hall. Surprised, Imo-chen Julie wiped the blood from the sole of her foot, mocking him. Imo-chen curled up, pressing his hands tightly against his nose, feeling a burning pain on his face. He slightly loosened his grip, and 2 streams of bright red blood flowed from his nostrils. Imo-chen silently winced in pain. I can't believe it can be like this. Julie covered her mouth, giggling shyly. Imo-chen, if you give up now, I'll let you go no way. With that, Imo-chen turned around, stomping his right foot heavily, splashing a jet of black water. He forcefully kicked with his right foot, launching a kick straight at Julie. With a loud explosive sound, this powerful kick instantly created a massive deep pit in the wall of the martial arts hall. Zhong Lingling was dumbfounded. Imo-chen has indeed grown. Now he can actually kick a deep pit into a martial arts hall made of S-class memory metal. It must take at least 500 points of strength to do that? That's terrifying. In that moment, Imo-chen reset his attributes twice. He used 270 points of speed and strength to close in on Julie, then allocated all his attribute points to strength. This resulted in a devastating blow. At this moment, Zhong Lingling deeply realized the gap between herself and Imo-chen. The disparity in their strength was like a bottomless chasm, incomparably terrifying. Coming back to her senses, Zhong Lingling was searching for Julie's whereabouts. She looked up and discovered Julie, who had already leaped high and was hanging vertically in midair. Such quick reflexes. Just how fast is teacher Julie? Zhong Lingling silently marveled. Imo-chen quickly pulled his legs out from the wall, looked up at the sky, and said, "You want to step on my face again, don't you?" With that, he clenched his claws tightly and shouted, "Void Claw." Imo-chen's claw strike tore through the surrounding air, creating 10 crescent-shaped black winds. Zhong Lingling narrowed her eyes and said, "She's falling straight down. Teacher Julie has nowhere to dodge." Just then, Julie's lips curled into a wicked smile again. Immediately, she moved her feet, calmly and gracefully kicking away the 10 gusts of wind like a dancer performing a swan dance. Imo-chan's eyes widened as he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Then, Julie kicked away Imo-chan's hands that were blocking his face, and her feet firmly landed on his face once more. Looking down at Imo-chan, Julie asked, "The Void Claw technique from Xiaovi was taught by me. So, what do you say, Imo-chan, are you convinced?" I'm not convinced." With that, the corrosive bacteria began to rapidly crawl up Imo-chan's face. Julie leaped again, performing a very elegant backflip in the air, heading towards the center of the arena. Zhong Lingling watched Julie's bold move, unsure of what to say. She feared that if she spoke, she would be slapped in the face again. But she couldn't help but think, if she falls straight down, won't she step on the bacteria? She can't have a way out, can she? In midair, Julie quickly whipped out a leg. The gust of air kicked out was like a pillar of wind, continuously washing away the corrosive bacteria tied beneath her delicate feet, ultimately clearing a safe landing spot. Thud! Julie landed steadily on the ground. At that moment, Imo-chan and Zhong Lingling deeply realized that Julie was merely toying with a cute little cat. She wasn't taking it seriously at all. If the gap between Zhong Lingling and Imo-chan was a chasm, then the gap between her and Julie was like being separated by 2 continents. Julie clapped her hands and let out a long breath, saying, "So, what do you think? Ready to give up?" You can't maintain the corrosive bacteria for that long, can you? As he expected, the larger the area Emo-chan covered, the shorter the time he could maintain it. At most, it was only 30 seconds. Emo-chan sighed, "Ah, really? I told you can't go to Guangyang Forest anymore, you have to stay here honestly." Before Julie could finish her sentence, Emo-chan wiped the blood from his nose, raised his head, and said truthfully, "Teacher, you've already lost." "You say, I lost?" Julie furrowed her brows, incredulously asking. She looked at her skin, still intact, with no signs of being hit or infected by the corrosive bacteria. Julie thought Emo-chan was trying to trick her, so she said, "Emo-chan, have you learned to deceive your teacher?" Hearing this, Emo-chan smiled confidently, his left hand behind his back while his right hand gently formed a fist. Suddenly, a strong pain surged through Julie's heart. She quickly looked down and found that her delicate feet had developed several barely noticeable blue spots. The spots spread rapidly, covering her entire calf. Julie couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Emo-chan released his fist and waved his hand casually. Julie's beautiful leg no longer felt pain, and the blue spots on her feet vanished without a trace. Julie's expression turned serious as she fell into deep thought. In these encounters, I have never come into contact with that murky, corrosive fungus. How did he manage to infect me? Could it be that this venom is a characteristic of him personally, and his corrosive fungus hasn't evolved? Or can he use two different forms of corrosive fungus? Julie speculated many times in her mind, but each guess was quite absurd. At this moment, Emo-chan was standing at the edge of the field, arms crossed over his chest, quietly pondering something. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that this system could dismantle the beast characteristics of bacteria." He looked at the panel of the bacteria in front of him, his heart filled with exclamations. Corrosive fungus, attack type, equipped beast characteristic, none can equip, venom, S-class 1000 fathom magic centipede. When Emo-chan lay in bed, he had already discovered the uniqueness of his beast characteristics. The beast characteristics he obtained could act on his own bacteria like enhanced attributes. By dismantling and replacing characteristics, Emo-chan could restore the corrosive fungus that had already acquired the venom characteristic to a form that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, thus adapting flexibly to combat. When Julie stepped on his face for the second time, he immediately unloaded the venom characteristic from the corrosive fungus. That was how Julie successfully infected him. Emo-chan stroked his chin, thinking quietly, if this beast characteristic can be equipped at will, what would happen if I equip this venom onto the blood fusion fungus? System, equip venom to blood fusion fungus. Beep beep. Equipment successful. Blood fusion fungus ability has been updated. Emo-chan's mind stirred, and he opened the panel to check the effects. Blood fusion fungus, functional type, new effect, can absorb toxins and transform them into its own vitality. Emo-chan felt a surge of joy in his heart and smiled, sure enough. By equipping different beast characteristics, I can gain different new abilities. But a bottle of S-class essence blood can only yield 3 characteristics. Could it be I can only absorb one type of essence blood? After saying this, Emo-chan's mind stirred again, opened the beast characteristics panel. A blue panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Beast characteristics illustrated guide, obtained, 1000 fathom magic centipede, venom, not obtained? Emo-chan's eyes widened in an instant. He didn't expect that he could actually unlock more than just 3 characteristics. This meant that by combining different types of beast characteristics, he could achieve significant evolution for his bacteria. Emo-chan couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth, secretly thinking, it seems that the essence blood won't be enough. Emo-chan. Julie's voice interrupted Emo-chan's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and found Julie half happy, half worried, asking, can you use 2 forms of corrosive fungus? For Julie, Emo-chan had no need to hide the truth, so he gently nodded. Julie was taken aback, secretly thinking, the essence blood merges with Emo-chan's blood, and the corrosive fungus summoned from his body will also gain beast characteristics. To restore it to its original form, it can only be done by separating the essence blood from the body. That's impossible. How did he manage to do it? Julie walked towards Emo-chan, her expression serious as she advised, this matter must not be known to others. If you are in danger, you can use the other form of corrosive fungus to attack the enemy. Do you understand? The student understands. As long as it is publicly declared that Emo-chan's corrosive fungus has transformed into liquid, he can use the normal corrosive fungus to deliver a surprise attack. After speaking, the two slowly turned their heads, blinking their eyes as they looked at Zhong Lingling, who was watching from the side. Zhong Lingling covered her mouth and nodded eagerly. Finally, Emo-chan got his wish and boarded the subway heading to the Guangyang forest wilderness area. The train continuously shuttled through the dim tunnel, emitting a sound reminiscent of ghostly wails. At this moment, Emo-chan was wearing a pitch-black custom battlesuit, with a breathing-enhancing mask, leaning back in his seat, quietly contemplating something. Across from him sat a few male and female warriors, their eyes occasionally glancing at Emo-chan. Sigh, that battlesuit of his must be worth at least 40. So cool, and it's custom-made. Look at the big martial character on the waist of the battlesuit. This kid must be a special recruit for martial arts. His weapon, claw covers? Looks a bit familiar. Because Emo-chan was wearing a custom breathing-enhancing mask that covered most of his face, the people across from him completely failed to recognize him. Emo-chan looked at the custom battlesuit and secretly sighed. No wonder it's a custom battlesuit worth 400,000 Dragon Country coins. It's both comfortable and stylish. The suit was entirely black, made from specially processed black ice python snakeskin, allowing the wearer to feel cool and breathable. The chest armor, shoulder pads, elbow guards, and knee pads were all crafted from shiny black A-grade metal polymer alloy. It was lightweight yet incredibly tough. The gray-white skirt with the large martial character added a touch of ancient Dragon Country armor charm to this high-tech battlesuit. Some first aid supplies were also hanging from the side of the skirt. The black breathing-enhancing mask extending to his neck, combined with Emo-chan's long black hair, made him appear incredibly mysterious. Ding Dong arrived at the Guangyang forest wilderness area. The train doors slowly opened, and Emo-chan got off with the other warriors. When Emo-chan was heading to the wilderness area, Julie had reminded him of a few things, which he kept in mind. The wilderness area is a lawless place. The most dangerous aren't the fierce beasts, but those who have ulterior motives against you. It's best not to act alone. If you encounter a high-level warrior while alone, be very careful. Emo-chan recalled Julie's advice and thought to himself, I should find a small team to join. After saying this, Emo-chan had unknowingly walked into the mission area in front of the subway station. In the hall, a group of warriors began recruiting and selecting team members. A short-haired male warrior, clearly older and with a weathered face, saw Emo-chan, who was dressed well, and looked him up and down. Upon seeing the martial character on the skirt, he stepped forward and casually asked, Are you a special recruit for martial arts? Here to train? Emo-chan looked at this uncle, who was shorter than him and slightly overweight, appearing harmless, and nodded slightly. The uncle smiled happily and said, My name is Gao Pang, you can also call me Old Gao. We have a two-person team here, and we're short one person. Do you want to join? Emo-chan pretended to think and asked, What's the objective? It's very simple, we just need to hunt some small fierce beasts to sell for money. But we have to stay for 7 days before we can come back. Listening to Old Gao's objective, Emo-chan thought for a moment. Finding dazzling worms isn't an easy task. 7 days is fine, and I have the time. As for the task rewards, I'm not concerned. After thinking it over, Emo-chan readily accepted, saying, I agree. But what? Old Gao's cheerful expression suddenly turned a bit displeased, thinking to himself, this brat better not be trying to drive a hard bargain. Emo-chan continued, I came here to find the dazzling absorber, and you can split the reward if you want. If we find any trace of it during the mission. Lao Gao immediately interrupted Emo-chan, beaming with joy, I understand. As long as you don't make any demands about splitting the money, it's just a bug. We're on the same team, we'll help you look for it. It was the first time Lao Gao had met a martial artist who wanted bugs instead of money. After saying that, he brought another martial artist over. This martial artist looked quite young, with a neat short haircut, appearing to be in his 20s. Then, the two began their formal introductions. My name is Gao Pang, a first-tier martial artist, with the ability, partial enlargement. I'm Jiang Qiping, level 14, A-grade ability, lightning speed. I'm Emo-chan, with a blood value of 241, S-grade ability, beast control. After saying this, Emo-chan extended his hand. Upon hearing Emo-chan's self-introduction, Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping's eyes widened in shock. The two exclaimed in unison, You are Emo-chan? From the dense thicket, a series of rustling sounds emerged, as if something was passing through. A small, round, brown creature covered in spikes poked its head out from the grass where the noise came from. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cute spiky pig. Puff! Suddenly, a pitch-black spear shot out from the thicket, piercing through the spiky pig's chest. Before the spiky pig could make a sound, it was already dead. 3 figures flashed past the big tree. Another spiky pig. TSK. Not worth much. We can just roast it and eat it. Jiang Qiping strode past Emo-chan, who was looking around, and firmly stepped on the spiky pig's corpse. He immediately pulled out the spear. Then, he stuffed the spiky pig into the beast hunting bag, shrinking it to hang at his waist. Emo-chan, carrying a large black backpack, looked at the damp and warm mountain forest, pondering, this place should have a lot of snail beasts. It's been almost 2 hours since I arrived, but I've only seen 3 or 4. Jiang Qiping turned back, feeling furious at Emo-chan's distraction. When he first heard that Emo-chan wanted to join their team, Jiang Qiping was very happy. After all, he was the top scholar of Jiangnan province. The large-scale destructive ability he showcased in the martial arts exam livestream was like adding wings to their beast hunting team. After a month of special training, his strength far exceeded that of his peers, and he could closely observe Emo-chan's fighting style. But Emo-chen hadn't made a move since arriving at Guanyin Forest. In 2 hours, they had killed over 20 beasts, all by Jiang Qiping and Lao Gao. Meanwhile, Emo-chen had been searching for traces of the dazzling absorber. Finally, Jiang Qiping could no longer hold back and shouted at Emo-chen, "Emo-chen, did you join our team just to look for the dazzling absorber?" "Yeah, why not?" Emo-chen replied flatly. Jiang Qiping was left speechless because Emo-chen had indeed said from the beginning that he came for the dazzling absorber, and that he could forego the reward. However, this only made Jiang Qiping even angrier, and he shouted at Emo-chen again, "Damn it! If you want to find the dazzling absorber, go find it yourself. Why join our team and drag us down? Can't you just find it after we complete the mission?" Hearing this, Emo-chen felt helpless. Lao Gao told him to carry his pack. He couldn't help, so searching for the snail beast's traces wasn't a problem. Yet Jiang Qiping, knowing Emo-chen had difficulty moving, still insisted he help out. Emo-chen knew that Jiang Qiping was so irritable because he had caught nearly 20 prickly pigs in a row without encountering a single valuable beast. He was just looking for an excuse to vent his frustration on Emo-chen. He wouldn't dare act out like that in front of the older Lao Gao. Emo-chen didn't want any internal strife. He simply looked at Jiang Qiping and said lightly, "How about you carry the backpack, and I'll do the hunting?" Jiang Qiping stared at the half-person high pack and fell silent. He thought incredulously, this kid can carry the packs of 3 of us and still move freely for about 2 hours. He's definitely not to be underestimated. He has far surpassed a 0-level warrior. Although Jiang Qiping knew he was in the wrong, he still refused to admit it and continued, "Then we need to complete the task first before we can search with you. Stop arguing, we still need to find a place to camp." Lao Gao's heavy voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Qiping. The atmosphere eased up. Suddenly, a chill swept over the 3 of them, and goosebumps instantly rose. Emo-chen immediately threw the pack on his back high into a tree, then leaped up, grabbed a branch, and crouched down securely, catching the falling pack with ease. Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping jumped onto a neighboring large tree. The 3 exchanged glances and all closed their mouths. They realized that something big seemed to be approaching. Jiang Qiping tightened his grip on his spear, while Lao Gao grabbed the large knife from behind him, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sound. Emo-chen also began to roll up his sleeves. Rustle, 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 another prickly pig dashed out, spinning in place as if sniffing the lingering scent of its kind's blood. Just as Jiang Qiping was about to get angry at the sight of another prickly pig, he was quickly stopped by Lao Gao. With Lao Gao's seasoned experience, he knew that there must be a more ferocious beast nearby the prickly pig. Boom, boom. The ground began to tremble slowly, pebbles slightly shaking. Sure enough, moments later, a massive, sharp-toothed prickly pig king, covered in thousands of quills, appeared in their line of sight. It exuded a strong aura that made one instinctively feel fear. Accompanying it was a dense swarm of prickly pigs, seemingly nearly 20 of them. Prickly Pig King? It must be because we've killed too many prickly pigs that we attracted it here. If we kill this Pig King, we'll exceed our task, Jiang Qiping whispered. Hearing this, Emo-chen's expression turned serious as he quietly asked the 2, "Exceed? Then, kill?" Jiang Qiping shook his head, "You need to have the strength for that. Although your bacteria are powerful, you still need to get close enough to infect it, right?" The 2 fell into silence. Their abilities were one for acceleration and the other for size increase. And this prickly pig king was a first-level beast, covered in sharp spikes, with tough skin and thick flesh that was extremely resistant to damage. In the past, whenever they encountered a prickly pig king, they would quietly hide to avoid a fight. Even though they now had Emo-chen, who possessed an exceptionally powerful ability, they still didn't dare to let their guard down and allow a 0-level warrior to confront the prickly pig king. After all, this could cost them their lives. However, if they killed the prickly pig king, they would complete the task ahead of time. Emo-chen could then take the 2 of them to search for the dazzling sucking insect. Emo-chen looked at the silent duo, slowly set down his backpack, and murmured, "If you don't go up, I'm going up." With that, Emo-chen leaped down. Void Claw. The sound of breaking wind rushed to the prickly pig king's ears. It raised its head and saw 10 sharp, crescent-shaped black wind blades flying rapidly toward it. He immediately arched his back, using his spikes to defend. A fierce sound of friction filled the air as all 10 wind blades were actually dissipated by the spikes, leaving the Boar King unscathed. Emo-chan landed steadily, looking at the densely packed spiky pigs beside him, and grinned wickedly. So many little piglets. What are you doing? Lao Gao shouted, then pulled out a large knife and leaped down. Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping rushed forward simultaneously, wielding their weapons to attack the piglets near the spiky Boar King. In just a moment, in a flash of lightning, before the spiky Boar King could react, all the piglets were annihilated. The spiky Boar King roared in anger, opening its massive mouth to pounce on them. Jiang Qiping sidestepped, bending the barrel of his gun while chanting, "Thunder strike gun." A loud explosion rang out. Jiang Qiping, like kicking up thunder, swiftly thrust his gun into the back of the spiky Boar King. Although the damage was not high, it still caused the spiky Boar King pain. The spiky Boar King, in pain, turned to charge at Jiang Qiping, but he used his ability, lightning speed, to dodge and avoid the Boar King's charge. Battle skill. Sea-cutting blade. With a loud shout, Lao Gao seized the opportunity to activate his ability, rapidly enlarging his arm. He then delivered 3 incredibly swift slashes to the back legs of the spiky Boar King, landing a massive blow. This move was very effective. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the Boar King's hind legs. The spiky Boar King swung its tail violently, and in the moment Lao Gao retracted his knife, it knocked him down to the ground. The spiky Boar King was utterly enraged. It raised all the spikes on its back, preparing to unleash a torrential rain of needles upon the 3 warriors. Lao Gao clutched his chest in pain and shouted, "Run! Now!" Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the ground. Before the needle rain could be launched, the spiky Boar King collapsed with a thud. Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping exchanged glances, already guessing who was responsible. Emo-chan? Upon hearing this, Emo-chan slowly appeared beside the spiky Boar King. The Boar King's head showed no obvious external injuries, but its pupils had already been engulfed by Emo-chan's liquid corrosive bacteria, its brain filled with thick and murky, corrosive bacteria tide. If it were the normal, corrosive bacteria, the rate of erosion could not be so fast. Emo-chan extracted the black liquid from the Boar King's brain and turned to the 2, saying, "While it was preparing to launch the needle rain, I quickly approached it, infected its pupils, and damaged its brain. Don't worry, aside from the brain being a pile of mush, the rest is intact and can be sold." Emo-chan slung his bag over his shoulder and said to Jiang Qiping, "Now, can we go find the dazzling absorbing worm?" In the back mountains of the Martial Arts Academy, a series of mournful elephant trumpets echoed. Surrounded by mountains, a gray-white building stood out starkly against the surrounding environment. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the top of the building had a unique shape, resembling a giant inverted bowl. This building seemed like an alien object that had descended from another world into this forest. The source of the elephant trumpets was within this building. Zhong Lingling followed the signposts, gazing at the massive gray-white structure, exclaiming, "Is this the beast experimentation facility? So spectacular. Uncle is sending me something. Why did he ask me to come here?" Outside the main gate, the security guard on duty approached Zhong Lingling upon seeing her, asking, "You must be Teacher Wu's student, right? Teacher Wu is waiting for you inside." "Thank you." After thanking the guard, Zhong Lingling headed towards the entrance of the beast experimentation facility. As Zhong Lingling got closer to the venue, the mournful trumpet of the elephant became increasingly clear. It felt somewhat familiar to her, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Zhong Lingling pushed open the large door. The interior of the venue resembled a large sports arena, capable of accommodating an entire football field. There were seats for spectators along the second floor, equipped with protective glass shields. In the center of the arena stood a solitary wind thunder elephant. It appeared anxious, continuously emitting a tragic trumpet sound, yet for some reason, it did not move an inch. It seemed to be afraid of some powerful predator. However, the wind thunder elephant itself was one of the most formidable beasts in the Ganges basin. What could it possibly fear? Zhong Lingling looked at the distant wind thunder elephant and exclaimed with joy, "No wonder it sounds familiar, it really is the wind thunder elephant." With such a mournful cry, I didn't recognize it at first. Zhong Lingling had watched Emo-chan's live stream replay many times, so she naturally recognized the sound of the wind thunder elephant. In the live stream, the elephant's calls were incredibly powerful. There had never been such a wailing filled with extreme fear. Zhong Lingling squinted her eyes and immediately understood the source of the wind thunder elephant's fear. A small black figure was currently sitting cross-legged in front of the wind thunder elephant. The spiritual pressure emanating from this figure was so overwhelming that it left the wind thunder elephant trembling with fear. The stark contrast of its massive size created an intense sense of disparity. This person was Wu Zhiga from the martial tomb. He was also Zhong Lingling's uncle, the biological son of Wu Jizuan. Wu Zhiga wore black clothes and white pants, his fists wrapped in bandages, with calluses and scars covering his hands and feet, exuding an imposing aura. His slightly curly black hair nearly obscured his eyes. Although his eyes were tightly closed, they seemed to contain boundless energy, radiating authority. The whole person looked like a fierce and intimidating statue of the immovable king. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, slowly stood up, and said with a serious expression, "It's here." Then, he quickly turned and ran towards Zhong Lingling, gently shouting, "Lingling, why did you make your uncle wait so long? Come, let uncle give you a hug." Zhong Lingling pushed against Wu Zhiga, her face full of disdain, saying, "Teacher, if someone sees us and recognizes my identity, it won't be good." Wu Zhiga, feeling dejected, squatted down and started drawing circles, saying in despair, "You were so clingy to me when you were little." "You know that was when I was little," Zhong Lingling retorted, then changed the subject and asked, "Teacher, didn't you say you had something to give me? Why did you bring me here?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiga immediately stood up. He pointed at the distant wind thunder elephant and said, "Lingling, let me demonstrate for you my unique combat technique, Xianlong Leg. As long as you learn this move, combined with the combat techniques you absorbed at 0 level, you'll have 2 killing moves." After saying that, he threw a yellow S-rank combat technique ball to Zhong Lingling, changing his gentle demeanor as he walked towards the wind thunder elephant. As he walked, he said, "Lingling, don't you always love watching Imo-chan's live stream replays? I found a wind thunder elephant too, and this one is even bigger than Imo-chan's, plus it's level 20. Sigh. Actually, I just wanted to ask you one thing." Zhong Lingling looked at her uncle's back, puzzled. Wu Zhiga moved lightly, but to the wind thunder elephant's ears, each step sounded incredibly heavy, as if he were stepping on its heart. Thud, thud. As Wu Zhiga approached step by step, his aura fully opened up. The terrifying spiritual energy radiating from him was almost tangible, like a mass of black mist enveloping the entire testing ground. The wind thunder elephant was on the verge of fainting from fear. Combat technique. Xianlong Leg. Wu Zhiga silently recited in his heart, heavily stomping his left foot on the ground, sending a spray of gravel flying. He then twisted forcefully, his right foot sweeping out a trajectory that was incredibly strange, like a dragon's tail sweeping across with a dark, oppressive whip kick. Bang! With a loud crash, Wu Zhiga's strike, the Xianlong Leg, stirred up a violent wave of air. Even Zhong Lingling, who was far away, staggered back a few steps, almost blown away. Zhong Lingling brushed off the sand and wind that had risen in front of her face, slowly opening her eyes to look in Wu Zhiga's direction. She saw that the wind thunder elephant, which had still been standing there, now had only its thick, pillar-like legs remaining. Its entire body had vanished without a trace. Looking further away, all that could be seen was a large area of pink blood and flesh mixture stuck to the glass of the observation area. Zhong Lingling's face was filled with shock. Wu Zhiga slowly turned around and asked seriously, "Lingling, have you fallen for Imo-chan?" Upon hearing this, the shock on Zhong Lingling's face immediately turned a shade of crimson. She shouted, "Uncle, your real purpose is to ask this question, right?" Zhong Lingling quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wu Zhiga's ear. Wu Zhiga winced in pain and said, Hey, you watch others' live broadcasts every day, and when they're training, you run to their dormitory every few days." Zhong Lingling let go and said, "I'm just curious about their strength. Aren't you being childish? You're already over level 60, yet you compare yourself to someone who's only level 2. That wind thunder elephant was so scared of you that it couldn't even move." Wu Zhiga rubbed his ear, feeling wronged. "As long as you don't like him, that's good." Then, he took out a bottle of essence blood from his storage ring, handed it to Zhong Lingling, and whispered, "This is the S-grade essence blood of the blood-violent dragon. You need to keep it safe, don't let others see it." S-grade? Zhong Lingling took it with both hands and immediately placed it into her storage ring. She felt incredibly excited and nervous. After all, the small bottle contained S-grade essence blood starting at 100 million dragon country coins. Wu Zhiga said seriously, "I heard that Imo-chan has already started training. Our Lingling can't fall behind. If the training is too tough, you don't have to force yourself or hold on like I do." Upon hearing this, a ripple of emotion stirred in Zhong Lingling's heart. She understood that her uncle had come this far not easily. As the biological son of the martial extreme sovereign, Wu Zhiga had been the center of attention since birth. But he had no talent, with a mere 100 chi in blood value, and only one ordinary B-grade enhancement ability, bone and flesh density. It could only enhance the density of his bones and muscles, improving his explosive power and resistance to blows. While his father achieved such greatness, he was just an ordinary martial artist. Mockery accompanied him throughout his life. Yet, unlike other second-generation martial artists, He did not choose to indulge in pleasure and drown in the warmth of women. For the sake of his father's name, he began to work even harder. Until he became a 6th-tier martial artist, serving as a first-level teacher at the Martial Arts Academy, he was a pillar of strength. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Jiga asked Zhong Lingling to conceal her identity. The purpose was to prevent her from gaining too much exposure and bearing too much pressure. Uncle, Zhong Lingling murmured softly. Wu Jiga patted Zhong Lingling's head, about to speak, when he suddenly shouted towards the door, "Who's there?" Zhong Lingling hurriedly turned around, only to see Julie with an awkward smile. The three of them sat together, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Wu Jiga thought to himself, "Oh no, she won't find out about Lingling's true identity, will she? Let's test the waters first." Just as Wu Jiga was about to speak, Julie waved her hand and spoke first. "I won't tell anyone about Zhong Lingling having S-grade essence blood. I promise." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiga and Zhong Lingling hurriedly looked at Julie. Julie looked at the two and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Zhong Lingling asked, "Didn't you hear anything else? I think I heard Mo Chen. You guys aren't talking bad about him, are you? Ha 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 ha." Wu Jiga suddenly laughed, certain that Julie hadn't heard clearly, and boldly said, "No, we're praising him. Lingling, you should go back first, remember to practice that combat technique well." After hearing this, Zhong Lingling bid farewell to the two and left. Julie knew that Wu Jiga had something he wanted to say to her. "Teacher Julie, please don't mind what happened on the day of the teacher selection conference." Julie knew it was about Du Zitong. Wu Jiga continued, "You came last year, so you might not be aware. Actually, Teacher Du is a very excellent teacher, but due to the influence of his abilities, he has been frequently falling ill in recent years. Recently, I wanted to find him to apologize to you together, but he went to the wilderness area a week ago and hasn't returned yet. Warriors with transformation abilities have a beast spirit in their minds. They have different personalities and can guide the warrior in battle, but some beast spirits can also tempt the warrior." Upon hearing this, Julie generously said, "Actually, Teacher Du has already apologized to me, it's fine." Her right eyelid kept twitching, and a strong sense of unease lingered in her heart. She was inexplicably concerned about Du Zitong's whereabouts, so she asked, "By the way, Teacher Wu, do you know which wilderness area Teacher Du went to?" Wu Jiga pondered, "My dormitory is quite far from his, so I'm not really sure." Julie's expression began to grow complicated. "Ha ha ha ha, I've never fought such a wealthy battle in my life. Let's do it." In Guanyin Forest, by a slowly flowing clear stream, a large tent was set up. Mo Chen, Lao Gao, and Zhang Qiping were gathered around a roaring campfire, eating roasted meat and singing songs. Lao Gao and Zhang Qiping raised their cups and drank heartily, appearing quite drunk and enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Mo Chen sat to the side, looking dejected as he took off his mask. Staring at the campfire, he squatted down and began gnawing on a freshly roasted spiky pig leg. Seeing Mo Chen in low spirits, Zhang Qiping spoke up to comfort him. "Mo Go, have a drink. Don't mind that dazzling sucking bug, it will show up tomorrow." No. It will show up right away. Just have a sip." Mo Chen turned to glance at Zhang Qiping. He smiled briefly, then took the can of beer and gulped it down heartily. It was now the 6th day since he entered Guanyin Forest. As soon as the clock struck midnight, it would be the 7th day. Mo Chen had completed their task quota ahead of time. During these 6 days, Lao Gao and Zhang Qiping had followed Mo Chen in searching for traces left by the dazzling sucking bug. As a result, not only did they fail to find the dazzling sucking bug, but they also caught more and more rare ferocious beasts. They caught 2 blood demon leopards worth 50,000 each, 16 night crushing carp worth 1,000 each, and even filled a bag with black toad bugs. The task had been exceeded by 400%. Yet, they hadn't seen a single trace of the dazzling sucking bug. Mo Chen shook his head and sighed, lamenting, "I'm starting to doubt that what that supervisor from Ward said was true." What was it? The parasitic snail beast leaves behind a colorful puddle of slime wherever it goes. Nonsense. Mo Chen raised his beer and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Zhang Qiping, seeing the situation, laughed loudly. "When it's time to look for bugs, look seriously. When it's time to have fun seriously. That's the way to go. Everyone, keep playing music and dancing." After saying this, Lao Gao stumbled to his feet and joyfully began to sing. After a few rounds of drinks, Lao Gao was completely drunk, his mind hazy. Zhang Qiping was slightly tipsy but still relatively clear-headed. Meanwhile, Mo Chen remained spirited, showing no signs of intoxication. He didn't even smell of alcohol. Zhang Qiping, feeling a bit tipsy, asked in confusion, "Mo Chen, why aren't you drunk after all this drinking? Do you have such a good tolerance?" Mo Chen just smiled and didn't answer. Before his rebirth, Mo Chen had always been accompanied by alcohol. Lao Gao stumbled up, complaining, "I'm getting old, can't hold my bladder anymore, need to go to the bathroom." Then, under the watchful eyes of the two, he slowly walked upstream towards the creek. "Hey, Uncle Gao, you should go downstream. You still need to brush your teeth and wash your face tomorrow." Emo-chan hurried over, pulling Lao Gao aside, pointing to the downstream area, and then slowly walked back. Only then did Lao Gao stagger downstream. Emo-chan looked at his slightly plump figure and couldn't help but think of Uncle Tang. He asked Jiang Qipeng, "How old is Lao Gao? He looks so old. Why is he still making money in the wilderness?" Hearing this, Jiang Qipeng's expression fell as he set down his beer can. He slowly spoke, "Lao Gao is almost 53. He dyes his hair black so his teammates won't think he's too old. He's working so hard to make money for his paralyzed son." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan fell into deep silence. "Son, tomorrow, you'll be back to normal." Lao Gao stumbled down to the downstream area, squinting his eyes. He took off his pants and relieved himself into the creek. In the area where Emo-chan was stationed, all the ferocious beasts had been cleared out, making it very safe. Around Lao Gao, aside from the bubbling sounds and the conversation between Emo-chan and Jiang Qipeng, there was nothing else. The moonlight quietly illuminated the ground, creating an exceptionally tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. A gentle breeze blew, and after Lao Gao shivered, he unconsciously pulled up his combat pants. Unintentionally, he looked in the direction of the wind. In the distance, on a patch of grass beside a large stone covered in moss, there was a faint glimmer of light. "What is that? Shiny. A gem," Lao Gao muttered to himself as he slowly walked towards the large stone. The pure white moonlight shone on that light, reflecting dazzling colors like neon lights. After a while, Lao Gao reached the stone. "Oh crap!" Not paying attention, he seemed to step on something slippery and fell down. The pain jolted his drunken mind awake. He stood up in pain, looking at his hands covered in slippery, colorful goo, his expression instantly filled with excitement. Jiang Qipeng picked up his beer, took a sip, and continued, "Uncle Gao's son is a second-tier warrior. Although his future isn't as bright as you talented ones, he's already far beyond the average person. He works hard, diligently hunting beasts in the wilderness to make money, just like Uncle Gao. But then an accident happened, his legs were bitten by poisonous insects, and he became paralyzed." At this point, the two fell silent. Emo-chan gulped down his beer. Jiang Qipeng continued, "After that, old Gao came back to the wilderness area to make money in order to cure his son's leg. He's too old, and hardly anyone teams up with him. If it weren't for me, he might have to go to the wilderness area alone." Emo-chan suddenly realized, no wonder old Gao cares so much about money, it turns out that's the reason. After saying this, Jiang Qipeng patted Emo-chan on the back and said, "In the days we've teamed up together, we've made quite a bit, enough to treat his son's leg." "Emo-chan, thank you. I'm really sorry for losing my temper at you before." Just as Emo-chan was about to speak, they heard a series of hurried footsteps from a distance. The two immediately paused their conversation and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw old Gao running over, panting, raising his hands and shouting, "Colorful slime! I found it! Dazzling sucking worm!" Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's eyes widened. He quickly put on his mask, grabbed the shin tide claw, and eagerly asked, "Old Gao? Where? Follow me." Jiang Qipeng, now completely sober, picked up his spear and held it in his hand, then threw the doorboard knife to old Gao. The three rushed downstream. "Look, the snail's slime." Emo-chan crouched down beside a large rock, picked up a strand of slime with the tip of his claw, and after rubbing it carefully, said, just as the old supervisor said. Emo-chan looked up at old Gao and asked, "Old Gao, you are?" Before he could finish, Emo-chan suddenly fell silent, his face turning pale as if he had seen something terrifying. The moonlight reflected in old Gao's pupils, shimmering with barely perceptible colors. Incredibly brilliant. At that moment, old Gao was staring intently at Jiang Qipeng, who was leaning against the spear, with thick, shiny saliva dripping from his mouth. "Jiang Qipeng, get out of the way!" Bang! The massive arm gripping the doorboard knife swung down rapidly, smashing into the ground right in front of Jiang Qipeng, kicking up a cloud of dust. If it weren't for Emo-chan's quick action, Jiang Qipeng would have been split in half just now. "Uncle Gao, are you out of your mind? Old Gao, he's been parasitized by the dazzling sucking worm," Emo-chan shouted with a serious expression. As the dust settled, the two crouched on the ground, looking up at old Gao, whose arm had grown massive, holding the doorboard knife. At this moment, thick, colorful, foul-smelling saliva was dripping from old Gao's mouth. A translucent, snail-like eye stalk extended from his left eye socket, staring intently at the two. The right eye socket appeared normal. Under the moonlight, they could clearly see a colorful worm wriggling inside his left eye stalk. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "Uncle Gao? Jiang Qiping shouted, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before him. Uncle Gao had clearly saved enough money to treat his son's leg, but now he was parasitized. The two quickly retreated, keeping their distance from the parasitized old Gao. Jiang Qiping picked up his spear, breaking down. Damn it! Why? Mo-chan, is there any way to save him? Mo-chan replied honestly, I don't know. The old supervisor of Wotofa had told him that the dazzling sucking worm could parasitize warriors, but he only mentioned it was a very small probability issue, without saying whether it could be treated. But looking at old Gao's condition, he probably had already died. Hearing this, Jiang Qiping said, then let's not harm old Gao's body first, let's pull the worm out of his eye and see the situation. Let's give it a try. Mo-chan's expression was grave as he thought to himself, we clearly checked the camping area, there were no fierce beasts around. Where on earth is this dazzling sucking worm hiding? And besides, the dazzling sucking insect is very difficult to infect a martial artist, unless he stands still, waiting for the dazzling sucking insect to crawl into his mouth. Even if old Gao is as old as he is, as drunk as he is, it's impossible for him to be parasitized so easily. The more Mo-chan thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He speculated that there must be another beast lurking nearby, one that was good at disguising itself and could render martial artists immobile. So he turned to Jiang Qiping behind him and said, don't act rashly. There's not just one dazzling sucking insect around here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiping cautiously looked around. Mo-chan quickly extended his pitch-black right claw, turning to instruct, be careful of your feet, I'm about to activate my abilities. Wait until I detect the location of the other beast before acting. After saying this, Mo-chan swiftly turned back to face forward. La-ee. At this moment, old Gao was roaring like a madman, swinging his long, writhing eye stalks, charging forward with his gigantic arms and the door-sized blade. He swung down a powerful vertical slash aimed directly at Mo-chan, who was releasing his abilities. Jiang Qiping's entire body erupted with an incredibly strong aura, as he stepped onto the thunder, quickly flashing to the front of Mo-chan. In a flash, he raised the long spear and blocked the powerful vertical slash alongside Mo-chan. Clang! A loud sound of metal clashing echoed. The force generated by the clash of blade and spear flattened the grass, creating a shallow pit where the three stood, as if a giant elephant had stepped there. The blade and spear met, the spear shaft sparking against the blade, carving a shallow groove. Jiang Qiping looked at the enormous hand pressing down on them, breaking out in a cold sweat. He gasped, no wonder Uncle Gao could chop the spiky pig king until it bled, his strength is incredible. Mo-chan's right claw was firmly holding the blade, but the Shin Chao claw was only F-grade metal, unable to withstand the wide and heavy blade. The claw sleeve's palm was cut into a noticeable deep groove. Mo-chan struggled, thinking, this door-sized blade is too dangerous, I need to make him let go first. After contemplating, Mo-chan's expression sharpened as he shouted, corrosive fungal tide. Instantly, a fierce aura surged around them, although the pressure wasn't strong, it contained a hint of death's miasma. From the gaps in Mo-chan's right claw, a thick, dark blue liquid surged out rapidly, spreading along the blade towards the gigantic hand. The dazzling sucking insect seemed to disregard this black liquid, but the moment its fingers touched the corrosive fungal tide, it was tortured by a sharp pain and released its grip. Ugh! The dazzling sucking insect controlling old Gao's body quickly jumped back. At this moment, tiny blue spots were beginning to grow on its hand, rapidly expanding across the entire arm. Meanwhile, the corrosive fungal tide, emanating a deathly miasma, was spreading along the fallen blade, reaching the ground. It then quickly expanded, surrounding all three of them. Jiang Qiping looked at the safe space beneath his feet, then at old Gao, who was howling in pain from the torment of the corrosive fungal tide, and shouted, Mo-chan, stop! Old Gao can't take it anymore. Sigh. Mo-chan sighed deeply, hurriedly retracting his hand and withdrawing the corrosive fungal tide from old Gao's body. He had only known old Gao for less than 7 days, so there were naturally no feelings involved. Seeing him die only left him feeling shocked. However, since Jiang Qiping wanted to save old Gao, Mo-chan felt reluctant to act directly. Mo-chan reassured, without the big knife, just this giant hand isn't much of a threat. Let's first detect the lurking beasts nearby. After saying this, Mo-chan expanded the range of the corrosive fungi tide once more. The corrosive fungi tide, in order to extend its reach, had been stretched into a thin layer, continuously rippling. If the corrosive fungi invaded the body of a beast, Mo-chan would definitely sense it. Through the large-scale attack of the corrosive fungi tide, Mo-chan could probe the entire downstream area for hidden beasts. Jiang Qiping looked at the corrosive fungi tide, which was comparable to the size of an entire stadium, and couldn't help but break into a sweat. He swallowed hard, secretly marveling, is this the S-class ability? It's my first time witnessing such a large-scale attack. He crouched down, looking back up at Mo-chan. Chen had his left hand behind his back, while his right claw extended in front of him, with black water continuously dripping from the gaps of the dark claw cover. The moonlight cast a cold glow on his tall figure, making him appear somewhat desolate. His face was obscured by shadows, long hair, and a mask, rendering it indistinct, but one could see his pupils glowing with a dark blue light. Like a ghost, the murderous aura was palpable. Time is running out. Could it be that there are really no other beasts? Chen silently questioned himself. At this moment, he began to doubt whether his judgment was mistaken. Suddenly, a sense of an extremely anxious gaze came from behind Chen. He quickly turned around, but that anxious gaze vanished without a trace. Something's not right. Chen furrowed his brows tightly. At the same time, Jiang Qiping suddenly widened his eyes. He trembled and said, Chen, that big rock moved. It moved. The sense of erosion brought by the corrosive fungi also reached Chen's mind at this moment. He followed the sensation and looked in the direction Jiang Qiping pointed. He saw that the large rock, which had been quietly lying beside the slime and covered in moss, was now tainted by the corrosive fungi tide and was beginning to tremble slightly. The moss-covered rock suddenly tipped over, revealing a dark hole. A mass of pale, fleshy snail meat slowly extended out, followed by two long, colorful eye stalks. It was clear that it had also been parasitized by the dazzling absorber. Jiang Qiping muttered, moss stone snail. Chen's expression was complex as he said, there are actually two dazzling absorbers. The two then understood why these two dazzling absorbers had been able to hide for 2 months. The moss stone snail could remain motionless for up to 2 months after feeding once. The dazzling absorber had disguised itself as a moss-covered giant rock by parasitizing it, thus evading the hunting team's pursuit. It had also escaped the inspection of Chen and the others. Chen sighed deeply, feeling guilty. If only we had been more meticulous when setting up camp. Who would have thought it was so close yet so far? After saying this, Chen's anger surged, and he clenched his trembling right fist, his breath surging forth. The corrosive fungi tide spread rapidly towards the defenseless body of the moss stone snail. The pale snail meat shriveled the moment it came into contact with the black water. The dazzling absorber couldn't withstand the pain and immediately burst forth from the eye stalks, flying towards Lao Gao's body. Just then, the corrosive fungi tide's time happened to end, immediately flowing back into Chen's hand. Don't let it parasitize Lao Gao again. Thunder gun. Chen instantly unleashed a blade of wind, striking towards the dazzling absorber that had flown into the air. Jiang Qiping also tightened his grip on the spear, thrusting forward with a thunderous strike. However, the dazzling absorber inside Lao Gao immediately manipulated his ability, causing his rough hands to grow immensely. Their attacks hit one after another, causing blood to spurt wildly from that palm. But it was precisely this giant hand that caused the attack to deviate slightly, allowing the dazzling sucking worm to evade the strike. Jiang Qiping withdrew his spear and leaped back to the safe zone, dumbfounded, his lips trembling as he muttered, "It's over." TSK. Chen looked at the dazzling sucking worm burrowing into Lao Gao's heart, his expression calm. The pitch-black night was eerily quiet. The moonlight illuminated Lao Gao's mangled corpse. His body twitched continuously, bright red blood gushing from the large hole in his chest. The dazzling sucking worm slithered smoothly into the gaping wound. The two could clearly see the worm, flickering like neon lights, gradually crawling from the chest up to Lao Gao's neck. It then crawled into his head, and with a puff, a wriggling eye stalk emerged from his eye socket. Lao Gao's bloodless lips oozed a large pool of blood. At that moment, Lao Gao's weathered eyes had turned into numb, snail-like eye stalks. He was mumbling something indistinctly. Chen and Jiang Qiping, witnessing this scene, felt their hair stand on end, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Chen silently thought, well, it's completely over now, no need to hold back anymore. If the dazzling sucking worm was likened to a robber, then Lao Gao was the hostage. Now that the hostage was dead, Chen could unleash his full strength without worry. Jiang Qiping gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and said, Chen, don't go. Leave it to me. Jiang Qiping suddenly erupted, gripping his spear tightly, channeling all his lightning energy as he shouted, Dark Thunder Rapid Spear. With that, Jiang Qiping's figure suddenly vanished. He leaped high. In the blink of an eye, a black iron spear pierced through, splattering blood wildly. Just as the black spear was about to hit the ground, Jiang Qiping instantly flashed behind Lao Gao, directly grabbing the spear. Then he turned and delivered another piercing strike. In just 2.5 seconds, the furious Jiang Qiping had stabbed 2 large holes into Lao Gao's corpse. Ugh ah ah! The dazzling sucking worm cried out in pain, its eye stalk flailing desperately, trying to keep up with Jiang Qiping's speed. But Jiang Qiping was simply too fast. Even Chen found it hard to keep up. Is this the Dark Thunder Rapid Spear? Mo Chen marveled at the lightning illuminating the night as it leaped and danced. He recognized at a glance that this was an A-level combat technique that only first-tier warriors could learn, and judging by the proficiency, it was likely already at a high level. This combat technique matched perfectly with Jiang Qiping's high speed. Woo woo woo! The dazzling sucking worm controlling Lao Gao suddenly let out a piercing wail. Following that, a large stream of tears flowed from its eye stalk. Like a spring, an endless torrent of tears gushed forth, flooding the ground. Bathed in moonlight, it reflected a myriad of colors. Lao Gao's torso suddenly expanded using localized enlargement, becoming round and enormous like a ball. Jiang Qiping cursed, crying? Does crying help? You'll die even if you cry. Like a flash of lightning, Jiang Qiping darted around. Wherever the spear pointed, a ripple of blood would surely follow. But Lao Gao's massive body shielded the dazzling sucking worm from a significant amount of damage. Jiang Qiping gradually grew fatigued, his speed slowing down. Mo Chen calmly said, Jiang Qiping, the dazzling sucking worm's weakness is in its head. How could Jiang Qiping not know? He had been attacking Lao Gao's mangled corpse all along, intending to leave him with some dignity. He didn't want Lao Gao to lose even his head. But as the dazzling sucking insect enlarged Lao Gao's body, it suffered no significant damage after several attacks. Jiang Qiping hesitated repeatedly, silently murmuring, Uncle Gao, don't blame me. This time, he leaped high again. Gripping the black iron spear tightly, his whole body was enveloped in azure lightning, like a thunder god grasping lightning, shouting as he shot towards the dazzling sucking insect. The dazzling sucking insect was so frightened that it immediately retracted its eye stalk. Bang! The sound of thunder erupted. Smoke filled the air. Jiang Qiping landed steadily on the ground, gasping greedily for fresh air. As the smoke cleared, the expressions of Mo Chen and Jiang Qiping grew serious. They saw that the spear tip was firmly lodged in Lao Gao's skull, failing to penetrate completely, and even more slime was oozing out. Mo Chen thought to himself, this is the slime of the moss stone snail? Mo Chen, save me. Hearing this, Mo Chen quickly looked at Jiang Qiping, who was propped up on one hand on the slime, his face pale. At this moment, he was stuck and unable to move due to the thick liquid spat out by the dazzling sucking insect. Without the spear, he had no means to escape. Void Claw. Mo Chen raised his right index finger and immediately slashed out a black wind blade in front of Jiang Qiping. It precisely cut through the slime. Attribute reset, speed maxed out. Beep. Then, Mo Chen flashed to Jiang Qiping's side and immediately pulled him from the swamp-like area up into the tree. Mo Chen's speed was surprisingly not much different from his own. Jiang Qiping was greatly shocked. He asked suspiciously, Mo Chen, is your vitality really only 241? Your speed is actually on par with me, a first-tier martial artist? In the 6 days in Guanyin Forest, Mo Chen had never used the attribute reset even once. Mo Chen did not respond to Jiang Qiping's words. He simply grabbed a handful of slime and began to think quietly. This dazzling sucking insect seems to have stored the moss stone snail slime in its stomach, only spitting it out to protect itself after just receiving damage. It's not very viscous, and it seems to carry venom. After finishing his thoughts, Mo Chen turned back lightly. He said to Jiang Qiping with a hint of regret, it seems that Lao Gao's remains won't leave a single piece of flesh. After saying this, Mo Chen immediately took off his shin tied claw, battle boots, and mask, casually putting them into his storage ring. He then dropped down from the tree with bare hands and feet. Jiang Qiping hurriedly leaned down from the tree, loudly questioning, Mo Chen? What exactly are you doing? You even took off your weapons. Do you think you can kill that thickly coated dazzling sucking insect with your bare hands? Pata! Pata! Mo Chen struggled, walking barefoot on the slime. Each step was incredibly difficult. Mo Chen's expression was serious as he whispered, System, unload the venom feature of corrosive fungus and equip it to blood fusion fungus. Beep. Equipped successfully. Detected paralytic toxin. Converting to vitality value for the host. Estimated detoxification time, 10 seconds. Pata. Pata. Pata 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 pata. The footsteps grew faster. Mo Chen was surprisingly moving freely in the sludge-like slime with bare feet. What? What the hell does this mean? Jiang Qiping was dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend the shocking scene before him. Just moments ago, Mo Chen had sensed something was off. Although the slime of this mossy snail is said to be sticky, it can be easily broken free from with bare hands. The reason one cannot move is that the slime contains a paralyzing toxin. However, Mo Chen happens to be immune to toxins, so he simply removed his equipment to allow the blood fusion bacteria to better handle the toxin. Mo Chen raised his head and, as if crossing the street, calmly walked up to the gigantic corpse of old Gao. He pushed aside the slime and inserted his arm into the corpse. In an instant, The colorless corpse immediately erupted with blue spots, which quickly spread until they covered the entire body. Bang! As soon as he said this, the corpse, towering like a small mountain, exploded, and a rain of crimson blood began to fall. The two dazzling sucking worms also fell to the ground due to the explosion of Old Gao's corpse. At this moment, they were drenched in Old Gao's warm blood, continuously curling and writhing on the ground. Having left their host, these two disgusting worms were utterly powerless, even worse than the ghost-mouthed worm. Zhang Qiping leaped down from the tree, his face dark as he picked up the spear. Then, in a fit of rage, he stabbed at one of the dazzling sucking worms. Strike after strike, Zhang Qiping's spear tip was covered in a colorful unknown substance, brutally turning the dazzling sucking worm into a pile of mush. Beep beep. Detoxification complete. Vitality increased by 0 points. The blood fusion bacteria, equipped with the toxin property, had already detoxified Mo-Chen from the paralyzing toxin. However, due to the short detoxification time, it did not increase his vitality. Mo-Chen strolled over, bent down slightly, and picked up another dazzling sucking worm that was continuously writhing. Such a small thing could actually kill a first-tier martial artist. Mo-Chen silently thought, "Corrosive bacteria, absorb it for me." As he spoke, a blue spot appeared on Mo-Chen's right hand. The spot spread, and the moment they touched the writhing body of the dazzling sucking worm, it instantly turned deep blue. The body of the dazzling sucking worm continued to swell, and then Mo-Chen tossed it aside, causing it to explode into another pile of deep blue mush. Zhang Qiping turned his head, puzzled, and asked Mo-Chen, "Why kill it? Didn't you say you wanted to keep one dazzling sucking worm?" Upon hearing this, Mo-Chen furrowed his brows in feigned resentment as he said, "It killed Old Gao, I hate it." Mo-Chen has feelings, Zhang Qiping secretly admired. Beep beep. Suddenly, a cold voice from the system echoed in Mo-Chen's mind. Mutation conditions for the spirit bacteria have been met. The spirit bacteria has completed its mutation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new bacteria. 300 attribute points awarded. Automatically allocated for you. Mo-Chen felt delighted inside. With the 300 attribute points rewarded by the system, my total attribute value now reaches a staggering 841 points. This 841 attribute value is a significant boost in hard power. Mo-Chen's mind stirred, and he immediately summoned the system panel. Host, Mo-Chen, source beast control, corrosive bacteria, existing bacteria species, corrosive bacteria, blood fusion bacteria, spirit bacteria, existing beast features, 1000 fathom demon centipede, toxin, breathing technique, heart concentration technique, 50%. Vitality, 241 points, strength, 280, endurance, 280, speed, 280. The distribution of these attribute values is incredibly terrifying, and even when divided, they are higher than Mo-Chen's vitality. Although Mo-Chen's realm is still at 0 stage level 2, his physical strength is already comparable to that of a 0 stage level 8 martial artist, especially with the abilities of the corrosive bacteria and spirit bacteria. He could even defeat some peak 0 stage martial artists without needing to use the attribute reset. Mo-Chen clenched his fists, and an incredibly powerful aura erupted from his body. He could clearly feel that his physical capabilities had significantly improved. Even Zhang Qiping, who was beside him, feeling dejected, sensed Mo-Chen's aura becoming somewhat stronger. Zhang Qiping sighed, now it's good, Old Gao didn't even leave a piece of meat behind. Mo-Chen looked at Zhang Qiping's forlorn figure, unsure of how to comfort him. The three of them had only been together for less than 7 days, so they weren't very familiar. Regarding Old Gao's death, his heart stirred not a single wave, not even a ripple. Upon seeing Old Gao being parasitized, what he cared about was whether capturing the dazzling sucking insect would become more troublesome. But Old Gao's fate still made Mo-Chen understand one thing. He needed to become stronger. Zhang Qiping slowly stood up and said, "It's already 10 p.m. Mo-Chen, there's no need to stay here, right? We should clean up this mess and head back to the city." After saying that, Zhang Qiping picked up his long spear, drooping his head, and walked back to the camp in low spirits. Mo-Chen reached out to stop Zhang Qiping, his gaze sharpening silently. He looked towards the tranquil forest ahead and called out loudly, "You've been hiding for so long, it's time to show yourself?" The forest was pitch black, as if it were empty. Zhang Qiping asked in confusion, "Who could possibly be here? Haven't we checked this area?" Mo-Chen remained motionless, still on guard. When he was using the corrosive fungal tide to detect the traces of beasts, he distinctly felt an extremely anxious gaze coming from behind him. Unlike the cold gaze of the beasts, this gaze not only held no hostility but even seemed somewhat pleased upon seeing the corrosive fungal tide. He concluded that there must be a martial artist observing their every move. Moreover, this person was incredibly powerful. Although he didn't know what their intentions were, just the thought of being watched by something inexplicable sent shivers down Emo-chan's spine. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the forest. An aura that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time finally revealed itself, startling the sleeping birds in the woods. Jiang Qiping's eyes widened in shock. Such a powerful aura. I actually couldn't sense it? This person's strength is not to be underestimated. After saying that, Jiang Qiping secretly tightened his grip on the long spear. Deep in the forest, a figure emerged. A thin man dressed in black, with a vulture-like demeanor, was walking out slowly with his hands behind his back. When Jiang Qiping recognized the person before him, he slowly relaxed his grip on the long spear. He recognized this person as the first-level mentor of the martial arts academy, Du Zitong. Jiang Qiping trembled as he greeted Du Zitong. Du. Mentor Du, hello. Du Zitong glanced coldly at Jiang Qiping and nodded. Then he turned to Emo-chan and smiled unnaturally. Oh, Emo-chan, what a coincidence. You're hunting beasts in this Guanyin forest too? Du Zitong had been lying in ambush here for almost 2 weeks after hearing that Emo-chan was going to Guanyin forest. This was no coincidence, he had been planning it for a long time. Emo-chan did not recognize who the person before him was, but he guessed that this person might be a mentor for the special recruits of the martial arts academy, so he imitated him and said, hello, Mentor Du. In fact, Emo-chan didn't even know his real name, he hadn't been paying attention on the day of the teacher selection conference. Even before his rebirth, Emo-chan had no idea of Du Zitong's reputation. Upon hearing this, Du Zitong smiled faintly, then spoke in a sharp voice, good. Truly worthy of being the top scholar of Jiangnan province, that last battle was exhilarating. Especially that pool of black water you summoned, it was incredibly fierce. Emo-chan knew that no one would compliment him for no reason, these people often wanted to gain something from him. Emo-chan politely nodded and cautiously said, compared to Mentor Du, it's hardly worth mentioning. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan took off his battle gear from the tree and calmly put it on. Only Du Zitong remained, hands behind his back, hunched over, standing foolishly in place. A hint of malice flickered in his eyes. He didn't expect that Emo-chan would be so indifferent to him. It should be noted that Du Zitong was a first-level mentor who had trained 7 4th-tier and 3 5th-tier warriors. Those who wished to study under him were lined up all the way to Europa. However, in recent years, the number of poison users had dwindled, and Du Zitong's criteria for selecting students had been lowered repeatedly, yet he still hadn't recruited any new students for several years. Just then, Emo-chan, who used bacteria, emerged out of nowhere. This unprecedented terrifying ability immediately attracted the attention of all the poison mentors from the 3 major schools. Not to mention Du Zitong wanting to take Emo-chan as a disciple, all the poison mentors wanted to take him in. Yet, there were only 2 poison mentors at the Martial Combat Academy, Du Zitong and Julie. Julie was just a newcomer, having only accepted one unwanted, low-tier special recruit last year, and nothing more since. Who would have thought that Emo-chan would end up under Julie's tutelage? Du Zitong's expression grew increasingly dark, and a strange whispering sound began to echo in his ears. Du Zitong, just say what you want. Don't you want to take him as your disciple? Du Zitong remained silent. Jiang Qiping looked at Emo-chan's extremely indifferent demeanor and sensed something was off. At first, he thought Emo-chan's mentor was Du Zitong. After all, in the entire Martial Combat Academy, the only well-known first-level mentor who used poison was Du Zitong. But their current conversation felt like the pleasantries exchanged between strangers. Even a fool could see that they were not in a mentor-disciple relationship. After Emo-chan finished dressing, he ignored Du Zitong and walked alongside Jiang Qiping towards the camp. On the way, Jiang Qiping asked in confusion, Emo-chan, isn't Du Zitong your teacher? He is not my teacher is named Julie. This whispering was like thunder in Du Zitong's ears. The murmurs around him grew increasingly frenzied. Ha 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 ha. Du Zitong, did you hear what he said? Du Zitong's face instantly darkened. He immediately turned around and shouted at Emo-chan, Emo-chan, stop right there. As he spoke, a dense, oppressive aura erupted from Du Zitong's body in an instant. Jiang Qiping was stunned. Emo-chan appeared calm on the surface, turning to look at the furious Du Zitong, but in his heart, he muttered, what? What is this old ghost going crazy about? Did I offend him in any way? Emo-chan whispered to Jiang Qiping, it seems Mentor Du has something to discuss with me. You should go first, just leave my share of the task reward to old Gao's son. Jiang Qiping asked with some concern, you won't be in trouble, will you? We're all from the Martial Combat Academy, what trouble could there be? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiping finally felt relieved, shouldering his spear and quickly running off without looking back. The chaotic aura gradually weakened, and at that moment, Du Zitong also approached Emo-chan. He immediately changed his expression, speaking calmly, Emo-chan, with your talent, staying under Julie is truly beneath you. Why not come and be my student? Emo-chan frowned slightly, looking at Du Zitong's fierce expression. Who would have thought his intention was to take him as a disciple? Du Zitong didn't give Emo-chan a chance to speak and continued, Julie is just a novice, and she has no teaching experience. Are you really willing to entrust your future to her? If you come under my wing, I will impart my S-rank poison combat skills to you. As for body training, I can give you a bottle of A-rank essence blood from the blue radiant poison crow. S-rank is also possible, but I need time. Emo-chan's expression grew increasingly serious. He truly hadn't expected Du Zitong to be serious. Emo-chan thought to himself, the martial arts academy does not allow mentors to privately take on disciples, especially not someone who has already taken a master. If this gets out, it would be a huge scandal. Du Zitong seemed to see through Emo-chan's thoughts and whispered, don't worry, Emo-chan, this matter is known to heaven and earth. You know, I know. At this moment, Emo-chan didn't dare to anger Du Zitong. Du Zitong was a 6th-tier warrior, and he was quite eccentric. His strength was far above Emo-chan's. However, Emo-chan also didn't want to take Du Zitong as his master. Although Emo-chan wasn't a good person, he understood the importance of respecting teachers. Taking another as a master would only ruin his reputation. After thinking for a moment, Emo-chan came up with a plan. He said lightly, it's not impossible for you to be my teacher. Really? Really? Upon hearing Emo-chan's response, Du Zitong's grim face brightened considerably. Emo-chan nodded and replied, of course, but I have a condition. What condition? Emo-chan lowered his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. As my teacher, your poison can't be weaker than my bacteria, right? Why don't we compare the strength of our abilities? Whoever can't hold on first will concede. Upon hearing this, Du Zitong couldn't help but grin, bursting into laughter. He wiped away his tears of laughter, shaking his head as he said, ha 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 ha, you, a 2nd-tier warrior, actually want to compete with me, a warrior over 60 levels? If I lose, I'll take you as my master. Are you serious? Du Zitong shook his head. Du Zitong, keep my word. If my poison can't defeat even a 0-tier warrior like you, then I have no need to be a mentor. I won't lose, just be ready to take me as your master. Du Zitong's words were filled with confidence. In his eyes, Emo-chan was merely a 0-tier warrior, while he was 6 tiers above him. Hearing this, Emo-chan lowered his head and chuckled, then let's begin. With that, the two immediately sat cross-legged in the moonlight, facing each other. Where Emo-chan sat, a pool of thick, dark, corrosive fungal tide began to ooze out. It was rapidly spreading towards Du Zitong. Du Zitong remained calm. Upon seeing the thick black water, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, only anticipation. Du Zitong stared at the wildly spreading black water, thinking to himself, let me experience the power of this corrosive fungus firsthand. Just as the black water touched Du Zitong, it quickly flowed back to Emo-chan. Spots of blue began to appear on Du Zitong's body, expanding continuously. Emo-chan's mind stirred. System, equip, blood fusion fungus, with beast feature, venom. Beep beep. Equipped successfully. Emo-chan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the calm and composed Du Zitong sitting opposite him, and said lightly, Du mentor, it's your turn. Then I need to control my strength a bit. After saying this, Du Zitong erupted with a dark aura. His pale face slowly sprouted countless tiny black dots, which then grew into strands of black feathers. A pair of wings, flapping with swirling black feathers, immediately unfolded from his back. Emo-chan looked at Du Zitong sitting across from him. At this moment, he had transformed into the complete form of the Raven of Calamity, surrounded by swirling black feathers that had turned into little crows. Emo-chan gaped and couldn't help but complain, didn't you say you were going to control your strength? How did you turn into your complete form? Pain surged through him, and Du Zitong stammered, your corrosive bacteria really has some ability. I can't underestimate you. With that, Du Zitong controlled the black feathers to fall to the ground. Where they touched, it was like autumn leaves drifting onto the surface of a lake, immediately creating ripples of purple. Layer upon layer of waves intertwined, and this large patch of grass was instantly infected by toxins, wilting away. Emo-chan's entire body was also instantly covered by this strange toxin, his skin beginning to darken to a shade of purple. Beep beep. Detected, cursed poison. Converting to host's vitality value, estimated detoxification time, infinity. Emo-chan's heart sank. What the hell? Infinite? It seems that as long as I stay in this toxin-infected area, I won't be able to lift the accursed poison. However, since the blood fusion bacteria had acquired the characteristics of venom, Emo-chan was already able to absorb the toxins and convert them into vitality value. This made Du Zitong's proud, cursed poison nearly ineffective against Emochen. The sensation brought by this cursed poison felt like being licked all over by a kitten with barbed tongues, tingling and numb. At this moment, Du Zitong was completely covered in corrosive bacteria. He tightly closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, silently enduring the immense pain brought by the corrosive bacteria. This corrosive bacteria can actually inflict unspeakable damage on me, whose vitality value is as high as 6,000. But this kid shouldn't last much longer, Du Zitong thought to himself. The enormous beak of the raven was now trembling from the pain. Du Zitong finally understood that this corrosive bacteria and toxins could not be generalized, because bacteria and toxins are completely two different concepts. If toxins are likened to magical damage, then the gnawing brought by bacteria is a real damage that penetrates to the bone marrow. When Du Zitong's vitality value was only 200, the toxins from his Raven of Calamity had minimal effect on creatures with vitality values several times higher than his. But this corrosive bacteria was completely different. Du Zitong's vitality value was over 6,000, more than 30 times higher than Emochen's, and even with the complete form of Raven of Calamity, he still couldn't withstand the pain brought by the corrosive bacteria. The sensation was like all the muscles in his body were starting to tear apart. All the bones and organs felt as if they were being hammered incessantly, especially his brain, with a pain like 1,000 holes, burning with fever. Damn it, now I understand why that level 15 thunderstorm elephant couldn't withstand the damage from the corrosive bacteria. It hurts. It hurts so much. Du Zitong tightly closed his eyes, his heart continuously wailing. After an unknown amount of time, the forest was left with only Du Zitong's stammering voice echoing. Du Zitong thought to himself, Emochen hasn't made a sound, he must have fainted from the poison. This kid held on for quite a while. Humph. I admit your corrosive bacteria is strong, but compared to my cursed poison, it is still clearly a bit inferior. After thinking for a moment, Du Zitong slowly opened his eyes. The person sitting opposite Emochen was currently lying on the grass, crossing his legs and playing with his hair, scrolling through his phone in utter boredom. To avoid disturbing Du Zitong, Emochen even thoughtfully turned the volume to silent. He didn't seem at all like someone poisoned by the cursed poison. Du Zitong's eyes widened in an instant. At that moment, his resolve shattered. Ah! After a scream, Du Zitong instantly released the complete form of the disaster crow, transforming back into human form. He rolled around on the grass, writhing in agony. He shouted, I don't want to compete anymore. I give up. Emochen turned off his phone and stood up, disappointed, saying, a poisoned person has no strength, yet claims to be level 60. Beep beep. Detoxification complete. Time taken, 25 minutes and 39 seconds, vitality increased by 2 points. With a wave of his hand, the pain in Du Zitong's body immediately became less pronounced, and he finally caught his breath. Emochen calmly watched as Du Zitong slowly got up. If it weren't for the effect of the blood fusion bacteria, he might have truly died the moment he came into contact with the cursed poison. In fact, Emochen hadn't expected his corrosion bacteria to be so terrifying, capable of tormenting a 6th-tier martial artist to the point of wishing for death. However, he never would have imagined that someone would be foolish enough to withstand his corrosion bacteria. If he were allowed to fight, with Emochen's current strength, he would be no match for Du Zitong. Ultimately, it was his own foolishness and arrogance. Emochen explained, if I hadn't controlled the infection site of the corrosion bacteria, you would have been left with nothing but a pile of rotten flesh. Du Zitong touched his painfully damaged flesh, panting heavily. His body was already riddled with wounds, it seemed he would need to rest for a while. Trembling, Du Zitong said, Emochen, let's put the matter of apprenticeship aside for now. I have an S-rank battle skill orb in my storage ring. What did you call me? Reverse Heaven's Gang. Suddenly, Emochen's pupils lit up like neon lights. He activated the ability of the spirit-hosting bacteria, controlling Du Zitong, who had been deeply eroded by the corrosion bacteria. Du Zitong's eyes widened, flashing with the same light, and then his legs quickly went weak, collapsing to the ground with a thud. He uncontrollably shouted, Master. As Du Zitong's legs knelt uncontrollably, he clearly heard himself calling Emochen Master, and he was completely stunned. Wah! What's happening? My legs. No! My whole body is out of control. Is this also the ability of the corrosion bacteria? Cold sweat dripped down from Du Zitong's forehead as he watched his body, now under Emochen's control, slowly stand up and begin to dance. This bizarre scene made him break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Emochen stood to the side, watching the 1-minute countdown above Du Zitong's head, stroking his chin and starting to think quietly. To be honest, being able to control for 1 minute isn't too short. A 6th-tier martial artist can accomplish a lot in 1 minute. Emo-chan looked at the purple glowing spirit-hosting bacteria in his palm, secretly amazed by its effect. The spirit-hosting bacteria must invade the enemy's brain to control their actions, but its erosion speed was simply too slow. Fortunately, the spirit-hosting bacteria could mix with the corrosion bacteria, greatly increasing the invasion speed. It was like the perfect pairing of tomatoes and eggs. They were simply a match made in heaven. Moreover, for every level Emo-chan gains, he can increase the number of positions controlled by the parasitic spirit bacteria. Now at level 2, he can parasitize and control one creature. Emo-chan felt a surge of excitement and joy, saying, "What an incredibly powerful ability." After saying this, he turned to the side to look at Du Zitong. At that moment, Du Zitong was still writhing in pain, dancing a comical dance. To save time, Emo-chan waved his hand and released the control. At this moment, there were still 55 seconds left on the countdown above Du Zitong's head. Emo-chan could still freely control Du Zitong for 55 seconds. Once the countdown ended, the parasitic spirit bacteria in his mind would be passively reclaimed. Emo-chan thought to himself, "It seems I can't easily waste this minute." Du Zitong's limbs immediately went limp. He struggled to stand up, but his hands hung weakly. A deep resentment was quietly emanating from the depths of his heart. "Damn it, I'm a level 66 warrior, a first-level instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. And yet I'm being toyed with so embarrassingly by a junior. If this gets out, where will I put my face?" This deep-seated resentment, tinged with a hint of cold killing intent, was instantly sensed by Emo-chan. But Emo-chan felt not a shred of fear. He lowered his head and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel embarrassed to be toyed with by a junior, and want to kill me? Then go ahead and make your move." After saying this, Emo-chan spread his arms, closed his eyes, and exposed all his vulnerabilities, waiting for Du Zitong's attack. He knew that Du Zitong wouldn't dare to strike. Emo-chan was now the top special recruit of the Martial Arts Academy, a genius among geniuses. The conflict he had stirred up with the Ability Academy was under the attention of the entire Dragon Country. If Emo-chan were to be inexplicably killed by Du Zitong, let alone how people like Deng Feng, Julie, and Lu Sanping from the Martial Arts Academy would retaliate against Du Zitong, even the citizens of Dragon Country who wanted to see the fun could each spit a mouthful of saliva and drown Du Zitong alive. Du Zitong looked at the vulnerable Emo-chan and didn't dare to make a move. But he couldn't swallow this anger, so he asked another voice deep in his mind, "Crow Spirit, what should I do?" Crow Spirit? Du Zitong suddenly realized that the Crow Spirit, which should have been chattering in his head, was now silent. He recalled in surprise that during the 25 minutes of resisting the corrosive bacteria, the Crow Spirit had never made a sound. Could it be? Is it the bacteria eroding my brain that has brought this about? Divine Doctor. The brain that had been eroded by cursed poison for many years was actually alleviated by Emo-chan's counterattack with poison. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Emo-chan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the secretly excited and silly smiling Du Zitong, he frowned and thought, has he been poisoned to the point of foolishness? Emo-chan understood the principle of a cornered dog jumping over the wall. To avoid pushing Du Zitong too hard, he lowered his hands, cleared his throat, and continued, "I have already suppressed the reproduction speed of the corrosive bacteria in your brain. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will let them spread wildly and torment you to the point of wishing for death. As for taking you as a disciple, don't joke around. I don't want a disciple like you. Just call me Emogu in private from now on." Du Zitong, despite his reluctance, still gasped when he heard that Emo-chan was breeding corrosive bacteria in his brain. The fierce beast, contracted by the summoning type ability, would immediately lose its binding and return to its wild state upon the owner's death. If Emo-chan died, the corrosive bacteria in Du Zitong's brain would autonomously and rapidly reproduce, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, no matter how many guts he had, he didn't dare to make a move. Not only did he not dare to act, but when others wanted to attack Emo-chan, he even had to protect him. Otherwise, the bacteria in his brain would make him wish he were dead. Damn it, I didn't expect to take on a disciple and end up putting myself in danger. I'll just endure it for now. Once I recover, I guarantee you'll have a taste of what's to come. Du Zitong dropped his harsh words internally, but he bent down to Emo-chan, gritting his teeth and saying, "Emo, brother." How aggrieved Du Zitong felt. His expression was incredibly twisted, his face scrunched up like a pitiful Shar-Pei. Emo-chan silently watched the respectful Du Zitong, but his gaze began to grow complicated. The corrosive bacteria could only survive outdoors for 3 days at most, but inside the body, they would gnaw at flesh and blood, continuously reproducing until the host died. To guard against Du Zitong, Mo Chen had suppressed the corrosive bacteria in his brain. If an ordinary martial artist were to be parasitized by the corrosive bacteria, they would have probably died long ago. Only high-level martial artists like Du Zitong, with as much as 6,000 calories of vital energy, could significantly reduce the effects of the corrosive bacteria. He thought to himself, the corrosive bacteria can't easily kill Du Zitong, but I can use this opportunity to intimidate him, plus the spirit bacteria in his head. Although I don't need to worry, Du Zitong is just a temporarily restrained wolf, and I have to be cautious. Mo Chen understood that Du Zitong, a dignified 6th-tier martial artist, would never look down on a 0-tier martial artist, let alone take Mo Chen as his master. Now that the two had become enemies, who knows what schemes Du Zitong was plotting in his heart. Both Du Zitong and Mo Chen harbored ulterior motives. Du Zitong wanted to temporarily use the corrosive bacteria to suppress the invasion of the disaster crow on his nerves. Meanwhile, Mo Chen wanted him to obey his every command. Mo Chen spoke up, Tingzi, what do you have in your storage ring? Mo. Brother, there's an S-rank battle skill orb and a bottle of A-rank, blue radiant poison crow, essence blood inside. Mo Chen pretended to ponder, nodded, and then grinned wickedly. Oh, is that so? Then you should offer something to honor your elder brother, right? Du Zitong thought to himself, you really think you're an elder, huh? But his body was honest. After presenting the battle skill orb and essence blood, he said, this S-rank battle skill orb and A-rank essence blood are to honor you, Mo brother. Mo Chen took the A-rank essence blood and S-rank battle skill orb, nodded in satisfaction, and said, now that's more like it. Looking at the A-rank essence blood in his hand, Mo Chen suddenly realized something and asked Du Zitong, how many beast characteristics can you get from low-level essence blood? Upon hearing this, Du Zitong was taken aback. Mo Chen was like a star at the martial arts academy, having everything he wanted. How could he be interested in this low-level essence blood? Du Zitong furrowed his brows slightly and questioned, Mo, brother, why are you asking about this? You're right to ask. Du Zitong then answered truthfully, essence blood comes in S, A, B, and C grades, the rest are called mixed blood. Among them, S grade can yield 3 characteristics, A grade 2, B grade 1, and C has a rare chance. My body refining essence blood is also A rank, black radiant poison crow, and I got the crow feather, and iron feather, too. Mo Chen hurriedly interrupted and continued to ask, alright, then how much do B grade and C grade essence blood sell for on the market? Wodafa has priced B grade essence blood at 11,000 a bottle for civilian martial artists to refine their bodies. Mo Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this, when you recover, help me buy 3 bottles of B grade essence blood from Wodafa, and they can't be from the same beast. Ha! After spending another night at the Guangyang forest camp, the next morning, Mo Chen safely returned to the campus dormitory. At this moment, Mo Chen was lying on his large sofa, looking at the deep blue panel of the beast characteristics. He pondered thoughtfully, I currently have 3 strains. If I want the beast characteristics to evolve them all, I need 9 characteristics. S-grade essence blood is expensive and rare. It would be better to try 3 bottles of B-grade essence blood first. After all, it's not too costly, and if it doesn't work, I won't die. Once Tingzi recovers, I'll have him bring it to me. Mo Chen knew that if he successfully obtained 3 evolved versions of the bacteria at the martial arts competition, he could not only defeat Shibu but could even make him cry. Ding! While he was deep in thought, Mo Chen's phone chimed with a crisp notification. Julie's message, Mo Chen, are you back? If you're back at school, come to the training tower. Mo Chen replied, teacher, I'm on my way. After saying that, Mo Chen immediately sprang up from the sofa, silently thinking, the training tower? They won't make me practice combat skills, will they? After pondering for a moment, he changed into casual clothes, put on his Shin Chao claws, and left the dormitory. Mo Chen rode a shared bicycle, speeding towards the training tower. Along the way, he clearly noticed that there were more students on the main campus road. They all looked to be around his age. These were ordinary people who had successfully enrolled in the martial arts university through excellent martial arts exam results. It seemed that the martial arts academy had already begun allowing students to move into the campus early. With the school year starting soon, Mo Chen felt increasingly anxious. Although his strength had far surpassed that of his peers, his expectations for himself were far beyond that. What he wanted was to crush, absolute crushing. The shadow of the world-destroying beast tide still loomed over his heart. He did not seek to protect others. He only wished not to die pitifully in a dirty alley like in his previous life. Mo Chen silently vowed, to participate in the 0-level martial arts competition, I must keep my blood value suppressed within 999 cards. By then, there will be 2 years left until the world-destroying beast tide, and in these 2 years, I must at least raise my realm to the 4th level. Lost in thought, Emo-chan unknowingly arrived at the foot of the training tower. He gazed at the towering gray-white structure and after a moment of contemplation, said, just having one void claw technique is not enough, I need to practice a few more combat skills. After saying that, Emo-chan parked his bike and stepped towards the automatic sensor door of the training tower. Ding! The receptionist at the training tower, upon hearing the door chime, immediately displayed a sweet smile. Hello, student, how can I assist you? Her gaze followed the newcomer up, and she saw a handsome young man with a bun hairstyle striding in, surveying the interior of the training tower. The receptionist recognized him. This was the currently popular Emo-chan. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she sweetly said, Emo-chan, your mentor Julie is waiting for you in the lounge. Emo-chan glanced at the receptionist, nodded in thanks, and followed her guidance to the lounge on the first floor. The lounge was spacious, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. It was filled with men and women, all martial artists training their combat skills. During their breaks, they would catch up on dramas or pick up martial arts manuals and beast encyclopedias to brush up on their knowledge. Standing at the door, Emo-chan quickly recognized Julie. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt, carrying a bag, sipping coffee, and gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Emo-chan walked straight over and sat down opposite Julie, saying, Teacher, how come you got here earlier than me? Upon hearing this, Julie immediately turned her head and, seeing it was Emo-chan, smiled happily and said, Because I knew you would come early. How was your experience training in the Guangyang forest wilderness? How did your corrosive fungi tide perform? Emo-chan began to recall those 6 days. Every morning, he would get up and go out with the duo of Lao Gao and Zhang Qiping to search for the traces of the dazzling absorbing worm. In the end, they didn't find the worm but made a fortune. Unfortunately, Lao Gao died when they finally found the dazzling absorbing worm. Emo-chan said lightly, the trial in Guangyang forest was okay. Mainly, I gained a lot of knowledge about the living characteristics of ferocious beasts. As for combat, these ferocious beasts aren't enough for my corrosive fungi to kill. What Emo-chan said was true. In those 6 days, he had never encountered any danger. He killed one beast when it came in a group when they came. During those 6 days, Emo-chan didn't even use his body techniques. As long as he could get close to the ferocious beasts and gently inject the corrosive fungi tide into their bodies, he could immediately kill the enemy. Indeed, entrusting the blood essence of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede to you was the best choice I ever made. Its venom characteristics are simply a perfect match for your corrosive fungi. After saying this, Julie covered her mouth and laughed happily. She was growing fonder of this exceptionally talented student. Julie then changed her tone and said seriously, however, Emo-chan, you can't overuse your abilities. Do you know why I brought you here? Emo-chan didn't think and blurted out, this is the training tower, of course. I came here to exchange combat techniques and practice combat techniques and body techniques. Julie nodded, then stood up and led Emo-chan straight to the elevator. After pressing the button for the second-to-last floor, she continued, with so many martial artists on Blue Star, what if there happens to be a ferocious beast, or a martial artist who is immune to your corrosive fungi? How would you respond? To make it more coincidental, what if you encounter a martial artist in the martial arts competition, who is stronger in body techniques and can also resist your corrosive fungi? What would happen if you relied solely on your abilities to fight? Upon hearing this, Emo-chan fell into thought. He naturally understood Julie's meaning. She wanted him not to rely too much on the power of the corrosive fungi, and to develop in a balanced way. After all, the corrosive fungi was not invincible. Emo-chan nodded seriously and promised, I understand the good intentions of my teacher. I will definitely practice my body techniques and combat techniques well. Ding! You have arrived at the training tower, A-level combat technique area. The announcement indicated that the two had arrived, and the elevator doors slowly opened. An elderly man dressed in a pure black tang suit and wearing reading glasses was waiting in front of the elevator doors. Upon seeing Julie, he slightly bent down and respectfully said, Instructor Julie, you're here. I presume this is your student Emo-chan? This person was Old Wu, the manager of the training tower. He had been working in the training tower for over 30 years, overseeing all matters big and small. Julie said to Emo-chan, when you come to the training tower, if you have any questions, you can ask Old Wu. Okay, teacher. Emo-chan nodded at Old Wu and then followed Julie deeper inside. Emo-chan looked around. After all, it was his first time in this A-level combat technique area, and everything felt fresh. This A-level combat technique area was filled with pure white display cabinets made of anti-theft glass and anti-theft metal. Each display cabinet was categorized based on the type of combat technique ball it held. There are 5 main types: attack type martial skills, defense type martial skills, support type martial skills, movement type martial skills, and weapon mental method type martial skills. Mo Chen's A-level Phantom Claw is an attack-type martial skill, while the S-level Miasma Shadow Step given to him by Du Zitong is a movement-type martial skill. The weapon mental method-type martial skill is the most special. Unlike the other 4 actively released martial skills, it is more like a passive skill. As one deepens their training, it greatly changes the way your weapon strikes and the patterns of your moves, allowing the characteristics of the learned mental method to manifest in every move. Julie took Mo Chen to the weapon mental method zone. After passing by display cases for gun mental methods, sword mental methods, knife mental methods, and so on, they finally stopped in front of the claw mental method display case. Julie pointed at the display case and slowly said, Mo Chen, you haven't learned any mental methods, have you? Your punches and claws are very chaotic, almost relying on instinct to attack. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen furrowed his brows. He said softly, that's true. In high school, the school allowed martial arts exam candidates to choose weapons and corresponding mental methods, but I didn't have time to learn before I was kicked out of the martial arts class, so I'm not proficient with weapons. In high school, Mo Chen was taking medicine and training every day, trying to increase his vitality. Before he had the chance to learn mental method type martial skills, he was kicked out of the martial arts class. During the martial arts exam, he fought entirely based on instinct. But even without having learned weapon mental methods, Mo Chen's physical skills surpassed many of his peers, showcasing his talent for combat. Julie felt even more pity for Mo Chen. She continued, Zhong Lingling learned the S-level fist and foot mental method, 10,000 annihilation combat technique mental method in high school and has perfected it. Now she is on par with you. However, if you learn the weapon mental method, you could completely crush her in physical skills. That's why I brought you to the training tower. Hearing this, Mo Chen's gaze unconsciously drifted to the dazzling array of martial skill orbs in the display case. Each martial skill orb here is incredibly rare. Although these martial skill orbs are very rare, the Martial Arts Academy has kept the prices very low. If sold in places like Wodafa, they would likely be much more expensive. Mo Chen looked at the price tags of these martial skill orbs and began to ponder. A level 100 Cracks Claw Mental Method, 100 points to unlock, 3. 25 points / 100 000 Dragon Country Coins, A level Dragon Wolf Hand Mental Method, 100 points to unlock, 3. 25 points / 100 000 Dragon Country Coins, A level Cherry Claw Mental Method, 90 points to unlock, 3. 25 points / 100 000 Dragon Country Coins, A level Night Claw Mental Method, 80 points to unlock, 3. 25 points / 100 000 Dragon Country Coins. Mo Chen turned his head slightly and asked Julie, Teacher, the school gave me the opportunity to choose any 5 A-level martial skill orbs and 5 S-level martial skill orbs. Did you bring me to the A-level martial skill area to have me learn all A-level martial skills? Upon hearing this, Julie simply replied, No. You can still learn S-level martial skills now. That is my weapon mental method, Thousand Spider Hand mental method. After saying this, Julie slowly opened the white crossbody bag she was carrying. As the zipper opened, a golden light burst forth. Julie grabbed the shimmering martial skill orb with one hand and said, The training progress for S-level martial skills takes too long. If you train multiple S-level martial skills at the same time, your training progress will be greatly reduced. In such a choice, you must prioritize learning the most important weapon mental method type. My Thousand Spider Hand technique is already enough for you to use up to the 6th level. Mo Chen took the combat skill orb and examined it closely. The spiritual energy contained within was incredibly dense, and even through the barrier of the combat skill orb, Mo Chen could sense a hint of poison. Extremely fierce. Julie explained, this S-rank, Thousand Spider Hand technique, includes claw techniques and finger techniques, capable of completely transforming your chaotic moves. It will rely on acupoints to attack the enemy, accelerating the erosion speed of the venom. When you cultivate it to perfection, combined with the corrosive bacteria in your body, your strikes will be as swift as a poisonous spider, achieving true instant death upon contact. Upon hearing about the accelerated erosion speed, Mo Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He had always been very concerned about the speed at which the corrosive bacteria could erode an enemy's body. Although after body tempering, the corrosive bacteria tide, enhanced by the characteristics of Thousand Zheng Demon Centipede venom, had increased the erosion speed significantly, the standard form of the corrosive bacteria could not accurately penetrate vital parts of the human body, such as the brain, heart, liver, and so on. If it couldn't deliver a fatal blow, then it was useless. If he encountered a massive and highly poisonous beast like the Yu-Win Thunder Elephant, Mo Chen would definitely choose to enhance the blood fusion bacteria. At that time, the erosion speed of the corrosive bacteria would be even slower. In short, this S-rank, 1000 spider hand technique, would greatly enhance Emochin. For the sake of the martial arts competition, and to deal with the terrifying beasts of the world destruction beast tide, Emochin had already resolved to cultivate this technique well. Emochen's expression was serious as he said earnestly, "Teacher, I will definitely cultivate this 1000 spider hand technique, well and live up to your and the school's expectations." Upon hearing this, Julie smiled with satisfaction. She gently caressed Emochen's face and said lovingly, "I believe in you. Next, there are still 4 types left, and I will personally select the most suitable combat skills for you." Emochin followed Julie's steps, selecting the most appropriate combat skills for him in this A-rank combat skill area. In the end, they each selected 4 balanced combat skills: offensive, defensive, support, and movement. Emochin still held an S-rank movement combat skill orb in his hand. However, he didn't want to use it yet, as it would delay his combat skill cultivation speed. Moreover, he couldn't just say that this combat skill orb was a gift from his obedient little brother Du Zitong, could he? Additionally, cultivating 2 S-rank combat skills simultaneously would indeed slow down his progress. Julie walked towards the counter with her bag, while Emochin followed behind, holding the 4 combat skill orbs. He asked with some concern, "Teacher, is it really feasible to absorb 4 A-rank and 1 S-rank combat skill orb at once?" Julie patted Emochin's shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, I've tried it before." Then, Julie changed the subject. "Although your ability is a summoning type, you can't actually use summoning type combat skills. So, the combat skills I've chosen for you are all poison type skills that are quite similar to your bacteria. You just need to replace the venom with corrosive bacteria, and the effects will be the same, or even better." Emochin understood that the rarer and more unique the ability, the harder it was to find corresponding combat skills. For example, Lin Mutong's space-type A-rank ability, Mirror Eye, allows her to teleport to reflective objects. Such a unique ability makes it difficult to find matching combat skills, and she can only use some universal combat skills. Or she could have her dedicated mentor teach her combat skills, as their fighting styles are similar. In contrast, Lucci's elemental A-rank ability, Flame Technique, makes it much easier to find combat skills. Fire element combat skills are practically everywhere. As she pondered, Julie walked to the cash register with Emochin. In front of the cash register stood only a butler-like spirit puppet. Emochin dumped the battle skill balls onto the counter with a clatter, and after scanning them one by one, he took out his student ID and placed it on the red glowing sensor device. Beep, beep. Detected 4 A-level battle skill balls. They are A-level attack skill, Venom Injection Needle, A-level defense skill, Toxic Battle, A-level support skill, Soul Entangling Silk, A-level agility skill, Poison Lotus Steps. Purchaser, Emochin. Processing payment. Purchase successful. Total price, 200,000 Dragon Country Coins or 20 points, discount 100%, total consumption 0 points, 0 Dragon Country Coins. Welcome to visit again. After receiving the 4 battle skill balls packed in a large bag from the puppet's hands, Emochin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Free stuff is just great. Save me 200,000 Dragon Country Coins. Beside him, Julie also couldn't help but shake her head in envy. There are still 5 S-level battle skill balls left to choose from. These 5 S-level battle skill balls could save you 1 million Dragon Country Coins or 50 points. I really envy you Academy types. When I was your age, I was still using B-level battle skill balls. Julie understood very well why the school valued Emochin so much. His performance in the martial arts exam was unparalleled. Without a weapon heart method, his fighting talent was on par with Zhong Lingling, and he even had the S-level talent, Beast Master, with a contract for the unprecedented corrosive fungus. In both combat and supernatural abilities, Emochin was the top existence. If his innate blood value weren't so low, he would be the perfect martial artist template. The two arrived at the exclusive martial arts hall of the training tower. Julie pointed at the luxurious decor and introduced, "This is a place for warriors to receive battle skill training. Compared to the martial arts halls in the city, our martial arts academy is more professional. Especially this spirit puppet in the training tower, made from upgraded S-level memory metal, it heals no matter how you hit it. Of course, it doesn't heal every time." Julie walked to the humanoid spirit puppet in the center of the arena, patted its sturdy shoulder, and continued, "Its skeletal and muscular structures are no different from ordinary people. And it can activate Super Transformation Mode." Super Transformation Mode? Emochin stretched his neck and asked in confusion. Seeing Emochin's bewildered expression, Julie decided to demonstrate personally. With her hands on her hips, she proudly shouted to the entire room, "Kabuta, activate Super Transformation Mode." The room's announcement immediately responded, Super Transformation Mode. The humanoid puppet standing motionless in the center suddenly began to twist. Its hands turned into feet, feet into hands, groin into head, head into groin, and finally transformed into the shape of a blue flame tiger. Julie nodded, her face filled with pride as she said, the intelligent assistant in this room is called Kabuta. Besides large ferocious beasts, if you want the spirit puppet to transform into any ferocious beast, just tell it. Emo-chan was greatly shocked. Looking at the puppet that had transformed back into humanoid form, Emo-chan thought to himself, if it can transform into other ferocious beasts, that means it can replicate the weaknesses of those beasts one-to-one, allowing me to become more familiar with fighting them. This thing is indeed a good item. Julie looked at Emo-chan, whose eyes were shining with excitement, and proudly said, how about that? This little thing is useful, right? Moreover, unlike the low-level spirit puppets that can only detect physical damage, Kabuta can sense attacks infused with spiritual energy, which means it can detect your bacteria too. After saying this, Julie tossed a bag of battle technique balls to Emo-chan and continued, enough chit-chat. Your task today is to absorb all 5 of these battle technique balls, and then use these 5 techniques to spar with the spirit puppets. After 2.5 hours of fighting, you can go back to the dormitory to rest. Emo-chan's eyes widened, and he dug at his ears, saying, 2.5 hours? Although the time wasn't too long, sparring with spirit puppets was extremely exhausting, because spirit puppets never tire. Even if Emo-chan desperately used a tribute reset to recover his endurance, it was impossible to avoid fatigue completely. Moreover, the combat spirit puppets in the training tower were made from the evolved version of S-class memory metal, which had much better recovery than the low-level spirit puppets made from B-class memory metal at the Southern State Martial Arts School. 2.5 hours was already very long. Looking at Julie's sweet smile, Emo-chan felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if the king of hell was smiling at him. Julie immediately pushed Emo-chan down to the ground and said, no time to waste, hurry up and absorb them. With that, she opened the 4 red and white A-class battle technique balls, and 1 golden S-class battle technique ball, placed directly in front of Emo-chan. The lids of the 4 balls popped open in sequence, and the blue spiritual energy contained within the Gi battle technique balls surged out like a tidal wave, continuously flowing. They floated above Emo-chan's head, intertwining and forming a large mass of spiritual energy like floating clouds. Emo-chan looked up, puzzled, and asked Julie, teacher, they are all tangled together. Will anything strange happen after I absorb them? Oh, just relax and absorb them. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan quickly set up his stance, sat up straight, and closed his eyes tightly. He then used the concentration technique to begin absorbing the memory spiritual energy floating above his head. Julie leaned against the wall of the martial arts school, quietly watching Emo-chan as he comprehended the battle techniques, explaining, the battle technique balls were invented just over 70 years ago. Before that, martial artists could only rely on battle technique books to understand techniques. Books are not only obscure and difficult to understand, but the training progress is also slow. Even executing a technique for the first time is a big problem. Emo-chan listened to Julie's explanation with his eyes closed, unaffected, and continued to absorb the spiritual energy at a leisurely pace. Julie walked around Emo-chan, continuing, these battle technique balls, although they are one-time use, can allow you to practice the techniques in your mind hundreds of times, forming a preliminary muscle memory. By continuously repeating the training of the techniques, martial artists can improve their proficiency. The difference between the 2 learning methods is that, flipping through battle technique books is like flipping through a comic, while absorbing battle technique balls is like personally traveling into the world of anime. With his eyes tightly closed, Emo-chan's mind was filled with a pure white space, where a familiar, graceful figure stood before him, demonstrating the thousand spider hand technique. Emo-chan's hands seemed to lift uncontrollably, following the figure to execute a set of fierce and swift claw techniques. As the memory spiritual energy was completely absorbed by Emo-chan, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep beep, host has successfully learned, Thousand Spider Hand Technique, Beginner, Venom Injection Needle, Beginner, Fighting with Poison, Beginner, Soul Destroying Spider Silk, Beginner, Step-by-Step Poison Lotus, Beginner. After the broadcast was complete, Emo-chan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, 5 new combat technique memories had been added to his mind. System, opened the combat technique panel. With a thought, Emo-chan immediately summoned the system. A deep blue panel slowly unfolded before his eyes, and he quickly checked the details of the new combat techniques. Thousand Spider Hand Method, 1/100 level, Beginner. Warriors who learn this method strike fiercely and swiftly, attacking the 108 vital points of the human body and ferocious beasts, with every move being lethal. Venom Injection Needle, 1/100 level, beginner. This combat technique gathers the warrior's toxins at their fingertips, injecting them into the enemy's flesh like a syringe, all within 0.099 seconds. Toxic Battle, 1/100 level, beginner. This combat technique covers the warrior's body with toxins, slightly increasing defense and poisoning any enemy that comes into contact. Soul Binding Spider Silk, 1/100 level, beginner, can transform the warrior's viscous venom into a spider silk to bind enemies and use it for movement. Step-by-Step Poison Lotus, 1/100 level, beginner. The warrior begins to move quickly, laying down hidden toxins along their path to restrict the enemy. The maximum level for combat techniques is 100. Reaching level 100 is not an easy task. Emo-chan also noticed that his Void Claw was now at level 15, still in the beginner state. After finishing his thoughts, Emo-chan slowly stood up and turned to Julie beside him, saying, "Teacher, I'm ready." Upon hearing this, Julie, who was standing next to Emo-chan, slowly stepped back to the front of the martial arts hall and said, "Kabuta, activate the level 19 spirit puppet, set the time limit to 2.5 hours. Julie shouted towards Emo-chan inside the exclusive martial arts hall, "Remember, you have to train for 2.5 hours before you can end it." After saying this, Julie slowly closed the door of the martial arts hall. Beep! The spirit puppet's eyes suddenly emitted a red light. The room's broadcast sounded, "Level 19 spirit puppet has been activated. 150 minutes, the highest record holder is, Gubowen, with a score of 314,103. The spirit puppet's eyes flashing green means the battle has begun. Good luck, warrior." Looking at the immobile giant spirit puppet, Emo-chan nervously swallowed. As he donned the Shin Tide Claw, he thought to himself, "Last time at the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, I fought a level 9 spirit puppet. I didn't expect to be facing a level 19 one now. My attribute points are 842. If I skillfully use attribute reset, it should be quite easy, especially since I now have 5 combat techniques." With his thoughts concluded, Emo-chan was ready to go. As the spirit puppet's eyes emitted green light, the two charged at each other. The spirit puppet swung its heavy left fist directly at Emo-chan's face, but he agilely ducked to avoid it. In that instant, Emo-chan noticed the spirit puppet's flaw. 2 vital points under its ribs were exposed. Without thinking much, his instinctive muscle memory had him bring his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword-like gesture, and he quickly stabbed at the spirit puppet's vital points. Crack, crack. A crisp sound echoed as Emo-chan's fingers, clad in the Shin Tide Claw, deeply pierced into the spirit puppet's ribs, the wound darkening to a bluish hue. Beep! The spirit puppet's ribs are injured, score increased by 62. In an instant, the spirit puppet moved its heavy right fist, forcefully smashing down towards Emo-chan. Toxic Battle. A blue light immediately enveloped Emo-chan, the corrosive bacteria covering his surface, increasing his defense. He raised his left fist, instantly bracing against the spirit puppet's heavy punch. The fists collided, creating a wave of energy. Beep! The puppet's right fist is infected, score increased by 13. Immediately after, Emo-chan activated the toxic injection needle, transforming his right hand into a blade, and swiftly plunged it into the puppet's body. The corrosive bacteria tide surged wildly into the puppet, instantly causing its body to swell. Emo-chan withdrew his hands and jumped back, distancing himself from the puppet. He watched as the puppet's belly became enormous, emitting a gurgling sound from within. Emo-chan raised his claw dripping with black liquid and clenched his fist. Boom! The puppet's bloated metallic belly exploded, spraying black liquid everywhere. Beep! The puppet's internal organs are severely damaged, spine fractured, venom corroding, score increased by 425. This series of buffs stacked up to an astonishing 425 points. Before the announcement finished, the puppet quickly healed, as if nothing had happened. Emo-chan glanced at the timer on the wall. 10 seconds had passed, but his score had already reached a terrifying 500 points. 500 points in 10 seconds meant 3,000 points in a minute. At this scoring efficiency, Emo-chan could reach 450,000 points in 150 minutes. That was a full 140,000 points more than the record. Emo-chan had no time to think further and charged again at the still unsteady puppet. Julie stood outside the exclusive martial arts hall of the training tower, looking at Emo-chan through the long observation window with a complex expression. She silently marveled, this kid's physical strength far exceeds that of an average martial artist. Although his vitality is only around 200 calories, the strength he displays is closer to that of a 900-calorie martial artist. While she was pondering, martial artists who had come to purchase combat techniques in the A-class combat technique zone also stopped to watch. Is that Emo-chan? Yes, our top special recruit. His current strength is far beyond what it was during the martial arts exam. Fighting against Shibu would be like fighting a dog, wouldn't it? Hard to say. Shibu has also grown, he's now at 700 calories. As time passed, more and more people gathered to watch. They seemed to have forgotten their original purpose for coming to the training tower, and were all focused on Emo-chen's training. Beep with the announcement, the grueling 2.5 hours finally came to an end. The puppet restored itself once more, while Emo-chen leaned against the wall, slowly sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He silently thought, system, check the combat technique panel. Beep beep. S-Class, 1000 Spider Hand Method, 4/100 level, Beginner, A-Class, Toxic Injection Needle, 3/100 level, Beginner, A-Class, Poisonous Battle, 2/100 level, Beginner, A-Class, Soul Entangling Spider Silk, 2/100 level, Beginner, A-Class, Step-by-Step Poison Lotus, 2/100 level, Beginner. Looking at the combat technique panel, Emo-chen inwardly said, generally improved by 3 levels, not bad. Beep, the announcement came again. Congratulations, Emo-chen. Successfully broke the 150-minute record for the 19th level puppet. Score reached 434,313. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Julie's lips also curled into a charming smile. She opened the door, walked over to Emo-chen with a bottle of water, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, Emo-chen, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. Go back to the dormitory and rest. Remember, you need to come back tomorrow. Emo-chen took the cold water and drank it eagerly. Beep, congratulations to Emo-chen. Successfully broke the 150-minute record for level 19 puppets. Score reached 455,314. The exclusive martial arts hall in the A-level combat skills sales area echoed with a shocking announcement. This was already the 5th time Emo-chen had broken the record. He had been training combat skills here for 5 consecutive days, and each time he came, people could hear the deafening announcement of his record-breaking achievement. The number of martial artists gathered at the entrance of the martial arts hall was now far greater than when Emo-chen first came to train. Their eyes, looking into the hall, were filled with deep astonishment. Regarding the score record of 150 minutes that Emo-chen had just created, they could only look up in admiration, feeling it was unbelievable. Emo-chen. He's simply a monster. Our martial arts academy might really win the championship in the martial arts competition. Shibu? He's nothing. 7 or 8 Shibu. That's a damn good insult. Inside the exclusive martial arts hall, the spirit puppet that had transformed into the shape of a red-scaled water buffalo had been beaten to a pulp by Emo-chen. After 5 days of torment, this spirit puppet worth over 1 million dragon country coins had lost much of its spiritual energy and could no longer be restored to its original state. They would need to find maintenance personnel and put it into the spiritual energy resonance device before it could be used in the hall again. Emo-chen was sitting on the dismembered remains of the puppet, carefully observing the combat skill panel. S-level, 1000 Spider Hand Method, 20/100 level, Proficient, A-level, Venom Injection Needle, 15/100 level, Beginner, A-level, Poisonous Battle, 10 out of 100 level, Beginner, A-level, Soul Destroying Spider Silk, 10 out of 100 level, Beginner, A-level, Step-by-Step Poison Lotus, 10 out of 100 level, Beginner. Combat skills advance to the next stage every 20 levels. There are 5 stages: Beginner, Proficient, Mastery, Great Accomplishment, and Perfection. The stage of combat skills actually requires a professional testing device to detect. However, Emo-chen had a system that allowed him to check at any time. Looking at the significantly improved combat skill levels, Emo-chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He silently thought, the teacher said that the training progress for these 4 A-level combat skills doesn't need to be so high. After all, they will be replaced with better S-level combat skills later. The main focus should be on the S-level weapon heart method. This must be prioritized. Emo-chen was able to break records every day and push his limits not only because of the increase in combat skill levels. There was another reason. After finishing his training at the martial arts hall each day, he would return to his large villa to collect the 10 spirit incense sticks given daily by the school to enhance his vitality. Each stick of spirit incense was worth 10,000 dragon country coins, and Emo-chen could collect 10 sticks daily by signing in. During these 5 days, Emo-chen managed to squeeze out 6 hours each day for training, allowing his vitality to increase by about 9 cards daily. Among them, the training of blood fusion bacteria and the passive income brought in 50 cards, while heart concentration method contributed 14 cards. So far, Emo-chen's vitality had reached 307 cards. Adding the gifted attribute points, his 0 level 3 status brought his attribute value to a terrifying 906 points. Strength, 302, Endurance, 302, Speed, 302. Emo-chan looked at the attribute panel, pondering, if it weren't for the support from the Martial Arts Academy, I could never afford this daily expenditure of 100,000 Dragon Country coins. Emo-chan's assets still had over 900,000 left. If he used it all to buy Wodafa spirit incense, he could only buy 180 sticks. In addition to other miscellaneous items, it might be used up in an instant. Therefore, for someone like Emo-chan, a poor kid with no money or power, if he is not favored by the university, his only path is to become an ordinary person. After all, the martial arts exam is not something an ordinary person can afford. Just as he was pondering, Old Wu, the manager of the training tower, opened the door and walked in, crossing through the crowded crowd. At the same time, a group of maintenance workers in uniforms followed behind him. Old Wu was holding a bottle of cold drink and a towel, and when he saw the remnants of the spirit puppet on the ground, he couldn't help but push up his reading glasses, widening his eyes and trembling his lips. He knew that this spirit puppet could only be damaged under extreme metal fatigue. Although there had been accidents with spirit puppets before, the protagonists of those accidents often had a higher realm than the spirit puppets. Emo-chan only had over 300 vitality, while the spirit puppet he had dismembered was set at 1,900 vitality. It was too hard to believe. Old Wu waved his hand and said to the maintenance workers behind him, "Go. Take this pile of spirit puppets for repairs, and then put up a sign to ban this room for now." Upon hearing this, Mo-chan stood up and took the towel and cold drink that Old Wu handed him, watching as one by one the maintenance workers struggled to carry the remnants out of the martial arts hall. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he took a refreshing drink. Emo-chan said to Old Wu with embarrassment, "Manager Wu, I'm really sorry for the trouble." Hearing this, Old Wu waved his hand grandly and said, Oh, it's nothing. It's good that something like this happened in the academy. It means our martial arts academy students are getting stronger. For the next 2 weeks, Julie would be guiding Xiaohe in his training and had no time to take care of Emo-chan, so she let him train on his own during this final stretch. In these days, whenever Emo-chan encountered any problems, he would go to the front desk to ask Old Wu. Old Wu took good care of Emo-chan, not only preparing energy drinks for him every day but also providing towels and patiently explaining any questions he had. Ding! Suddenly, Emo-chan's phone emitted a crisp notification sound. He took out his phone, frowning slightly as he checked. Tengzi's message, the essence blood has arrived. Emo-chan's message, thanks, Tengzi. Emo-chan transfer, 30,000 Dragon Country coins, pending receipt. Emo-chan transfer, 30,000 Dragon Country coins, returned. Emo-chan's message? Tengzi's message, I can still afford 30,000. Emo-chan's message, true, how could I let my big brother pay? Tengzi's message. Emo-chan grinned, stuffed his phone back into his pocket, and then thanked Old Wu, saying, Manager Wu, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. My combat skill training for this summer is done, and I have some matters in the dormitory, so I'll take my leave. No worries, no worries. Emo student, you go handle your business. After saying that, Emo-chan strode towards the martial arts hall's entrance, disappearing without a trace after squeezing through the crowd. Old Wu watched Emo-chan's back and murmured, talented, polite. A bright future ahead. Soon, Emo-chan returned to the dormitory entrance. A Fu, who noticed Emo-chan had come home, immediately opened the door and said, Master, you have a package. Emo-chan casually took the beautifully wrapped package, looked around, and then closed the door as he walked towards the training room. He took out his phone to message Du Zitong. Emo-chan's message, what are these 3 bottles of essence blood? Tengzi's message, breath turtle, violent bat monster, blood-sniffing hound. Seeing this message, Emo-chan frowned deeply. These 3 monsters are the most common ferocious beasts in the Dragon Country. The breath turtle is just a slightly longer-lived big turtle, the violent bat monster is just a bigger bat, and the blood-scenting hound is the pro version of a wild dog. Emo-chan's message, Tengzi, what kind of nonsense are you looking for? Tengzi's message, the low-level essence blood of rare ferocious beasts has all been snatched away. Emo-chan was speechless and stopped scolding Tengzi. He then used his phone to check the characteristics of ferocious beasts for these 3 vials of essence blood. Breath turtle, breath holding, violent bat monster, frenzy, blood scenting hound, spirit scent. Emo-chan opened the package and looked at the 3 vials of murky, dark essence blood, unsure how to proceed. His sword-like brows furrowed as he sighed, forget it, let's try Tengzi's A-level, blue radiant poison crow, first. Emo-chan placed the 3 slightly foul-smelling vials of essence blood in front of him and slowly took out the A-level essence blood of the blue radiant poison crow from his storage ring. Looking at this light blue, odorless essence blood, Emo-chan secretly recalled something. Du Zitong's essence blood is the black radiant poison crow, a mutated version of the blue radiant poison crow, larger in size and higher in level. The two share two common ferocious beast characteristics, crow feather and poison feather. Crow feather can manipulate feathers, poison feather, feathers carry toxins. The essence blood of the black radiant poison crow has an additional characteristic, which is steel feather. Steel feather makes the feathers incredibly hard. Du Zitong's body refining essence blood is A level, allowing him to obtain only two of the characteristics, which are crow feather and steel feather. Therefore, Du Zitong's Calamity Crow evolved, allowing the dropped feathers to transform into little crows for control, and the feathers on its body could become as hard as armor. Imo-chan opened the lid, silently thinking, refining S-level essence blood takes too long, starting at 3 days for just one achievement. It would be better to refine these quicker essence bloods first, and later finish refining the 1000-fathom demon centipede. S-level essence blood, due to its spiritual energy purity reaching 99%, takes a long time to absorb. To obtain the first, ferocious beast characteristic, one must absorb 2 weights of essence blood, the second requires 3 weights, and the third requires 5 weights. If all are absorbed, it could take as long as a month. However, essence blood below S level is much quicker to refine. A level only takes a week, while B level and C level only take a day. And Imo-chan now has only a week left. After refining these new vials of essence blood, school will start. I wonder what ferocious beast characteristics this blue radiant poison crow can bring me, and what evolution it can provide for my bacteria. After pondering, Imo-chan stared motionless at the blue radiant poison crow, essence blood in his hand. He seemed to be making a significant decision, encouraging himself. Anyway, refining the 1000-fathom demon centipede can only yield 3 characteristics, allowing for the complete evolution of one bacterium. Sooner or later, I will have to consume the other essence blood. Forget it. Let's go for it. Take a leap of faith. Don't overthink it. Imo-chan immediately poured the A-level, blue radiant poison crow, essence blood into his mouth, gulping down half in one go. This A-level essence blood had no strange taste, just like drinking a glass of plain water, utterly bland. But suddenly, that familiar burning pain rushed at him again. It slid from his mouth to his throat, then reached his stomach, making the entire organ feel as if it were being scorched by flames. However, Imo-chan had long since gotten used to this pain when refining the essence blood of the 1000-fathom demon centipede. The burning sensation of this A-level essence blood was far less intense than that brought by S-level essence blood. Compared to his last body refining, Imo-chan felt nothing, treating it as if he had just taken a strong shot of liquor, as if nothing had happened. Imo-chan focused entirely, completely unaware of the passage of time. Beep beep. You have successfully refined the A-grade blood essence of the blue poison crow, 5th level, and the corrosive fungus has mutated. The corrosive fungus has gained the trait crow feather. The system's voice prompted Imo-chan. 3 days had passed. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and with a thought, summoned the Beast Trait Illustrated Guide. Corrosive fungus, crow feather, can generate small blue crows made from corrosive fungus, which can be manipulated freely within a 10-kilometer radius of the host. 1 crow can be generated for every 1 card of vitality, with a maximum of 9,999 crows. Upon reading this text, a strange light suddenly flickered deep within Imo-chan's pupils. His gaze focused on that, within a 10-kilometer radius. A drop of cold sweat slid down unconsciously. Imo-chan was shocked in his heart. This is exactly what I wanted, a way to enhance the infection method. Imo-chan's corrosive fungus could only infect enemies at close range. Now, with the addition of the crow feather, beast trait, he could use the small blue crows to freely spread the corrosive fungus within 10 kilometers. Moreover, the more vitality he had, the more small blue crows he could generate. Currently, Imo-chan's vitality was 307 cards, allowing him to generate 307 small blue crows, and if they all acted together, he could infect 307 enemies. Not to mention, the mutual infection among enemies. I can't even imagine. Imo-chan's heart was in turmoil. He quickly stepped out of the training room, and in the sunny backyard, he immediately raised his right palm. His vitality gradually boiled, and a layer of black liquid appeared all over his right arm. Then, one by one, crows, entirely black but faintly glowing blue, surged forth from Imo-chan's right arm, flapping their wings continuously. They soared under the blazing sun, circling above Imo-chan's head, emitting an extremely mournful and piercing howl. To prevent others from noticing something unusual, Imo-chan quickly retracted them. The flock of crows dove like arrows, merging back into Imo-chan's right arm, until only one small blue crow remained. Imo-chan looked at this small blue crow, which had red light in its eyes and a somewhat plump yet cute appearance, but still looked handsome, and felt very pleased. He muttered to himself, I need to find someone to test the power of this little blue crow. At this moment, Du Zitong was lying on the big sofa in his dormitory, looking at his phone with a face full of worry. The TV was playing news about foreign beasts, but he had no interest. His eyes were dull as he stared at his own appearance in the phone, muttering to himself, "Why do I have to lose hair when I'm so handsome? And why doesn't Emo-chan lose hair even though he looks so ugly?" Ding! A text message arrived on his phone. Du Zitong looked and saw that Emo-chan had just sent a message at that moment. He was suddenly startled. Damn it, I haven't seen him for 3 days, and just after I cursed him, he sends a message. This little brat can't have some kind of long-distance hearing. Emo-chan's message, "Are you in the dorm?" Du Zitong's message, "Yes, what's up?" Emo-chan's message, "What's your room number? Go to the backyard, I'll bring you something." Du Zitong's message, "Room 1103. Oh, this little brat is even sending me something, no wonder I haven't seen him for 3 days, turns out he was preparing a thank you gift for me. But why go to the backyard?" After the surprise, Du Zitong quickly got up, dragging his slippers as he slowly walked to the backyard. He squinted under the blazing sun, looking around for something but saw nothing. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Damn it, is this dog trying to play me?" Just as Du Zitong was about to take out his phone, he saw a dark object quickly flying past, standing on the wall of his backyard, tilting its head to look at him. Du Zitong squinted his eyes and whispered, "Blue Radiance Poison Crow? No, it's a bit darker than the Blue Radiance Poison Crow, a ferocious beast I've never seen before." He quietly walked in front of the little blue crow. To his surprise, the little blue crow actually flew up to Du Zitong's shoulder and leaned against him. Du Zitong grinned and said, "This little thing is even more spirited than Emo-chan." As he spoke, the little blue crow quickly melted into a pool of menacing black water, merging into Du Zitong's shoulder. Du Zitong was taken aback, and a familiar sharp pain suddenly shot through his shoulder. But the pain vanished just as quickly. The familiar sensation made Du Zitong's face turn pale instantly, and he trembled as he said, "This bird is corrosive fungus?" Ding! 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 At that moment, Emo-chan was sitting cross-legged in the training room, and his phone kept making sounds. It was obvious it was a message from Du Zitong. Emo-chan ignored it, feeling delighted. "This little blue crow can communicate with me, it's really useful." Looking at the 3 bottles of B-grade essence blood in front of him, Emo-chan understood a principle: low-grade essence blood is not useless, reasonable combinations can unleash the maximum power of the bacteria. With that, he opened the 3 slightly foul-smelling bottles of B-grade essence blood and gulped them down all at once. 3 bottles of essence blood, refined in one go. Although the pain from these 3 bottles of low-grade essence blood was far less than that of S-grade essence blood, the rancid smell and slimy texture made Emo-chan feel nauseous. Beep beep. You have successfully refined the B-grade essence blood of Breath Tortoise, Max. Corrosive fungus has mutated. Corrosive fungus has gained the trait Hold Breath. You have successfully refined the B-grade essence blood of Raging Bat Monster, Max, gained the trait Frenzy, and it has been placed in your trait warehouse. You have successfully refined the B-grade essence blood of Scent Bloodhound, Max, gained the trait Spirit Scent, and it has been placed in your trait warehouse. After 4 consecutive days without sleep, Emo-chan still felt no fatigue. System, check the Ferocious Beast Trait Encyclopedia. With a thought, he immediately summoned the Ferocious Beast Trait Encyclopedia, and the title bar now had an additional button for Trait Warehouse. Once the number of traits exceeded 3, they would be placed in the warehouse. Emo-chan opened the warehouse and carefully examined each trait. Hold Breath, Corrosive Fungus, Spirit Fungus. When equipped with Corrosive Fungus, it can significantly reduce the attack desire of the corrosive fungus, extending survival rates and incubation periods. When equipped with Spirit Fungus, it allows the living host to control time, increasing it by 2 seconds every 24 hours. Frenzy, Corrosive Fungus. When equipped with Corrosive Fungus, it can greatly increase the attack desire of the corrosive fungus and accelerate the speed of reproduction and infection. Spirit Scent, Blood Fusion Fungus. When equipped with Blood Fusion Fungus, it allows the host to sense nearby areas rich in spiritual energy. Emo-chan looked at these 3 traits, feeling an immense sense of wonder. Hold Breath, as a B-grade trait, is simply an extraordinary existence. Not only can it be equipped to 2 types of bacteria, but both are highly useful. The infectivity of the corrosive fungus is not strong enough because the infected ferocious beasts die too quickly. If the corrosive fungus is equipped with Hold Breath and Crow Feather, it can transform into a small bird, silently and swiftly infecting a wide range of ferocious beasts, spreading the infection and lurking within the ferocious beasts for a long time. As long as these ferocious beasts come into contact with each other and the infection is successful, Emo-chan can easily control the corrosive fungus, instantly annihilating the entire beast tide. Extending the controlled duration of spirit fungus is also very useful. After all, Emochin is currently controlling Du Zitong. After thinking for a while, Emochin decided to equip breath holding on spirit hosting fungus. Frenzy was equipped on the corrosive fungus. Spirit scent was equipped on the blood fusion fungus. Emochin thought to himself, spirit scent is also a good trait. It can help me find places rich in spiritual energy. If there's a chance later, it will definitely be a great help to me. In a few days, it will be the opening day of school. These 2 months of summer vacation have really allowed me to make significant progress. I have solidified my foundation in aspects like chi and blood, body refinement, and combat skills. Emochin began to recall the improvements he made during this summer. In 1 month, he raised heart concentration technique to the 5th level. In 2 months, he increased his chi and blood value from 42 to 307. He unlocked the new bacteria, spirit hosting fungus, and raised its attribute points to 906. He learned an S-level mental technique combat skill and raised it to level 20 proficiency, and 4 A-level combat skills to levels 10 to 15. He refined S-level, Thousand Zhang Demon Centipede, Essence Blood to the 2nd level, A-level, Blue Radiant Poison Crow, Essence Blood to the 5th level, and B-level, Breath Turtle, Frenzied Bat Monster, and Scent Bloodhound to the 10th level, gaining 5 powerful traits. What Emochin referred to as solidifying the foundation easily crushed many talented martial artists of the same generation. At the opening ceremony on September 1st, the school would test the various abilities of special students, from attribute values to combat skill levels. And Emochin would reappear in the public eye with an unparalleled presence. On September 1st, at 7 a.m., at the Martial Arts Academy. In the luxurious dormitory 314, a rich fragrance of spiritual energy wafted through the air. At this moment, Emochin was sitting cross-legged in the training room, bare-chested. A faint red glow enveloped his body as he used 10 spiritual incense sticks, with spiritual energy swirling around him, quite dense. This spiritual energy was being absorbed slowly and smoothly by him, ultimately transforming into chi and blood value. Beep, beep. Chi and blood value has increased from 333 to 346. This absorption brought a total of 9 chi and blood value from blood fusion fungus to the host. Among them, the idle gain is 3. Heart concentration technique brought a total of 4 chi and blood to the host, and the proficiency of heart concentration technique has reached the 6th level. Even in the hours leading up to the opening ceremony, Emochin was still training. Emochin slowly opened his eyes. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and stood up lightly. As his tense body moved, his muscles and bones emitted a harmonious sound that was quite pleasant to his ears. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and the butler Rafu went to open the door, where several familiar voices came from outside. As soon as Emochin heard, he knew it was Zhong Lingling, Lu Jilin, and Mu Tong. Emochin, it's almost time for the opening ceremony. We're coming in, what the heck? Why is there a spirit doll here? Where's Emochin? Just then, Emochin, bare-chested and barefoot, casually walked out of the training room. His strong and perfect physique was suddenly exposed to the three. Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong's faces instantly turned red. The two hurriedly covered their faces with their hands but peeked through the gaps, secretly watching Emochin put on his clothes, saliva dripping. Lu Ji's eyes suddenly widened, and he rushed over to poke Emochin's chest muscles, exclaiming in shock, "Whoa, not seen for a month, your muscles have improved quite a bit. But if compared to me, you still have some way to go." After saying that, Lu Ji quickly struck a pose to show off his biceps and then struck a crab pose, blocking Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong's view. The two were instantly speechless. Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong were very shocked by Emochin's changes, especially Lin Mutong, who hadn't seen Emochin for 2 months. Even his long hair was unclear. But what surprised everyone the most was Lu Ji. After not seeing him for 2 months, he was no longer that boy with flowing yellow hair. No one knew what Mentor Alfs had done to Lu Ji to turn him into a dark-skinned hunk. "Your arms are almost bigger than my head, who can compare with you?" Emochin said, speechless. He wore a pure white uniform on top and black dress pants below, looking quite formal. He glanced at the three beside him. Lu Ji was dressed similarly to Emochin, his clothes almost bursting at the seams. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong were dressed similarly as well. They also wore pure white uniforms that were a bit tight, showcasing their proud chests, and sported playful little ties that looked quite enticing. Although both wore black and white checkered pleated skirts, the difference was that Zhong Lingling wore black stockings while Lin Mutong did not. "Not bad, each has their own charm," Emochin silently praised. Zhong Lingling walked over to Emochin, tugging at his sleeve, saying, "All right, hurry up and go to the opening ceremony. If we take any longer, we'll be late." Okay. After the three pushed Emochin out of the room, they took an unmanned bus towards their destination, the A1 floor conference room. The A1 floor conference room was brightly lit. The large screen displayed the words Martial Arts Academy 2218 opening ceremony in bold red letters. Those entering for the first time couldn't help but marvel at its size, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 people for a meeting. At this moment, almost all the seats were filled. The front rows were mostly occupied by mentors, followed by special recruits, then regular class teachers, and finally students. Beside the podium stood a dense crowd of reporters. What they wanted to capture was none other than Chen. LV Sanping sat in the center, looking at the reporters beside the podium, and asked Deng Feng beside him, Deng Feng, how much improvement do you think Chen will have after 2 months of special training? Well, he should be able to raise his vitality to about 300 calories, Deng Feng replied. During the 2 months of summer vacation, he had been busy and had no chance to chat with Chen. Even if he had the opportunity, he wouldn't have, as he didn't want to put too much pressure on Chen. LV Sanping sighed deeply, as if recalling something. His withered voice said solemnly, these reporters are all armed with long guns and short cannons. If Chen's training progress is slow, he will be in trouble. If he were a bit more humble and not so arrogant, he wouldn't have to bear such great pressure. Suddenly, the students behind them began to stir. Hey! The special recruits are here. With a shout, a group of students turned to look at the entrance where the special recruits were. After carefully examining each person, they found no trace of Chen. Where is he? Where's Chen? I don't know. The Martial Arts Academy was very good at protecting students' privacy, not to mention paparazzi. Even unidentified individuals passing by the security office would be kicked out. Therefore, most people outside had no idea that Chen had grown long hair. Thus, there was great anticipation for what changes Chen would bring during the 2 months of summer vacation. Deng Feng stepped onto the stage and picked up the microphone, saying, Special recruits, find your respective mentors' positions and take a seat behind them. Upon hearing this, Chen scanned the chairs ahead and quickly spotted Julie, who was wearing a black uniform, tilting her head and waving with a smile. After Chen took his seat, Julie turned to him and asked, Why did it take you so long? Just now, in the middle of training. Julie widened her eyes in surprise and said, The opening ceremony is about to start, and you still dare to train? Aren't you afraid of being late? Chen scratched his head and chuckled, I got up in the middle of the night to train. I calculated the time just right to arrive on time. Julie raised her delicate eyebrows and teased, Did your training progress improve since the teacher couldn't accompany you a few days ago? Hearing this, Chen grinned and mysteriously replied, You'll know once the test data comes out. After saying that, Chen looked around, trying to find Teng Zi's figure. Finally, he spotted him all alone in a corner, looking incredibly downcast, with not a single student behind him. Hey, hey, hey! Suddenly, there was a burst of noise from the microphone, and everyone immediately fell silent. Deng Feng picked up the microphone and tested it a few times before speaking. Respected leaders and guests, dear teachers and students, good morning. Moments later, thunderous applause erupted. Hearing this classic opening line, Luji quickly leaned forward and smiled at his mentor, Alf's. Teacher, this opening line is too classic, right? It won't drag on for hours again, will it? In response, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Alf's, sporting 2 thick, curled mustaches, turned his head slightly and raised his veiny fist, saying, No, Luji, haven't you heard before? Our Martial Arts Academy's opening ceremony is the wildest. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from the stage, startling Lu Ji. Deng Feng's demeanor changed dramatically as he raised a still-smoking energy gun and shouted, You come to martial arts, and there are only 3 things to do. Get stronger, or damn it, get stronger. The students below erupted in a passionate chant, Get stronger. Get stronger, get stronger. Bang! Another gunshot rang out from the stage, and Deng Feng shouted again, No more nonsense, let's start showcasing the results of the special recruits' 2 months of training at our martial arts academy. The creed of martial arts is that strength is paramount. This wild opening ceremony discarded tedious talk and directly allowed the audience to witness the progress of the special recruits over the past 2 months. For those diligent warriors striving to become stronger, it was the best recruitment brochure. Lu Ji then noticed that the ceiling above the podium was riddled with bullet holes. He murmured, Indeed. Truly wild. Deng Feng reached for the big screen and passionately shouted, The first one. Shin Ming Feng. Upon hearing this, the new students below erupted into whispers. Why isn't it Chen first? Who is this person? I don't know. But some new students successfully recognized Shin Ming Feng. Shin Ming Feng, 3rd place in the Tian Du Minghe examination, scored 888 points in the martial arts test. Shin Ming performed exceptionally well, but unfortunately, he was in the same examination room as Chi Beidou. The only one remembered by the crowd was Chi Beidou, who took first place. No one would remember the second place, let alone the third place Shin Ming. Standing behind Storm Fengjiyun, Shin Ming revealed a dead fish-like expression and slowly stood up. Hearing this, Emo-chan thought to himself, it seems they are still following the ranking from the teacher selection conference for the stage test. So, I guess I'll be the last one then? Emo-chan stopped pondering and quietly looked at the stage. Shin Ming stepped onto the stage and immediately recognized the blue glass-like device hidden behind the podium. This device was the Super Spiritual Power Detector, which could instantly scan all the values of a martial artist simply by standing on it. Shin Ming slowly approached and stood on it. Beep beep, scanning current martial artist. The device beneath his feet emitted a beam of blue light that seemed to penetrate through Shin Ming body, as if it could see through to his very marrow. The large screen behind him began to slowly display a series of values. Name, Shin Ming ability, A-class, Windsword, Vitality, 498 cards, attribute values, Strength 200, Endurance 150, Speed 148, Cultivation Method, Shiming Method, Yellow Rank, Level 2, Body Refinement, S-class, Frostwind Giant Wolf, Level 2, Combat Skills, S-class Crane's Cry Sword Technique, Level 15, Beginner, A-class Twin Phoenix Sword Slash, Level 8, Beginner, A-class Lingbo Windstep, Level 10, Beginner. Click click, the sound of the shutter kept ringing out. A wave of discussion erupted from the crowd. What the hell? A 100 card increase in 2 months? S-class Vitality? I remember he could only use one A-class combat skill before, and he actually raised an S-class combat skill to level 15 in just 2 months. Everyone was astonished by Shin Ming cultivation speed, but in Emo-chan's eyes, he was still too weak. Shin Ming walked down the stage with a dejected gait. Deng Feng picked up the microphone again and shouted loudly, second contestant, Zhang Lingling. At this, a gasp erupted from the students of Sichuan and Chongqing in the crowd. What the hell? The tyrant is here. The strongest tyrant. Emo-chan turned his head slightly to look at the fierce-looking Zhang Lingling beside him. It was clear that she despised this title. The oppressive aura made Wu Zhiga, who stood in front of Zhang Lingling, break into a cold sweat, and he hurriedly turned to comfort her. Lingling, calm down. Hearing this, Zhang Lingling took a deep breath, gradually calming her emotions, and walked up to the stage with a cheerful stride. The blue light shone again, enveloping Zhang Lingling entirely. Beep beep, scanning current martial artist. The large screen changed once more. Name, Zhang Lingling. Ability, S-class, Slaughter Expert, Vitality, 414 cards, attribute values, Strength 190, Endurance 112, Speed 112, Cultivation Method, Boiling Blood Method, Yellow Rank, Level 3, Body Refinement, S-class, Blood Explosion Dragon, Level 5, Combat Skills, S-class Annihilation Combat Technique, Max. Perfect, S-class Shenlong Leg, Level 10, Beginner, A-class Violent Blood, Level 10, Beginner, A-class Dragon Scale Armor, Level 1, Beginner. Click 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 click. Seeing these values, the reporters were clearly excited, the shutter sounds repeating incessantly. Looking at this perfect data, Wu Zhiga nodded in satisfaction. He was internally pleased. In these 2 months, Lingling's vitality has increased rapidly, just slightly slower than Feng Jiyun's student. Her combat skills have also improved well. The recently taught Shenlong Leg is already at level 10. And her body refinement progress is also fast, already at level 5. LV Sanping looked at Zhang Lingling and nodded secretly. He internally praised, this girl has a good cultivation speed. The distribution of her attribute values suits her combat style, and her ability is also S-class. In short, the future is promising. Another gasp arose from the crowd. Even some special recruits began to secretly lament the gap between themselves and Zhang Lingling. Damn it! The perfect S-rank martial arts technique, has Zhang Lingling been practicing since she was a child? Another S-rank bloodline, what a lavish display. From now on, let's call the Tyrannosaurus less often. Zhang Lingling walked down the stage with her head held high, casting a light glance at those who had cheered the loudest. The crowd immediately avoided her gaze, some looked elsewhere, while others pulled out their phones, aimlessly scrolling through their home screens. Let's see if they dare to speak again. Zhang Lingling sat down, satisfied. 3rd place. Zhang Guangyang. 13th place. Lu Shi. 33rd place. Lin Mutong. 57th place. Gue Jiusheng. 88th place. Xiu Wanxia. Several martial artists took the stage in succession, and the expressions of the crowd below visibly grew weary. The sound of camera shutters from the reporters still echoed, but it was clear they were starting to grow impatient. The reporters whispered to each other, "Do you think Emo-chan will be the last to appear? Isn't that obvious?" The main character usually shows up last. Julie turned to Emo Chen and whispered, "The 102nd contestant is on stage. Get ready to showcase everything you've improved over the past 2 months." Without holding back, Emo Chen nodded, tying his hair into a small bun and said, "Teacher, I understand." As the 102nd martial artist, Zhang Wei, stepped down, Deng Feng excitedly tightened his grip on the microphone and shouted to the mentors and classmates below, "The 103rd contestant, Emo Chen." The crowd erupted into a commotion. "Finally, it's Emo Chen. Get the cameras ready. Focus the lens. No matter how much he's improved, we need to release the news immediately." Emo Chen walked up to the stage with an easy demeanor, facing over 1,000 students seated in the audience. His heart remained calm. At this moment, he thought to himself, there's no need to hide those attribute points anymore. LV Sanping watched Emo Chen on stage, unconsciously crushing the armrest of his chair. "Come on, Emo Chen, let me see what qualifications you have to boast about winning the championship in martial arts." Below, Julie's expression began to show anticipation. In a corner, Du Zitong wore a playful expression. A tall boy with curly black hair was lazily sprawled on the large sofa of the special admissions mansion at the Ability Academy, silently watching Emo Chen on the television. He murmured, "Is that Emo Chen?" Ding! Zhang Qiao's message, "Shibedu, where are you now?" Zhang Qiao's message, "The opening ceremony has already started. Hurry up and come." His phone buzzed with notifications, but he paid no mind. Emo Chen glanced at the camera in front of him, then stepped onto the testing device. Beep beep, scanning current martial artist. A blue light slowly shot out, penetrating Emo Chen's entire body. The device seemed to encounter some difficulty, as the data took a long time to load, but eventually revealed a dense array of black text. Upon seeing the words on the screen, LV Sanping's eyes widened, his mouth slowly opening and unable to close. A drop of sweat the size of a bean trickled down Julie's forehead, and her delicate red lips began to tremble. Meanwhile, Du Zitong's face turned pale in an instant, as if he had aged several years. Name, Emo Chen, ability, S-Class, Beast Mastery, Contract Beast, no information found on this ferocious beast, vitality value, 346, attribute values, strength 315, endurance 315, speed 315, cultivation method, heart condensation technique, yellow rank, level 6, body refinement, S-Class 1000 fathom demon centipede, level 2, A-Class blue radiant poison crow, level 5, B-Class resting turtle, max. B-Class violent bat monster, max. B-Class bloodscent hunting dog, max. Combat skills, S-Class 1000 spider hand method, level 20, proficient, A-Class ethereal claw, level 20, proficient, A-Class deadly poison injection needle, level 15, beginner, A-Class poison bath combat, level 10, beginner, A-Class soul destroying spider silk, level 10, beginner, A-Class poison lotus step, level 10, beginner. The crowd of reporters below, after a moment of stunned silence, hurriedly pressed the shutters in their hands. Click, 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 click. Ah! Even Deng Feng, who was standing beside, was dumbfounded. He quickly walked to the podium and started operating the computer, constantly refreshing and retesting, but the final test values were still the same as at the beginning. No difference. Deng Feng gasped in shock, unable to suppress the immense excitement in his heart, and trembled as he looked at the crowd below, saying, "The data is not wrong. This is Emo Chen's value." Just as Deng Feng finished speaking, the expressions of the crowd below suddenly changed dramatically, erupting into waves of astonished exclamations. "What the hell? He can increase 300 vitality in 2 months? 315 points plus 315 points plus 315 points, 945 attribute points? What the heck? No way? What's with that dense body refinement? He refined 5 bottles of essence blood? He won't explode and die, will he?" Deng Feng was incredibly excited inside, secretly cheering. Two special physiques. We martial artists have really struck gold. Du Zitong stood up with a whoosh, looking at the dense body refinement, muttering unconsciously, I knew it. I knew this kid could refine multiple essence blood." When Emo Chen asked him to buy B-Class essence blood in Guangyang Forest, he was still unclear about Emo Chen's intentions. But after Du Zitong was poisoned by Emo Chen's little blue crow, he immediately realized that Emo Chen had refined his A-Class essence blood. At that moment, he saw it at a glance. During the 3 days of Emo Chen's silence, his corrosive bacteria had already been enhanced by the ferocious beast characteristic, crow feather. Du Zitong had boldly speculated that the reason Emo Chen bought B-Class essence blood was to refine all of it. I didn't expect such an outrageous thing to actually be true. Du Zitong slowly sat down. Although he had long suspected that Emo Chen would refine all the essence blood, he still didn't believe it. Until now. Du Zitong was sweating profusely, pondering, this kid actually has an S-class, 1000-fathom demon centipede, essence blood. It must have been given to him by Julie. No wonder she didn't choose me at the Master Selection Conference. In history, no one has ever been able to absorb essence blood multiple times. It's truly terrifying. For martial artists, if they undergo body refinement a second time, the essence blood within them will definitely repel each other, leading to their explosive death. Yet Imo-chan was completely fine, which was truly incredible. After seeing Imo-chan's ability values, Julie wiped the sweat from her forehead, now feeling immense pressure. She never expected to have such a terrifying student. Looking at the attribute points that were 3 times higher than the vitality value, Julie whispered to herself, strange. No wonder Imo-chan's combat skills are so fierce, it turns out his attribute points are so high. As Deng Feng said, Imo-chan has a special physique. And it's 2 of them. When Julie heard that Imo-chan would be joining the martial arts academy, she immediately became very interested in him. Although Imo-chan had awakened an S-rank Beast Master ability, the contracted Fierce Beast was an unheard of bacterium. She stayed up all night watching Imo-chan's martial arts examination footage and was amazed to discover how superb his combat skills were. Deng Feng's explanation was that Imo-chan possessed a rare, previously undiscovered, special physique. Moreover, the combat techniques and weapons Imo-chan used all belonged to her student, Xiao He. This made Julie feel a strong connection with Imo-chan. To accept him as a student, she didn't mind giving up her long-preserved S-rank, 1000-fathom demon centipede, blood. It turned out that Julie made a great profit. Attribute points are tested based on the warrior's physical values. So, Imo-chan's special talent is that his physical values far exceed those of ordinary people? But this is way too much, right? The total of the 3 values adds up to 945 points, equivalent to an ordinary warrior's 945 card vitality. Most importantly, this kid is secretly training his body. At this thought, Julie furrowed her brows tightly. A hint of resentful anger appeared on her face, making her somewhat adorable. Julie was extremely furious, secretly thinking, such a big deal, and he didn't tell the teacher. Alright, when I get back, I won't let you off easy. Imo-chan coldly looked down at the crowd. When he exposed all his values, he showed no fear. Because he had researched that special physique is a mutation of the body and organs caused by spiritual energy. So far, there are no specialized instruments to detect special physique. Whether you can clearly smell the spiritual energy on a person, or if their muscle density is greater than that of ordinary people, or even if their hands are longer than their knees, all count as special physique. In short, if a dog were tested, it would likely be classified as special physique. The special physique is influenced by one's vitality. The higher the vitality, the stronger the mutated characteristics. Imo-chan previously had only 3 cards of vitality, so it was very reasonable that the special physique had no obvious characteristics at that time. Now, however, Imo-chan's combined strength, endurance, and speed exceed his vitality, indicating that his muscles, cardiovascular system, and brain reflexes have been enhanced. The ability to refine blood multiple times suggests that his digestion and absorption capabilities have been strengthened. Imo-chan secretly thought, since it will be exposed sooner or later, I might as well show off in front of others. At this moment, Lu Sanping was staring dumbfounded at Imo-chan on stage. What kind of talent is this? He had lived for over 70 years, rising from an unknown nobody to an 8th-tier peak warrior, and during his time as vice president of the Martial Arts Academy, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. He had encountered too many young warriors who became arrogant and complacent because of their talents. And those warriors ultimately met their downfall, gradually falling behind others due to their pride. They lost the desire to seek the pinnacle of martial arts, and fell into decline. To this day, there has been no exception. Therefore, when he learned that Imo-chan had made a bet with the Ability Academy to win the martial arts competition for the Martial Arts Academy, he felt a strong aversion towards Imo-chan. In his mind, he had already compared Imo-chan to those previously arrogant warriors. When he watched Imo-chan's live broadcast footage, he merely scoffed. Isn't it just a contract with a novel bacterium? His physique is just a bit stronger than that of ordinary warriors? His vitality value is only 3 cards, and he was even kicked out of the martial arts class by Nanzhou No. 1 High School. Deng Feng, this kid is too arrogant, you misjudged him. And now, Lu Sanping deeply realized. He was wrong. In just 2 months, he could raise his vitality from 42 cards to 346 cards, while also advancing his cultivation method to the 5th level, repeatedly learning combat techniques and upgrading them all to level 10 or above. His attribute points were even 3 times that of his vitality, and he had the ability to strengthen the body multiple times. To say this talent far exceeded that of ordinary people was not enough. Emo Chen's martial arts talent was something that even Lu Sanping, who had lived for over 70 years and had seen many arrogant geniuses, had to marvel at. Compared to the dazzling Emo Chen, other so-called geniuses were merely faint twinkling stars. This was the capital of Emo Chen's arrogance. If Lu Sanping had this talent, he would be even more arrogant and conceited than Emo Chen. Emo Chen slowly walked off the stage, attracting the attention of many martial artists. Even the special recruits, who were collectively referred to as geniuses, were drawn to the aura emanating from Emo Chen. They couldn't help but exclaim, to be called a genius alongside Emo Chen? What qualifications do they have? Lu Ji, Lin Mutong, and Shen Mingfeng, along with other special recruits, looked at Emo Chen with a hint of barely perceptible fear in their eyes. Emo Chen was terrifyingly strong. Zhong Lingling looked at Emo Chen with a newfound realization. No wonder his impact force is 2 tons. It turns out his physique is so much higher than ours. As Emo Chen walked off the stage, Deng Feng also took the microphone and said, "In the Martial Arts Academy, time is money. The special recruits have shown significant progress after our Martial Arts Academy training. Remember, there is only one thing you need to do in the Martial Arts Academy, and that is to become stronger. Finally, I won't take up any more of your training time. I wish everyone a smooth journey in martial arts." Dismissed. Oof. Has the Martial Arts Academy started to fake things? 300 cards of vitality in a month, 3 times the attribute points, and 5 body strengthening sessions? Ha! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chibeto sneered with disdain, laughing scornfully. He immediately turned off the live broadcast from the Martial Arts Academy, and lay back on the couch with a pillow. He closed his eyes and silently thought, Emo Chen? Oof. Let's see you at the martial arts competition. The opening ceremony had officially concluded. In the A1 building conference room, all the instructors and students had almost left, leaving only the 103 special recruits, along with Deng Feng and Lu Sanping, still in the conference room. The instructors of the special recruits had already explained the reasons to them. Vice Principal Lu Sanping would personally inform them about the selection for the martial arts competition in January next year. The wild atmosphere had gradually faded, leaving only a heavy ambience for the special recruits. After all, this was related to the selection for the martial arts competition. As the most anticipated large-scale martial artist event in Long Country, its significance in the hearts of martial artists was self-evident. For martial artists from ordinary families, just being able to participate in the martial arts competition could open a new page in their family tree. However, each level of the competition could only send 10 participants from each school. The Martial Arts Academy had 103 special recruits, but could only keep 10. Just the selection process eliminated 9/10 of the martial artists, which was quite cruel. Everyone's heart was filled with tension and anticipation, except for Emo Chen. He knew that whether only 10 martial artists were selected, 5, or even just 1, he was certain that he would be among those chosen. LV Sanping slowly walked up to the stage. Although he had reached the age of 70, with gray hair and age spots on his body, his back remained straight, and his steps were still firm and powerful. He took the microphone from Deng Feng's hand and then scanned the crowd with his eagle-like sharp eyes. The audience was startled by his terrifying gaze and averted their eyes, with only a few daring to meet his gaze directly. Finally, his eyes fell on Emo Chen's, and the two locked eyes. This time, Emo Chen did not notice LV Sanping's hostile gaze from the Master Selection Conference. LV Sanping closed his eyes and looked away. He spoke in a voice that was both weathered and powerful, saying lightly, "I believe everyone knows why we are here. That's right, it's for the selection of next year's martial arts competition." Upon hearing this, the crowd nervously swallowed. LV Sanping continued, "The martial arts competition is essentially a selection of 10 individuals from schools across the Dragon Kingdom for one-on-one duels. So our Martial Combat Academy's selection match is also for you special recruits to duel against each other, and the event will last the entire month of October." Hearing this, Lu Shi pondered silently. Just a month from now? Emo Chen whispered, "There's no choice, 0-level competitors are usually first-year students. If we don't select quickly, there won't be time to prepare. Of course, there will also be second-year seniors who might choose to deliberately lower their vitality to participate in the 0-level events. But our school does not allow these individuals to compete." Lu Ji nodded in realization. LV Sanping continued, "The rules of the selection match are very simple. The software will randomly match opponents for you on the Martial Combat Campus app every day and announce them, without repeating the same match. If you still feel unsatisfied after a match, you can continue to choose to duel, with a maximum of 4 matches per day. The school will rank the competitors based on the number of wins and win rate, selecting 10 martial artists in order. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan lowered his head. 4 matches a day. That means I could face all 102 special recruits within a month. However, it also depends on their recovery, as I can reset my attributes to recover, but they might not keep up with me. LV Sanping observed the crowd's reactions and continued, however, there are conditions to participate in the selection match. That is to complete this semester's final tasks in advance, to accept bounties. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed expressions of surprise. The final tasks of the Martial Combat Academy involve accepting bounties. Whether they are bounties within the school or outside, both are acceptable. Completing 3 S-level tasks, or 10 A-level tasks, or even 30 B-level tasks, or 100 C-level tasks is sufficient. It's not actually very difficult, as there is a whole semester to complete them. But for those martial artists wanting to participate in a martial arts competition, time is pressing. The internal selection matches for the martial arts competition will begin in October, leaving them only a short month to complete their final tasks. If they do not complete the final tasks by September, they will not qualify for the selection match. Emo-chan lowered his head and began to think quietly. Bounty tasks can be done in teams, and the difficulty isn't too high, right? There are 3 main types of bounty tasks. The first type is the beast-tide extermination. For this type of bounty, employers usually require the collection of a large number of beast corpses, as it takes a long time to fight against the beasts, making it extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive, referred to by many martial artists as the devil's bounty. However, there are benefits as well. Because the risks of such bounties are extremely high, the ratings and rewards are also very high, mostly S-rank and A-rank. The second type is resource gathering. Unlike the first type, this kind of bounty is very easy and pleasant, collecting herbs, spirit stones, and ores in the wilderness. Unless one encounters a large resource point, it is quite difficult to run into any large ferocious beasts. However, there are drawbacks. Since this type of bounty has little risk, the ratings are very low, generally B rank and C rank. The third type is hunting large ferocious beasts. This type of bounty is the most dangerous, requiring a team of 4 to hunt large ferocious beasts in the wilderness within the national borders, which must be at least level 30 or higher. Generally, special recruits would not take on such bounties. Most of these bounties are S rank. Of course, there are exceptions. If a super large ferocious beast around level 60 appears, that would be an SS rank bounty. Bounties of this task level are generally not dared to be accepted without the intervention of high-level martial artists. Among these 3 types of bounties, the one most suitable for me is, of course, the first type, slaughtering beast tides. Emo-chan thought to himself. Now, Emo-chan already had the ferocious beast characteristics of crow feather and holding breath, greatly increasing his infectiousness. This type of slaughtering beast tide bounty task is the most suitable for him. He only needs to infect the targeted ferocious beast, then lie at home and take a nap, waiting for the corrosive bacteria to infect the entire population, thus easily completing the bounty. Emo-chan looked at his palm and thought to himself, this is what you call a plague. On the stage, Lu Sanping spoke again, advising, bounty tasks can be done in teams. If your mentors haven't arranged teams for you, you can find classmates to team up. Of course, you can also find professional martial artists outside the school. So, how about it? The tasks this semester aren't too difficult, right? The special recruits all shook their heads. For them, the difficulty was indeed not great. Lu Sanping nodded and then announced to everyone, alright, you can start taking on bounties from today. Everyone, disperse. Upon hearing this, the crowd below instantly became restless and walked towards the entrance. Let's find someone to team up with. Where's Zhong Lingling? It seems Wu Zhiga only took her as a student. It's just right to cultivate some relationships. Emo-chan thought to himself. He looked around and turned just in time to bump into Zhong Lingling, and he immediately steadied her. Zhong Lingling's little face turned pink, and she smiled awkwardly. Emo-chan, do you have someone to team up with? I just happened to want to find you. The two looked at each other, and under Emo-chan's sincere gaze, Zhong Lingling's blush became even more vivid. Zhong Lingling looked at Emo-chan's face and thought to herself, hee, Emo-chan definitely likes me. Lu Sanping watched the crowd leave, and only Deng Feng remained by his side. He asked, Deng Feng, is this detection device broken? To be able to undergo 5 body tempering sessions, what kind of special physique is this? A big eater physique? Deng Feng shook his head and whispered, I don't know what kind of physique it is either. Emo-chan can not only undergo 5 body tempering sessions, but his 3 attributes are also so strong, with attribute points already far exceeding 3 times the vitality. Lu Sanping quietly looked at the super spiritual power detection device on the ground, then stepped forward. Beep beep, scanning current martial artist. Name, LV Sanping ability, A-class, Thunder Flash Possession Vitality, 8,911 calories attribute values, Strength 2911, Endurance 2000, Speed 4000 Cultivation Method, Thunder Roar Reversal Method, Heavenly Level, Max, Body Refinement, S-class, Thunder Swift Celestial Crane, Max, Combat Skills, S-class Thunderbolt Quick Blade Heart Method, Max, Perfect, S-class Sky Soaring Thunder Slash, Max, Perfect, S-class Thunder Armor, Max, Perfect, S-class Heavenly Thunder Net, Max, Perfect, S-class Instant Thunder Flash, Max, Perfect, etc. LV Sanping furrowed his brows and murmured, "There's nothing wrong. This kid really has good luck. Both special physiques are much stronger than my spiritual power sense." Deng Feng quickly shook his head and said, "LV Lao, your spiritual power sense can now track fierce beasts from 1,000 miles away. What use is that? I still can't break through to the 9th level." After saying this, LV Sanping slowly left the conference room. At the martial arts subway station, the crowd was bustling, quite lively. Beep beep. This train has arrived at Martial Arts Academy Station. Please pay attention to safety. As the announcement ended, the train doors slowly opened. The crowd on the platform began to board the train in an orderly manner. Among them were many martial arts students, carrying backpacks, wearing specially made battle suits, looking excited. Most of these people were second-year students, but there were also some first-year special recruits. At this moment, Zhong Lingling and Mo Chen had a bulging large bag at their feet, sitting side by side on a bench at the subway station. Inside the bag were essential supplies for exploring the wilderness zone. Tents, sleeping bags, portable cooking utensils, medical supplies, and even battle suits were included. Zhong Lingling wore a simple white t-shirt, but it did not seem ordinary at all. Her delicate features, combined with her shoulder-length milk tea gray hair, made her look very charming. Mo Chen had a stylish bun, wearing a black baseball cap and large sunglasses on his face. He was crossing his legs, constantly refreshing the screen of his phone, seemingly searching for some bounty tasks on the Bounty app. Ding! Message from teacher Julie, Mo Chen. Sneaking off to train without telling me, huh? Message from Mo Chen, teacher, I'm already on the subway, going for a bounty, let's talk when I get back, sorry emoji times 2, message from teacher Julie, be careful, you're done for when you come back. Mo Chen shook his head helplessly. He turned to Zhong Lingling and said lightly, this time the final destination is Fulong Mountain, which is also our goal. It's a wilderness zone where fierce beasts are rampant. We might have to stay for 10 days to half a month. After discussing, Zhong Lingling and Mo Chen decided to go to Fulong Mountain for the bounty. The two had already decided to take on S-class tasks, and the place with the most S-class tasks was Fulong Mountain. Mo Chen handed his phone to Zhong Lingling and said, these are the bounties I've taken. Take a look and see if you want to take on more. Zhong Lingling took the phone, her brows furrowing tightly. The app displayed all S-class, Massacre Beast Tide, bounties. She roughly calculated that the total number of fierce beasts to be killed added up to nearly 2,000. Zhong Lingling's expression was shocked. 9 S-class bounties? And all are devil bounties? Mo Chen, why don't you just take 3? Anyway, it's just a matter of convenience. Earn more money to buy equipment. Zhong Lingling knew that Mo Chen's corrosive fungus was very suitable for these types of tasks, but she never expected Mo Chen would take on 9 S-class tasks at once. Killing this tide of beasts, surging like a flood, is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Although Mo Chen's corrosive fungal tide can quickly infect a large area, it cannot rapidly infect so many at once. There are nearly 2,000 ferocious beasts, searching in groups. It could wear anyone out. Completing this in just 1 month is absolutely difficult. Mo Chen noticed the worried expression on Zhong Lingling's face. He waved his hand dismissively and said, don't worry, I have the ability to kill them all. I might not even need a month. I can complete all 9 S-rank bounties in about 15 days. Seeing Mo Chen's confident demeanor, Zhong Lingling wanted to say something but suddenly remembered that Mo Chen had refined his blood 5 times. She whispered, Mo Chen, you haven't already obtained 5 beast traits, have you? Could it be that your corrosive fungus can evolve? As she spoke, the image of the overwhelming, corrosive fungal tide flashed in her mind. The shadow of that day still loomed over her heart. In response, Mo Chen smiled without saying a word. After a moment, he said lightly, my corrosive fungus has indeed gained an opportunity for evolution. Zhong Lingling swallowed hard, excitedly saying, so that means, as long as you absorb enough blood essence, your corrosive fungus can achieve infinite evolution? Your physique is just too extraordinary, especially with 2 special physiques. To this, Mo Chen smiled faintly. He continued along Zhong Lingling's line of thought, Even if I can undergo multiple body refinements, the most, beast traits, I can obtain is still just 3. In that regard, we are the same. Moreover, I've tried those 3 bottles of B-rank blood essence and didn't gain any traits. It seems only A rank and S rank can yield. Emo-chen lied effortlessly, leaving Zhong Lingling momentarily stunned. Emo-chen continued, if you have no objections, I'll take on these 9 S-rank tasks. Zhong Lingling nodded, her eyes filled with trust. She said to Emo-chen, I believe in you, go ahead. Hearing this, Emo-chen lightly tapped the screen of his phone. Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area, Bounty, Filter, S-rank bounties, S-rank bounty, collect Iron-Toothed Wolf Iron Tooth times 200, has been accepted by, Zero-Stage Warrior Emo-chen. S-rank bounty, eliminate Dragon Horn Edge Spiky Pig times 300, has been accepted by, Zero-Stage Warrior Emo-chen. S-rank bounty, collect Hooked Snake Gallbladder times 100, has been accepted by, Zero-Stage Warrior Emo-chen. The supply station in the Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area was desolate, with only a few scattered people. This, Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area, is not only the farthest wilderness area from Tendu but also plagued by ferocious beasts. As a result, ordinary warriors dare not come here to hunt. However, this remote, Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area, still occasionally sees a few regulars coming to hunt. Ah, I really have to go take on a task today. If I don't do it now, it'll be over. A familiar and lewd voice drifted from the subway entrance. The receptionists at the supply point sighed and rolled their eyes at the slightly lascivious shout. Even the security personnel, armed with long guns and guarding the supply station, clenched their fists upon hearing that disgusting voice. 2 warriors, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, slowly walked up from the subway entrance. Lu Rulin, fair and beautiful, immediately felt dejected upon seeing the 2 who looked like a bull's head and a horse's face. The other sales assistant beside her whispered, cursing quietly, damn it. They've come for 4 consecutive days. They don't do their jobs and just come here to annoy people. And they're so ugly, I really can't stand it. One is called Chang Shou, and the other is called Duan Pang. The 2 are second-year students at the Ability Academy, both around level 19, with their abilities rated as A-class. 4 days ago, they completed 9 S-class bounties assigned by the Academy. When it came to the last S-class task, they chose this remote area of Fulong Mountain to slack off. Staying in the city of Tendu without any records of clearing wilderness areas would be noticed by the school. The supply point has everything, including a restaurant and a lounge, making it perfect for slacking off. Bored with games, they started pestering the guide Lu Rulin, finding excuses to flirt with her every day. Not only interrupting her normal work hours but also delaying other warriors. Hey Lu Rulin, why do you roll your eyes as soon as you see me? Chang Shou plopped down in the chair at the front desk and began to tease her again. Lu Rulin rolled her eyes and replied flatly, if there's nothing related to bounties, please don't disturb our normal work. Duan Pang slowly sat down in a chair, glanced at the electronic bounty screen, and said loudly, who said there's no problem? Of course, there is. We just happen to want to. Go to Longjiao Peak to hunt the spiky pig, that S-class bounty. What Duan Pang said was true, they really intended to complete the S-class bounty for the school, but their laziness and attraction to Lu Rulin led them to tease her for 4 consecutive days. After saying that, Chang Shou tapped the screen, but a pop-up appeared. This bounty has been taken. Chang Shou furrowed his brows, cursing under his breath, hey? This bounty has been here for 4 days, how the hell was it taken today? Then let's take another one. But that won't work? Chang Shou's fingers kept clicking on the bounties. The 2 were shocked to discover that all the S-class bounties in the Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area had been taken. Chang Shou nervously bit his nails, murmuring to himself, it's over. Today is the last day for the task. If we don't complete it, the teacher will definitely punish us. Duan Pang's brows showed a hint of displeasure as he shouted, Lu Rulin, help us check who took these 9 S-class bounties. Yes. Lu Rulin responded listlessly, then began searching for the warrior who took the orders on her computer. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she exclaimed in shock, these 9 bounties were all taken by the same 0-level warrior. This statement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chang Shou and Duan Pang were dumbfounded, shouting urgently, what? A 0-level warrior? Took all the S-class bounties? Who is so incredible? When Lu Rulin saw the warrior's name, her already wide eyes grew even larger. Just as she was about to reveal the warrior's name, she was interrupted by a sudden sweet voice. A group of warriors turned to look at Zhong Lingling. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Zhong Lingling spoke softly, excuse me, could I get a portable map of Fulong Mountain? I just took an S-class bounty and I'm not familiar with the area. She was wearing a form-fitting custom battlesuit primarily in black, which highlighted her slender figure. The suit had a black base, with thin silver-white armor made from fierce beast material embedded on the chest, shoulders, and abdomen, making it very lightweight. To allow for agile movement, her lower body was covered only by a thin layer of black ice python skin, fully showcasing her alluring hips. This gave the seemingly innocent-looking Zhong Lingling an overall very sexy appearance. Chang Shou and Duan Pang looked at the beautiful and captivating Zhong Lingling in front of them, then turned their heads to exchange glances, breaking into lewd smiles. The two whispered to each other, "How about teaming up with this girl and doing some tasks? I think it's a good idea." Lu Ruolin glanced at the computer and hurriedly said, "Huh? The person who took this bounty isn't. Oh, there's another one, Zhong Lingling, right?" Duan Pang waved his hand and said boldly, "Teaming up with a junior? We're both level 19 warriors." Zhong Lingling, "Right. It's safer for you with the two of us protecting you, right, junior?" Duan Pang and Chang Shou strolled towards Zhong Lingling. The guides and other warriors realized that this pair of bull-headed and horse-faced guys were about to make a move on the junior in front of them. Zhong Lingling frowned, looking at the bull-headed and horse-faced duo with disdain, her tone icy. "Are we that familiar?" Chang Shou leered, "Familiar? We're your seniors in the second year. Junior, where are you a freshman from? Are you a first-year student from the Ability Academy? We can help you and your friends with the bounty." As he spoke, Chang Shou slowly reached out his hand towards Zhong Lingling. The disgust in Zhong Lingling's eyes was fully revealed. Buzz! With a whoosh, Zhong Lingling immediately lifted her right leg and swiftly delivered a dark, powerful whip kick that struck Chang Shou's face. Chang Shou was instantly hit by Zhong Lingling's rapid kick. He staggered back several steps to avoid falling to the ground. Zhong Lingling's face twisted in rage as she shouted at Chang Shou, "Did I fucking say we were familiar?" This sudden and fierce kick, combined with her eloquent outburst, left everyone stunned. Lu Ruolin looked at Zhong Lingling, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She whispered to herself, A 0-level warrior actually dares to attack a level 19 warrior at the supply station. This aura is just like that of a Tyrannosaurus." Duan Pang and Chang Shou were completely dumbfounded. Touching the burning pain on his face, Chang Shou thought to himself, "This bitch seems to really be a 0-level warrior." He knew that if it had been a warrior of the same level kicking him, he would have at least fallen hard by now. "How dare you hit me? Where are the security personnel? Come out and control this bitch." The security personnel at the entrance of the supply station peeked in after hearing the commotion. Then they pretended not to see and continued to stand guard. They had wanted to deal with Chang Shou and Duan Pang for a long time, and now that someone was helping them vent their frustrations, they were delighted. Seeing this, Duan Pang nodded and pointed at the two security guards, cursing, "You guys are pretending not to see, huh? Alright, so this is how you want to play." With that, Duan Pang unleashed all his energy and blood as he walked towards Zhong Lingling. The security personnel saw that the situation was off and immediately jumped out, waving their long guns and shouting, "Hey, you two, if you want a fight, take it outside. Don't treat the supply station like your home." Duan Pang and Chang Shou finally understood that the entire supply station was against them. They looked at the warriors who were constantly mocking them, their anger boiling, yet feeling helpless. Beep beep. A new S-level bounty has been released in the Fulong Mountain Wilderness area. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a new S-level bounty was announced on the bounty screen. Only then did Duan Pang and Chang Shou realize they had something more important to do: complete the school's assigned S-level bounty. Gao Shou touched the fiery mark on his face and whispered to the furious Duan Pang beside him, "The bounty is the most important. Let's do the bounty first. When that bitch arrives at the Fulong Mountain Wilderness area, we can take our revenge then." "Alright, let's do the bounty first." After saying this, their arrogance diminished somewhat as they walked towards the bounty screen. "Poof." Zhong Lingling sneered at the two, letting out a cold snort, and then took the cylindrical device from the guide Lu Ruolin's hand. She casually pulled it open, and a brand new map of the Fulong Mountain Wilderness area immediately unfolded before her eyes. Duan Pang and Chang Shou looked at the bounty in front of them, their brows tightly furrowed. S-class bounty, collect 10 red scale water buffalo horns. Duan Pang cursed fiercely, "Damn it, red scale water buffalo. This is a bit hard to kill. There's no choice, this is all we have. If we go to other wilderness areas, it would be a waste of time. It would probably take us until night." After Chang Shou finished speaking, he casually clicked the accept button. This bounty has been accepted. Chang Shou was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What the hell? It was accepted again? And it came again?" Just then, a sound of footsteps approached. Mo Chen, with his hair tied in a bun and dressed in all black combat gear, was fiddling with his phone and said, "Zhong Lingling, I just accepted another S-class bounty. You won't blame me, will you?" After saying this, Emo-chan looked up. He saw the guide, security personnel, and a group of martial artists in the supply station staring at him in shock. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Emo-chan quietly asked Zhong Lingling, what's wrong? Duan Pang and Chang Shou shouted in unison, the martial artist Emo-chan? So it's you. Who snatched our S-class bounty? Hurry up and cancel this bounty. Emo-chan asked in confusion, cancel? He then turned to the stunned guide Lu Roland and asked casually, is it illegal to accept 10 S-class bounties at once? No, it's not illegal. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan turned his head arrogantly and said, then isn't that fine? You two are grown-ups, if you can't snatch the bounty yourselves, why blame me? Chang Shou's mouth twitched a few times before he slowly opened his mouth to curse, Emo-chan, accepting 10 S-class bounties at once, do you really think you're some kind of once-in-a-lifetime genius? You guys from the Martial Arts Academy are trying to hype up our Ability Academy. During this morning's opening ceremony, you faked your data, do you think we don't know? Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's mouth slightly opened, and he leaned his neck in confusion, saying, huh? Emo-chan truly didn't know that his outrageous stats had already spread like wildfire throughout the martial artist community. Many were also saying that the Martial Arts Academy was faking Emo-chan's data. Seeing Emo-chan arrive, Zhong Lingling said pitifully, woo-woo, Emo-chan, those two just bullied me. They almost laid their hands on me. Emo-chan frowned, looking at the two with indifference. Duan Pang and Chang Shou slowly walked to the entrance of the Fulong Mountain Wilderness area, hands on their hips blocking the way, saying, I'll give you one chance, hand over the S-class bounty. Otherwise, if you want to go to the wilderness area, you'll have to step over our bodies. After saying this, their murderous intent was evident, and the aura of their level 19 spiritual power instantly spread throughout the supply station. Emo-chan's brows furrowed tightly, thinking to himself, is there such a requirement? Attribute reset. Beep beep. Attribute reset complete. Emo-chan instantly erupted, charging out like a cannonball. His eyes revealed a fierce light, and those two large, pitch-black hands with a bluish tint instantly grabbed Duan Pang and Chang Shou by the heads, dragging them out onto the land beyond the supply station. With a loud bang, before the two could react, Emo-chan pressed them deeply into the ground, sending shards of stone and dust flying, creating a large deep pit. The corrosive fungi in his hands continuously eroded their heads, causing the two to emit extremely painful howls. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Aha! Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the screams of Chang Shou and Duan Pang gradually ceased. The two had already gone into shock. Emo-chan stepped on Chang Shou beneath him and called out to Zhong Lingling, saying, Zhong Lingling, as they said, come over and step on them. Zhong Lingling picked up her backpack, her face full of disdain, and said, Tisk tsk tsk. Such a strange request, I've never heard of it in my life. Emo-chan and Zhong Lingling stepped on the bodies of the two in turn, then walked deeper into the wilderness, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. The guards at the entrance exchanged glances, pointing at the unconscious Chang Shou and Duan Pang on the ground, quietly saying, What do we do about this? If they didn't collapse at the supply station, then it's not our business. The guard nodded, muttering, they still know to fight outside, these two are quite good. What a place, Fulong Mountain. Emo-chan's expression was serious as he gazed at the endless rolling green mountains before him, secretly shaking his head in lament. He and Zhong Lingling had only just come out of the supply station not long ago and had already encountered 3 waves of small beast packs. Zhong Lingling sighed deeply and shook her head. No wonder there are so few people in this wilderness area, there are simply too many ferocious beasts. Just now, we encountered a pack of iron-toothed wolves and the fiery rooster. If we were to set up camp in a conspicuous place, we'd probably have to clear out the beasts every few days. After saying this, Zhong Lingling looked around. He and Emo-chan searched the forest, trying to find a good spot to set up camp. Emo-chan nodded, agreeing with Zhong Lingling's viewpoint. Although he felt very excited about this exploration trip, he also had some worries in his heart. After all, this was Fulong Mountain, which had all kinds of dangerous ferocious beasts. Compared to the first-tier ferocious beasts rampant in the Guangyang Forest Wilderness area, Fulong Mountain had more second-tier ferocious beasts and was even more dangerous. The first-tier ferocious beasts were numerous, occupying the central area of Fulong Mountain, while only the central zone was the habitat of second-tier ferocious beasts, and a small part of the edge area was the lair of zero-tier ferocious beasts. The two were currently at the junction of the edge area and the central area. Zhong Lingling walked to a place with an open view, with no green shade overhead. Just then, Emo-chan felt a strange fluctuation. His blood fusion fungi pulsed like a heartbeat, suddenly sending out a wave of excitement. Emo-chan's brows suddenly furrowed, and he thought to himself, this feeling, has spirit scent activated? Emo-chan understood that the beast characteristic, spirit scent equipped with the blood fusion fungi had sensed a place rich in spiritual energy, and judging by the excitement of the blood fusion fungi, it must be a blessed land. This concentration was no less than lighting dozens of spiritual incense at once. He frowned, carefully observing the surrounding environment, and casually stopped Zhong Lingling, saying, "Zhong Lingling, wait a moment. What's wrong?" Emo-chan's brow was tightly locked. He didn't want to expose his ability to sense the blessed land too early, at least not until he found it and then confided in Zhong Lingling. Emo-chan then raised his hands and changed the subject, saying, "The view here is wide open, let's unleash the corrosive fungus here and let the beasts get infected." Ah? Zhong Lingling looked around but found no trace of any beasts. She frowned slightly and asked, "There isn't a single beast here, how are you going to spread the corrosive fungus to the beast herd?" In response, Emo-chan curled the corner of his mouth into a meaningful smile and said lightly, "Of course, I will rely on the new ability of my corrosive fungus." As he spoke, the arms he had raised quickly oozed a thick, viscous black venom that dripped continuously onto the ground. Seeing this, Zhong Lingling hurriedly took a step back. What happened next was unexpected. The black venom covering Emo-chan's arms began to bubble and twist, eventually transforming into small crows glowing with blue light. Zhong Lingling was slightly taken aback and remained silent. Then, Emo-chan stretched his hand into the air, and as one of the small blue crows flapped its wings and soared high, more and more small blue crows emerged from Emo-chan's arms, scattering into the sky. Zhong Lingling looked at the dense flock of crows in the sky, her expression one of shock. This is your new ability?" "Exactly," Emo-chan lowered his arms and said calmly, "This flock of small blue crows will search for designated beasts according to my will and transform into the corrosive fungus to infect them." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingling gasped. At this moment, the flock of crows was soaring in the sky, overlooking the entire, Fulong mountain wilderness area, where the traces of the beasts were laid bare. At that moment, a group of fierce iron-toothed wolves was chasing a scattering group of spiky pigs. Two small blue crows, upon spotting them, immediately dove down towards the spiky pigs and iron-toothed wolves. With a bang, they crashed into the bodies of the two beasts, transforming into a puddle of black water that seeped into their fur. However, the iron-toothed wolves and the spiky pigs did not notice anything unusual. The ferocious iron-toothed wolves continued to chase the spiky pigs, which were desperately trying to escape. Next to be infected were the Zhulin water buffaloes soaking in a pond, the hook snake hiding in a snake den, the poison dan worms in their nests, and the San Huang birds that mistakenly ate the small blue crows. Emo-chan closed his eyes, sensing the small blue crows. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, looking relaxed and relieved as he said, "All right, it's all arranged. Most of the small blue crows have successfully infected the beasts on our bounty list. As long as we wait for them to infect each other, in about 2 weeks, I can complete the bounty all at once." Having said that, Emo-chan brushed past Zhong Lingling and began to lead the way in search of a suitable campsite. Zhong Lingling remained stunned in place. Is that all it takes? After waiting for another 10 days, you can complete all 10 of these S-rank bounties? Zhong Lingling took small hurried steps to catch up with Emo-chan, asking half-believingly. It should be known that an ordinary warrior would need at least a week to complete an S-rank bounty. Moreover, they would have to risk their lives searching for the beast herd, hunting from dawn till dusk. Yet Emo-chan merely summoned the small blue crows, infected a few beasts, and then relaxed, calmly waiting for the fruits of his labor. Emo-chan could slaughter the beast tide without expending a single ounce of energy. Zhong Lingling thought to herself, what's the difference between this and a plague? Contracting bacteria, it's rare for Emo-chan to come up with such a brilliant idea. Emo-chan nodded confidently and said, the ferocious beasts targeted by that bounty task are all pack animals. Within half a month, they will definitely all be infected by my corrosion fungus. Moreover, I can sense the infection situation, so you can rest assured. The urgent matter now is to find a suitable camp. After saying this, Emo-chan continued to lead the way, guiding Zhong Lingling towards the area sensed by the blood fusion fungus, without her knowledge. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Lingling furrowed her brows and asked, according to what you said, won't we have nothing to do for the next 10 days? Emo-chan initially wanted to complete the task alone, but in order to get closer to Zhong Lingling, the granddaughter of Martial Extreme Sovereign, he decided to bring her along. After infecting the ferocious beasts, Emo-chan had planned to collect spirit stones and continue cultivating his vitality during these days. But now that he had fortuitously encountered a place rich in spiritual energy, he no longer needed to collect. Emo-chan said to Zhong Lingling, in this month, I will continue to cultivate my vitality and refine the blood essence of that S-rank, 1,000-fathom demon centipede. So, we need to find a suitable place to camp first. Hearing this, Zhong Lingling's expression changed slightly, and she whispered, Emo-chan, You actually dare to cultivate in the wilderness? Aren't you afraid that some powerful ferocious beast will come and? Emo-chan immediately shook his head vigorously and said, I have my trump cards, so of course I'm not afraid. Besides, if you need to cultivate as well, I can ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile crept onto Zhong Lingling's lips as she softly replied, alright. With that, the two continued to traverse the mountains. After following Emo-chan for a while, Zhong Lingling realized that he had led her into the central zone, where second-tier ferocious beasts roamed freely. Zhong Lingling looked at the map with a serious expression and said with a hint of worry, Emo-chan, we've now arrived at the central zone. Are you sure you want to camp here? Aren't you afraid of those second-tier ferocious beasts? To this, Emo-chan casually replied, what's there to be afraid of? When I only had 13 cards, I could kill a first-tier level 15 thunderstorm elephant by myself. Just rest assured and follow me. Seeing Emo-chan's confident demeanor, Zhong Lingling gradually relaxed her tense heart. Emo-chan had never been afraid of ferocious beasts. Whether it was when he was bitten to death by a ferocious beast before his rebirth, facing the thunderstorm elephant alone, or his first visit to Guangyang forest, he had never felt fear. Each battle with ferocious beasts made his blood surge. He had come to enjoy the feeling of growing stronger. Moreover, his total attribute points now reached a staggering 945. In battle, he could flexibly change his attribute points using attribute reset to enhance his physical strength. Just his speed of 945 points was enough to leave most second-tier ferocious beasts in despair. If Zhong Lingling had Emo-chan's abilities, she wouldn't just be unafraid, even those two second-year martial artists from the Ability Academy could have been killed by her. Plus, with her extremely formidable backing, Emo-chan thought to himself, if I had a backing, would Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan have dared to be so arrogant towards me on the military bus back then? Oof, I've always remembered that. The more Emo-chan thought about it, the angrier he became, but soon he calmed down and began to carefully search for the blessed land. After an unknown amount of time, following the wildly pulsating guidance of the blood fusion fungus, Emo-chan and Zhong Lingling finally arrived at a large, dark cave after winding around several bends. At first glance, the cave appeared to be pitch black, but upon closer inspection, a faint glimmer of light could be seen. The blood-combining fungus was guiding them deeper into the cave. Emo-chan thought to himself, this is it. Zhong Lingling gazed at the wide and deep cave entrance, exclaiming, such a huge cave is indeed a great place to set up camp. But I wonder if there are any second-tier ferocious beasts. If there are, we can just kill them. A gentle breeze wafted from the cave entrance, and the two caught a whiff of spiritual energy. She looked at the entrance, her expression excited. I can clearly smell the fragrant aura of spiritual energy. Could this cave be the Fortune Land, mentioned in the books, rich in spiritual energy? She looked around and noticed that the cave was very well hidden, nestled between two mountains. Moreover, this was the rarely visited, Fulong Mountain wilderness area. Normal people wouldn't come here for bounties, let alone find a Fortune Land. How did Emo-chan find this place? Zhong Lingling furrowed her brows, immediately sensing something, and tentatively asked, Emo-chan, you brought me all the way to this Fulong Mountain wilderness area for a bounty and took so many detours. You must have known there was a Fortune Land here, right? Upon hearing this, Emo-chan hesitated for a moment. He had come to the Fulong Mountain wilderness area precisely because there were fewer people taking bounties here, and the S-rank rewards had piled up without anyone claiming them. Discovering the Fortune Land was purely accidental. But Emo-chan still laughed heartily. You only just realized? Who would go straight to the most dangerous center of the wilderness area looking for a camp? Zhong Lingling's face turned red with embarrassment, and she stomped her foot in anger. You've already been to the Guangyang forest wilderness area once. This is my first time here, so it's normal that I wouldn't know. But how did you know there was a Fortune Land here? Emo-chan shook his head and whispered, it was just found by the little blue crow earlier. Anyway, the most important thing now is to confirm whether there are high-tier ferocious beasts inside. Emo-chan had once again deceived Zhong Lingling. He then immediately changed his expression, casting a sharp gaze into the dark cave. Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping had told Emo-chan that places rich in spiritual energy generally had ferocious beasts lurking about, as their sense of smell was much more acute than that of humans. If there were no ferocious beasts, it would indicate that something even more terrifying was nearby. Emo-chan had just noticed that the cave entrance was overgrown with weeds, but there were no signs of heavy objects having passed through, only a long trail of footprints, suggesting that the ferocious beasts were not very large. Warriors had learned in their first year that the larger the ferocious beast, the more spiritual energy it contained, and the higher its level would be. Microorganisms were not nourished by spiritual energy for this reason. Humans, on the other hand, were different because they could use cultivation methods to absorb spiritual energy and break through the limits of their blood value. Based on this alone, Mo-chan could conclude that the ferocious beasts in the cave were not too dangerous. Moreover, the spiritual energy content in this fortune land was not particularly rich. It could barely be considered B-level. Zhong Lingling followed Mo-chan's gaze and noticed this as well. Mo-chan whispered, although there are ferocious beasts, their level shouldn't be too high. They don't pose a threat to us, so let's sneak in quietly. The two exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and then tiptoed into the cave. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the scent of spiritual energy grew stronger. Unexpectedly, the cave was filled with darkly glowing spiritual stones, and the deeper they went, the brighter the pale blue light became. Although these spirit stones contain obvious impurities and a single one wouldn't sell for much in Dragon Country currency, their sheer quantity is overwhelming. If all were collected, they could be valued starting at 2 million. Zhong Lingling gazed at the spirit stone mine at the top of the tunnel, astonished. This counts as a spirit stone vein, right? It does, let's keep going, replied her companion. The two did not stop because of the spirit stones, instead, they pressed on. When they reached the deepest part of the cave, a vast space suddenly appeared before them. This space resembled a gigantic underground plaza, surrounded by tall stone pillars and shimmering spirit stones, illuminating the originally dim depths of the cave. However, Mo-chan was not captivated by these peculiar sights. His gaze was firmly fixed on the stone wall ahead. The walls of the entire cave were covered with dense sword marks. These sword marks crisscrossed, varying in depth, exuding a chilling aura, clearly the remnants of a fierce battle. Mo-chan marveled inwardly, unable to imagine the breathtaking scene that had unfolded here. Suddenly, a bead of sweat trickled down Zhong Lingling's forehead. She tugged at Mo-chan's sleeve, her finger trembling as she pointed to the center of the area. Mo-chan followed her fingertip. In the center of the space lay an enormous, twisted black serpent skeleton, several hundred meters long, emanating a heart-stopping aura. A chill instantly crawled up Mo-chan's spine. His expression turned serious as he whispered, such a massive skeleton. This snake must be at least 6th tier. No, it probably has the strength of 7th tier. Fortunately, it's already dead. Mo-chan understood that these countless sword marks were likely the traces left from slaying this giant serpent. Zhong Lingling suddenly took a stance, gripping her armor as she said, wait, there's another beast beside the skeleton. It's a sneaky black bear, a 2nd tier beast. Hearing this, Mo-chan quickly looked in the direction Zhong Lingling was pointing. The sneaky black bear, entirely black with glowing red eyes, was curled up next to the dark serpent bones. Upon sensing the presence of Mo-chan and Zhong Lingling, it slowly stirred, its oily fur glistening, letting out a deafening roar. The aura of spiritual power surged towards the two, seemingly trying to drive them away from this place. Mo-chan calmly donned his Shin Chao claws, whispering, this little beast is being a bit too extravagant by monopolizing this spiritual energy-blessed land. Zhong Lingling unleashed waves of fierce vitality, murmuring, although I haven't fought a 2nd-tier beast before, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Mo-chan remained silent, and from his raised right arm, the corrosive fungal tide seeped out again, and a small blue crow emerged from his palm. Upon seeing the sneaky black bear, it quickly flapped its wings and flew towards it. This tiny blue crow dove towards the sneaky black bear like a bullet. The sneaky black bear, noticing the small blue crow rushing towards it, immediately tensed its hind leg muscles and leaped high. It pounced down towards Mo-chan and Zhong Lingling. The two looked up, feeling the oppressive weight of its massive body, comparable to their first encounter with the thunder elephant. There was no time to think, instinct drove them to leap forward. As soon as they rolled forward, the sneaky black bear crashed down with a bang onto the spot they had just occupied. Debris and dust flew up, shaking the ground. Looking at the two red glows in the dust, Mo-chan pondered, this bear's agility is even higher than I imagined. The first time I encountered this ferocious beast, I still didn't know its abilities. Zhong Lingling, do you know this beast? Zhong Lingling nodded and said honestly, I do. This sneaky black bear is a 2nd-tier level 20 ferocious beast, with incredibly thick fur that can withstand most damage, and its body is very agile, able to transform into a gust of black wind. Its attribute distribution shows that its speed is generally around 500 points. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan's brows furrowed tightly. Such a fierce bear. If you're faster than me, then I must be even faster, otherwise, I won't be able to infect you with the corrosion fungus. Mo-chan silently thought, system, reset attribute values, max out speed. Beep, beep. Attribute values have been reset, speed has reached 945 points. The soothing blood energy within Mo-chan gradually became intense and restless, his body felt as if it had been resculpted by a stonemason, becoming increasingly agile. Even Zhong Lingling beside him could clearly feel this change in Emo-chen. Emo-chen looked at Zhong Lingling, who was poised to strike, and said, "Help me hold this bear down." Zhong Lingling nodded, and in an instant, a blood-red wave of spiritual power erupted around her. Upon seeing this blood-red wave, Emo-chen immediately understood. Zhong Lingling had activated her special ability, Slaughter Expert. Her eyes emitted a red glow as she stomped the ground, shattering it, and a spray of debris shot forth like cannonballs towards the sneaky black bear. Seizing this opportunity, Emo-chen slammed his palms onto the ground, and the black venom seeping from his arms immediately surged like shadows towards the sneaky black bear. The sneaky black bear unleashed an incredibly fierce right swipe, but to Zhong Lingling, who had activated Slaughter Expert, this strike was extremely slow. She quickly ducked her head, evading the blow, and then silently murmured, "Combat skill. Blood fury." Zhong Lingling's blood energy surged rapidly, significantly enhancing her bodily functions, increasing both her strength and speed. She quickly clenched her fists and unleashed a series of storm-like punches towards the sneaky black bear's right rib. Her fists rained down like raindrops, fiercely striking the bear's right side. The sneaky black bear never expected that this human could drastically enhance her physical abilities in an instant. In that moment of vulnerability, its right rib was bombarded by Zhong Lingling's relentless punches. Although its thick fur provided some protection, it still suffered considerable damage. To avoid becoming a handmade bear meatball, the sneaky black bear quickly swung its paw at Zhong Lingling again. Seeing the sneaky black bear counterattack, Zhong Lingling reacted swiftly. She timed it perfectly and launched one last double-fisted strike at the bear, then quickly rolled backward. The gust of wind brushed her face as Zhong Lingling once again evaded the massive bear paw. The sneaky black bear was filled with rage. But suddenly, it sensed a chilling aura rising from beneath its feet. It quickly glanced down and saw a pool of black water, emanating a fierce killing intent, rapidly spreading towards its toes. With no time to think, the sneaky black bear leaped upward. But what followed was an even more intense killing intent. Zhong Lingling assumed a stance, activating the Bloodstorm Dragon's beast trait, Blood Control. All her blood energy concentrated in her taut right leg, erupting in a blood-red aura. Zhong Lingling's face was blurred, but her eyes were sharp and piercing. Her sweet voice slowly emitted a menacing tone as she whispered, "Combat skill. Xian Long Leg." The sneaky black bear felt a surge of coldness as it saw a dark shadow approaching it in a very strange trajectory. Below the corrosive fungal tide, above the mysterious dragon leg, the stealthy black bear had nowhere to escape. This whip-like leg, as fierce as a black dragon, swiftly swept towards its abdomen. With a loud bang, the body of the stealthy black bear was struck by this incredibly powerful blow, shaking off a cloud of black dust. Immediately after, it exploded into a mass of black smoke. Emo-chen felt something was wrong. He could clearly sense that Zhong Lingling's strike, the mysterious dragon leg, had missed. The stone wall behind the stealthy black bear was instantly dented, creating a deep pit, shaking the ground. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhong Lingling's forehead, and she thought to herself, "He really has unleashed his power." After saying this, the black dust quickly gathered behind Zhong Lingling, transforming into a menacing black bear paw, which slammed fiercely towards her. Step-by-step Poison Lotus. Just as the bear paw was about to touch Zhong Lingling's head, a shadow suddenly flashed by, and Emo-chen immediately held Zhong Lingling and appeared in a safe zone not far away. Bang! A loud crash came from behind Emo-chen as the stealthy black bear swung again. The massive bear paw struck the stone wall, leaving a deep paw print. Misfortune does not come alone. A sharp pain suddenly shot through its paw. The stealthy black bear looked down and saw that it had stepped into a pool of dark blue poison, which was precisely the corrosive fungal tide buried by Emo-chen's step-by-step Poison Lotus. Zhong Lingling gazed at Emo-chen's stern expression and couldn't help but marvel at his speed. He was able to rescue me from the stealthy black bear in an instant. Is Emo-chen's speed really only 315 points? Emo-chen gently set Zhong Lingling down, turned his head, and clenched his fist. The stealthy black bear immediately felt a violent pain in its legs. The terrifying corrosive fungus had quickly begun to take effect. Its legs felt as if they were already rotting, and it began to kneel on the ground without any sensation. Just as it wanted to transform into a gust of black wind to escape, footsteps approached from behind. Emo-chen had silently come up behind it. He stroked the thick fur of the stealthy black bear, then peeled it back to reveal the flesh underneath, saying, "Running away is useless. My corrosive fungus will continue to torment you." A chill ran down the stealthy black bear's spine, and it immediately wanted to raise its paw to resist Emo-chen. Before it could lift its paw, its blood-red eyes turned a deep blue. The stealthy black bear had been completely eroded by the corrosive fungus. Emo-chen calmly withdrew the arm he had inserted into the bear's body and walked towards its neck, transforming into a gust of black wind. A nice beast characteristic, Let me see what your blood essence is, Mo Chen murmured. In his hand, he held a cylindrical device, which he forcefully inserted into the bear's neck. Vivid red blood was immediately drawn out by this blood essence collector, filling the entire device. Beep, detecting blood essence purity. Identified as mixed blood. Upon hearing this, the hopeful expression on Mo Chen's face immediately turned gloomy. He furrowed his brows and said softly, if the first extraction is mixed blood, then the next few extractions will probably still be mixed blood. Forget it, I won't extract anymore. After saying this, Mo Chen cleaned out the mixed blood and held the blood essence collector in his hand. At this moment, Zhong Lingling also released the enhancement effect of Killing Expert and slowly stood up. She looked at Mo Chen, who was walking towards her, and asked, is it dead so soon? Mo Chen furrowed his brows slightly and asked in confusion, does it take a long time to kill a second-tier ferocious beast? In Mo Chen's eyes, killing this level 20 stealthy black bear was much simpler than taking down the level 15 thunderstorm elephant in the martial arts exam. Although the stealthy black bear was of a higher level compared to the two beasts, the thunderstorm elephant was significantly larger than the stealthy black bear. Even with the enhancement, it would take a long time to completely infect the thunderstorm elephant with the corrosive bacteria, while it would only take a moment to erode the stealthy black bear. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingling said no more. She noticed the blood collection device in Mo Chen's hand and asked, is this the blood collection device? When did you buy it? I bought it when I exchanged for battle gear at the supply station. I thought that when I encounter rare ferocious beasts, I could collect their blood and sell it for money. The small blood collection device cost Mo Chen 50,000 Dragon Country coins. As they spoke, Mo Chen's gaze inevitably shifted back to the dead stealthy black bear. His true intention was to collect its blood to strengthen his body and unlock more ferocious beast traits, thus evolving his bacteria. After all, having only 5 traits was definitely not enough. Mo Chen currently had 3 strains, corrosive bacteria, blood fusion bacteria, and spirit parasite bacteria. With only 5 ferocious beast traits, he sometimes had to rotate them. Thinking of this, Mo Chen shook his head and contemplated, if each stage unlocks 3 new strains, then from 0 to 9 stages, there would be a total of 30 bacteria. Evolving all of them would require 90 ferocious beast traits. In the future, I'll have to keep this blood collection device with me at all times. After finishing his thoughts, Mo Chen put the blood collection device into his storage ring for easy access. He picked up a backpack nearby and said to Zhong Lingling, although the spiritual energy in this blessed land isn't as rich as it was years ago, it's still a good place for cultivation. Let's prepare to settle down. After saying that, Mo Chen took out his personal items from the bag. Hearing this, Zhong Lingling tilted her head and asked, how do you know that the spiritual energy in this cave used to be so rich? After setting up a portable tent, Mo Chen pointed to the distant snake bones that resembled a small mountain and said, it's strange if such a large ferocious beast can make this its cave without rich spiritual energy. Mo Chen stroked the pitch-black snake bones, and the cold aura emanating from them made him shiver involuntarily. This massive black snake skeleton curled up in the cave, its body twisted as if it had experienced a fierce battle in its lifetime. Each segment of the snake bone appeared exceptionally robust, exuding a sense of power, yet also revealing a hint of eeriness and mystery. Mo Chen secretly shook his head, feeling a deep shock towards the person who had slain this giant snake. Even though this giant snake has long since rotted, I can still sense the oppressive aura it emanates. Zhong Lingling walked over to Mo Chen and said, I'm sure this warrior must have killed this giant snake alone. How can you tell? Seeing that Mo Chen didn't understand, Zhong Lingling chuckled and said, because there are only sword marks on the wall. And although these sword marks are chaotic and vary in depth, I can feel that the sword intent they emit is the same. Mo Chen was not skilled in weapons and couldn't perceive any sword intent. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingling, being the granddaughter of a martial arts master, using a sword was nothing unusual. Zhong Lingling continued at a leisurely pace, moreover, this warrior must be extremely wealthy. This complete snake bone, if taken to forge weapons for others, would be worth millions, yet he seems completely unconcerned. Hearing this, Mo Chen slowly turned his head and said, are you saying this thing can be used to forge weapons? Zhong Lingling's eyes widened in surprise as she replied, could it be? You don't know? They talked about it in senior year, right? The bones of certain high-level ferocious beasts have a hardness comparable to high-grade steel, and lower-level warriors can handle them, so they can be used to forge weapons. However, they are expensive. Ordinary warriors can only buy a small piece to enhance their own weapons. Mo Chen truly didn't know, as he had been kicked out of the martial arts class. He stared blankly at the Shin Chao claw on his right hand. The palm of his right claw had a noticeable groove cut into it by Old Gao's large knife. Old Gao's knife was made of E-grade metal, Genhan iron, while Mo Chen's Xian Chao claw was made of F-grade metal, Black Essence iron. The two were only 1 grade apart, yet the hardness of F-grade metal was completely inferior. At this moment, Mo Chen understood why Xiao He had immediately sold the Xian Chao claw after upgrading. Mo Chen thought to himself, I need to test the hardness of this snake bone. If it's good, I'll take some back to use as forging material. Mo Chen couldn't carry too much, as his storage ring only had 10 square meters of space, so collecting a bit of snake bone would be enough. After saying this, Mo Chen silently chanted, Attribute reset, full strength. Beep. Reset complete. With that, Mo Chen clenched his fist and struck one of the enormous ribs with all his might. After a dull thud, the snake bone remained intact. However, Mo Chen's hand felt somewhat numb. This snake bone is indeed impressive. I should look around for some unbroken snake bones. Zhong Lingling squinted her eyes, covering her mouth as she secretly laughed at Mo Chen, then followed him to help search for broken snake bones. Before long, Mo Chen found a broken snake bone about the length of an arm, seemingly the tip of a rib. Seeing him put the snake bone into his storage ring, Zhong Lingling asked, Mo Chen, are you really going to cultivate in the next few days? This place is still too dangerous, right? Mo Chen gently shook his head and said, if I waste this half-month, my cultivation progress will fall behind others, and I will lose the bet with the Ability Academy. You don't need to worry about me, this place is extremely secluded, and there won't be any danger during my cultivation in the next few days. The cave entrance is filled with my corrosive fungi, you can do whatever you want. If you get bored, you can come chat with me, I can already multitask. After all, Mo Chen had refined his blood essence 5 times now. After saying this, Mo Chen took out S-grade, 1000-fathom demon centipede, blood essence. He had thought about getting closer to Zhong Lingling to gain the support of the Wu family. But after thinking it over, Mo Chen still felt that cultivation was more important. He uncorked the bottle and pondered, this, blessed land, has abundant spiritual energy, even without cultivating qi and blood, the blood fusion fungus, will automatically increase my blood value. Let's refine the blood essence. Tingzi, make sure to guard well these few days. After finishing his thoughts, Mo Chen held 3/10 of the S-grade blood essence in his mouth, took off his battle suit, sat cross-legged on the dark snake skull, and began to refine it. Zhong Lingling wore a worried expression. Meanwhile, Du Zitong, leaning against a tree at the cave entrance, also had a similarly gloomy expression. He thought to himself, they really treated me like a dog. In the Ability Academy, in the medical area, this intensive care unit, usually devoid of visitors, now had 2 rare first-tier level 19 martial artist patients. One was thin, the other plump, one was tall, the other short, both lying obediently on the snow-white hospital beds, deeply asleep. The heart rate monitor in the room beeped, but it couldn't drown out the sound of snoring. Outside the room, a light footstep approached. A young, sweet nurse quietly opened the door, checking on the 2 martial artists still in slumber. Listening to the loud snoring, she murmured, they're snoring. It seems like they should be fine. Perhaps due to the gentle sound, Chang Shou's legs unconsciously twitched. Then, with a grimace, he slowly opened his eyes. Hiss. Ah. He clutched his throbbing head and sat up, mumbling, damn it, where the hell am I? Is this the Ability Academy's hospital bed? How did I end up here? The nurse, surprised, said, oh, you're awake. I'll go notify your instructor. She felt at ease with the 2 first-tier level 19 martial artists and, upon seeing Chang Shou wake up, leisurely walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. At this moment, Chang Shou was still holding his head, desperately trying to recall what had happened. He glanced at Duan Pang, who was snoring beside him, and hurriedly slapped him twice. Slap, slap. Duan Pang, wake up. Startled awake, Duan Pang quickly sat up, mumbling, huh? Who hit me? Chang Shou? He looked around in confusion, asking, oh my, where the hell am I? Is this still Fulong Mountain? Hearing this, Chang Shou finally remembered. They had been at Fulong Mountain, taking on a mission when they had a dispute with Mo Chen and ended up getting beaten up. Thinking of this, Chang Shou's anger surged, but it quickly deflated, because he realized that the mission assigned to them by the Ability Academy was now impossible to complete. Cold sweat streamed down Chang Shou's face as he hurriedly said, it's over, it's over, it's over. Duan Pang, our bounty. Duan Pang's face suddenly turned pale, and only when he heard Chang Shou's words did he remember his purpose. It's over, it's over, it's over. What the hell do we do? Chang Shou held his head, unsure of what to do. The reason they were so anxious and scared was that they were just one S-level bounty away from meeting the conditions to participate in the martial arts competition selection. The selection criteria for the Ability Academy S martial arts competition were not much different from those of the Martial Combat Academy. Both required completing the school's final task to qualify for selection. Duan Pang and Chang Shou were originally third-year students at the Ability Academy, but they deliberately did not complete last semester's tasks to participate in the first-tier group competition of the martial arts competition, which is why they were held back a grade. Given their current level, first-tier level 19, as long as they completed the final task, they would definitely pass the selection. But neither of them expected that by just slacking off a bit, they would end up losing the final task. Chang Shou held his head, anxiously saying, "It's over, it's over. They must have slept for more than a day or two, it's really too late." Not passing the selection before being held back, and still not passing after being held back. Does that mean we were held back for nothing? Upon hearing this, Duan Pang looked at the time on his phone screen, and 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. It's already the 3rd. It's over. The selection for participants in the Ability Academy was set to begin on the 3rd. Second-year students who wanted to participate in the martial arts competition generally had to complete 10 S-rank bounties during the summer vacation. Chang Shou and Duan Pang had already completed 9, but they never expected the last one to go so wrong. Chang Shou forced himself to calm down and, after a moment of thought, said coolly, "Let's find the teacher. Just tell the teacher that our S-rank bounty was maliciously snatched by Mo-chan from the martial arts competition." "Yes, just like that. Let's pin the blame on him." Duan Pang quickly agreed. With that, Chang Shou and Duan Pang ripped off the devices attached to them and got off the bed. Just then, the door to the room swung open with a loud bang. A tall, burly man with a fierce appearance, resembling a leopard with ringed eyes and a stern face, walked in. He wore a gray training uniform, his expression neutral, exuding an extraordinary aura. The moment Chang Shou and Duan Pang saw this fearsome-looking warrior, they began to cry uncontrollably, hugging his legs and wailing, "Teacher! Teacher Zhong! Woolly teacher, just as we were about to take the last S-rank bounty, we were." The two buried their heads low, exchanged glances, and started crying even louder. Their howls were so pitiful that even the nurse nearby couldn't stand it and hurriedly left the room, closing the door behind her. This fearsome-looking warrior was none other than their teacher, a 6th-tier, level 61 warrior, Zhang Wukue. His ability was S-rank Divine Intervention, which allowed him to forcibly control the actions of ferocious beasts and seal their powers into self-made puppets for manipulation. Zhang Wukue crossed his arms over his chest, looking down at his 2 disciples, and reproached them sternly. "Oh, you dare to tell me about this? Get up, and tell me what happened." Zhang Wukue lifted the 2 of them, who were still on the floor, as if they were little chicks, and sat on the bed to listen to their account. In fact, Zhang Wukue had already reviewed the surveillance footage and understood the situation, but he still wanted to hear if there was any difference in what the 2 said compared to the footage, and whether Mo-chan really had defeated them so easily. Chang Shou exaggeratedly waved his arms and legs, saying, "Just as we were about to take the bounty, that Mo-chan looked at us unfavorably, forcibly snatched our bounty, and ambushed us. Then, the more Zhang Wukue listened, the angrier he became at these 2 cowards. He gritted his teeth and asked, 'So you 2, level 19 warriors, were really beaten down by a level 3 warrior? 2 warriors with 1900 vitality were defeated by a warrior with around 300 vitality, leaving you unable to get out of bed for 3 days?' With that, an unspoken rage erupted from Zhang Wukue. This aura completely intimidated Duan Pang and Chang Shou, leaving them unable to move. Duan Pang struggled to say, "If it weren't for his ambush, we definitely would." Enough. Zhang Wukue was well aware of Mo-chan's display of abilities at the opening ceremony, and he certainly didn't believe it, because Mo-chan's talent was truly unprecedentedly terrifying. But now, seeing Duan Pang and Chang Shou, who had been unconscious for 3 days and had just awakened, he couldn't help but believe it. However, Duan Pang and Chang Shou still seemed unconvinced. Duan Pang hurriedly explained, "Teacher, it's not our fault. That guy's contracted bacteria were just too terrifying. And with the ambush, my head was blown up by him." Zhang Wukue squinted his eyes and whispered, "Humph. The beast he contracted is bacteria, right?" His rough hands slowly pressed against the heads of the 2. Suddenly, he unleashed his ability, Divine Intervention. Those large hands acted like a superpowered spiritual vacuum, almost sucking the spiritual energy from the depths of their souls. A gray, soul-like mass of spiritual energy was continuously drawn out from the 7 orifices of Chang Shou and Duan Pang. "Teacher, don't!" The sounds of painful wails echoed. Zhang Wukue abruptly stopped the absorption, and the gray mass of spiritual energy returned to the bodies of the 2. Zhang Wukue thought to himself, "Not a single corrosion bacterium left in the brain, is it necessary to be this cautious?" Still wanting to extract it to make puppets, he looked at the 2, who were sprawled on the ground, still in shock, and said, "You can't even defeat a first-year student at level 3, and you want to participate in the martial arts competition? Ha! You two might as well graduate quietly and forget about any competitions. I have things to do. I need to teach Xiefan about the rewards. You two, take care of yourselves. With that, Zhong Wukui left the room without looking back, slamming the door shut. Chan Shou and Duan Pang understood that they had been abandoned by their teacher. Moreover, the one who would participate in the selection would definitely be their first-year special admission junior, Xiefan. Chang Shou slammed the bedboard heavily, gritting his teeth. Emo-chen, wasted my time for repeating a year. I will not let you off. Duan Pang clenched his fists and said, you wait. The two turned to silently look at each other. Although they said nothing, a bold idea simultaneously emerged in their hearts. In the wilderness area of Fulong Mountain, at the junction of the central and mid-regions, a spiky pig, separated from its herd, was now running madly through the dense forest as if it had encountered a terrifying beast. Its tears streamed down, and its forehooves pounded the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Trailing behind this spiky pig was not a terrifying beast, but a very agile black figure. This figure moved swiftly, navigating the rugged terrain with grace. She had a fainted spiky pig hanging from her body, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing spiky pig ahead. This person was Zhong Lingling. At this moment, she was gathering food for the day. Zhong Lingling watched the spiky pig running for its life ahead and cursed under her breath, "This spiky pig, why can't you just let me kill you without leading me on a wild goose chase?" This spiky pig was too small, only the size of a suitcase. It was well acquainted with all the paths of Fulong Mountain, leading this human into narrow spots. I can't take it anymore. Xianlong kick. Zhong Lingling could no longer endure it. While running, she swiftly aimed a quick whip kick at the spiky pig. However, to avoid turning the spiky pig into a puddle of meat, she intentionally adjusted her aim. With a loud bang, the tree stump in front of the spiky pig was instantly kicked in half by Zhong Lingling, crashing down beside the spiky pig. The spiky pig was so frightened that it urinated. It immediately turned around in a panic but was suddenly stomped down by a large foot. Zhong Lingling looked at the spiky pig struggling beneath her foot and, with a clenched fist, brought it down with a thud. The spiky pig saw stars, and a large bump instantly appeared on its head. Zhong Lingling carried the spiky pig on her back and said angrily, "One punch and you'll behave." The reason she worked so hard to hunt was for Mo Chen. It took 3 days to refine a single layer of S-grade essence blood, and Mo Chen chose to refine 3 layers again. Today was the 9th day, and Mo Chen was about to complete the refinement. During these 9 days, Mo Chen hadn't touched a drop of water, focusing intently on refining the surging essence blood within him. Zhong Lingling wanted him to have a good meal once he finished his body training. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingling hurried to the cave. At this moment, Mo Chen was still sitting cross-legged on the high, dark skull of a snake, eyes tightly shut, pushing through the final moments of his body training. At this critical moment of refinement, he felt an unbearable heat all over, his clothes soaked with sweat. Tap tap tap, light and cheerful footsteps came from the cave entrance, and Zhong Lingling, carrying 2 spiky pigs, happily said, "Mo Chen, I'm back, how's the training going?" Mo Chen frowned, and upon hearing Zhong Lingling's voice, he urgently said, "Zhong Lingling? Come here quickly, there's an emergency." Hearing this, Zhong Lingling ran over, anxiously asking, What happened? Quick, help me take off my clothes." "Ha?" Zhong Lingling's delicate little face turned red instantly as she looked at the black tight-fitting outfit that outlined Mo Chen's muscular shape and lines, nervously swallowing her saliva. She stammered, "How do I take this off?" "Just rip it off." Okay. With that, Zhong Lingling grabbed Mo Chen's collar and pulled hard. Rip! The black tight-fitting outfit, soaked with sweat, was easily torn into pieces by her. Zhong Lingling looked at the glistening, sweat-drenched white chest muscles and couldn't help but swallow again. Meanwhile, Mo Chen felt a rare sense of refreshment. A discomfort suddenly surged from Mo Chen's waist, his face changed dramatically, and he blushed as he shouted, Hey, I didn't say to take off your pants too." "Ah, didn't you say to take everything off?" Zhong Lingling quickly let go, her expression slightly regretful. After the commotion, Mo Chen once again focused his mind, starting to sprint through the final moments of his body training. His essence blood churned like boiling water. Mo Chen continued to endure until he heard the system's announcement, "Beep beep, you have successfully refined the S-grade essence blood of Thousand Zhang Demon Centipede, 5th layer. You have obtained the trait, Thousand Zhang Centipede Armor, which has been automatically placed in your trade warehouse. Blood fusion bacteria, passive income ready to collect, 57 cards." Mo Chen didn't rush to open his eyes, he simply silently recited in his heart, "Collect essence blood value, check trait catalog, Thousand Zhang Centipede Armor. Beep beep. Essence blood value collected, now at 403 cards. With his attribute points, plus the 599 points gifted by the system, he had now reached a terrifying 1002 points. Suddenly, a deep blue panel appeared in Emo Chen's mind. Thousand Jang Centipede Armor, Corrosion Bacteria, can transform corrosion bacteria into a highly durable, retractable, centipede-shaped shell, capable of active attack, and can generate on infected organisms to cause binding. Zhong Lingling vaguely sensed that the essence blood in Emo Chen was gradually calming down and becoming denser. But Emo Chen still hadn't opened his eyes. So Zhong Lingling softly asked, Emo Chen? Emo Chen did not respond. He slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and then said softly, I succeeded. I obtained the second characteristic. Thousand Jang Centipede Armor. This time, Emo Chen did not feel much joy. Although the Thousand Jang Centipede Armor he acquired could actively extend and attack enemies, could wrap around his body to resist attacks, and could bind infected creatures, it still did not evoke the excitement he felt when he first obtained Venom and Crow Feather. After all, the first two characteristics had transformed the form of the corrosive bacteria, increasing the infection speed with Venom, and granted the bacteria the ability to spread widely, allowing the plague to re-emerge with Crow Feather. Nevertheless, Emo Chen felt happy inside. He silently thought, in any case, having more skills is never a burden. Zhong Lingling looked at Emo Chen, who was slowly standing up, and eagerly said, if you succeeded, show me your new ability. Emo Chen glanced at Zhong Lingling, nodded, and whispered to himself, System, replace, Crow Feather, with Thousand Jang Centipede Armor. Beep beep. Replacement complete. A large puddle of black water suddenly seeped from Emo Chen's solid right back. A deep black, razor-sharp centipede limb slowly extended from the black water. Like a terrifying black tentacle, it continuously wrapped around Emo Chen's arm, tightly encasing it as if it were a pitch-black, muscular steel arm. The faint blue light emitted by the spirit stone illuminated the saw-like, Thousand Jang Centipede Armor, making it appear menacing. Zhong Lingling's face showed surprise as she shook her head, secretly admiring Emo Chen's incredible talent. Emo Chen retracted the Thousand Jang Centipede Armor, and said to Zhong Lingling, now, aside from the Zhulin water buffalo and the number of fire-explosive Huan chickens that haven't reached the standard, everything else is almost enough. In a few days, we will have a bountiful harvest. You should take this opportunity to practice well. It's a rare, spirit chi-blessed land, and I will take care of you. After saying this, Emo Chen picked up a change of clothes and walked towards the cave entrance. I'm going to take a shower, don't follow me. Who wants to watch? Tap 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 outside the cave. Du Zitting, who had been guarding Emo Chen for a full 9 days, quickly emerged from the shadows upon hearing Emo Chen's footsteps. He secretly cursed, damn it, finally done. Emo Chen looked at Du Zitting and simply said, Tingzi, it's fine now, you can go back to school. Emo Chen, don't call me for such trivial matters in the future, don't treat me like a dog. I'm level 66. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Emo goo, Emo goo. Du Zitting hurriedly apologized and begged for mercy. He no longer said much, only lightly reminded, Emo goo, in the past few days, there have been 2 martial artists who look like Oxhead and Horseface sweeping the area. They are probably looking for you. Be careful. Got it, got it. You can go now. Upon hearing this, Du Zitting transformed into a pair of large black wings and quickly flew away from the place. Emo Chen walked towards the riverbank nonchalantly, saying lightly, let them come, it's not bad to test my skills on them. Damn it, where the hell did this kid hide? A furious curse echoed from the central area of Fulong Mountain. It was noon, and Chang Shou and Duan Pang, holding long knives and steel forks, were meticulously searching for any traces left by Emo Chen and Zhong Lingling in Fulong Mountain. The scorching sun burned them unbearably. They had been searching in Fulong Mountain for nearly 3 days but had not even caught a glimpse of Emo Chen and Zhong Lingling. Duan Pang gritted his teeth, panting as he wiped the beads of sweat from his face, cursing, Chang Shou. The supply station people wouldn't lie to us, would they? I guess Emo Chen and the others have already gone back, Chang Shou replied, wielding a long knife and chopping through the bushes blocking their path. Impossible. Those bounty tasks haven't been completed yet. Emo Chen wouldn't give up early. The penalty for breaching these 10 S-rank bounties adds up to several 100,000. That's not something an ordinary person can afford. Hearing this, Duan Pang scratched his head and said, did Emo Chen really take on all 10 S-rank bounties at once? Can he really finish them in a month? Oof. Chang Shou scoffed and continued, do you really believe he has any talent? The Martial Arts Academy just packaged him as a genius for the hype. Someone will help him complete the bounties. Although Emo Chen is indeed a bit interesting, if it weren't for our carelessness that day, it could have been us who got knocked down. Chang Shou truly thought this way. He believed that the 2 of them had underestimated Emo Chen's abilities because they weren't armed and didn't guard against that despicable little man, allowing him to launch a successful sneak attack. Duan Pang nodded and chuckled, now we have our weapons ready, and we're on guard against him. plus we've figured out his abilities. That female warrior's strength can be ignored, she's nowhere near Emo-chan's level. In short, the advantage is mine. After giving themselves a pep talk, their confidence soared. Next, as long as they found Emo-chen and Zhong Lingling, they could exact their revenge. Chang Shou spread out the map and began to study it closely. He muttered to himself, we've already checked the central area where the second-tier beasts roam and the edge where the zero-tier beasts gather. They wouldn't camp in the central area where the second-tier beasts are rampant, would they? This bold guess made Chang Shou suddenly realize. Moving away from the central area filled with bounty beasts to camp in the center only proved that Emo-chen was an amateur. Chang Shou exclaimed excitedly, Duan Pang. I know where they are. To the central area. With that, Chang Shou pulled Duan Pang along and quickly headed toward the most dangerous central area. At this moment, Zhong Lingling was sitting cross-legged beside a snake bone, her eyes tightly closed, completely focused on absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the spirit stones in the cave. For the past few days, she had set aside 12 hours each day for cultivation. Coupled with the 9 days of cultivation she had during Emo-chen's training, by today, her vitality had successfully surpassed 500 calories. Meanwhile, Emo-chen was lying under a large tree in front of the cave, holding a thick beast illustrated guide, waiting for Chang Shou and Duan Pang to arrive. Emo-chen not only wanted to test the new feature Thousand Zhang Centipede Armor with Chang Shou and Duan Pang but also had other plans. Sigh. I've been waiting so long, I've already exposed my whereabouts, why haven't they come yet? Do I really have to go find them myself? Emo-chen lay on the grass in casual clothes, bored and mumbling. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, sensing the faint, chaotic footsteps coming from a distance. He knew that the two warriors had finally arrived. Chang Shou held a cold steel long knife in his right hand and an old piece of clothing that Emo-chen had deliberately discarded in his left, leading Duan Pang, who was carrying a silver steel fork, as they walked up to Emo-chen's location. He looked at Emo-chen, who was leisurely lying on the ground reading, and felt a surge of anger. He muttered under his breath, damn it, so leisurely reading, huh? The two of them had been sweeping through the central and remote areas for 3 consecutive days in search of Emo-chen. Who would have thought that this kid Emo-chen had actually set up camp right in the central district? Duan Pang wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted at Emo-chen while raising a steel fork, Emo-chen, you deliberately took our bounty, leaving us unqualified to participate in the martial arts competition selection. How are you going to compensate us? Chang Shou swung his long knife in the air, looking extremely furious. Their goal was not just to give Emo-chen a good beating. Duan Pang and Chang Shou also planned to tie Emo-chen up, preventing him from completing those 10 S-level bounties, which would then result in a hefty compensation in Dragon Country currency due to breach of contract. Upon hearing this, Emo-chen put down his book, stood up calmly, and said, compensation? The cave behind me is a blessed land with a spirit stone vein, filled with countless spirit stones, and a 100-meter-long beast bone for forging weapons. If you want compensation, I can share some with you. Let's just forget about this, okay? After saying that, Emo-chen put on a weak demeanor, but inside, he was calculating something. Upon hearing this, Chang Shou and Duan Pang widened their eyes in shock, their expressions dazed, as if they had heard some incredible news. Duan Pang stuttered, incredulously asking, What? You say the cave behind you is a blessed land? Chang Shou's expression instantly turned sharp. He was wary of Emo-chen's potential trickery and said, are you just saying that? Are you trying to deceive us into entering that cave, and then have that female warrior ambush us, right? Hearing Chang Shou's words, Duan Pang's face clearly showed anger, his fists cracking ominously. You dare to scheme against us. You're asking for death. In response, Emo-chen simply revealed his storage ring, then shook out a continuous stream of spirit stones and a black beast bone. Under the astonished gazes of the two, he slowly bent down, picked up the beast bone and spirit stones, and tossed them to Chang Shou in the distance, saying, here, take a look for yourself. These things should be enough for your compensation, right? Moreover, that female warrior you mentioned is currently cultivating inside. She can't ambush you. Chang Shou caught the beast bone and spirit stones and began to examine them with Duan Pang. The two whispered to each other, genuine beast bone for forging weapons. The purity of these spirit stones isn't high, but according to what he said, there are even more spirit stones in this blessed land. The value of what he gave us is almost hundreds of thousands. Chang Shou, should we just back off? Chang Shou swallowed hard and said quietly, are you stupid? Just the several hundred meters of beast bone for forging weapons starts at tens of millions of Dragon Country currency. He only gave us this 100,000 worth of stuff. Do you think it's worth it? So, what do you mean? The greed in Chang Shou's eyes instantly turned into a vicious glare. Just the 100-meter-long beast bone was worth at least tens of millions, and if they confirmed the type of fierce beast, it could be even higher. Plus, with this countless spirit stone blessed land, if the two continued to cultivate martial arts, this money would be enough for them to steadily reach level 40. If they gave up martial arts from then on, this tens of millions of dragon country currency could guarantee that they would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. To avoid raising Mo Chen's suspicions, he pretended to be happy about accepting Mo Chen's compensation. Yet, he uttered chilling words, "This blessed land was discovered by Mo Chen first, all we have to do is kill him, and this blessed land will be ours. Moreover, he was in the wrong first, he shouldn't have taken our bounty. He shouldn't have made us unable to participate in the selection. He deserves to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Blame yourself. Blame yourself." Upon hearing this, Duan Pang broke out in a cold sweat. He found the figure of Chang Shou before him to be quite unfamiliar. But thinking of the millions of Dragon Kingdom coins, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chang Shou chuckled, "In this wilderness area, there are many who have vanished without a trace. Besides, he took on 10 S-rank bounties. It's only normal for him to be eaten by ferocious beasts and leave no remains. Normal. After dealing with Mo Chen, we can go into the cave and take care of that female warrior." Ha ha! Ha ha! Mo Chen watched the two whispering to each other, a glint of sinister black light flashing in his eyes, silently thinking, they've taken the bait. The reason Mo Chen revealed the Yi Fortune land, behind him and the Yi forging beast bones, in the cave to the two was to incite their murderous intent. Only if they acted first could he justify killing Chang Shou and Duan Pang. Mo Chen's true intention was to kill them. It was quite common for warriors to die in the wilderness area. The probability of a warrior dying at the hands of another warrior was even higher than dying at the hands of ferocious beasts. Many warriors would attack weaker ones in the wilderness. The Warrior Association banned such acts in 2210. Although attacks on warriors were no longer as rampant as before, they still occurred from time to time. Mo Chen could have directly killed them, but since there was someone named Zhong Lingling who was cultivating in the cave, he had to find a grand reason to act. Mo Chen's actions were also a way to test his own courage. After all, he had never chosen to kill after calm contemplation. During the martial arts exam, the reason Mo Chen killed Zhao Tianyi was purely due to their enmity and anger, allowing the bacteria to consume his body to death, as he couldn't see his miserable state anyway. And old Gao had already died when he was parasitized by the dazzling sucking insect. This time, Mo Chen didn't even know their names. He was purely motivated by the desire to kill, which stirred up the evil thoughts of Chang Shou and Duan Pang. Mo Chen looked at the two before him, their murderous intent leaking out, and silently said to himself, "I've already given you the benefits. It's your own greed that led you to want to act against me, resulting in your own demise. It's really not my fault." Mo Chen could have beaten them up and sent them down the mountain, and that would have been the end of it. But he refused. Today, Chang Shou and Duan Pang had to die. After Chang Shou and Duan Pang finished their low conversation, they turned their gaze toward Mo Chen in the distance. At this moment, Mo Chen was only wearing a thin black tight training suit, with grayish-white training pants, his hands empty, without even a weapon. He stood under a tree, completely unguarded, with flaws all over. Chang Shou coldly snorted in his heart, "Mo Chen, if you want to blame someone, blame your good luck. Even a bounty can lead to a fortune. Innocent people suffer for having treasures." Then, Chang Shou raised his long knife, smiling as he stepped closer to Mo Chen. He said, "Mo Chen, since you've already compensated us with the spirit stones and this forging beast bone." Mo Chen calmly watched the tip of Chang Shou's foot. As his left foot pressed down slightly, his heel quickly lifted. Mo Chen reacted swiftly, bending his waist backward. "Then go die." With that, a smooth blade light, like a shooting star, swiftly flashed behind Mo Chen. The blade light sliced through the large tree in front of the cave, instantly severing it in half. If Mo Chen hadn't anticipated Chang Shou's attack in advance, it would have been his head that was severed. Chang Shou never expected that Mo Chen could actually dodge his flowing light slash. He then swung his knife again, aiming a vertical chop at Mo Chen's head, shouting, "Duan Pang, coming!" A deep voice responded as Duan Pang leaped high into the air, holding a steel fork, and shouted towards Mo Chen, "Cracked fork." Mo Chen looked up at Duan Pang, who was suspended above him, his eyes widening in an instant. This steel fork descending from the sky was no joke. Attribute reset, speed maxed out. Beep. Reset complete. With a thought, Mo Chen immediately reset his attributes and vanished from his original spot in a flash. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the silver steel fork collided violently with the long knife, embedding itself into the ground and sending dust and cracks flying everywhere. The intense shockwave was so strong that even Zhong Lingling, who was deep in meditation in the cave, could feel the tremors. Zhong Lingling tightly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, "What a terrifying noise." As the dust slowly settled, Emo-chan appeared unscathed a short distance away. Guangyang yanked the steel fork out, frowning and muttering, "This kid's speed is no ordinary fast." Chang Shou waved his hand confidently, saying, "It's nothing serious. It won't be long before he can't move fast at all." Emo-chan looked at the two in front of him, secretly pondering, if I hadn't intervened, these two would probably have successfully participated in the martial arts competition. Emo-chan tried to recall the contestants who used steel forks and long knives in the martial arts competition before his rebirth. Steel forks as weapons were quite rare, but he just couldn't remember. It seems that even if they successfully participated in the martial arts competition, they would still be nameless. After a moment of thought, a thick black liquid slowly oozed from Emo-chan's neck. It vaguely revealed a centipede-like form, with segments of black shell and legs. Just as the two were astonished, the centipede shell quickly extended from the pool of black liquid, wrapping around Emo-chan's neck like a scarf, covering his neck and chin tightly. The two were instantly dumbfounded. Emo-chan touched the 1,000-fathom centipede shell on his neck and said lightly, "Twice you've tried to chop off my head. Do you enjoy beheading? You've already been infected by my corrosive bacteria. The only outcome is death. But don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly." A bead of cold sweat the size of a bean trickled down Duanpang's forehead as he stammered. When did he acquire this trait? Since being killed by Emo-chan and vowing revenge, Chang Shou and Duanpang had stayed up all night to review his martial arts examination livestream. Coupled with the data revealed during the opening ceremony, they had gained some understanding of Emo-chan's abilities. He could control bacteria invisible to the naked eye, had extremely high attribute values, and had refined 5 types of essence blood, allowing him to control a tidal wave of bacteria. But both of them considered this to be fabricated. However, even if they didn't believe in Emo-chan's abilities, they still took precautions. At this moment, facing the centipede shell wrapped around his neck, the two showed a hint of fear. They had no information about this centipede shell. They also didn't know whether the claim of being infected by corrosive bacteria was true or false. Duanpang thought to himself, "Chang Shou, is this kid trying to scare us? Have we really been infected by his bacteria? Don't be ridiculous. This kid must be bluffing, trying to make us run away. Otherwise, why hasn't he controlled the bacteria to kill us?" Chang Shou raised his head and continued, "He doesn't know the extent of our abilities. Even if he has been infected, as long as we can fight him long enough, his bacteria will be ineffective." Listening to Chang Shou's explanation, Duanpang felt somewhat reassured. He nodded and said, all right, this kid is indeed cunning. Although the scarf around his neck looks formidable, there's no way he can defeat us just because he has a scarf, right?" The two exchanged confirming glances, then quickly circled around Emo-chan, forming a sandwich attack with one in front and the other behind. Chang Shou and Duanpang charged forward together. Emo-chan ignored the Duanpang behind him and stepped forward quickly to meet the momentum. He rushed towards Chang Shou, ducking to evade a horizontal slash, then threw a punch at his face. In that instant, Emo-chan rapidly reset his attributes, using a fist with a power value of 1,002 points to send Chang Shou reeling with a nosebleed. Chang Shou rolled his eyes back, tumbling a distance before quickly getting up and stopping himself, barely managing to squeeze out 2 words, "What the hell?" At that moment, Duanpang, holding a steel fork, keenly noticed that Emo-chan's movements had become somewhat slow. He unleashed a wave of energy, gripping the steel fork tightly and shouted, "Chasing Wind Soul Piercer." The steel fork created a whirlwind as he took small, quick steps and charged towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan once again ignored the murderous intent behind him, his pupils darting over Chang Shou's body, quickly locking onto 6 acupoints. Attribute reset, equal distribution of values. Beep. Reset complete. Emo-chan surged forward, as if entering bullet time, the scene before him slowing down significantly. He raised 2 fingers and, with lightning speed, stabbed towards Chang Shou. Chang Shou swiftly drew his long knife to block. Bang 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 bang. In a flash, Chang Shou deflected Emo-chan's 4 thrusts, but he couldn't evade the piercing attack to his left chest and abdomen, where Emo-chan's needle-like fingers penetrated him. The bacteria attached to his fingertips caused Chang Shou immense pain. However, the pain from this bacteria was far less than the last time. At this moment, Chang Shou fully understood that Emo-chan was deliberately suppressing the bacteria. He swung his knife at Emo-chan, and in that brief moment, the two exchanged blows several times. Each slash of the long knife was blocked by the automatically extending defense of the 1000 centipede armor, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds and sparks flying. In several rounds, Chang Shou was at a disadvantage. Until Emo-chan landed another punch to his face, he finally shouted in frustration and anger, "Damn it, Duanpang! Where the hell are you? Coming. Duanpang's speed value was not high, only 500 points, unable to keep up with the two's pace, while Emo-chan continued to press Chang Shou. pulling further away. Only now did he gradually get closer to Mo Chen. Although Duan Pang's speed value was low, his power value reached an impressive 900 points. Additionally, his body refinement bloodline was Explosive Water Savage Bull, granting him the beast trait of brute force, making his strength far exceed that of ordinary people. As long as he hit Mo Chen, he could foresee the outcome. The silver steel fork, wrapped in an incredibly fierce whirlwind, struck towards Mo Chen's waist. Yet Mo Chen remained unresponsive. Duan Pang couldn't suppress the grin at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "I've got him." Bang! A crisp metallic collision sound reached everyone's ears, and Duan Pang's pupils slowly shrank, completely dropping his jaw in shock. He saw that the pitch-black centipede shell around Mo Chen's neck had tightly wrapped around the silver steel fork. This powerful strike, with a force value of 900 points, was perfectly countered by Mo Chen. With a slight exertion, he pulled, and the tentacle-like thousand-jang centipede armor swiftly snatched the silver-white trident tightly held in Duan Pang's hand. He then immediately threw it towards Chang Shou. The trident flew like a javelin, incredibly swiftly heading straight for the exposed neck of Chang Shou. Seeing this, Chang Shou reacted instantly. He dodged to the side, skillfully evading this deadly blow, and the trident went bang, firmly embedding itself in the large tree behind him. A warm, moist sensation came from his neck, and when he reached out to touch it, bright red blood flowed into his palm. Damn! His lips instantly lost their color. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, that sharp trident would have pierced his neck. Duan Pang was horrified and rushed forward to pull out the trident, helping the slightly weak-legged Chang Shou to his feet. The two looked at Mo Chen, who resembled a monster before them, and a wave of terror rippled through their hearts. Chang Shou's expression was serious as he thought to himself, "Damn, this kid really seems to have something. His physical attributes can easily match us in combat without falling behind." Their emotions grew increasingly anxious. Duan Pang gasped for breath and echoed, "My body forging blood is an A-level explosive water barbarian bull. Possessing the brute force trait, yet his centipede easily snatched away my weapon. Just how high is his force value? That terrifying attribute panel of his. It can't be real, can it?" At this point, both of them gasped in shock. It should be noted that Mo Chen was merely a low-level 4th-tier warrior at 0 stage. He wasn't wearing a specialized battlesuit, nor did he even have the Shin Tide Claw equipped. And the opponents he faced were 2 1st-tier, level 19 warriors, clad in specialized battlesuits and wielding E-level metal weapons. Even with the murderous intent of these 2 1st-tier warriors taking turns to attack, they couldn't harm Mo Chen in the slightest. Duan Pang looked at the 2 bleeding holes in Chang Shou's body and thought in horror. Moreover, he has infected us with his bacteria. Isn't that like hanging a remote-controlled bomb around our necks? He can kill us anytime, anywhere. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged in Duan Pang's heart. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he tugged at Chang Shou's sleeve, mumbling, "My ability is fully charged. Once I neutralize his bacteria, let's escape together. My ability is also fully charged." Chang Shou furrowed his brows tightly, a red light igniting in his eyes. The charged ability gave him ample confidence. He took a deep breath to adjust his mindset. He then shook off Duan Pang's hand, gripping his long knife tightly, aiming it at Mo Chen in the distance, and coldly said, "At this point, there's no turning back." As soon as he said this, Duan Pang's confidence reignited. The combination of their abilities was truly extraordinary. Mo Chen looked at Chang Shou, who was holding a knife and continuously releasing waves of energy, and thought to himself, is he about to unleash his ability? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Chen decided to hold nothing back. He would immediately kill the 2 of them, and slowly raised both hands. Duan Pang quickly raised his right hand, glowing with purple light, and activated his A-level ability, Neutralization Break. In that instant, a purple light enveloped Mo Chen, and after a buzzing sound in his head, he completely lost the connection with the corrosive bacteria. At this moment, he could no longer control the bacteria that lay dormant in the bodies of the 2. The 1,000-fathom centipede armor on his neck instantly transformed into a puddle of black water. Mo Chen's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What kind of ability is this? The corrosion fungus can't be controlled anymore?" At the same time, Mo Chen began to sense that his own vital energy was rapidly depleting. It felt as if an external force was drawing his energy out of his body. Mo Chen silently thought, "System, check the attribute panel." Beep beep. The numbers on the panel were decreasing rapidly. His vitality value dropped from 403 to 360 in an instant, and his attribute values were continuously declining. Mo Chen furrowed his brows and looked at Chang Shou, who was smug and ready to strike. Chang Shou grinned, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Hee. How does it feel to have your vitality stripped away?" Mo Chen did not respond, calmly folding his arms. Seeing Emo-Chen's unperturbed demeanor, as if he looked down on their abilities, a fierce anger ignited within Chang Shou. He roared with a twisted expression, Emo-Chen, whenever our abilities are activated simultaneously, we have never lost, not even to you. Duan Pang's ability was an A-grade weakening ability, ineffective resolution. When subjected to an enemy's ability attack, Duan Pang would automatically analyze and resolve the attack, rendering it ineffective for a period once the progress bar reached 100%. Chang Shou's ability was also an A-grade weakening type, vitality stripping. After engaging with an enemy, it would subtly drain their vitality, causing a sudden drop once a threshold was reached. If the enemy did not retreat from Chang Shou's vicinity, their vitality would continue to decrease to 0. The two abilities were a perfect match. When activated together, they could instantly turn the opponent into an ordinary weakling. But they shared a common flaw: the activation time was too long. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too reckless. After saying this, Chang Shou raised his long knife high. Waves of energy surged from his body as he quickly stepped forward with his left foot, silently chanting, Ghost Shadow. Wave slash. Chang Shou immediately swung his knife down, a flash of blade light dazzling everyone, making it hard to open their eyes. A few drops of warm blood splattered onto Duan Pang's face, slowly causing him to open his eyes. He saw Emo-Chen in the distance, still standing unharmed, his expression as calm as ever. Chang Shou also stood frozen in place, but his face was twisted in horror, his long knife covered in blood. Chang Shou, did you miss? Duan Pang asked in a low voice. He wanted to reach out to touch Chang Shou, but at that moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Duan Pang's wrists were gruesomely severed, the cuts remarkably clean. He looked down to see his hand still gripping the steel fork, blood dripping onto the ground, gradually turning pale. Ah! Duan Pang erupted into a wailing scream. Chang Shou's eyes were now shining with a kaleidoscope of colors, and he struggled to squeeze out a sentence, damn it. Why? Just then, Emo-Chen re-established contact with the corrosion fungus, clenched his fist, and walked over, saying, to be honest, I'm still a bit unaccustomed to killing for the first time. A sharp pain shot through Chang Shou's knee, and he uncontrollably knelt before Emo-Chen. Emo-Chen glanced at Duan Pang, who was writhing on the ground in pain, and immediately used the spirit-hosting fungus, forcing him to kneel as well. The fear of death sent chills down their spines. At this moment, they clearly realized that Emo-Chen was not just any ordinary strong. Long before the two of them fought, Emo-Chen had already infected them with the corrosion fungus and spirit-hosting fungus. However, Duan Pang had only managed to dispel the corrosion fungus. He had no idea what other spirit-hosting fungus Emo-Chen had. Emo-Chen looked at the two kneeling before him and shook his head helplessly. He crouched down, gazing at the terrified duo, and with a grin, whispered, actually, I really don't want to kill you. If you want to live, you have to listen to me, okay? Okay, I'll listen. The two nodded eagerly like dogs. Emo-Chen took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. He patted Duan Pang and Chang Shou on the heads like one would a dog, leaned closer to their ears, and whispered, actually, I am a reborn person, having crossed back from the world-ending beast tide in 2221. After showing them the crimson, blood-combining fungus, and the bright, spirit-hosting fungus in his palm, he coldly said, the red one is the blood-combining fungus, which allows me to rapidly increase my vitality. The one controlling your movements is this, spirit-hosting fungus. It can not only control living beings but can also perfectly control the dead. The beast horde that has died from my corrosion plague is on its way here. Chang Shou knelt under the blazing sun, drenched in sweat. He never expected that Emo-Chen's corrosion fungus could spread like a plague among the beast horde. Once the ferocious beasts fell ill and died, he could use the spirit-hosting fungus to manipulate the corpses of the beasts to gather around him, making it effortless. Chang Shou swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this guy's abilities are too outrageous. Following him might have its benefits. As long as I can survive, I'm willing to do anything. Duan Pang, on the other hand, secretly cursed, reborn? He must be crazy. But as long as I can live, that's all that matters. Emo-Chen patted their faces and coldly asked, did you hear what I said clearly? I heard clearly. Mogo, as long as you give the order, my little brother and I will work like oxen and horses. Oh, you really listened? With that, Emo-Chen instantly clenched his fist. Blue ripples erupted from their bodies, their eyes filled with blue spots, and before they could react, they spewed blood from their mouths and died on the spot. Looking at their sprawled bodies, Emo-Chen slowly stood up, his tone indifferent, sorry. You know too much. Under the blazing sun, Emo-Chen felt a chill all over. He calmly walked to the entrance of the cave and sat alone under the fallen tree. After all, this was his first time killing someone, he would get used to it in the future. Before his rebirth, Chen could only be considered a sly trickster. He would never have done something like killing. He knew he was just an ordinary person. Choosing the path of a martial artist, harboring good intentions would only harm himself. Chen was very afraid that in the future, a small act of kindness would ruin his bright prospects. So he laid all his cards on the table, aiming to force himself not to hold back, to kill Chang Shou and Duan Pang. After all, they were already dead men, so they might as well die with clarity. Chen coldly watched the bodies exposed to the scorching sun, and in his eyes, it seemed like something was missing. Time passed, and it was unknown how long it had been, but Zhong Lingling was still cultivating in the cave. Several days of hard training, combined with the rich spiritual energy of this blessed land, had greatly enhanced her vitality. Now, her vitality had reached 555 cards. Dong dong dong, Zhong Lingling frowned slightly as she listened to the noise coming from outside the cave. She secretly cursed in her heart, damn it, what is Chen up to? It's been noisy all afternoon, and it's still going on now. Fortunately, it was already afternoon, and Zhong Lingling was about to finish her nearly 12 hours of cultivation. Reluctantly absorbing the last trace of spiritual energy, she slowly opened her clear eyes. Her clenched fists made a series of cracking sounds. With a hint of resentment, Zhong Lingling walked towards the cave entrance and said, "It's been noisy since noon, really. I want to see what you're up to." With that, she strode out of the cave. After an unknown amount of time, the light outside the cave grew closer, and Zhong Lingling immediately changed her expression, poking her head out and pretending to be timid as she asked, "Chen, what are you doing so noisy?" After saying that, Zhong Lingling looked around at the scene. In front of the cave was a small mountain made up of the corpses of fierce beasts. Various creatures like the Zhulin water buffalo, iron-tooth wolf pack, and spike pig group were neatly arranged, with no obvious wounds on their surfaces, and after being exposed to the scorching sun, they emitted not a trace of blood smell. A slightly larger iron-tooth wolf was currently savoring the bodies of two unidentified martial artists lying on the ground. This iron-tooth wolf's eyes shone with a bizarre, colorful light, and upon seeing Zhong Lingling's figure, it clearly froze for a moment. Then, it slowly opened its mouth wide, spat out the bits of flesh in its mouth, and fell straight down, dead. At that moment, Chen was holding an oversized brown beast hunting bag, busily stuffing the corpses of the fierce beasts one by one into it. Mumbling to himself, "Damn it, not a single B-grade essence blood." Zhong Lingling was clearly stunned. The amount of information was too overwhelming for her brain to process in such a short time. The martial artists dead in front of the cave, the iron-tooth wolf eating human flesh, the mountain of fierce beast corpses. Although Zhong Lingling didn't know what had happened, she could clearly feel that she had missed out on a lot of good drama. Zhong Lingling hurriedly interrupted Chen, trembling as she asked, Chen, what's going on? What do you mean what's going on? Zhong Lingling pointed at the chaotic pile of things with both hands, speaking incoherently as she asked, "You need to explain how these two martial artists ended up dead?" After filling one of the hunting bags with spike pigs, Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and casually said, "These two. They were the ones who harassed you at the supply station before, and they came to find me for revenge. But after realizing that the cave behind me was a blessed land, they wanted to kill me by using their numbers, and then I turned the tables on them." This statement was like a thunderclap, leaving Zhong Lingling dumbfounded. She widened her beautiful eyes, her mouth trembling as she said, You killed them?" She didn't feel much about martial artists killing martial artists. What shocked Zhong Lingling was not that Chen had killed someone, but that he had turned the tables on these two first-tier level 19 martial artists. She never expected that a 0-tier level 4 freshman martial artist could kill two second-tier level 19 martial artists. And the protagonist of this story was standing right in front of her. Zhong Lingling had fought with these two. Her incredibly swift whip kick had struck Chang Shou's face as if she were just tickling him. After all, Chang Shou and Duan Pang were a whole level higher than Zhong Lingling, so it was quite reasonable that they couldn't be defeated. But Chen, surprisingly, managed to turn the tables on them without wearing battle gear or wielding a weapon. It was truly unbelievable. Zhong Lingling's first reaction was to doubt, but in her eyes, Chen was not the type to boast. No matter how absurd the situation was, she could only believe it. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death for martial artists, who would throw mud on their own reputation. Chen then took out another beast hunting bag and tossed it to Zhong Lingling. He casually said, "Hurry up and deal with the beasts, the sun is about to set. Once we return to Tendu, everyone can rest well." Looking at Chen's relaxed demeanor, Zhong Lingling felt uneasy. She knew that if Chen, who was already in the spotlight, was exposed for killing two second-year students from the Ability Academy, it would surely stir up a storm, and the relationship between the two schools might be irreparably damaged. Zhong Lingling furrowed her brows, deeply worried. Emo-chan noticed her expression and turned to look at the remains on the ground, saying lightly, "Don't worry. It's quite normal for martial artists to die in the wilderness, isn't it? And even if it's discovered, they were the ones who attacked first, they deserve it. After dealing with the beasts, bury the leftover remains of these two." Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingling quickened her movements. She thought to herself, if Emo-chan had escaped during the confrontation, I would be the one in trouble. He even saved my life. Zhong Lingling smiled faintly. Suddenly, she remembered that there was a question Emo-chan hadn't answered. So she stopped her actions and asked in confusion, "Emo-chan, did you personally carry back all these beast corpses?" "No, they walked back on their own after they died." Zhong Lingling rolled her eyes and muttered, "I might as well not ask." Fulong Mountain Wilderness Area, Supply Station. At this moment, as the sun was setting, a group of martial artists hunting beasts on the edge of Fulong Mountain returned to the supply station. There were about 60 martial artists, all with beast hunting bags the size of baseballs hanging from their waists, looking quite pleased with their haul. They happily handed their hunting bags to the guide. Lu Rulan glanced back at the door behind the hunting bags. She thought to herself, today is the 12th day, and Emo-chan and that Zhong Lingling haven't submitted a single bounty. It seems they won't be able to complete it. Just as she finished speaking, a heavy sound of footsteps came from outside. The two security guards at the door widened their eyes in surprise upon seeing the source of the noise. Zhong Lingling appeared, carrying a black travel bag on her back and holding 4 basketball-sized hunting bags in her hands, looking as if she was about to collapse, trembling as she walked into the supply station. Emo-chan followed closely behind her, looking completely at ease. He was carrying 6 even larger hunting bags. The ground where Emo-chan stepped was indented, as if it had been pounded down by an incredibly heavy hammer. The martial artists inside the supply station were all drawn to this enormous commotion. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Emo-chan casually dropped the hunting bags onto the ground, then said indifferently, "Submit the bounty." The bulging hunting bags made a dull thud as they hit the ground. Behind him, Zhong Lingling rolled her eyes and gasped for breath. She looked at Emo-chan's back and thought to herself, Emo-chan is truly a monster. Carrying this hundreds of kilograms heavy beast bag, he didn't even seem to be out of breath. Lu Rulan looked at the beast bag, which was inflated to the size of a basketball, and her brows unconsciously furrowed. The beast bag was a magical bag that could store the corpses of ferocious beasts. A single beast bag, at its optimal capacity, could hold over 100 medium to small-sized ferocious beasts, while also reducing weight and size, allowing it to be hung at the waist. However, if it contained more than 100 ferocious beasts, the bag would grow larger and heavier. Lu Rulan gazed at the basketball-sized beast bag and thought to herself, each of these bags probably contains 200 to 300 ferocious beasts, right? Could it be that he really completed these 10 S-rank bounties in just 1 week? Incredible! After a moment of contemplation, Lu Rulan hurriedly picked up a pistol-shaped scanner and rushed towards Emo-chan's beast bag. Other martial artists put down their tasks and gathered around Emo-chan, eager to see what was happening. Beep! Detected ferocious beasts, spiky pig times 300. Beep! Detected ferocious beasts, explosive fire chicken times 250. The onlookers displayed expressions of shock, shaking their heads in disbelief, secretly admiring Emo-chan's strength. TSK. I really didn't expect this kid to actually complete these 10 S-rank bounties in just 2 weeks. What? 2 weeks? That's terrifying, isn't it? He disappeared for 12 days, and I thought he had died in the mountains. I didn't expect he actually completed the bounties. Lu Rulan looked at the data displayed by the scanner, amazed. She waved her hand, instructing someone to carry away the 10 beast bags, and then respectfully said to Emo-chan, Mr. Emo-chan, your batch of ferocious beasts has been sent for recycling. Please wait a moment in the lounge. Emo-chan nodded and said, please hurry, we're pressed for time. We'll do our best to expedite it for you. Lu Rulan promised, then hurriedly bid farewell to Emo-chan and his companion, quickly walking into the beast recycling room. The beast recycling room was very spacious, with 20 recycling personnel standing inside. They wore masks and gloves, carefully opening the 10 bulging beast bags simultaneously. Lu Rulan quickly covered her mouth and nose, trying to block out the foul odor. But she seemed to realize that the smell wasn't strong enough. These ferocious beasts hadn't even begun to rot. The small, figurine-like corpses of the ferocious beasts had already left the beast bags and were visibly expanding at a slow pace. Eventually, they piled up to the height of a small mountain. In an instant, the spacious room felt crowded. The recyclers calculated that there were nearly 2,000 ferocious beasts. Dozens of recyclers holding short knives pulled out a ferocious beast from the pile in front of them. Then, they plunged the short knives into the beast's body and began to dissect it like a butcher. In no time, the beast was opened up. Incredible! Lu Rulin hurried over after hearing one of the recording recyclers exclaim in disbelief. The recycler shook his head and said, "This is the most intact ferocious beast corpse I've ever seen. Aside from a bit of muscle necrosis, there are basically no obvious external injuries, and the surface doesn't even have a trace of blood. Just this one ferocious beast has an 80% recovery rate for its flesh." Upon hearing this, the other recyclers nodded in agreement. Some bounties only required certain parts of the ferocious beasts, while the remaining useless parts would be sold on the market, referred to as recycling. The more intact the corpse of the ferocious beast, the higher the recovery rate. Consequently, the amount of Dragon Kingdom coins obtained would also increase. It should be noted that, previously in the eyes of these recyclers, if a ferocious beast had even a whole piece of intact meat left, it was considered fortunate. Most ferocious beasts had a recovery rate that did not exceed 40%. One of the recyclers questioned, "I remember that Nemochen's weapon was claws, right? Yet, on the surface of most ferocious beasts, there isn't a single trace of injury from sharp claws. Did he not engage in any combat with the beasts?" Most of the ferocious beasts they recovered had some marks from sharp or blunt weapons on their bodies. The weapon that caused the smallest area of injury was firearms, while the largest was hammers. Lu Rulin even once saw a hammer-wielding warrior come in with a large bag of pulverized meat and bones, demanding a recovery. Even the scanner couldn't identify what kind of ferocious beast that bone paste came from. Lu Rulin thought for a moment and said, Emochen might not have used any weapons, he probably relied on bacteria to slaughter these beast groups. No external injuries on the corpse, it seems that is indeed the case. A slightly older recycler jotted down some notes and calculated, water buffalo 100,000, iron-toothed wolf 200,000, prickly pig 90,000, ground fox 80,000. You should go tell Emochen that these 10S level bounty rewards add up to 870,000, plus this recovery of 1 million, which is expected to be around 1,870,000 Dragon Kingdom coins, possibly more. This kid is truly cut out for this line of work. Zhong Lingling had just finished her training and had been running around with several beast hunting bags, feeling utterly exhausted. At this moment, she was slumped on the soft sofa, recovering her strength. Meanwhile, Emochen was reporting safety to Julie. Creak, the door to the lounge suddenly opened, and Emochen looked up to see Lu Rulin approaching with a form in hand. She smiled and said, Mr. Emochen, since you haven't accepted a bounty before, please fill out this form. Emochen took the pen and form and quickly began to fill it out. He was somewhat concerned about the bounty and asked, how much can we earn in total from these 10S level bounties plus the recovery? Lu Rulin replied honestly, the recyclers calculated that if the recovery rates for those batches of ferocious beasts are good, it would be around 1,870,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Upon hearing this, Emochen raised his eyebrows cheerfully. He silently calculated in his mind, previously, when I was with Lao Gao and Jiang Qiping in the Guangyang forest for 7 days, I probably earned over 200,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. And now, just after 12 days, I've earned nearly 1,870,000. Without breaking a sweat, I can earn 870,000. This little blue crow is indeed impressive. After thinking for a moment, Emochen turned to look at Zhong Lingling, who was slumped beside him. Zhong Lingling had told Emochen that she wouldn't take any bounty. Since all the ferocious beasts were taken down by Emochen, she completed the final task assigned by the school without exerting a bit of effort and earned the qualification to participate in the selection. Moreover, she even had spare time to train, raising her vitality to 552 cards. Not to mention, Emochen had saved Zhong Lingling's life. If Chang Shou and Duan Pang had attacked Emochen and either killed him or chased him away, it would have been Zhong Lingling who suffered. For both emotional and logical reasons, Zhong Lingling could not demand a share of the bounty. However, even if Zhong Lingling did ask for a share, Emochen would not give it to her. Emochen looked at Zhong Lingling's small face and silently thought, I saved your life, you will owe me this favor in the future. If you still want money now, that would be too much. Of course, Emochen knew that her family was not short of money. Emochen looked at the form in his hand, checked it thoroughly, and after confirming it was correct, handed it to Lu Rulin. Lu Rulin smiled sweetly and said, the remittance will arrive in batches within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Emochen coldly nodded, then walked out of the supply station with Zhong Lingling, heading towards the subway station at the bottom of the stairs. Ding! The train has arrived, Martial Arts Academy Station. As the announcement sounded, the train slowly decelerated and came to a steady stop at the subway station outside the Martial Arts Academy. Emochen got off alone, following other martial artists. Zhong Lingling's mentor, Wu Zhiga, was in Tendu City, so she had gotten off a few stops earlier to find her mentor. Emochen adjusted his slightly crooked bun and thought to himself, Wu Zhiga is the son of the martial extreme sovereign, but no one knows that Zhong Lingling is his granddaughter. With a maternal uncle as a mentor and such a powerful background, it's no wonder Zhong Lingling's future strength will be so formidable. Mo Chen pondered as he walked. The 870,000 bounty might not even be worth mentioning in Zhong Lingling's eyes. During her high school years, she had already received educational resources far beyond the ordinary. She was able to learn the S-level mental technique and combat skill 10,000 annihilation combat technique before the college entrance examination and had perfected it. There were very few like her. If we don't count the S-level essence blood, the Wu family must have spent at least 5 million on her. Although her battlesuit was customized along with Mo Chen and others, her weapons were not. Zhong Lingling even had many sets of weapons. This time, while doing the bounty with Mo Chen, she brought along a seemingly ordinary alloy fist glove. At first, Mo Chen didn't even notice that she was carrying a weapon, because this fist glove was just too ordinary. But this seemingly ordinary fist glove actually started at 500,000 Dragon Country coins. To put it in perspective, Mo Chen's Shin Tide Claw, combined with the A-level combat skill Void Claw, only cost 30,000 Dragon Country coins. Zhong Lingling's weapons were all made from crimson steel. Crimson steel and black iron both belong to F-level steel, but crimson steel is slightly harder, just a bit. However, the price of crimson steel is much higher than that of black iron. Ordinary martial artists would not spend a fortune just to pursue that little bit of hardness by buying weapons made from crimson steel. Even wealthy heirs like Shin Tianbai used weapons made of black iron. Mo Chen thought to himself, although the martial examination restricts the level of weapon steel and uniformly distributes battlesuits to prevent the rich from having too much advantage, the rich and the commoners are really not on the same starting line. Even if it's just to improve the hardness of their weapons a little, they can spend a fortune to buy F-level crimson steel weapons. Mo Chen shook his head and silently looked at the snake bone in his storage ring. The Shin Tide Claw was his first weapon, and although he cherished it greatly, F-level steel weapons would ultimately need to be replaced. Just like Xiaohe, who had just advanced to the first level and could skillfully use E-level weapons, immediately turned around and sold the Shin Tide Claw. Mo Chen understood that after the martial arts competition, the Shin Tide Claw would be completely retired. In the blacksmith shop of the Martial Arts Academy, the sound of ding-ling-dang from the forging of iron echoed continuously. Even Mo Chen, standing outside the door, could hear the crisp sound, the extremely enthusiastic sound of forging. Ding-ling! Welcome to Flame Fist Forge. Mo Chen walked into the blacksmith shop and observed the layout of the shop. What caught the eye was a large floor-to-ceiling window that separated a fiery red forging room. The glass was covered in thick steam, obscuring the view of several indistinct figures inside, bare-shouldered, facing the blazing furnace, their backs to the guests as they hammered away with their fists. It looked extremely hot. In contrast, the reception area where Mo Chen stood was quite cool. Various weapons were displayed in the glass showcases around, clearly processed or repaired by blacksmiths. On the walls hung various design blueprints, giving off a very professional vibe. When the people in the forging room saw someone enter the shop, they wiped their sweat and hurriedly walked out. Mo Chen recalled the sound of the doorbell, his brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "Flame fist forging? This place can't be." Before he could finish, a familiar voice came. "Welcome to Flame Fist Forging. May I ask if you need weapon repairs, or perhaps Mo Chen?" Mo Chen looked at Lu Ji, who was wearing a red headband, without a hint of surprise. He suddenly realized, "Lu Ji, so you've been working here all along. No wonder your muscles have grown so big." "Not quite. That's incorrect." Lu Ji shook his finger and said lightly, "I'm not working. I'm here training the S-class martial arts technique taught to me by Teacher Elf's chaotic/frenzy fist." With that, Lu Ji raised his fist, igniting a fierce flame. Mo Chen thought to himself, "Isn't this just a way to trick you into doing some under-the-table work?" Now Mo Chen finally understood why Lu Ji had changed so much during the short summer training. His muscles had grown because he had been continuously hammering steel. He cut off his yellow hair because sometimes it would catch fire. Lu Ji got straight to the point. "Mo Chen, is your claw damaged? Or do you simply want to enhance its hardness?" "Both, I suppose." Mo Chen replied, pulling out a pitch-black snake bone from his storage ring. Lu Ji took a casual glance and immediately recognized the value of the snake bone, his brow furrowing tightly. "Holy crap! You managed to get a forging beast bone? Wait here, I'll go get my teacher." With that, Lu Ji hurried into the forging room. He quickly spoke to a tall figure inside, gesturing animatedly, and after a moment, they both emerged. The tall figure, with golden hair and blue eyes, sporting a curled mustache, wiped his sweat and shook hands with Mo Chen, saying, "Hello, Mo Chen." Mo Chen, slightly disgusted, shook the damp hand and said, "Teacher Elfs, I have a forging beast bone here, and I would like to ask you to help me repair and enhance my weapon with it." With that, Emo-chan placed the Shin Tide Claw and the snake bone on the counter. The moment Alf saw the snake bone, his brow instantly furrowed. This is the broken end of a rib from a black bone white spirit python, and even the end is as thick as an arm. That black bone white spirit python must be at least 100 meters long. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan was immediately shocked. Alfs could instantly determine the type and size of the fierce beast just by a glance. It was truly impressive. Luji's eyes widened. 100 meters long? That beast must be at least 6th tier, right? Emo-chan, where did you get this snake bone? Bang! Alfs raised his fist and struck Luji on the head, causing a large bump to instantly form on his forehead. Alfs clenched his fist and angrily scolded, "This is the guest's privacy. Even friends are not allowed to ask." Woo woo woo. Understood. Emo-chan really didn't want to expose the source of the snake bone, as its value exceeded 10 million. Emo-chan thought to himself, although the snake bone is incredibly precious, it really can't be taken away. Fortunately, the location of that blessed land is too hidden, and I blocked the cave entrance with a giant rock, so no one will discover it for a while. Alvis slightly relaxed his brow and asked casually, "Emo-chan, are you sure you want to use this snake bone to enhance your weapon?" In Alvis's eyes, using this rare beast bone worth over 100,000 to reinforce and repair an F-grade weapon was simply a waste. Emo-chan, however, didn't care at all, as he had hundreds of meters of such snake bones. He nodded and affirmed, "I'm sure." Seeing this, Alvis nodded heavily and said to Emo-chan seriously, "The forging will take about 2 weeks. Remember to come pick it up at the end of September." After saying this, Alvis took the Shin Tide Claw and the snake bone into the forging room. After leaving the Flame Fist Forge blacksmith shop, Emo-chan immediately returned to his dormitory. "Welcome back, Master." Afu immediately opened the door, welcoming Emo-chan home after 2 weeks. A chill instantly swept over, and Emo-chan's body shivered. He thought to himself, "Damn it, the air conditioning wasn't turned off?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from Emo-chan's dormitory. "Emo-chan, explain. Why didn't you tell me about refining multiple blood essences? Also, how did you discover that you have this physique?" Although the tone was devoid of emotional fluctuations, the voice was extremely sweet, making it feel like a spoiled child. Emo-chan put down his travel bag and slowly walked into the living room. At that moment, Julie was lying on Emo-chan's large sofa in a purple dress, barefoot, exuding beauty and allure. She had been waiting at Emo-chan's house for quite a while, and judging by her tone, it seemed that Emo-chan would have to suffer a bit before she would let it go. Although Emo-chan had already prepared a perfect explanation, he was still ready to be scolded. After all, he had secretly refined blood essences, and he had refined 5 bottles. Such a dangerous act without informing his teacher deserved some punishment. Just as Emo-chan was about to speak, Julie stretched lazily and slowly stood up. She gently patted Emo-chan's head and said softly, "Forget it, everyone has their little secrets. If you don't want to say, I won't hold it against you. Now that you're back, just focus on your cultivation. At the rate you're progressing, you'll surely surpass me soon." After saying this, Julie smiled lightly and walked to the entrance, quietly putting on her shoes. In her eyes, although Emo-chan's personality was a bit strange, he was very thoughtful in his actions. He was very sensible, possessed unparalleled talent and comprehension, yet still practiced diligently. Julie knew that it wouldn't be long before Emo-chan caught up with her, and she wouldn't be able to teach him for much longer. So, all Julie could do for Emo-chan was to support him. Her gentle words seeped into Emo-chan's heart like a stream of spring water. He didn't expect that Julie wouldn't interrogate him like Wei Wenliang did. At this moment, he also understood that Julie was treating him sincerely, hoping for his improvement. Emo-chan hurriedly called out to Julie, saying warmly, "Teacher Julie, you are my teacher. How could I possibly hide anything from you?" Julie turned back lightly, smiling gently. Emo-chan shared everything that happened on Fulong Mountain with Julie. Of course, these trivial matters couldn't be hidden by Emo-chan for long, and there was no need to conceal them from his teacher. He recounted everything from taking on 10 S-rank bounties, to using the little blue crow to infect the beast horde, discovering the blessed land and beast bones, refining the essence blood of the 1,000-foot demon centipede, and killing Chang Shou and Duan Pang, among other things. Naturally, he would never mention that he could obtain all the beast characteristics to evolve bacteria. He also kept quiet about the system and other bacteria. These secrets, he would only share with the dead. Listening to the events of the past 2 weeks, Julie furrowed her brows, her mouth slightly agape, staring at Emo-chan with a ghostly expression. Her mind, like Zhong Lingling's, struggled to process such a massive amount of information. She thought to herself, this kid is so fierce? Completing 10 S-rank bounties in just 2 weeks as a zero-level Emo-chan was already a miracle. He even managed to do other things during that time, refining essence blood. What shocked Julie even more was that he had managed to kill 2 level 19 second-year martial artists in a 1-on-2 situation. Regaining her composure, Julie asked, "So, have you dealt with that blessed land and beast bones?" "Dealt with?" Seeing Emo-chan's bewildered expression, Julie slowly explained for him. The Martial Artist Association generally refers to the Dragon Kingdom Martial Artist Association. It is an association founded by the Dragon Kingdom, managing various affairs related to martial arts in the country. Julie continued, when martial artists discover large natural resources like the Blessed Land, they can report it to the Martial Artist Association, which will then recognize your ownership of the Blessed Land. As she listened, Mo-chan began to understand. If he reported to the Martial Artist Association, as the first discoverer, he could legally own that blessed land. However, the Martial Artist Association would take a portion of the resources, and Mo-chan had no intention of reporting it, at least not now. Moreover, that blessed land was very hidden, ordinary people couldn't find it at all, so Mo-chan felt quite at ease. Julie understood Mo-chan's intentions and no longer brought up the blessed land, instead asking about his killing of the level 19 martial artists. But Mo-chan was indifferent. A large part of Changsho and Duan Pang's bodies had already been chewed into meat paste by the iron-toothed wolf and swallowed. The iron-toothed wolf's stomach had long been emptied by the scavenger and thrown into the trash dump. As for the remaining parts of the bodies, Mo-chan initially intended to have the iron-toothed wolf continue eating them, but after Zhong Lingling saw it, he had to give up and find another place to bury them. After pondering for a moment, Julie thought to herself, with the relationship between the two schools so tense right now, if this matter gets out, it won't be good for you. It's better to avoid trouble than to seek it, Mo-chan said, looking at Julie, who was clearly worried about him, with a thoughtful expression. He hadn't cleaned up the remaining remains of Changsho and Duan Pang on purpose. His intention was to draw the attention of the Ability Academy. If the Ability Academy discovered that Mo-chan had killed Chang and Duan, they couldn't make a big deal out of it and would have to remain silent. After all, if word got out that their level 19 second-year martial artists were killed by a level 4 martial artist, the entire Ability Academy would be in an embarrassing situation. Moreover, Mo-chan had ample evidence to prove that he acted in self-defense. In short, this matter would not only dispel doubts about his ability but also dampen the spirit of the Ability Academy. Mo-chan secretly chuckled to himself, no worries, no worries. As long as you dare to come find me, I will definitely make a big fuss about it. I've already thought of the title. Shocking. The top scholar of Jiangnan province actually did something so horrific to 2 level 19 warriors. Julie looked at the grinning Mo-chan and patted his head, saying, stop grinning like an idiot and hurry up and practice. During the days you're going to claim the bounty, I've been helping you collect the spirit incense. After saying that, Julie patted Mo-chan's back and continued, I know your personality, by the time the selection tournament starts, you'll definitely be doing 4 matches a day, and then you won't have any time to practice. With that, Julie slowly stood up. She walked towards the entrance and said, you only have 340 cards, make sure to practice hard. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan replied nonchalantly, teacher, I forgot to mention. I have 403 cards now. Julie suddenly stumbled, almost losing her balance. She turned back in shock, her face filled with disbelief, and all her thoughts condensed into 2 words, impressive. Until the last day of September, Mo-chan was still diligently practicing. Meanwhile, the Martial Arts Tournament Selection Tournament of the Ability Academy had just begun today. Their selection tournament started a day earlier than the Martial Arts and Military Academies, stealing quite a bit of the spotlight. It was nighttime, and the largest outdoor martial arts arena in the Ability Academy, resembling a stadium, was lit up with dazzling lights. This battle was the 4th match of the Academy's signature warrior, Shibu. This morning, at other martial arts arenas, he had effortlessly defeated other warriors in seconds. He didn't even use his abilities, each match lasted no more than 3 minutes. The reason this match was arranged in the largest outdoor arena was that his opponent was matched against the 2nd-ranked Xiefan. The number of warriors coming to watch tonight was extraordinary. At this moment, in the outdoor martial arts arena, the sounds of intense fighting were already echoing. Blades clashed, and cold light flickered. The fierce metallic clashing sounds, under the enthusiastic cheers of the densely packed audience, grew clearer and more intense. 2 dark figures were fighting under the spotlight and the glint of blades. Accompanied by the audience's fervent cheers, it was incredibly exhilarating. I didn't expect Shibu to be quite something. What do you expect? He's the legitimate top scholar of Tendu with 1,300 points, he can't be compared to those frauds like Mo-chan. Indeed. I believe Shibu can definitely win the 0-level martial arts tournament championship. The students from the academy were intensely discussing the match in the center of the arena. They even took a jab at Mo-chan next door. Sitting among the crowd, Shen Tianbai furrowed his brows in anger and glanced at the few people behind him. At this moment, he disdainfully thought, humph. Is the martial arts exam in Tendu really that difficult? The beasts released are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. The boss you're fighting is a level 15 spiked boar king, while the boss we're fighting in Nanzhou City is a level 15 thunder elephant. The so-called genius Chi Beidou. If he were to take the martial arts exam in Nanzhou City, he wouldn't even have a chance to catch up to Emochen. It was well known that the difficulty of the martial arts exam in Tendu was simple. He listened to the mockery of the crowd but didn't dare to retort, only scratching his white hair, feeling somewhat irritated. Shen Tianbai sighed deeply, secretly thinking, damn it, Emochen's terrifying stats are definitely real, but no one in the Ability Academy believes it. Shen Tianbai had tried to spar with Emochen during the martial arts exam and was almost convinced by him. He still couldn't understand why Emochen's strength had skyrocketed. He still believed he had a chance to surpass Emochen. Until the martial arts competition's opening ceremony, after Emochen showcased his abilities, Shen Tianbai was finally convinced. Shen Tianbai had sparred with Emochen and knew it was absolutely real, but no one believed him. Because in the Ability Academy, he was just a special student with below-average martial arts exam scores and a mediocre vitality level. His vitality was only at 480 calories. Bang! Another crisp sound rang out. In the center of the martial arts hall, the two dark figures simultaneously retreated after their blades clashed. Chi Beidou, with his black curly hair and dressed in a menacing black battlesuit, looked disdainfully at the two warriors nearby, each with two black blades hanging at their waists. A smirk of contempt appeared at the corner of Chi Beidou's mouth. He lazily planted his black gold longsword into the ground and said with a grin, Siafan, what's the point of competing with 4 swords? Do you have 4 hands? Upon hearing this, the gray-haired boy with a center parting, wielding 2 swords, froze for a moment. Then, his mouth twitched uncontrollably, veins bulging at his temples. He retorted angrily, you're asking me. What's the point of having 4 swords? You clearly have no idea what my ability is, do you? Siafan's brows furrowed. After all, his vitality was only slightly below Chi Beidou's 681 calories, reaching a high of 601 calories. Yet Chi Beidou seemed oblivious, not even bothering to understand what type of ability he had. Chi Beidou shook his head, coldly laughing, hey, I'm not targeting you, I'm talking about everyone here. I haven't bothered to learn about anyone's abilities. At this, Siafan lowered his head. He said flatly, then let me show you my ability. S-Class, Wuchang Shuanghun. As soon as he finished speaking, Siafan's entire body turned pitch black. A pair of incredibly white and transparent ghostly arms suddenly extended from his chest, grabbing the remaining 2 black blades hanging at his waist. Chi Beidou's brows tightened slightly as he gripped his black gold longsword, muttering, transformation type ability? No. Summoning type ability? Siafan was engulfed in darkness, with only his eyes glowing with 2 points of white light. He stared intently at Chi Beidou, whispering, combat skill. Soul reaping slash. In an instant, those ghostly white arms twitched, and a pure white figure grasping 2 tang swords burst forth from the dark Siafan, as if the soul had left the body. The hollow-eyed, pitch-black white spirit charged forward, aiming to deliver a cross slash to the unsuspecting Chi Beidou. Chi Beidou reacted instantly, leaping upward with his black gold longsword. The twin blades swiped through the air, missing entirely, while Chi Beidou perfectly dodged Siafan's combat skill. Humph! Chi Beidou snorted coldly, glancing at the spirit behind him, then turning his gaze back to the entirely dark Siafan. He murmured, combat skill. 7-star treading slash. In an instant, an invisible pulse of spiritual energy spread across the entire competition arena. Chi Beidou seemed to activate some kind of invisible barrier, then directly stepped onto the air, spinning and maneuvering before charging at Siafan. Siafan! Not dodging? Chi Beidou's eyes widened, instantly sensing something was off. To avoid harming Siafan, he had slowed down, and logically, Siafan should not have been able to evade this sword. Siafan stood still, and in an instant, the black gold longsword struck his abdomen. But he felt no harm. Instead, he raised his twin blades and fiercely slashed downwards at Chi Beidou. Chi Beidou lifted his long sword, blocking the twin blades from below. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and the audience erupted. Siafan! What incredible agility! Well done! Take down Chi Beidou. Shen Tianbai furrowed his brows, muttering, no, Siafan didn't dodge. Chi Beidou looked at the pitch-black Siafan before him, quickly pondering, the sword didn't give me the feeling of hitting. Could this be a spirit body? After a moment of thought, Chi Beidou clenched his fist with one free hand. Buzz! Chi Beidou vanished from his spot. The 2 tang knives that Siafan had used to block the black gold long sword instantly swung empty, deeply embedded in the arena. Qian Tianbai's eyes widened in shock. He disappeared in an instant? Everyone knew that Qi Beidu's ability was S-class, spatial imbalance, but they were unclear about its effects. At this moment, Qi Beidu had flickered to the back of Xie Fan's white spirit body. The black spirit body turned to face Qi Beidu, instantly erupting, drawing its twin blades and charging at him. The white spirit body also reacted in an instant, turning to deliver two powerful slashes at Qi Beidu. TSK. So quick to react. Qi Beidu frowned slightly, raising his sword to deflect the white spirit body's twin blades, while also having to deal with the black spirit body's incoming strikes. Clang 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 clang. Metal clashed, sparks flying from the friction of blades. The arena was once again filled with the relentless symphony of steel. At first, Qi Beidu handled the four wildly slashing tang knives with ease, but gradually his stamina began to wane. His speed slowed down. Suddenly, the white spirit body's downward slash abruptly changed direction, veering a few centimeters to the right, aimed at Qi Beidu's wrist. Qi Beidu's face changed in shock, and he vanished from his spot. Clang! Boom! The audience fell silent. Even Qian Tianbai widened his eyes, mouth agape, staring blankly at the arena. There, Qi Beidu had flickered and was now hovering in midair, looking indifferently at the two spirit bodies, one black and one white, below him. He glanced at the blood-red scar on his left hand gripping the black sword, raised the sword high, and then slowly lifted his right hand, clenching his fist. Combat skill. Void grasp. In an instant, Xie Fan's two black and white spirit bodies were teleported into midair. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had tightly grasped the two, rendering them immobile. Xie Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Before Xie Fan could react, Qi Beidu's black gold long sword sliced through both spirit bodies simultaneously. Put! Xie Fan's black spirit body instantly spewed out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished again, reappearing on the arena. Xie Fan sat on the ground, one hand propping himself up, the other clutching the wound on his abdomen. He knew that Qi Beidu had shown mercy. Beep! Winner! Qi Beidu! The host declared, and the entire martial arts hall erupted in a wave of cheers. Qian Tianbai, witnessing Qi Beidu use his ability for the first time, was left utterly stunned. He muttered, "Sorry, I was a bit harsh earlier. Emo-chan, are you sure you want to fight this thing? What the hell? What the hell? Damn it! Emo-chan? What kind of ability does Qi Beidu have? He can control his enemies and teleport in midair?" Lu Ji and Zhong Lingling were sitting on Emo-chan's sofa, watching the official live broadcast of Ability Academy on the television. The two were left speechless. They had never understood Qi Beidu before and had no idea what his abilities were. Emo-chan had just finished his shower and was walking out of the bathroom. He glanced at the image on the television and then continued to dry his hair. Emo-chan thought to himself, "It's not bad, indeed." After that, he walked up to the room on the second floor. Lu Ji and Zhong Lingling watched Emo-chan's back, nervously swallowing their saliva. Zhong Lingling thought to herself, if Qi Beidu really can match up with Emo-chan, then he's finished. In Zhong Lingling's mind, Emo-chan seemed to be the more terrifying presence. Emo-chan entered the room on the second floor and sat on the big bed. He closed his eyes tightly, feeling the surging sensation of his vital energy flowing through his body. After completing 10 S-rank bounties and returning to the Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chan had been diligently cultivating in his dormitory. Relying on the Academy's promise of 10 spiritual incense sticks every day, his vital energy value soared. Emo-chan only needed 4 hours of cultivation time each day, and the blood fusion bacteria would absorb the spiritual incense completely, bringing him 6 points of vital energy value daily. Additionally, with his heart condensation technique already cultivated to the 6th level, he could gain 4 to 5 points of vital energy every day. In the latter half of the month, Emo-chan raised his vital energy value to 562 points. If the Martial Arts Academy promised to give Emo-chan 10 extreme spiritual incense sticks every day, his cultivation speed would have skyrocketed. However, that was impossible. Just one extreme spiritual incense stick cost 30,000 Dragon Country coins, which was simply too much of a loss. Emo-chan closed his eyes tightly and thought to himself, it was a good decision to suppress the absorption rate of the blood fusion bacteria during the summer break and let the heart condensation technique instantly rise to the 5th level. The absorption rate of the blood fusion bacteria only related to the concentration of spiritual energy and could not be artificially increased. However, the cultivation method could enhance the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy through practice. Although the improvement in absorption efficiency of the heart condensation technique wasn't that fast, its main function wasn't that. Its primary function was to clear Emo-chan's blocked meridians, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy normally. If Mo Chen hadn't raised the heart condensation technique to the 5th level during his closed-door cultivation, his vital energy value wouldn't have increased so quickly. The selection is starting tomorrow. Soon, I'll be able to see who my match is. Mo Chen eagerly refreshed the martial arts app, but the matching information still hadn't appeared. Meanwhile, the number of participants had changed. Out of 103 special recruits, only 100 remained for the selection competition. Could it be someone got injured while doing bounties? Or did they voluntarily withdraw? It should be a voluntary withdrawal. If someone got hurt doing bounties and couldn't compete, then what would that make them? A special recruit. Everyone has their own aspirations. If they want to withdraw, then let them. It seems I can only aim for 99 consecutive wins. Just as Mo Chen was pondering, a strange shout suddenly came from the martial arts hall in the backyard. Ouch, what the hell? Is this Afu really that awesome? As soon as Mo Chen heard it, he knew that Lu Ji was sparring with the butler Afu, who had unlocked the passionate sparring feature. After returning, Mo Chen had conveniently used 10 points to purchase the spiritual puppet passionate sparring chip. After upgrading Afu, Mo Chen had been passionately sparring with it every day to hone his combat skills. Now, Mo Chen's S-rank 1000 spider hand technique had reached level 41 proficiency. Meanwhile, his A-rank shadow claw and A-rank venom injection needle had both been cultivated to level 35. Other combat skills had also reached level 20. Zhong Lingling and Lu Ji learned about it and also started borrowing Mo Chen's martial arts gym. Mo Chen didn't mind their use, after all, they were friends, and he enjoyed a livelier environment. At this moment, in the center of the backyard gym, Lu Ji and Lingo stood on either side, facing each other, while Zhong Lingling watched from the side, and Mo Chen had just entered through the door. Zhong Lingling glanced at Mo Chen and said, "This is my first time watching Lu Ji fight. I need to observe carefully so I can handle it well if we face each other in the selection match." Mo Chen came to Zhong Lingling's side, crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the wall, and nodded slightly. Lu, hearing the noise, turned to look and said, "Mo Chen, let me show you the power of the S-class, crazy/fist technique, that my teacher passed on to me." As he spoke, Lu Ji's eyes ignited with flames. His arms and the large sword on his back were engulfed in an incredibly fiery red blaze. Meanwhile, Afu in front of him still maintained a polite demeanor. Lu Ji stomped his left foot hard on the ground, his energy surging, unleashing waves of chi, and the flames seemed to grow even fiercer. In an instant, he lunged forward, his eyes trailing a fiery tail, swinging his left fist toward Afu's head. Unlike other professional martial arts puppets, Afu's speed was set higher. Lu Ji's ferocious left jab came rushing in, and Afu instantly tilted his head to evade the strike. Although he dodged the direct hit, the erupting flames still scorched Afu. This jab was merely a feint. His right fist, imbued with fierce flames, was deeply coiled at his right side, ready to strike. Lu Ji quickly retracted his left fist, delivering a sharp and scorching uppercut that effortlessly sent Afu's chin flying. The entire puppet's head was knocked back to look at the sky. But that flying chin, as if magnetized, quickly returned to its original place. Clang 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 clang. A dense sound of metal clashing rapidly spread throughout the gym, the sound crisp and loud like the ringing of a blacksmith's hammer. In the moment Afu was stunned, those incredibly fierce fists rained down like a storm on its head and body. Clang 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 clang. Afu's head was dented in. Just as it was about to return to normal, it was suddenly hit again, causing the dent to deepen. Zhong Lingling frowned and said, "This fist technique is extremely fierce and rhythmic, just like blacksmithing. I heard that the blacksmiths in the Flame Fist Forge all use their fists to forge weapons?" Mo Chen nodded and said, "That's right, I went there last time and saw that all the blacksmith's abilities are related to fire elements, and all the weapons are forged with fists. And Alphys is even more incredible, being able to use both hands to mold the red-hot iron ingots like clay. It's truly handmade." The two looked at Lu Ji's back, shaking their heads in admiration. Lu Ji, using all his strength, was completely overwhelming the puppet. Every time Afu found a moment to counterattack, Lu Ji would instantly intercept him with a punch. After intercepting, Lu Ji would unleash that fierce, fiery iron fist again. In just a few rounds, Afu's body was riddled with numerous fiery red holes, oozing silver liquid. Beep! The challenge in the gym suddenly came to an end. Lu Ji also withdrew his hands, looking at Afu, who was twitching on the ground, with silver metallic liquid flowing everywhere from the large holes, excitedly said, "I made Afu spasm. Woohoo! So satisfying." Mo Chen looked at Afu on the ground and thought to himself, once the metal liquid cools down, Afu will automatically return to his original form. No need to worry about him. Mo Chen glanced at the large knife on Lu Ji's back, feeling a slight regret. Zhong Lingling frowned slightly and said, "It's indeed a bit of a pity not to see Lu Ji's swordsmanship, but seeing his boxing skills is good enough." Mo Chen nodded. He had already sensed the characteristics of this chaotic/frenzy fist technique, which was not chaotic at all, nor was it frenzied. Mo Chen had understood. This chaotic/frenzy fist technique was an extremely rhythmic and dynamic boxing style. Warriors practicing this mental technique and combat skill would throw punches in a grand and open manner, appearing extremely wild, which earned it this name. After Lu Ji unleashed a series of fierce punches, he would suddenly stop attacking, observe what moves his opponent was about to use, and then intercept. After the interception, he would unleash another series of punches. Of course, Mo Chen knew this was just one of the routines of the chaotic/frenzy fist technique. After all, this was an S-level mental technique and combat skill. If it only had this one routine, it wouldn't be worthy of the S-level. Lu Ji extinguished the flames on his body and walked over to the two, saying, "How about it? My boxing skills are fierce, right?" Zhong Lingling nodded and sweetly smiled, "Indeed fierce. But it's a bit of a pity not to see your swordsmanship." Lu Ji put his hands on his hips and grinned, "Isn't tomorrow the selection competition? You'll see it then. It's already 9 o'clock, right?" Upon hearing this, Mo Chen suddenly remembered that it was already time for matching. So he took out his phone again to refresh the screen. Everyone's expressions were tense, their eyes radiating a glimmer of anticipation. Lu Ji glanced at the phone screen, his brows slightly furrowing as he muttered, "The third place in the school's blood value ranking. Zhang Guangyang." Zhong Lingling also displayed her screen, her brows furrowing slightly as she said, "My opponent is the 20th place, Hua Lai Shi." The warrior Zhong Lingling most wanted to face was Mo Chen, and not being matched with him naturally left her a bit frustrated. Mo Chen said nothing, merely looking at the phone screen calmly. The two of them, seeing this, quickly leaned in to take a look. They saw a line of text appear on the screen, matched opponent, one-time number 1, Shin Ming phone, competition venue, Martial Arts Palace No. 1. The mornings at the Martial Arts Academy were usually quiet. But today was different. Today was October 1st, a festive day celebrated nationwide in Long Country. It was also the first day of the martial arts selection competition. Only 0 and first-tier warriors needed to compete within the school, with selection rules being more relaxed and simpler. Second and third-tier warriors did not need to be selected at all. Almost every school would choose outstanding warriors from the 0 and first-tier competitions. The school would allow participants to focus on their training, fully committing to the martial arts competition. With an hour left until the selection competition began, the Martial Arts Palace was already packed with people. The Martial Arts Palace was a vast complex of martial arts buildings within the academy, 3 times larger than the training tower. It housed 320 standard-sized martial arts halls, along with a huge outdoor venue, No. 1, which could easily accommodate all the faculty, students, and staff of the school to watch the competition. During the holiday, ordinary first and second-year students also had free time to come and watch, and among the crowd were also third and fourth-year special recruits, even some outsiders. Most of them were intensely discussing the match between Shin Ming, ranked first among the new first-year special recruits, and Mo Chen, ranked last. "Hey! Mo Chen is ranked 103rd, what a pity for him. Who told him to have such a low vitality value before? Last place beating first place, can you believe that?" Everyone knows that this ranking is based on the vitality values from the selection conference, and does not represent actual combat ability. The students of the martial arts competition have always believed that Mo Chen is the strongest first-year special recruit in the Martial Arts Academy. Only a few extreme martial arts students disagree. After Mo Chen took 12 days to complete 10 S-rank bounties, the news spread from Fulong Mountain. Those extreme martial arts students believed that whether it was the top first-year student from the Ability Academy, Shibu, or the top first-year student from the Dragon Country Military Academy, Long Xianqing, they were no match for Mo Chen. Mo Chen himself thought so too. He was quite extreme. The eyes of the students looking towards Venue 1 gradually became brighter and more impatient. They could hardly wait. At this moment, in the Flame Fist blacksmith shop, there was only a flat-headed blacksmith guarding the front desk. On the counter lay a pair of shiny black claw covers. Alfs had already gone to the Martial Arts Palace to watch Lu Ji's match. The flat-headed blacksmith could have gone to watch the match, but Mo Chen's weapon, the Qian Tide Claw, was still in the shop. Sitting at the front desk, the flat-headed blacksmith looked at the Martial Arts Academy live channel, hanging on the wall, munching on sunflower seeds, and said, "This match is about to start. Why hasn't Mo Chen come to get his weapon yet? Ding! Welcome to Flame Fist Blacksmith." Just as he spoke, Mo Chen, dressed in a custom-made black battlesuit and with disheveled hair, pushed open the door of Flame Fist Blacksmith. The flat-headed blacksmith's eyes lit up, and he said familiarly, "Finally here. Mo Chen, your Shin Tide Claw has been repaired and enhanced, go get Shin Ming phone." Thank you, I appreciate your good wishes. After Emo-chan took the significantly heavier Shin Tide Claw, he placed his large hand on the sensing device. Payment successful. Credits -5. Welcome to visit Flame Fist Blacksmith again. After Emo-chan turned and walked out of the blacksmith shop, he eagerly donned the brand new Shin Tide Claw. The flat-headed blacksmith quickly closed the shop's door and rushed to Emo-chan's side, heading to the martial arts palace together. As they walked, they examined the new Shin Tide Claw. The now darker Shin Tide Claw, under the sunlight, reflected not a glimmer of light, appearing even more mysterious. And the scratch on the palm of his right hand had been completely repaired. Emo-chan secretly marveled, the Shin Tide Claw is still the same Shin Tide Claw, and it feels even more comfortable to use. Emo-chan's vitality value had increased too quickly, his strength was growing, and he gradually felt that the Shin Tide Claw was becoming lighter, always feeling that his damage output was low. The enhanced Shin Tide Claw was just right. Hearing this, the flat-headed blacksmith looked up and said, "Humph. The beast bones you gave us for forging are of exceptional quality, and they were only finished the day before. This black snake bone nearly broke our 2 grinding machines. In the end, it was Teacher Alphs who stepped in and personally crushed it. Then he used a scanner to scan the entire structure of the claw, melted it into a pool of molten iron, and mixed the bone powder into the molten iron, then shaped it by hand." The flat-headed blacksmith continued to chatter on. But Emo-chan merely nodded in response. He didn't want to hear this lengthy discourse. His mind was solely focused on the selection competition. Meanwhile, the stands in Venue 1 were bustling with noise. The number 1 venue is an incredibly vast, stadium-like open-air martial arts arena. Major competitions are always held here. Today's first match is taking place at this venue, and the opening battle is initiated by Emo-chan, with the martial arts academy giving him ample face. In the audience, Deng Feng quietly thought to himself, "You guys from the Ability Academy suddenly held the selection competition a day early just to steal our thunder, right? Now, I want to see whose thunder is bigger." Deng Feng has already raised the heat of the Martial Arts Academy's selection competition to unprecedented levels, inviting everyone he could. In short, everyone was invited. Since the Martial Arts Academy's opening ceremony, when Emo-chan revealed his ability value, netizens have not only been shocked but have increasingly raised doubts. The Martial Arts Academy is holding such a grand selection competition to shatter those doubts. At the same time, it can also generate a wave of excitement. This selection competition is the best recruitment brochure. At this moment, in the martial artist passage, Shin Ming is dressed in a striking white battle outfit, holding a pure white long sword crossed over his chest, quietly leaning against the wall. His tired and cold face reveals a hint of sadness. A cool breeze flows through him like a wisp, exuding a very sharp aura. Shin Ming gazes at the empty martial artist passage opposite him, his brows furrowed. He slowly speaks, his voice cold, "Emo-chan. Where is he? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" A light footstep sounds behind him, and his mentor, Feng Jiyun, arrives late. He has a gray buzz cut, wearing a white and gray floral shirt that exposes a large scar on his chest, a wild Cuban chain around his neck, and black shorts. He looks extremely rugged, not like a powerful mentor at all. Feng Jiyun hugs Shin Ming and shakes his head, saying, "Oh, my little brother Shin, in front of so many spectators, you're not sweating profusely, are you? Listen to your teacher Ziyun, don't be afraid of that Emo-chan. Just go for it." Feng Jiyun encourages Shin Ming in his own way. Shin Ming looks a bit dazed, seemingly speechless, as if he is used to Feng Jiyun's way of speaking. Just then, a figure appears in the opposite martial artist passage. He has his hair in a bun, wearing a protective black battle outfit, and his hands are adorned with black, almost indistinguishable claws. Emo-chan has arrived. Beside him stands Julie, dressed in a black and purple cheapao, wearing a golden hairpin, and stepping in purple and black high heels. Emo-chan's gaze is icy, staring straight ahead at Shin Ming who is holding the white long sword. The two lock eyes, and the atmosphere instantly becomes tense. Feng Jiyun's expression turns serious in an instant. He heavily pats Shin Ming shoulder and advises, "I'll emphasize again, you must not let Emo-chan touch you. As soon as he does, this match will end without suspense." Shin Ming nods and solemnly says, "I understand, teacher." Julie also pats Emo-chan's shoulder and softly says, "Shin Ming fighting style is very distinctive. Remember to spar with him more, learn his attack patterns, and you'll handle similar martial artists much more easily in the future. In short, drag it out a bit." Emo-chan nods and calmly replies, "So, let's go easy and act tough, right? I'm familiar with that. Beep. Please welcome all contestants to the stage." In the broadcast room, the voice of the blonde commentator booms like thunder. This passionate tone seems to carry endless enthusiasm. With his shout, the thousands of densely packed spectators on site seem to ignite the fire of passion in their hearts. Their faces were beaming with excitement and anticipation, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Go for it! In an instant, a wave of deafening cheers erupted throughout the entire venue, like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Mo Chen and Shin Ming slowly made their entrance amidst the cheers. Several live-streaming drones took off simultaneously, circling above, determined to capture better close-ups of the battle. The large screen in the venue displayed Shin Mingfeng's headshot and ability stats. The commentator then introduced, dressed in a white battlesuit is Shin Mingfeng. Vitality value 600 calories, with an A-level ability, Wine Sword. He achieved an impressive score of 888 in the Mingyi Yuan martial arts examination, in Tendu, ranking 3rd. After this, loud cheers and applause erupted again in the venue. The audience was very supportive. Shin Mingfeng no longer wore a gloomy face, he politely raised his hand and greeted the surrounding audience. Shin Mingfeng knew that most of the spectators came to watch the martial arts academy not for him, but for Mo Chen. He didn't know if he could defeat the monster in front of him that was soloing the Qingni City Ruins examination, but he just needed to know that he had tried his best. The screen changed again, this time displaying Mo Chen's stern face and the terrifying details of his ability stats. The commentator's eyes widened, and he passionately introduced, the warrior dressed in a black battlesuit is Mo Chen. His latest vitality value shows an astonishing 562 calories. His ability is S-level, Beast Master, with a contracted beast being, Corrosive Fungus. The commentator looked at Mo Chen's stats, paused for a moment, and continued to supplement for the audience. You must know, Mo Chen's vitality value was only 13 calories at the end of June's martial arts examination, and now, 3 months later, it has skyrocketed to an astonishing 562 calories. It's truly unimaginable. In that martial arts examination that will be recorded in the history of martial arts, Mo Chen, relying solely on that 13 calories of vitality, actually soloed the entire Qingni City examination, breaking the record of Wu Jizuan and becoming the top scholar of Jiangnan province. The commentator shook his head while introducing, secretly marveling at Mo Chen's unprecedented terrifying talent. At the moment the introduction ended, the audience erupted into another round of deafening cheers. Go for it, Mo Chen! Crowned in gold, set sail for distant shores. Show those guys from the Ability Academy your strength. Mo Chen calmly looked around, then smiled and waved to the audience present, patting his chest to calm his nerves. Under the gaze of so many people, even the slightest movement of Mo Chen would be magnified infinitely. It was impossible to say he wasn't nervous, especially since this was Mo Chen's first time on such a large stage, and there had been no prior notice. Sitting in the front row VIP seats was Du Zitong, who was currently watching Mo Chen's every move. Beside him sat LV Sanping, dressed in a black tang suit. Although both knew that Mo Chen would definitely win his first selection match, they were still extremely focused. Calm down. Mo Chen took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and then stepped forward to shake hands with Shin Mingfeng. Seeing Mo Chen extend his hand, Shin Mingfeng also reached out his empty right hand, smiling slightly. No matter who wins, this will be an exciting contest. Hearing this, Mo Chen smiled faintly. No matter who wins? What does that mean? Let's wait and see. Shin Mingfeng simply smiled lightly. The anger in his heart had already been ignited by Mo Chen. The tension was palpable. The two men's scorching gazes collided, and a fierce aura gradually permeated the entire venue. The hands of Mo Chen and Shin Mingfeng, locked together, began to exert force, leaving deep imprints on each other's palms. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Seeing this scene, the commentator hurriedly said, Oh, the atmosphere is heating up. Please, both warriors return to your starting points and wait for the announcement to officially begin the match. Upon hearing this, the two reluctantly released their hands and retreated. The host read the rules. This match will last a total of 30 minutes. Subduing your opponent for 10 seconds is considered a submission. A severe strike to a weak point is deemed a kill, resulting in an immediate victory. If time runs out without a winner, it will be considered a draw. The rules have been read, and the match will begin after a 3-second countdown. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingfeng silently tightened his grip on the sword hilt. 3. Mo Chen also flexed his fingers. 2. The audience's emotions were stirred, and they held their breath, focusing intently on the two men in the arena. Viewers in front of their televisions also turned up the volume. 1. Bang! Shin Mingfeng stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, sending a spray of debris and dust into the air, and then with a hum, he lunged forward. Shin Mingfeng held nothing back. With both hands gripping the sword hilt, he thrust towards Mo Chen's head like an incredibly swift arrow. Shin Mingfeng's explosive speed was so fast that an ordinary person would have no chance to dodge the strike. But the monster he faced was Mo Chen, whose 3 attribute values all reached 387. To him, this speed was far from impressive. Emo-chan simply leaned slightly to the right, effortlessly dodging the rapid thrust. The audience erupted in cheers. What a quick reaction! So strong, how high must his speed be? Emo-chan, could he really react to bullets now? The thrust missed, and Shin Ming immediately adjusted his posture in midair, landing steadily before turning around to unleash his ability, Wind Blade. A spiral ball of white wind gathered in the palm of his left hand. Shin Ming then squeezed, and the white whirlwind transformed into a transparent longsword wrapped in fierce wind. The moment he gripped the sword hilt, he swung, Wind Blade, delivering an extremely swift and sharp invisible wind blade from below. This violent wind blade stirred up a wave of stones. Wind Blade? I can do that too. Shadow Claw. With that, Emo-chan raised his right claw high and slashed downwards, creating 5 pitch-black wind blades. The 2 waves of wind blades collided, constantly rubbing against each other, sending forth powerful gusts that made it hard to keep one's eyes open. At the same time, Shin Ming secretly gripped both swords tightly, crossing his arms in preparation, Twin Phoenix Sword Slash. Suddenly, the 2 distinctly black and white wind blades were abruptly sliced in half, and with a hum, they dissipated into the wind. In an instant, a thick cloud of dust rose from the spot where Shin Ming had been standing. Meanwhile, Shin Ming had silently ambushed Emo-chan from behind. He calmly planted both swords into the ground and glanced back at the dark figure. Along the path he had taken, countless silver wind blades swirled up, cutting the ground into numerous deep and shallow scars. And Emo-chan was now standing amidst this dense array of wind blades. The commentator shouted excitedly, "Whoa!" Using those 2 waves of incredibly strong wind blades as a cover, he quietly unleashed the battle technique, Twin Phoenix Sword Slash. Emo-chan is in trouble now. The audience gasped in shock, and the stands erupted into a continuous clamor. Deng Feng immediately stood up with a whoosh, his face filled with terror. He thought to himself, damn, Emo-chan doesn't have any defensive battle techniques. That toxic battle only quickly covers the surface of his body with corrosive bacteria. No. Lu Sanping frowned slightly. He knew that while this Twin Phoenix Sword Slash couldn't defeat Emo-chan, it would still inflict significant injuries on him. Even if he won, it wouldn't look good. But Du Zitong appeared relaxed, his brows unfurrowing as he watched Emo-chan in the arena. He raised his head, pondering, I want to see what new beast traits this kid has gained in the Blessed Land. Clang, 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 clang. Emo-chan stood motionless, arms crossed over his chest, amidst the dense, raging wind blades. However, shadows flickered around him, moving at an extraordinary speed to deflect each wind blade, producing a series of sharp, rhythmic sounds. The noise continued for a long time. Buzz! Suddenly, the shadow beside Emo-chan swept out like a long whip, creating a wave of air that instantly scattered several wind blades. And Emo-chan remained unscathed. All over his body, an incredibly dark centipede was coiling around him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a centipede shell that could extend freely. The crowd's eyes widened in shock, falling silent. The moment they saw this centipede shell, Du Zitong's brows furrowed tightly, and he realized, indeed, the second trait of the S-rank, 1000-fathom demon centipede, 1000-fathom centipede shell. However, this centipede shell is a bit strange. Du Zitong had learned from the data that the beast traits Emo-chan had obtained exhibited some unusual forms. For example, venom. Normally, if a person obtained it, they could only generate a layer of venom on the surface of their body, but Emo-chan could change the form of the corrosive bacteria. The same was true for this 1000-fathom centipede shell. A normal person could only generate a centipede shell-like armor on their skin, while Emo-chan could create a freely extending centipede shell. Not to mention the little blue crow generated by that crow feather, it was like a plague returning to the world. Du Zitong shook his head, admiringly saying, truly astonishing. Beside him, Lu Sanping nodded heavily. Meanwhile, Deng Feng let out a deep sigh, seemingly relieved that nothing had gone wrong. Shin Ming tightly gripped his twin swords, staring at the 1000-fathom centipede shell, and took a stance, thinking, what the hell is this? Is it some beast trait of the 1000-fathom demon centipede? Shin Ming's brows suddenly knitted together. The wind control sword in his left hand was forming layers of frost out of thin air, gradually taking shape. You have traits, I have them too. This was the first trait of Shin Ming's S-rank, Frostwind Giant Wolf, Bloodline, Frost Condensation. Shin Ming stomped the ground again and charged fiercely at Emo-chan. Tap, 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 frost bind. He crossed his arms, wielding both swords, and with all his strength, he swung down towards Emo-chan's lower body. The cold wind howled. 2 chilling crescent sword energies flew straight towards Emo-chan's ankles. Frost bind. A newly learned control-type battle technique? Emo-chan fiercely plunged the 1,000-fathom centipede shell into the ground and used it as a springboard to swiftly flip backward. Bang, clang. The chilling sword energy failed to strike Emo-chan's ankle, hitting the ground instead and sending up a spray of gravel and dust. The commentator shouted, Shin Mingfeng's control-type combat skill was dodged. No, it wasn't completely dodged. The shards of stone and dust kicked up by the cold sword energy seemed to hang in the air as if time had been paused, not falling for a long while. The audience looked closely. The surface of the sand and stones even shimmered with frost, already frozen. At this moment, the frost was rapidly spreading along the 1,000 centipede armor, towards Emo-chan. Meanwhile, Shin Mingfeng gripped his dual swords again, crossing his arms and crouching down, adopting a poised stance ready to strike. The commentator's eyes widened in excitement as he shouted, Shin Mingfeng is actually charging up the Twin Phoenix Sword Slash, again. Isn't he afraid Emo-chan will interrupt him during this charge? Although the charging time for Shin Mingfeng's Twin Phoenix Sword Slash wasn't fast, it wasn't something that could be easily interrupted. Shin Mingfeng smiled faintly and said, Humph. Whether it's your ghostly claw or corrosive bacteria tide, they can't match the release speed of my Twin Phoenix Sword Slash. And if you want to interrupt me, the frost vines will immediately control you along your armor. If you want to avoid the control, you'll have to remove your centipede armor. And in that instant, I will defeat you. After saying this, Shin Mingfeng raised his head slightly, observing Emo-chan's every move. Crack, crack, the frost vines spread rapidly. At this point, they had already frozen more than half of the 1,000 centipede armor. But Emo-chan's expression remained as calm as ever, showing no signs of anxiety. He merely glanced at it and nonchalantly removed the 1,000 centipede armor, turning himself into a puddle of black water. And at this moment, Emo-chan was falling from midair. The commentator shouted excitedly, Emo-chan is completely unguarded now, this is a great opportunity. No. A layer of black liquid is appearing on Emo-chan's surface. Is it a combat skill? Seeing Emo-chan use the combat skill, fighting through poison, Shin Mingfeng's brows instantly relaxed. So what if bacteria seep out? My wind control sword will still cut through. Ordinary swords would be infected if they struck Emo-chan's corrosive bacteria tide, but the wind control sword would not. Because the wind control sword is just a wisp of breeze. Even if it got infected, it could dissipate immediately. At worst, he could just grab another wisp of breeze and transform it into the wind control sword again. Moments later, Shin Mingfeng tightened his grip on the dual swords, waves of sharp energy erupting from his body. His eyes slowly opened, locking onto Emo-chan in midair. Suddenly, Shin Mingfeng's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and his hands gripping the dual swords slowly loosened as if they had lost strength. His lips turned pale in an instant, as if he had seen something terrifying. What the hell is this? Shin Mingfeng's lips trembled. After hesitating for a moment, he had already missed the best opportunity to attack. In the end, Shin Mingfeng did not act rashly. Thud! Emo-chan landed steadily, crouching on the ground. The moment his toes touched the ground, a terrifying, corrosive bacteria tide immediately formed, covering the entire competition area in an instant. But he deliberately swept past Shin Mingfeng. He stepped on the only remaining safe spot on the ground beneath Shin Mingfeng's feet. There was nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, the entire audience was shocked, looking up in awe, completely oblivious to the spread of the corrosive bacteria tide on the ground. Their attention was entirely captivated by several little blue crows swirling under the blazing sun. Emo-chan slowly stood up. The blue-black corrosive fungal tide covering his entire body was continuously writhing and separating, transforming into little blue crows that flew upwards. Emo-chan spread his arms and slowly spoke, the flock of crows is approaching. The offense and defense will change. As soon as he finished speaking, the flock of crows became restless. Countless little blue crows continuously emerged from Emo-chan's body, swirling upwards like a torrent of heavenly water, gathering into the flock of crows above. Neatly, 562 of them. The crows cried out, blocking out the sun. The light no longer shone on Emo-chan, plunging him into shadow. From a distance, one could only see a pair of eyes, emitting a faint blue light, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Shin Mingfeng's lips trembled. He didn't know how to defeat the Emo-chan before him. He felt that even the air around Emo-chan had been polluted into a toxic miasma. At this moment, Emo-chan was simply the embodiment of a plague. What does this mean? And even the commentator was left speechless. He raised the microphone and instantly jumped up, not even bothering to right the chair behind him. The microphone emitted a cacophony of noise, making the scene even more bizarre, leaving everyone dizzy. Lu Sanping and Deng Feng stared in astonishment at the sky, speechless. What the hell? This kid, in a desperate situation, has gone straight to the center stage, unleashing a full-screen ultimate move. Fong Jiyun's lips twitched, cold sweat pouring down. Julie crossed her arms in front of her chest, leaning against the warrior's passage, a slight smile on her lips as she watched the incredibly shocking scene before her. Du Zitone's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He picked up his phone, opened the front camera, combed through his sparse hair twice, and coldly said, "I have the style of my youth." The commentator stared at the sky-blocking flock of crows, dazed for several seconds before finally reacting. He immediately raised the microphone and shouted, "Oh oh oh. This crow is a new ability that Emo-chan has never shown before, he is still hiding it." Upon hearing this, the audience in the stands erupted in a wave of shock. It's over, it's over. What is there to fight for? Shin Mingfeng is still fighting? Shin Mingfeng is definitely done for. Lu Sanping slowly sat down, excitedly saying, "Good kid. Is this the characteristic of the blue radiant poison crow you refined?" Deng Feng was excitedly waving his fists. Then he clapped, his hands turning red, loudly encouraging Emo-chan on the field. "Emo-chan, go for it." All the audience members were stirred by Deng Feng, cheering and applauding for Emo-chan on the field. Meanwhile, Shin Mingfeng's face was a mix of green and purple. His brows furrowed tightly, gripping the hilt of his sword, secretly cursing, "Damn it, I'm still on the field. I haven't lost yet." Shin Mingfeng's eyes were filled with anger. He knew that Emo-chan could instantly kill him just by relying on the corrosive fungal tide that covered the entire arena. He spoke seriously, but still deliberately let his guard down. Shin Mingfeng was very clear that Emo-chan was merely showcasing his true strength in front of the public. As for himself, he was just a stepping stone. Emo-chan slowly raised his right hand, gradually tightening his fist. Suddenly, all the little blue crows circling in the air instantly changed direction, aiming at Shin Mingfeng on the ground. Seeing this, Shin Mingfeng immediately raised his dual swords. As Emo-chan pressed down with his hand, the 562 little blue crows instantly surged forth like a rain of poison arrows shooting towards Shin Mingfeng. "Damn!" Shin Mingfeng shouted. A surge of turbulent energy erupted, and with a swing of the wind control sword, he struck at the flock of crows flying towards him. A blade of energy swiftly cut through the air, stirring up a wave of turbulence. The crows, caught against the wind, suddenly slowed down significantly. Shin Mingfeng furrowed his brow tightly, raised his dual swords again, and said sharply, "The speed has slowed down, block them all." As he spoke, a small blue crow, leading the charge, flew right in front of him. Shin Mingfeng closed his eyes, calming his mind. He quickly executed a horizontal slash, and the incredibly sharp edge of the wind control sword pierced through the small blue crow's body with a chill. Buzz, bang. The small blue crow's body was instantly sliced in half by Shin Mingfeng, exploding into a puddle of black water. Buzz buzz buzz. After the strike, Shin Mingfeng wildly swung his dual swords, producing a series of resounding sword cries. The sword shadows created by Shin Mingfeng's strikes were as magnificent as the wings of white cranes. Moreover, the speed increased, until only several white sword shadows and splashes of black water could be seen. It was as pleasing to the eye as an ink wash painting. This was Shin Mingfeng's S-rank martial art, Crane's Cry sword technique. Emo-chan relaxed his brow. He placed his left hand behind his back and slowly pressed down with his right hand, controlling the speed of the small blue crow. He sensed that Shin Mingfeng was exhausting his stamina too quickly. He was about to reach his limit. Seeing this, Emo-chan thought to himself, in this month, Shin Mingfeng has increased his energy and blood, raising his speed to match his strength, with a more intense explosive power, but his endurance has suffered. Your sword technique is impressive, but it's my turn to show off now. If Emo-chan defeated Shin Mingfeng too quickly, the audience would find it unexciting and think Shin Mingfeng was too weak. Shin Mingfeng's strength was already among the top in the new generation of warriors in the Dragon Kingdom. But unfortunately, he was now facing Emo-chan. After a moment of contemplation, Emo-chan pressed down hard with his right claw. The flock of crows received the command and their sprinting speed began to increase dramatically. At this moment, the strong headwind had completely dissipated, and Shin Mingfeng was running out of stamina, increasingly unable to cope. Sweat beads hung on his eyelashes, and he was now drenched in sweat. With his stamina depleted, mistakes followed closely. The trajectory of his pure white longsword deviated slightly, missing the small blue crow that was rushing towards him. Shin Mingfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "It's over." The small blue crow, shrouded in the aura of death, struck Shin Mingfeng's right arm, which held the long sword, with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! A splash of black water erupted. In an instant, a blue-black ripple rapidly spread across the arm holding the sword. In the blink of an eye, the corrosive fungal tide had instantly covered his entire battlesuit. The commentator shouted again, "The crows summoned by Emo-chan have hit Shin Mingfeng. Does Shin Mingfeng have any other means?" Shin Mingfeng's sword brows furrowed, and he gritted his teeth as he looked at his infected battlesuit, making a quick decision in his heart. I need to take off the battlesuit. Shin Ming was still unwilling to give up and continued to struggle. He grabbed the zipper on his chest and pulled it down. Suddenly, the corrosive fungal tide covering his battlesuit began to bubble. A centipede-shaped 1,000-fathom centipede armor suddenly emerged. In an instant, this centipede armor wrapped around Shin Ming's body like a venomous centipede, binding him tightly. Shin Ming was instantly wrapped up like a pupa. He was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. The audience erupted in excitement, and a deafening cheer filled the venue once again. The commentator raised his fist in excitement and said, Emo-chan used the 1,000-fathom centipede armor to instantly suppress Shin Ming. The countdown for subjugation begins. As he finished speaking, the large screen above the venue suddenly switched to a 10-second countdown. The audience began to chant in unison, 10, 9. Shin Ming was tightly bound by the 1,000-fathom centipede armor, unable to move. Coupled with the erosion of the corrosive fungus, his mind was burning, and he felt a tearing pain in his muscles, unable to muster even a bit of strength. His face already showed streaks of blue spots. Damn it! I'm not willing to lose in the first match. And so quickly. Shin Ming looked at Emo-chan in despair, feeling lifeless. He was powerless, only able to silently listen to the audience's countdown, feeling time slipping away. The countdown reached its final moment. 1. Congratulations to Emo-chan for completing subjugation in 4 minutes and 39 seconds, securing the first victory. The entire venue erupted once more. Deng Feng stood up excitedly, clapping his hands. He thought to himself, Emo-chan didn't even get hurt. That's truly terrifying. Lu Sanping's gaze towards Emo-chan also began to show admiration. Meanwhile, Zhu Li and Du Zitong's expressions remained unchanged. They both knew Emo-chan's strength well. No matter what unexpected things he did, they wouldn't be surprised. Emo-chan retracted all the corrosive fungus from Shin Ming, then calmly walked over to help him up. Although Emo-chan had withdrawn all the corrosive fungus from him, the damage still remained. Shin Ming stood up unsteadily, enduring the pain. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with admiration. 2 paramedics in white rushed over with a stretcher to take Shin Ming for recovery. Emo-chan held back. Shin Ming injuries weren't severe and wouldn't affect his match tomorrow. The large screen in Venue 1 flickered, then suddenly changed to another image. Contestant, Emo-chan, victories, 1 subjugation, win rate, 100%, next match time, 11 o'clock, opponent, to be matched. Emo-chan glanced at the screen before taking a break. Emo-chan, awesome. Emo-chan, mommy loves you Emo-chan, give me an autograph. An autograph. The martial artist passage in Venue 1 was filled with a cacophony of voices. There were all sorts of shouts, but most expressed admiration for Emo-chan. At this moment, Emo-chan shone like a superstar. Winning a match in just 4 minutes and 39 seconds was simply outrageous. Moreover, the opponent was not a nameless nobody. Emo-chan walked to the bottom of the passage, and the shouts grew more intense. Emo-chan looked up at the crowd and thought, I can't let their spirits cool, these fans are the ones defending me online. After a moment of thought, Emo-chan smiled and greeted the audience. Aha! A wave of screams erupted instantly. Finally, under the gaze and cheers of the entire audience, Emo-chan slowly walked into the martial artist passage. The moment he stepped into the passage, his expression changed instantly. At that moment, Julie was leaning against the wall with her hands on her hips, teasing Emo-chan slightly. You won a match. Why does your expression look so bland? Until he saw Julie, Emo-chan truly smiled, revealing a relaxed grin. He followed Julie as they slowly walked towards the lounge, spreading his hands in explanation. Teacher, I'm actually worried about who the next competitor will be. Worried? What's there to worry about? Julie furrowed her brows, feeling quite puzzled. Emo-chan hadn't even used his full strength in this competition. If he had, he could have easily defeated Shin Ming, even taking him down in an instant. In the martial arts academy, Emo-chan was the strongest. What he should be worried about were the top special recruits from other schools. Julie gently pushed open the lounge door, and a cool breeze instantly rushed towards them. Emo-chan's body and mind immediately relaxed. Julie caressed her hips, elegantly and gracefully sitting on the soft sofa, crossing her beautiful legs as she said, in the martial arts academy, there's no one you need to worry about. What you should be most concerned about now are Chi Beidou from the Ability Academy and Long Xianqing from the Dragon Country Military Academy. Their abilities are very powerful, and during the martial arts competition, you need to pay attention to both of them. Emo-chan picked up a cold drink from the table and nodded. What Julie said was indeed true. There were no first-year special recruits in the martial arts academy stronger than Emo-chan. He took a sip of the icy soda and then said lightly, Teacher, I want to aim for 99 consecutive wins in this selection competition. I want to break the record. Upon hearing this, Julie didn't seem surprised at all. She smiled gently and said to Imo-chen, I support you in the selection competitions of the 3 major schools. There has never been a 100% win record. The top special recruits from previous years were not much stronger than other special recruits. They were not invincible. And now the outside world believes that the winning streak records of our 3 major schools will be broken simultaneously. Hearing this, Imo-chen slightly furrowed his brows. He asked in confusion, Teacher, do you mean to say that Shibu, Long Xianqing, and I will all achieve a 100% win rate for our respective schools? Julie squinted her eyes and nodded. She continued, the martial exam scores of the 3 of you are extremely high. You not only became the provincial champion but also led the second place candidate by several hundred points. Such a situation is quite rare. Moreover, the 3 of you happen to be in different academies, making you the dominant force in your respective schools. That's why the outside world believes that this year's selection competition of the 3 major schools will simultaneously produce 3 super special recruits with a 100% win rate. After pondering for a moment, Imo-chen suddenly understood and nodded. He strongly agreed with Julie's statement. After all, just last night, Shibu from the Ability Academy had brutally defeated the second-ranked Xiefan. And it was a one-hit kill. The situation in the Dragon Country Military Academy was still unclear. After all, like the Martial Arts Academy, they were just starting today. Before his rebirth, Imo-chen didn't care at all about the selection competition. He didn't even remember if Shibu had broken the Ability Academy's perfect win record. As for Long Xianqing, Imo-chen couldn't recall much either. Before his rebirth, he only remembered that Long Xianqing had encountered Shibu in the early rounds of the martial arts competition and lost after battling him. Julie continued to add, if you want to challenge the selection competition record, you must achieve 4 consecutive wins on the first day. That way, you will be designated as the record challenger by the school. Imo-chen had thoroughly understood the rules of the selection competition. He knew what a record challenger was. The martial arts tournament selection round is essentially a competition where all the specially recruited students in the school face off against each other. The more victories one has, the better their chances of being selected. Each winner receives an additional opportunity to compete against other victors, with a maximum of 4 matches per day. The warriors who reach the 4th match are always a select few with strong abilities. These winners have already faced each other, and the selection round does not allow for repeated matches. Therefore, most warriors find they cannot compete many times as the selection round progresses. This leaves those who wish to challenge all the specially recruited students and aim for a perfect victory record with little time to do so. Consequently, the 3 major schools established the rule of the record challenger. On the first day of the selection round, any warrior who achieves 4 consecutive victories will be designated by the school as a record challenger. The record challenger has the power to select 4 warriors each day to compete against. If they lose, they will lose their status as a record challenger. Imo-chen stood up, stretched, and said, Teacher, are the others still not finished? Do you think everyone is as fast as you? Alright, you should rest well. The second match is at 11. Just as Julie was about to open the lounge door, she suddenly stopped, hands on her hips, and turned to Imo-chen, asking, Aren't you hungry? Do you want beef noodles? I can grab some for you. And maybe check on your senior brother, Imo-chen replied with a mischievous smile, chuckling, I don't eat beef, get lamb noodles instead. Meanwhile, the sounds of intense fighting continued to echo from Venue 2. This was the arena for Zhong Lingling vs. Hua Laisher. Although the venue was not very large, being an ordinary martial arts hall enclosed with aggregate glass for spectators, there were quite a few viewers, most of whom were supporters of Zhong Lingling from Sichuan and Chongqing provinces. Oh my god, the Tyrannosaurus is something else. Look at how she's beating her opponent to a pulp. Tisk tsk. What a disaster. The handsome young man with long hair, currently battling her, had multiple large bumps on his head and a face bruised blue and purple, looking extremely disheveled. The audience was abuzz with chatter, and Zhong Lingling's blood surged, her killing intent gradually enveloping the entire venue. Wu Zhiga, sitting in the audience, was immediately paralyzed with fear by Zhong Lingling's aura. Nervously, he thought to himself, my goodness, this guy is done for. Zhong Lingling's face was flushed with anger. She glared at Hua Laisher, silently cursing, damn it. I need to finish him quickly. Imo-chen has probably already finished his match. Hearing the cheers from the adjacent venue 1, she concluded that Imo-chen had indeed completed his match. If she was the second to finish, she could face Imo-chen. Hua Laisher, seeing the look in Zhong Lingling's eyes, felt a tremor run through him. That gaze was like a ravenous Tyrannosaurus Rex hunting for food, terrifying. His knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt down. Hua Laisher raised his hand to signal, I forfeit. My stomach hurts. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted with an announcement. Beep. Contestant Hua Laisher has forfeited. Contestant Zhong Lingling wins the match. Time taken, 6 minutes and 49 seconds. The audience did not scorn Hua Laisher for forfeiting. Instead, they nodded in approval, appreciating his wise decision. If he gets beaten badly by Zhong Lingling today, he won't even be able to compete in future matches. The big screen in Venue 2 instantly displayed a series of information. Player, Zhong Lingling, wins, 1 surrender, win rate, 100%, next match time, 11 o'clock, opponent, Mo Chen. Yes, it really is me. Zhong Lingling excitedly pumped her fist, her heart racing. Mo Chen, you're going to be in trouble. The break time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon, Mo Chen was about to take the stage again. Mo Chen, go for it. Get that winning streak, break the record. Don't let us down, you got this. The audience's enthusiasm remained as fervent as ever. While Mo Chen was resting, they watched other fighters' matches, but they found them rather unremarkable. They were only looking forward to the matches featuring Mo Chen. At this moment, Mo Chen was leaning against the wall of the fighter's passage in Venue 1, arms crossed over his chest, eyes tightly shut. Julie was not by his side. Mo Chen silently thought, teacher Julie went to guide senior brother in his match. I heard his opponent is quite strong. I hope senior brother does well. Opposite him, Zhong Lingling was clenching her fists, cheering herself on. Wu Zhiga patted Zhong Lingling's shoulder and said quietly, Lingling, don't be too nervous. When we face him, remember to activate the beast feature and dragon scale armor to engage with him. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. After saying this, Wu Zhiga wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhong Lingling slowly turned around, looking at Wu Zhiga with a blank expression, and said lightly, Uncle, aren't you even more nervous than I am? Hearing this, Wu Zhiga took a deep breath and gazed towards the opposite fighter's passage. He noticed that Julie was not by Mo Chen's side. Wu Zhiga furrowed his brows, pondering, Julie isn't here. Does she have that much confidence in Mo Chen? Does she think Mo Chen can surpass Lingling in physical skills? Or in abilities? That seems a bit too arrogant. Beep. All participating contestants, please enter the arena. The familiar voice rang out again. The announcer's captivating and resonant voice echoed in the ears of everyone present. The crowd erupted into cheers once more. Mo Chen and Zhong Lingling slowly entered the arena. The big screen displayed Zhong Lingling's pure and sweet photo, along with extremely terrifying stats. The host passionately introduced, the girl in the white battlesuit is the top student from Sichuan province, Zhong Lingling. Her ability is S-level, slaughter expert. Her vitality value has now reached 561, not far from Mo Chen's. But she has already refined all 10 layers of S-level, blood Tyrannosaurus. As soon as this was said, the audience erupted into loud cheers. Oh, Tyrannosaurus. As Zhong Lingling waved to the audience, veins suddenly appeared on her forehead, but she still maintained her sweet smile. The big screen switched to Mo Chen's abilities. The announcer excitedly said, the one in the black battlesuit is Mo Chen. In the last match, Mo Chen brought us a spectacular performance. We look forward to his performance in this match. Can he achieve a 4-game winning streak and become the designated record challenger? Let's wait and see. After saying this, Mo Chen and Zhong Lingling stepped forward and shook hands. As expected, the two would definitely exchange trash talk before the match. Zhong Lingling smiled sweetly and said excitedly, finally, I have the chance to fight you. Mo Chen, don't let me down too much. Hearing this, Mo Chen replied with a faint smile, well, just don't cry when I slay you later. Suddenly, an announcement echoed above Venue 1, beep. The match is about to begin, please keep your distance. The two exchanged smiles and then stepped back to create space. Countdown, 3 seconds until the match starts. 3, 2. At this moment, the sharp aura radiating from both of them seemed to freeze time itself. The venue fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. 1. Mo Chen and Zhong Lingling moved at the sound. They both stepped forward, rushing towards each other, a thick cloud of dust swirling behind them. Seeing this, the commentator shouted excitedly, is Mo Chen going to take the initiative this time? The audience erupted in passionate cheers, a wave of intense applause rising and falling. Zhong Lingling looked at Mo Chen charging towards her, her heart racing with excitement. Thump, bang bang. Her heart raced, and in the depths of her clear eyes, 2 points of red light suddenly ignited. The S-level slaughter expert had been activated. This ability granted Zhong Lingling combat skills far beyond that of an ordinary person, enhancing her physical attributes and making her stronger with each kill. In this 1v1 match, although she couldn't unleash her full power, she could still put up a good fight. Zhong Lingling suddenly quickened her pace, pushing off with her right foot, and swiftly arrived in front of Emo-chan. Their eyes met. Her face, though extremely sweet, was now shrouded in a dark shadow, exuding a murderous aura. Zhong Lingling's right fist, clad in an orange-red guard, was now rapidly flying towards Emo-chan's face. Emo-chan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering inwardly, activated the ability. Attribute reset. Beep beep. Reset complete. In an instant, Emo-chan activated his left claw, intercepting the earth-shattering punch with lightning speed, gripping it tightly. Clang, buzz. A crisp, loud metallic clash rang out. The enhanced Mystic Tide claw had indeed caught the blow without a scratch. A wave of heat surged from the point of impact, sweeping across the entire venue. The hair tie on Emo-chan's bun was instantly blown away by the gust. His pitch-black hair danced wildly with the waves, appearing somewhat ghostly. Emo-chan lowered his brows, a hint of anger knitting his forehead. He looked at the overwhelmingly powerful Zhong Lingling before him and joked, "Using physical techniques against me isn't very effective. Aren't you afraid I'll poison you for getting too close?" To this, Zhong Lingling merely smiled lightly and said, "Hee, I've already prepared a countermeasure for your corrosive bacteria." Oh, the commentator on stage frowned. What are they mumbling about? Wait, Emo-chan is oozing a pool of black liquid all over. He's using toxic bath combat again. Is Emo-chan going to eliminate Zhong Lingling in an instant? At this, the audience erupted into intense discussions. Deng Feng frowned slightly and said, "No way. Is it going to end this quickly?" Lu Sanping and Du Zitong remained indifferent, their expressions unchanged. The audience in front of the television also widened their eyes. Lying comfortably on the hospital bed, with his feet up and snacking, Shin Ming watched the live broadcast of the martial arts selection tournament on his phone, finally revealing a rare smile. He felt fortunate and secretly thought, "Hee, looks like someone is going to be eliminated even faster than me." Before the match, everyone knew. The duel between Emo-chan and Zhong Lingling would definitely showcase Emo-chan winning effortlessly with overwhelming advantage. Although Zhong Lingling was strong, her abilities were only slightly above Shin Ming's, but after all, she was just a pure martial artist. Her ability was also an S-class enhancement type, with no means of long-range attack. If she engaged in close combat with Emo-chan, she would definitely be infected by the corrosion bacteria. Wu Zhiga stood in the corridor, a confident smirk on his lips, and after a cold snort, he said, "Humph. Don't underestimate my Lingling." At this moment, the corrosion bacteria tide enveloping Emo-chan was spreading wildly towards Zhong Lingling. Emo-chan wanted to see what methods Zhong Lingling had to resist his corrosion bacteria. Then you better watch closely. Boiling Dragon Blood. Dragon Scale Armor. With a delicate shout from Zhong Lingling, a surge of boiling vitality erupted from her entire body. The thin, creamy skin glowed with a dim red light. Suddenly, the veins on Zhong Lingling's fist burst forth with a dazzling blood-red light. Following that, her entire arm, and then her whole body. It was as if a fire lotus lamp had been lit inside her, radiating waves of red light from her flesh. Even her battle suit couldn't conceal this intense glow. Emo-chan, holding Zhong Lingling's small fist, could feel a warmth even through the mysterious tide claw. Zhong Lingling's fist had gained a thin layer of red, dragon scale-like translucent spiritual armor. And Emo-chan's corrosion bacteria couldn't penetrate this scorching spiritual armor at all. Instead, it was slowly evaporating. Emo-chan's eyes widened in shock. The commentator exclaimed loudly, This is the third characteristic of the S-class Blood Fury Dragon, Boiling Dragon Blood. It can increase all of its own strength, endurance, speed attributes by 0.5 times. And the red dragon scales on Zhong Lingling's body are her combat skill, Dragon Scale Armor. It can protect her body for a period of time. Seeing this, Deng Feng frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. He thought to himself, no need to worry, with Zhong Lingling's level, the Dragon Scale Armor can generally only last about 5 minutes. It might even last less than 5 minutes. After all, the Dragon Scale Armor has a limit to how much poison and attacks it can withstand. Once the limit is broken, the Dragon Scale Armor will shatter immediately. Emo-chan's lips gradually curled up as he secretly laughed. Boiling Dragon Blood. Interesting. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lingling's rapidly swinging left hook immediately surged towards Emo-chan's right rib with a gust of wind. Emo-chan noticed that Zhong Lingling's speed had increased significantly. Without time to think, Emo-chan immediately released Zhong Lingling's left fist, lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, and retreated. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind was heard, and a scalding wave of air surged upward in an instant, shooting into the sky. Fortunately, Emo-chan reacted quickly. If it had been an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely not have been able to dodge this fierce hook. Not to mention how many ribs would be broken, even the heart could be stunned for 10 seconds. looking at Zhong Lingling, who was filled with killing intent and slightly regretted not hitting Emo-chen. Emo-chen finally understood why he had earned the imposing nickname of Tyrannosaurus. His brows furrowed, and he cursed inwardly, damn, is he trying to kill me? Just as Emo-chen was deep in thought, Zhong Lingling launched a kick towards him. Full speed. Beep beep. Fortunately, Emo-chen was on guard. After resetting his attributes, he dodged the swift strike with a quick sidestep. Crash! A spiderweb-like crack instantly appeared in the wall behind Emo-chen, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. Zhong Lingling, with her feet almost vertical, pushed off against the wall. The elderly audience members in the front row above were startled, their faces turning pale. Damn! This young person! Emo-chen turned to Zhong Lingling and said lightly, this is indeed tricky. After saying that, he quickly raised his right hand. His solid, muscular shoulders suddenly oozed a pool of pitch-black, corrosive fungal tide. Following that, 1,000-fathom centipede armor emerged, tightly wrapping around his entire right arm like a bandage. It was noon. Under the sunlight, this iron poison arm glimmered with a dim blue light, exuding an aura of death. Emo-chen raised his right hand, armed with the 1,000-fathom centipede armor, and immediately unleashed 5 dark wind blades towards Zhong Lingling. Ghostly Claw. These 5 dark wind blades, enhanced by the 1,000-fathom centipede armor, significantly increased in speed. Buzz! Before Zhong Lingling could react, the 5 crescent-shaped wind blades flew towards her like bullets. With no time to think, instinct drove Zhong Lingling to raise her hands and cross them to block the wind blades. Crack 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 crack. The wind blades collided with her arms, causing the dragon scale armor on her arms to create intense friction, generating waves of scorching air. Zhong Lingling gritted her teeth, pushing off with her arms to immediately bounce away from the wind blades. Emo-chen gave her no chance. He then swung his right arm forcefully, sending the floating fungal tide points into the air, which transformed into several small blue crows racing towards Zhong Lingling. Next, Emo-chen stomped his right foot hard. As he kicked up a storm of stones and dust, he raised his right claw and instantly charged towards Zhong Lingling. So fast? Zhong Lingling was taken aback. Crash! The Shin Tide claw pressed firmly against the wall but was evaded by Zhong Lingling's prediction. This incredibly powerful claw made the audience above feel a slight tremor. Emo-chen quickly retracted his arm. The small blue crows followed closely, dodging Emo-chen's body like homing arrows, striking Zhong Lingling all over with an extremely bizarre trajectory. In an instant, the small blue crows transformed into a pool of black water, beginning to evaporate. Meanwhile, the dragon scale armor on Zhong Lingling's body showed tiny spiderweb-like cracks. The commentator widened his eyes and said, is Emo-chen going all out? Can Zhong Lingling withstand Emo-chen's frenzied barrage of attacks like a rain of bullets? The audience above them stood up, looking down at this spectacular duel. Wu Zhiga furrowed his brows, his expression serious. He incredulously said, How is this possible? This kid can actually overpower Lingling? Deng Feng couldn't help but stand up, gazing at the distant battle. LV Sanping hurriedly pulled him down, his face serious. Deng Feng, don't block my view. Zhong Lingling looked up at the dense swarm of small blue crows flying towards her, her heart racing. It's over. She couldn't just sit and wait. The distance between the two was simply too close, and Zhong Lingling couldn't fully unleash her Shenlong leg. She had no choice but to settle for second best and use the first feature of Blood Tyrant, Blood Control. Blood Control. With this feature, she could manipulate her own blood, concentrating it in a specific area to enhance her strength and speed. Zhong Lingling's right arm erupted with crimson steam. She glared fiercely and instantly threw a powerful, pressure-filled swing punch at Emo-chen's head. Emo-chen glanced to the left, furrowing his brow. Beep beep. Reset successful. Clang. Boom. 2 deafening sounds echoed, and the wall was once again splattered with a thick cloud of dust. In the smoke, no one knew what had happened. The commentator broke into a cold sweat, staring blankly. What is the state of the battle? Deng Feng couldn't help but stand up again, only to be pulled down by LV Sanping once more. I told you not to block me. The audience above curiously leaned out, trying to fan away the dust with their hands. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. They saw Emo-chen's right hand, covered in 1,000 Zhang centipede armor, firmly catching Zhong Lingling's powerful swing punch. Meanwhile, his left hand pressed Zhong Lingling's head harshly against the wall, creating a wall slam, leaving a spiderweb-like deep dent in the wall. Zhong Lingling stared intently at the indifferent Emo-chen. A smirk appeared on her lips, and with admiration in her eyes, she said, Emo-chen, your body technique is indeed impressive. Emo-chen shook his head, humbly replying, actually, I just know a bit about punches and kicks. The corrosive fungus on his hands continued to relentlessly erode her dragon scale armor on her head. A sound like ice cracking echoed, crackling loudly. At this moment, Wu Jiga finally understood. Whether it was body technique or superpower, Emo-chen always had the upper hand over Zhong Lingling. Seeing the situation, the commentator jumped up excitedly and shouted, Zhong Lingling's head is now firmly pressed against the wall by Emo-chen, unable to move at all. And her swing punch was steadily caught by Emo-chen's right hand, armed with Thousand Jang centipede armor. The dragon scale armor is about to shatter. How will Zhong Lingling counter? Emo-chen's two hands controlled her head and right fist, leaving only her left fist unrestrained. A vein bulged on Zhong Lingling's forehead. She aimed a vicious liver punch at Emo-chen's right rib. Emo-chen reacted swiftly, the Thousand Jang centipede armor on his right arm instantly unwrapping and intercepting Zhong Lingling's left hand. Clang! Boom! Zhong Lingling's left fist was instead pressed against the wall by the Thousand Jang centipede armor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Crack crack! At this moment, the thick corrosive fungus tide was eroding Zhong Lingling's head and hands. The covered dragon scale armor gradually developed numerous crack patterns resembling lightning. Zhong Lingling thought to herself that it was bad. In a moment, this dragon scale armor would be eroded to pieces by Emo-chen's corrosive fungus. She quickly curled her abdomen, raising her legs. Blood control. Her legs erupted with a fierce aura, crimson spiritual energy bursting forth. Boom! Zhong Lingling kicked both feet towards Emo-chen's abdomen, propelling him like a cannonball to the center of the arena. Fortunately, Emo-chen had timely armed his abdomen with Thousand Jang centipede armor, mitigating some of the damage. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The audience erupted into a clamor. The commentator hurriedly said, Did Emo-chen get hit? Is Zhong Lingling about to counterattack? Zhong Lingling stomped her right foot and said angrily, Characteristics, burning blood. The dragon scale armor on her body suddenly erupted with a strong burning aura, incinerating all the corrosive fungi on her. At this moment, her entire body was also extremely hot. Zhong Lingling furrowed her brows tightly and exclaimed in fury, Emo-chen, are you still not using your full strength? What about your overwhelming, corrosive fungi tide? Upon hearing this, Emo-chen calmly stood up. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and said lightly, activating a large-scale, corrosive fungi tide is extremely taxing on stamina, and it doesn't last long. In short, it's exhausting. Hearing this, Zhong Lingling's anger surged from within, and her eyes gradually emitted an unspoken sense of pressure. It dawned on her that Emo-chen had never taken her seriously. If Zhong Lingling could truly threaten Emo-chen's victory, he would have gone all out from the very beginning. Emo-chen gazed deeply into Zhong Lingling's eyes. He knew that if he activated the large-scale, corrosive fungi tide, too early, Zhong Lingling's dragon-scale armor would shatter within a few rounds. However, looking at Zhong Lingling's serious demeanor, he still chose to lightly stomp his right foot. Swish! This gentle stomp was like a drop of ink falling silently onto a calm lake, creating a dark ripple. The corrosive fungi spread over Zhong Lingling's foot, sizzling. The commentator remarked again, now, Emo-chen has released the corrosive fungi tide once more. It seems the final battle has reached its last moment. Can Zhong Lingling withstand this round? The audience erupted into intense discussions. Deng Feng shook his head and thought to himself, after all, she is a pure physical martial artist. Although Zhong Lingling is indeed strong, she ultimately cannot defeat Emo-chen. Emo-chen has the same level of proficiency in physical techniques, but he possesses large-scale lethal abilities, while she has none for long-range attacks. Zhong Lingling cannot win. Upon hearing this, LV Sanping gently nodded and thought, it seems that our martial arts academy will really produce a genius with a 100% win rate this time. Tap 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 tap. At this moment, Zhong Lingling was striding towards Emo-chen in the center of the arena. Her steps grew faster, each foot landing on the corrosive fungi tide, splashing black water and ripples with every step. Zhong Lingling began to run. Her brows were tightly knitted as she pondered, the dragon scale armor can't hold on much longer, only about 10 seconds left. I must deliver my final blow within these 10 seconds. Xianlong leg. After a moment of thought, Zhong Lingling clenched her fists and shouted with all her might, battle technique. Blood fury. With that, her right foot, stepping forward, heavily stomped down on the ground soaked with corrosive fungi. Boom! In an instant, the calm surface of the corrosive fungi tide erupted with ripples. A powerful wave of scorching heat radiated from Zhong Lingling, expanding rapidly in a circular motion, causing Emo-chen's long hair to flutter. The audience felt a warm breeze rush towards them. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a blurry shadow suddenly appeared above Emo-chen's left. Zhong Lingling had instantly flashed to Emo-chen's upper left. At this moment, she was raising her right leg, which radiated a dark red aura, from above. This is her S-rank, slaughter expert, indicating the best point and posture for her to exert force. It is also Mo Chen's weak point. The commentator shouted excitedly, "This is Zhong Lingling's strongest strike. The damage from this kick could even kill a first-tier warrior." At this moment, Zhong Lingling had already used ability, Slaughter Expert, Beast Feature, Boiling Dragon Blood, Beast Feature, Scorching Blood, Beast Feature, Blood Control, Combat Skill, Violent Blood, and Combat Skill, Dragon Scale Armor. This move, enhanced by 6 different effects, the Mysterious Dragon Leg, could indeed kill a first-tier warrior. Buzz! The sound of wind breaking came, and Zhong Lingling quickly swung her right leg, whipping down at Mo Chen like a giant black dragon tail. The oppressive feeling, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, rushed towards Mo Chen in an instant, but his expression remained as calm as ever. Mo Chen immediately clenched his right fist, summoning the Thousand Zheng Centipede Armor, to wrap around his right arm like a bandage. At the same time, a large amount of corrosive fungal tide seeped out. Mo Chen thought to himself, if I hadn't been reborn, the top special recruit of the Martial Arts Academy, it must be you. Mo Chen's mind stirred. Beep beep. Power reset to 1161 calories. Venom injection needle. With that, Mo Chen's right claw immediately transformed into a handblade, stabbing out towards Zhong Lingling's incoming direction. Buzz, boom. A violet explosion suddenly erupted. The ground where Mo Chen stood instantly caved in, creating a large pit as it was struck by this powerful, mysterious dragon leg, sending up a wave of stones. The commentator squinted and shouted excitedly, Mo Chen withstood this blow. Mo Chen's claw and Zhong Lingling's foot were continuously erupting with thick spiritual energy. A strong repulsive force was generated between the two. A standoff. Mo Chen's fingertips gathered a ball of black and blue corrosive fungal venom, but it did not touch Zhong Lingling's foot, instead repelling each other from a distance. Suddenly, both gritted their teeth, veins bulging. The Thousand Zheng Centipede Armor on Mo Chen's right arm trembled uncontrollably, gradually twisting and boiling. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingling's Dragon Scale Armor was already close to shattering. With a loud clang, the Dragon Scale Armor attached to her body exploded, dissipating into spiritual energy with the wind. The battle suit on Zhong Lingling's right leg was completely torn apart by the immense pressure generated between the two. The suit was shredded all the way to her right hip, exposing her entire long, beautiful leg. Wu Zhiga's face turned pale. It's over. As Mo Chen's mysterious tide claw lightly touched, a spot of blood red quickly appeared on Zhong Lingling's foot. That ball of black water instantly invaded Zhong Lingling's body. Zhong Lingling's brows furrowed tightly. Her long, fair leg suddenly sprouted blue spots, which then spread out, as if she had put on a pair of deep blue stockings. Boom! An incredibly intense pain caused Zhong Lingling to immediately lose her power, being sent flying several meters away. Her pupils rolled back, and she fainted as her vision went dark. Seeing this, the host excitedly shouted, "The match is over." Beep! Congratulations to Mo Chen for completing the slaughter in 5 minutes and 55 seconds, securing the second victory. The broadcast echoed, and the crowd erupted once again. The tyrant lost. Damn! Mo Chen is amazing. He's definitely going to win all 4 matches. The big screen also displayed the latest data following Mo Chen's victory. Contestant, Mo Chen wins, 2-1 submission, 1 kill, win rate, 100% next match time, 17:00 opponent, to be matched. Mo Chen glanced at the big screen before turning to walk towards Zhong Lingling, who lay on the ground, briefly unconscious. He retrieved the corrosive fungus from her body. The blue spots on her long, beautiful legs were gradually fading. The sharp aura emanating from Zhong Lingling was slowly dissipating, and her eyes were beginning to brighten. At that moment, Mo Chen was crouching beside her, gently helping her up. Wu Zhiga swiftly approached Zhong Lingling's side, taking her into his care. The two spoke in unison, "Zhong Lingling, are you okay?" Zhong Lingling looked back and forth between their faces, dazedly shaking her head, then softly said, "I'm fine. Mo Chen, you're really strong. I accept my defeat to you." Hearing this, Mo Chen slowly stood up, letting out a sigh of relief as he said, "That's good to hear, as long as you're not hurt badly enough to make me responsible." 2 familiar medical staff rushed over again, quickly lifting Zhong Lingling onto a stretcher before swiftly leaving. Mo Chen once more walked into the martial artist's passage amidst the audience's gaze and cheers. Mo Chen opened the door to the lounge and plopped down on the sofa, slowly raising his right hand, the Xian Chao claw, which had faced such a fierce battle yet remained unscathed. Its hardness had indeed been greatly enhanced, as the blacksmith had said, now capable of clashing with weapons made of E-grade steel. Mo Chen thought to himself, "I need to find a time to thank Teacher Alphs and Lu Ji." Creak! Just then, the lounge door was suddenly pushed open. Mo Chen hesitated and looked up, and as if summoned, the person entering was the burly Lu Ji. However, Lu Ji looked somewhat disheveled. He had faint scars on his face, which was bruised and swollen, as if he had been beaten up and then healed. Just as Emo-chan was about to speak, Luji limped over and sat down on the soft sofa. The moment he sat down, his face twitched as if he had hit a serious injury. But he quickly changed his expression and smiled. Hee hee. You did a great job, Emo-gu. Emo-chan looked at Luji's limping right leg, his brow furrowed, and asked seriously, what happened to your leg? Luji scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, nothing. I just lost carelessly, that's all. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's frown deepened. Warriors who are defeated in the selection matches are treated by the emergency personnel in the school medical area. The medical area not only has top-notch medical equipment and potions but also the S-grade ability holder, Old Lady Wang, who possesses the ability to heal all things. As long as the injuries are not severe, the medical equipment is sufficient to heal you within a day. If the injuries are more serious, Old Lady Wang can consume a few spirit stones to restore you to your original state, unharmed. And after Luji's defeat, it was impossible for him not to have received treatment. After receiving treatment, it was impossible for him to still be limping. The only possibility is that Luji sustained some very serious injury during his duel with someone. Even Old Lady Wang, who possesses the S-grade ability to heal all things, could only restore him to this limping state. Emo-chan knew that Luji was even more competitive than he was. Any spare moment he had would be spent on training. He wouldn't waste time watching his live matches for no reason. In the past, he always watched the replays. So Emo-chan was very clear that Luji had a request of him. With a stern expression, almost in a commanding tone, he asked Luji, who did this? Upon hearing this, Luji's eyes instantly turned red, and 2 teardrops rolled down his cheeks. He spoke with a choked voice, Mo. Brother Mo. It was the third-place contestant, Guangyang. During our match, he deliberately targeted my right leg, and with one swing of his axe, he almost chopped my right knee off. That bastard. It was definitely intentional. Absolutely intentional. Emo-chan instantly understood Luji's purpose. To take revenge on Guangyang. After this blow, Luji would probably need about 3 days to recover. But now was the selection period. If he couldn't compete for 3 days, he might fall behind the main group. For someone like Luji, who was extremely eager to participate in the martial arts competition, this injury was a devastating blow. Luji was the first friend he made at the martial arts academy, and he would definitely help with this small favor. Moreover, helping him would earn him a favor in return. But he wouldn't help Luji without considering the truth of the matter. He needed to see if what Luji said was true, otherwise, it would be foolish to be used as a pawn by someone else. Emo-chan frowned and said, I want to see how he went so hard. To actually go so hard against a fellow student. Emo-chan casually took out his phone and checked Luji's live replay. The screen showed 2 tall and muscular figures facing off against each other. The dark-skinned warrior wielding dual axes was Guangyang, while the yellow-haired man carrying a large knife and wearing arm guards was Luji. The two fought for a long time, and Luji was increasingly unable to hold on. Just as Luji was about to raise his hand to concede after taking a blow to the chest, Guangyang seized the opportunity while Luji was weakened and swung his axe towards Luji's right knee. His entire lower leg was almost severed, and it was a bloody scene. The match ended immediately. Emo-chan shook his head secretly, marveling inwardly, Old Wang is truly amazing. Even a leg that's barely hanging on can be reattached, and he can get up and walk right away. Emo-chan turned to Luji and comforted him. Alright, don't cry just because you're a muscle man. Luji choked for a moment, wiped his tears, and resolutely said, Brother Mo, if you encounter Guangyang, could you help me teach him a lesson? Let him feel the pain I suffered. Emo-chan's brows furrowed slightly, his expression worried. If someone deliberately injures a martial artist, will there be serious consequences? Upon hearing this, Luji frowned. Teacher Alphs has been arguing with the other party's mentor, but the other mentor insists it was an accident. The school promised that Guangyang would be suspended, but I don't know how many days. The other mentor was named Li Yuanfu, a level 1 mentor. He was arrogant and domineering, on par with Du Zitong, and was a veteran mentor in martial arts. Hearing this, Emo-chan slowly stood up. His expression instantly turned cold, and he shook his head, saying, Then you can rest assured, I know how many days he will be suspended. He won't need to compete anymore. Luji looked up at Emo-chan, who stood with his hands behind his back, his disheveled hair creating a ghostly silhouette, and 4 words slowly emerged in his heart, the light of justice. Lu Rinjia has fallen into a coma. Beep. Congratulations to Emo-chan, who completed the kill in 7 minutes and 55 seconds, securing his 3rd victory. The data on the big screen updated again. Player, Mo-Chen, victories, 3, 1 submission, 2 kills, win rate, 100%, next match time, 1900 hours, opponent, Guangyang. The audience erupted in discussion. Mo-Chen is still as strong as ever, dominating the third match. It seems he really can become a record breaker. Mo-Chen took 7 minutes and 55 seconds, winning after Guangyang. Their next match is indeed a showdown. Mo-Chen glanced at the struggling Lu Renjia, who lay unconscious on the ground, and walked straight into the martial artist's passage. On stage, Du Zitong sensed something and thought to himself, to face a martial artist who made it to the third round by luck, and yet almost filled the 8 minutes. Something feels off. Did he do this on purpose to match up with Guangyang? Lu Sanping and Deng Feng also sensed something was amiss. Watching Mo-Chen's back, Deng Feng frowned and whispered, "What does this kid want to do?" At this moment, Mo-Chen had already entered the lounge. Inside the lounge, Mo-Chen lay on the large sofa, resting with his eyes closed, reflecting on Lu Ji's words. Guangyang, with a blood value of 596 calories, has an A-level ability, physical mutation. He can alter the shape of his bones and body. The ability he displayed in the replay, extending his arm to chop off Lu Ji's knee, was this ability. Mo-Chen furrowed his brow, deep in thought, I have to be careful to prevent my classmates from getting seriously injured. But this guy can be so ruthless against his own schoolmates. More arrogant than me. You really are living on the edge. Night fell, and 1900 hours arrived. The bright lights of Venue 1 in the Martial Arts Palace were turned on, and the audience continued to grow. After Mo-Chen easily defeated his third opponent, Lu Renjia, it was finally time for Mo-Chen's fourth match. His opponent was the one he had been thinking about, Guangyang. This was Mo-Chen's last match of the day and the final match of the Martial Arts Academy, open to outsiders. Reporters from outside the school gathered to witness the moment Mo-Chen became a record breaker. On the friends and family side, Julie and Xiaohe, along with the injured Lu Ji, Zhong Lingling, Lin Mutong, and Shen Ming were all present. Lu Sanping, Deng Feng, and Du Zitong remained in their original seats. Meanwhile, Shi Beidou from the Ability Academy was lying on the sofa, watching Mo-Chen's live broadcast. He had become a record breaker yesterday and had played 4 matches continuously since early morning, which was why he had this free time in the evening. The television emitted a burst of passionate commentary. Good evening, everyone. Hearing the commentator's enthusiastic shout, the audience's excitement was reignited. The commentator continued, this is the live broadcast of the Martial Arts Academy Martial Arts Competition Selection. 6 spots for record breakers have now been filled, and the last spot will be decided between Mo-Chen and Guangyang in this match. Beep. Let the contestants enter the arena. Mo-Chen, fully equipped, slowly walked into the arena. The audience erupted in cheers. Everyone present wore smiles, their brows relaxed, and they applauded Mo-Chen, who was shining on the stage. In the opposite corridor, a tall figure emerged, dressed in a red battle outfit and wielding a pair of double axes. His skin was jet black, his muscles enormous, and a scowl was perpetually etched on his face. This was Guangyang. Behind him stood a similarly tall middle-aged man with a face full of curly hair and a fierce expression. This was Guangyang's mentor, Li Yuanfu. The applause instantly ceased, plunging the arena into a deathly silence. The audience knew that Guangyang had severely injured Lu Ji in the morning match, knocking him unconscious for an hour. In the stands, Lu Ji's gaze towards Guangyang was filled with a sharp anger. Lin Mutong turned to Lu Ji and comforted him, since Mo-Chen has promised to take revenge for you, just watch his duel with Guangyang. Beside them, Zhong Lingling nodded in agreement with Lin Mutong. Meanwhile, Shin Ming furrowed his brows, silently thinking, Mo-Chen, you need to act quickly. You must break my humiliating record of 4 minutes and 39 seconds. The fastest record in the selection matches of the Martial Arts Academy was Mo-Chen subduing Shin Ming in 4 minutes and 39 seconds. This was an immense humiliation for Shin Ming. His vitality was, after all, the highest in the school, yet he was easily defeated by Mo-Chen, which was truly embarrassing. Shin Ming's gaze was fixed on Mo-Chen. He saw Mo-Chen calmly walking towards the scowling Guangyang, removing his Shin Chao claws, and extending his hand for a handshake, saying, seeing is believing. Guangyang, your fight this morning was quite exhilarating. You chopped off someone's leg with a single axe, not even leaving them a chance to surrender. Guangyang was unaware of the relationship between Mo-Chen and Lu Ji. He raised his head, smiled slightly while shaking hands, and said, just a slip of the hand, I'm usually a very gentle person. But I really dislike opponents who surrender. If we're going to fight, let's fight properly. Isn't that right, Mo-Chen? After saying this, Zhong Guangyang's large black hand gradually exerted force, squeezing Emo Chen's palm until it cracked. A wave of pain surged through, but Emo Chen merely squinted his eyes, wearing a friendly smile as he said, "Right. Whoever surrenders later is a dog." Zhong Guangyang nodded. Seeing Emo Chen's timid demeanor, a smile began to form in his heart, and he then released his grip. At this moment, a large handprint had already appeared on Emo Chen's hand. Zhong Guangyang thought to himself, hee, my teacher was right, my talent and strength are not inferior to Emo Chen's, I'm just too timid. No wonder my teacher always tells me to be more confident. In this battle, I might be able to fight Emo Chen to a draw. No! Be more confident, I can win. Emo Chen's expression had completely turned cold. Right now, he was only looking forward to one thing, taking down Zhong Guangyang. Suddenly, a prompt echoed above Venuno. 1, beep. The match is about to begin, all contestants, please maintain your distance. The two had already distanced themselves significantly, both sides eagerly anticipating the start of the match. All the spectators held their breath, waiting to see how Emo Chen would ruthlessly beat Zhong Guangyang. 3. Emo Chen silently donned his shin claws, watching the bouncing and poised Zhong Guangyang before him. 2. Emo Chen leaned down slightly. 1. Swish. Before anyone could react, a black wave surged from Emo Chen, instantly engulfing the entire arena of Venuno. 1. The commentator jumped up, excitedly shouting, "Oh!" Zhong Guangyang actually forced Emo Chen to use the corrosive fungal tide right from the start? That's unbelievable. Zhong Lingling's eyes widened in an instant. She thought to herself, what? He actually forced out Emo Chen's corrosive fungal tide at the very beginning? Even I didn't get such treatment. The audience in the stands was instantly stirred by Emo Chen's actions, their anxious hearts racing. Most of the spectators had no idea that Emo Chen was seeking revenge for Lu Ji. They only knew that being able to force out Emo Chen's corrosive fungal tide at the start indicated that this person was incredibly powerful. Swish! The liquid corrosive fungus surged towards Zhong Guangyang's feet like a rising tide. Realizing the danger, Zhong Guangyang quickly jumped up and shouted in midair, "Battle technique! Earth Splitter!" As he wielded two blackboard axes, his arms bulged with veins, gradually becoming grotesque. His strength and speed doubled at a visible rate, turning blood red. Bang! A deafening sound erupted. Zhong Guangyang's movement was like striking a massive drum, creating a circular shockwave on the ground. It overturned the nearby, corrosive fungal tide. The stone waves cleaved by the two axes rushed towards Emo Chen. Seeing this, Emo Chen immediately swung his arms. He flung the liquid corrosive fungus into the air, activating the crow feather feature, transforming them all into little blue crows. Then, with a thought, beep beep, speed reset successful. In the blink of an eye, Emo Chen dodged the stone waves' attacks, his figure flickering in and out of sight. The audience erupted into a commotion. Zhong Guangyang's eyes couldn't keep up with Emo Chen's speed, and he exclaimed in shock as he looked around, "Where the hell is he?" But the subsequent attacks from the little blue crows and the corrosive fungal tide left him no time to track Emo Chen's whereabouts. Zhong Guangyang furrowed his brow and shouted loudly, "Feature! Wind floating shield!" In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Zhong Guangyang's body, forming a wind shield. The rushing little blue crows and the spreading corrosive fungal tide were all blocked outside. Although they were obstructed, the little blue crows and the fungal tide still struggled to slowly move towards Zhong Guangyang. Lu Shi frowned, thinking, indeed, almost every martial artist has some kind of shield-type battle technique or feature. For martial artists specializing in physical techniques, shield-type battle techniques and fierce beast features are extremely important. They allow one to be more adept when facing a martial artist like Emo Chen, who has long-range attack capabilities. The commentator announced loudly, "This is Zhong Guangyang's A-level, Whirlwind Mystic Turtle, Bloodline's second feature, Wind Floating Shield. It allows the user to emit a fierce aura, delaying and isolating long-range attacks for a period of time." Zhong Guangyang's brow was tightly furrowed, thinking, this wind-floating shield can't completely withstand these little birds and the black water. Soon they will breach the shield. I need to find Emo Chen's location quickly. Zhong Guangyang, drenched in sweat, looked around anxiously, then quickly turned to look behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Crash! Emo Chen's punch shattered Zhong Guangyang's wind-floating shield, sending a wave of air rippling. A pair of pitch-black claws were now lunging towards Zhong Guangyang's forehead, while Emo Chen looked at him with a smile. Zhong Guangyang's face turned pale in an instant. He swung his dual axes, but it was already too late. Because Emo Chen's speed has now reached an astonishing 1162 points, while Zhong Guangyang only has a pitiful 187. This is an absolute crushing defeat. Ding! The sharp tip of the Shin Chao claw lightly tapped Zhong Guangyang's forehead, instantly leaving a small blood-red dot. At that moment, Zhong Guangyang finally swung his dual axes at Emo-chen. Da! Emo-chen lightly kicked off and quickly dodged the incredibly sharp black double-bladed axes. Li Yuanfu's eyes widened. He truly did not expect Emo-chen's speed to be this fast. Watching Emo-chen move, his speed value must be at least 1,000 points. He looked at the blood dot on Zhong Guangyang's forehead, sweating profusely, and said, "This kid, has he learned some technique to greatly increase his speed? This is it. It's over." The audience erupted in cheers. Lu Ji and Shin Ming jumped up excitedly, shouting in unison, "Emo-chen! Well done!" Lu Ji was happy because Emo-chen avenged him. Shin Ming was happy because Emo-chen's speed record was about to be broken. Zhong Guangyang listened to the cheers erupting from the stage, furiously wiping the blood from his forehead. But he found that the blood had already disappeared. Instead, blue spots had appeared on his hands, and a tearing pain was gradually spreading through his limbs, while his head began to feel hot. Zhong Guangyang's heart trembled, secretly thinking, "It's over." Emo-chen placed his hands on his hips and coldly smiled at Zhong Guangyang. "Are you convinced now? I'll give you a chance. If you lie on the ground and bark like a dog, I might spare you and let you avoid further suffering." Of course, this was just to mock Zhong Guangyang. How could Emo-chen easily let go of someone who had been so ruthless to his first friend, Lu Ji? Zhong Guangyang, seemingly a man of spirit, immediately retorted loudly, "I won't surrender." In an instant, Zhong Guangyang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and overwhelming pain and dizziness made him clutch his head and fall to the ground, crying out in agony. The commentator and referee, seeing Emo-chan's overwhelming advantage, decided to press the button to end the match. Suddenly, in the midst of everyone's shock, Zhong Guangyang tightly closed his eyes and wobbled to his feet. Lu Ji and Shin Ming shouted in astonishment, "What the hell? He can still stand up?" Zhu Li and Xiao He were dumbfounded. Zhong Lingling and Lin Mutong also fell silent. The audience could not believe that Zhong Guangyang could withstand the lethal erosion of the corrosive fungus. Of course, even Zhong Guangyang himself did not expect that he could still stand up. He furrowed his brow, tightly closed his eyes, and silently roared inside, "It hurts so much. Why the hell am I standing up?" 2 drops of sweat the size of beans slid down Du Zitong's forehead, and he thought in terror, has Emo-chen used his ability to control people again? Emo-chen activated the ability of the spirit-hosting fungus, forcibly controlling Zhong Guangyang's body. He slowly opened his eyes at the same time as Zhong Guangyang. The colorful light deep within their pupils had long since disappeared. Zhong Guangyang was almost in so much pain that he was rolling his eyes, drooling all over the ground, yet he still stammered, word by word, I won't surrender. Fuck you, Emo-chan." Emo-chan's mouth turned down, and with a face full of admiration, he nodded and clapped vigorously, saying, "A real man. When you say you won't surrender, you really won't. However, you just cursed at me. Then I guess I should fight back? He. After saying this, Emo-chen let out a series of terrifying laughs, exuding an aura of evil as he walked towards Zhong Guangyang. The crowd instantly frowned, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps. Emo-chen pierced Zhong Guangyang's body, creating a hole the size of a finger, and asked, "Do you admit defeat?" No. Emo-chen stabbed again. "Do you surrender?" "I won't. Keep fighting. I can hold on." "Oh really?" With that, Emo-chen controlled Zhong Guangyang to swing both axes. Emo-chan pretended to dodge and stabbed again. "Mom, what are those two doing? Children shouldn't watch this." "Zhong Guangyang, you're a real man. This Zhong Guangyang is truly a man. His willpower is extraordinary, he really won't surrender." The audience erupted in admiration. Xiaoyi frowned, pointing at Emo-chen in the center of the arena, and quietly asked Zhu Li, "Teacher, did you teach him these cruel methods?" None of this is my doing." Lu Ji, seeing Emo-chen go to such lengths for him, was moved to tears, silently thinking, woo. "Brother Emo, you are my lifelong good brother. I'm sticking with you." Meanwhile, Shin Ming covered his head, his expression growing increasingly grim. During the time Emo-chen was tormenting Zhong Guangyang, the battle had already lasted 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Emo-chen's speedrun record still stood at 4 minutes and 39 seconds against Shin Ming, which would be nailed to the pillar of shame. The referee stood at the side, secretly cursing, "Damn it. This bastard Zhong Guangyang is rolling his eyes and drooling, turning into a smurf, and still won't surrender. You might as well die." The referee lowered his brow, anxious to finish his shift. When he saw Zhong Guangyang could barely speak, he immediately slammed down the button to end the match. Beep. Congratulations to Emo-chen, who completed the execution in 4 minutes and 44 seconds, securing his 4th victory. The commentator snapped back to reality, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and immediately said, "See. Congratulations to Mo Chen. He has secured the position of record breaker." Crash. With that, Zhong Guangyang's body collapsed with a thud. Chibedu, sitting in front of the screen, straightened his back, looking at Mo Chen in the live broadcast with disbelief. His mouth twitched slowly, cold sweat dripping as he whispered, You bastard, is this so cruel? What is this black water? And that little bird that tracks automatically? And that speed value? His stats? Can't be real, right?" Chibedu paused for a moment, looking at the close-up of Mo Chen and said lightly, "But this bastard treats his classmates from the same school so ruthlessly, it's simply like a demon." Chibedu clearly didn't know that Zhong Guangyang had chopped off Lu Ji's right leg that morning. He also didn't know that Mo Chen was being so ruthless to avenge Lu Ji. This was his first time watching Mo Chen's match. Starting with such an intense scene, Chibedu's young heart was greatly traumatized. After the commentator announced Mo Chen's victory, applause erupted in the venue in his honor. The large screen on site instantly updated the data: player, Mo Chen, record breaker, victories, 4, 1 submission, 3 executions, win rate, 100%, next match time, October 2nd, 9 a.m., opponent, to be determined. The announcer was currently delivering the closing thank you speech, and many audience members began to leave one after another. Starting tomorrow, there wouldn't be as many attendees. After a while, the same two familiar paramedics rushed in, carrying a stretcher. Zhong Guangyang, whose body was turning blue, was covered in holes. He was rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and lying on the ground, deeply unconscious. One of the paramedics, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but furrow his brows. He shook his head and sighed, "This kid is really tough. Even in this state, he's still trying to act cool. He can't be dead already, can he?" Mo Chen shook off the blood on his shin chow claws and said lightly, "Don't worry, I won't let a fellow student die in front of the public. Of course, dying in the hospital is a different story." Mo Chen was not so gentle. He retracted the corrosive bacteria from other areas but allowed a small portion to continue thriving in Zhong Guangyang's skull, tormenting him until it would lead to his death. Having witnessed the power of the spirit-binding bacteria, he would never leave Zhong Guangyang alive. This was Mo Chen's revenge for Lu Ji. At that moment, Li Yuanfu leaped to Zhong Guangyang's side, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He looked at his pitiful disciple, wanting to help him up but hesitating to touch him. Li Yuanfu's brows furrowed in worry, and he angrily shouted at Mo Chen, "Mo Chen, look at what you've done! How dare you use such heavy-handed tactics against a fellow student during the selection competition? What punishment do you deserve?" Li Yuanfu looked at Zhong Guangyang, who appeared lifeless, and concluded that his good disciple was likely on the brink of death. Mo Chen turned around nonchalantly and mocked, Li Mentor, it was a mistake. I just wanted to give him a dignified way to surrender, but who knew your good disciple could endure so much?" Upon hearing the word mistake, Li Yuanfu instantly understood Mo Chen's meaning. Mo Chen was venting for Lu Ji, who had been injured by Zhong Guangyang, deliberately beating him to this state. Li Yuanfu lowered his brows, filled with resentment, and said, "You little brat with a sharp tongue. You want to kill a fellow student, don't you? I will definitely report this to the school for severe punishment." Suddenly, a soft and charming voice came from behind Mo Chen. Julie walked over lightly, smiling. "Severe punishment? Li Mentor, it was just a mistake, isn't that necessary? Moreover, your student Zhong Guangyang insisted on continuing the competition. Mo Chen even wanted him to surrender but he refused. What can be done?" Li Yuanfu's veins began to bulge. He truly did not expect that even Julie, a newly appointed level 5 teacher from last year, would dare to confront him. He was furious but deliberately lowered his voice. "Julie, you, coming from a farming background, a level 5 teacher who just started last year, what right do you have to act so arrogantly?" Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. No one expected that a level 1 teacher would explode in anger in public. But thinking about his student being beaten into a smooth made it seem normal. "Oh my!" The paramedics exclaimed and immediately lifted the unconscious Zhong Guangyang onto the stretcher, fleeing the tense scene like the wind. Julie said nothing, she merely squinted her beautiful, captivating eyes, watching Li Yuanfu's impotent rage. A sharp aura slowly emanated between the two. Mo Chen looked at Julie's back, feeling secretly moved. A chillingly vicious aura gradually approached. Du Zitong walked over lightly, patted Li Yuanfu on the back, shook his head, and said, "Oldly, there's no need. No need. My good disciple was deliberately beaten to this state by this kid, and you say there's no need?" Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Du Zitong's eyes. Li Yuanfu was also a first-level teacher, but Du Zitong was far from being as arrogant as Li Yuanfu. This was because Li Yuanfu had some connections with Lu Sanping. Li Yuanfu tore down his collar, revealing a large scar at his collarbone, gritting his teeth as he said to the two of them, "My own student, I will protect him myself. Let me tell you, my life has already died several times following the vice principal." The venue fell silent. Fortunately, the reporters and audience at the site had mostly left, and Li Yuanfu lowered his voice. If the paparazzi discovered this, Do-yan would probably have another hot topic. Shocking. A middle-aged man from the martial arts academy strips in public, and the reason is for this? On the stands, Lu Sanping looked coldly at the center of the arena. Beside him, Deng Feng was observing Lu Sanping's actions. The reason Li Yuanfu dared to speak disrespectfully to Julie in front of Lu Sanping was that he was certain Lu Sanping would not help Julie and Mo Chen. When he was young, Li Yuanfu came to the martial arts academy to teach, starting under Lu Sanping. He understood Lu Sanping too well. Lu Sanping had always despised arrogant martial artists. No matter how talented they were, he would not think highly of them. And Mo Chen was precisely the most arrogant martial artist they had ever encountered. Lu Sanping's evaluation of Mo Chen was, "This kid is simply a walking professional show-off." Given their relationship, even if Lu Sanping chose not to help Li Yuanfu, he would never speak up for Mo Chen. Not to mention, he had almost killed Zhong Guangyang. Swish! A golden thunder erupted around Lu Sanping, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed to the center of the arena. The lightning surrounding him was crackling non-stop. With a wave of his hand, the lightning dispersed. There stood Lu Sanping, dressed in a black tang suit, with his hands behind his back, coldly staring at Li Yuanfu in front of him. Upon seeing Lu Sanping's face, which was filled with weathered wrinkles and a very gloomy expression, Li Yuanfu instantly wilted. Li Yuanfu thought to himself, "Why? Does it feel like he's coming for me?" Lu Sanping's expression darkened as he slowly spoke, "Show your scars, flaunt your achievements. You want to take off your armor, huh? You think I don't know what your student did this morning?" He glanced at Mo Chen, then turned back to Li Yuanfu and said, "It was your student Zhong Guangyang who stood up and stubbornly resisted Mo Chen's bacteria. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too proud. Apologize to teacher Julie, quickly. I'll deal with you another day." Upon hearing this, Li Yuanfu immediately understood Lu Sanping's attitude. He didn't expect Lu Sanping to change the stance he had maintained for many years and choose to protect Mo Chen. Everyone stared at Li Yuanfu, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Li Yuanfu dared not speak again. He knew this was his only chance to step down gracefully. Although he held back a deep breath, feeling heartbroken for his student Zhong Guangyang, if he didn't save face, Lu Sanping would help him save it. Li Yuanfu turned around lightly, bent down to Julie, and respectfully and sincerely said, "Teacher Julie, I'm really sorry." Julie smiled and said, "We're all colleagues, let's just let it go, screw you." Lu Sanping nodded in satisfaction, then patted Mo Chen on the shoulder and said, "Mo Chen, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Now that you've become a record breaker, strive for a 100% win rate. We can't let the other two schools steal the spotlight." Mo Chen respectfully replied, "Yes." Julie and Mo Chen watched Lu Sanping's back as he left with Li Yuanfu, until they were out of the venue. Julie turned to Du Zitong and thanked her, "Teacher Du. Thank you." She hadn't expected that Du Zitong would choose to speak up for her and Mo Chen. Du Zitong waved her hand, then turned to leave with a smile. "It's a small matter. I'll take my leave now." Julie gazed at Du Zitong's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly, lost in thought. At noon, within the martial arts hall of the Ability Academy, the sound of intense metal clashes echoed, creating a delightful symphony of battle. However, one of the martial arts halls remained remarkably calm. The only sound that could be heard was a lazy yawn. Xie Fan, with his gray middle part, was currently forcefully plunging 4 tang knives into the ground while leaning to the side, quickly scrolling through Do-yang. It's exploded. Who doesn't love juicy beef hooves? This is the most exciting match in the knife forging competition. As the most authentic, survival in the wilderness, show on the internet, are Bear Grylls. Witness history. 3 days of brilliance. The top special recruit of the Martial Arts Academy, Mo Chen, along with Ability Academy, Shi Beidou and Dragon Country Military Academy, Long Xianqing, have all broken school records today, October 24th, achieving a perfect 100% win rate. Among them, Mo Chen has 99 wins, 1 submission, 70 kills, and 28 surrenders. Shi Beidou has 100 wins, 2 submissions, 89 kills, and 9 surrenders. Long Xianqing has 97 wins, 0 submissions, 94 kills, and 3 surrenders. Xie Fan frowned, feeling unwilling as he thought, TSK. 3 days of brilliance? It really is just as those media predicted, all breaking records. This historic moment was referred to by many martial artists as 3 days of brilliance. It meant that 3 geniuses had emerged simultaneously. Yet, 3 days of brilliance was merely an ordinary natural phenomenon. There was still only one true sun in the sky. Who the true sun was would depend on who could win the zero-tier championship of the martial arts competition. Siafan looked at his calloused palms, lost in contemplation. Although Siafan had secured a spot in the top 10 of the selection competition with an impressive record of 66 wins out of 70 matches, he was still dissatisfied. He had thought that after losing to Chibedu, he wouldn't lose again. Yet unexpectedly, he suffered 3 more defeats. The 3 martial artists who defeated Siafan were then crushed again by Chibedu. Is it that I'm too weak, or is Chibedu just too strong? If I faced Mo-chan or Long Xianqing, could I secure a victory? Bang! Just as he was deep in thought, a heavy sound suddenly came from the entrance of the martial arts hall. Damn! The teacher is back. Siafan was startled. He immediately dropped his phone, summoned his white spirit, and pulled out the 4 tang knives in front of him. He instantly assumed a fighting stance against the spirit puppet that was standing dumbfounded in front of him. However, his phone screen did not turn off. A series of comical songs slowly emanated from Doyang. The first time I have to become like this, how can I deny it? Chick. Zhang Wukui's expression was extremely gloomy, completely ignoring Siafan as he leaned against the wall and slowly sat down cross-legged. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Siafan slowly picked up the phone from the ground, exited Doyang, scratched his head, and awkwardly laughed. Teacher. You know, I like to play some music while training. I definitely wasn't slacking off. The S-class mind technique, controlling puppets 4 blades flow you taught me, I've already mastered it. Zhong Wukui did not respond, lost in his thoughts. Seeing that Zhong Wukui still wasn't paying attention to him, Siafan immediately sensed something was wrong. The only thing that could make Zhong Wukui look so grim was the matter of his 2 senior brothers, the disappearance of Changshou and Duanpang. After losing their qualification to participate in the selection competition, they went to Fulong Mountain and never returned. Siafan only learned about this in late October. Siafan furrowed his brows, worry etched on his face as he asked, Senior brother Duan and senior brother Chang. They wouldn't have died on Fulong Mountain, would they? Upon hearing this, Zhong Wukui looked up, his extremely weary eyes glancing at Siafan, then he nodded heavily. Ha! Siafan's eyes widened in disbelief. Although his senior brothers weren't top tier among first-tier warriors, they were still level 19 warriors, and together they were unbeatable. How could they have died so easily in the not-so-dangerous Fulong Mountain wilderness? Zhong Wukui lowered his head, his words filled with anger. He slammed his fist into the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, Siafan, do you know? Your senior brothers had a conflict with a warrior on Fulong Mountain and ended up getting knocked out, which is why they didn't complete the final bounty. Siafan's mind suddenly clicked, realizing, so that means, the reason they went to Fulong Mountain was likely for revenge. That means, they were killed by that warrior. We need to report this to the Warrior Association immediately and capture that warrior for questioning. Zhong Wukui tightly closed his eyes and said calmly, no need, I know who that warrior is. That person is Mo-chun from the Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing this, Siafan's expression instantly froze. He paused for a while before slowly speaking, then it wasn't him who killed them, perhaps they were really killed by some ferocious beast. Zhong Wukui placed his hands on the ground, slowly standing up with a serious expression. It was him who killed them, I'm not joking. I've secretly investigated and found the remaining bones of Duanpang and Changshou. The murderer is Mo-chen. Without giving Siafan a chance to react, Zhong Wukui heavily slapped his own head and said fiercely, damn it, these 2 bastards are dead and still won't let me have peace. Siafan, I've already told the school and the Warrior Association that your senior brothers have been classified as killed by a ferocious beast. If this matter leaks out, my reputation will be completely ruined. Upon hearing this, Siafan was immediately shocked. He thought the reason the teacher was so angry was because his students had been killed, but it turned out he was worried about his own reputation. Siafan swallowed hard, nodding seriously as he said, the teacher has been so kind to me, valuing me so much, I would never leak this matter. He knew that if the news of this zero-tier warrior killing 2 peak first-tier warriors got out, it would not only ruin his master's reputation, even the entire Ability Academy could fall into an absurdly embarrassing situation. Zhong Wukui had buried this matter alone for a month, with parents causing a ruckus at the school every day, leaving him exhausted. After informing Siafan about it, he felt much more at ease. Zhong Wukui patted Siafan on the shoulder, regaining his spirit and said, you are my student whom I raised myself, I trust you greatly. Now let's put this matter behind us and focus on training. After saying this, Zhong Wukui sat down nearby and began to silently supervise Siafan's training. Fan faced the spirit puppet again and started swinging 4 knives. After learning this explosive news, he found it hard to concentrate on his training. After all, he had just been contemplating whether he could defeat Emo-chen or Long Xianqing. Now, he only found his thoughts laughable. Fan had never won even once in the mutual competitions among his senior brothers. Not to mention that during the 0 stage, he had killed the fully committed Chang Shou and Duanpang. Fan tightened his grip on the knife handle, secretly thinking, damn it, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Emo-chen actually really did it? This matter was simply a fantasy. A cold breeze swept by, signaling the arrival of autumn. It was around noon, and Emo-chen was sitting alone in his family's training room, eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the burning spiritual incense. As a record breaker, he could designate 4 martial artists for duels every day. Emo-chen spent less than an hour each day defeating all these special recruits, and in the remaining time, he diligently continued his training. His concentration technique was about to reach the 7th level. Beep. Vitality has increased from 788 to 799. This absorption brought a total of 6 vitality points from the blood fusion bacteria. Concentration technique brought a total of 5 vitality points, now reaching the 7th level. The system's announcement sounded, and Emo-chen slowly opened his eyes, calmly saying, System. Check personal panel. Beep. Host, Emo-chen, source beast control, corrosion bacteria, existing bacteria species, 3, existing combat skills, 6, existing beast characteristics, 6, breathing technique, concentration technique, 7th level, vitality, 799, strength, 466, endurance, 466, speed, 466, combat power assessment, unmatched within the same realm. Emo-chen looked at the terrifying panel values, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his pursuit of martial arts grew more resolute and frenzied. Emo-chen clenched his fists, secretly thinking, from 3 vitality points to now 799, I only took 4 months. This training speed is unprecedented. I'm afraid it will be unmatched in the future. Emo-chen's training speed was already catching up to Chi Beidou. According to the information provided by the Ability Academy, Chi Beidou's vitality was currently 814, while Emo-chen's was 799, with only a slight difference between them. After a few more days of training, Emo-chen would be able to surpass him. Emo-chen slowly stood up, opened the door to the training room, and walked towards the living room. At the same time, the dormitory door was also opened by the butler, a Fu. Hearing the chaotic and heavy footsteps, Emo-chen immediately understood that the visitor was Lu Ji, the big muscular guy. He heard Lu Ji anxiously shout, "Mo! Brother Mo! It's bad! Zhong Guangyang couldn't be saved and died in the school's medical area." Emo-chen listened to this heavy statement, nearly indifferent as he poured himself a glass of water, casually saying, "If he's dead, then he's dead. It's his own doing, can it be blamed on me?" He felt no ripple of emotion at Zhong Guangyang's death. His expression was as calm as a still lake, as if he had just slaughtered a cow or sheep. In fact, Emo-chen could have spared Zhong Guangyang's life. He could have threatened him with the corrosive fungus, and controlled him with the spirit-hosting fungus, just like he did with Du Zitong. But Du Zitong was a 6th-tier warrior, while Zhong Guangyang was just a 0-tier little trash. He had no value to exploit, so Emo-chen simply killed him. Emo-chen took a sip of water and continued, "Everyone saw it, he insisted on standing up to resist my corrosive fungus, and even after being poisoned into a smooth, he still wanted to fight. The poison couldn't take him down, and it was his own request to continue fighting me. The rescue failed, so what can I do?" Lu Ji stared blankly at Emo-chen's fearless demeanor, a bead of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He wasn't lamenting Emo-chen's cold-bloodedness. He was just feeling apprehensive for Emo-chen. After all, Zhong Guangyang's master was Li Yuanfu. Although Lu Sanping had helped Emo-chen last time, how would he deal with a potential private revenge from him? Emo-chen noticed Lu Ji's concern and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to worry. If Li Yuanfu dares to lay a hand on me, forget about teacher Julie, even the vice principal would probably tear him apart first. And you don't need to worry about whether you'll face retaliation. If the sky falls, I'll bear it." Lu Ji looked at Emo-chen's back, feeling deeply moved. He rushed forward and hugged Emo-chen, crying, "Woo, Mo-gu. It's my fault you have to bear a life on your shoulders. I'll follow you in this life. No, I'll follow you in the next life too." Emo-chen pushed Lu Ji away in disgust, saying lightly, all right, you've been crying to me for 25 days straight, it's enough. Get ready for this afternoon's competition. After Lu Ji recovered from his injuries, he quickly caught up with the other special recruits. After all, he was also the 13th ranked warrior. Emo-chan exchanged Zhong Guangyang's life for Lu Ji's unwavering loyalty. Overall, it was quite a bargain. Emo-chan put on a thin black jacket and said, I have something to do now, let's go together. Mo-gu. Are we going to the training tower again today? Yes, but this time the teacher has something for me. The rest area of the training tower was still crowded, with many warriors coming here to learn and train. Julie was still dressed in loose clothing, comfortably scrolling through her phone and sipping a drink, waiting for Emo-chan's arrival. Teacher. Hearing the familiar voice, Julie looked up, put down her phone, and smiled. You're here? How's your combat technique practice going? What level is the 1000 spider hand method at now? Emo-chan pulled out a chair and slowly sat down, saying, It's already reached level 61, great accomplishment. All my other combat techniques are at level 40. Hearing Emo-chan's extremely plain words, Julie could only sigh inwardly. Emo-chan's life had no extra entertainment outside of training. Every morning after the competition, he would immediately go to the training tower to continue practicing combat techniques. After training, he would collect the 10 spirit incense provided by the school and continue to cultivate, all the way to today. Julie shook her head in exasperation, saying, You really are. Is there really no entertainment at all? Emo-chan clenched his fists, making a cracking sound as he said, I think cultivating is quite enjoyable. Watching my vitality surge rapidly brings me immense satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Julie waved her hand and changed the subject, saying, Alright, let's talk about business. Actually, I'm here to teach you 2 S-rank combat techniques. Emo-chan asked, What about my previous A-rank combat techniques? Of course, you have to practice them all. Who knew your stamina was so resilient? Practicing combat techniques is like an eternal motion machine. Hearing this, Emo-chan scratched his head, secretly thinking, although it can be tiring, when it gets unbearable, I can just reset my endurance value. So of course it's like an eternal motion machine. Julie shifted her tone, her gaze sharp as she said, however, one of the new combat techniques this time will be taught to you by a teaching assistant. Emo-chan frowned and asked, Teacher, do you mean? Suddenly, a pair of bloodless hands reached from behind Emo-chan onto the table. In his hand was a shining golden S-rank combat technique orb. Emo-chan turned around and his eyes widened instantly. He saw Du Zitting, dressed in simple black clothes and pants, smiling at Emo-chan, saying, Hello, Emo-gu. Emo-chan was stunned. The three of them frowned simultaneously. Julie stretched her neck and asked in confusion, Emo-gu? Ah, no. It's Emo-chan, I misspoke. My neighbor's surname is also Emo. I accidentally mixed it up. Du Zitting's face turned awkward as he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Although he had revealed that he had forced Emo-chan to become his disciple in the Guangyang forest, he did not mention that he had planted corruption bacteria in Emo-chan's mind. He also did not disclose Emo-chan's ability to control others or his immunity to toxins. A person so concerned about face would certainly not expose the fact that he had been toyed with by a zero-level martial artist. Moreover, he genuinely wanted to take Emo-chan as his disciple. Since Emo-chan intended to keep it hidden, Du Zitting would not casually expose his trump card. Emo-chan, however, looked at Julie in shock and asked, This? 2 instructors guiding me at the same time. Won't that be a mess? Emo-chan never expected to have a teaching assistant, especially one as awkward as Du Zitting. Julie simply explained, Instructor Du is just your teaching assistant, you will mainly be taught by me. The reason why general special recruits can only have one instructor is actually quite simple. It's because you can't have both fish in bear's paw. Each instructor has a different combat style, just like Julie and Du Zitting. Although both belong to the poison-type martial artists, their combat styles differ greatly due to the variations in their abilities. Du Zitting's S-rank Raven of Calamity allows him to transform into a large raven covered in deadly poison. Coupled with his raven feathered trait, he can split and generate countless poisonous ravens, causing widespread poisoning effects. On the other hand, Julie's S-rank Toxic Body allows her to freely absorb and utilize venom, regenerating it on her body surface. Although the range of Toxic Body is not as extensive as Du Zitting's, it ignores poisoning and can handle any toxin, with an astonishingly fast infection rate. This leads to Du Zitting's combat techniques being aimed at large-scale beast tides, while Julie's techniques target large, high-level ferocious beasts. Du Zitong sat to the side and added, If it were an ordinary special enrollment, we would have to choose between the 2 of us. But you are different. Emo-chan, your corrosive fungus, combined with your ability to refine various bloodlines has already taken on 2 different forms. Plus, with your astonishing speed in mastering combat techniques, you will definitely be able to learn both of our fighting styles simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's eyes lit up, and he immediately fell into deep thought. This really sounds promising. The characteristics brought by the Thousand-Zhang Demon Centipede have an incredibly fast infection rate and strong defense, which can help me kill large ferocious beasts. And the characteristics from the Blue Yao Poison Crow can turn my corrosive fungus into a small blue crow with a vast infection range, which would be devastating against beast tides. With the combat techniques, both abilities can be maximized. Emochan secretly shook his head, exclaiming in awe, "The person who came up with this idea must be a genius." Julie smiled gently and said softly, "Such a genius idea, of course, came from Vice Principal Lu Sanping when he saw you skillfully using the corrosive fungus in the forms of Thousand-Zhang Demon Centipede and Blue Yao Crow. On the competition stage, he immediately had this idea. When Lu Sanping saw Emochan's small blue crow and Thousand-Zhang Centipede armor in the first match of the selection competition, he had a flash of inspiration. Coupled with Mo Chen's terrifying training speed and Du Zitong's increasingly stable mental state, he truly believed this could work. So the next day, he immediately spoke with Julie and Du Zitong. Faced with Lu Sanping's proposal to jointly guide Emochan, Julie agreed without any hesitation. It wasn't until after Emochan finished competing that Julie decided to be honest with him. Julie looked at Emochan and said earnestly, "Emochan, you cannot waste your talent. I hope you can go higher and further." Upon hearing this, Du Zitong slowly stood up. He looked at Emochan and sincerely said, "What happened in the Guangyang forest was not my intention. I was influenced by the crow spirit in my mind, which caused me to unleash an aura to threaten you. If you still mind the past, you don't have to call me assistant teacher, and I will still guide you." Du Zitong gazed deeply into Emochan's eyes, slightly bending at the waist. This huge movement instantly attracted the attention of other martial artists present, sparking a flurry of discussions. "Isn't that Teacher Du? Is he bowing to Emochan? How unusual." Emochan looked at Du Zitong's sincere attitude, and a wave of emotion surged within him. He knew that Du Zitong was extremely concerned about his reputation. To bow and apologize to a junior in front of so many people was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Emochan also understood his attitude. Du Zitong closed his eyes, his face calm like a still lake, but inside, a storm was brewing. Although Emochan had planted the corrosive fungus in his mind, they had indeed been on guard against each other. However, with the disappearance of the crow spirit, Du Zitong gradually forgave Emochan. After all, a 0-level young man encountering a 66-level neurotic and hostile old man. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't resist? Emochan also gradually realized that Du Zitong was not inherently bad. He was merely a pitiful old man tormented by the backlash of the crow spirit, wanting to take on a disciple to pass on his legacy. After witnessing Emochan's small blue crow, Du Zitong's reaction was even more excited than his own, genuinely happy from the heart. Moreover, when Emochan asked him to guard the gate at Fulong Mountain, Du Zitong said he didn't want to, but his body was very honest. Not only did he guard, but he also actively revealed the whereabouts of Duan Pang and Chang Shou. However, the controlled duration of the parasitic spirit bacteria in Du Zitong's head had already increased by 2.5 minutes. Now, he could control Du Zitong for 3.5 minutes. If the parasitic spirit bacteria were to be recalled, all previous efforts would be in vain. However, the teaching assistant could be considered half a teacher. Was it really okay to plant bacteria in a teacher's mind and control him like this? Of course it's okay. I don't care if you're a teaching assistant or not. Emochan smiled wickedly, secretly pondering, this old dang isn't really bad at heart. I didn't expect his illness to have mysteriously improved. Moreover, when he mentioned the Guanyin forest, he didn't mention my parasitic spirit bacteria or the immunity toxicity. But if he doesn't actively use the parasitic spirit bacteria, it won't be exposed. At critical moments, just control him. Who would give up a powerful, obedient 6th-tier martial artist as a lackey? Emochan glanced at Julie beside him, who smiled lightly and nodded slightly. Suddenly, Du Zitong felt the corrosive bacteria in his head disappear. Immediately after, Emochan reached out in front of Du Zitong and said respectfully, "Tang, teaching assistant." Du Zitong looked into Emochan's eyes, paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and nodded, "All right." Julie looked at Emochan with a smile, secretly thinking, to receive guidance from 2 6th-tier martial artists at the same time. "Mo-Chen, you need to work twice as hard." In the blink of an eye, Emochan and his group left the training tower and headed to the beast experimentation field. Julie and Du Zitong walked ahead, exchanged a glance with the guard, and were immediately allowed to pass. Emochan followed behind them, curiously observing the strange, massive building in front of him. This building resembled a gigantic inverted bowl filled with modern technological vibes, standing abruptly in the back mountain of the Martial Arts Academy. It was Emochan's first time here. He was very curious about the surrounding environment and asked, "Teacher, such a large venue is actually located in the back mountain, and there's a protective shield. What is this place for? Julie turned back and said lightly, this is the beast experimentation field, generally used to introduce students to the characteristics of fierce beasts. Some combat techniques that require fierce beasts for experimentation will also be tested here. Mo Chen nodded. Soon after, the group entered the venue. Du Zitong lightly clapped his hands, and the tightly closed door on the opposite side of the venue opened with a loud rumble. Du Zitong pointed to the door and said calmly, next, we will demonstrate 2 combat techniques that you need to learn. As he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from within the door. The inside was pitch black, and nothing could be seen, except for 2 pairs of terrifyingly glowing red eyes. The heavy footsteps gradually approached, becoming clearer. Mo Chen finally saw the appearance of the 2 fierce beasts. Leading the way was an incredibly large brown steed, its entire body covered in rock-like armor, extremely heavy. It had a helmet-like stone mask on its face, looking very majestic. Its limbs were still wet with mud, leaving deep footprints wherever it passed. Mo Chen recognized at a glance that this horse was the rock-armored heavy horse, generally around level 15, and behind it was a king ivory mountain boar. Its appearance is very different from that of a porcupine. The porcupine has a very gentle temperament, with an oval body about the size of a suitcase, 2 cute, bouncy little behinds, and is covered in spiky quills. In contrast, the ivory mountain boar king has no spikes, a massive body, large forelimbs and head, but a small rear. This physique makes it more suited for charging. Coupled with its extremely sharp ivory tusks, the destructive power it brings is truly not to be underestimated. Like the rock-armored heavy horse, it is also a level 15 beast. As soon as these 2 beasts appeared, they began to charge recklessly, as if they were wild animals that had been caged for years, their arrogance particularly pronounced. These 2 beasts were brought by Julie 2 months ago, specifically prepared for Mo Chen's combat skills. That was why Julie encountered Zhong Lingling and Wu Zhiga at that time. Julie frowned, secretly thinking, they've only been locked up for 2 months and are already acting out? It seems I need to calm them down. Hearing this, Mo Chen silently complained, teacher, 2 months is really not short. Julie crossed her arms over her chest, holding 2 large white rabbits, and with a slight furrow of her brow, released a chilling aura. Buzz! This sharp aura instantly swept across the entire beast testing ground. The rock-armored heavy horse and the ivory mountain boar king immediately calmed down upon sensing this overwhelming presence. Their furious eyes vanished in an instant, becoming as clear as naive college students. Du Zitong stepped forward first and said lightly, Mo Chen, watch closely. My signature S-level combat skill, Heavenly Birth Benevolent Rain. As Du Zitong took a step with his left foot, many pitch-black feathers fell. Swish! A pair of incredibly dark large wings suddenly unfolded from behind him, flapping continuously, shedding more black feathers and stirring up a whirlwind. Mo Chen slightly shielded his face with his hand, secretly watching Du Zitong's silhouette. Du Zitong said calmly, watch closely. This is the true. Cover the sky and block the sun. With that, the black feathered wings behind Du Zitong instantly spread wide. From these black wings, countless dark feathers burst forth, transforming into poisonous crows that gathered and spiraled into the sky. This dense mass of crows hovered above like a dark thundercloud, obscuring the entire venue. The indoor light grew dimmer, as if heralding a torrential downpour. The 2 beasts in the center of the arena were startled and immediately ran towards the already closed door. Mo Chen looked up in shock, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He thought to himself, damn, this is what it means to cover the sky and block the sun. If every decisive battle could artificially summon rain, how impressive would that be? A 6th-tier warrior is indeed extraordinary. If Du Zitong really attacked me in Guangyang Forest, I would be finished. Mo Chen secretly felt fortunate that he had outsmarted Du Zitong to win. Du Zitong turned back to introduce, this is my S-level combat skill, Heavenly Birth Benevolent Rain. I just need to wave my hand to make it rain poison here. But this place is still too small, so I won't release it. With that, Du Zitong waved his hand. The thundercloud formed by the gathering of black crows hovering in the sky quickly merged back into Du Zitong's wings like a stream of black water. The 2 ferocious beasts, which had been scared into spasms and were twitching incessantly, had now improved significantly. Mo Chen looked at the battle skill orb in the storage ring and thought to himself, if I use this battle skill in the martial arts competition, it would completely cover the entire arena, leaving no way to escape. Julie patted Mo Chen's back and said lightly, alright, it's my turn now. With that, Julie coldly looked at the ivory mountain boar king, her hands gradually oozing a great purple poison that was bubbling continuously. Her poison was even more viscous than Mo Chen's. With a casual flick of her wrist, the purple poison immediately shot out a thread-like rope, tightly wrapping around the ivory mountain boar king. With a gentle tug, the massive Boar King was dragged over, unable to move. Julie pointed at the Boar King and continued, "The battle skill I'm demonstrating is called S-Class Battle Skill, Poison Silk Spiderfang Bite, so watch closely." Julie raised her right hand. From her hand, another more terrifying poison, exuding a fragrant aroma, seeped out, its color extremely murky and dark. This poison crawled up to Julie's fingertips, gathering on her arm, transforming into a sharp, needle-like drill. Julie looked at the struggling Boar King and lightly stabbed down. Almost simultaneously, the Ivory Mountain Boar King's entire body immediately swelled up, looking frighteningly like an inflated balloon. The Boar King's body was about to melt, and then with a bang, it exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Julie continued, "This move is actually an upgraded version of the A-Class Battle Skill, Poison Injection Needle, that I modified. However, I actually don't want to teach you this move, Poison Silk Spiderfang Bite." Emo-chan frowned at her words and asked in confusion, "Don't want to teach me? What does that mean?" Julie shook her finger and smiled gently, "Because I also want you to modify this A-Class Battle Skill, Poison Injection Needle, and elevate it to an S-Class Battle Skill that belongs solely to you." Emo-chan's brow tightened as he asked, "Elevate the battle skill?" Julie crossed her arms over her chest and raised her index finger to slowly explain, "This is knowledge you can only learn in university. It's normal that you don't know. Some low-level battle skills, after reaching level 40 to 59, proficient, can choose to integrate with your own abilities, creating a battle skill that only you can use, unique battle skill. Just like Shibu, who elevated the ordinary telekinesis battle skill, A-Class Battle Skill, Telekinesis, to S-Class Battle Skill, Airwalk Pull." Emo-chan stroked his chin, secretly recalling Chibedu's scenes on television. A-Class Battle Skill, Telekinesis, is an extremely common telekinesis-type battle skill. Its function is simply to apply telekinesis to an object and move it to one's hand. Chibedu's S-Class Battle Skill, Airwalk Pull, is even stronger. He can teleport all objects within the barrier to designated locations within the barrier, including opponents and himself. Julie shook her head and added, "Your senior brother's A-Class Battle Skill, Shadow Claw, was also upgraded from a low-level battle skill, but he chose not to apply his abilities to sell it. However, later on, he still managed to elevate it to an S-Class Battle Skill." Emo-chan was left speechless. He raised his hands lightly, summoning the murky black water, and after staring at it for a long time, he said, "Will the rating and level of the upgraded battle skill be inherited?" Hearing this, Du Zitong slowly took out a purple battle skill orb, cleared his throat, and explained, "This bright purple battle skill orb is specifically designed to absorb exclusive battle skills. When releasing a battle skill, a faint and unique memory aura will burst forth from the entire body. Once the purple battle skill orb detects it, it will absorb the aura and simulate the battle scene with it to rate the battle skill. After that, you can take this battle skill orb to the Warrior Association to have it recorded in the catalog, and you will be recognized as the creator of this battle skill. The newly upgraded battle skill will reset to a level 1 new battle skill." Julie waved her hand, pointing to the distant rock-armored heavy horse, and said lightly, "No need for more talk. Let's use it for the experiment. You need to think carefully about how to combine A-level battle skill, Venom Injection Needle, with your abilities and the characteristics of the Fierce Beast, to create your exclusive battle skill. If there's anything you don't understand, I can also guide you." Julie crossed her arms and looked confidently at Emo-chan. She seemed to already know how Emo-chan's Venom Injection Needle should be perfectly upgraded. Hearing this, Emo-chan walked to the center of the arena. He looked at his hands, already soaked with corrosive fungi tide, and began to ponder quietly. A-level battle skill, Venom Injection Needle. This battle skill gathers all the toxins of the warrior at the fingertips, injecting them into the enemy's flesh like a syringe, all within 0.099 seconds. This move exists to allow Emo-chan to quickly inject corrosive fungi into the body of large, tough-skinned fierce beasts. It's like administering a lethal poison that takes effect immediately. In the blessed land of the Fulong Mountain Wilderness area, that sneaky black bear was killed by Emo-chan with a single injection. If this battle skill is to be upgraded, it must maintain the characteristics of the original skill, breaking defense and injection. Emo-chan looked at the distant rock-armored heavy horse and thought to himself, "This horse has extremely thick and hard rock armor. If I accidentally stab the rock armor during battle, the Shin Tide Claw alone won't be able to break through its defense." Emo-chan recalled Julie's S-level battle skill, Venomous Silk Spiderfang Bite, and began to ponder again. The movements replayed in his mind over and over. Julie's Venomous Silk Spiderfang Bite utilized a certain toxin stored in her body that could harden, transforming into a needle. That's why it easily broke through the defenses of the Ivory Mountain Boar King. Of course, with his 6th-tier warrior strength, he could break through defenses even with a gentle lick of his tongue. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Emo-chan. He smiled brightly, realizing, so that's how it is, I understand. Tai. Assistant, I'm ready. Hearing this, Du Zitong grinned. He slowly pressed the button on the purple battle skill orb, which then emitted a broadcast sound. Beep. The upgrade battle skill orb has been activated, please prepare, warrior. After saying this, Emo-chan raised his right hand lightly, and the distant rock-armored heavy horse seemed to sense something, letting out an A towards the sky. This is a lost cause, let's restart. Du Zitong slowly raised the purple battle skill orb, and a look of anticipation shone in Julie's eyes. Beep. Warrior, please begin to execute the battle skill. Hearing this, Emo-chan looked at the rock-armored heavy horse and grinned. His right arm slowly revealed the reflective, thousand-jang centipede armor, wrapping around his entire right arm like a black bandage, until even his palms were wrapped into the shape of a conical black drill bit. And the constantly crawling thousand-fathom centipede armor now resembled a living centipede, coiling around Emo-chan's arm. From a distance, it truly looked like a black drill bit continuously rotating, growing from Emo-chan's hand. The sharp part of the drill was hollow, capable of immediately spraying that black liquid upon entering flesh. It would instantly infect the beast's body. Julie watched Emo-chan's back, secretly laughing. This guy is indeed thinking along the same lines as I am. But I thought he would turn the thousand-fathom centipede armor into a needle shape. I didn't expect it to become a drill. Du Zitong chuckled. A drill? Huh. That's very effective against those high-defense large beasts. But this little horse probably can't withstand the power of this drill. Judging by its design, it might even pierce through flesh and bone. At this moment, the purple battle skill orb in Du Zitong's hand detected Emo-chan's faint spiritual energy and suddenly popped open its lid. The invisible spiritual energy field beside Emo-chan was being continuously absorbed by the purple battle skill orb. Emo-chan bent down, fixating his gaze on the rock-armored heavy horse in front of him, silently thinking, average attributes should be enough. Let's test the defensive penetration effect of this battle skill. Bang! Emo-chan's right foot kicked up a cloud of dust, smoothly charging like a black meteor towards the rock-armored heavy horse. Emo-chan pushed with his right arm. The black drill instantly struck the rock-armored heavy horse's armor. The moment the armor made contact with the drill in Emo-chan's hand, it exploded into fragments. As the drill pierced into the horse's body, it immediately shot out a murky liquid corrosive bacteria. Boom! The liquid corrosive bacteria instantly flooded into the rock-armored heavy horse's body, causing it to swell into a bloated mass. Emo-chan passed through it, instantly drilling through the rock-armored heavy horse's body, exploding it into a brilliant spray of blood. Julie and Du Zitong were stunned. And at that moment, the purple battle skill orb finished absorbing. Beep. Currently detecting. Battle skill upgrade successful, quality is S level. Emo-chan walked over to the two. Du Zitong handed the battle skill orb to Emo-chan. The first time it's actually S level, well done. Now it's time to name your exclusive battle skill. Emo-chan retracted the thousand-fathom centipede armor, paused for a moment, then said, the alias of thousand-fathom demon centipede is the thousand-legged poison dragon. Let's call it thousand-legged poison dragon drill. The system's voice faintly sounded, beep beep. The host's A-level battle skill, venom injection needle has been upgraded. Changing to S-level battle skill, thousand-legged poison dragon drill, 1/100 level, beginner. After upgrading the battle skill, Emo-chan did not pause and immediately sat down. Julie and Du Zitong were standing beside Emo-chan, watching him absorb the S-level battle skill, Heavenly Birth Merciful Rain, while Emo-chan sat on the ground, eyes tightly closed, with his back to the two, absorbing the spiritual energy completely. Beep beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning S-level battle skill, Heavenly Birth Merciful Rain, 1/100 level, beginner. Emo-chan opened the panel and slowly opened his eyes. S-level battle skill, Heavenly Birth Merciful Rain, 1/100 level, beginner. Control your own poisonous crows, gathering them in the sky to form a storm cloud, continuously raining down toxin-laden rain. Emo-chan slowly stood up and turned to the two, saying, I've already learned the signature S-level combat technique from Assistant Tang. Can I go into actual combat now? Julie smiled faintly and replied, of course, many of the ferocious beasts in this beast trial ground were prepared by me for you and your senior brother. Their mission is to die at your hands. Clap, clap. After saying this, Julie clapped her hands. The door on the opposite side opened again. From within the pitch-black door came a series of chaotic footsteps, like thunderclaps. Emo-chan frowned, squinting towards the beast passage. In the dark cave, countless blood-red eyes suddenly lit up, quite airy. Judging by the numbers, there must be at least hundreds of ferocious beasts. Emo Chen's hands instantly oozed with thick, black, corrosive fungal tide, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Julie and Du Zitong beside him remained very relaxed. It was as if they didn't take the dense horde of beasts seriously at all. As one ferocious beast after another rushed out of the dark passage and into the sunlight, Emo Chen's tense expression instantly faded. Because these hundreds of ferocious beasts were all spiky pigs. Looking at the adorable spiky pigs with their bouncy behinds, constantly making huff-huff sounds, Emo Chen frowned and thought to himself, "Teacher, why are they all spiky pigs?" To this, Julie simply waved her hand and said, "It's normal. Spiky pigs are the cheapest ferocious beasts, they breed quickly, and are often used for experiments. However, if you want to fight those large ferocious beasts, that's also possible." After saying this, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on Julie's sweet face, making Emo Chen shiver involuntarily. Emo Chen hurriedly averted his gaze and waved his hand, saying, it's fine. Spiky pigs are great. Really great." After that, Emo Chen summoned all the energy in his body, unleashing waves of fierce aura. He furrowed his brows and murmured, "Heavenly Birth's benevolent rain." Emo Chen spread his hand, and countless little blue crows instantly flew out from his dark hands, gathering in the sky above the beast trial ground. A mass of black rain clouds, containing a faint killing intent, hovered above the trial ground. The huge shadow instantly covered the group of spiky pigs on the ground. Currently, Emo Chen had 799 points of energy, allowing him to summon 799 little blue crows. Although the synthesized rain clouds weren't as large as Du Zitong's that covered the entire trial ground, it was still enough to deal with opponents in the martial arts competition. Du Zitong, with his hands behind his back, looked faintly at the black rain clouds in the sky, secretly thinking, "This kid's rain clouds are not bad. I couldn't have made such a large rain cloud when I was at the 0 level." Emo Chen gazed at the spiky pig herd in the distance, which showed no awareness of danger, and thought, if I equip the corrosive fungus with the beast trait, hold breath, then this, Heavenly Birth's benevolent rain, will spread like a plague rain, infecting all creatures caught in the rain. This is much faster than using little blue crows to infect the ferocious beasts one by one. And this rain can hide in the clouds, catching them off guard. After pondering for a moment, Emo Chen's mind shifted. The black-blue toxic rain cloud formed by the little blue crows above was slowly dripping drops of black water. Drip! Tick-tock! Pat, pat, pat! In an instant, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Emo Chen was standing beneath the rain clouds, extending his palm to catch a few drops of thick, pitch-black rainwater. The moment the rainwater touched Emo Chen, it quickly merged into him. In the distance, the spiky boars showed no signs of abnormality when they first encountered the rainwater. But just moments later, they seemed to sense something and began to stir wildly, desperately crashing against the recently closed door. Humph, humph. In the blink of an eye, a large portion of the spiky boars had already fallen. Emo Chen looked at the spiky boars with blue eyes, furrowing his brow as he said lightly, "This Heavenly Birth benevolent rain is truly perverse. If this battle technique were released during the martial arts competition, it could almost cover the entire arena." After saying this, Emo Chen immediately retracted the rain clouds. The rain clouds transformed back into the little blue crow, which was now diving madly towards Emo Chen's body, crashing into him. The sky instantly cleared. Julie walked over, patted Emo Chen's back, and said, "Not bad. Just keep practicing diligently from now on." Du Zitong, with his hands behind his back, walked over and said, "Emo Chen, remember to absorb the S-rank battle technique Orb I gave you earlier. It contains an S-rank movement technique." Emo Chen looked towards his storage ring, recalling the S-rank battle technique he had taken from the Guangyang forest, and said, "I will definitely remember." Julie nodded and then casually said, "However, there are still 6 days until the end of the martial arts competition selection round. Try to continue refining the remaining 5 layers of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede blood during these days. If it takes 3 days to refine 1 layer of blood, then you'll need at least 2 weeks to finish. Don't rush the battle techniques. I guarantee you will master all of them by great accomplishment in November and December." After saying this, a glimmer of darkness flashed in Julie's eyes. Emo Chen's mouth twitched, drenched in sweat, and he said, "Another 2 months? Could it be? Teacher, you don't mean for me to continuously fight the spirit puppets for 2 months, do you? That would be deadly?" Upon hearing this, Julie chuckled sweetly, "Oh, don't worry. I won't do that. The goal of the confinement training is just to give your cultivation method a significant boost in a short time. In the next 2 months, you will train with your senior brother at my training ground." Emo Chen furrowed his brow, looking at Julie with confusion. Training ground? Is it some kind of training facility? Du Zitong and Emo Chen both fell into thought, neither understanding Julie's background nor knowing what kind of ground she had. But they vaguely remembered that Li Yuanfu had mentioned during an argument with Julie that she came from a breeding family. Julie smiled wickedly and said lightly, "Of course, it's my beast ranch." Emo-chan slightly furrowed his brow, questioning Julie with confusion. Beast ranch? Do beasts really need a ranch? Upon hearing this, Julie merely smiled lightly. How could they not? Every part of a beast is a treasure. Bones can strengthen weapons, fur can be made into battle garments, and blood can enhance the body. Such good things, it's impossible for no one to breed them. I built a beast ranch in the toxic cave wilderness near Tendu for my own convenience and cultivation. Emo-chan listened to her explanation, nodding secretly. Du Zitong suddenly realized something was off and asked in confusion, "Teacher Julie, since you have your own toxic cave beast ranch, why is your body refining essence still at A level?" Emo-chan shared the same question. Generally speaking, only one type of person can build a beast ranch. That is someone with outstanding strength and a wealth of resources. Julie's strength could be considered among the top 2 batches of warriors, but if she were wealthy, she wouldn't be unable to afford an S-level essence priced at 100 million Dragon Country coins. Just the annual maintenance costs for the ranch alone exceed 100 million, not to mention other miscellaneous expenses. Julie smiled lightly and said, "I wanted to build my own beast ranch a long time ago, and it was only last year that I bought the toxic cave wilderness area." Upon hearing this, both Emo-chan and Du Zitong understood that Julie's beast ranch was only completed last year, and Julie's body refining took place even earlier. After explaining to the two, Julie raised her fair and delicate arm, glanced at her watch, and said to Emo-chan, "It's getting late. Since you've learned our combat techniques, you should head home now. Please have the staff clean up the area." Julie shouted towards the edge of the field. Suddenly, several cleaning personnel in white protective suits rushed out with cleaning tools, meticulously tidying up the corpses on the ground. Du Zitong looked at Julie and Emo-chan, cleared his throat, and said with his hands behind his back, "Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just call me if you need anything." With that, Du Zitong lightly leaped into the air, unfurling his black wings and flying away. Emo-chan and the others also left the beast testing ground shortly after. On the way to the parking lot, Emo-chan pondered for a moment before turning to look at Julie's face and asked her, "Teacher, what kind of beasts do you raise in your beast ranch?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just some very cute 5 poison beasts." 5 poison. Cute? Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's brows furrowed slightly. Julie's toxic cave beast ranch was once a place where 5 poison beasts ran rampant before she bought it. The 5 poison beasts found here ranged from level 1 to level 60. The 5 poisons refer to centipedes, scorpions, toads, snakes, and geckos. The strongest known 5 poison beasts are Thousand-Fathom Demon Centipede, Bone-Melting Giant Poison Scorpion, Wind-Spitting Poison Toad King, Crimsonite Fiery Snake, and Cinnabar Evil Gecko. And Emo-chan already possessed the S-level essence of the Thousand-Fathom Demon Centipede. Julie arrived at the parking space, opened the car door, and once both of them were inside, she explained calmly that level 60,000 Fathom Demon Centipede was what I discovered in the toxic cave wilderness area. After defeating it and extracting your S-level, 1000 Fathom Demon Centipede essence, I decided to buy that wilderness area and build it into a beast ranch. Just as Emo-chan was about to nod, he sensed something was off. 2 drops of cold sweat, the size of beans, slid down his forehead as he asked in surprise, "Teacher, are you saying there are level 60 large beasts lurking in your ranch? The 1000 Fathom Demon Centipede? And my senior brother and I are supposed to prepare for the competition in your ranch?" Julie calmly drove the car, slowly saying, "Yes. But so far, I've only discovered one. I don't know if there are any other high-level large beasts lurking around. In the marginal area, I've only deployed some first-tier ferocious beasts, but if there are more high-tier ferocious beasts in the central area, that would be the best." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan felt utterly despondent. He could already imagine how terrifying the next 2 months of preparation would be. After a while, Julie's car arrived in front of Emo-chan's dormitory. "Master, welcome home." A Fu was waiting at the entrance as usual, opening the door for Emo-chan. The two walked into the house together. Julie comfortably sat on the sofa, stretching like a lazy cat before saying, "If there's nothing else to do, get ready to refine that bottle of S-grade, 1000 Fathom Demon Centipede, blood in your hand." Emo-chan also sat on the sofa. He extended his hand and summoned the S-grade blood from the ring on his right hand, gazing at it quietly. "This 1000 Fathom Demon Centipede has given me 2 traits, both of which can change the form of corrosive bacteria. One can turn the bacteria into liquid, venom, and the other can transform the bacteria into armor, 1000 Fathom Centipede armor." Hearing Emo-chan's murmurs, Julie turned to him and said, "The third trait is called demonic poisoning, which can turn part of its body into an untouchable venom. However, I don't know what it will become in your hands. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen began to ponder. The blood he refined would only turn into detachable equipment, enhancing his bacteria. If this, demonic poisoning, strengthened the bacteria, who knows what new abilities they would gain. Julie watched Mo Chen deep in thought and patted his head, saying, "No need to hesitate, just go for it. If there's anything you want help with from the teacher, you can tell me." Mo Chen stroked his chin and then said, "Teacher, how about you report the blessed land I found in the Fulong Mountain Wilderness area? By the way." Mo Chen whispered a few words in Julie's ear. Julie frowned, questioning, "Are you sure you want to do this? If it brings trouble, that wouldn't be good, right?" Mo Chen nodded and made an okay gesture, saying, "Trust me, it won't happen." Seeing Mo Chen's confident demeanor, Julie nodded and said, "Then refine the blood well. I'll go take care of this matter for you right now." With that, Julie immediately got up and left. After watching Julie leave, Mo Chen looked at the S-grade, 1000-fathom demon centipede, blood in his hand and walked towards the training room with a relaxed expression. In the No. 11 venue of the martial arts palace, a fierce sound of fighting erupted. In the center of the arena stood a man in a black and red battlesuit, wearing arm guards and carrying a large knife on his back. His arms were covered in fierce flames. This person was Lu Ji. At this moment, he was facing off against Hua Laisher, who was wielding a sharp sword. Upon closer inspection, both of them looked somewhat disheveled, with numerous wounds on their bodies. A crowd of spectators gathered below, and Alphys was also in the audience, listening to the intense discussions about the match. It seems that Lu Ji is still too heavily injured. To be able to fight after resting for 3 days and still rank 11 is already impressive. I really think Lu Ji can win. He hasn't even used the big knife on his back yet. Hua Laisher's strength is lacking. It was now October 31st, and Lu Ji's record stood at 76 matches with 68 wins, 0 submissions, 68 kills, ranking 11th. On the opposite side, Hua Laiji had a record of 76 battles with 69 wins, ranking 10th. In the final match of the selection tournament, the two were set to face each other. If Lu Ji could defeat Hua Laiji, he would rise to 10th place and be able to represent the Martial Arts Academy in the martial arts competition. Lu Ji silently encouraged himself, "Mo Go has already avenged me by killing Zhang Guangyang. I must win this match and not let him and the teacher down." With that, Lu Ji raised his scarred right hand and tightly gripped the hilt of the knife behind him. V-Room. The pitch-black large knife was instantly drawn by Lu Ji, crashing heavily onto the floor with a loud noise. Hua Laiji looked at the black knife glinting with a cold light, swallowing hard and inwardly admiring, dual cultivation of knife and fist. This guy is really something. Generally speaking, a martial artist can only master one type of weapon. But Lu Ji was different. During high school, he was a genius in both knife techniques and boxing. It was only after entering the martial arts academy and studying under Master Alphys that he decided to focus entirely on boxing. Alphys, unwilling to see Lu Ji's knife talent fade, had reported to the higher-ups, requesting a knife technique assistant to guide him. However, the request was denied. The reason was simple: Lu Ji was not Mo Chen. Not only would the Martial Arts Academy reject this request, but even the Ability Academy and the Dragon Country Military Academy would not agree. After all, the mentors had many tasks to attend to, needing to care for their students' training while also training themselves. Who would be willing to waste extra energy and time teaching an ordinary A-level special recruit? However, Alphys had promised Lu Ji that if he successfully qualified for the martial arts competition, he would personally fund an assistant for him. Lu Ji silently stared at Hua Laiji ahead, speaking firmly, "Give up. You will definitely lose this round." Hua Laiji, looking at the large black sword before him, had initially thought of surrendering, but inexplicably recalled the terrifying figure of Zhong Lingling. He furrowed his brow and thought, "Damn it. I've already surrendered twice, once to Zhong Lingling and once to Mo Chen. If I surrender again, my ranking will drop. What's the point of that? No surrender. This time, I won't surrender even if it kills me." With that, Hua Laiji raised his sword, a sharp glint in his eyes, intimidating Lu Ji across from him. Lu Ji frowned, pondering, "I heard this guy surrenders when scared. Why isn't he surrendering today? Has he eaten a leopard's gall?" After thinking for a moment, Lu Ji charged forward with the black knife. Tap 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 tap, battle technique. Fiery circular saw. With that, Lu Ji swiftly swung the incredibly heavy, flame-ignited black blade, striking down in front of him with lightning speed. Hua Laiji's face turned pale as he watched the large knife coming at him, instinctively stepping back. Boom! The knife slammed down hard onto the ground in front of Hua Laiji, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Hua Laiji's evasion was correct. If he had tried to block the large knife with his flimsy long sword, he would have been turned into mush. Hua Laiji breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Good thing I didn't get hit." Now it's my turn to counterattack. With that, Hua Liji raised his sword to look at Lu Ji, but a drop of sweat the size of a bean slid down his forehead. Lu Ji used the empty swing of the large knife as a springboard, instantly leaping into the air. Then, holding the burning black knife, it began to spin at an incomprehensible speed, like a fiery red circular saw, swiftly cutting towards Walaizing. Buzz buzz buzz. The flames illuminated Walaizing's face, incredibly scorching. Walaizing's knees buckled, and he immediately knelt down, shouting, "I give up. I need to use the bathroom." The pitch-black knife immediately stopped spinning, coming to a halt just above Walaizing's head. Lu Shi's reddened eyes instantly dimmed, and the flames all over his body extinguished in an instant. Beep! Congratulations to Lu Ji, who completed the match in 4 minutes and 55 seconds, securing his 69th victory. Alvis jumped up excitedly, saying, "Lu Ji, well done." The big screen instantly displayed Lu Ji's record. Contestant, Lu Ji, victories, 69, 0 submissions, 68 kills, 1 surrender, win rate, 89.6%, next match time, none, opponent, none. In the Ability Academy, at a certain martial arts hall, Xie Fan was still sitting cross-legged in the center of the hall, boredly scrolling through Douyan, browsing the latest news. The first time too. This is an ultra-hardcore game of hide and seek. Friends who often kill no. The roster for the Dragon Country Martial Arts Competition 0 level group has been released. The contestants are as shown in the picture. Upon hearing this, Xie Fan's eyes widened instantly, and he began to flip through. Ability Academy 10 people, Qi Beidou, Xie Fan, He Shengping, Lan Wire, Liang Qi, He Ziming, Zhao Mingyu, Feng Shuwen, Shin Bianqing, Shen Tianbai. Martial Arts Academy 10 people, Mo Chen, Zhong Lingling, Shin Mingfeng, Zhang Hank, Pei Shuolian, Tong Weina, Feng Shuani, Mao Baihe, Lin Muton, Lu Ji. Dragon Country Military Academy 10 people, Long Xianqing, Yan Yao, Li Changshui, Mo Lingtong, Zhang Yushuan, Chen Jindong, Su Shihai, Wei Yu, Tao Buan, Li Dei. Other academies. Xie Fan glanced at the avatars under the names, murmuring, "My photo looks pretty handsome. Is this Mo Chen? He actually has long hair. Long Xianqing? It's a girl?" Bang! The door was kicked open again. Without time to think, Xie Fan's face changed in shock as he immediately put down his phone. Just as he stood up, a dark hand instantly grabbed his head, lifting him up entirely. Xie Fan's face turned pale with fear as he looked at the menacing Zhong Wukui in front of him, struggling to say, "Teacher, I won't slack off anymore." Zhong Wukui's eyes widened as he stared at Xie Fan, the pressure in his hand increasing, causing Xie Fan immense pain. Zhong Wukui bared his teeth and roared, "Why did you let that matter slip out?" Which matter? Still hiding it?" Hearing this, Zhong Wukui furiously swung his large hand, throwing Xie Fan like a cannonball towards the spirit doll. Bang! After a loud explosion, both Xie Fan and the spirit doll fell to the ground. Xie Fan furrowed his brow, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and staggered to his feet, saying, "Teacher, I really..." Zhong Wukui walked over, slowly opening his mouth. "Which matter?" Xie Fan, looking bewildered, raised his head and immediately caught the phone Zhong Wukui threw at him. He frowned and read word by word, his mouth slowly opening in shock. Shocking. Ability Academy student missing for 2 months, tragically dead on Fulong Mountain. The school has yet to provide an explanation. Xie Fan's eyes widened instantly, his expression panicked as he hurriedly explained, "Teacher, this is really not what I said." Zhong Wukui slowly crouched down, staring into Xie Fan's eyes and said, "Those two forced their parents. One of them took 5 million Dragon Country coins from me just to sign a confidentiality agreement. Do you think they would talk? Thanks to me raising you since you were little, trusting you so much, and you just turned around and sold me out. If it's not you, then who else could it be? Could it be that Mo-chan voluntarily revealed it?" After saying this, the air suddenly fell silent. Zhong Wukui's furious face gradually calmed as he looked at the bewildered Xie Fan. The two stared at each other for a long time, both realizing something. Zhong Wukui squatted on the ground, his eyes hollow as he thought darkly. That bastard. Could it really be that he said it himself? Damn it, why would he kill someone and then publicize it? Does he think it's impressive to have killed 2 first-tier martial artists? Zhong Wukui's expression was as if he had eaten something disgusting. His hatred for Mo Chen was surging. He already felt extremely embarrassed when he heard that those 2 useless students were knocked out by the zero-tier Mo Chen. He never expected that the 2 of them would actually go missing in the Fulong Mountain wilderness. Zhong Wukui vaguely sensed that the 2 might have died while seeking revenge on the mountain. To avoid embarrassment and not affect his evaluation as a first-tier mentor, he decided to search for them himself. He used his ability, Ghostly Influence, to place the blood-sniffing hound's capability onto a puppet and discovered the remains of Chang Shou and Duan Pang, along with clues intentionally left by Mo Chen. He knew that Mo Chen must have killed his own students, and unsurprisingly, it must have been Chang Shou and Duan Pang who attacked first. But at the same time, he was relieved that Mo Chen chose not to report it to the Martial Artist Association, but instead kept it hidden. This way, Zhong Wukui had the opportunity to say that Chang and Duan died from a beast attack. If the school found out that Chang and Duan were actually killed by Mo Chen, then he could forget about his title as a first-tier mentor. Zhong Wukui sighed deeply and stood up calmly, saying, "Damn it. That kid buried it, so why the hell is he suddenly looking for the media to publicize this matter?" Zhong Wukui roughly guessed. Mo Chen chose to expose this matter, definitely to deliberately disgust him and the Ability Academy. After all, Chang and Duan were the ones who initiated the killing intent. Even if the Martial Artist Association investigated and found out that Mo Chen killed the two, he wouldn't face any punishment. Instead, he would just act like a big shot. Zhong Wukui shook his head and said lightly, if their parents continue to investigate, they might really let him act like a big shot. But he didn't expect that after their parents received 5 million Dragon Country coins, they signed a confidentiality agreement and would no longer pursue this matter. Zhong Wukui turned around calmly and slowly helped Xiefan, who was lying on the ground, to his feet. Xiefan looked extremely aggrieved, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes slightly reddened, unable to say a word. He never expected that Zhong Wukui didn't trust him at all. He didn't listen to his explanation and directly attacked him. Zhong Wukui thought to himself, as long as the parents don't cause a scene, my first-tier teacher rating won't be greatly affected. After that, if Xiefan can achieve excellent results in the martial arts competition, then my rating will be secure. I just hope he doesn't encounter those 3 prodigies in the first round, especially Mo Chen. At this moment, Mo Chen was sitting cross-legged in his training room. He was shirtless, drenched in sweat. The S-rank, 1000-fathom demon centipede, blood essence had already ceased to cause him intense pain, even after his body had been tempered through multiple infusions of blood essence. What remained for Mo Chen was merely a sense of heat. Now, his S-rank, 1000-fathom demon centipede, blood essence had reached the critical final stage. Mo Chen held his breath and focused, carefully sensing the flow of his own blood. Beep, beep. You have successfully refined the 1000-fathom demon centipede, S-rank blood essence, max. You have gained the trait, demonic toxicity, which has been automatically placed in your trait repository. Mo Chen's mind stirred. System, check the trait details. Beep, beep. A deep blue panel instantly unfolded before Mo Chen's eyes. Demonic toxicity, corrosive bacteria, causes unparalleled destructive corrosion to any organism that comes into contact with the corrosive bacteria, with the option to assimilate the infected into tiny corrosive bacteria, which cannot be treated during the assimilation process. Looking at the details of this trait, Mo Chen frowned slightly and said, TSK. If this, beast trait, were to enhance me directly, it would be much more useful. Unfortunately, it's not. I can only hope that the new strain at the next level will have such capabilities. Or perhaps it could heal my own injuries. Mo Chen stared at the words, assimilation, and after a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly widened. He slowly opened his mouth and realized, assimilating into corrosive bacteria. Wouldn't that mean his entire body would be assimilated into corrosive bacteria? If I were to quickly retract, wouldn't the corpse be left with not a single hair? And it can't be treated. Then in the future, if I were to kill someone, wouldn't I be able to do it anytime, anywhere? No. I need to find a little unfortunate soul to test it out. With that, Mo Chen immediately stood up and walked out of the training room. At this moment, Mo Chen had taken a shower and arrived at the beast experimentation field. Mo Chen initially wanted to find an enemy to test his new ability. However, in the Martial Arts Academy, no one had ever held a grudge against Mo Chen. No one dared to make an enemy of him. With Julie, Du Ziding, and Lu Sanping backing him, even Li Yuanfu didn't dare to provoke him, let alone anyone else who would hold a grudge. Mo Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself, all the people who have grudges against me are now in Nanzhou. If I could fly back now, I would have flown back long ago. If I could run into these old acquaintances in Tendu, that would be perfect. Mo Chen lightly clapped his hands, and the large door on the opposite side of the beast experimentation field opened instantly. A little unfortunate soul, a prickly pig, happily ran out. It sniffed the fresh air above the field and began to marvel at the beauty of regaining freedom. Tap tap. A pair of large feet gently landed in front of it, and the prickly pig looked up, its body instantly bristling. Mo Chen raised his right hand with a black index finger and said lightly, what the teacher said was indeed correct. Experiments like this are most convenient with prickly pigs. With that, Mo Chen quickly poked the prickly pig. The corrosive bacteria rapidly infected the prickly pig from the wound, a blue hue covering the surface of the wound, expanding at a visibly rapid pace. Not a drop of blood or flesh was expelled. The prickly pig trembled continuously, its entire body turning into a tissue ignited by blue flames, disintegrating into dust and scattering with the wind. Not even a speck of ash was left. Until the prickly pig completely vanished, everything was as if it had never happened. Emochan stared at the empty field before him, slightly dazed. The prickly pig that had just been lively and jumping around had now disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed in this world at all. Emochan came back to his senses, looking at the new dark blue-black mark in his palm, his brow furrowed as he silently thought, this demonic poison transformation is truly a deadly weapon. It greatly accelerates the erosion speed while allowing for free control over the assimilated areas, making it impossible for the opponent to even heal. The corrosive bacteria that come from assimilation, if not chosen to be recovered, can be immediately controlled by Emochan, instantly infecting others nearby the deceased. Emochan clenched his fists tightly, turned, and walked away, saying, "It's November now, the teachers should be back to take me for special training at the ranch. I'll go back after the experiment." After saying this, Emochan slowly raised his head and saw Julie leaning against the corridor outside. Julie smiled and said, "I knew you were here. Did you rush over to test it as soon as you gained a new ability?" Hearing this, Emochan was taken aback and asked, "Teacher, did you see everything?" Julie nodded slightly, her arms crossed over her ample chest as she walked over casually, saying, "Of course I saw. Your corrosive bacteria can now turn enemies to dust. It seems that it can't be restored through healing, which means if someone is infected by your corrosive bacteria, they can only make a quick decision to amputate the infected area. Being infected by the corrosive bacteria without the beast feature, demonic poison transformation, might still allow for rescue in the emergency room. As long as Emochan recovers the corrosive bacteria from the infected person, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But the corrosive bacteria with demonic poison transformation are different. If Emochan chooses not to recover it, it will instantly devour your limbs until they disappear without a trace, assimilating into corrosive bacteria. Unless the bacteria's consumption is stopped in time, those severed limbs will not be healed by any regeneration, miraculous medicine, or even the S-class ability of Granny Wang from the martial arts medical area, spirit healing all things. Julie's eyes radiated with an amazed dark light as she nodded and said, "Very good ability. You are getting stronger and stronger now, and this corrosive bacteria is becoming more and more ruthless." Julie slowly stood up, patted Emochan's shoulder, and said, "Let's head back to the dormitory first. After packing up, we need to go to my poisonous beast ranch for special training. Assistant Du Zaitan has already arrived at my ranch." So soon? A chill ran through Emochan's heart. He had no idea what terrifying trials awaited him next. But he did not resist. Instead, he obediently left the beast testing ground with Julie. "Welcome home, master." Sitting on the sofa, scrolling through his phone and drinking beer, Xiaohe, along with Lu Ji who was watching TV, immediately stood up upon hearing the commotion at the door from Afu. Lu Ji dashed straight to the door and, upon seeing Emochan, shouted loudly, "Brother Emo! I made it into the martial arts competition." Lu Ji's eyes were filled with excitement. He did not let Alphs and Emochan down, managing to squeeze onto the last train to the martial arts competition, without any danger. Emochan looked at the extremely excited Lu Ji and merely nodded slightly. Xiaohe let out a small burp and then looked outside, whispering, "Good junior brother. Take your time packing, every little delay helps, that beast ranch is truly terrifying." "Xiaohe, I heard you." Julie's angry voice came from outside, and Xiaohe immediately felt goosebumps all over. He scratched his red hair and directly pulled Emochan upstairs, awkwardly laughing, "Ah, ha, let's go. Do you want your senior brother to help you pack?" "Junior brother, the faster we pack up, the sooner we can get to the teacher's toxic beast ranch, and our practical combat skills will improve significantly." Emochan looked at Xiaohe's changed attitude and almost laughed out loud. Below the stage, Lu Ji thought to himself as he watched Xiaohe's back, "So this is Moge's senior brother. The biggest dark horse of this year's sophomore class, possessing only the A-level ability, Burning Blood Armor, yet he managed to secure second place in the sophomore selection competition. Xiaohe's selection competition record was, wins, 95, 0 captures, 95 kills, win rate, 99%, aside from the top warrior of the sophomore class, Zhang Shuai, Xiaohe had never lost. After a while, Emochan, carrying a large black bag, came downstairs with Xiaohe. Emochan glanced at Lu Ji, tossed him a set of keys, and instructed, "Lu Ji, I'm going for special training now. You should also train well with Mentor Alvis. I'll leave the keys to my house with you for now. Feel free to use the martial arts hall and training room." Our next meeting will be at the martial arts competition in 2 months. Lu Ji nodded, his eyes shining with determination as he said, "Leave it to me, Mo-gu. I will definitely train hard." After Emo-chen nodded, he slammed the car door shut with a bang and drove off with Julie and Xiaohe from the martial arts academy. Xiaohe and Emo-chen sat in the back seat while Julie focused intently on driving. Emo-chen leaned against the car window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside, lost in deep thought. There's less than 2 months left until the martial arts competition. I'm also preparing to reach 999 energy points. After breaking through, I should immediately unlock new bacterial strains, right? I wonder what the abilities of the new bacterial strains are. Emo-chen's mind stirred, and he immediately summoned the system's deep blue panel before him. The full view of the mutated bacteria encyclopedia appeared in his sight. The 3 bacteria in the 0-level bacteria mutation encyclopedia were all lit up. Below were the blue spherical, corrosive bacteria, the bright red semicircular, blood fusion bacteria, and the pink-purple spherical, spirit parasitic bacteria. Meanwhile, the first-level bacteria mutation encyclopedia also lit up a gray bacteria, thief bacteria. Emo-chan's mind stirred as he wanted to check the details of the bacteria. Beep beep. You can only view it after reaching 800 energy points. Emo-chan frowned, he was currently at 799 points, just 1 point short. However, the blood fusion bacteria had absorbed some of the thin spiritual energy in the city, which should be enough for at least 1 point. Emo-chan's mind stirred, and he thought, claim the passive income from blood fusion bacteria and check the details of the bacteria. Beep beep. Energy points have reached 800, opening the details panel for thief bacteria. A deep blue panel instantly popped up in Emo-chan's mind, displaying before him, thief bacteria, functional bacteria, can survive up to 72 hours at room temperature, does not harm warriors, can only parasitize within the warrior's meridians, automatically stealing the energy points cultivated by the infected and storing them within the bacteria. When the host recovers, it can steal the energy points from the infected warrior to heal its own injuries. The more energy points stolen, the faster the recovery. Transmission method, contact transmission. Infection characteristics. When cultivating, the infected warrior will develop small red spots all over their body, hindering the absorption of spiritual energy. Mutation method, can be viewed after reaching 1000 energy points. Looking at the details panel of the parasitic fungus, Emo-chan's eyes widened in an instant, and he couldn't help but ponder. It can only parasitize within a warrior's body to hinder their cultivation, but it's useless against fierce beasts. Emo-chen squinted slightly at this self-serving effect. He only cared about whether his own vitality was increasing. He didn't care if others' vitality values decreased. A chill rose in his heart as he calculated, the method of mutation is still unknown. I need 1000 cards to see it, which means I can only unlock it after successfully breaking through to the first level. That means I can't gain this ability before the martial arts competition. Once I win the championship and return home, I will let you all experience what it's like to have a vitality value of only 3 cards, and to be stuck in cultivation. I will ensure that Nanzhou will never produce a genius with a vitality value exceeding 3 cards. If one does appear, it will be under my control. Emo-chan's expression was very calm, but it was filled with coldness. Perhaps this matter seemed a bit extreme to others, but in Emo-chan's eyes, it was far from enough. People are mostly selfish. When others suffer, there may not be a warm helping hand in the crowd, but there will certainly be mocking laughter that says, "It's none of my business." Even the faintest sound of laughter can leave an indelible mark on the victim. Only when pain personally descends upon these people will they stop laughing out of sheer agony. And now, all Emo-chan could do was laugh at these people. You say, when will grievances be repaid? Then I might as well cut the roots. Emo-chan leaned against the car window, propping his head up, staring blankly at the mountains and forests outside. Beep beep, beep beep beep. Suddenly, a sharp honk interrupted his thoughts, as a black sedan sped towards Julie's car. Julie quickly lowered her eyes and hurriedly turned the steering wheel. Screech! Using her skilled driving techniques, Julie immediately dodged the crazed sedan. Xiaohe, who was drinking wheat juice, stumbled instantly, spraying juice all over himself. Emo-chen firmly grasped the front seat, steadying himself. Xiaohe looked at his juice-soaked clothes and immediately got out of the car, glaring angrily, "What the hell? Who the hell taught you to drive like this? What kind of snake-like driving is this? You get out of the car." Julie, filled with resentment, also got out of the car. As Emo-chen opened the car door, he immediately heard an incredibly familiar voice softly reaching his ears. Emo-chan's face lit up with joy, his heart racing. "Oh, I didn't get the chance to make a move last time. I was planning to deal with it back in Nanzhou. I didn't expect it to come to me. My big fungus is coming in." Mo-chan immediately opened the car door. At that moment, Guangyang was leading a middle-aged woman with curly hair, slightly plump but very voluptuous, apologizing to Xiaohe with a bow. Behind them stood a strong-looking bodyguard in a black suit. "I'm so sorry, it's really our fault." Xiaohe, with a twisted face, cursed loudly, "Knowing your wife can't drive, how dare you let her? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" The middle-aged woman beside him instantly turned red upon hearing this. She pointed at Xiaohe's red hair and shouted, "Setting aside the facts, don't you have any faults at all? What the hell?" Xiaohe was momentarily speechless, spreading his hands and turning to look blankly at Julie. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind, "Isn't that Teacher Guangyang?" Hearing that familiar voice, Guangyang straightened up in surprise, and everyone turned to look at Mo-chan. Mo-chan approached slowly, arms crossed over his chest. Guangyang's eyes widened as if he had seen a savior, and he excitedly stepped forward to shake hands, saying, Mo-chan. The others were oblivious as a hint of blue slipped into Guangyang's sleeve. Mo-chan turned to look at the curly-haired woman beside him, smiling as he reached out to shake hands, saying, "Hello, teacher's wife, you still have such charm." He. Mo-chan's words are still so sweet. Seeing Mo-chan's knowing glance, Julie and Xiaohe immediately stopped talking, leaving it to him to handle. Mo-chan looked at Guangyang and his wife, puzzled, and said, "I remember you two aren't professional martial artists. How did you manage to drive here to Tendu? And you're driving a Class DA6. Mo-chan knew that the mountain roads were often home to fierce beasts. If they weren't martial artists, for safety reasons, they would generally have to take the high-speed train to other cities. Guangyang hurriedly explained, "This is a self-driving trip rewarded to me by Principal Changnan. The man in black behind me is my bodyguard, protecting me during my travels." Upon hearing this, Mo-chan couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and sneered, "You bastard must have taken all the credit for my decision to participate in the martial arts exam for yourself, right?" At his words, Guangyang and his wife turned pale. Guangyang knew that he had indeed taken all the credit for Mo-chan's participation in the martial arts exam. It felt as if he had been exposed, and he lowered his brow, his lips trembling as he said, "You? How can you say such a thing? Mo-chan, you haven't forgotten your roots, have you? I at least submitted your withdrawal letter. It's one thing not to be grateful, but screw you." Bang! Mo-chan suddenly kicked Guangyang, sending him flying into the car door, creating a large dent. Guangyang instantly vomited a pool of green bile. The crowd gasped in shock. Guangyang's wife and the bodyguard quickly helped him up, both staring at Mo-chan with growing anger. Before they could speak, Julie emitted a faint aura to intimidate them. The bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat, trembling inside as he thought, "This woman is actually a level 6 martial artist?" The bodyguard was only a level 30 martial artist and didn't dare to make a move against Julie, who was level 65. Mo-chan looked darkly at the three of them, secretly thinking, "The good show is still to come. It's not just you." Julie and her group looked at the three who dared not speak out, slowly turning to get into the car. Bang! The car door slammed shut, and Xiaohe excitedly waved his fist, saying, "My good junior, that kick you gave was so cool. That felt great." Meanwhile, Mo-chan maintained his cold expression, continuing to gaze at the passing scenery, smiling without speaking. As dusk approached, inside the VIP hotel, "Damn it, this bastard actually dared to kick me. Thank goodness he didn't dare to kick harder, otherwise I would report it to the higher-ups. That useless bodyguard too, Changnan, that son of a bitch, what a ridiculous arrangement." Sigh. At this moment, Guangyang was lying on the pristine white bed, shirtless and wearing a pair of floral shorts, while his wife was massaging his stomach that had been kicked. His wife remained silent, gently applying medicine to his wounds. After cursing, Guangyang silently gazed at his wife's delicate hands, a wicked desire beginning to stir within him. Tap! As the lights went out, the bodyguard in the next room gradually heard a series of heart-wrenching screams. "Let you taste my spear. Where's my spear? Help me. Ah. He quietly walked to the bedside table, put in earplugs, and muttered, "Damn it. After all these years of being a couple, still playing so hard, I really can't believe it. Hey!" The bodyguard imagined the two of them happily playing, but he felt a chill run down his spine, making his scalp tingle. Little did he know, he was about to let out a heart-wrenching scream himself. At this moment, Guangyang was crying out in agony with his wife. Mrs. Zhang's hands and feet had turned slightly blue, while Guangyang's lower body was visibly dissipating at a rapid pace. Their limbs were being devoured by the corrosive fungus, turning them into human monstrosities. An incomprehensible fear immediately invaded their hearts, causing them to emit continuous, heart-wrenching screams. The bodies of the Zhang couple vanished without a trace, like burning napkins. Outside, a cleaner pushed a cart past, stopping to listen to the screams from the room for a while, secretly exclaiming, "Impressive." As Julie's black sedan drew closer to the dense, dark forest ahead, Emo-chan could distinctly smell the eerie toxic gas. Emo-chan rubbed his nose and frowned, asking, "Teacher, this toxic gas is really quite strong. Look at all the trees and vegetation in this toxic cave, they've all been eroded to black." Julie smiled gently and said, "The toxic gas here is relatively mild, just a bit smelly, and poses no harm to the resilient bodies of martial artists. What's truly deadly is the area beneath the cave. There are many poisonous insects, snakes, and rodents, all large pack-type ferocious beasts, usually above level 10, and the gas they emit is even more intense." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan swallowed slightly. Unlike Julie, who possessed an S-level, toxic body, ability and could naturally ignore these poisonous mists, he needed to equip the beast feature, venom, onto the blood fusion fungus, to automatically convert the toxic gas into spiritual energy. This allowed him to continue increasing his blood value without practicing. Emo-chan glanced at the black gas mask of his battlesuit, pondering inwardly, "However, I still need to put on a good front. Otherwise, if someone discovers that I have the ability to convert toxic gas into blood energy, it would be quite troublesome." Emo-chan adjusted the mask but did not activate the gas mask mode. Meanwhile, Shoei did not need a gas mask. He simply brushed his chin with his hand, activating the burning blood armor on his face, instantly generating a bright red spiritual mask that covered his chin. Shoei turned to Emo-chan and smiled, "This mask can automatically isolate these toxic gases for me, and long-term use doesn't consume much patience." He waved his hand again and then removed the armor. Julie effortlessly held the steering wheel with one hand, while elegantly pointing to a small cabin in the dark forest ahead, saying, "That little cabin up ahead is my ranch base." The others raised their heads slightly, looking straight ahead on the road. A cluster of gray-black high-tech buildings stood quietly there, resembling a modern technological castle. These buildings were not tall, but they had a grand presence, exuding an astonishing sense of futurism and mystery. Shoei frowned slightly and complained, "This is a little cabin? It looks like it could accommodate hundreds of people? Teacher, how rich do you have to be?" Julie smiled gently and replied, "It's just a few small goals, really. It's all just small money I've saved up from my previous efforts. Now that I've opened this beast ranch, I'll earn even more in the future." Of course, Julie's decision to buy the toxic cave wilderness area and transform it into a beast ranch was not primarily for making money. She built this beast ranch mainly for her own and her students' training. All the necessities related to beasts could be obtained from here. There was no need for her students to spend too many points in Dragon Country currency to buy items. After saying that, Julie seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Emo-chan, "Emo-chan, I've taken care of what you needed to do. Have you received the money now?" "I have." Emo-chan counted his current assets. He had over 180 points in the martial arts academy. The 1 million awarded by Mayor Cheng Bei, plus 2 million from the Blessed Land, and that 2 million from the Black Snake Bones, along with 187 million in bounties. After deducting various miscellaneous expenses, Emo-chan's current savings were around 12 million Dragon Country currency. Emo-chan looked at the number on his bank card, his brow furrowing. "Damn it, this damn Martial Artist Association actually took so much money from me." "How much?" Shoei leaned in, wanting to see the number displayed on Emo-chan's phone. Emo-chan immediately closed his phone, awkwardly smiling and waving his hand. "Hee. Not much, just around 2 million Dragon Country currency, just a small amount." He didn't dare let Shoei know how much assets he had. Julie interrupted the two, saying, "All right, let's get out of the car." Julie's small car drove into the garage where the large door opened automatically, coming to a steady stop. Inside the garage stood a woman in a black uniform, respectfully waiting. She looked extremely pure, with her black hair styled in a bun, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Although her figure wasn't particularly impressive, the tight black uniform accentuated her curves. Bang! The car door opened, and the three of them immediately got out. The bespectacled woman greeted them right away, sisterly. "Xiao, where are the others?" Julie asked as she got out of the car, with Xiaohe and Emo-chan following suit. This pure-looking girl was named Huang Xiao, and she was Julie's assistant at the Beast Ranch. Huang Xiao replied honestly, "They went to check on the condition of those beasts this morning and will be back soon." Then she glanced at Emo-chan, who had his hair in a bun and 2 strands resembling dragon whiskers on his forehead, and at the red-haired Xiaohe, asking, sisterly, "Are these your 2 students?" "That's right, they are both my students." Julie turned to Emo-chan and Xiaohe, extending her hand towards Huang Xiao as she introduced, "This is Huang Xiao, my ranch assistant." After everyone got to know each other, they all walked together from the garage into the spacious and bright living room. In front of a huge glass table, there were piles of documents and computers. A liquid crystal television was playing a program related to ferocious beasts. Du Zitong was sitting with his feet up on a soft sofa, fully engrossed in the show. Xiaoyi's eyes widened in an instant as he asked, "Isn't that mentor Du Zitong? Why is he here?" He was unaware that Lu Sanping had already appointed Du Zitong as Mo Chen's teaching assistant. What? A teaching assistant? When Julie explained, Xiaoyi was taken aback. He never expected that the vice principal would personally arrange a teaching assistant for his junior brother, and it was even a teaching assistant from a level 1 mentor. Du Zitong's mentor level was even higher than Julie's. Julie clapped her hands and said seriously, all right, enough chit-chat. Next, I will introduce the tasks and rewards for this special training to both of you. Mo Chen took the 5 blood collection devices that Julie tossed to him and stored them in his spatial ring. Julie then said, Mo Chen, since you have a special physique that can refine various blood essences, you need to collect more blood essences to absorb. This is a higher-level blood collection device that can increase the probability of extracting high-level blood essences from ferocious beasts. Xiaoyi also took 5 blood collection devices and similarly placed them in his spatial ring. Xiaoyi continued to ask, does that mean we only need to kill ferocious beasts and don't have to do anything else? What about cultivation? Julie shook her hand, smiling gently as she said, you don't need to worry about cultivation. I have marked a location beneath the cave, where I fought with the 1,000-fathom demon centipede. The spiritual energy concentration there reaches A-level, a blessed land. Mo Chen furrowed his brows, pondering, A-level? Blessed land? That makes sense. After all, that blessed land was previously occupied by a level 60,000-fathom demon centipede. Julie continued, although the leader of that A-level blessed land, the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, has been killed by me, the centipede offspring it left behind still live in that area. Although their levels are far lower than the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, averaging below level 12, their sheer numbers are enough to overwhelm you. Xiaoyi suddenly became interested. His bright eyes sparkled with excitement as he said eagerly, doesn't that mean cultivation will be twice as effective? An A-level spiritual energy concentration is already considered very rich. If I cultivate in that blessed land for about a month and a half, I can definitely raise my blood value from 1696 calories to 1,800 calories. After saying this, Mo Chen stroked his chin and began to think. The number of centipede offspring. I'm not too concerned. As long as these little ferocious beasts are infected with my corrosive fungus, they will die immediately. And the parasitic fungus will allow me to perfectly control the dead centipede tide. The more I kill, the more parasitic beasts I will have. Mo Chen was completely unconcerned about the attacks from these beast hordes. The only thing he feared was encountering some extremely powerful ferocious beasts in the cave, like that level 60,000-fathom demon centipede. While Mo Chen was deep in thought, Xiaoyi had already placed all his belongings into his spatial ring, ready to set off at any moment. He clenched his fists and excitedly asked, Teacher, I can't wait any longer. Time is blood essence. Can we set off now? Julie glanced at her watch, then nodded and said, if we set off now, we can reach the entrance of the cave before sunset. Then you should leave now. After saying this, Julie tossed a pocket watch-like device to the two of them and instructed, this is a multifunctional pocket watch. It can automatically detect the level and characteristics of beasts, and if you encounter any danger, you can shatter it to generate a shield that lasts for 5 minutes. Once we receive the signal, we will immediately come to rescue you. With me and assistant Du Zitong here, you can focus on your training. Hearing this, Xiaoyi and Mo Chen nodded heavily. They opened the multifunctional pocket watch and dashed towards the entrance of the toxic cave. Huang Xiaoxiao pushed her glasses up, watching the two gradually recede into the distance with some concern. She turned to look at the calm and composed Julie and Du Zitong, and asked worriedly, sisterly, Xiaoyi is just a level 17 warrior, and Mo Chen has only just reached level 8. Are you really going to let them go into a pasture filled with level 15 beasts? Isn't that a bit reckless? Julie elegantly sat on the other side of the sofa, crossing her legs, and replied lightly, aside from that level 60,000-fathom demon centipede, haven't we already slaughtered and sold all the other mature beasts between levels 30 and 50? Now there are only some small beasts below level 20 left. I have great confidence in my students' abilities, they will be fine. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao instantly felt reassured. At this moment, the sun had completely set. The entire forest was enveloped in moonlight, creating a unique sense of tranquility, but the faintly flowing toxic gas in the air added a touch of grimness to the atmosphere. Poisonous creatures lurked in the black trees, and snakes and insects hidden in the grass glowed dimly with red light in their eyes. They were watching the two dark figures ahead with keen interest. At this time, Mo Chen and Xiao He had arrived near the entrance of the toxic cave. They had donned their respective battle suits. Mo Chen was wearing his pure black custom battle suit, walking through the forest with a breathing mask. Xiao He was clad in a heavy red and black battle suit, looking very sturdy. He wore a mask transformed from the blood-burning armor, which emitted a faint red glow. The two were in a pasture filled with level 15 beasts, and even a level 60 large beast had been spotted here, yet they showed no fear. Xiao He looked at the functional pocket watch in his hand, his brow furrowed. Yes, this is it. The entrance shown on the map is just ahead. Hearing this, Mo Chen raised his head slightly. He looked towards the dark pit at the foot of the massive mountain ahead and said quietly, "Brother, is it that?" Xiao He squinted and nodded. "It should be that. Let's go over." After saying this, the two of them stepped towards the dark pit, but their brows were slowly furrowing. They both sensed a thin layer of killing intent and subtly signaled each other with their eyes. The two reacted to the sound and quickly turned around. At the same time, they launched a fierce attack on the shadow behind them. Clang! Mo Chen's 1,000-fathom centipede armor instantly wrapped around his arm, firmly blocking a vague object. The Xianqiao claw was making a crackling sound from the friction. Meanwhile, Xiao He also attached the blood-red translucent, blood-burning armor claw cover to his arm and swung his fist towards that indistinct object. Xiao He struck with a heavy punch, the force of his fist stirring the strange creature, causing ripples of a blurry, translucent nature to rise from its body. Bang! With a loud crash, the creature was instantly slammed against the stone wall beside them, creating a spiderweb-like crack and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. After this blow, the beast's appearance was revealed. The multifunctional pocket watch on their chests instantly reported the beast's characteristics. Hidden Venom Gecko, level 10 to 15. This beast possesses the ability of environmental mimicry, allowing it to generate a confusing, invisible venom on its surface, thus hiding its body. Upon hearing this, Xiao He quickly raised his hand. His blood-burning armor claw set had already come into contact with the hidden venom gecko's venom, evaporating and sizzling. Meanwhile, a cacophony of noise came from behind Mo Chen. Detected Beast Bullet Ant, level 8 to 10. Detected Beast Cunning Venomous Snake, level 11 to 12. Detected Beast Giant Claw Scorpion. Detected Beast. Bang! He turned around casually, hands behind his back, only to see a swarm of poisonous snakes, insects, and rodents rushing towards him at high speed. Mo Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately extended his arm. A wave of black corrosive fungal tide swiftly infected every beast in front of him. Subsequently, the beast horde instantly dissipated. Bang bang bang! Bang! The sound of Xiao He's heavy punches began to gradually weaken. At this moment, Xiao He was holding the corpse of the hidden venom gecko in his left hand, tossing it to Mo Chen and saying, "Good junior brother, take a look at this gecko. Can we still extract its blood?" Mo Chen squinted at the gecko's head, which had been smashed to mush, and awkwardly smiled. It should still be possible. Xiao He wiped the blood splattered on his face and laughed heartily. Our first collaboration as brothers turned out quite well. With both of us together, how can we not succeed? Mo Chen replied, "Senior brother is right." Mo Chen waved his hand slightly and immediately summoned the blood collection device that Julie had given him from his storage ring. He fiddled with the corpse of the hidden venom gecko, then firmly gripped the collector and forcefully inserted it into its heart. Vivid red blood was immediately drawn out by the blood collection device, filling the entire interior of the device. Beep, detecting blood purity. Identified as C grade. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen quickly popped the small vial from the device into his storage ring, muttering to himself, "TSK. C-grade blood, can't let it go to waste." S-grade blood can yield 3 beast characteristics, a grade 2, B-grade 1, while C-grade can only yield 1 with a probability. These levels are usually around level 10 beasts, and even a tiny bit of pure blood in that murky blood is considered rare. Only high-level beasts have a small chance of extracting S-grade blood. Xiao He turned to Mo Chen and said, "Can you absorb C-grade blood too? Didn't the teacher say you could only absorb a grade and S-grade?" To this, Mo Chen just shrugged. "Actually, I'm not too sure. But keeping it is always useful. I quite like collecting blood." Hearing this, Xiao He didn't ask further. He just looked at the dark, pitch-black cave at the foot of the mountain ahead, frowning tightly. "Junior brother, let's get ready and go down together." Just as Mo Chen stepped beside Xiao He, the system's announcement immediately rang out. Beep beep. Detected, miasma. Converting to host's vitality value, estimated detoxification time, infinity. Mo Chen gently sniffed the enchanting miasma and thought to himself, although the poison gas is already quite obvious, it is still not as intense compared to Du Zitong's poison. I estimate it won't add much to my vitality value. Mo Chen squinted slightly, carefully observing the cave ahead. The entrance of the cave was very wide, with stalactites hanging from the ceiling, dripping black liquid, dark and damp. This cave led all the way underground, and it was in this underground cavern that the true, poisonous lair lay. This poisonous lair was a massive nest occupied by the level 60,000-foot-long magic centipedes for their breeding. The 1,000-foot-long magic centipedes often curled up inside the cave, rarely revealing themselves. Moreover, the poisonous lair was like a maze, intricate and complex, shrouded in miasma, which deterred anyone from hunting these magic centipedes. It wasn't until they encountered Julie that the centipedes were finally slain. She also eliminated all the powerful beasts, transforming it into a poisonous lair beast ranch. Emo-chen furrowed his brow and said, "Senior brother, I am ready. The teacher said that there are no high-level beasts left in this poisonous lair, so we can cultivate with peace of mind." Xiaohe nodded, and the two walked straight into the cave. Bang bang! At that moment, Emo-chen suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation. His blood fusion bacteria pulsed like a heartbeat, suddenly sending out an inexplicable tremor. Emo-chen knew that his blood fusion bacteria, spiritual scent, had activated the moment they stepped into the entrance of the poisonous lair. Following behind Xiaohe, Emo-chen frowned slightly, pondering. According to the reaction level of the blood fusion bacteria, the spiritual energy in this blessed land is indeed higher than that of Fulong Mountain. In the B-grade blessed land at Fulong Mountain, I could earn about 6 cards of benefits from a day's idle time. Here, it should be at least 3 or 4 cards higher. The two didn't know how long they had been walking. Suddenly, Xiaohe, who was holding a pocket watch map and walking ahead, exclaimed in astonishment. He shook his head and marveled. Wow! This place is amazing. Hearing this, Emo-chen walked forward to observe. He saw that the cave around the corner opened up, with beams of azure light radiating from the spirit stones, illuminating the entire poisonous lair brightly, creating a dreamlike and enchanting scene. In this cavern, there was even a gently flowing stream. The only downside was that many poisonous snakes were lurking here. However, these snakes were too small, about the size of an arm, looking to be around level 5. The moment they saw Xiaohe and Emo-chen, they scattered in all directions. Xiaohe hung his head, speechless, and said, "These little snakes. I bet I could crush one with a single step." Emo-chen waved his hand and said, "Senior brother, we haven't reached the Blessed Land yet. The beasts lurking in the Blessed Land will definitely be stronger, and there will be more of them." Xiaohe waved his hand, shook his head, and said, "Let's hurry over, set up camp early, and then we can train properly. After all, time is vitality." Emo-chen nodded, then followed Xiaohe's footsteps, quickly heading towards the Blessed Land. Just after Emo-chen and Xiaohe left the Li Ranch base, not long after, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside. Huang Xiaoxiao recognized the footsteps and knew that the small team sent to check on the beast situation had returned. She stepped outside happily and said, "You're back? Sister Li just returned." Before Huang Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, she looked at the several martial artists in black uniforms before her, and her expression gradually became serious. She noticed that most of the returning team members wore worried expressions, as if they had something on their minds. At that moment, a bald man suddenly emerged from the crowd. His name was Huko, the captain of this team. Hearing Huang Xiaoxiao's words, he showed a hint of excitement but still asked with a serious expression, "Sister Li is back? I have something to discuss with her." After saying that, the bald man quickly ran towards the house. Huang Xiaoxiao looked at Huko's serious demeanor and felt something was off, asking, "Huko, today seems a bit strange? What's going on?" A frivolous short-haired man stepped out from the crowd, casually resting his hands behind his head, and said, "Captain who thinks that the number of venomous beasts in the poison pit has been increasing lately, and he feels something is amiss. In my opinion, he's just being paranoid." This frivolous man was named Liang Nan, a martial artist who had recently joined the Poison Pit Ranch. Not just him, but the other men and women behind him were also newcomers. The tasks at the Poison Pit Ranch were incredibly tough. It was far from the capital, and there were often miasmas. Even with Julie's good benefits and salary, it was hard for anyone to stick around. Huang Xiaoxiao and Huko were the only two martial artists. Upon hearing Liang Nan's words, Huang Xiaoxiao instantly sensed something was wrong and thought to herself, there are indeed more than just centipede beasts in the poison pit. Other creatures like geckos, toads, scorpions, and snakes are present, but due to the large beast, the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, the centipedes are still the majority. However, with the death of the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, the number of 5 poisonous beasts in the poison pit had gradually balanced out. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to regulate the types of beasts in the ranch to a balanced state. It couldn't suddenly be disrupted. Huang Xiaoxiao suddenly widened her eyes, her expression panicked, and said, "The number of venomous snakes has suddenly broken the balance today, which has made the experienced Huku alert, indicating one thing: a snake swarm." has an undiscovered great beast. It must be a mature venomous snake beast that we overlooked, secretly absorbing spiritual energy and breaking through its level. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. Du Zitong, who was watching television, furrowed his brows and suddenly stood up. At that moment, Julie rushed out of the house with Hukou, holding a pocket watch and quietly saying, running so fast, they must have already entered the poison pit. Once inside the poison pit, the signal was almost non-existent, and Julie couldn't contact the two. The path the team took back was different, so they couldn't meet Mo Chen and Xiao He, failing to stop them. Julie frowned and said seriously, you don't need to go to the poison pit anymore, just rest well. Leave the rest to me and Mentor Du. After saying that, the two immediately dashed out the door. After walking a bit further, we'll reach the blessed land that teacher Julie mentioned. I have to say, there really are quite a few beasts. Xiao He, with a dejected posture and hands on his hips, complained to Mo Chen behind him. Meanwhile, Mo Chen was wiping the blood off his shin chow claws. The two of them were currently standing in another extremely spacious cave, with a path leading to the blessed land ahead. Behind them lay a pile of 5 poisonous beast corpses. Black venom mixed with bright red blood seeped out from beneath the mountain of corpses, emitting a foul and nauseating odor. In the corpse mountain, some fierce beasts had only half of their bodies left, while others had been pounded into a mushy paste. Mo Chen nodded and said cautiously, Senior brother, we must be extremely careful from now on. Although teams are dispatched every day to check on the growth status of the fierce beasts, what if some of them really evade inspection and transform into great fierce beasts? Upon hearing this, Xiao He stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. What you say makes sense, good junior brother. We must be careful. Even if there are no large fierce beasts ahead, there could still be a pile of high-level fierce beasts. In any case, as you said, caution is key. The two of them cautiously made their way down the path leading to the interior. Tap, tap, drip, drip, tap, tap. The delicate sounds of footsteps and dripping water echoed in the vast but perilous cave. Their movements seemed to have not alerted the creatures within the cave. Mo Chen and Xiao He peeked in. A faint purple aura swirled in the air, but the cave was filled with dense, venomous snakes. Judging by the numbers, no, it was impossible to count. At a glance, Mo Chen felt as if he had entered a vast sea of filth, with the writhing venomous snakes on the ground resembling frenzied maggots. The two were taken aback and quickly withdrew their heads. Xiao He furrowed his brow and muttered, I knew there would be many fierce beasts here, but I didn't expect there to be this many. Damn it, it's all packed with dozens of level venomous snakes. Junior brother, this time we need your bacteria to take action. Xiao He looked at Mo Chen with determination. In their previous encounters, Xiao He had already witnessed Mo Chen's formidable abilities. Mo Chen's corrosive bacteria could transform into liquid, rapidly infecting every fierce beast present, and then use demonic poison transformation to swiftly make them dissipate. Mo Chen nodded quietly and then discreetly activated the poison-resistant mode of his mask. He pressed his faintly glowing blue claw against the wall and secretly initiated corrosive bacteria tide. This pitch-black, blue-glowing tide of corrosive bacteria slowly moved along the wall towards the ground. Then it suddenly accelerated, spreading towards the snake swarm. A few of the venomous snakes, upon making eye contact with the corrosive bacteria, were instantly devoured, leaving a large hole. Hisses! The snake swarm erupted with a chilling sound, like a wailing ghost that sent shivers down one's spine. The dead venomous snakes were quickly assimilated into corrosive bacteria by Mo Chen, continuing to spread outwards. In an instant, the snakes were in a frenzy. Even the entire cave began to tremble, causing a shower of stones to shake. The venom dripping from the stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling was shaken loose by the tremendous noise. The hissing sound of the venom hitting the corrosive bacteria made Mo Chen and Xiao He a bit anxious. Xiao He frowned tightly and immediately equipped his hands with bright red, blood-burning armor, then asked Mo Chen, my good junior brother, is this commotion a bit too much? Can these little snakes really cause the entire cave to tremble? At this moment, Xiao He was already drenched in sweat. Mo Chen also felt 2 beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He wiped his sweat and replied, This does seem a bit off. How could just these few little spicy strips cause such a huge uproar? Xiao He continued to peek into the cave. Just then, Mo Chen's mutation system suddenly emitted a deafening alarm in his mind. Beep 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 beep. Detected a rare ferocious beast carrying S-class blood. Crimson-eyed fiery serpent, level 60, has appeared. Crimson-eyed fiery serpent, characteristic information has been unlocked. Mo Chen was taken aback by the system's announcement. This was the first time he had heard that the system would automatically report rare ferocious beasts and their related characteristic information. However, Mo Chen was not concerned about this at all. What he was worried about now was why there was still a large level 60 ferocious beast appearing in this toxic cave that Julie had nearly wiped out. And where exactly was this crimson-eyed fiery serpent? Bang bang! At this moment, the walls of the cave emitted a sound similar to a heartbeat, as if something enormous was crashing against it. Xiaohe and Mo-chan's hearts began to race. Bang! The massive stone wall of the cave was instantly shattered, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. Amidst the thick smoke, a pair of incredibly large and strikingly bright crimson snake eyes flashed. It seemed to be about the same size as the snake bones in Fulong Mountain. These fierce crimson snake eyes, like a vortex with an overwhelming suction, drew Xiaohe in deeply. Seeing Xiaohe's reaction, Mo-chan immediately realized. The crimson-eyed fiery serpent possessed illusionary powers and had already ensnared Xiaohe. Slap! Mo-chan hurriedly slapped Xiaohe hard to wake him up, then immediately shouted while pulling him, "Run!" Damn! Xiaohe, realizing the danger too late, quickly took large strides toward the exit. Rumble! A series of extremely loud noises came from behind, and the two knew that the crimson-eyed fiery serpent had chased them out. This ferocious serpent had evaded Julie's detection and had only just broken through to level 60 after lying in wait for a year, evolving into the crimson-eyed fiery serpent. It had just evolved yesterday, and today its kin had been slaughtered by the two. It would not let them go. Mo-chan and Xiaohe both shouted in their hearts, "Can we still survive until the martial arts competition? Teacher, you are pushing your disciple into the fire pit." Bang! Another earth-shattering explosion echoed, and Mo-chan and Xiaohe quickened their pace. Xiaohe shouted while running, "I dare say, this is the fastest I've ever run." Mo-chan and Xiaohe were running for their lives. The crimson-eyed fiery serpent, due to its massive size, found the spacious cave too small for it. Fortunately, the cave delayed the serpent's speed, otherwise, Mo-chan and Xiaohe might have been caught long ago. As Xiaohe ran desperately, he clutched the pocket watch in his hand, thinking to himself, "If I break this pocket watch, a life-saving barrier will immediately appear to notify the teacher. But my movement will be restricted. Better to wait for the critical moment to use it." Looking back at the increasingly close gigantic red snake head, Mo-chan decided he could not just sit and wait for death. He pressed his palms together, and a large pool of venom immediately formed in his palms. He then flung this pool of black venom into the air, which instantly transformed into dozens of flapping little blue crows. Caw caw! The little blue crows hovered in the air, emitting piercing cries. Upon seeing the massive snake head like a bulldozer, they charged forward without hesitation. Sensing the crisis, the crimson-eyed fiery serpent suddenly widened its eyes. Buzz buzz buzz! Its crimson snake eyes instantly emitted two waves of scarlet spiritual energy, sending ripples through the bodies of the little blue crows. Then, with a bang, they exploded and vanished. The crimson-eyed fiery serpent was completely unaffected by Mo-chan's actions and continued to chase the two relentlessly. Mo-chan furrowed his brows, silently thinking, "I can't believe my little blue crow was broken so easily. No wonder it's a level 60 fierce beast. I refuse to believe it." Mo-chan ran with all his might, stomping the ground as he dashed forward. In an instant, the surging tide of corrosive fungi rushed toward the crimson-eyed fierce snake. The crimson-eyed fierce snake showed no fear, completely ignoring the deathly aura emanating from the corrosive fungi tide. Its snake eyes glowed once more. Buzz! Zzz! The black scales of the crimson-eyed fierce snake suddenly shimmered with a red light. As the thick tide of corrosive fungi spread over its body, it was instantly evaporated and killed by the scorching scales. Seeing this, Mo-chan's eyes widened. "It seems that at my current level, I can't make the corrosive fungi resist the heat scales of this crimson-eyed fierce snake. This level 60 beast is still too difficult for me, who is only level 8. Unless it can be as foolish as Du Zitong and willingly let down its guard, allowing me to plant the corrosive fungi in its brain." Hachoo! Suddenly, an incredibly loud sneeze echoed through the misty forest. At this moment, a pair of black, plump crow wings had manifested behind Du Zitong. Julie also activated her fierce beast trait, poison butterfly wings, transforming into a pair of bright purple ethereal butterfly wings. The two were soaring through the air, flying towards the poison cave. From the distance, a series of rumbling sounds came from the poison cave, making their expressions grow increasingly serious. Julie frowned, feeling very guilty, and thought to herself, "It's my fault for being too careless. I didn't realize that there was a mature poisonous snake beast lurking inside this poison cave. I can't believe it has been able to lie in wait until now, leveling up to become a fierce beast." After saying this, Julie's eyes were filled with anger. It had taken so much effort to balance the types of beasts, only to have it disrupted in a single day. Moreover, her two students were in danger of losing their lives. Thinking of this, Julie quickened her flight speed, wishing she could skin that fierce beast alive. Boom! Behind Emo-chan and Xiaohe, loud noises continued to erupt as the flames spewed from the mouth of the crimson-eyed fierce snake, constantly closing in on them. Meanwhile, Emo-chan and Xiaohe had to defeat the relentless fierce beasts blocking their path while also trying to escape. Emo-chan looked towards the light ahead and shouted loudly, "Senior brother! We're almost out, hold on!" Beside him, Xiaohe was nearly out of patience. After all, not everyone could possess the incredible ability to reset attributes like Emo-chan. Xiaohe was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Okay, junior brother. Senior brother can't hold on much longer, I need to use the energy shield from my pocket watch. After saying this, Xiaohe's hand, which was gripping the pocket watch, gradually gathered strength. His legs were already feeling weak. It felt like an ordinary person with no training suddenly used all their strength to run 400 meters around a track. By the time they reached 300 meters, their body had already hit its limit, but they still had to keep running. Emo-chan furrowed his brows, instantly rushing to Xiaohe's side, and lifted him up while shouting, "Wait until we get out of the cave to use it. It's too dangerous here." No. Good junior brother, are you a donkey? How do you still have the strength to carry me and run away? After saying this, Emo-chan immediately controlled the bacteria, swiftly killing the beasts blocking their path ahead. Looking at Emo-chan's agile figure, Xiaohe could only shake his head in silence. Junior brother, you are truly terrifying. At this moment, the two were very close to the entrance of the poisonous cave, and the bright moonlight was already visible to them. Boom! The range of movement for the red-eyed fierce snake was increasing as they approached the entrance, and its speed was also accelerating. The instant Emo-chan's feet touched the ground, the enormous, terrifying snake mouth lunged at them. Emo-chan lowered his brows and shouted, "Senior brother, now's the time." Hearing this, Xiaohe immediately exerted all his strength and instantly crushed the pocket watch in his hand. Dawn! With the resounding chime, a dense blue spiritual energy shield enveloped the two of them. The red-eyed fierce snake instantly closed its mouth. Kung zzz. A collision sound echoed through the entire forest, accompanied by sharp, piercing friction noises, as if time had been paused. The fangs of the red-eyed fierce snake were continuously pressing against the spiritual energy shield, creating bursts of blue sparks. Ka. Xiaohe looked at the increasingly damaged shield, beads of sweat the size of beans trickling down his forehead. Just then, a shadow flashed by, swiftly striking the head of the red-eyed fierce snake, producing a thunderous sound. Bang! Emo-chan and Xiaohe, who were tightly trapped in the snake's mouth and wrapped in the blue energy shield, instantly fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Boom! A dark purple dent suddenly appeared on the face of the red-eyed fierce snake, which then collapsed to the ground with a tremendous noise. Zzz. The dark purple venom on the face of the red-eyed fierce snake continuously evaporated and then dissipated. I didn't expect it to be the red-eyed fierce snake, a beast of the 5 poisons, renowned alongside the 1,000-fathom demon centipede, and I happened to encounter it. Hearing this enticing voice, Emo-chan and Xiaohe shouted in unison, "Teacher!" Julie gently landed on the ground, the light purple butterfly wings on her back slowly dissipating. She turned to look at the two and said, "I'm sorry for putting you in such a perilous situation, I will make it up to you later." Boom! Another shadow fell from the sky, scattering many black feathers like withered leaves. Emo-chan knew it was Du Ziding coming. He saw Du Ziding wave his hand, retracting the pitch-black wings on his back, and stared at the slowly rising red-eyed fierce snake, saying, "Oh my, what good luck! If I had encountered such a ferocious beast when I was younger, my blood essence wouldn't have been limited to just A rank." At this moment, the full appearance of the red-eyed fierce snake was fully displayed before everyone. At a glance, its back scales resembled fiery red maple leaves. The scales on its belly were as pure white as ancient jade. Its fiery red snakehead was triangular, covered with 2 rows of sharp spines, and it spat out a ferocious flame tongue, revealing its hard, white fangs. Its pair of crimson snake eyes had swirling patterns that were utterly mesmerizing. From a distance, only a pair of giant eyes glowed with a fiery red light, instilling immense fear. Buzz! The spiritual energy shield slowly dissipated, and Emo-chan and Xiaohe gradually revealed themselves. Emo-chan wore a satisfied expression, looking relaxed as he gazed at the overturned red-eyed fierce snake. Xiaohe, with one hand on his waist, looked slightly strained as he said, "Teacher, didn't you say there were no large ferocious beasts? How could an African black mamba still emerge from the wall?" Julie glanced back with a forced smile and said, "In the walls? Could there be some undiscovered area? Is the teacher being too careless?" This poisonous cave was intricate and complex, making it quite difficult to explore completely. It was perfectly normal to miss some unexplored areas, but missing a level 50 poisonous snake was the most critical issue. That level 50 snake lay hidden in the undiscovered area, secretly absorbing spiritual energy to level up, which is how it transformed into the crimson-eyed venomous snake. Julie looked at the crimson-eyed venomous snake and angrily said, "Emo-chen, Xiaohe. You two step back and watch closely how a level 60 warrior fights." With that, Julie's aura fully revealed itself. The loose white t-shirt she wore was being whipped around by waves of energy. To deal with this crimson-eyed venomous snake, both Julie and Du Zitong were only in casual clothes, without even bringing weapons. Du Zitong also slowly revealed his aura. He gently waved his wings behind him, instantly stirring up a pitch-black whirlwind that sent a flurry of black crow feathers flying into the sky. The already dark sky was now completely obscured by the black rain clouds. The moonlight could only faintly penetrate the rain clouds, casting a little bit of light. He frowned slightly and said softly, "Heaven's grace rains." Suddenly, a drizzle of poisonous rain began to fall from the sky in front of Emo-chen and Xiaohe, and the sound of raindrops hitting the ground suggested it was only getting heavier. The raindrops struck the scorching scales of the crimson-eyed venomous snake, instantly producing a continuous hissing sound of evaporation. Du Zitong, with his hands behind his back, confidently said, "This heavy rain will prevent it from opening its eyes, rendering its proud eye technique useless. Moreover, this crimson-eyed venomous snake won't be completely immune to my venom. Soon, when its scales fail, it will immediately succumb to the poison." Julie clenched her fists and strode into the rain, saying, "That's still too slow. You've disrupted the balance of the beast horde that I painstakingly adjusted for a year. I want you dead right now." With that, Julie stomped her right foot down, kicking up a cloud of dust and stones before vanishing. Swish! When they met again, Julie, with her incredible speed, had already appeared not far in front of the snake's head. The crimson-eyed venomous snake was startled. Under the influence of the heaven's grace rain, it couldn't open its eyelids. It could only hurriedly open its massive mouth, filled with sharp fangs, gathering a fierce flame in preparation for an attack. Julie looked at the flame, and her hands instantly glimmered with a thick purple venom. Her delicate hands drew closer, and a floating purple venom ball continuously appeared in her palms. This venom ball, exuding a deathly aura, soon grew as large as the snake's head, reflecting a chilling light that sent shivers down Emo-chen and Xiaohe's spines. Finally, Julie lifted the venom ball, suspending it in midair. The flames from the crimson-eyed venomous snake surged toward Julie. Julie relaxed her brow and slightly parted her lips, saying, "Toxic Pearl, Turbid Dragon Surge." With that, the venom ball suspended in midair suddenly began to convulse violently. Then, facing the ferocious flames, it unleashed an enormous dragon-shaped water column made of venom. Julie pressed down with her hand, her brows furrowed, and commanded, "Go!" Boom! Fire and water collided, producing an earth-shattering sound, the light radiating from the impact illuminating the pitch-black night sky. The toxic steam, accompanied by a fierce wave of energy, spread towards Emo-chen and Xiaohe. Du Zitong walked over, shielding the two behind him and said, "Emo-chen, if this crimson-eyed venomous snake really releases S-grade blood, your teacher will definitely give that blood to you. At that time, you will be able to obtain 2 S-grade bloods." Emo-chen remained silent. Du Zitong turned to look at Emo-chen, silently speculating, if it can release S-grade blood, this kid will definitely refine it. Perhaps it could enhance his inexplicable ability to control others. Yes. Du Zitong, you're really smart. The spirit crow in his mind began to chime in again, but after being trained by Emo-chen's corrosive bacteria, it had become much more obedient. After a moment of thought, Du Zitong silently gazed at the crimson-eyed venomous snake. Water and fire are incompatible. The fierce flames could not withstand Julie's toxic pearl's murky dragon surge, and the fire gradually weakened. The crimson-eyed venomous snake, in a panic, immediately lashed out at Julie with an incredibly swift strike. Buzz! The sound of wind breaking came, and Julie immediately flew upwards, dodging this powerful blow. Seeing this, Julie's entire body erupted with a dense aura once again. Bang! This purple toxic dragon, filled with miasma, was fiercely biting at the flames spewed out by the crimson-eyed venomous snake, charging towards its mouth with an unstoppable momentum. The crimson-eyed venomous snake sensed danger and quickly closed its large mouth to prevent the venom from flowing inside. The flames disappeared, and Julie swung her hand heavily again. Another purple dragon-shaped venom surged towards the crimson-eyed venomous snake, splashing a burst of purple water. Under the moonlight, it appeared incredibly dazzling. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scorching scales of the crimson-eyed venomous snake were still desperately resisting Julie's toxins, causing them to evaporate completely. However, relying on its scales, it ultimately could not withstand this venom. Julie's toxins seemed inexhaustible, and the venom balls suspended in the air visibly shrank just a little. Coupled with Du Zitong's heavenly grace, the crimson-eyed venomous snake knew that if it continued to let its scales be consumed like this, it wouldn't be long before it truly perished. Suddenly, the head of the crimson-eyed venomous snake, wrapped in thick purple venom, suddenly emitted two beams of light. The venom surrounding its head was instantly shaken off, dissipating into the air. Buzz! Imochen focused his gaze, and the crimson-eyed venomous snake actually risked going blind to force its eyelids open. The snake's eyes suddenly began to rotate, and an extremely strong wave of spiritual energy instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Not long after, Julie's entire body gradually developed small orange-red spots, making her feel unbearably hot. She frowned slightly but said nonchalantly, "Oh, is it fierce poison? I haven't absorbed it before. Let's give it a try." After saying that, the spots on Julie's body seemed to heal and integrated into her body in the blink of an eye. Under the astonished gaze of the crimson-eyed venomous snake, another orange-red venom seeped from Julie's hand. Relying on her S-grade ability, Toxic Body, Julie successfully absorbed the fierce poison of the crimson-eyed venomous snake. And she could even use it for herself. Julie floated in the air, looking down coldly at the crimson-eyed venomous snake and mocked, "If you had encountered another level 60 warrior, perhaps there would have been a chance to fight. Unfortunately, you encountered me." Julie, possessing the S-grade ability, Toxic Body, was the natural enemy of these poisonous beasts. After saying this, Julie gradually tightened her delicate fingers and gritted her teeth, saying, "You deserve to die." The eyes of the crimson-eyed venomous snake were instantly corroded by Julie's toxin, beginning to dim gradually. Roar! Its massive body thrashed about, and after roaring and struggling for a while, it quickly succumbed to the toxin corroding its heart and died. Crash! The enormous body fell to the ground, creating a huge deep pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. The frightened poisonous creatures all rushed into the toxic cave. Du Zitong flapped his wings vigorously, quickly dispersing the dense dust, and then withdrew the rain clouds from the sky. Xiaoyi stared wide-eyed in shock, exclaiming, This level 60 crimson-eyed venomous snake was just killed by the teacher in an instant?" Mo Chen grinned, took out the blood collection device from his storage ring, and rushed forward, saying, "Isn't faster better?" He didn't find it strange at all. After all, Julie's abilities were truly extraordinary. Seeing Imochen so eager, Julie landed beside the head of the crimson-eyed venomous snake, pried open a large scale, and said, "Insert the blood collection device here. Whether we can absorb S-grade blood will depend on fate." Crack! Imochen pressed the blood collection device down forcefully. The system had informed him that the crimson-eyed venomous snake contained S-grade blood, so he was confident and showed no signs of worry. Suddenly, a bright light emanated from the top of the cylindrical blood collection device, and warm crimson blood slowly flowed into it. Everyone gathered around, holding their breath in anticipation. For a beast of such a high level, its blood must contain a small amount of spiritual essence. The purpose of the blood collection device was to absorb the blood that was dispersed throughout its body into the container. Beep beep. Blood collection complete, detecting blood purity and quality. Identified as S-grade. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi immediately cheered, Du Zitong nodded secretly, and Julie exclaimed joyfully, as expected. The crimson-eyed venomous snake indeed contains S-grade blood. Then, her delicate brows suddenly furrowed, and she said self-reproachfully, "You two managed to escape from this intricate and snake-infested toxic cave. That's truly remarkable." Xiaoyi waved his hand and smiled, "Teacher, if it weren't for Imochen helping me when I was exhausted, I would still be in the cave." Hearing this, Julie quickly looked at Imochen. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she nodded and said, "Imochen, because of my negligence, you were put in danger. I will compensate you with the refined S-grade blood worth at least 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins. And the remaining body of the crimson-eyed venomous snake will be fully compensated to senior brother." Upon hearing this, the two hurriedly clasped their hands in thanks. Imochen knew that Julie would definitely compensate him with this S-grade blood. But if it weren't for Xiaoyi's refining of the A-grade, blazing winged snake, blood, the blood from the crimson-eyed venomous snake would probably have been his. However, upon closer inspection, the value of the remaining body of the crimson-eyed venomous snake was about the same as that bottle of blood. Xiaoyi accepted the remains of this level 60 beast without any complaints. Julie looked at both students, relieved that they were safe, and then turned her gaze to the fallen giant snake body. Her eyes were filled with rage, but she helplessly said, "With this one great beast, the snake swarm must have far exceeded the numbers of the other 4 poisonous beasts. The venomous beasts at level 20 have grown quite a bit. You two, from now on, continue to stay in the poisonous cave to cultivate. This time, try to kill those venomous beasts around level 20, just don't let them go extinct." Imochen nodded and promised, "Teacher, I understand." Xiaoyi also nodded, then pointed at the body of the red-eyed fierce snake and chuckled, then, "Teacher, about this big snake's body." Julie helplessly patted Xiaoyi's shoulder and said, "You two can focus on your cultivation for now. I'll call the team over to handle this later." "Okay, teacher, I'll take my junior brother back to the cave now." Julie gave the two a new multifunctional pocket watch. Watching their excited figures leave, she reminded, "You two be careful." The two excitedly rushed into the cave, waving their hands to show they understood. At this moment, Emo-chan and Xiaoyi had safely returned to the aura-filled poisonous cave-blessed land. This A-grade blessed land is one of the large caves within the intricate poisonous cave. The aura inside smelled fragrant and refreshing, invigorating the spirit. Outside the cave, there were quite a few corpses of snake-like fierce beasts piled up, emitting a foul odor. If it weren't for the fragrant aura inside the cave covering the rotting stench outside, Emo-chan probably wouldn't have lasted a second. Emo-chan looked at the mountain of venomous snake corpses and silently complained, "Do they send teams to clean this up every day? Not to mention staying a day in this stinking pile of corpses, I wouldn't even want to stay a minute. Forget it, the more you smell it, the more you get used to it." He turned his head lightly to look at Xiaoyi, internally grumbling again, "I wonder how my senior brother can endure this." At this moment, Xiaoyi, sitting cross-legged in the center of the poisonous cave-blessed land, was tightly closing his eyes, absorbing the pale purple aura swirling above the cave ceiling. Emo-chan had no idea what cultivation method he was using, but it made his breathing sound as loud as thunder, intimidating to behold. Compared to Xiaoyi, who was cultivating, Emo-chan, who was guarding, seemed a bit idle at this moment. He didn't really need to cultivate. The aura concentration in this poisonous cave-blessed land had reached A grade. He didn't need to actively cultivate, as this blood fusion bacteria could still bring him considerable benefits in vitality. It could be said that even if he lay in this blessed land continuously until the martial arts competition started, he could still raise his vitality to 999. For Emo-chan, the most important thing in this preparation was to enhance the level of his combat skills and the S-grade essence blood in front of him. Emo-chan thought to himself, "If I want to completely refine this essence blood to the 10th level, to fully strengthen my spirit-hosting bacteria, it would take a month. And that would leave me with only about 20 days to improve my performance level." Looking at the warm, red essence blood, Emo-chan felt a deep struggle within. He focused his mind and immediately called out the system. Beep beep. Beast Characteristic Encyclopedia and Combat Skill Details panel have been opened. A deep blue panel instantly appeared before Emo-chan's eyes. He furrowed his brows slightly, his anxious gaze first landing on the combat skill panel. S-grade combat skill, 1000 spider palm method, level 61, major achievement, S-grade combat skill, 1000-legged poison dragon drill, level 3, beginner, S-grade combat skill, miasma shadow flash, level 3, beginner. Other A-grade combat skills were around level 40. And this, S-grade combat skill, miasma shadow flash, was the S-grade combat skill Emo-chan obtained from Du Zitong in the Guanyin forest. By now, he had finally taken it out to absorb and learn. This S-rank movement technique was extremely useful, significantly enhancing his speed, allowing him to move quickly among multiple targets and infect them with toxins. Emo-chan stroked his chin, pondering quietly, "Within 2 months, I can elevate that 1000 spider hand technique to level 100 perfection. But the remaining 2 S-rank techniques should also be able to reach around level 40. Emo-chan looked at the panel, and after a moment of silence, he turned his gaze to the Beast Characteristics Illustrated Guide. The bright red text marked with a new symbol, reading, Beast Characteristic, Crimson-Eyed Fiery Snake, instantly caught Emo-chan's attention. The essence of the Crimson-Eyed Fiery Snake, which he had yet to absorb and refine, already displayed its 3 characteristics at the top of the guide. They were Crimson Eye, Toxin-Resistant Scales, and Fiery Poison Burning Body. Emo-chan squinted slightly, thinking to himself, "I haven't absorbed these 3 characteristics yet, and he can unlock them in advance." He recalled the first time he encountered the Crimson-Eyed Fiery Snake, when the system had announced its report, and boldly speculated, could it be that only by encountering these rare beasts containing S-rank essence will I be informed of their characteristics in advance? After a moment of thought, Emo-chan immediately used his mind to click on the details of the 3 characteristics. Crimson Eye, Spirit Fungus, can attach the spirit fungus to the eyes. When the characteristic is activated, the spirit fungus will turn orange-red and emit a weak spiritual impact towards anyone who looks directly at the host. The spiritual impact can reach others' eyes and slowly move towards the brain, thereby achieving the ability to control them. Toxin-resistant scales, spirit fungus. When equipped on the spirit fungus, it generates a thin layer of crimson snake scales for the parasite, significantly enhancing its toxin resistance. Note, the resistance effect decreases as the poisoning time increases. Fiery poison burning body, spirit fungus, can generate a large amount of fiery poison within the parasite's body to stimulate its nerves, thereby significantly enhancing the parasite's attribute values. This extremely terrifying enhancement ability made Emo-chan break out in a cold sweat. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stammered inwardly, "This is truly unbelievable. This is the complete version of the spirit fungus. Just by looking directly, one can infect others with the spirit fungus. Its ability is simply more impressive than S-rank control-type abilities. Not only can it control, but it can also grant the parasite toxin resistance and enhance the parasite's attribute values. The enhanced, controllable zombie army. Emo-chan couldn't even dare to imagine. If Emo-chan only possessed the power of the spirit fungus, he could become an incredibly powerful warrior. But such a strong bacterium, he had more than just one. The devouring corrosion fungus, the self-cultivating blood fusion fungus, the spirit fungus that can control all things, and the life-stealing fungus that can steal others' vitality to restore his own life, making him immortal. Just at the 0 level, Emo-chan already had 3 types of fungi. If calculated this way, from 0 to 9 levels, with 3 types of fungi per level, Emo-chan would have over 30 types of such powerful bacteria. If, in the future, each realm only had 1 new type of fungus, Emo-chan could at least possess 12 types of bacteria. Coupled with the enhancement from beast characteristics, Emo-chan looked at the essence before him and thought to himself, isn't this invincible? Having at least 12, at most 30 types of different bacteria. I'm about to take off. After a moment, Emo-chan no longer cared about any techniques. What he needed to do now was only one thing: cultivate the blood essence of the Crimsonite Fierce Serpent to the 10th level. Behind Emo-chan, waves of intense spiritual energy surged. He turned around to see that Xiaohe was surrounded by a faint purple mist-like spiritual energy, making the entire scene appear dreamlike and enchanting. Xiaohe gradually opened his determined and bright eyes, slowly exhaling a foul, murky breath. Buzz! The aura beside him erupted again, producing a thunderous sound, and then he slowly stood up. At this moment, Xiaohe had been cultivating for 4 hours, and his vitality had increased from 1696 calories to 1705 calories. Xiaohe slowly stood up and said to Emo-chan, who was sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance, guarding him, "Good junior brother, I have finished my cultivation. In 4 hours, my vitality has risen from 1696 calories to 1705 calories. This blessed land is quite good. Next, it's your turn to cultivate, and I'll guard you." After saying that, Xiaohe walked slowly in front of Emo-chan and patted his shoulder, signaling him to sit back. Emo-chan slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "Senior brother, during the 4 hours you were cultivating, I have already cleared the nearby ferocious beasts, so there's no need to guard anymore. Most likely, we will have to wait until tomorrow for other ferocious beasts to be attracted by the rich spiritual energy of this blessed land. You can guard then." After saying that, Emo-chan slowly stood up and looked at the damaged stone wall behind him. During the year that the Crimsonite Fierce Serpent lay in wait, he had hidden behind this stone wall to evade Julie's detection. It had been secretly absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate, quietly strengthening the power of the snake group, until Emo-chan had slaughtered all the small snakes in this blessed land before it was willing to show itself. Emo-chan stroked the stone wall and thought to himself, the space behind this stone wall seems to have been dug out by that Crimsonite Fierce Serpent. The space is good, very suitable for refining blood essence. Upon hearing Emo-chan's muttering, Xiaohe widened his eyes in shock. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked Emo-chan, "Good junior brother? Are you going to refine this blood essence now? How long will you practice?" Emo-chan shook the blood essence in his hand and chuckled, "Of course, I will refine all 10 levels of the Crimsonite Fierce Serpent's blood essence." Hearing this, Xiaohe stretched his neck and asked again, "Refining 10 levels will take a month. It's early November now, if you finish, it will probably be close to mid-December. At this rate, you will waste a whole month of cultivation time. Don't even mention how many levels your battle skills will improve. I'm afraid your vitality won't even reach 999 calories." Xiaohe was purely thinking of Emo-chan. He didn't want Emo-chan to waste a whole month of cultivation time in this A-grade blessed land just to refine multiple blood essences. Xiaohe frowned slightly and said seriously, "Good junior brother. Listen to my advice. If you want to refine blood essence, let's first refine 2 levels of blood essence to gain the first characteristic." "Senior brother." Before Xiaohe could finish, he was suddenly interrupted by Emo-chan. Emo-chan opened the lid of the blood essence vial, and a captivating fragrant aroma instantly filled the entire blessed land. Emo-chan whispered, "Do you think a martial artist can use cultivation methods to absorb spiritual energy and increase vitality while refining blood essence?" Xiaohe waved his hand and laughed, "How is that possible, you?" He suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation, and looking at Emo-chan's confident demeanor, Xiaohe's eyes slowly widened. He said in shock, "What? Good junior brother, can you really refine blood essence while absorbing spiritual energy?" Emo-chan nodded and proudly replied, "Of course. Having refined various blood essences, my body has long since gotten used to this pain, and now I can refine blood essence while using my cultivation method to absorb spiritual energy. Mo Chen was deceiving Xiaohe. He couldn't actually do such an incredible thing. Although the pain from refining blood essence had decreased significantly, he still couldn't focus on using his cultivation method. The reason Mo Chen could absorb spiritual energy while refining blood essence was entirely due to the power of the blood fusion bacteria. He said this to Xiaohe just to keep him from being suspicious. Xiaohe stroked his chin and sighed softly, so after absorbing various blood essences, the pain will lessen even more. That's truly remarkable. To think that now you can refine blood essence while using your cultivation method. Xiaohe listened to Mo Chen's words without a hint of suspicion. After all, Mo Chen was someone who could absorb and refine various blood essences. Xiaohe nodded and then said, as long as your cultivation progress doesn't fall behind, that's fine. Good junior brother, I'm afraid I might disturb you, so you focus on your cultivation behind this collapsed stone wall. During this month, I'll guard for you. Xiaohe was worried that the noise from his cultivation method, spirit snore heart method, would be too loud and disturb Mo Chen's refining progress. After all, refining blood essence and absorbing spiritual energy were ultimately different. Refining blood essence couldn't be affected too much, while cultivating qi and blood could be paused at any time. Mo Chen nodded at Xiaohe and said, thank you, senior brother. I'm going to refine this Crimson Eye Monster Fiery Snake Blood, now. With that, Mo Chen walked towards the collapsed stone wall. After finding a good spot, he sat down and drank the warm S-grade blood essence in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. Unlike the rich and fragrant taste of the Thousand Fathom Demon Centipede blood essence, the flavor of the Crimson Eye Monster Fiery Snake blood essence was more complex. Warm, spicy, even with a hint of sweetness. The taste of this blood essence was quite strange. The moment it touched his mouth, it began to bubble up, like a cup of heated carbonated drink. Mo Chen felt a heat rising in his body, his brows furrowing. He thought to himself, the taste of sweet and spicy sauce is okay, but the texture is just too disgusting. Thankfully, I only have to drink this once, I couldn't handle it again. After a moment of thought, Mo Chen circulated all the qi and blood in his body to resist the slight pain brought on by the blood essence. Compared to the pain from refining S-grade blood essence the first time, this S-grade blood essence no longer caused Mo Chen much pain. Mo Chen relaxed his brows, feeling refreshed as he refined this S-grade blood essence within his body. In the distance, Xiaohe stared blankly at Mo Chen, secretly thinking, my junior brother really can raise his qi and blood value from 3 cards to 999 cards in just 6 months. His future is limitless. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, Mo Chen was still sitting cross-legged in the blessed land of the poisonous cave, refining the S-grade blood essence of the Crimson Eye Monster Fiery Snake. At this crucial moment, Mo Chen became even calmer. During this month of refining S-grade blood essence, Mo Chen had kept his eyes tightly shut, his whole being like a stone statue, not moving an inch. His body was already covered in gray dust, his sharply defined chin was also covered in stubble, and his hair had grown longer. It really is endless. I've been killing for almost a month now, and it just doesn't seem to end? Burning Void Explosive Claw. A shout came from the entrance of the blessed land, but Mo Chen was completely unaffected. At the entrance, Xiaohe, armed with the burning blood armor, was currently facing the relentless swarm of 5 poison beasts. Xiaohe looked at the snakes, insects, rats, and ants ahead, clenched his fists, and shouted, Burning Void Explosive Claw. Swish! His hand, equipped with the burning blood armor, claw, crossed down in an instant, unleashing a massive bright red wind blade in the shape of a cross towards the beast swarm. In an instant, this incredibly scorching massive red wind blade quickly swept through the entire beast horde. The beasts, with their wounds being sliced open, felt a burning pain, emitting a charred smell. In a moment, countless beasts were injured or killed. This extremely fierce combat technique was Xiaohe's self-created S-rank skill, upgraded from the A-rank, Void Claw, the Burning Void Explosive Claw. Every time he used his blood energy, the burning blood armor would continuously burn the enemy's wounds until they could no longer use their blood energy. The combination of the Void Claw and the burning blood armor had achieved a qualitative leap. The speed of the wind blade was not only faster, but its damage range was also larger, and it could inflict burning damage. Xiaohe looked at the collapsing beast horde and proudly said, This, Burning Void Explosive Claw, is my unique skill that I created myself, and there's even more to come. After saying that, a wave of energy erupted from Xiaohe. A complete form of the red, burning blood armor, slowly emerged all over his body. He wore a large red mask, donned a chainmail blood armor, and stepped into fiery cloud boots. He looked majestic, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, clenching his claws and charging into the beast horde. Swish, swish, swish. With the sounds of flesh being torn apart, the The battlefield was swept by a blood-red storm, leaving only a ground covered in blood. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and after the armor on Xiaohi's body dissipated, he grinned and said to himself, after guarding for a month for my junior brother, my burning void explosive claw should have reached level 80. My blood energy has also increased quite a bit. I now have a full 1851 cards. During this month, Xiaohi had not left this blessed land. The beasts in the poison cave reproduced extremely quickly, and every day, a large wave of new beasts around level 13 would come to seize the blessed land. Xiaohi was able to annihilate them all, waiting for Julie to send a team to collect. What he had to do every day was kill the beast tide, refine blood energy, wait for collection, and rest. For other supplies, Julie would have Huang Xiaoxiao's beast detection and collection team bring them along, and Xiaohi didn't have to worry about anything else. Staying in this A-rank blessed land with a continuous flow of spiritual energy, and with endless beast tides every day, his progress was rapidly increasing. Xiaohi squeezed the muscles on his body and secretly smiled. Only the teacher could find such good places. Free food and lodging, plus blood energy training and combat skill levels. You're invincible, teacher. Now I have to wait for those teams to come and clean up. Never mind, I'll eat some roasted centipedes and scorpions first. After saying that, Xiaohi picked a few beasts of varying sizes and carried them back into the blessed land to eat. He sat on the ground, eating roasted beasts, and silently watched Mo Chen, who was beside the collapsed stone wall. Mo Chen had not moved an inch or said a word in this month. If it weren't for the faint purple spiritual energy surrounding him and the occasional remarks to Xiaohi would have thought Mo Chen had entered a state of meditation. Xiaohi took out his smart pocket watch and smacked his lips, saying, "It's been a month of continuous refining. My good junior brother should be awake by now." Sha sha. Just as he finished speaking, the gravel on Mo Chen suddenly shook off twice, and Xiaohi's eyes immediately lit up. Beep beep. You have successfully refined the S-Class Blood Essence, Max, of the Crimsonite Fiery Serpent. You have obtained the traits Crimson Eye, Toxic Scales, and Fiery Poison Burn, which have been automatically placed in your trait warehouse. Blood Fusion Bacteria Idle Earnings ready to collect, 240 cards. Blood Fusion Bacteria, Venom, has converted miasma into vitality points, 30 cards accumulated, estimated detoxification time, infinity. Beep beep. Host, Mo Chen's current realm is 0-stage warrior, with a maximum vitality value of 999 cards. Currently, you can only collect 199 cards. The remaining vitality value can only be collected after the host successfully breaks through to the first stage. Mo Chen slowly opened his long-closed eyes. He looked at the bright blue prompt window in front of him, silently pondering, 800 plus 270. Exceeded, so let's collect the 199 cards of vitality first. The rest can wait until the martial arts competition is over. Upon hearing this, the system immediately announced, beep beep. 199 cards of vitality have been collected, and attribute values have been automatically allocated. Xiaohi watched as Mo Chen opened his eyes and immediately jumped up, holding 2 skewers of grilled insects, excitedly shouting, "Good junior brother! You're finally awake!" Mo Chen propped himself up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and smiled faintly. The feeling after refining the blood essence is like suddenly having diarrhea after being constipated for days. It's quite an experience. Xiaohi grinned, his mouth twitching. Junior brother, that metaphor is a bit too wild. Enough of the small talk. After refining the blood essence of the Crimsonite Fiery Serpent, did you gain any new traits? Mo Chen waved his hand and smiled wickedly. Brother, just follow me. At this moment, Mo Chen had left the blessed land with Xiaohi and arrived at another cave filled with poisonous creatures. Mo Chen pointed at the sleeping miasma toads and said lightly, "Brother, watch closely." After saying that, Mo Chen walked into the group of miasma toads with his hands behind his back and stomped his right foot hard. A fierce aura swept through the entire cave with this heavy stomp. Xiaohi immediately widened his eyes and whispered, "Junior brother, this is a group of miasma toads. Just relying on your gas mask won't be enough to withstand this unavoidable miasma wind." Quack quack, quack 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 quack. The miasma toads were instantly awakened, and the leading toad began to roar continuously, warning Mo Chen who had intruded into their territory. But Mo Chen simply turned his back to Xiaohi and lightly shook his finger. Silence. A faint aura instantly swept over the group of toads in front of him. In less than a moment, the pupils of the miasma giant toad shimmered with a dazzling orange-red ripple. The giant toad fell silent. The other toads also stopped their noisy croaking. Mo Chen turned around lightly, his pupils glowing with the same orange-red as the miasma giant toad. He said lightly, "This is the first trait, Crimson Eye." Looking at Mo Chen's mesmerizing orange-red eyes, Xiaohi was dumbfounded, his mouth trembling. "Those eyes. Junior brother? You can't be controlling this entire group of toads, right? This ability? Isn't it too invincible? Emo-chan waved his hand and explained lightly, no. I didn't control the entire frog swarm, I only controlled the leading poisonous giant toad. Once the giant toad is under control, the other smaller toads naturally dare not make a sound. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe immediately turned to look at the frog swarm. Indeed, as Emo-chan said, among the densely packed frogs, only the poisonous giant toad's eyes glowed in orange-red. The other toads were all looking at the giant toad, unsure of what to do. Emo-chan gazed at the giant toad with its orange-red eyes and thought to himself, my blood value is now 999 cards, which is level 9. I can control at most 9 living creatures. This ability is already quite good. It can unknowingly infect the opponent with parasitic spirit bacteria. Xiaohe shook his head in amazement, saying, that red-eyed monster snake's eyes could originally only make a person's mind feel hazy. After evolving your corrosive bacteria, it can actually control others directly. This ability is simply as invincible as those S-class control-type I abilities. Xiaohe, unaware that Emo-chan had multiple bacteria, still believed that these trait, Red Eye, had enhanced Emo-chan's corrosive bacteria, allowing him to control other creatures. If Xiaohe discovered that Emo-chan also had a blood fusion bacteria, he would probably faint from shock. To this, Emo-chan merely smiled faintly. He waved his hand and said, this ability isn't as invincible as it seems. The principle is to let the bacteria attached to the eyes emit a spiritual shockwave, transmitting the bacteria into others' eyes and infecting their brains. If a higher-level warrior can clearly perceive this spiritual shockwave, they can still avoid it. Xiaohe stroked his chin and thought and asked, what about the other 2 beast traits? What effects do they have? Oh, and your blood value. Emo-chan waved his hand and said, the other 2 traits simply grant the controlled creatures the ability to resist toxins and significantly increase their attribute values. As for the blood value, Emo-chan glanced at the dust on himself, frowning slightly as he said, the recovery team should be coming soon, senior brother, please wait for me to finish my bath. After I return to the blessed land, I'll tell you. After saying this, Emo-chan released his control over the poisonous giant toad and walked alone towards the underground river, while Xiaohe returned to the blessed land. At this moment, Julie was wearing loose black clothing, holding several beast-controlling bags, walking through the toxic cave with Du Zitong. They had long learned from the recovery team that Emo-chan had begun refining the newly obtained, S-class, red-eyed monster snake blood. Counting the days, today happened to be the 30th day. So they planned to come and check on things personally, while also seeing the progress made during this month of preparation. Du Zitong, with his hands behind his back, followed Julie lightly, glancing around at the poisonous snakes, insects, and rodents in the cave. Julie walked ahead, leading the way, silently thinking, can warriors really refine blood while cultivating their blood energy? In this month, Emo-chan not only gained 3 new S-class traits but also improved his blood energy. It's truly unimaginable. Julie and Du Zitong, both level 60 warriors who had seen much of the world, naturally would not easily believe that there could be a warrior who could refine blood while cultivating blood energy. This was unprecedented. After all, warriors who had refined blood knew. The mere act of resisting the pain brought on by the essence of blood could drive you to the brink of mental collapse, let alone cultivating one's vitality. Just as Julie was pondering this, a sudden roar echoed from the distant cave of fortune. What? You're stuck at 999 vitality? And it overflowed? Upon hearing this, Julie and Du Zitong exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily stunned, before quickly making their way into the cave. At that moment, Emo-chan inside the cave was at a loss, asking, Senior brother, what happened? Xiaohe, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, what do you mean? In this past month, while refining the essence of blood, you've raised your vitality from 800 to 999, and you say it overflowed, what do you think happened? Emo-chan, seeing Xiaohe's astonished expression, nervously swallowed. The significant increase in vitality was something Emo-chan couldn't hide, so he decided to come clean. He hadn't expected Xiaohe's reaction to be this intense. Just then, a sweet voice of shock came from outside the cave. What? It's already 999? The two immediately recognized it was their mentor, Julie. They saw Julie and Du Zitong standing at the entrance of the cave, their eyes wide as they stared at Emo-chan. Their gazes were filled with astonishment, yet also with joy. Without saying much, Julie quickly placed a device resembling a pulse monitor on Emo-chan's left wrist. Suddenly, the device lit up with a value and announced, beep. Vitality detected at 999, max. Du Zitong, listening to the announcement and looking at the value on the device, shook his head in disbelief. Terrifying. To refine the essence of blood while cultivating vitality, and to achieve a 200-point increase in just a month. It's a bit of a pity that your vitality can only max out at 999, the overflow is essentially wasted. Du Zieten regarded Mo Chen as an ordinary person. He still didn't know that Mo Chen had an additional 71 vitality points stored in the system, which could be claimed after breaking through to the first-tier warrior. Julie patted Mo Chen on the shoulder, her expression serious as she addressed the two. Mo Chen, Xiao He. It's now mid-December, and there are less than 20 days until the martial arts competition begins. Right now, Junior Brother's vitality has reached the zero-tier warrior stage, perfectly at 999. In the days to come, you need to push hard to increase your vitality. Let Mo Chen handle those fierce beasts vying for the cave. Hearing this, Xiao He quickly replied, no problem. Absolutely no problem. I've been fighting the small beast waves for a month straight, I'm numb to it. My combat skills are more than sufficient now. Du Zieten, with his hands behind his back, spoke in a somber tone to Mo Chen. No. It's still not enough. To better guide both of your combat skills, Julie and I will come every day to instruct you. Julie nodded, encouraging Mo Chen. This toxic cave pasture is like a vast underground world, with fierce beasts that can never be completely eradicated. In the remaining 20 days, we will ensure that both of your combat skills advance by leaps and bounds. Mo Chen immediately nodded in response. I will work hard in the next 20 days. Bang! Bang! In the depths of the toxic cave, a purple-skinned poison toad, the size of a small car, suddenly leaped out, its massive body shaking the ground and sending sand and stones flying. Beside it lay a swarm of tiny purple toads, continuously inflating their bulbous cheeks and croaking loudly. This giant purple toad had a huge body and powerful limbs. Its eerie horizontal pupils were fixed intently on a figure dressed in black with long hair. This person was Mo Chen. At this moment, he stood with his claws behind his back, his expression calm as he stared directly at the giant purple toad. Julie and Du Zieten were standing at the cave entrance, arms crossed over their chests, holding a heavy big white rabbit, advising Mo Chen, there are less than 3 days until the competition, and your combat skills are nearly perfected. If you can handle this level 20, over river giant poison toad, by yourself and complete this final test, we can return to the martial arts competition immediately. Mo Chen turned his head and nodded, saying, I understand, teacher. He then turned back, focusing on the over river poison toad, and immediately summoned his personal panel. Beep beep. Opening your personal panel. Suddenly, a deep blue, densely packed panel appeared before Mo Chen's eyes. Beep beep. Host, Mo Chen source beast control, corrosive fungus existing fungus types, 3, corrosive fungus, blood fusion fungus, spirit parasite fungus, existing combat skills, 7, 6S rank, 1A rank, beast characteristics, 10, 6S rank, 1A rank, 3B rank, breathing technique, heart concentration technique, 7th level, vitality value, 999 cards, max. Ready for breakthrough. Strength, 532 endurance, 533 speed, 533 combat power assessment, the highest peak unattainable by all zero-level martial artists. Mo Chen looked at this combat power assessment and smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, my vitality value has reached the peak of 999 cards, but my attribute value has reached 1598 points, far surpassing martial artists of the same realm. Plus my 2 different attack methods, corrosive fungus, and spirit parasite fungus. And that level 80, 1000 spider hand technique, level 25, 1000 foot poison dragon drill, and toxic shadow flash. Along with the newly upgraded S-rank combat skills. After saying this, Mo Chen immediately switched to the combat skills panel. In these 20 days, under the guidance of Julie and Du Zieten, Mo Chen's 3A rank combat skills had all been upgraded to S rank, with levels ranging from 10 to 20. A rank combat skill, Shadow Claw upgraded to S rank combat skill, 10 Spider Poison Blood Claw. Effect, a large area group damage and defense breaking combat skill that can tear a huge wound on multiple enemies. A rank combat skill, Soul Dispersing Spider Silk upgraded to S rank combat skill, Iron Centipede Bind effect, can generate 1000-foot centipede armor to entangle multiple enemies. A rank combat skill, Toxic Battle upgraded to S rank combat skill, Demon Centipede Embrace effect, can instantly wrap oneself in a ball of centipede armor, isolating against intense external attacks. Mo Chen had now learned a new S-rank movement combat skill, Toxic Shadow Flash, so he temporarily decided not to upgrade A-rank combat skill, Step-by-Step Poison Lotus. Burp! The purple over river poison toad suddenly let out a loud roar, releasing a foul odor, and the frog swarm erupted into chaos. A level 20 giant toad, along with a group of level 5 to 9 little toads. I wonder if that's enough for me to practice on. Let's just let it be for now. Poison shrouds the shadows. Mo Chen chuckled inwardly, then stepped towards the group of poisonous toads in the river. Mo Chen's figure gradually became indistinct, like a shadow, and moments later, he vanished from the sight of the poisonous toads. Buzz! The leading poisonous toad immediately sensed something and leaped high into the air. Swish! The toad swarm felt a gentle breeze pass by, and then, inexplicably, several strange wounds appeared on their bodies. In the blink of an eye, an intense pain surged through the swarm of toads. Their bodies were slowly dissipating into thin air, as if being scorched by blue flames, leaving not even ashes behind. Gulp! The great poisonous toad in midair suddenly puffed its cheeks, and a thick stream of toxic gas erupted from the lumps on its back, speeding towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan sensed it instantly and flipped backward. Crash! The heavy body of the great poisonous toad landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a wave of foul wind and blood, sending dust and stones flying. Countless small poisonous toads surged forward, spewing toxic gas towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan silently activated his Shin Tide Claw, crossing his hands and swinging them forcefully. Swish! A wide arc of deep blue wind blades was unleashed. This was his S-class battle technique, 10 spider venom blood claws. The wind blades instantly swept through the oncoming swarm of toads, and the corrosive fungi attached to the blades rapidly eroded the entire group. Seeing this, the great poisonous toad immediately unleashed a thick wave of purple poison towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan was unperturbed. He furrowed his brow slightly, and instantly, a 1,000-foot-long centipede armor formed from the corrosive fungi enveloped him, turning him into a hard, airtight black sphere. From a distance, it truly resembled a centipede tightly clutching an egg. Splash! The dense swarm of poisonous toads surged forward with the overwhelming purple poison wave, pressing tightly against the black sphere that Emo-chan had transformed into. Julie and Du Zitong watched this scene from the cave entrance. The expressions on their faces were calm, showing no concern that Emo-chan would be defeated. Du Zitong observed the scene and said lightly, "It's been 5 years. This kid Emo-chan seems really capable of winning a championship for our martial arts. 7 battle techniques, 6 of which are S-class. His progress has already caught up with Chi Beidou and Long Xian." Julie nodded slightly, agreeing. Chi Beidou's vitality has only just reached 999 cards after all this time of training. Yet Mo-chan has been in this A-class blessed land for just a month, refining his blood essence while cultivating his vitality, and has increased by more than 200 cards. An unprecedented genius. After saying this, the two continued to watch Mo-chan. The black sphere armor that Mo-chan had transformed into resisted the erosion of the poison wave but was overwhelmed by the dense swarm of poisonous toads. The silent sphere suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, flipping all the toads off it. At that moment, they struggled helplessly, being devoured by the corrosive fungi until they vanished without a trace. Crack! Gulp! The unsuspecting great poisonous toad was suddenly ensnared tightly by something like an iron chain. Mo-chan unleashed S-class battle technique, Iron Centipede Bind. The sphere armor slowly unraveled, revealing Mo-chan's sharp eyes. The 1,000-foot centipede armor, like a living centipede, tightly coiled around Mo-chan's right hand, transforming into a large drill. Mo-chan slightly bent his knees, gathering strength to strike. The great poisonous toad struggled desperately, but the Iron Centipede Bind kept it completely immobilized. Swish! Mo-chan suddenly erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind it. The buzzing 1,000-legged poison dragon drill instantly pierced through its massive body, erupting in a spray of blood mist. Bang! The giant poison toad of the Jiang River lay on the ground, its blue eyes glazed over, its 4 claws raised to the sky. The enormous wound in its chest, pierced by Mo-chan, was continuously oozing blood. Mo-chan took out the blood collection device from his storage ring and forcefully inserted it into the neck of the poison toad. Gurgle, gurgle. The warm blood was being drawn into the device. Beep, beep. Blood collection complete, detecting blood purity and quality. Identified as B grade. After the collection was complete, Mo-chan immediately took out the small vial containing B grade blood, Jiang River poison toad, from the device and stored it in his storage ring. Julie shook her head with a smile and then placed her hands on her hips, saying, "Sigh." Effortlessly killing a level 20 Jiang River poison toad, along with a swarm of level 7 Jiang River frogs. These ferocious beasts are still too weak for you. Alright, we should head back to the Martial Arts Academy. Julie drove the wilderness monster truck, bringing Mo-chan and Xiaohe back to the ranch base. She needed to say goodbye to the staff stationed at the ranch base. As soon as Julie got out of the car and hadn't even entered the door, she heard her assistant Huang Xiaoxiao's excited voice. Phew! That's great! After almost 2 months. Now, the ferocious beast balance in the underground ranch has returned to a stable value. Tap tap, a light footstep approached, and Huang Xiaoxiao looked up towards the entrance. She saw Julie walking into the hall, smiling at Huang Xiaoxiao, who was talking to herself while staring at the computer screen. It really wasn't easy. That crimson-eyed monster snake had been lurking for too long, and no one realized its existence in the past year. Thanks to Mo-chan and Xiaohe, who accidentally wiped out all its snake offspring, it finally showed itself. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe and Mo-chan in the car scratched their heads. They had seen the dense swarm of snakes without sensing anything amiss, and even dared to go on a killing spree. Truly, the fearless ignorance of youth. In contrast, the experienced Captain Hook, upon discovering the surge in the number of snakes, dared not act rashly. He had been searching for the traces of the giant snake beast in the underground ranch, planning to devise a strategy once he located the giant snake. Who would have thought that the crimson-eyed monster snake had been hiding behind the stone wall of the blessed cave all along? Huang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly and asked, sisterly, "Are we heading back to the martial arts academy now?" Julie nodded and said, "Yes. We need to check into the Dragon Nest in Tendu City tomorrow, and I have to let my students report back to school. By the way, where are the others?" Huang Xiaoxiao replied honestly. Captain Hook took the other team members to inspect the ferocious beast population in the forest, and they haven't returned yet. Hearing this, Julie nodded in satisfaction. Putting work first is the best. It's best to leave this underground ferocious beast ranch in the capable hands of Huang Xiaoxiao and Hook. You don't need to see me off, I'm leaving now. Remember to watch the TV on the day of the martial arts competition. Bang, the car door slammed shut. After giving a few simple instructions, Julie drove away from the Poison Pit Ranch in the same car she arrived in. Huang Xiaoxiao stood at the entrance of the base, watching Julie's car disappear into the distance. On the car, Mo-chan secretly glanced at Xiaohe and silently thought, brother's vitality value seems to be around 1941. The growth rate is quite normal, I suppose. This speed was indeed quite normal, even considered fast. After all, not everyone is Mo-chan. During the 20 days of Mo-chan's training, the blood bacteria had only stored a total of 140 vitality points, plus the previous 71 points, that made 211 points. Mo-chan often practiced combat skills outside, and he only had time to stay in the blessed land to absorb spiritual energy while sleeping, so naturally, he absorbed much less. But this was still quite fast. As soon as Mo-chan broke through, his vitality value could immediately increase by 211 points, directly jumping from level 10 to level 11, reaching level 12. Mo-chan paused for a moment and continued to think, if I push hard in these last 3 days, I should be able to reach around 1960. Just 30 points away from 1999, how did he win the championship? Mo-chan tried hard to recall the competition before Xiaohe's rebirth, but he couldn't remember anything. He only remembered that the person who defeated Xiaohe in the selection match was named Jiang Shuai. After all, ordinary people wouldn't remember who the second place in the martial arts competition was, what they looked like, or what their name was. Mo-chan fell into deep thought. Sitting in the passenger seat, Du Zitong suddenly spoke with a weary voice, the match list for the martial arts competition is about to be announced. You two are both participating in the martial arts competition for the first time. So I need to explain the rules of the competition to you. After saying this, Mo-chan and Xiaohe turned their heads in unison, looking at Du Zitong in the passenger seat. He was indeed correct. Both Mo-chan and Xiaohe were participating in the martial arts competition for the first time. Xiaohe had been too indulgent in high school, which led to him having strength but falling behind the progress of other special recruits. Realizing the reality, he only started to catch up in his second year of college. Now, Xiaohe had fought his way through the selection match in the martial arts academy, becoming an unstoppable dark horse. Ahem! Du Zitong cleared his throat and then began to explain the competition rules. The martial arts competition has 4 levels from 0 to 3. Each level has 32 0-level martial artists participating, with the top 3 academies Ability Academy, Martial Arts Academy, and Longwa Military Academy, each providing 10 participants, totaling 30. The remaining 2 participants will be provided by the 4th and 5th academies, each contributing 1. Du Zitong shrugged in thought for a moment before saying, the 4th and 5th academies often change. This year I remember it's Magic City Martial Institute and Hongpu Warrior Military School. But you don't need to worry, this year, their participating martial artists are all mediocre. 98% of the top-level martial artists in Longwa will emerge from the 3 major schools. Xiaohe nodded and then asked, the top 32 knockout rounds. So that means the 32 participants are divided into 2 groups of 16, A and B, and only the final winners of each group will enter the finals to compete for the championship, right? Du Zitong nodded and praised, yes. That's right, you're quite sharp. Where are you sharp? At this moment, the spirit crow in Du Zitong's mind jumped out again, chattering away in his head. Ding dong! Du Zitong and Julie's phones rang simultaneously, as if they had both received some important news at the same time. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and they exclaimed in unison, it's time! The match list for the martial arts competition is out. Upon hearing this, Mo-chan and Shouty immediately took out their phones and opened the martial arts app to check the match list. The two had different levels and were each searching for their own names. Shouty suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed joyfully, "Goodness! The first person I'm up against is from the 4th Academy. Lu Rennie? Sounds like a minor role, this is a sure win." Mo-chan glanced over the match list and fell silent. His bright eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the matchups announced by the martial arts competition official. In Group A, familiar names included Long Xianqing vs. Zhong Lingling, Lu Ji vs. Liang Qi, Shin Ming vs. Li Qingshui, Qian Tianbai vs. Zhang Yu, Mo-chen vs. Xia Fan. In Group B, familiar names included Lin Mutong vs. Lan Wire, Qi Beidou vs. Mo Lingtong. Mo-chen stroked his chin, secretly thinking, Qian Tianbai? He went to the Ability Academy. This will be interesting. My first match is against Xia Fan, the second in command of the Ability Academy, which isn't too tricky. In his previous life, Mo-chan remembered Xia Fan. His S-class ability, Uncertain Dual Souls, was quite special, leaving a deep impression on Mo-chen. This, Uncertain Dual Souls, looked very much like a reinforcement type ability, but in reality, it was a summoning type ability. The effect of Uncertain Dual Souls is, it can generate two spirit bodies, one black and one white, that are under its control, allowing the user to hide within one of the spirit bodies. If one cannot see through it and hits the spirit body where Xia Fan is hiding, he would remain unharmed. These spirit bodies are not only agile but also possess extraordinary strength. The black and white spirit bodies summoned by Xia Fan can perfectly inherit his vitality. If Xia Fan's vitality is 999 cards, then the vitality of the two spirit bodies will also be 999 cards, which means, once Xia Fan activates his ability, the situation on the field will turn into a 2-on-1. Although this ability is incredibly powerful, it still appears somewhat lacking in front of true geniuses. When Qi Beidou faced off against Xia Fan, he easily saw through his ability effect after just 2 exchanges. With a bit more seriousness, Qi Beidou could easily take Xia Fan down. However, what Mo-chen was most concerned about was Long Xianqing in the same group, as he had no information about her at all. Mo-chen relaxed his brows and secretly thought, Long Xianqing is actually in the same group as me. But with one at the front and one at the back, we can only meet in the group finals. Before the match, I'll be able to observe what her ability really is. In his previous life, Long Xianqing was in the same group as Qi Beidou. Perhaps it was because of the new factor of Mo-chen that the match list changed. Mo-chen shook his head slightly, glancing at Zhong Lingling's name next to Long Xianqing, and secretly lamented, what a pity, our Martial Arts Academy, second ace, Zhong Lingling, is going to be eliminated right from the start. Although Mo-chen shook his head and sighed, he felt a bit of secret delight inside. Zhong Lingling would definitely lose, but with her strength, she would surely push Long Xianqing to give her all, allowing her abilities to be fully displayed. Hearing this, Julie sighed and said, facing Long Xianqing, her luck is really not good. It seems she will be defeated in the first round. And Xia Fan from the Ability Academy, facing you, will also be defeated in the first match. Listening to Julie's affirmation, Mo-chen felt a surge of confidence. It's over, it's over, it's over. Damn it, how could the first match have Xia Fan facing Mo-chen? What the hell should we do? Dressed in all black, Zhang Wukui was striding angrily down the avenue of the Ability Academy. He was going to the martial arts school to discuss something with Xia Fan. The official matchups for the martial arts competition, just announced, turned his face an ashen gray. On the way here, everyone was whispering among themselves. Did you see that? Zhong Wukui's face. TSK TSK TSK. Alas! Teacher Zhong's student has to face Mo-chen from the Martial Arts Academy in the first match. Looks like it's game over. And with his student dying in Fulong Mountain, I guess there's no hope for that first-level mentor selection this year. The crowd's mockery only fueled Zhong Wukui's anger. But he had no rebuttal. After all, the situation was indeed as the bystanders said. The deaths of Duan Pang and Gao Shou had been continuously sensationalized by the media. Although the parents of the deceased had announced they would no longer pursue the matter, Zhong Wukui's reputation had already begun to tarnish. After this incident, Zhong Wukui's selection for first-level mentor was no longer a sure thing. If his student Xia Fan performed well in the martial arts competition, Zhong Wukui would still have a chance to earn the title after the event. But fate was not on his side. Xia Fan's first match was against Mo-chen. Zhong Wukui felt a wave of dizziness. He furrowed his brow and glared, his eyes wide. The more I worry about something, the more it happens. Mo-chen, it's you again, my nemesis. With that, Zhong Wukui pushed open the door of the martial arts school with a slap. Bang! The sound of clashing swords and knives echoed within the school. This time, Siafan was unusually focused, desperately sparring with the spirit puppet in front of him, sweat pouring down his body. Upon seeing his mentor enter the school, Siafan acted as if he didn't notice. Zhong Wukui immediately understood that Siafan must have learned about his matchup against Emochen. Looking at Siafan's hard work, Zhong Wukui felt he couldn't say much. In truth, both Zhong Wukui and Siafan knew that no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to defeat the monster that was Emochen. The martial arts competition was essentially a showcase for geniuses. Moreover, this year's competition had 3 prodigies, and even the official martial arts media praised the event as a 3 days of glory. Siafan and the other 28 martial artists were merely there to provide support. Zhong Wukui waved his hand, dejectedly saying, "Alright, Siafan, don't you usually like to slack off? What's the use of cramming now?" Upon hearing this, Siafan's gaze fell, his hands drooping. He knew he couldn't possibly compete with those 3, but he also didn't want to be eliminated right after making his debut in the martial arts competition. Zhong Wukui squinted his eyes and said lightly, "Tomorrow, the competitors for the martial arts competition will set off to the largest competition venue in Tendu City, Dragon's Nest. You should pack your things. As for your matchup with Emochen, you don't need to worry." Siafan turned to look at Zhong Wukui, whose eyes were radiating a faint, ominous aura, and a drop of barely noticeable cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He frowned tightly and tentatively asked, "Teacher, what are you planning?" Zhong Wukui shook his head, turning his back and saying, "Nothing. Nothing will happen. But Dragon's Nest is the most secure competition venue. What could possibly happen? Just focus on preparing for the competition." With that, Zhong Wukui quickly walked out of the martial arts school, leaving Siafan alone. There are still 2 days left until the Dragon Kingdom martial arts competition begins. Participants from the 3 major academies officially checked into the Dragon's Nest Grand Hotel today to acclimate to the competition venue in advance. Among them, the 3 hot contenders for the zero-level competition, historically known as 3 Days of Shared Glory, Emochen, Shibu, and Long Xianqing. The city television was broadcasting news related to the martial arts competition, and passers-by stopped to watch. In Long Country, whether on the bustling city streets or in the tranquil village alleys, even on the television screens in every household, advertisements for the martial arts competition were everywhere. Billboards on the streets flashed with exciting moments from past martial arts competitions, showcasing the contestants' agile figures, intense battle scenes, and the exhilarating atmosphere that made one feel as if they were right there. Whether office workers waiting for the bus, students during their breaks, or housewives doing chores, the martial arts competition was omnipresent. "Hey, old Tang, that kid Emochen actually made it into the martial arts competition, and what's this? 3 days of shared glory. Sounds amazing." People passing by the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall congratulated the cheerful Tang Wei. Su Muhong, who had long given up on the path of martial arts, was now skillfully using a rolling pin, helping out at her family's noodle shop. The news about Emochen on the television reminded her of the martial arts examination 6 months ago. Everything felt like a dream. She looked dejected, her grip on the rolling pin becoming increasingly gentle. After being transported back to the safe zone, Su Muhong learned that Zhao Tianyi had ultimately died at Emochen's hands. She felt fortunate that she had not known Emochen in her earlier years and had not bullied him, which allowed her to keep her life. The sunlight shone on the plaza of the Martial Arts Academy, illuminating a group of martial artists dressed in matching black uniforms. Behind them stood a group of powerful instructors, including Julie, Du Zaitan, Alfs, and others. At this moment, it was the 2nd day since Emochen returned to the Martial Arts Academy. There were only 2 days left until the martial arts competition began. The martial artists appeared tense yet expectant, their gazes fixed on the road ahead, where buses were about to arrive to take them to the Dragon's Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall. Emochen stood among the crowd, arms crossed over his chest, standing tall with a calm expression that exuded an air of determination. Beside him, Lu Ji and Zhong Lingling also radiated confidence and resolve, ready to showcase their skills at the martial arts competition. Lu Ji turned to Emochen, who had his eyes slightly squinted, and quietly asked, "Emo Go, during these 2 months of training on the ranch, how much has your vitality increased? Any significant improvements?" Zhong Lingling leaned in to inquire as well. After all, during the 2 months Emochen had been preparing for the martial arts competition, it was as if he had vanished, not responding to any messages. Lu Ji and Zhong Lingling were quite unclear about his training progress. Hearing Lu Ji's question, Emochen felt no need to hide. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just raised my vitality from 800 to 999, then refined a new S-grade essence, and upgraded all A-grade combat skills to S-grade, and then leveled up to level 25. Zhong Lingling quickly raised her hand, her eyes wide in shock. Wait. What the heck? Lu Ji was dumbfounded, counting on his fingers. Your vitality increased to 999, then you refined a whole bottle of S-grade essence, upgraded all combat skills to S-grade, and leveled up to 25. Just refining the S-grade blood essence at the 10th level alone will take a month. In the remaining month, you can raise your vitality by a full 200 calories? And with that upgraded combat skill. Imogu, don't try to fool me. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan turned his head lightly. He nodded affirmatively and said to the two, oh come on, why would I fool you guys? Zhong Lingling furrowed her brows and murmured, bro, guys? Listening to Emo-chan's convincing attitude, Lu Ji finally believed his words. This was simply unbelievable. It was hard for anyone to believe that Emo-chan had completed a training task that took a total of over 3 months in less than 2 months. Lu Ji stroked his chin, thinking to himself, unless Imogu can train for 2 goals at the same time, like refining blood essence while cultivating vitality. No, that's just too hard to comprehend. Tap tap, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps approached, drawing the attention of everyone present. They saw a figure in a white tang suit slowly walking from afar. Although this figure appeared somewhat aged, his back was straight, and his steps were steady and powerful, exuding a particularly vigorous spirit. Emo-chan glanced over and recognized that it was Vice Principal Lu Sanping. Lu Sanping walked up to everyone with his hands behind his back. He scanned the crowd in the square and then cleared his throat, speaking loudly in a hearty voice. Today is the day for our participants to report. Our destination is the largest competition-specific martial arts hall in Tendu City, Dragon's Nest Martial Arts Hall. The official martial arts competition has already prepared a special hotel for our participants. Without further ado, let's set off. As soon as he finished speaking, several white buses for transporting participants slowly entered the square and finally stopped in the center. The doors of the buses opened slowly. Emo-chan pointed to the front bus, which displayed 0-level warrior group, and said to Lu Ji, let's go, we're off to the Dragon's Nest. The participants boarded the bus one after another, taking their seats according to the previously arranged seating plan. The entire process was orderly, with no one making noise or panicking. The participants appeared very focused and excited, fully prepared to face the upcoming competition. Before long, the convoy of 3 buses slowly arrived at the entrance of Dragon's Nest Grand Hotel. Beep, the bus has arrived at Dragon's Nest Grand Hotel. Please disembark in an orderly manner. As the announcement played, the bus doors opened slowly, and the first figure to catch the eye was Chi Beidou, tall and upright. He wore a white uniform, his posture straight, with a stern and resolute expression. He was the first to get off, walking steadily towards the hotel entrance. At that moment, a voice caught Chi Beidou's attention. Imogu, we've arrived. Hurry up and get off. Chi Beidou turned his head. From the other 2 buses, a young man and woman stepped down, each wearing different styles and distinctly styled uniforms. Chi Beidou instantly recognized these 2. The male warrior with a black bun hairstyle and 2 strands of dragon whiskers on his forehead was the arrogant Emo-chan. The girl with long black straight hair, dressed in a black and red military uniform with a commanding military cap, was Long Xianqing. The 3 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Chi Beidou, who had never met Emo-chan before, now stood right in front of him. He was very tall, wearing the white uniform of the Ability Academy, and his figure appeared particularly fit. The black, slightly messy curls gave off an unruly and carefree vibe. The facial features were distinct, with sharp brows and bright eyes, revealing a hint of a cynical smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he looked down on everything. Emo-chan glanced at Chi Beidou, silently thinking, this person is Chi Beidou. Looking at his rebellious demeanor, he seems quite unconvinced by me. Long Xianqing, dressed in a black and red military uniform, furrowed her brows upon seeing Emo-chan and Chi Beidou. She covered her chest and spoke in a cold voice, saying softly, Brother Long, the aura of these 2 geniuses is indeed very strong. The anxious Lu Ji, upon hearing a certain sensitive word, immediately turned to look at Long Xianqing's chest, puzzled. Breast enhancement? Long Xianqing's figure was indeed outstanding, presenting a perfect curve. Her chest was high and firm, her hips round and full, her waist slim, and her legs long and powerful, making her look both tall and sexy. Such a figure attracted attention wherever she went, becoming the focus of everyone's gaze. Lu Ji's face instantly turned red, whispering, This breast enhancement really isn't necessary, right? Emo-chan no longer paid attention to Chi Beidou's gaze. He slowly turned his head and glanced faintly at the woman in the black and red military uniform behind him. Without much thought, Emo-chan immediately concluded that the long-haired woman in military attire before him was Long Xianqing. Such a masculine name belonged to a stunning ice queen. Listening to Lu Ji's complaints, Chen thought to himself, Long Xianxing, was she just talking to herself? That basically confirms it. Unless she's sick, her ability must be an S-class transformation ability. After all, Chen had a transformation-type ability warrior of over level 60 by his side, so it was quite simple to judge. However, it was of little use, as he still didn't know what kind of monster Long Xianxing could transform into. Hello, all contestants. Welcome to the Dragon's Nest Hotel. A charming voice rang out, and all the participants looked up at the three figures on the steps. These three were all women, tall and beautiful, dressed in matching crimson kipeos that perfectly outlined their graceful figures. Especially with the enchanting smiles on their faces, they added a touch of allure. Suddenly, whispers of admiration arose from the crowd. Wow! So beautiful. Yeah, are they the guides of the hotel? So sexy. I dare say, they are even more charming than our village's beauty, Xiaomei. The three guides walked up to everyone, and one of them smiled and said, Now, please follow me, participants and mentors of the Martial Arts Academy. I will take you to your respective areas and rooms. The martial artists of the Martial Arts Academy followed suit. Smack! Chen slapped Lu Ji on the head, laughing. Are you mesmerized? Come on. Lu Ji, lost in the gentle charm of the guide, momentarily forgot to keep up. Ability Academy, please follow me, Dragon Country Military Academy, as well as the warriors from the 4 great schools and 5 major schools, come with me. Chi Beidu watched Chen's departing figure, a fierce flame igniting in his heart. The three geniuses, though silent, were secretly competing in their hearts. Chi Beidu joined the line, his messy black curls completely failing to hide the sharpness in his gaze. He silently thought, Chen, Long Xianxing. Who is the true sun in the media's eyes? Just wait and see at the finals. Under the detailed introduction of the guide, the participants from the Martial Arts Academy gained a clear understanding of the exclusive dining halls, training rooms, and martial arts venues of each school. These places were where they would live during the competition, so everyone listened very attentively. Additionally, the guide introduced them to the 3 major public areas of the school, including the library, infirmary, and commercial area, giving them a more comprehensive understanding of the entire hotel environment. After touring the campus, Chen finally returned to his large room. He lay on the soft bed that exuded a refreshing fragrance, reflecting on the day's experiences and said, Ah, this is no hotel. What grand dining halls, bars, KTV. Everything you could want, even a fishing area, this is simply a resort. Chen merely sighed to himself, he didn't find it particularly surprising. After all, the martial arts competition is the most popular event in the Dragon Kingdom. As a major event to select the future supernova warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, the accommodation conditions for the participants and mentors are, of course, the best in the country. Ding! Suddenly, Chen's phone rang. Message from teacher Julie, Chen, you should rest well first, come out tonight to familiarize yourself with the competition venue. Chen's reply, okay, teacher. Chen turned off his phone, then covered himself with the blanket, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, a suffocating atmosphere filled Xiefan's room, as if heavy dark clouds loomed overhead, making it hard to breathe. The air seemed to carry a chill, emanating from Zhong Wukue, whose killing intent was cold and piercing. Xiefan looked at Zhong Wukue, who was sitting cross-legged in the room's hall, hands surrounded by streams of purple light, and asked with a furrowed brow, Teacher, are you really going to do this? Can't I just have a fair match with Chen? What you're doing is really... Zhong Wukue glared fiercely and shouted, Shut up! If you have the strength to defeat Chen, why would I have to go to such lengths for you? The sudden outburst made Xiefan's body tremble. He looked at Zhong Wukue, who was sealing the spirit energy containing the abilities of fierce beasts within a puppet, and dared not say another word. The purple spirit energy in Zhong Wukue's hands surged like a tide into the puppet. Buzz! The puppet's eyes suddenly emitted a red light, as if it had come to life, able to run and jump. Zhong Wukue was instantly overjoyed, grinning widely, Good, good, good. The ability spirit energy of the hidden poison guardian has finally been sealed into the puppet. His anger dissipated as joy took over, and he slowly stood up, patting Xiefan's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Xiefan, I'm doing this for your own good. Are you content with being eliminated in the first round? Now that we have the ability of the hidden poison guardian, my puppet can stealthily avoid detection and get close to Chen, then implant the toxin. Hearing this, Xiefan quickly avoided Zhong Wukue's chilling gaze, his brow furrowing tightly. Zhong Wukue spoke as if possessed, This is my last chance. At that time. Ha ha! At that time, Chen, that little beast who has targeted me time and again, will die inexplicably. Those who are poisoned by the hidden poison initially show no reaction in their bodies. The time for treatment is only 24 hours, if it's too late, he will die immediately the next day. By then, even if someone suspects Zhong Wukwai, there will be no evidence, and the school's reputation will be damaged, but Zhong Wukwai doesn't care. What he cares about is that Xiefan, whom he has painstakingly raised since childhood, must bring him the title of first-level mentor. The Dragon Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall is a venue specifically for martial arts competitions. From the outside, this building resembles an enormous bird's nest woven from branches, quietly standing in the capital city. After official approval from the competition, this locked venue has allowed Julie and Emo-chen to enter and acclimate to the space. In the vast center of the hall, there are only two figures. Julie, dressed in a loose white t-shirt and blue jeans, wearing a pair of white sneakers, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, looks very refreshing. Her tall stature and elegant demeanor make people unable to help but take a few more glances. At this moment, she is standing in the center of the enormous, empty Dragon Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall alongside Du Zitong, who has his hands behind his back. Julie holds her phone and says, Emo-chen is on his way now. Later, it will trouble assistant Du to spar with him, let him get used to the venue in advance. Du Zitong waved his hand and said, what trouble is there to speak of? This little matter is no trouble at all. If I can spar with him 100 times and it helps us win a championship in martial arts, it's worth it. Julie smiled slightly and then looked towards the passage. At this moment, Emo-chen has left the Dragon Nest Hotel. He squints his sleepy eyes, yawns, and slowly walks alone in the open square near the Dragon Nest. He looks at several stern security personnel standing guard near the Dragon Nest Martial Arts Hall and silently admires, the security measures here are really strict. A few days before the competition, if it weren't for the participating contestants and others, even entering and exiting the square near the Dragon Nest would require some questioning. Just as he finished speaking, a security guard kicked a passing dog. Woof woof, your mom? The little dog cursed at the security guard for a moment before scampering away with its tail between its legs. Watching the little dog's embarrassed appearance, Emo-chen walked a distance away before laughing out loud. Beep beep. Detected, hidden poison. Converting to host's vitality value, estimated detoxification time, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The sudden broadcast from the system instantly woke Emo-chen up. He pretended to be unaware and continued walking, his eyes subtly glancing around, but there was no one. A few drops of sweat the size of beans instantly appeared on his forehead, and his pupils shrank sharply. Meanwhile, waiting for Emo-chen in the venue, Du Zitong suddenly widened his eyes, glowing with an orange-red light. A wave of goosebumps rose in his heart as he secretly exclaimed, this is Emo-chan's red pupils? Before he could react, he had already summoned the enormous black wings behind him. Teacher Du? Julie looked at Du Zitong, who had suddenly flown up into the sky, and felt something was wrong, immediately transforming her poison butterfly wings to follow him. The two figures, one black and one purple, soared from the Dragon Nest Martial Arts Hall like two brilliant shooting stars, then landed beside Emo-chen in the square. Boom! The huge sound instantly alerted the security personnel in the distance. The black feathers fell like snowflakes, dancing in the air with the purple poisonous dust, exuding a mysterious aura that rendered the scene dreamlike and surreal. Although Du Zitong was incredibly shocked that Emo-chen could still control himself, there was no time for further questions at that moment. He and Julie had already sensed a faint but ominous killing intent in the air. Emo-chen immediately whispered to the two of them, nearby. There is something I can't see or sense, and it's trying to kill me. Not far away in the park, Zhang Wukwei, who was controlling the puppet, was instantly drenched in sweat. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and Zhang Wukwei felt something was wrong, gritting his teeth and cursing, what the hell? Your mother, Du Zitong and Julie actually came? How the hell did that little brat find out? If it weren't for Emo-chen having the blood fusion bacteria that could convert toxins into vitality, he would undoubtedly be dead. Everything Zhang Wukwei had done was fine. His only mistake was underestimating Emo-chan's abilities. If he had known Emo-chen was immune to toxins, he would have sent the puppet to attack long ago. Zhang Wukwei immediately pulled on the invisible thread in his hand, controlling the hidden poison puppet, and said, no. I need to quickly retrieve the puppet. After all, if he directly abandoned the puppet, everyone would immediately know who the user was. After all, the only one who could use a puppet as an attack method near the dragon's nest was Zhang Wukwei. In the distance, security rushed over, loudly asking, you are Emo-chen? What on earth is happening here? After Emo-chen briefly explained, the security immediately reported the matter to their superiors and quickly sounded the alarm. Beep beep. The security personnel around the dragon's nest instantly went on high alert, sealing off all nearby exits within seconds. Du Zitong looked at the empty space nearby and thought to himself, an invisible warrior? Just enough for me to faintly sense the killing intent. At least level 60, it seems to be from the generation of mentors. Julie's brows furrowed tightly, and purple venom immediately seeped from her body, then she shouted furiously, "Dare to attack my student! Show yourself!" Buzz! The venom covering Julie erupted instantly, dyeing everything around them purple. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a transparent object covered in venom moving rapidly. Du Zitong glared and reached out his hand to grab it. Clang! Clang 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 clang. An invisible short knife slashed wildly at Du Zitong, fiercely clashing with the steel-like black wings. The powerful aura sent ripples through the invisible venom on the puppet, exposing the transparent thread. Julie immediately realized something and shouted loudly to Du Zitong, "It's the puppet that has obtained the hidden poison gecko." Upon hearing this, Du Zitong suddenly understood, Xie Fan's mentor? Zhong Wukue? Damn! It's over! Seeing his identity exposed, Zhong Wukue immediately tore off the thread and abandoned the puppet, fleeing frantically through the park. His mind was in chaos, but he knew it was all over. If he were caught by Julie and Du Zitong now, he would be dead. At this moment, he felt an immense regret. Compared to his life, that title of mentor seemed not so important to him anymore. In order to compete for the title of a first-level mentor, he dared to assassinate contestants 2 days before the martial arts competition, right next to the Dragon's Nest Martial Arts Hall, and he was so close to succeeding. Zhong Wukue ran while clenching his fists. He had never hated someone so much. Mo Chen killed Duan Chang and another person, causing Zhong Wukue to suffer a financial loss. It also led the media to widely report on the disappearance of Duan Chang and the other, destabilizing Zhong Wukue's title as a first-level mentor. Now, Mo Chen once again stood in front of Xie Fan, blocking Zhong Wukue's path to promotion. As long as I kill him, everything will be over. Not only will I gain the title of first-level mentor and the love of millions, but perhaps in the future, I could even manage the Ability Academy. Damn it! I was so close, just a little bit away from killing that bastard Mo Chen. Zhong Wukue cursed helplessly. He knew that Mo Chen's ability was to control his beast, the corrosive fungus, and he had no means to resist toxins. Moreover, the hidden poison of the hidden poison gecko could only be detected by a warrior with toxin detection abilities, otherwise, it would be ineffective. Yet, Mo Chen was able to discover that he had been poisoned shortly after administering the poison. Zhong Wukue was now secretly speculating that Mo Chen's corrosive fungus might possess the ability to detect toxins. It was truly unimaginable. Zhong Wukue ran frantically, the park's exit drawing nearer. But at that moment, 2 figures appeared to block his way. Zhong Wukue's veins bulged, and his steps gradually came to a halt as he gritted his teeth at the 2 people ahead. Julie. Mo Chen. Tap tap, a light footstep sound came from behind, and Zhong Wukue turned to see Du Zitong standing with his hands behind his back, looking at him mockingly. Surrounded from behind, Zhong Wukue realized that even if he wanted to escape now, he couldn't. Du Zitong shook his head and said regretfully, "Teacher Zhong, why bother? Did the Ability Academy send you? Or did you choose to assassinate Mo Chen for your students to advance?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Wukue glared angrily, clenching his fists as he stared directly at Mo Chen and said, "Why bother? Humph. Then you should ask why Mo Chen keeps provoking me?" Mo Chen furrowed his brows, looking at Zhong Wukue's face, and after rubbing his chin and studying him for a while, he said, "Who the hell are you?" Zhong Wukue was taken aback, looking at Mo Chen's reaction, as if he truly did not recognize him. He took a deep breath and said indignantly, "Still pretending with me? My 2 students died tragically at your hands, and you still dare to deny it?" Julie suddenly realized, and Mo Chen nodded, saying, "Oh, so you are their mentor?" At that time, Mo Chen didn't even know Duan Pang and Chang Shou, nor did he know Zhong Wukue. Of course, he still didn't know them now. He spread his hands and continued, "Well, you can't blame me for that, can you? They were the ones who made the first move. If they got killed by me, they can only blame their lack of skill. Or picking the wrong fight, right?" Listening to Mo Chen's mocking words, Zhong Wukue gradually tightened his fists. Du Zitong sneered, "Zhong Wukue, you really are something. Your own students started the trouble, and when they died, it doesn't matter to you? Can't you tell right from wrong as a teacher?" Zhong Wukue's forehead bulged with veins as he pointed at Mo Chen again and said, "Then you can expose it to the media." Julie coldly laughed, her expression sharp as she interrupted, "I warn you, Zhong Wukue. If you have no evidence, don't slander here. There's no need to waste words with you. You know how serious the consequences are for assassinating a contestant, right?" Zhong Wukue knew he had no evidence to say that the media was hired by Mo Chen. He certainly understood the consequences of assassinating contestants before the martial arts competition. But it was too late to regret now. The security personnel of the Dragon's Nest had already surrounded the entire park, and Zhong Wukui had no way to escape. If Zhong Wukui was caught, the outcome would be disastrous. Zhong Wukui nodded slightly and laughed maniacally. Alright, everyone is targeting me. Then I'll blow up with you. After saying that, he let out a loud roar and waved his hands, summoning all 8 uniquely shaped puppets from his storage ring. These 8 puppets not only had different shapes and sizes, but their abilities were also varied. The powers of 8 fierce beasts were sealed within them. At the same time, a large abscess made of flesh and blood immediately bulged on his back. Inside, there seemed to be something terrifying. Puff! 3 strong, robust black arms suddenly burst out from the large abscess on his back in the blink of an eye. At that moment, he looked like a terrifying, bizarre spider beast. Julie furrowed her brows and murmured, "This is the 3rd characteristic of the 1000 silk arm puppet spider. 8 spider arms." Each finger of Zhong Wukui's 8 arms gathered a dark purple thread that glowed. This dark purple thread seemed to have a mind of its own, precisely connecting to each puppet. Buzz! Crack! The puppet's eyes suddenly emitted a red light, and then they began to move strangely. Du Zitting flapped her 2 pairs of black wings, ready to strike. You can actually control 8 puppets at the same time. Interesting. But unfortunately, your own vitality is far too low compared to ours, only at level 61. Du Zitting's level was 67. And Julie's level was 65. In terms of levels, Zhong Wukui had no chance against Julie and Du Zitting. Yet, Zhong Wukui could control multiple puppets, and with the combination of different abilities, he was capable of forming an army by himself. Julie looked at the imposing, varied 8 puppets without any fear. She frowned tightly but still spoke confidently, "Even if you can control 80 puppets at the same time, you won't win. I'll make sure you die a very miserable death." Upon hearing this, a chill instantly crept into Du Zitting's heart. Although Julie was just a newly appointed level 5 instructor, her strength was among the best. Du Zitting knew that, with such a small level difference, she could never defeat Julie, who possessed the S-level ability, Toxic Body. Hearing this, Zhong Wukui laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, arrogant. Julie, is it? Humph. A mere woman who just started her job dares to speak so boldly? Take my move." Zhong Wukui moved his fingers, pulling the threads. The 8 puppets, each holding various weapons and floating in mid-air, seemed to come to life. They surrounded Zhong Wukui and launched an attack on Julie and Du Zitting, who were flanking from both sides. 2 slender puppets holding long spears and rods instantly charged towards Julie. Clang clang! Julie instantly donned black-purple claw covers and, with super-fast reflexes, immediately deflected the incoming long spears and rods. In that brief moment of opening, Zhong Wukui pressed his brows down, slightly moved his fingers, and immediately pulled one of the threads. The sword-wielding puppet floating above instantly opened its mouth wide, trembling its head as it gathered a basketball-sized electric ball in its mouth. Mo Chen furrowed his brow and immediately reacted, saying, "The wind and thunder symbol. The thunder death ray?" As soon as he finished speaking, the miniature thunder death ray had already charged up in an instant, followed by a deafening hum. Boom! A scorching thunder laser continuously shot towards the dodging Julie, melting everything it touched: ground, park pavilions, sculptures, and more. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Dragon Nest Hotel, where one could not see their hand in front of their face, the silence was so profound that even breathing could be heard. A mature man with messy short hair was sound asleep. On him lay a stunning woman with disheveled hair. This man was none other than the vice president of the Ability Academy, Qin Liangzhen. And the woman sprawled on him was Jiang Xiao, the director of the admissions office at the Ability Academy, who had quarreled with Mo Chen. Suddenly, a cheerful yet piercing ringtone shattered the tranquility. "Ding dong, chicken chubby baby so cute, bring your ID card." Qin Liangzhen, who had been immersed in a sweet dream, was ruthlessly awakened. He groggily fumbled for his phone on the bedside, his eyes not fully open, rubbing his dark circles before impatiently pressing the answer button. He asked, slightly annoyed and drowsy, "Hello. Who killed WH? What?" When he heard the news from the other end of the line, his face instantly turned pale, beads of sweat starting to form on his forehead as if he had just been pulled from icy water. "Okay, I'll be there right away." Qin Liangzhen's voice was filled with shock and panic as he abruptly sat up, immediately hanging up the phone, gripping it tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly. His drowsiness and annoyance had vanished without a trace. Jiang Xiao rubbed her sleepy eyes and murmured, "What's wrong?" Qin Liangzhen ignored her. He hurriedly got dressed and opened the window. Listening to the faint sound of police sirens in the distance, he gradually clenched his fists. Bang! A massive spiderweb-like crater was instantly smashed into the hard wall of the presidential suite. Shin Liangzhen's veins bulged as he cursed, "Damn it! Zhong Wukuwei, are you out of your mind?" Without further thought, Shin Liangzhen jumped out of the window and vanished in a flash, leaving a startled Jiang Qiao alone in the empty room. The security personnel surrounding the park, hearing the fierce sounds of battle and seeing the billowing dust and a fierce flash of lightning, dared not approach. An older security guard was holding a walkie-talkie, saying, "We really can't get in. This battle is between 6th-tier warriors. Lightning flashing, poison mist everywhere, fire and wind. I only make $200 a day. What am I risking my life for? You all hurry up and notify for reinforcements. And the heads of both schools to come over. ZZZZ. Buzz." Just as the old security guard finished speaking, his body was severed by a sudden bolt of lightning from the park. Before anyone could react, the old guard was split in two. At this moment, the picturesque park had been reduced to ruins by the earth-shattering battle between Julie, Du Zaitan, and Zhong Wukuwei. A strong wind swept through the park. Flames and lightning intertwined, ice and steel continuously grew, explosions rang out incessantly, and poison mist covered the ground. After a long exchange, the park was filled with ruins and debris. Zhong Wukuwei was actually able to withstand the onslaught of Julie and Du Zaitan by himself, demonstrating formidable strength. However, his level was ultimately lower than that of Julie and Du Zaitan, and he was now steadily retreating under their pressure. Controlling 8 puppets to face 2 powerful martial artists. It was simply too difficult. The spear puppet spat out fireballs, charging towards Julie. Julie continuously dodged the overwhelming lightning and flames, looking at Zhong Wukuwei, who was protected by layers of puppets, and thought angrily, "Oomph. Choosing long-range puppets to suppress me? You really underestimate me." Spirit-absorbing poison silk. With that, Julie flipped to evade the lightning and fireballs, instantly generating a thread made of venom. Seizing the moment when the lightning paused, she shot towards the sword-wielding puppet that was spewing lightning. Hiss hiss hiss, clang. The silk instantly wrapped around the puppet emitting lightning, then tightened. At this moment, Zhong Wukuwei could sense that the connection between the puppet and himself was weakening, as if the spiritual energy was being drained away. Zhong Wukuwei's eyes widened in shock, silently thinking, "What kind of battle technique is this? The spiritual energy of my puppet is continuously evaporating?" Julie had stored hundreds of different types of toxins within her body, allowing her to handle various enemies with greater ease. This was also her confidence in defeating Zhong Wukuwei. Clang clang clang, clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed fiercely from both in front of and behind Zhong Wukuwei. Without the puppet that could unleash thunderous death rays and fireballs, Julie and Du Zaitan's movements became increasingly smooth. At this moment, Mo Chen was observing the situation from a distance. The battle between these 6th-tier martial artists was too fierce, and Mo Chen, a martial artist with 999 health points, couldn't intervene yet. However, Zhong Wukuwei would definitely die at Mo Chen's hands, because long before the duel, Julie's hands and Du Zaitan's feathers had already been tainted with Mo Chen's corrosive fungus. As long as they inflicted even the slightest injury on Zhong Wukuwei, this demonic poison transformation would ensure his certain death. Mo Chen crossed his arms, watching the overwhelming situation with a secret smile. Sigh. If it weren't for my ability to detect toxins, I might really have been killed by you. Crack crack. After swiftly dealing with 4 puppets, Du Zaitan walked towards Zhong Wukuwei, speaking in a hoarse voice to persuade him. "Zhong Wukuwei, I know you have more puppets, but there's no need to bring them out. You are indeed strong, but you cannot win." Zhong Wukuwei looked at the dozens of puppets in his storage ring, halted his attack, nervously swallowed, and fell silent. Since the assassination attempt failed, he knew he couldn't escape. Zhong Wukuwei had always thought of himself as a person of great integrity. He believed that if he couldn't obtain the title of first-level mentor, he wouldn't be able to survive. It wasn't until he was on the brink of death that he realized, life is more important than vanity. So he let his face fall, speaking with a hint of pleading, "Mentor Du, let me go." Buzz. Taking advantage of Zhong Wukuwei's moment of distraction, Julie instantly flashed to his front. In a flash, Julie dodged Zhong Wukuwei's swinging punch and immediately grabbed his neck. Zhong Wukuwei was taken aback. He truly didn't expect that Julie really intended to kill him. Poison cocoon bind. Crack crack crack. Julie gripped Zhong Wukuwei's arm, a steady stream of venom pouring forth, instantly enveloping his entire body. At that moment, he resembled a cicada pupa, helpless and unable to fight back. Julie furrowed her brow, her voice cold and menacing as she said, "I told you, you will die a terrible death. All of this is your own doing." Outside the door, the security personnel were left in a state of confusion. "It's silent now. Did the fight end?" Who won? Isn't that obvious? 2 against 1, who do you think won? Hurry up and rush in, we need to clock out. The security personnel gathered outside the park, armed and ready, charged in after the sounds of the fight had completely faded. They assumed the battle was over and wanted to rush in to take a photo and clock out, hoping for a bonus later. The security personnel shouted loudly, "I will not share the same sky with evil. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Hearing the noisy shouts, Julie's hands quickly emitted a faint purple glow. The purple venom on her hands was rapidly spreading from Jong Wokuei's neck towards his head. Jong Wokuei's face turned pale, his eyes wide as he pleaded loudly, "I was wrong, I was wrong. I can pay, I can compensate." Suddenly, a fierce black figure plummeted from the sky, aiming for Julie's hand that was gripping Jong Wokuei's neck. At the same time, a shout rang out, "Show mercy." Julie immediately released her grip, reluctantly stepping back. Bang! The ground in front of Jong Wokuei instantly caved in, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly stood up, one hand behind his back, the other brushing off the dust from his clothes. Once the smoke dissipated, Du Zitong and Julie could finally see the newcomer. It was none other than the vice president of the Ability Academy, Shin Liangzhen. Emo-chan squinted slightly, carefully observing the person before him. Shin Liangzhen appeared to be in his 40s, tall and upright, with a resolute face and deep-set eyes that conveyed determination and decisiveness. He wore a tailored suit vest that showcased his elegant demeanor, but the misbuttoned vest revealed signs of his hurried arrival. His strength seemed to surpass both Julie and Du Zitong by quite a margin. Du Zitong looked at Shin Liangzhen with a hint of mockery, secretly thinking, "This junior. I heard he's the director of the Ability Academy admissions office. What was it? Jiang Qiao's godfather?" The spirit crow in Du Zitong's mind chuckled, "Ha ha ha, that's him, that's him. This is the one who raised her." Shin Liangzhen glanced at Du Zitong and Julie, then fixed his gaze on Emo-chan, bowing slightly to the three of them, his voice resolute, "I ask the three of you to show mercy. I am Shin Liangzhen, vice president of the Ability Academy. I am aware of what Jong Wokuei did to Emo-chan, and I will take him back to the Ability Academy to punish him properly and apologize to you. I hope your school will not publicize this matter." The three of them understood that the Ability Academy did not want this scandal to be exposed. The area around the Dragon's Nest competition venue had long been sealed off by security personnel, and no one could slip in before the martial arts competition began. It would be very simple for the Ability Academy to conceal this matter. Although this assassination incident was likely planned and executed by Jong Wokuei himself, after all, he was also a member of the Ability Academy. If this gets out, not only will Jong Wokuei face sanctions from the Dragon Country Martial Artists Association, but the reputation of the Ability Academy will also be tarnished. Julie knew that if Jong Wokuei were returned to the Ability Academy, he would likely just be demoted. Shin Liangzhen looked up and saw the three of them unresponsive, so he turned to the least experienced Emo-chan and asked, "Emo-chan, what do you think? Leave a line for future encounters." If he could gain Emo-chan's forgiveness before Lu Sanping arrived, then there would be no need to worry about this matter. Before he could finish speaking, Shin Liangzhen was interrupted by Emo-chan's almost shouting complaint. Emo-chan frowned tightly and said, slightly blaming, "Vice Principal Shin? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it sooner?" A bad feeling surged in Shin Liangzhen's heart as he slowly looked back at the unconscious Jong Wokuei, his face instantly turning pale. Jong Wokuei lay on the ground as if anesthetized, not making a sound. The right side of his hands and feet had already been gnawed away by the corrosive bacteria of the demonic poison and had dissipated. "Jong Wokuei? You won't even scream in pain?" Shin Liangzhen cursed loudly, instantly crouching down and feeding a powerful healing pill into the mouth of the pale Jong Wokuei. But it had no effect at all. The corrosive bacteria's demonic poison continued to invade his body. When Julie had come into contact with Jong Wokuei, she had paralyzed his entire body, rendering him as immobile as a dead pig. This way, Emo-chan's corrosive bacteria could quickly invade his body. Shin Liangzhen gasped, instantly turning his head, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at the three. In the blink of an eye, his gaze softened, almost pleadingly asking the two, "I beg you, please show mercy. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've caused you. If you can let him go this time, I will personally ensure he is sent to the Dragon Country Martial Artists Association for punishment in the future." Emo-chan knew that if Jong Wokuei died today, in the Dragon's Nest, the chances of the Ability Academy successfully concealing this matter would be greatly reduced. After all, this was a martial arts competition, and the eyes of the Dragon Country people were closely watching this event. If this scandal broke out, the Ability Academy would be finished. Zizizi, kakaka. A golden lightning bolt suddenly erupted from the dark clouds above, diving down like an enraged golden dragon right in front of Qin Liangzhen. Qin Liangzhen's brows instantly furrowed, and Du Zaitan's eyes widened in surprise as he said, "Old Lu is here." Bang! After a series of crackling thunder, Lu Sanping, wrapped in golden lightning armor and wearing a white tang suit embroidered with dragon patterns, slowly walked towards Qin Liangzhen with his hands behind his back. Though he was quite old, with gray hair and some age spots on his skin, his waist had never bent, and his aura was incredibly strong. Qin Liangzhen immediately wilted, secretly thinking, old people are still so arrogant. Lu Sanping looked at Qin Liangzhen and spoke in a voice that resonated like a bell, "Little Qin, this Zhong Wukui is already half dead. If he can't be saved, then don't bother, just find a chance to bury him." Wait, maybe there's no need to bury him. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the fallen Zhong Wukui, and in the blink of an eye, he was left with only the left half of his body. Even his head had been gnawed away by the corrosive bacteria, leaving no trace. Lu Sanping shook his head regretfully and said flatly, "There's still. You need to explain the situation to your reclusive principal, hold a press conference in a few days to clarify the relationship between your school and Zhong Wukui, and then apologize to us. And this matter will just pass. Be good, listen to Uncle LV." After saying this, LV Sanping walked away with his hands behind his back, taking Emo-chan and the others with him. Qin Liangzhen could only glare at LV Sanping's back, slightly bending down and saying with a conflicted heart, "Alright, Uncle LV. The 2219 martial arts competition officially opens today, January 1st, at 9 a.m. The participating contestants are. Today is the day the martial arts competition begins, and the streets are filled with live broadcasts of the event, with the entire Dragon Country immersed in a fervent atmosphere. Whether on the streets or various media platforms, there is an abundance of reports and discussions about the martial arts competition. In Nanzhou City, in the hall of the Nanzhou Martial Arts School, a huge television has attracted the attention of many martial artists who have just finished training. There are only a few minutes left until the official start. At this moment, they gathered in front of the television, eagerly anticipating the grand opening of the competition, discussing intensely. "Hey, let's see the strength of our top scholar Emo-chan. Ha ha ha, with that Kabedu from Tendu City, how can he compare to our Nanzhou top scholar? Don't you think so? Uncle Tang." The crowd's gaze focused on Tang Wei, who was calmly sipping hot tea at the front desk. At this moment, he was enjoying the compliments of the crowd, smiling without speaking. Next to the front desk, a man stood out. He held a black long spear, his expression indifferent as he leaned against the front desk, quietly watching the television screen. This man was Lindy, who had once teamed up with the deceased Zhao Tianyi and Su Mohong to participate in the martial arts examination. Due to being cleverly schemed against by Emo-chen, he lost the opportunity to pursue further studies at university. But he did not hold a grudge against Emo-chan, nor did he give up on the path of martial arts. Lindy only blamed himself for not being skilled enough. Now, he could only choose to become a bounty hunter, relying on himself to forge ahead on the path of martial arts. He glanced back at Tang Wei at the front desk and asked, "Uncle Tang, do you know? Emo-chen was almost assassinated by someone from the Ability Academy a few nights ago." Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's expression changed. The hot tea he had just brewed spilled a little due to the shock, causing his fingertips to feel a burning sensation. Tang Wei couldn't care too much and immediately leaned forward, lowering his voice to ask, "What? Emo-chen was assassinated? Is this true?" That's the Dragon Nest. Just a few days before the martial arts competition, an assassination attempt on a popular contender in the heavily secured Dragon Nest competition venue. Tang Wei could hardly believe it. Linda's expression was serious as he nodded slightly, then recounted the events. It was probably on the night of the 30th when Zhong Wukui from the Ability Academy attacked Emo-chen near the Dragon Nest. But he didn't succeed, and Emo-chen's mentor and assistant arrived in time, leading to a fight in a nearby park. In the end, Zhong Wukui died. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei let out a long breath. His brows relaxed, and he said with relief, "It's good that nothing happened. By the way, why did that Zhong guy want to assassinate Emo-chen? And who leaked this information?" Lindy scratched his head and then explained, "Zhong Wukui probably wanted to eliminate Emo-chen to help his student Xiefan advance. As for who leaked this, I feel it's likely those security personnel who were present at the scene." Qin Liangzhen certainly did not listen to Lu Sanping's advice and openly disclosed the matter. The official organizers of the martial arts competition publicly imposed severe penalties and sanctions on the Ability Academy, but behind the scenes, they were still doing their utmost to help the Ability Academy conceal the incident. After all, the official organizers of the martial arts competition did not want the citizens of Longwei to know about this disgraceful affair. After all, this Zhong Wukui almost succeeded in poisoning Emo-chen. If this matter were to spread, the consequences would be extremely serious. They did not care about the reputation of the Ability Academy, but the reputation of the martial arts competition could not be tarnished. However, walls have ears, and this matter ultimately leaked out. It's 9 o'clock sharp. Watch the live broadcast, Emo-chan is about to appear. The time had come for the competition at 9 o'clock, and the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall erupted into a clamor once again, with everyone stopping their conversations and focusing intently on the screen. In the sea of people at the Long Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall, a passionate voice rang out, "Good morning to all the audience here." Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. It's that time of year again for the Longhua Martial Arts Competition. The bell has rung to signal the start, and the warriors who have been preparing for a long time will shine at this moment. Today, you and I will witness the waves of an era belonging to Longhua. Accompanied by the announcer's impassioned shouts, the packed Long Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall instantly erupted into a thunderous cheer. It felt as if the entire world was submerged in this wave of applause, igniting a fervor in everyone's hearts. At this moment of great anticipation, the announcer shouted, "Welcome the contestants to the stage." Dang 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 dang. A stirring piece of music suddenly played. Contestants from the three major schools marched in with synchronized and determined steps, forming three formations as they slowly entered the martial arts hall. Dressed in their respective school uniforms, they beamed at the audience, waving their hands, looking spirited and full of vigor. Emo-chen, Chi-Beidou, and Long Xianqing proudly carried the flags of their respective academies, appearing calm and confident as they waved continuously at the front. Behind them, the senior students followed closely behind the new generation of warriors. At this moment, the announcer explained to the audience, each year, the various academies participating in the martial arts competition send strong new students to be the flag bearers. This signifies the fighting spirit of the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, each generation surpassing the last. The director's camera unexpectedly cut to the three flag bearers from the three major schools. The images of Emo-chen, Chi-Beidou, and Long Xianqing immediately appeared on the big screen. The headliner of the Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chen, radiating confidence and a unique aura, was positioned in the center. The announcer immediately said, "These three are the geniuses who created the 3 days of mutual glory. The one in the middle is Emo-chen from the Martial Arts Academy." The venue erupted into deafening cheers. After the leak regarding the Long Nest assassination incident, the reputation of the Ability Academy had completely turned around. The assassination of a top contender was indeed despicable and shameless. Whether or not it was plotted by the Ability Academy, Zhong Wukue was still a secondary mentor at the Ability Academy. The netizens were now overwhelmingly supportive of Emo-chen. Emo-chen's strength had left them in shock. After all, he was the only one who had been personally assassinated by a level 61 warrior and emerged unscathed as a zero-level junior. At this moment, Emo-chen was enthusiastically waving to the audience. His smile was full of confidence, as if he were a dreamer who had struggled on a difficult path, finally achieving his dream. Of course, the reason that made Emo-chen the happiest was not just this. The reason that made Emo-chen the happiest was that Chang Nan, who had threatened him immediately after the martial arts exam and then hastily settled the matter with a black card, had now come to watch the match at the Dragon's Nest. Moreover, Chang Nan had brought his family along. His wife, who had been with him since their youth, and their precious son, who was like a piece of his heart, were currently watching the match in the VIP lounge. Emo-chen looked up at the VIP box and secretly laughed to himself. "Chang Nan, you should have died a long time ago. To give me a chance to strike, you even brought your little son, who hasn't awakened his abilities yet? How embarrassing." At this moment, Chang Nan, dressed in an elegant suit, was sitting on a soft sofa in the VIP lounge with his graceful and charming wife. Although his wife had passed her youthful years, she still exuded a unique charm. "Daddy! What is this thing?" A shout came from behind, and Chang Nan reluctantly shifted his gaze to the lively little boy. The child, dressed in black overalls, was Chang Nan's own son, Chang Koan. He looked to be around 6 or 7 years old, holding a bottle of expensive red wine. Chang Nan waved his hand, smiling indulgently. "Little Koan, come here. This is red wine, children can't drink this, it's very spicy." Hearing this, Chang Koan reluctantly let go of the bottle and ran to sit between the two of them. Chang Nan looked towards the competition arena, and at that moment, the commentator said, "The first match will be between Zhong Lingling from the Martial Arts Academy and Long Xianqing from the Dragon Country Military Academy. The event will start in 15 minutes. Creak, click." At this moment, the door of the VIP room made a soft sound as a well-dressed guest attendant opened the door. He respectfully said, "Mr. Chang, your invited guest has arrived." "Got it." A contestant dressed in the black uniform of the Martial Arts Academy stepped inside. Chang Nan's wife turned to glance at the boy with a bun hairstyle and smiled, her voice sultry and mature. Ah, Mo Chen is here. Mo Chen smiled without reaching his eyes and nodded slightly. Good day, Mrs. Principal. Then, Mo Chen directly sat down on the black chair beside the soft sofa. Chang Nan turned his head to the left and scrutinized Mo Chen from top to bottom. The Mo Chen before him was well dressed, and his demeanor and aura had improved significantly. He exuded a unique charm that came from his own powerful strength. Chang Nan stroked his mustache and then shook his head in disbelief. Hiss. Mo Chen, oh Mo Chen. You really managed to raise your vitality value to 999 calories in just 6 months. The admissions director of the Ability Academy, Zhang Qiao, must be feeling quite disheartened now. Chang Nan laughed grandly, but inside, he felt a wave of goosebumps. Mo Chen's growth rate was truly beyond his expectations. Chang Nan had thought that within 6 months, Mo Chen could at most raise his vitality value to 700 or 800 calories. He never expected that Mo Chen had actually done what he said. What Chang Nan didn't know was that Mo Chen's vitality value had now overflowed by 215 calories, and once he advanced in rank, he could immediately claim this excess vitality value. Hearing this, Mo Chen simply smiled faintly and said, Principal, since I have the ability to say such harsh words, I naturally have the confidence to back it up. Clap, clap, clap. Chang Nan clapped his hands vigorously and laughed. Good. Truly worthy of being the genius top scholar from our Nanzhou No. 1 high school. I just hope that after you achieve success and fame, you won't forget your hometown. Mo Chen chuckled and waved his hand, saying, No, no, no. I won't forget. I am someone who doesn't forget my roots. How could I forget those? Kind-hearted fellow townsfolk? Mo Chen would not forget the elders of Nanzhou City. To give back to the townsfolk, Mo Chen planned to mutate the blood theft bacteria after the martial arts competition, allowing everyone who had mocked him to personally infect themselves with this bacteria. The blood theft bacteria could steal the vitality gained from cultivation, allowing him to quickly recover from injuries. Mo Chen would let this bacteria spread from generation to generation, ensuring that those who had laughed at him would never rise again. Chang Nan looked at the wildly laughing Mo Chen, feeling inexplicably uneasy. 2 months ago, Guangyang, who had been sponsored by Chang Nan for a road trip, went missing in Tendu, which made Chang Nan very concerned. Guangyang, along with his wife and bodyguard, mysteriously disappeared from the hotel, and their whereabouts remained unknown. The Martial Artist Association's investigation department deduced from the deep dents on the car door that they must have had a conflict with a powerful martial artist on the highway and were abducted by this powerful martial artist upon returning to the hotel. Although there were no surveillance cameras, Chang Nan's intuition told him that Mo Chen might be related to this matter. Chang Nan picked up a cigarette, lit it, and slowly said, Mo Chen, your high school homeroom teacher, Guangyang, has died. Mo Chen crossed his legs and replied flatly, Is that so? What a pity. Looking at Mo Chen's unperturbed expression, Chang Nan wanted to activate his ability to distinguish true from false to determine if Mo Chen was really involved in this matter. Unfortunately, his ability was still on cooldown. At this moment, Chang Nan's precious son, Chun Koan, was biting his finger and slowly walked up to Mo Chen. He looked into Mo Chen's eyes and asked, Daddy, who is this brother? His eyelashes are so long. Chang Nan frowned slightly and hurriedly picked up his son, saying, This is a student of mine from before, you can call him Brother Mo Chen. When Chang Nan saw his precious son standing next to Mo Chen, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was afraid that Mo Chen, who was known for his vengefulness, would secretly target his son. After all, he had humiliated him so much before and had only given him a black card to hastily settle the matter. However, Chang Nan also knew that no matter how petty or vengeful Mo Chen was, he wouldn't dare to openly harm a child under the bright sky. Moreover, Chang Nan was a peak 4th-tier martial artist. Dealing with a 0-tier Mo Chen would be a piece of cake. Just then, Chun Koan suddenly started making a fuss, shouting, Mom, I want to go outside. Chang Nan's wife frowned and scolded Chun Koan, Hey, you little rascal. The competition is about to start, and you're already making a fuss to go out? Chang Nan took a puff of his cigarette and said to his wife, He probably has no one to play with and is bored. You take him out for a walk, it won't be long before he starts wanting to come back. Seeing Chang Nan give such instructions, the principal's wife could only nod and carried Chun Koan out of the VIP room. You little rascal, sigh. Do you need to go to the bathroom? Once you're done, let's hurry back to the box to watch the match, okay? Mrs. Chang Nan was holding her son, quickly heading towards the restroom. Mom, Brother Mo Chen's eyes are so bright. Aren't Mom's eyes bright too? They're just as sparkling and twinkling, right? No, Brother's eyes are this bright. Mrs. Chang Nan casually glanced at her son, but then suddenly broke into a cold sweat, her pupils rapidly constricting. In her gaze, Chang Kuan's eyes were a fiery orange. And after locking eyes with him, her own eyes immediately began to show flecks of orange. Dear audience, there are less than 3 minutes until the first match, Zhong Lingling vs Long Xianqing, begins. Next, let's introduce some match rules as usual. The commentator stood in the commentary room, passionately explaining the match rules and the competitors to the audience. The rules of the martial arts competition were similar to those of the selection matches. It was still about delivering a fatal blow to the opponent, considered a kill, or controlling the opponent for 10 seconds, considered submission. Both methods allowed for advancement. As for surrender, for the martial artists standing in the martial arts competition, those two words simply did not exist in their dictionary. Cheng Nan was sitting on the sofa in the VIP room, looking somewhat impatient. He occasionally glanced at his watch on his wrist, muttering to himself, "TSK. It's been almost 10 minutes since they went out, why aren't they back yet?" Beside him, Mo Chen appeared calm. Because it wasn't his turn to compete yet. Ding! At that moment, Cheng Nan's phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly opened the green bubble and saw a message that made his head spin with confusion. Dear message, location sharing, Dragon Nest Park. Dear voice message, hubby, little Kuan sneaked into the Forbidden Park. Dear voice message, if the security finds out, it will be a big deal. You need to sneak over and bring him back. Cheng Nan's brows furrowed tightly. His hand trembled slightly without him realizing it, and his body slowly stood up. What does this mean? I told her to take our son for a walk. How did he end up in that Forbidden Park ruin? Mo Chen looked at the sweating Cheng Nan and frowned, asking, Principal, what's wrong? And nothing. My wife went back to the hotel to get something. She doesn't have the key. I need to go back and bring it to her. Mo Chen, you stay here for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, Cheng Nan extinguished his cigarette and immediately turned to rush out of the VIP room. Watching Cheng Nan's back, Mo Chen slowly stood up. Bang! After the door closed, he plopped down on the soft sofa where their family of 3 had been sitting, then crossed his legs and rested them on the black glass table in front of him. He then took out an expensive cigarette from Cheng Nan's cigarette case, put it in his mouth, and tilted his head back to exhale smoke. Mo Chen's eyes, at that moment, glimmered with orange. He knew that Cheng Nan wouldn't be coming back. Little Kuan is still too mischievous. I've spoiled him too much. And my wife, knowing that Dragon Nest Park is forbidden and no one is allowed to approach, actually let our son sneak in there. If he's discovered, it will be a hassle. Cheng Nan was sweating profusely, thinking while running. At this moment, he had used his VIP status to evade the security personnel's inspection and had successfully arrived at the perimeter near the park. Without hesitation, Cheng Nan crossed the boundary and hurried towards the red dot location. As he got closer to his destination, the smell of blood in the park ruins grew stronger. A sense of danger surged into Cheng Nan's heart. His footsteps gradually slowed, and he eventually stood still. Not far in front of him, a blood-soaked woman appeared, leaning against a large tree, having fainted from excessive blood loss. This person was Cheng Nan's wife. Beside her stood a security guard in a black protective uniform, holding a pitch-black long gun, with a resolute expression. And at this moment, Cheng Nan's precious son lay unconscious at the feet of the security guard. Cheng Nan gritted his teeth and shouted, Wife? Son? What? What do you mean? The security guard twirled the black long gun in his hand and mockingly said to Cheng Nan, I'm just following orders to guard this Dragon Nest Park. These two are your wife and son, right? You don't need to worry, they're not dead yet. You really are something, don't you know what happened here a few days ago? And you still dared to let them into this forbidden place. Cheng Nan was furious and yelled at the security guard, I am a VIP, the principal of Nanzhouno 1 High School. You, a mere security guard, dare to lay hands on my wife and son? Upon hearing this, the security guard burst into laughter. You, a small principal, think you can stir up trouble in this city? Let me put it this way. Ever since the assassination incident was leaked by a reporter, the higher-ups only instructed us with one thing. Anyone who enters the park is to be killed without mercy. Of course, if you were to give me some benefits. Cheng Nan's skin crawled. He never expected that the event officials would go to such lengths to seal off the news. At this moment, Cheng Nan had already softened. If money could solve the problem, it was no problem at all. He raised his hands high, his eyes narrowed with anger, and in front of this person, he activated the ability of the storage ring, nodding repeatedly, Okay. I have money, I'll get it now. Buzz! A bright silver long knife was swiftly drawn from the storage ring with lightning speed. With a whoosh, Cheng Nan's eyes glowed red and green as he bent down and slashed at the security guard. Before the guard could react, he was cut open across the chest, and with a spray of crimson blood mist erupted. Ugh! The security guard collapsed instantly. According to Cheng Nan's authenticity identification, this security guard was not strong at all, merely an ordinary third-tier martial artist. Anyone who dared to harm Cheng Nan's most beloved family would only meet death. Cheng Nan ignored the security guard and immediately took out 2 powerful healing pills from the storage ring, feeding them to his wife's mouth. Suddenly, a noise came from behind Cheng Nan. The security guard he had just killed slowly stood up. He touched the gaping wound that was bleeding profusely and murmured, "TSK. Really?" Cheng Nan instantly turned around, and at that moment, he was completely dumbfounded. The security guard he had killed was completely unharmed and was now aiming his long gun at the unconscious Cheng Kuan. Looking at his precious son with skin pierced by the gun's tip, Cheng Nan had no time to think. His knees buckled, and he immediately knelt on the ground, pleading with the security personnel, I was wrong. Just take my life, but please let my... Before he could finish his sentence, the security personnel grabbed Cheng Nan's head and, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, slammed it violently against the tree. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and a blood-stained deep pit appeared on the tree. Cheng Nan's head was being tightly pressed down, and he grimaced in pain, looking at the security personnel whose face was as pale as a corpse, yet whose eyes shone with a bright orange-red light. The security personnel said expressionlessly, "Keep your eyes on mine. Tell me, what do you see?" Cheng Nan trembled at the corners of his mouth, staring into the security's mesmerizing eyes, his own bloodshot whites quickly developing orange-red spots. Suddenly, his body seemed to be controlled by another person, and he inexplicably picked up the long knife from the ground. Cheng Nan's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in shock, What does this mean?" Seeing this scene, the security personnel grinned with a bloodless smile. The orange-red glow in his left eye was dimming, but suddenly it surged back like a tide, turning into a deep blue. Cheng Nan, seeing those familiar deep blue eyes, widened his eyes in terror. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, yet his heart was screaming in rage, "It's you! Mo-chan! I want to kill you! I want to slice you into 1,000 pieces!" The security personnel drew his long gun, slowly aiming it at Cheng Nan in front of him, while Cheng Nan's body, uncontrollably, gripped the knife handle, trembling as he aimed it at his unconscious son. He was silently furious, his insides aching with immense anger, causing the wrinkles on his face to contort in agony. 2 crystal-clear tears glistened in Cheng Nan's orange-red eyes. Puff! In the deserted ruins of the park, the sound of steel clashing with flesh echoed. Just moments after the sound ended, the security personnel, noticing something unusual on the surveillance, rushed into the park with a large security team. "Where is everyone? Where did the guard Shaoli go? He went in with that mother and son. Damn it! Hurry up and find them! Captain, look here!" The gray-haired security captain, upon hearing the voice, looked at the tree trunk with a massive deep pit, his brows furrowing tightly. Beneath the tree lay several bodies, looking like mangled flesh. At this moment, Mo-chan was sitting in Cheng Nan's VIP room, watching the match between Zhong Lingling and Long Xianqing, humming a cheerful tune. With just one glance, he used crimson eyes to quickly infect the young Cheng Kuan with spirit bacteria. Then he found an opportunity to infect Cheng Nan's wife and took his son into the sealed park ruins. He also conveniently infected the security personnel Shaoli, leading to the subsequent dramatic scene. Killing Cheng Nan brought him immense joy. Just moments ago, when Cheng Nan deliberately revealed the news of his homeroom teacher Guangyang's death to him, he sensed it. Cheng Nan suspected that he had killed Guangyang. Moreover, he wanted to use his ability, identifying truth and falsehood, to test him. "Principal, oh principal, if I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? In order to obtain the true information about my corrosive fungi, they chose to target a powerless, impoverished child like me. Not worth it." When Mo-chan took action, he was completely unconcerned that this matter would be widely publicized. Because the martial arts competition had already experienced an assassination incident a few days prior, resulting in the death of Zhong Wukuwei. If it were to be revealed that a bunch of people had died again, the reputation of this martial arts competition would plummet. And the official organization of the martial arts competition was, in fact, the Martial Artists Association. The all-powerful Martial Artists Association would never allow such a damaging incident to occur. They would definitely use mysterious means to make this matter disappear completely. After all, Cheng Nan was just a small principal. Moreover, Mo-chan deliberately chose to act in the ruins of the park. The cameras in the park ruins had long been damaged due to Zhong Wukuwei's fight, making it perfect for fabricating a story. And not using demonic poison to make their bodies disappear was to prevent the investigation department of the Martial Artists Association from linking it to the previous disappearance of Guangyang, and thus connecting it back to Mo-chan himself. From the moment Wei Wenliang and Chang Nan began to threaten Mo Chun, both sides had already become enemies. Regarding the matter of killing Chang Nan's entire family, Mo Chen did not find it inappropriate. He deeply understood a principle: if you cut the grass but do not remove the roots, it will grow back with the spring breeze. Mo Chen savored this scenario and decided to fully immerse himself in the match between Zhong Lingling and Long Xianqing. Zhong Lingling was currently engaged in a few rounds of combat with Long Xianqing. At this moment, the two had each taken a step back, silently confronting each other from a distance. Their detailed stats were displayed on the large screen in the venue. Martial artist, Long Xianqing, Dragon Country Military Academy, Vitality, 999 card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 333-333-333 Ability, Transformation System S-Class, Heavenly Dragon Body Refinement, S-Class, Pure Azure Dragon Combat Skills, Hidden. Martial artist, Zhong Lingling, Martial Arts Academy, Vitality, 980 card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 400-290-290 Ability, Enhancement System S-Class, Slaughter Expert Body Refinement, S-Class, Bloodstorm Dragon Combat Skills, Hidden. The official martial arts competition, in order to ensure the excitement and viewing pleasure of the matches, deliberately hid the martial artists' combat skill panels. To know the opponent's combat skills, one could only refer to their past matches. Not only that, contestants could not wear their own battle attire. They could only choose from a few types of battle attire provided by the officials. This competition-specific battle attire had the ability to detect the contestants' conditions. If a martial artist's consciousness dissipated, it would instantly trigger an alarm and generate a spiritual power shield, thus ending the match. The male spectators on site, watching the two beautiful women in the center of the arena, murmured with flushed cheeks, "Oh ho ho, awesome!" Just by looking at their mesmerized expressions, one could tell how beautiful the battle attire they wore was. The coldly beautiful Long Xianqing, with her high ponytail, chose a pure white, swimsuit-like, tight high-slit battle attire. The design of that high-slit battle attire was very clever. It fit snugly against Long Xianqing's body curves, as if it were custom-made for her. It not only showcased Long Xianqing's proud body proportions but also highlighted the lines of her long legs. In contrast, Zhong Lingling's choice of battle attire was different. Zhong Lingling styled her long, shiny black hair into a bun. She wore a pair of black, thin protective pants with a stocking-like texture on her lower half, perfectly showcasing her straight and alluring legs. The upper body was clad in a black, form-fitting tank top that was advantageous for close combat, with hints of a little white rabbit and a slim waist that were utterly irresistible. Although her enticing legs were not fully revealed, the charm she exuded was still hard to resist. Mo Chen carefully pondered, and at that moment, he noticed the sexy battle outfits both of them were wearing, staring in shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Can children even look at this?" Mo Chen's heart raced, seemingly forgetting that he had just slaughtered Chang Nan's entire family. He shook his head and cleared his throat. "Ahem. The match is important. I can't let the allure of the red-skinned skeleton distract me. I need to quickly gather information on Long Xianqing's abilities. The S-Class transformation system is as I expected. The Heavenly Dragon, her abilities are overwhelmingly powerful." Looking at Long Xianqing, who had her hands behind her back, slightly tilting her head with an indifferent expression, Zhong Lingling felt inexplicably furious. Both of them were martial artists. In terms of combat skills, Zhong Lingling far surpassed Long Xianqing. However, Long Xianqing had more offensive techniques. After several probing exchanges with Long Xianqing, Zhong Lingling had to admit that her martial arts were also quite impressive. Coupled with the S-Class ability, Heavenly Dragon, which provided her with various offensive methods, her overall strength far exceeded Zhong Lingling's, making her quite a challenge. Zhong Lingling looked at Long Xianqing, secretly contemplating, no wonder she's a genius who achieved a 100% win rate alongside Mo Chen. The 3 days of glory, right? But she's still far from Mo Chen. Buzz. As she spoke, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from Zhong Lingling's entire being. A wave of blood-red energy slowly emerged around her. The commentator immediately shouted passionately, "After these exchanges, Zhong Lingling has fully unleashed her ability, S-Class, Slaughter Expert." This ability significantly enhances Zhong Lingling's attributes and allows her combat skills to become even more refined. Long Xianqing gazed at Zhong Lingling, whose eyes were gradually turning red, as if caught in a frenzy, and whispered, "Brother Dragon, assist me." Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura swept in like a storm, shaking the entire Dragon Nest arena. A strong wave of energy forced the commentator to frown and shield his face, but he continued to shout, "Long Xianqing is about to unleash her S-Class ability. This is the strongest S-Class transformation ability I have ever seen. Heavenly Dragon." At this moment, the atmosphere reached its peak. Long Xianqing's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Her limbs were gradually covered by a layer of snow-white scales, each shimmering with a mysterious, colorful glow. Her nails grew longer, and her muscles became more toned. At the same time, a few dragon scales sprouted beside her frosty cheeks, and a pair of snow-white dragon horns slowly grew from her forehead, her eyes radiating brilliant light, appearing incredibly divine. Emo-chen furrowed his brow, secretly thinking, so this is the heavenly dragon? With Long Xianqing's current vitality, she probably can't transform into the complete form of heavenly dragon yet. But this little dragon humanoid form can still grant her immense power. Transformation abilities possess extremely strong growth potential. Once Long Xianqing's vitality increases to a level similar to Du Zitong's, she will be able to transform into the complete form of heavenly dragon. The consciousness of the brother dragon within her will also become increasingly apparent. This is a good thing. These consciousnesses can provide great help in combat and training. Of course, as long as the dragon brother within her doesn't rebel like Du Ziten's crow spirit. Emo-chen slowly stood up. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window of the VIP room, his expression focused on the duel between Zhong Lingling and Long Xianqing. Zhong Lingling looked at Long Xianqing, her brows slightly furrowed. She no longer hesitated, her right foot stomped heavily on the ground, and then, with her muscles tensed, she rushed to Long Xianqing's front in an instant. Zhong Lingling pressed her brows down and silently chanted in her heart, Shen Long Leg. V-Room. A dark, heavy whip kick was aimed at Long Xianqing's cold and beautiful face, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The shadow covered Long Xianqing's shocked face. He didn't expect that Zhong Lingling, enhanced by the slaughter expert, would have such a significant increase in speed. Long Xianqing had no time to dodge and quickly crossed his arms, raising the arm covered in the cold, pure white dragon scales. Blood control. Bang! The audience had no time to react. A deafening sonic boom, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, rapidly spread throughout the arena. The ground instantly showed a web-like pattern of dense cracks. The audience couldn't see when Zhong Lingling had unleashed this fierce combat skill, but they could see. Long Xianqing's long, pure white legs were now deeply embedded in the ground. Crack, crack, bang. Long Xianqing immediately leaped out of the ground. She soared into the air, blocking the sunlight that illuminated Zhong Lingling, her entire body shrouded in shadow. The commentators suddenly shouted, Long Xianqing is unscathed. On her arms, a dazzling white spiritual armor resembling dragon scales has appeared. It's an A-level combat skill, dragon scale armor. Having endured a Shen Long Leg, the dragon scale armor attached to Long Xianqing's arms was gradually dissipating. Zhong Lingling looked at Long Xianqing, who was suspended in midair, frowning and thinking, so she can fly. And that dragon scale armor, no wonder it could withstand my Shen Long Leg. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Zhong Lingling, slowly opening his mouth. V-Room. A palm-sized round red spiritual power ball was slowly gathering in her mouth, emitting a faint fragrance. Long Xianqing's brows furrowed, and several red spiritual power balls immediately erupted from her mouth, shooting out together. The commentator's eyes widened in shock. This is an S-level combat skill. Dragon Alchemy. If it hits the opponent, it can cause an extremely explosive area attack. Zhong Lingling's delicate brows furrowed tightly, thinking, dragon scale armor. A transparent red dragon scale armor instantly attached to Zhong Lingling's hands. She fixed her gaze on the rapidly approaching dragon alchemy and swiftly swung her palms at them with lightning speed. Her arms whipped like long whips. In an instant, the several dragon alchemy balls were all deflected by Zhong Lingling's palms, scattering towards the audience. Bang bang bang! Each dragon alchemy, upon contact with the transparent spiritual power array protecting the audience, instantly transformed into a pure white spiritual energy ball, exploding against the array wall. Long Xianqing lowered her brows, unconsciously revealing a charming smile, her voice sweet and crisp as she secretly laughed. Interesting. To be able to deflect my dragon alchemy, she truly deserves to be the second martial artist after Emo-chen. After saying this, Long Xianqing floated in midair, like a fish in water, rapidly diving towards Zhong Lingling with a punch. Zhong Lingling also responded with a punch. Bang! A fierce wave of energy surged through the scene once again. Zhong Lingling and Long Xianqing's fists collided, the dragon scale armor attached to them slowly dissipating. The two locked eyes, and with a furrowed brow, they immediately swung their fists, unleashing a storm of blows upon each other. The sand and stones around them were constantly shaken by the shockwaves, forming a massive sandstorm, countless particles swirling up like a dust storm. However, this was not a beautiful performance, but a life and death struggle. In the smoke-filled environment, only two incredibly fast shadows could be seen fiercely clashing, their figures intertwining like lightning, dazzling to behold. The fight continued for a long time, but neither side showed any signs of fatigue. Zhong Lingling ducked to evade a powerful swing from Long Xianqing, then quickly counterattacked. Her fist shot forward like a cannonball, striking fiercely at Long Xianqing's ribs. Bang! Crack! A sonic boom echoed, and Long Xianqing's entire body jolted. Her magnificent white rabbit trembled slightly, and the pure white dragon scale armor on her ribs now showed a faint crack. Seeing this, Long Xianqing frowned slightly. Looking at the crack in the dragon scale armor on her ribs, she silently thought, this power should not be underestimated. I understand now, Brother Long. I will no longer underestimate her. Long Xianqing reacted quickly, and to create distance, she lifted her long, beautiful leg and kicked towards Zhong Lingling. Bang! The thick dust in the arena immediately scattered. Zhong Lingling was kicked away by Long Xianqing, her body bending into a bow shape, sliding along the inertia until she finally stopped at the edge of the arena. After taking that kick, Zhong Lingling felt something was off. Long Xianqing, is she still hiding something? Buzz buzz buzz. Before she could stand up, she sensed an extremely powerful wave of spiritual energy coming from in front of her. Zhong Lingling clutched her abdomen, fearfully looking up. In the distance, Long Xianqing's voice whispered, Qilong Tong Tian kiss. She puffed out her cheeks, forming a kissing shape with her lips. With a forceful exhale, an incredibly fierce, pale white beam of deathlight erupted from her mouth, rushing towards Zhong Lingling with a terrifying momentum. Buzz! This destructive beam of light was like a ferocious white dragon, cutting through the air at high speed, producing a deafening roar. The entire arena was instantly illuminated by this intense light, transforming into a stage as bright as day. Where it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, creating twisted currents. The commentator instantly leaped up, shouting loudly, this is Long Xianqing's unique, S-class battle technique, Qilong Tong Tian kiss. This battle technique is a combination of her special ability, Tong Tian Dragon, and the third characteristic of Wuzhu Qi, Wuzhu Spiritual Wave, forming a beam of deathlight. The power of this deathlight can easily melt through the body of a level 15 Wind Thunder elephant. In an instant, all the noisy sounds in the world disappeared. Zhong Lingling felt as if time had slowed down. On the ground, Wu Zhiga's expression was filled with terror, his cheeks already soaked with cold sweat. The audience's expressions varied, filled with regret, joy, shock. Zhong Lingling came back to her senses, looking at the vast and long attack range of the Qilong Tong Tian kiss. She quickly assessed, dodging is definitely not an option. It seems I can only fight to the death now. In an instant, Zhong Lingling's body, facing the deadly light, immediately radiated waves of energy and ripples. All enhanced combat skills and traits were activated. At this moment, Zhong Lingling was fully empowered by ability, Slaughter Expert, Beast Trait, Boiling Dragon Blood, Beast Trait, Scorching Blood, Beast Trait, Blood Control, Combat Skill, Blood Fury, and Combat Skill, Dragon Scale Armor. Time instantly returned to its original state. Bang! Zhong Lingling's body was instantly engulfed by the explosive deadly light. Shi Beidou, standing in the Ability Academy viewing area, shook his head secretly and murmured, it's over. Meanwhile, Mo Chen, in the VIP lounge, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, wait, no! Zhong Lingling is still holding on inside the deadly light. The black, graceful figure within the deadly light struck a pose and shouted with a shocking aura, blood morning. Scorching fist. Beep beep beep. Buzz. Boom. A deafening sound explosion surged forth as a scorching fist wind violently collided with the white deadly light. This fist wind, like burning flames, carried a searing aura and immense power, intent on incinerating everything. In an instant, the entire arena erupted with a sharp, piercing sound. The white deadly light was instantly split in half by the powerful fist wind, rushing towards the spectators at the edge of the arena, ultimately crashing into the spiritual energy array. Watching the burning fist wind rushing towards her, Long Xianqing's beautiful, clear eyes widened in shock. She never expected that Zhong Lingling had hidden an attack skill that could rival the Qilong Tong Tian kiss. Boom! In a split second, the fist wind swept over Long Xianqing's delicate body. The dragon scale armor on her was instantly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the pure white high-cut battle suit she wore was burned to tatters by the fist wind. A large pit was instantly scorched into the abdomen of her battle suit, revealing her soft belly and the snowy white southern hemisphere clearly. It was a sight to behold, laid bare for all to see. At the same time, a deafening broadcast sounded from above the dragon nest. The battle suit detection system has issued a warning. Martial Arts Academy, Zhong Lingling's consciousness has dissipated. The winner is Dragon Country Military Academy, Long Xianqing. The crowd, realizing what had happened, turned to look at Zhong Lingling, who stood at the other end of the arena. Her eyes rolled back, her body covered in injuries, and her clothes burned away by more than half. She was now protected by a blue spiritual energy shield. The emergency team rushed onto the arena, using abilities and potions to treat Zhong Lingling. The audience, momentarily stunned, erupted into a deafening, overwhelming cheer. The commentator jumped up and shouted, "The match is over. Let's congratulate Long Xianqing from the Dragon Country Military Academy." The battle between the two can be said to be evenly matched. Especially Zhong Lingling's final combat skill, its lethality and visual impact were extremely formidable. Chi Beidou stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, to withstand Long Xianqing's Qilong Tong Tian Kiss, and still unleash such a fierce combat skill. Zhong Lingling's strength can be said to be the best among us three. Emo Chen turned away nonchalantly, sitting back on the sofa and quietly thought, Zhong Lingling, who wasn't even treated as a top player by the Martial Arts Academy and couldn't even fill her vitality, can still go toe-to-toe with Long Xianqing. Without me, Zhong Lingling would definitely be trained as the top candidate. Tyrannosaurus, a name that lives up to its reputation. In the tense atmosphere of the security studio, a heavy mood hung in the air. In the center of the room stood a redwood long table, surrounded by a group of serious-looking security personnel, all appearing quite distressed. What? Another death? The head of the security team was holding a foul-mouthed phone call, reporting in a low voice, "Yes. This time there are 4 dead, from the family of a principal from a high school in Nanzhou, and 1 security guard." After a moment of silence on the phone, the voice continued to ask, "Where did they die? Did anyone else witness the incident?" The security captain immediately replied, "They died in Longqiao Park. No one saw anything." Looking at the entrance surveillance, it was that mother and son who arrived at the park first, then our security found them and caught those 2. After that, when the principal arrived, they fought, and all of them died. The voice on the other end sighed in relief and then said lightly, "That's good. You go handle the bodies, I'll take care of the rest." Ding! At this moment, Emo Chen was sitting in Chang Nan's VIP room when his phone suddenly received a message. Chang Nan's message, "Emo Chen, sorry." Chang Nan's message, "Something urgent came up, I might not be able to watch the match." Emo Chen's lips curled slightly, he knew someone was coming to clean up the mess. Pretending to be unaware, he replied to a few messages before leaving the VIP room with his hands in his pockets, heading towards the Martial Arts Academy's viewing area. At this moment, the arena's broadcast announced, "The battle suit detection system has issued a warning, Longhua Military Academy, Li Changshui's consciousness has dissipated. The winner is, Martial Arts Academy, Shin Ming." Julie sat in the viewing area of the Martial Arts Academy, looking at Emo Chen who had just returned, and asked in confusion, "Emo Chen, where did you go just now?" Emo Chen sat next to Julie, calmly saying, "Nothing much, I just went to see our high school's principal, but he left because he had something to do." Hearing Emo Chen's explanation, Julie stopped asking further. Emo Chen silently watched Shin Mingfeng walking down from the stage and the enthusiastic cheering from mentor Feng Jian directed at him. A hint of joy flickered in his eyes. Before Shin Mingfeng's victory, Lu Ji from the previous match had also won. The strength of Lu Ji and Shin Mingfeng, compared to their respective opponents Liang Qi and Li Changshui, could be described as a dimensionality reduction attack. The match only lasted about 10 minutes, and Liang Qi and Li Changshui were already beaten to a pulp. Emo Chen noticed that at this moment, the contestants and mentors from the Ability Academy in the viewing area all wore gloomy faces. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Meanwhile, the Military Academy students did not look as serious. After all, their top special enrollment candidate had won the match, so losing this one was no big deal. Chi Beta looked at the fainted Liang Qi on the competition stage and shook his head secretly. Then, his gaze slowly turned to the unreliable-looking Qian Tianbai sitting in front of him. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this kid Qian Tianbai. I remember he was ranked quite low among the special enrollees in the Ability Academy, right? I wonder how he got selected. The next match was between Qian Tianbai from the Ability Academy and Zhang Yu from the Longhua Military Academy. Both of them were the 10th competitors from their respective academies, and in the strength rankings of the special recruits from their schools, they were at the bottom. However, if compared, Zhang Yu's strength was definitely much stronger than Qian Tianbai's. Everyone had concluded that this match would not be very exciting. Yet, Emo Chen, with great enthusiasm, said, 6 months have passed, and I want to see what progress the once-called genius Qian Tianbai has made now. Upon hearing this, Julie turned to Emo Chen and asked, Qian Tianbai, are you familiar with him? Emo Chen nodded slightly and explained, Qian Tianbai and I were the only 2 warriors with S-level abilities in Nanzhou No. 1 high school before. But my vitality value was far inferior to his, and then he became the genius adored by everyone. Now, 6 months later, he has been silent, with no news at all. That's why I'm looking forward to this match. After he finished speaking, Julie nodded in realization. After leaving the small city of Nanzhou, Qian Tianbai, who was used to being adored, gradually broadened his horizons and ultimately accepted his own insignificance and mediocrity. Qian Tianbai looked at the countdown on stage, nervously biting his fingernails, encouraging himself inwardly, "Come on, Qian Tianbai. You can do it. Father chose to let me compete for the academy. In short, you must not give up easily." While Qian Tianbai was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed a burning gaze. Following the intense feeling, he saw Emochin sitting across from him, looking at him with a cold expression. Qian Tianbai's anger surged instantly. His heart was extremely sensitive. Any slight disturbance would lead to a lot of mental exhaustion. Just a distracted glance from Emochin could conjure a grand drama in his mind. What does this guy mean? Does he look down on me? I haven't made no progress at all. I've been working hard while you've been surpassing me. Not only have I refined the S-level sword. Just as Qian Tianbai was pondering, a voice suddenly announced, "Beep, please welcome, Ability Academy, Qian Tianbai, and Dragon Country Military Academy, Zhangyu, to the stage." At this moment, Qian Tianbai was still frowning, thinking, I am not the same as before. Suddenly, a large hand slapped down on the top of Qian Tianbai's head. Smack! Qian Tianbai, what are you still dawdling for? Get on stage! Qian Tianbai exclaimed, then pulled himself out of his thoughts, looking at the one-eyed old man in a gray martial arts uniform standing before him, hands behind his back. This was his mentor Huang Jiujin. Under the silent and gloomy gaze of Qi Beidu, Qian Tianbai took off his black coat, revealing the white tight-fitting outfit underneath, grabbed the black long sword beside him, and dashed up. Watching Qian Tianbai's nervous demeanor, Julie's lips twitched slightly as she whispered to Emochin, "He seems a bit nervous." Emochin furrowed his brow, speechless. Zhang Yu, already standing on the stage with a large black knife resting on his shoulder, scanned the hurriedly arriving Qian Tianbai. Qian Tianbai was dressed in a pure white tight-fitting battlesuit that clung tightly to his tall and strong body, like a second skin. The perfect muscle lines were faintly visible, each muscle filled with a sense of power, clearly defined and flowing naturally. The material of the battlesuit shimmered with a faint glow, as if providing Qian Tianbai with extraordinary strength. Zhang Yu blew a breath at his slanted bangs, then raised his dark head high, pointing at Qian Tianbai with mockery. "So it's Qian Tianbai. Hesitating even in a competition, are you afraid?" Qian Tianbai adjusted the black long sword in his hand and smiled faintly. "Heh, you say so, then." Emochin noticed that Qian Tianbai, standing on the arena and under the gaze of the entire audience, had completely transformed. At this moment, Qian Tianbai resembled a warrior ready to charge into battle, his eyes firm and sharp, revealing a thirst for victory and determination. He stood quietly on the arena, exuding a powerful aura that seemed to make the surrounding air freeze. Just then, the announcement echoed through the Dragon Nest arena, accompanied by the data on the big screen. Warrior, Zhang Yu, Dragon Country Military Academy, Vitality, 989 card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 400-289-300 Ability, Enhancement System A-Class, Black Gold Skin Body Refinement, A-Class Iron Skin Toad Combat Skills, S-Class Black Split Body Jade Flute Sword Technique, Others Hidden. Warrior, Qian Tianbai, Ability Academy, Vitality, 959 card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 300-400-259 Ability, Summoning System S-Class, Sword Control Body Refinement, S-Class, Sword Galloping Silver Dragon Combat Skills, S-Class Elegy Sword Technique, Others Hidden. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, looking at the body refinement value of Qian Tianbai, silently thinking, so it's S-Class Essence Blood. This kid. Qi Beidu stroked his chin, seemingly shocked that Qian Tianbai could afford S-Class Essence Blood. After all, the Qian family was one of the top families in Nanzhou City. Spending a little money to buy a bottle of S-Class Essence Blood for Qian Tianbai was a simple matter. The audience quietly ignited a spark of interest, eagerly discussing S-Class Qian Tianbai against A-Class Zhang Yu. The outcome is really hard to say. What's so hard to say? Qian Tianbai is at the bottom of the Ability Academy. What difference does having S-Class abilities make? But he hadn't refined the Essence Blood at that time. With S-Class summoning abilities, if he gains the boost of S-Class Essence Blood, there will definitely be a significant improvement. Emochin listened to the heated discussions, looking at Qian Tianbai's teacher Huang Jiujin's figure, silently pondering. Huang Jiujin is one of the top sword masters in the Dragon Country. His ability seems to be exactly the same as Qian Tianbai's, both S-Class, sword control. They are simply a natural master and disciple. The announcement sounded again, beep. After a 3-second countdown, the match officially begins. The audience held their breath, fully focused on the two in this incredibly tense atmosphere. 3. Zhang Yu silently bent his knees, stroking the ring-headed broadsword, producing a faint, crisp sound. This faint sound, however, was deafening to Qian Tianbai. 2. Qian Tianbai also lowered his brows, silently tightening his grip on the black long sword, producing a sound of taut muscles. His whole body, along with this sound, erupted with an incredibly faint spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy was weak, the hidden killing intent was very intense. 1. Beep. As the countdown came to an end, both moved simultaneously. Zhang Yu's right foot stomped heavily on the ground, kicking up a wisp of dust, his fingers forming the shape of a sword technique, shouldering the ring-headed broadsword and shouting, "Step flash!" Qian Tianbai's fingers also formed the shape of a sword technique, a bright white light shining at his fingertips. His fingers swiftly brushed over the pitch-black sword body, as if he had applied a layer of bright fluorescent paint, making the black sword shimmer and shine brilliantly. Qian Tianbai immediately said, "Autumn Wind Sword Shadow." Buzz! Zhang Yu's figure instantly vanished from sight, leaving only a flurry of flying sand and stones in his wake. A gentle breeze swept by, and Qian Tianbai narrowed his eyes. In a flash, he twisted into a strange posture and swung his dazzling sword towards the empty space behind him. At the same time, a shout suddenly erupted from behind him, swoosh! In an instant, Qian Tianbai's white long sword collided with Zhang Yu's black ring-headed broadsword, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in shock. In his gaze fixed on Qian Tianbai, there was a hint of fear. Meanwhile, he was secretly pondering, he can see through my swoosh flash? This kid has some skills. Even the martial artists who had fought with Zhang Yu, including Long Xianqing, couldn't react to Zhang Yu's swoosh flash. Yet the small Qian Tianbai was able to respond. If Qian Tianbai's speed was too high, it could be understood, but his speed was even 30 cards lower than Zhang Yu's. Qian Tianbai looked at Zhang Yu's frightened eyes and mocked, "What's wrong? Scared of me? The martial arts intelligence my dad got is really good." Just as he finished speaking, in Zhang Yu's eyes, the appearance of Qian Tianbai's white long sword began to blur in double. 5 white swords appeared before him. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes, sensing danger, and leaped back in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the other 4 white swords immediately hovered in the air, shooting towards Zhang Yu. This was the S-class martial technique, Autumn Wind Sword Shadow. It continuously manifested spiritual energy replicas of the weapon held by the martial artist and could be manipulated at will, with all the attributes of these spiritual weapons matching those of the original. Zhang Yu looked at the rushing white sword shadows and slightly opened his mouth, saying, "Black gold skin." In an instant, Zhang Yu's body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. His skin gradually turned as black as ink, as if shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. However, this was not just any ordinary black. It was a deep and mysterious metallic black. On this pitch-black skin, golden light flickered faintly, forming vertical stripes that resembled ancient runes, containing boundless power. The commentator exclaimed in delight, "Zhang Yu, his ability, black gold skin. This ability is also far ahead among A-class enhancement abilities." Qian Tianbai narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, he's using his enhancement ability. Black gold skin? It can withstand countless attacks for Zhang Yu himself, making it the strongest enhancement type ability in A-class. With it, Zhang Yu doesn't even need to learn low-level defensive martial techniques. Seeing Zhang Yu fully armed, Qian Tianbai had to take it seriously. He spread his hand and immediately commanded the 5 white flying sword shadows to accelerate, attacking Zhang Yu at a speed that was hard for ordinary people to react to. Yet Zhang Yu remained calm, too lazy to lift his ring-headed broadsword, even tearing open his black battle outfit to reveal his shiny black chest. Zhang Yu's gaze became firm and sharp. His body stood straight, slightly tilting his head back, as if he didn't regard the 5 white flying swords at all. Zhang Yu's silhouette became increasingly reliable. Buzz! Clang clang! Clang clang clang! The 5 flying swords rushed towards Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu's chest, emitting a series of crisp crackling sounds. The flying swords shattered simultaneously, transforming into a burst of spiritual energy. Zhang Yu simply closed his eyes lightly, his expression one of complete enjoyment. The crisp sounds seemed like a melodious symphony, lingering in his ears. Qian Tianbai gritted his teeth and said lightly, "So you're putting on an act? Then why don't you try and see if you can withstand my move?" With that, Qian Tianbai instantly reversed his grip on the white long sword, thrusting it fiercely into the ground before him, then spreading his arms wide in a big shape to gather spiritual power. In that moment, the white long sword in front of him erupted with a continuous stream of spiritual energy. Qian Tianbai's eyes sparkled as he lightly tapped the hilt of the white long sword embedded in the ground with his fingers, whispering to himself, "Heavenly Prison Dragon Sword Formation." Ding! A sound as crisp as a bell instantly spread throughout the Dragon Nest arena, like a drop of clear water falling into a calm lake, creating ripples. Then, the white longsword deeply embedded in the ground began to tremble. It shot straight up into the sky, disappearing from sight. The commentator frowned, looking at the bright sky, clearly puzzled and saying, "This, Qian Tianbai's battle technique? Was it a mistake, or was it intentional?" Zhang Yu looked at the bizarre scene before him, secretly thinking, What is this kid up to? No matter whether it's a mistake or intentional. Anyway, his flying swords can't break through my black gold skin defense, so I'll just go for it. Before he can execute his move, I'll just take this weakling down in an instant. Looking at Zhang Yu's expression, Emo-chan furrowed his brow tightly. He thought to himself, underrating an opponent is the most foolish behavior. However, if you have my level of strength, then that's another story. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face was dark, his eyes flashing with fierce light, like a furious beast. His hands gripped the hilt of the ring-headed broadsword tightly, the veins on his arms bulging with immense power. Zhang Yu stared fiercely at Qian Tianbai, slowly raising the broadsword above his head. The blade shimmered with a cold light, sending chills down the spine. An incredibly fierce spiritual energy erupted from his ring-headed broadsword, forming a strong momentum, making the surrounding air feel heavy with this energy. Zhang Yu blared with furrowed brows and shouted as he swung down, "Water flow slash! V-room!" With that, Zhang Yu swung the long sword down heavily. A blade of energy, formed from powerful spiritual force, shot towards Qian Tianbai like a sharp crescent moon. Where the blade of energy passed, the wind howled violently, as if a ferocious beast was roaring, instilling fear in all. The students from the Ability Academy watching from the stands couldn't help but frown at this scene. Shibu frowned, his face filled with displeasure as he muttered, "Qian Tianbai seems to still be casting a spell, his speed will definitely decrease, and Zhang Yu's blade energy is just too fast. There's no hope, it looks like we're going to lose again." Just as Shibu said, at this moment, Qian Tianbai was already sweating profusely, panting heavily. He tightly gripped his right wrist with his left hand, his right fingers coming together to form a sword gesture, silently chanting in his heart, "A little faster. Faster." Suddenly, a deafening crash and a loud metallic clashing sound echoed throughout the entire Dragon Nest arena. The commentators suddenly stood up, and the audience widened their eyes in shock. Zhang Yu covered his face, fanning away the rising dust, and exclaimed, What is that?" as the dust slowly settled. In the center of the originally empty and somewhat desolate arena, a large white transparent sword made of spiritual energy abruptly appeared. This giant sword was as wide as a person, several meters long, and incredibly heavy. The red jewel at the hilt, resembling a dragon's eye, was covered in dragon scales, vividly lifelike, as if a giant dragon were coiling around it. At this moment, the giant sword was deeply embedded in the ground, desperately resisting the ferocious blade energy. The commentator jumped up, shouting in astonishment, "This giant sword, did it really fall from the sky? Qian Tianbai is only at level 9, yet he can use his ability, sword control, to create such a massive treasure sword with spiritual energy. This is truly remarkable." The entire arena erupted into a commotion. The martial artists from the Ability Academy and Shibu were equally taken aback. They hadn't expected Qian Tianbai to have such a skill. Emo-chan nodded slightly and said calmly, "This sword's design must have been enhanced by the S-class bloodline, sword galloping silver dragon. Interesting. Qian Tianbai has grown. ZZ." At this moment, the fierce blade energy seemed to be embedded in the giant sword's blade, creating bursts of spiritual energy fragments. Qian Tianbai's expression showed no sign of relief. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This S-class combat technique my teacher taught me is really hard to use, but to defeat this tough Zhang Yu, I can only do this. With the enhancements of Sword Scale and Dragon Eye, this sword can barely withstand this blade energy. If I get 7 more swords, I can." Before he could finish, Zhang Yu raised his large knife high, his spiritual energy surging violently, and once again slashed down with an unmatched blade energy. This time, the blade energy was far more ferocious, carrying endless might, sweeping in an instant. At the same time, Zhang Yu shouted, "Then what will you use to resist this blade?" Clang! Clang! 2 loud sounds rang out simultaneously, as 2 incredibly powerful crescent-shaped blade energies from the water flow slash crossed over each other, instantly unleashing tremendous destructive power, shattering the dragon scale sword into countless fragments. Qian Tianbai's mentor, Huang Jian, widened his eyes in shock, his brows furrowed, his face filled with terror, and he shouted urgently, "It's over." The intersecting blade energies charged forward in an instant, moving at lightning speed, piercing through Qian Tianbai's chest in the blink of an eye, then dissipating like smoke. Qian Tianbai's face was shrouded in shadow, but it was still possible to see that his expression was extremely pained, as if he were enduring immense torment. The scene fell into a dead silence once again, everyone staring in shock at what was happening before them. Poochie! A stream of bright red blood erupted from Qian Tianbai's chest like a fountain, forming a mist of crimson. That deep fork-shaped scar looked like a sinister demon, mercilessly etched onto his chest. The audience was horrified, their expressions twisted, unable to bear the bloody scene before them. The commentators shouted loudly, "Oh my god! After suffering such a fierce, water flow slash, is the battle about to end?" Zhang Yu quietly gazed at the pale-faced, staggering Qian Tianbai, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The spiritual shield didn't appear. It seems his consciousness hasn't faded yet. Why hold on for so long? Why not just lie down and accept treatment? Consider it a vacation in Tendu City, isn't that fine? Qian Tianbai did not respond. His chin was covered in blood, and his slightly weary gaze was now directed at Mo Chen in the spectator seats of the martial arts competition. He closed his eyes deeply. Then, with his right hand palm down, he pressed heavily into the air, his lips trembling slightly as he said, "Heavenly Prison Dragon Sword Formation." With this utterance, the dragon scale sword spirit fragments that should have dissipated strangely surrounded and enveloped Zhang Yu, who was wiping the blood off his blade. The latter suddenly became alert and immediately swung his sword at the spirit fragments. Water flow slash. Clang! A familiar sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, the spirit fragments instantly transformed into 7 identical dragon-scale giant swords, trapping Zhang Yu within a narrow sword formation. These 7 giant swords connected to each other, creating a very narrow spiritual barrier. Clang clang clang. Several strikes came down, and the sword formation was only slightly worn. In this confined space, Zhang Yu's hands and feet could not be fully utilized, and the water flow slash could not exert its full power, making it difficult to easily destroy this sword formation. The commentator was drenched in sweat, shouting in shock, "Ah, the situation has reversed?" The audience's eyes widened instantly. Chibetu furrowed his brows, his mouth slightly agape, unconsciously standing up. Zhang Yu, anxious, scratched his head, looking at the sword formation in despair. What kind of bizarre combat technique is this? Qian Tianbai closed his eyes tightly, respectfully clasping his hands as if in prayer, then slowly opened them, revealing a dense mass of spirit fragments in his palms. They flew upwards, transforming into sharp swords hovering above Zhang Yu's head. Qian Tianbai slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "This is my unique combat technique, S-Class, Heavenly Prison Dragon Sword Formation. It has one weakness, which is that there is no barrier above. But whether you can escape depends on you." After saying this, Qian Tianbai formed a sword gesture and glared at Zhang Yu, then slowly pointed at him, saying indignantly, "S-Class combat technique. Falling dragon tears." At that moment, countless sharp sword lights fell from the sky, like dense raindrops pouring down. These sword lights shimmered with a cold glow, carrying endless killing intent and might, rapidly descending towards Zhang Yu and the sword formation below. Each sword light contained powerful force, whistling through the air, producing sharp sounds that made one's heart race. Looking at the dense rain of swords, a drop of cold sweat slid down Zhang Yu's forehead. He swallowed hard, nervously saying, "Damn it, how do I escape this? I'm done for. This sword rain might last a long time, even with the characteristics of the iron-skin frog. My patience won't hold out. No way. I have to get out even if it kills me." After saying this, Zhang Yu erupted with a fierce momentum, becoming as hard as rock, using his large knife and body to withstand the sword rain from above. Clang 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 clang, several crisp sounds of metal clashing, accompanied by the audience's intense cheers and the commentators' shouts, reached Mo Chen's ears. Mo Chen looked at this familiar competition scene, stroking his chin and thought, "Why? Does this feel a bit familiar? Just like when I faced Shin Ming in the selection match." Using a wide range of liquid corrosive bacteria to restrict his movement, then concentrating on attacking him with the little blue crow. Mo Chen did not know that Qian Tianbai's set of combat techniques was actually learned from watching Mo Chen's selection match footage. The sound continued for a long time, and Zhang Yu's knife swings became slower and slower, the black gold skin on his body growing thinner. Zhang Yu's patience value was below 300, and now his stamina was exhausted. Qian Tianbai's situation was even more serious. The terrifying injuries from the water flow slash made his lips turn increasingly pale, but fortunately, his patience value reached 400 points. If it were someone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Clang clang clang. Splat. Suddenly, a sound of flesh splattering echoed. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in an instant as he looked at the flying sword embedded in his painfully throbbing left shoulder, his face filled with terror as he said, "It's over." Swish swish swish. Splat splat. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu's body was covered with flying swords stained with crimson, and he fell straight to the ground. Qian Tianbai also rolled his eyes and collapsed. The battle suit detection system has issued a warning. The consciousness of Longhua Military Academy, Zhang Yu has dissipated. The winner is Ability Academy, Qian Tianbai. The entire venue erupted once again. As the audience's astonished cheers filled the air, Mo Chen slowly stood up and lazily stretched. He looked at the emergency team rushing into the arena, carrying various items, yawned, and said lightly, "Alright, it's my turn to take the stage next." The martial artists beside him all looked at Mo Chen. Among them, Lu Qi, who was even more excited than himself, tightly clenched his scarred fists and exclaimed, "Mo Go, make sure to take care of that kid Siafan later." Hearing this, Mo Chen merely nodded lightly. The martial arts competition official could have disqualified Siafan, a student of Zhongwukui, from participating in the martial arts competition, but Mo Chen firmly refused. If it were an ordinary person, they would have complied and cancelled Siafan's qualification. But Mo Chen unusually did not accept. Julie sat in the viewing area, crossing her sexy long legs. She looked at Mo Chen's incredibly confident back and understood something. Julie knew that with Mo Chen's decisive and ruthless nature, he would definitely not let Siafan off the hook. At this moment, Mo Chen had already stepped onto the arena. In his eyes, there was a hint of a sharp, cold glint. Oh dear, this young man is really handsome, with white hair and a fair body. He really fits my taste. Then I guess I'll reluctantly give him mouth-to-mouth mua. Meanwhile, lying in the center of the Dragon's Nest arena, with his eyes tightly closed, Shen Tianbai felt a tingling, soft, and wet sensation on his lips, causing his face to gradually contort. It felt as if he were being forcefully kissed by a strange octopus. But strangely, after this wonderful sensation, Shen Tianbai felt that his chest, which had been injured by the water flow slash, gradually became comfortable. It was as if he had been drenched by a moist spring rain, and he felt revitalized. Shen Tianbai slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was the azure-skied Missouri-chin in a tight black battlesuit, and an elderly woman with a gray-white bun, her face flushed with embarrassment. The old lady squinted her eyes and shyly asked like a little girl, "You're awake?" A bad premonition surged in Shen Tianbai's heart, and he gradually understood what had just happened. His face turned pale, and in despair, he said, "I might as well not wake up, it's better to die here." Mo Chen shook his head, looking down at Shen Tianbai from above, and sighed, "Alright, Shen Tianbai, you should get up now. It's my turn to take the stage now." Upon hearing this, Shen Tianbai wearily propped himself up. He slowly stood up, glanced at Mo Chen, and then turned to look at the old woman, asking with concern, "Grandma, were you really just now?" The old woman did not answer, but her wrinkled face turned red. Shen Tianbai nodded, his heart heavy. He knew that a woman's blush spoke louder than a lengthy confession. This old woman was Wang Grandma, a special-grade medical practitioner from the Martial Arts Academy, possessing the S-grade ability of healing all things. She had come here as a first-aid member at the invitation of the martial arts competition. Due to Shen Tianbai's severe injuries, artificial respiration had to be performed in this crowded Dragon's Nest arena. After the brief interlude, Mo Chen nodded towards the judging panel. After the judges signaled, the commentator immediately explained to the audience present, due to the first aid personnel's efforts to save contestant Shen Tianbai, the start time of this match has been slightly delayed. Now, the judges are confirming the contestants' conditions. With the commentator's explanation, the audience erupted into a wave of eager chatter. Mo Chen is finally on stage. The hottest contender for the championship this year, no doubt about it. Exactly. Who would have thought a zero-stage martial artist could survive under a six-stage martial artist? And Mo Chen is so kind, choosing not to have Siafan disqualified, but to fight fairly. He really makes me wanna cry. After a light cough, the commentator continued, "Contestant Mo Chen from the Martial Arts Academy is now on stage. Now, please welcome contestant Siafan from the Ability Academy." Upon hearing this, Siafan, dressed in a gray combat suit and sporting a gray middle part, sitting in the Ability Academy's viewing area, flashed a hint of gloom in his eyes. He slowly stood up, tightly clenching his fists as if to vent the anger and dissatisfaction within him. The venue was immediately filled with a wave of boos. "Get lost! Siafan! I curse your mother! Get off the stage!" Siafan suddenly stood up, grabbing the four black long knives beside him, their blades glinting coldly, as if proclaiming their sharpness and ruthlessness. Amidst the shouts of anger, Siafan, with a dark expression, stepped heavily towards the center of the arena. Looking at Mo Chen's solitary figure, he silently vowed, "The grudge of killing my master cannot be shared under the same sky. My master died for me. I cannot bring shame to him, I must give it my all." In the audience of the Ability Academy, Vice Principal Qin Liangzhen's expression clearly turned displeased. Sitting next to him, Jiang Qiao furrowed her delicate brows and said with concern, "Don't worry. Although Mo Chen has successfully made it, his strength will definitely be the weakest among the three geniuses. Even if Mo Chen has a special physique and his attribute values are higher, allowing him to refine various vital energies, the gap won't be that wide. The beast traits he can use are only that S-grade 1000 fathom demon centipede, plus his trash combat skills. Shin Liangjin nodded slightly, explaining quietly, "Did you hear the boos? I'm not worried about who the champion will be, I'm just embarrassed by Zhong Wukui's actions. I've never seen the entire audience booing our ability academy. If Chi Beidou loses in the end, then we're finished." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiao couldn't help but swallow hard. She guessed that the principal must have said something to Qin Liangjin, and then nervously looked up at the stage. At that moment, the announcement echoing through the Longqiao arena, accompanied by the data on the large screen, came again. Warrior, CFN, Ability Academy, Vitality, 999 card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 400-299-300 Ability, Summoning System S-Class Impermanence Dual Souls Body Refinement, S-Class 1000 Threads Arm Puppet Spider, Max. Combat Skills, S-Class Control Puppet 4 Blades Flow, Others Hidden. Warrior, Emochen, Martial Arts Academy, Vitality, 999 card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 533-533-532 Ability, Summoning System S-Class, Beastmaster Body Refinement, S-Class 1000 Zhong Demon Centipede, Max, S-Class Crimsonite Fiery Snake, Max, A-Class Blue Star Poison Crow, B-Class Breathing Turtle, B-Class Violent Bat Monster, B-Class Blood Sniffing Hound Combat Skills, S-Class 1000 Spider Hand Method, S-Class 1000 Foot Poison Dragon Drill, S-Class Heavenly Birth, Mercy Rain, S-Class 10 Spider Poison Blood Claw, S-Class Demon Centipede Egg Holding, S-Class Iron Centipede Bind, S-Class Miasma Shadow Flash. All the spectators, whether in the front row or the back, whether fans or not, including all the contestants, mentors, and other staff. Upon seeing this dense array of values, they all looked as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide and mouths agape, yet unable to make a sound. Zhang Qiao's gaze kept darting between the large screen and Emo Chen's back, then she said in a daze, "What does this mean? Is it revealed?" Chi Beidou was drenched in sweat, reading the data line by line, murmuring, 1000-foot poison dragon drill, 10 spider poison blood claw, iron centipede bind, centipede egg holding. I've never even heard of these S-class combat skills. Did he upgrade all of them? The Ability Academy places the utmost importance on the combination and development of abilities and combat skills. Emo Chen has such capability, able to upgrade 4 A-class combat skills to unique S-class skills in a short time, which is enough to prove his talent. Just after finishing the match, Long Xianqing, who was resting at the Longhua Military Academy, was also shocked and stood up. She looked at the screen in astonishment. Is it revealed? Each attribute is around 533, and what are those 2 S-class vital bloods? It really is, dual special physique. At first, Long Xianqing thought that the Martial Arts Academy was hyping up Emo Chen. The dual special physique is already incredibly powerful, but Emo Chen's physique can actually refine and absorb multiple vital bloods, and his body values far exceed those of others. It's like a man having 220 centimeters Dior, equally astonishing. Most people simply wouldn't believe it. Long Xianqing silently shook her head and slowly sat down. She thought to herself, this Emo Chen, with a total attribute value of 1598 at the 0 stage, probably has a total attribute value that can crush us at every realm. The audience instantly erupted into a commotion. The commentator also shouted in shock, revealed? Emo Chen seems extremely confident in his abilities. However, if I had such astonishing values, I would naturally be just as confident. The announcement sounded once more, beep. After a 3-second countdown, the match officially begins. The entire audience began to hold their breath, their eyes fixed on the 2 people on stage, their hearts racing with their movements. At this moment, the scene was exceptionally quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Xiafan glanced at the values on the large screen, then closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently thought, whether strong or weak. Although my teacher was at fault first, the one standing before me now is the murderer of my teacher. I will definitely avenge my teacher. 3. Emochin clasped his hands behind his back, slightly raised his head, and squinted as he asked, did your teacher Zhong Wukue say anything to you before he attacked me? Were you aware? 2. Upon hearing this, Xiafan's previously lowered brows suddenly lifted, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He remained silent, slowly drawing out the 2 black blades hanging at his waist. Seeing this, Emochin nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Xiafan's actions. A smile crept onto his lips, one that resembled a gentle spring breeze, yet contained boundless killing intent. The murderous aura radiating from them had reached a critical point, as if a great battle could erupt at any moment. Time seemed to slow down 100-fold, each second stretching out painfully long. The entire world seemed to fall silent in an instant, leaving only the 2 of them, with everything around them becoming blurred, their figures remaining clear. 1. The announcer pointed at the arena, shouting excitedly, the match begins. Beep! Xiafan erupted like a famished tiger, unleashing a rough, beast-like aura. His entire body quickly transformed into a black spirit, leaving only hollow, pale eyes. At the same time, a pair of strong, pale hands sprouted from his back, and he effortlessly drew out the remaining blades at his waist. Xiafan's head was bizarrely and slowly splitting apart. A pale, spirit-like head resembling Xiafan instantly split from his black head. 2 heads and 4 arms, wielding 4 blades, both offensive and defensive. In the next moment, Xiafan forcefully stomped his right foot on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and stones, and immediately charged towards Emo-chan. At this moment, however, Emo-chan remained calm. He stood with his back to Xiafan, looking at him with a mocking gaze, as if viewing a clown. Seeing this scene, Xiafan's anger surged, his brows furrowing tightly, and he immediately shouted at Emo-chan, "So arrogant, take my slash. S-rank combat skill. Shadow Concealment Spirit Slash." As soon as the words left his mouth, a whistling sound erupted. In an instant, Xiafan's 2-headed, 4-armed body separated and charged out from the white spirit holding the dual blades. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Emo-chan. However, at that moment, Emo-chan finally moved, calmly pulling out a pair of pitch-black claws that glimmered with a faint blue light from behind. Beep, beep, clang! A flash of black blade light and sword shadows passed, and an incredibly powerful and fierce aura surged from the point of contact, stirring up a chaotic storm like a raging wind and rain. Dust and debris were sent flying, swirling through the air. The audience was stunned by this sudden turn of events, raising their arms in an attempt to shield themselves from the chaotic wind and sand, yet their eyes remained fixed on the arena, eager to see the changes in the situation. Another wave of even stronger energy erupted, and the situation on the field became clear. As everyone focused, they saw that Emo-chan's once pitch-black claws were now firmly blocking Xiafan's ferocious Shadow Concealment Spirit Slash. His claws gripped the sharp dual blades tightly, the fierce clash of steel producing sparks that seemed to ignite the air. Emo-chan ignored the black spirit that had swiftly appeared behind him, staring directly into the eyes of the white spirit in front of him, and said lightly, "Don't think I don't know, you're currently hiding in the white spirit." His tone was as calm as a still pond, yet it carried an indescribable sense of oppression. "I guess you must have symbolically advised Zhong Wukwai not to lay a hand on me. But when you saw him truly resolved to do so, you felt quite pleased inside, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Xiafan, who was hidden within the white spirit, was instantly stunned. He widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He never expected that Emo-chan could see through the effects of his supernatural ability. What surprised him even more was that Emo-chan had guessed his inner thoughts. Just as Emo-chan said, Xiafan had only symbolically dissuaded Zhong Wukwai. He himself was very eager to break through to the finals of the martial arts competition. However, Emo-chan stood before him like an insurmountable peak, making Xiafan hesitate. Since Zhong Wukwai wanted to eliminate Emo-chan for him, then, why not let it happen? At this moment, the black spirit had already leaped high behind Emo-chan, swinging down its dual blades toward his back. The commentator shouted in surprise, "The black spirit is now behind Emo-chan. This is dangerous." The black spirit, wielding dual blades and glowing with a cold light, had already swung down. At this moment, it was aimed at Emo-chan's vulnerable back. Just as the situation was critical, Emo-chan slightly turned his head, and a pool of black liquid suddenly seeped from his back. Clang! Buzz! A crisp metallic collision sound rang out, and the area where the two clashed instantly vibrated with a fierce aura. From the black liquid behind Emo-chan, a completely black, gleaming steel centipede emerged. It firmly resisted the descending black dual blades. At the same time, the dual blades of Xiafan's white spirit were tightly gripped by Emo-chan's claws. Meanwhile, the pitch-black dual blades of the black spirit were also held back by Emo-chan's centipede armor. For a moment, both sides were at a stalemate, unable to move. The commentator, seeing the black centipede armor on Emo-chan's back, shouted excitedly, "This hard black steel centipede is the second characteristic of the Thousand-Zhang demon centipede, Thousand-Zhang centipede armor. Emo-chan's corrosive bacteria, after being enhanced by the Thousand-Zhang centipede armor, actually managed to gather together and transform into the shape of an iron centipede. It's truly marvelous." Upon hearing the commentator's words, Xiafan's brows instinctively furrowed. Emo-chan had already refined a total of 6 vials of essence blood, 2 of which were S-grade. Calculating, Emo-chan had obtained 11 beast characteristics. Xiafan furrowed his brows, secretly thinking, "What a monster." Swish! A gust of wind rushed in. While Xiafan was contemplating, Emo-chan suddenly grinned and immediately kicked fiercely at the abdomen of the white spirit. This kick was powerful. If it landed, it would surely cause great pain. As Emo-chan executed this kick, he anticipated that Xiafan, hidden within the white spirit, would retaliate with an equally fierce kick to counter his attack. but in reality, he only felt his foot strike the air, completely missing the target. Emo-chen glanced back, startled, behind me. Sure enough, he heard a shout from behind, third characteristic. 8 spider arms. Puff! Xiafan immediately summoned a pair of black long knives from his storage ring, which appeared in the black spirit's hands in the blink of an eye. Swish! Swish, 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 swish. The black dual blades, infused with the aura of death, slashed fiercely toward Emo-chen's weak point behind him. Clang! 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 Behind Emo-chen, the 1,000-fathom centipede armor was now dancing like a vividly alive black centipede, each segment writhing flexibly. With dazzling speed and power, it resisted the frenzied swings of 4 black blades. Clang, clang, clang. Another wave of sound surged forth. Emo-chen himself was not idle. At this moment, he was fully focused on countering the mad onslaught of the white spirit body in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, the center of the Dragon Nest arena echoed with the unceasing, rhythmic sounds of clashing swords and blades. As both sides engaged in fierce combat, sparks flew in an instant. The audience stared intently at the arena, their expressions tense and anxious, their gazes constantly fixated on this incredibly heated battleground. The commentator squinted, carefully observing the match, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he said, "To be able to fight Emo-chen for so long, it seems that Xiafan's strength is indeed not to be underestimated." Putting aside the actions outside the arena, within the entire Dragon Kingdom, Xiafan's strength can definitely be considered among the top, standing out from the crowd. At this moment, the two were immersed in an intense and self-forgetful duel, their attacks growing increasingly ruthless. It was as if they were caught in a life-and-death struggle, completely forgetting that this battle was being showcased to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Emo-chen wielded his hands, effortlessly and comfortably fending off the attacks of the long blades, while his gaze wandered over Xiafan's white spirit body, which shimmered with a cold light. Watching Xiafan's continuously growing arms, Emo-chen secretly muttered to himself, "Is it the same refined blood of the forged body as Zhongwukue? Each spirit body can actually grow 4 arms, this pressure is indeed considerable." However, the most important thing is, how many damn blades does Xiafan have? Due to the shin-tied claws worn by Emo-chen being reinforced with the bone of the black bone white spirit python, their hardness far exceeded that of ordinary F-grade weapons. The long blades clashing with the shin-tied claws would soon be damaged. Yet, as soon as a long blade broke, Xiafan would immediately discard it and summon a new one from his storage ring. His storage ring was like a small arsenal, continuously providing weapons. At this moment, the ground of the Dragon Nest arena was littered with shattered blades, each exuding a faint aura of spiritual power. This aura gradually thickened, making Emo-chen increasingly aware that something was amiss. Emo-chen furrowed his brow, and an extremely powerful aura of spiritual energy erupted from his entire body. Buzz! He quickly turned around, flinging the incredibly hard 1,000-fathom centipede armor behind him, instantly deflecting all the long blades that were swinging toward him. He then tightened his claws and unleashed 10 incredibly fierce black-blue claw wind blades toward the white spirit body in front of him. Emo-chen silently chanted in his heart, 10 spider venom blood claws. Swish! This black-blue claw wind blade, difficult to perceive and follow with the naked eye, charged toward the white spirit body in a flash. Xiafan's eyes widened in an instant, and he fearfully turned his body. Whoosh! A howling wind swept past his ear, grazing it and immediately drawing blood. Boom! The wind blade struck the spiritual energy formation, producing a massive sound that sent shivers down the spines of the front row audience. Xiafan, his face filled with terror, immediately drew his blade to defend against the wind blade. Clang, clang, clang. 4 blades resisted the remaining 9 wind blades, constantly grinding and producing a piercing noise. Crack, crack, crack. Clang. The blades shattered like glass in an instant, and the wind blades followed closely, passing through the chest of the white spirit body without causing any harm. Taking advantage of the black and white spirit body stumbling, Emo-chen immediately dodged and created distance, standing far away to watch the scattered shards on the ground. The white spirit once again summoned 4 blades from the storage ring, calmly playing with them in hand as she said, "TSK. You actually discovered it." On the sidelines, Du Zitong also sensed something was off. His brows furrowed tightly as he focused intently on the situation in the arena, a hint of confusion and worry flashing in his eyes. Silently observing the shattered blades scattered across the ground, he pondered for a moment before whispering to Julie, "These broken blades are all tainted with some of Xiafan's spiritual power. Could it be that he wants to?" Julie gently nodded, responding softly, "That's right, he's about to activate the second characteristic of the 1,000 silk arm puppet spider. Spiritual silk thread. Spiritual silk thread allows one to freely manipulate objects infused with their spiritual power using spiritual threads. Both Zhongwukue and his disciple share the same refined blood. They both possess S-Class, Thousand Silkarm Puppet Spider, blood. Just as Joan Wukue uses spiritual silk threads to control his puppets, this second characteristic of the Thousand Silkarm Puppet Spider, the spiritual silk thread, enables Siafan to manipulate and utilize multiple weapons more flexibly, unleashing greater power. Emo-chen clearly sensed Siafan's intentions, and his gaze sharpened. The commentator, noticing Emo-chen actively distancing himself from Siafan, exclaimed in surprise to the audience, Emo-chen actually created distance from Siafan on his own. Could it be that he's going to take this seriously? Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a wave of astonished chatter, their expressions focused on the arena, eagerly anticipating what changes might occur next. Although the audience did not believe Siafan could defeat Emo-chen, they were still very excited to see Emo-chen being so cautious in creating distance. After all, Emo-chen had long been hailed as a genius superstar, while Siafan was merely a challenger who had risen later. What the public loved most was the drama of the underdog defeating the stronger opponent. The White Spirit pointed the blade at Emo-chen, lowering her brows as she said, "This move was originally meant for Chibedu, but I truly didn't expect to encounter you before facing him. So I'll just have to dedicate this move to you." With that, the Black and White Spirits simultaneously closed their eyes. They stomped their feet with all their might, and a tremendous spiritual power surged from their bodies. This aura, despite being separated by the spiritual array, allowed the surrounding audience to feel the waves of anger. The scattered blades on the ground were lifted by the force of the stomp, eerily floating and remaining still above the ground as if they had lost the pull of gravity. Emo-chen's eyes flashed with vigilance. He gazed at the floating broken long knives and blade fragments, secretly contemplating, to control so many broken long knives at once. This combat technique is likely a large area high damage technique, and it seems impossible to dodge it perfectly. After a moment of thought, Emo-chen's mind stirred, and a thick, murky black corrosive fungus seeped from his body, enveloping him entirely. Seeing this, Siafan grinned widely, saying, "Afraid? You should be afraid. What did you say? I only symbolically advised the teacher, but deep down I hope he really kills you? You! Don't be ridiculous. Why can't I defeat you fairly and squarely?" With that, the Black and White Spirits simultaneously threw their long knives high into the air, then pointed the tips at the entirely black Missouri-chen, quietly hovering in the air, waiting for Siafan's command. Meanwhile, Emo-chen, covered in corrosive fungus, was twitching continuously, secretly thinking, "Heavenly grace rains down." In an instant, the black venom covering Emo-chen's entire body suddenly separated from his form, transforming into one little blue crow after another, fluttering into the air. It was as if a massive birdcage, imprisoning 1,000 little blue crows, had shattered without warning, and the 1,000 crows seemed to regain their freedom, rushing out in a flurry. "Ya!" The cawing of the crows, mournful and hoarse, continued without pause. The audience on site, along with other competitors, instantly looked up at the sky. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, marveling at this incredibly wondrous scene. The commentator suddenly shouted, "Emo-chen has transformed the bacteria into crow form. This is the first characteristic of the Blue Dawn Poison Crow, crow feathers." Just as the commentator was about to say more, he suddenly froze, then looked at the sky and shouted, "Wait, these crows are gathering into a black cloud?" At this moment, the massive flock of crows, darkening the sky, was circling above the Dragon Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall, gradually coalescing into an enormous black rain cloud. The sky suddenly dimmed, blocking the warm sunlight, plunging the competition area into darkness. The venue quickly lit up, and everyone gasped in surprise. Qin Liang squinted his eyes, secretly thinking, "It's gathering into a rain cloud. Is the sky bestowing a merciful rain? Isn't this Du Zaitan's unique battle skill? No, I remember Emo-chen's mentor is Thousand Spider Hand, Julie. Could it be dual mentors?" Chibedu frowned tightly. Upon seeing this battle skill, he suddenly stood up uncontrollably. He looked up at the oppressive black cloud in the sky, drenched in sweat, thinking, "This is bad. Judging by this situation, is Emo-chen going to unleash a torrential downpour in the dragon nest? How should I respond? Do I have to control the raindrops landing point one by one?" Chibedu's S-rank spatial type ability, Spatial Imbalance, was indeed incredibly powerful, but it also had weaknesses. If he wanted to manipulate too many objects' positions, he would have to expend a massive amount of patience points. However, Long Xianqing's expression was not filled with such panic. She merely blinked her clear eyes and looked at the rain cloud in the sky, quietly marveling. "This battle skill is truly shocking, but it doesn't affect me much." Though for Chibedu, protected by her dragon scale armor, Long Xianqing was not overly concerned about the rain cloud. If it truly posed a threat, she could use Shilong Tongtian Kiss to blast away this bacterial cloud. At this moment, Emo-chen stood with his arms crossed over his chest, mockingly addressing the distant Siafan, "Your battle skill doesn't cover enough range. Why not take a look at my sky bestowing merciful rain?" Upon hearing this, the black spirit body's veins bulged as it retorted to Mo Chen, "Umph. Overconfident. Just a weak rain from a remnant cloud, it can't corrode my attached spirit body." After saying this, both of them furrowed their brows and simultaneously waved their hands, shouting, "Sky bestowing merciful rain, thousand blades dance. Fall." As the words fell, the scattered blades on the ground instantly transformed into countless sharp rays, shooting towards Mo Chen like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, the black rain cloud hovering directly above the dragon nest also began to pour down a torrential rain at Mo Chen's command. The black spirit body furrowed its brow and whispered, "Spirit armor." After saying this, the white spirit body instantly dissipated into a swirling aura, returning to the black spirit body, donning a layer of white spiritual armor. This A-rank battle skill, Spirit Armor, was Siafan's unique battle skill, with effects similar to the dragon scale armor. In the face of large-scale combat techniques, when there was no way to avoid it, Siafan would use this combat skill. Otherwise, he would never release one of his spiritual bodies. If he did, he could no longer hide flexibly between the two spiritual bodies. Drip, drip, crash. In the blink of an eye, a torrential rain mixed with the aura of death fell from the sky. These raindrops, containing corrosive spores, dripped onto Siafan and the spiritual power formation, evaporating into wisps of black smoke in an instant. Siafan furrowed his brow, secretly pondering, "I need to speed up. This poisonous rain is too deadly. I can't sustain a fight here for long." With that, Siafan pulled with both hands. Swish! Clang clang clang! Countless blade lights surged toward Mo Chen at an imperceptible speed, launching an attack while hovering around him, but he blocked them all effortlessly. The deflected steel blades spun in the air for 2.5 rotations before stabbing toward Mo Chen again, never stopping. Clang clang clang! Clang clang! Rustle rustle rustle! The crisp sounds of steel clashing mixed with the patter of rain echoed continuously over the dark arena, like a symphony of rain and steel blades. Where the lights gathered, Mo Chen's claws and the 1,000-foot centipede armor moved in unison, leisurely blocking the flying blade lights from all directions. His moves were grand and beautiful, like a graceful dancer standing under the spotlight. Watching such a poetic scene, the commentator couldn't help but exclaim, facing the enemy like a fish swimming in water, striking like flicking ash or throwing a hammer. Despite the rain of flying blades, Mo Chen can still effortlessly and methodically fend them all off. His speed has already surpassed that of zero-stage warriors of the same realm. The audience, gazing at Mo Chen's valiant and agile figure, couldn't help but shake their heads in admiration. Whether it was supernatural abilities or physical techniques, Mo Chen's strength was at the forefront of this grand competition. No, it was at the very top. Chi Beta looked at the rain of flying blades, merely gazing at Siafan's back, muttering to himself, "Siafan, are you really going to leave this move for me? Do you want to kill me?" At this moment, Siafan, clad in white spiritual armor, was frowning as he controlled the flying blades from a distance. Upon witnessing Mo Chen's terrifying reflexes, a bead-sized cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Siafan secretly thought, facing my 1,000 blades dance, he didn't use any combat skills and relied solely on that steel centipede and his claws to block everything? Truly terrifying. No, I have to go all out now. Tap tap tap. Tap 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 tap. At this moment, Siafan was stepping through the black rainwater on the ground, rushing toward Mo Chen at high speed. He waved his fingers connected to the spirit silk line a few more times. Buzz! In an instant, the dazzling blade lights that had been relentlessly attacking Mo Chen immediately halted their assault, hovering in the air and locking onto Mo Chen. Mo Chen looked around and spotted Siafan rushing toward him at high speed. He saw that behind Siafan's black spiritual body, four massive white pustules emerged again, transforming into strong white spiritual arms. Tap tap tap. Siafan's speed increased, and he casually grabbed 8 long blades hovering in the air, then immediately severed the spirit silk line. Countless broken blade lights began to tremble slowly. Swish! In an instant, the blade lights shot toward Mo Chen at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, covering all angles. At the same time, Siafan shouted loudly, "Since you can withstand my 1,000 blades dance with your bare hands, then you definitely won't be able to withstand this strike." 8 blades reverse spiral. Bang! Siafan stomped the ground heavily and then leaped high into the air. The glaring sunlight pierced through Mo Chen's dark rain clouds, illuminating Siafan's body suspended in midair, making him appear like an 8-armed Azura, exuding a ghostly aura of righteous energy. Siafan looked down at Mo Chen, his gaze darkening as he manipulated the 8 steel blades to spin instantly. He then charged towards Mo Chen. Buzz 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 buzz. At this moment, he resembled a gigantic spiral meatball, whipping up a howling gale and a cacophony of noise. The commentator, watching the imposing Siafan, passionately exclaimed, Siafan's thousand blades dance has no effect on Mo Chen, and coupled with the continuous drain of this benevolent rain, he has been forced to unleash his strongest combat technique, 8 blades reverse spiral. Now, how will Mo Chen respond to this meat grinder-like spiral? Mo Chen listened to Siafan's declaration and merely scoffed, can't withstand it? He. Just a frog at the bottom of a well. With that, Mo Chen immediately controlled the 1000 Zhang centipede armor, deflecting several incoming blade lights, and quietly murmured to himself, centipede embracing eggs. In the blink of an eye, a fierce aura erupted from Mo Chen, and the wildly dancing 1000 Zhang centipede armor instantly enveloped him. Clang clang clang, kong kong kang. The glinting broken blades continuously struck against the black shield, as hard as a solid iron ball, producing a clanging sound. Boom! Zzzzzzz. Suddenly, a tremendous vibration echoed through the sky. The meat grinder-like Siafan had violently collided with the black iron ball-shaped shield formed by the 1000 Zhang centipede armor, creating a continuous, grating noise like grinding iron. Between the two, a fierce and scorching spark erupted, distorting the surrounding air due to the powerful shockwave. In an instant, the battle had entered a white-hot phase. Ziz, ka 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 ka. Intense sparks shot out accompanied by a series of noisy sounds, raising the audience's anticipation to its peak, as they focused intently on the battle, not wanting to miss a single detail. Xin Liangzhen watched the sparking arena, as if he had discovered something. Moments later, he stood up silently with a heavy expression, smoothing out the wrinkles of his black shirt. Beside him, Jiang Qiao asked in surprise, Deputy Qin? It's not over yet. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave for now. I'll come back for the B group match tonight. With that, Xin Liangzhen left the viewing area with his hands behind his back. As a powerful level 78 warrior, he had already keenly sensed that there was no reason to continue watching this match. Siafan's outcome could only be defeat, and a crushing one at that. Clang! Kong kong kang! The crisp sound of metal breaking instantly resonated from the center of the arena to every corner of the dragon's nest. Jiang Qiao turned in surprise, looking towards the center of the arena. Siafan, transformed into a black blade whirlwind, now found that all 8 blades gripped tightly in his 8 arms had shattered due to rapid wear. Looking at Mo Chen's shield, which had been severely worn down by 8 blades, Siafan felt a bead of sweat the size of a bean trickle down his forehead. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it! Even with 8 blades, I still can't break his defense? No! I need to put in more effort. I can't be this pathetic. Before this heavy rain erodes and shatters my shield, I will definitely break his shield. Siafan landed steadily not far away, half-crouching as his mind stirred, and immediately, dark white transparent threads appeared at the tips of each of his fingers. With a tug of his 8 arms, he instantly pulled out 8 broken blades from nearby. Clang! Siafan silently raised his head, looking at the distant black spherical shield, silently reciting in his heart, I don't seek to win, I only seek to break his shield. Teacher, I'm not a coward. S-rank combat skill. Unchanging death grip. A flash of cold light passed. Suddenly, a pitch-black centipede shell emerged from a puddle of rain beside Siafan. Swish swish swish, clang. In the blink of an eye, the black centipede shell had wrapped around Siafan's entire body, then tightened instantly. Siafan was already in the motion of releasing his combat skill, and in a moment of carelessness, he had no time to react. He fell headfirst to the ground, unable to move at all. Seeing this scene, the entire arena erupted in deafening cheers, and the commentator shouted, Siafan has been controlled. This is Mo Chen's S-rank control skill, Iron Centipede Bind. Is he going to take the opportunity to attack now? The broadcast also announced the countdown for subjugation. 10. The shield formed from the centipede shell slowly dissipated, finally attaching itself to Mo Chen's right hand, tightly wrapping around it, transforming into a pitch-black drill head exuding a miasma of death. The heavy rain continued to fall, dripping onto the white spirit armor covering Siafan's body, turning into wisps of black smoke. Lying on the ground, Siafan pondered as he watched Mo Chen's footsteps. If I cancel the protection of spirit armor and transform into a white spirit body, I can switch positions to break free from the binding. However, I will also be eroded by this heavy rain. I can still fight. Mo Chen raised the buzzing, constantly extending poison dragon drill, stepping towards Siafan, whispering, although your teacher failed to kill me, he acted against me for your sake. A debt of the master must be repaid by the disciple. It wouldn't be too much to break one of your arms, right? After all, you have so many arms. After saying this, Mo Chen slightly bent his knee, his brows furrowing, and a wave of deathly miasma instantly erupted from his entire body. Hearing this, Siafan chuckled, boasting, This battlesuit will automatically activate a spirit power shield when it detects excessively strong spiritual fluctuations, capable of withstanding attacks from third-tier warriors. I know you're strong, and I acknowledge what my teacher did. But if you want to take one of my arms, you might as well forget it. 3. Emo-chan's lips curled slightly, then let's give it a try. The commentator's eyes flashed with confusion and surprise as he looked at the situation on the field, saying, Emo-chan doesn't plan to wait for the countdown to finish. He wants to immediately execute Siafan. Buzz. Suddenly, an unusual sense of agitation emanated from Siafan's battlesuit, instantly causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Looking at Emo-chan, who was striking a fierce pose with a ruthless gaze, Siafan suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, damn it, Emo-chan, you can't really want to break one of my arms, can you? Without a moment's hesitation, Siafan immediately removed the spirit armor from his body, transforming into a white spirit form. The raindrops caused a tingling pain in his body, but Siafan paid no attention. Beep 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 beep. Speed value has been reset. Swish. A tremendous aura suddenly erupted, and Emo-chan's figure became instantly blurred. The lower-level spectators couldn't keep up with his speed, feeling as if he had vanished into thin air. Siafan ran around the edge of the arena, trying to dodge. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a roaring black wind howled from behind Siafan, and when he turned to look, his pupils trembled violently. A massive, writhing black drill head suddenly lunged toward his left shoulder. Thud. The battlesuit detected the wave of death and immediately deployed a spherical honeycomb spirit power shield around Siafan. Beep 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 beep. Power value has been reset. With a loud bang, an earth-shattering wave of spirit power erupted between the two. The black drill head pressed against the shield, carrying Siafan from one side of the arena to the other. Zhang Qiao sprang up in shock, exclaiming, "What does this speed value even mean? Is this still a zero-level warrior who has only trained for half a year?" Emo-chan's figure was very clear in Zhang Qiao's eyes, but to warriors of the same realm, he was completely uncatchable. Long Xianqing and Shi Beidou had already stood up, drenched in sweat in an instant. Crack 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 crack. The spirit power shield shattered under the attack of the venomous dragon drill, constantly breaking apart and splattering spirit power fragments, creating a cacophony of noise. Looking at the approaching drill tip, Siafan shouted in despair, "I admit." Bang! Another earth-shattering sound struck, and the thick flying sand and stones slowly dispersed. Emo-chan lowered his brow and shook his sore right arm, walking towards the edge of the arena. He glanced at the judging panel and said, "I didn't mean to, it's just that the quality of this spirit power shield is really poor." Upon hearing this, the judges turned to look at the edge of the arena. They saw that Siafan's spirit power shield had been shattered. His eyes rolled back as he lay on the ground, his right arm reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, indistinctly stuck to the stone wall. On the stone wall, a massive black spiral pit appeared. A broadcast echoed above the Dragon Nest Martial Arts Hall. The battle suit detection system has issued a warning. The consciousness of Ability Academy, Siafan, has dissipated. The winner is Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chan. Emo-chan looked up at the dark rain clouds above, waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the rain stopped. Little blue crows, flapping their wings, separated from the rain clouds, rapidly descending from the sky and merging into Emo-chan's body. Emo-chan controlled the rise and fall of the sun, gradually clearing the sky. After a moment's hesitation, the entire Dragon Nest competition hall erupted with deafening cheers and shouts. Zhang Qiao gaped, staring at Emo-chan's back, muttering in terror, "How is this possible? The spirit power shield was actually shattered by him? Without the strength of a third-level warrior, it shouldn't be able to inflict any damage on the Dragon Nest combat suit's spirit power shield." At that moment, her heart was filled with regret. Regret for not being able to take down Emo-chan, for not being able to make him join the Ability Academy. Long Xianqing furrowed her brows, her expression serious as she pondered, such terrifying strength. No wonder they revealed their cards right from the start. Emo-chan's strength might be the strongest among the three of us. Shi Beidou wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, sitting down with a serious expression, lost in thought. The medical team rushed onto the field, lifting the unconscious Siafan onto a stretcher, then hurriedly administered a hemostatic pill. Granny Wang was enveloped in a vibrant green light and immediately began performing artificial respiration on Siafan. The blood gushing from Siafan's left shoulder slowly began to heal. Granny Wang looked at the cold sweat she had wiped from her forehead, then gazed at the massive spiral pit created by the thousand-legged poison dragon drill, and said lightly, "You all, go collect that pile of rotten meat on the wall, it might be useful." Inside the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, the martial artists gathered in front of the large-screen television fell into a deathly silence. Tang Wei and Linda were gaping, eyes wide as they stared at the screen. Lin did trembled as he pointed at the screen, his lips quivering. This battlesuit's spiritual shield just shattered so easily? Although the battlesuits for zero-level martial artists are far inferior in quality to those of other realms. But this is not something a zero-level martial artist could break. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei took a deep breath and shook his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that the boy who had endured humiliation yet remained steadfast in his pursuit of martial arts, with a mere 3-card vitality value, had now transformed into a genius admired by all. And all of this had happened in just 6 months. Suddenly, the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall erupted in discussions, filled with waves of astonished gasps and cheers. Not only in the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, but the entire Nanzhou city began to boil with excitement. After all, Mo Chen was a martial artist who had emerged from their Nanzhou city, and judging by the momentum, he was bound to win the championship of the martial arts competition zero-level group. When that time came, the entire Nanzhou city would bask in the slightest glow of the name Mo Chen. At this moment, a few thugs gathered in an underground casino, anxiously staring at their phone screens, saying, "Now that Mo Chen has achieved success, if he returns home, will he remember what we did to him? He has a magnanimous heart. He definitely won't hold it against you. I hope he really is magnanimous." The broadcast at the Dragon's Nest competition venue announced, "The competition for the martial arts competition zero-level group has concluded, and the competition for Group B will begin tonight at 7 p.m. Julie looked at Mo Chen, who was rubbing his right hand as he approached, and asked with concern, "What happened? Did you get hurt? Do you want Granny Wang to treat you?" Mo Chen's face changed. He didn't want Granny Wang to kiss him, so he hurriedly waved his hand. "It's nothing, nothing. I just accidentally shattered the spiritual shield, and my hand is a bit sore from the impact." Lu Shi rushed over, stammering in admiration. "Mo Go? How did you do it? It's just too awesome. You actually managed to drill through the spiritual shield with just one drill." Mo Chen patted Lu Shi's shoulder, shaking his head. "No more talking. Let's head back to the hotel. I need to rest well. I won't be watching the Group B competition tonight." Julie asked, "Aren't you worried about Chi Beidu's match?" "I don't think it's necessary. Resting is the most important thing. Teacher, Lu Shi and I are going to grab a bite." He. "Let's go." Mo Chen turned back with a grin and then walked into the martial artist's passage with Lu Shi. Julie watched Mo Chen's retreating figure and smiled. Alright, he should get some rest. At this moment, Xin Liangjin had returned to the outside of the hotel room. He listened to the earth-shattering cheers from the Dragon Nest competition martial arts hall in the distance, his brows gradually furrowing. He reached out to grasp the black doorknob, which then announced, "Welcome back to the Dragon Nest Grand Hotel." Xin Liangjin slowly opened the door, and what met his eyes was a sea of peach-colored women's intimate apparel, black stockings, and purple cylindrical objects scattered everywhere. He tugged at his collar, covering his disordered mind, and lay down on the bed in one breath. I really knew that Mo Chen was impressive, but I didn't expect him to be this impressive. Just in terms of cultivation speed, he's already left Chi Beidu far behind, not to mention that terrifying special physique. "Jiang Qiao, the principal is putting pressure on me. There's no way I can protect you now." Xin Liangjin's mind was a tangled mess. What major events had occurred in Longguo recently? The principal, who was currently in seclusion at the Ability Academy, was fully aware, including Jiang Qiao giving up Mo Chen's special admission quota to focus on cultivating Chi Beidu, and he also knew about Mo Chen's rapid progress. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A series of urgent ringing sounds came, and Xin Liangjin suddenly felt something was off. He opened his phone, and his eyes darkened, his brows instantly lowering. As he had expected, the caller was the principal. Xin Liangjin braced himself and answered the call. "Principal." A deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Xin Liangjin, why are you in such a hurry to return? You missed the moment when Mo Chen displayed his might. That kid has broken the energy shield of the battlesuit, now he's taken out one of Xiefan's hands." Hearing this, Xin Liangjin was taken aback. "WH. What? He broke the energy shield?" Xin Liangjin had thought that if Mo Chen went all out, he would definitely defeat Xiefan in an instant, winning with an overwhelming crushing stance. But he never expected that Mo Chen could even break the energy shield. A burst of reckless laughter, mixed with a hint of sarcasm, came from the other end of the phone. "Xin Liangjin, your little lover is quite efficient. Not only did she fail to recruit Mo Chen as a special student, but she also insulted him and the martial arts academy, and then spread this incident like a joke, causing a storm across the country. If I can still see her after I come out of seclusion, then I'll help you, and she'll have some dignity." Beep beep beep. With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. Xin Liangjin put away his phone, sighed for a moment, then closed his eyes, unwilling to wake up again. Inside the underground casino of Nanzhou City, it was bustling. A group of simply dressed but extravagant gamblers gathered here. Come, let the betting begin. The match between Emo-chen and Shan Tianbai is open for betting. I choose Emo-chen. He has contributed to Nanzhou, and experts predict his winning odds are 1 in 10 million. Damn! Do you believe everything the experts say? I could say I can go to Mars. Why don't you bet on me? These betting games are all rigged. Anyway, I'm betting on Shan Tianbai. The surrounding gamblers all gave a thumbs up, admiring the cleverness of this fellow gambler. At this moment, the Dragon Nest Arena was once again packed with spectators. It had been 3 days since Emo-chen defeated Xiefan in the zero-level Group A match. In these 3 days, the top 16 matches of the first, second, and third levels had also concluded. And Emo-chen's senior brother, Xiaohe, had also won smoothly. Today was the match between Shan Tianbai, Ability Academy, vs Emo-chen, Martial Arts Academy. Since Emo-chen's battle with Xiefan, any topic related to Emo-chen had reached unprecedented heights. The audience present now is far more than during Emo-chen's first battle. They are here to witness Emo-chen's fighting style firsthand and to experience the exhilarating shock of the live event. At this moment, Emo-chen is sitting in the viewing area, waiting for the announcement to start the match. Beside him, the battered Lu Ji sits, his eyes reddened as he clenches his fists tightly. Just moments ago, he lost to Lan Weier, missing the excellent opportunity to advance to the top 8. Losing to a girl whose strength and speed are far inferior to his makes Lu Ji extremely unwilling to accept it. Looking at Lu Ji's disheveled appearance, Emo-chen has no intention of acknowledging him. If he underestimates his opponent simply because she is a girl, then this defeat is what he deserves. Emo-chen is different. Regardless of gender, Emo-chen invariably chooses to underestimate. Of course, if he truly encounters an opponent stronger than himself, Emo-chen will naturally give it his all. And the opponents who can make Emo-chen go all out are mostly martial artists of a higher realm than him. Beep. Please welcome, Ability Academy, Shan Tianbai, and Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chen, to the arena. The announcement from the Longchao Martial Arts School suddenly rang out, and the audience's spirits instantly soared. Amidst the roaring cheers, Emo-chen slowly stood up from the viewing area. At the same time, Shan Tianbai also stood up, staring fiercely at Emo-chen. But Emo-chen did not return the gaze. His eyes revealed a hint of calm, not stirring a single ripple. He glanced at Shan Tianbai and then walked into the martial artist passage, his figure disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Shan Tianbai frowned. He instantly realized that this arrogant Emo-chen had never regarded him as a rival. Tap tap tap. Emo-chen walked lightly, unhurriedly entering the competition arena from the martial artist passage. Each of his steps sounded deafening in Shan Tianbai's ears. Shan Tianbai's expression was heavy, his bright eyes fixed on Emo-chen's face, filled with countless emotions. At Nanzhou No. 1 High School, both were awakened S-level ability martial artists, renowned in their time. Until the blood value test, Emo-chen suddenly fell into the abyss. Both were S-level ability martial artists, yet their treatment was worlds apart. And now, Emo-chen has become one of the strongest new generation martial artists in Long Country. Meanwhile, Shan Tianbai remains obscure. In the blink of an eye, the two have arrived at the center of the arena. Upon learning that the two are alumni of the same high school, the commentator addressed the audience. From Ability Academy, Shan Tianbai, and from Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chen, are both students of Nanzhou City Nanzhou No. 1 High School. However, due to Emo-chen's blood value issues, he only studied in the martial arts class for 2.5 years before leaving the class. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Mo-chen, through diligent effort, the diligent system, and outstanding talent, the outstanding system, ultimately became the top scorer in the martial arts examination of Jiangnan province. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in an uproar. What the hell? Emo-chen isn't even from the martial arts class? Did the leaders of their school eat shit? If Emo-chen really gave up on the martial arts path, wouldn't Long Country lose a martial arts powerhouse? That damn principal might as well be dead. Most of the audience only knew that Emo-chen's previous blood value was 3 cards, but they didn't know he wasn't a student of the martial arts class. They never expected that the famous Emo-chen wasn't even a student of the martial arts class. Beep. After a 10-second countdown, the match officially begins. The entire audience, warriors, and mentors held their breath, fully focused on the two in front of them. The atmosphere is still as a stagnant pool. 10. Shan Tianbai drew his black sword, pointing it at Emo-chen, his tone indifferent. Emo-chen, I know you've never regarded me as a rival. Your only opponent is Chi Beidou. Whether by chance or coincidence, after the martial arts examination battle, I stand before you once more. I ask you to face me seriously and give it your all. 3. Looking at the tip of Qian Tianbai's sword, Chen spread his dark claws, shaking his head and sighing. As you said, I truly haven't seen you as a rival. But that Chi Beidou is far from qualified. If you want me to use my full strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. With that, Chen erupted with an incredibly shocking wave of spiritual power, causing Qian Tianbai's hair to stand on end. 1. The match begins. As the announcement rang out, the atmosphere of the competition instantly reached its most intense moment. Qian Tianbai furrowed his brow, immediately unleashing a fierce aura. Although this wave of energy couldn't compare to Chen's shock, it was filled with pure killing intent. He knew that Chen was the end of his martial arts competition. Qian Tianbai's face twisted in a grimace as he threw his long sword high into the air, then raised both hands, silently reciting in his heart, "Silver Dragon Swift Sword." Qian Tianbai's eyes emitted a white light, and a dense spiritual energy erupted from his body once more. This spiritual energy condensed into several silver flying swords, which, as if attracted by magnetism, clustered around the first flying sword in the sky. More and more flying swords ascended, each one resembling a dragon scale, forming the shape of a horned silver dragon without claws. The commentator shouted in shock. Qian Tianbai actually used his strongest combat technique, Silver Dragon Swift Sword, at the start of the competition? Looking at the vividly lifelike silver dragon in the sky, Chen instantly donned 1,000-foot centipede armor. He grinned and said, "Starting off with a big move? Interesting, huh?" The silver dragon circling in the sky was now eyeing the tiny, dust-like Chen on the ground. Chen revealed his dark claws, gazing at the horned silver dragon above, and praised, "The bloodline choice is quite good." Qian Tianbai's tempered bloodline was S-Class, Sword Swift Silver Dragon. This bloodline granted 3 characteristics: swift movement, sword scales, dragon eye, allowing the summoned spiritual swords to achieve unparalleled speed, hardness, and independent consciousness. Qian Tianbai frowned. "No need for you to say whether it's good or not. Dragon Fall." With a single hand press, the horned silver dragon circling in the sky suddenly dove down, charging fiercely at Chen. The horned silver dragon stirred up a roaring wind, and Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Chen stomped his right foot, kicking up a cloud of flying sand and stones, and once again erupted with a tremendous wave of energy. The two waves of energy clashed against each other, causing the air to begin to slightly distort. Seeing this scene, the commentator was overwhelmed with excitement. He exclaimed in shock, "Sword Swift Silver Dragon is an extremely powerful beast of speed and strength, and the spiritual sword enhanced by it is incredibly sharp." From Chen's expression, is he planning to take it head-on? If it can shatter the spiritual shield, it shouldn't be too difficult for Chen to withstand this terrifying blow. In the blink of an eye, the horned silver dragon began to swirl, its sword-like scales glinting coldly, finally transforming into a bright silver whirlwind. That horn, sharp as a sword, was now like an incredibly sharp silver drill, charging towards Chen's body. Chen furrowed his brow. Beep, beep. In an instant, the silver dragon plummeted straight down onto the ground where Chen stood. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke that immediately spread to every corner of the Dragon's Nest martial arts hall. Shocked shouts erupted from the crowd. "Where's Chen? Did he hold it off?" It seems he didn't. If Chen had used the centipede embrace shield, there should have been a crisp sound. Inside the underground casino of South Prefecture, gamblers who had bet heavily on Qian Tianbai were now gloating. "Ha! See? I told you, this martial arts competition is just a setup. Don't you realize how wealthy and powerful the Qian family is? It's not hard for them to make that helpless Chen lose." Hearing this, the gamblers beside him clenched their fists, veins bulging. The low-level spectators at the edge of the arena had already begun to shake their heads and sigh. But the high-level spectators still had great faith in Chen, including the commentator. He continued to grip the microphone tightly, raising a bright smile, and shouted with passionate enthusiasm, "The situation is not yet clear. With Chen's strength, it is impossible for him to fall here." Bang! A dull, thunderous sound suddenly came from the thick smoke. The dust instantly dissipated. Including Qian Tianbai, everyone widened their eyes in shock. They saw the unique silver dragon, forged from nearly 1,000 silver-white spirit swords, burst forth from the smoke and soar into the sky. The silver dragon's form was extremely twisted, as if its spine had been broken, like a limp, discarded snake thrown straight into the air. And its silver sword tip had been brutally snapped off by Chen. The commentator shouted like thunder, "Just as I predicted." Chen easily blocked Qian Tianbai's killing move, Silver Dragon's fierce sword charge. Whoosh! The wind howled. The elusive Chen, at this moment, was like a mournful black wind, dashing right in front of Qian Tianbai in the blink of an eye. Qian Tianbai was taken aback. He clapped heavily, his eyes radiating a bright light once more. The silver dragon, thrown into the sky, suddenly exploded and disintegrated into nearly 1,000 gleaming swords. They spun in the air for 2.5 circles before aligning perfectly with the rapidly approaching Imo-chen. Qian Tianbai spread his arms wide, shouting, "Falling dragon!" Smack! Before he could finish his sentence, Imo-chen's pitch-black claw, radiating waves of death, instantly grasped Qian Tianbai's entire head. As Imo-chen seized Qian Tianbai's head, he charged forward, slamming down hard at the edge of the arena. Bang! Imo-chen looked at the bleeding, headache-ridden Qian Tianbai and grinned. "How does it feel to give it your all?" As he spoke, a pitch-black, cold, 1,000-foot centipede armor suddenly appeared on Qian Tianbai's body, tightly wrapping around him. Beep! The subjugation condition has been triggered. 10-second countdown begins. 10. The audience was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Listening to the broadcast from the Dragon's Nest Martial Arts Hall, Qian Tianbai's eyes grew increasingly blue, and his head throbbed even more. The corrosive bacteria had already begun to infect. Qian Tianbai gritted his teeth in pain and said, "In just half a month, your strength has become even more terrifying. Your vitality has truly reached 999 cards. Although you haven't fought with Chi Beidou, I know. He is definitely not your match." 5. Imo-chen slowly released his grip, placed his hands on his hips, and turned his back, saying, "Always comparing yourself to others, no wonder you haven't made any progress. If you really want to choose a rival for yourself, then consider this moment of yourself as your opponent. As long as you improve, that's a victory." After saying this, the deep blue in Qian Tianbai's eyes instantly faded. He closed his eyes thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the competition stage of the Dragon Nest Martial Arts Academy, a jubilant announcement rang out. The battle suit detection system has issued a warning. Ability Academy, Qian Tianbai, has been subdued. The winner is Martial Arts Academy, Imo-chen. The commentator looked at the competition schedule and shouted excitedly, "The fastest subjugation record in the zero-level group of the martial arts competition has been broken by Imo-chen. From 6 minutes and 49 seconds to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Upon hearing this, the entire dragon country erupted in an uproar. The gamblers who had just placed large bets on Qian Tianbai were now left with nothing, their faces pale with despair. The members of the Martial Arts Academy were all grinning widely, showing their bright white teeth, clearly overjoyed. Feng Zhiyan crossed her arms, sitting on the platform and laughing loudly. "Ah! It seems that this year's champion of the zero-level group in the martial arts competition belongs to our Martial Arts Academy." Beside her, Wu Zhiga's complexion had noticeably improved. The defeat of Zhong Lingling by Long Xianxing had left him in a very low mood. But seeing Imo-chen's smooth progress, he also relaxed and said, "I had watched Chi Beidou's match before. Although his strength is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to Imo-chen's terror. In any case, this year's zero-level group champion is something they, Ability Academy, can forget about." The members of the Military Academy of Dragon Country, upon witnessing Imo-chen's astonishing strength, did not show much surprise or disappointment. After all, they had no grievances with the Martial Arts Academy, and their focus was not on the zero-level and first-level groups. Long Xianxing looked at Imo-chen's figure, silently shedding 2 crystal-clear beads of sweat. Her bright eyes narrowed slightly, and then she said in a daze, "Imo-chen, who gave it his all, ended the battle in less than 2 minutes. It's truly terrifying." Beside Long Xianxing, a gentle and mature voice came, "Shua, there's no need to be afraid." She turned around to see a mature woman draped in a white cloak, with black hair styled up and a tear mole at the corner of her eye. This person was her mentor, Zhou Yuqing. Zhou Yuqing gently patted Long Xianxing's fragrant shoulder and smiled softly. Shua, our goal this time is not to win the championship. Consider it a training experience. There's no need to worry about winning or losing. Just relax your mindset. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself." Long Xianxing looked at Zhou Yuqing's gentle face and nodded with a smile. But the teachers and students of the Ability Academy sitting far away looked extremely uncomfortable. They were currently sitting in the viewing area with gloomy faces, silently doing their own things, pretending to be busy. This battle took Imo-chen less than 2 minutes to successfully subdue Qian Tianbai. It should be noted that this was the quarter-finals of the martial arts competition, not a child's play. Qian Tianbai was no longer the weakest fighter in the Ability Academy. Being among the top 16 was enough to prove that his strength was not bad. The school would not hand over such a precious competition spot just because they received a little support from the Qian family. Yet Imo-chen managed to speed through the match in less than 2 minutes. Imo-chen's strength was clearly on a completely different level from the other competitors. The techniques he had displayed so far were likely just the tip of the iceberg. Among the 2 S-class traits, only the ability of the 1,000-foot demon centipede had been fully revealed, while the other, Crimsonite Fiery Serpent, had yet to show any enhancement for Mo Chen, leaving everyone in the dark. However, one thing was certain. Their Ability Academy would absolutely not win the zero-level group championship this year. Huang Jiujian, dressed in a white martial arts uniform, was currently helping the injured Qian Tianbai down from the arena. Huang Jiujian's brow was furrowed as he looked at the trembling Qian Tianbai and asked with a weary voice, "Do you need me to call for an ambulance?" Qian Tianbai shook his head and replied softly, "No need, teacher. Mo Chen held back a bit and didn't injure me too severely." Huang Jiujian nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and said, "That is indeed the case. If he hadn't held back, you might have ended up with a hole in you." Mo Chen had only allowed the corrosive bacteria to slightly invade Qian Tianbai's body. If he had truly gone all out, Qian Tianbai would likely have been finished on the spot. Sitting in the front row, Shibu watched as Qian Tianbai stumbled off the stage, a hint of fear and tension flickering in his eyes. He suppressed the tremors coursing through his body and thought to himself, 1 minute and 40 seconds to subdue Qian Tianbai, damn it. The school wants me to fight Mo Chen? Me? Shibu had never encountered someone with such overwhelming strength in his life. He had thought his own abilities were unmatched among the new generation of martial artists, only to find a previously unknown Mo Chen emerging, contracting an unheard of bacteria that could refine various bloodlines, with attributes far exceeding those of martial artists of the same realm. Any of these abilities, if possessed by different martial artists, would be enough to shock the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, all these abilities came from Mo Chen alone. Shibu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring to himself, to possess such a heaven-defying dual physique, this is really, who the hell would believe it? For some reason, he thought of Xiefan. Mo Chen's deadly 1,000-foot poison dragon drill not only severed Xiafan's arm but also left him unconscious to this day. After that event, Shibu had quietly tested the sturdiness of his battlesuit's spiritual energy shield. The result was clear. Shibu exhausted himself trying, yet the spiritual energy shield remained completely unscathed. It was from that moment on that Shibu began to doubt his own strength, falling into deep confusion. He was terrified that after years of hard work under renowned masters, finally achieving recognition as a genius, he would end up as a stepping stone on Mo Chen's path to greatness. Shibu, what are you thinking? Aren't you leaving? Suddenly, a cold voice slowly reached Shibu's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Shibu looked up at the handsome man in white and stammered, "Teacher." This man was Shibu's personal mentor, Situ Kong. Shibu glanced around and realized that all the other teachers and students had already left, leaving him all alone in the viewing area. "Oof. If you're scared, just surrender." With that, Situ Kong turned and left with an indifferent expression. At the Dragon's Nest Grand Hotel, in the martial arts competition area, a heavy steel door to the training room slowly opened, and the rich aroma of spiritual energy filled the air, making the butler outside feel a bit dizzy. The butler respectfully addressed the person sitting cross-legged inside, saying, "Old Lu, Mo Chen has won again." This time his opponent was Qian Tianbai from the Ability Academy, and he completed the subjugation in just 1 minute and 40 seconds. Inside the room, Lu Sanping slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Is that so? Does the principal know about this?" The butler nodded and then smiled, saying, "The principal has always been very concerned about Mo Chen's performance in the competition. In that place with no communication network, he almost asks us for news every day." Lu Sanping nodded and said, "It seems the principal really likes Mo Chen, that's good. By the way, for the next match, Mo Chen isn't facing Long Xianqing, right?" The butler answered respectfully, "Mo Chen's next opponent is Yen Yao from the Dragon Country Military Academy. But I suspect it won't take Mo Chen too long to defeat him." After a brief pause, Lu Sanping said, "Then it probably won't be very interesting. When Mo Chen faces Long Xianqing, come and notify me, and I'll go watch personally. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the butler casually opened a deep purple portal and disappeared into it. Lu Sanping looked at the slowly closing steel door and said unwillingly, once more, "If I fail to break through to level 90 this time, then I should give up." Hello, dear audience. You are watching the martial arts competition sponsored by the Dragon Country Martial Artists Association. At this moment, the list of the top 4 in all levels has been announced, and they are. In front of the television at the Nanzhou Martial Arts School, joyful voices rang out. Another champion has emerged from Jiangnan Province. Let's wait until Mo Chen wins the championship before we talk, don't jinx him. Who cares? Mo Chen winning the championship is a sure thing. I'm popping the champagne now. Tang Wei was sitting in the front row, focused on the live broadcast with Linda. At this moment, the top 4 lists for Group A and Group B of the zero-level competition were displayed on the screen, and they were 0-level competition, Group A, Long Xianqing, Dragon Country Military Academy, Emochun, Martial Arts Academy, 0-level competition, Group B, Shibeidu, Ability Academy, Lanwire, Ability Academy. The final winners of Group A and Group B will duel against each other for the championship of the Martial Arts Competition, 0-level competition. The winner will receive incredibly generous rewards and privileges. After more than 20 days of long competition, the 0-level martial artist competition to the 3rd-level martial artist competition has successfully reached the regional finals. At this moment, it is the A Group regional finals of the 0-level martial artist competition. The martial arts competition coincided with the winter vacation, and the viewership ratings soared, with families either staying indoors or gathering together. The only purpose was to watch the martial arts competition. Ka Linda leaned against the front desk, munching on sunflower seeds, and asked Tang Wei behind him, "Uncle Tang, I remember. That first-level group Xiao He is also from our Nanzhou city, right? He also made it to the semifinals. Do you think there's a possibility of double champions?" Hearing this, Tang Wei's eyes widened as he said, "Shaolin, you really dare to dream. Are Nanzhou city's martial artists winning 2 championships for the Martial Arts Academy? The Ability Academy would lose all face, wouldn't they?" Linda shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Sigh, just kidding. But really, what face does the Ability Academy have to talk about now? The admissions office director chose a useless bimbo, making a huge fuss over Mo Chen's incident, and there's also the assassination of contestants by a secondary mentor." Tang Wei sighed and shook his head, saying, "This Ability Academy is indeed finished. In short, it's all the fault of the Academy president for shutting himself away at this time and choosing Qin Liangzhen as the leader." Sigh. Enough of that, the competition is starting. With that, the two shifted their focus to the big screen. The scene at the Dragon's Nest competition martial arts venue was bustling with drums and firecrackers, red flags waving, and a sea of people. Most of the audience was there for Mo Chen. They had almost all pre-purchased tickets for the competition over the past few days. Tickets for the martial arts competition were now extremely hard to come by. At this moment, a blonde commentator stood in the center of the venue, passionately holding a microphone to hype up the atmosphere. At this moment, 2 of the geniuses who broke the records of the 3 major schools' martial arts competition qualifiers and created a 100% win rate in 3 days of glory are about to face off. The semi-final in the division of Mo Chen vs Long Xianqing is about to begin. Are you ready? Upon hearing the commentator's words, the audience erupted into a prolonged cheer of excitement. Dressed in a pitch-black battlesuit and wearing dark claws, Mo Chen slowly stood up in the dim martial artist passage. He looked at Long Xianqing in the opposite passage, his eyes narrowing slightly as he encouraged himself, "Have I really come this far? As long as I defeat this girl Long Xianqing, I can stride into the finals. It's a sure thing, let's do it." On the opposite side, Long Xianqing, dressed in a tight black leather battlesuit that exuded a hint of allure, felt her heart gradually tightening. Because the opponent she faced was the extremely formidable Mo Chen. In the top 32, he had brutally defeated Xiefan, shattering his spiritual shield and breaking one of his arms. In the top 16 against Qian Tianbai, he set the record for the fastest time at 1 minute and 40 seconds, and in the top 8, he had knocked out Yenyao with a single palm. She silently looked at Yenyao, who was sitting in the audience, his face wrapped in bandages, bruised and battered, and shook her head secretly. Yenyao, who made it to the top 8, was actually knocked out with just 1 palm. It's truly terrifying. Now, that god of death like Mo Chen was standing right in front of her. How could Long Xianqing not be worried? Beep. Please welcome, Dragon Country Military Academy, Long Xianqing, and Martial Arts Academy, Mo Chen, to the stage. The announcement from the Dragon's Nest broadcast came with a wave of frenzied cheers, roaring in. Long Xianqing calmed her anxious heart, closed her bright eyes, and secretly encouraged herself, don't be nervous. This match is just a friendly exchange. After a round of motivational self-talk, Long Xianqing opened her clear eyes, fixed her unwavering gaze on Mo Chen in the distance, and then strode confidently into the arena. Seeing Long Xianqing step out of the passage, Mo Chen also took a firm step forward. The venue erupted once again. The two looked at the enthusiastic audience, all waving at them, displaying incredibly confident smiles. The commentator immediately grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Both competitors are now in position, and the match is about to begin." Beep. The Martial Arts Tournament 0-level Group A Division Finals will begin after a 10-second countdown. Please both contestants prepare. 10. Mo Chen and Long Xianqing both stopped in their tracks, their eyes inadvertently glancing at each other, sizing each other up. Looking at Long Xianqing's enchanting and powerful figure, Mo Chen furrowed his brow and thought to himself, Long Xianqing's physical skills are on par with Zhong Lingling, but her ability, Heavenly Dragon, is incredibly strong. Not only can it significantly enhance her physical attributes, but she can also use the highly destructive, Shilong Heavenly Kiss, to attack. In short, it's better to be cautious. 3. After saying this, Emo-chan slightly furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, Long Xianqing was poised and ready, speaking to the dragon spirit within her. Dragon brother, I'm counting on you. Beep. The battle begins. With the command of the countdown, a wave of murderous intent surged explosively from Long Xianqing, overwhelming the arena like crashing waves. Her brief encounter with Zhong Lingling had made her never underestimate any opponent again, let alone Emo-chan. Facing this wave of energy, Emo-chan slightly bent down, a ghostly aura of death instantly spreading throughout the arena. The stark contrast of the two powerful auras clashed violently, distorting the very air around them. The commentator squinted his eyes, observing the intense fluctuations in the arena and said, both contestants have instantly entered battle mode. This is the first time I've seen a contestant's aura that can match Emo-chan. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 days. Emo-gu. Go for it. Take down Long Xianqing. Lu Ji, sitting at the side of the arena, was cheering for Emo-chan, seemingly having emerged from the shadow of the previous defeat. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingling furrowed her delicate brows, inexplicably worried for Emo-chan. Long Xianqing's Shilong Heavenly Kiss had left a lingering burning sensation on her remarkably resilient skin. Although Zhong Lingling knew that Emo-chan would definitely win, she couldn't understand why she felt so anxious. At this moment, within the aura, Long Xianqing had slowly gathered a pair of bright white dragon horns that gleamed with a chilling light on her forehead. Her limbs were also adorned with dragon scales reflecting a rainbow of colors. In the blink of an eye, Long Xianqing activated A-class battle technique, Dragon Scale Armor. Her already sturdy body was instantly fully armed with a transparent spiritual armor resembling dragon scales. A proud smile spread across her face as she declared, the hardness of my dragon scale armor is far greater than Zhong Lingling's. It can withstand your heavenly birth mercy rain for at least 7 minutes. Long Xianqing looked towards Emo-chan in the distance, only to find him completely unmoving. The sunlight remained bright and warm. Emo-chan, aren't you going to make a move? I've already activated dragon scale armor, A hint of confusion flashed in Long Xianqing's eyes as she was about to ask, but before she could finish, Emo-chan interrupted her. Emo-chan frowned and asked in confusion, what? Where's your heavenly birth mercy rain? Why haven't you used it yet? Emo-chan's frown deepened. Is it necessary to use it? Could it be illegal? Long Xianqing's mouth twitched. Once dragon scale armor is activated, it cannot be voluntarily deactivated. If released too early, it might miss the timing for Emo-chan to unleash Heaven's Birth, Benevolent Rain. She had observed all of Emo-chan's matches, except for the one against Qian Tianbai. He had invariably used Heaven's Birth, Benevolent Rain, at the start against Siefan and Yenyao. Who could have known that Emo-chan would not use it against her, the ace warrior of the Dragon Country Military Academy? Long Xianqing's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. She felt underestimated. Lowering her brows, she muttered, learn from experience. So you won't use Heaven's Birth, Benevolent Rain, huh? That's fine. Let's see what you've got. With that, Long Xianqing took a long stride and leaped lightly, instantly propelling herself into the air, floating like a nimble fish. Emo-chan narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking, with Long Xianqing's current realm, that Sky-Soaring Dragon probably hasn't unlocked flight at all. This must be the ability granted by her S-class bloodline, Pure Azure Dragon. After a moment of thought, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Long Xianqing kicked off from the air, charging towards Emo-chan at an imperceptible speed. Emo-chan seized the moment, manipulating his black claws to tear forward. Swish! The 10 sharp spiritual wind blades of the 10 spider venom claws were now racing towards Long Xianqing. But in the air, Long Xianqing was as agile as a fish in water. Those 10 wind blades, barely visible to the naked eye, were swiftly dodged by her in an incredibly flexible and ghostly manner. Bang bang bang, the wind blades struck the spiritual array, producing several muffled thuds. Buzz! Another gust of wind came, and Emo-chan had no time to think. He kicked back to evade Long Xianqing's stomp. Looking at the swirling sand and stones before him, Emo-chan quickly summoned the Thousand Jang centipede armor behind him, whipping it towards the dense fog like a long whip. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the thick sand and stones were instantly blown away by a wave of air. In the midst of the smoke, Long Xianqing gritted her teeth, instantly manifesting her agile white dragon tail, firmly bracing against Emo-chan's Thousand Jang centipede armor. The commentator, watching this scene, exclaimed excitedly, Long Xianqing actually withstood Emo-chan's heavy lash. Truly a rising star from the Dragon Country Military Academy. The audience erupted in chatter. It's still Long Xianqing. She easily blocked Emo-chan's Thousand Jang centipede armor. You can tell her strength is different from the warriors Emo-chan faced before. This momentum really feels evenly matched. Looking at the agile and fierce girl before him, Emo-chan smiled with satisfaction. Having fought his way from the top 32 to the regional semifinals, he finally encountered a decent opponent. Although Long Xianqing's strength was still inferior to Emo-chan's, she was much stronger than the others. Emo-chan furrowed his brow. With a clang, Emo-chan silently exerted his hidden strength, instantly bouncing Long Xianqing's dragon tail away. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked back and retreated a short distance. Long Xianqing, after being shaken and releasing her force, slowly floated in midair. Looking down at Emo-chan, who exuded an inexplicable pressure, she felt cold sweat trickling down her back. Her brows knitted tightly as she thought to herself, "Long brother, Emo-chan's strength is truly terrifying. Even with my dragon scale armor, I barely managed to block Emo-chan's lash with all my might, though his attributes exceed those of ordinary people. Facing him directly still feels somewhat unreasonable." Long Xianqing knew that Emo-chan was still hiding. She furrowed her brows, slowly parting her pink lips in midair, condensing around, white elixir in her mouth. Whoosh! Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and a charred deep pit instantly erupted on the ground beside Emo-chan. Fortunately, Emo-chan reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have taken the hit from this dragon refining pill. The commentator tightly gripped the microphone, looking at Long Xianqing in the sky and Emo-chan, who was constantly dodging on the ground, and said with a serious expression, with the second characteristic of the pure azure dragon, floating in the air, Long Xianqing can stay in midair for quite a while. Moreover, with the almost non-consuming patience value of the dragon refining pill, it has actually put Emo-chan at a disadvantage. Bang bang bang! Bang bang! At this moment, Long Xianqing was like a combat helicopter, continuously firing shells at Emo-chan below. But there was no sign of tension on Emo-chan's face, instead, he looked quite relaxed. He gazed at Long Xianqing in the sky and silently thought, "So you think you can bully me because I can't fly?" At this height, it feels like the drones from the martial arts exam are flying at about the same level. Emo-chan pressed his brows down, and after landing heavily on the ground, he kicked off towards Long Xianqing in midair, facing several incoming dragon refining pills. Long Xianqing was taken aback. Emo-chan was leaping into the sky. He spread his azure-glowing shin-tied claws, reaching forward, intending to grab Long Xianqing's head with his bare hands. Looking at the claw exuding a deathly aura, Long Xianqing instantly regained her composure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! She immediately spat out several dragon refining pills from her mouth, which now rushed towards Emo-chan. Emo-chan pressed his brows and swiftly waved his hand to deflect the incoming dragon refining pills. Clang clang clang! Bang bang bang! The dragon refining pills shot rapidly towards the audience, then heavily smashed onto the spiritual power array, erupting into pure white waves of spiritual energy, producing a series of crisp sounds. Whoosh! An extremely weak dragon refining pill quickly approached, striking Emo-chan's abdomen. A huge sound echoed in the arena. Amidst the smoke, a dark shadow was rapidly falling towards the ground. Long Xianqing's face lit up with joy. She pursed her pink lips, looking at the smoke and the shadow in midair, and smiled. Finally hit. Be careful! Long Xianqing's dragon brother in her mind suddenly shouted. Swish swish swish! A stretching sound emerged, and a dazzling black light suddenly flashed through the thick black smoke. The commentator squinted to see, then widened his eyes and shouted, "It's Emo-chan's 1,000-fathom centipede armor?" Emo-chan used this move while falling, and now, this 1,000-fathom centipede armor is rapidly reaching for Long Xianqing. With the commentator's shout, the audience instantly erupted in excitement. Long Xianqing's previously relaxed brows tightened upon seeing the 1,000-fathom centipede armor. She slightly pushed off with her feet and quickly moved backward. Clang! Long Xianqing, momentarily careless, was caught off guard by Emo-chan's unexpected strike, and the 1,000-fathom centipede armor tightly grabbed her delicate, white ankle. Instantly, blue spots appeared on her leg. A bead-sized cold sweat slowly slid down Long Xianqing's pink cheek. Long Xianqing shivered, her heart racing. Not good. With a whoosh, the 1,000-fathom centipede armor, seemingly containing endless power, tightly locked onto Long Xianqing's jade foot, then swiftly pulled her down towards the ground. Bang! The two of them fell like a dazzling black meteor straight into the arena. With a loud bang, an incredibly dense cloud of smoke rose again in the center of the competition. Looking at the center, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the commentator's eyes. He immediately stood up, leaning on the table and shouted, "The situation has become murky. Can Emo-chan, who has suffered a blow from the dragon refining pill, still fight? What is the current state of Long Xianqing, who has been dragged into the arena?" The audience's emotions were stirred by the commentator, and they all stood up to gaze into the arena. Lu Ji's face was twisted in rage, while Zhong Lingling frowned tightly. Zhou Yuqing unconsciously stood up from the spectator seats, clutching her heaving chest, her worry evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Julie crossed her arms confidently, her expression full of assurance. She firmly believed in Mo Chen's strength. Facing a warrior of the same realm, Mo Chen had absolute crushing power. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the scene in the arena made everyone watching gasp in shock. There lay Long Xianqing flat on the ground, her limbs firmly bound by the black chains resembling the 1,000-fathom centipede armor. The incredibly white, dragon-scale armor she wore was now corroded by fungi, covered in countless cracks, looking extremely fragile. And Mo Chen stood to the side, arms crossed. Having suffered a blow from the dragon refining pill, he wore professional battle gear, with only a few scrapes on his body, and his bun had come undone. Watching Long Xianqing struggle, Mo Chen silently thought, an invisible, dragon refining pill? How sinister. If it weren't for the length of the 1,000-fathom centipede armor still being sufficient, it would have been really hard to drag her down. Suddenly, the arena's announcement sounded, beep. The subjugation condition has been triggered, 10-second countdown begins. 10. The audience's faces turned pale, and a wave of intense discussion erupted on the scene. This is too fast, right? This is Long Xianqing from the Dragon National Military Academy. Is there really no chance? No. Long Xianqing is still fighting. Long Xianqing slightly opened her delicate pink mouth again, turning her head towards Mo Chen, her eyes and mouth erupting with intense white light. Zhong Lingling's brow tightened instantly, unable to help but exclaim, "Oh no! It's the Qilong Tongtian kiss." Having suffered this deadly attack before, Zhong Lingling knew just how terrifying this combat skill's damage could be. At the same time, Mo Chen looked at the poised Long Xianqing, merely furrowing his brow slightly before slowly walking towards her. Long Xianqing smirked, playfully saying, "You're not afraid of my Qilong Tongtian kiss, but instead, you're coming towards me? Hoof! I'll give you some credit." Bang! Clang! A huge sound echoed as Mo Chen's right foot heavily stomped down on Long Xianqing's head, creating a shockwave. Long Xianqing's white spiritual energy dragon horn was brutally crushed by Mo Chen. Mo Chen brushed off the dust from his body, speaking without a hint of pity, "Just lie there quietly, where's all this nonsense coming from?" 6. Mo Chen slowly lifted his right foot, revealing Long Xianqing's dazed, bloodied face. The release of the Qilong Tongtian kiss was interrupted by Mo Chen's kick. Long Xianqing's eyes were vacant. She could never have imagined that Mo Chen would insult her like this. She quietly questioned Mo Chen, "Didn't we agree that friendship comes first, and competition second?" Mo Chen furrowed his brows, revealing a face full of disdain. "Are we that familiar? You want me to give it my all, yet also want friendship to come first. You're making it really hard for me." Mo Chen clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he said, "Besides, the strong must humiliate the weak fiercely, otherwise, where would you find the motivation to continue training?" At that moment, Long Xianqing's delicate face fell into a shadow of grimness, her entire aura undergoing a dramatic transformation. Her aesthetically pleasing muscles gradually bulged, and with a clang, she instantly tore apart the 1,000-foot-long centipede armor that was tightly wrapped around her. Buzz! A gust of wind suddenly swept across the entire arena, and Long Xianqing's mentor, Zhou Yuqing, along with Du Zitong, looked shocked, standing up in unison, cold sweat pouring down as they exclaimed, "This is bad." Julie looked at Du Zitong's terrified expression and thought to herself that things were not looking good. She lowered her brows and asked Du Zitong, "Could it be that Long Xianqing has used a more powerful transformation form in advance?" Upon hearing this, Du Zitong, with a serious expression, slowly turned his head. After a moment, he nodded heavily and said, "Transformation-type abilities are like being parasitized by a powerful celestial spirit. An additional consciousness will emerge within your body, granting you immense power. A warrior who has obtained a transformation-type ability can only use some superficial powers when their vitality is low. As the warrior's vitality increases, the abilities they can use will also grow, but if they use advanced abilities prematurely, the beast spirit can take advantage of the situation and seize your consciousness." Julie nodded thoughtfully. Du Zitong continued, "If you encounter a benevolent beast spirit, the impact won't be significant. But if you run into a cunning beast spirit like my crow spirit, then it's over." "Who are you calling a crow?" Just as Du Zitong finished speaking, the crow spirit in his mind immediately jumped out, retorting against him. At that moment, the broadcast announced, "Contestant Mo Chen has failed to subdue, the match continues." The entire Dragon Nest competition arena erupted once again into a heated discussion. Is Long Xianqing still fighting? She actually summoned the beast spirit? If it's a battle against a beast spirit, this fight is bound to have suspense. In the center of the arena, Long Xianqing slowly stood up. The white aura emanating from her was distorting the air, blurring her figure, revealing only 2 eyes glowing with red light. Chen could clearly feel that Long Xianqing's aura had significantly strengthened. Buzz! With a powerful wave of white energy, Long Xianqing's body was instantly revealed. Her muscles had become robust, and her limbs were covered with even more pure white dragon scales, far harder than dragon scale armor. Her beautiful face also sprouted patches of dragon scales, a round gem resembling red jade appeared between her brows, her ears became more agile, and her teeth sharpened. More notably, a pair of winding white solid dragon horns grew from her forehead. Unlike the fake dragon horns made of spiritual energy, these solid dragon horns exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The commentator, witnessing this scene, immediately understood what transformation Long Xianqing had undergone, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Long Xianqing actually used this ability, it's truly. Zhou Yuqing sighed deeply, sitting weakly in her seat, her face drenched in cold sweat from worry. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes as she murmured, if you lose, you must accept the reality. Why still rely on the power of beast spirits? Shwe, it's just a competition, there's really no need for that. If you become infatuated with this shortcut in the future and turn into a madman like Du Zitong, then it will be over. After saying this, Zhou Yuqing pressed her red lips together and silently gazed at Du Zitong, who was seated in the spectator area of the martial arts competition. Inside, she was lost in thought. In the center of the arena, Mo Chen and Long Xianqing began a new round of confrontation. Mo Chen frowned and calmly said, I told you to lie down and wait to die, why aren't you listening? Is your skin still not itching? Upon hearing this, Long Xianqing disdainfully shook her head. She then revealed an extremely arrogant smile, slowly raising her cold, beautiful face. One hand on her hip, she pointed at Mo Chen and said, you little beast. You really are the epitome of arrogance. Haven't your elders taught you to be a bit more humble when you're outside? A hint of confusion flashed in Mo Chen's eyes. Looking at Long Xianqing before him, he silently pondered, is this still Long Xianqing? Her tone, expression, and posture seem like a completely different person. Could it be that her beast spirit has taken the stage? With that thought, a flicker of silent anticipation ignited in Mo Chen's heart, because he had yet to experience a battle with those warriors controlled by beast spirits. Mo Chen silently clenched his fists and scoffed, humility. That's just the fantasy of a weak warrior towards a strong one. Have you ever seen a level 90 warrior being humble towards a level 9 warrior? Have you ever seen a level 9 warrior demanding humility from a level 90 warrior? After saying this, Mo Chen instantly spread his claws. His eyes flashed with a dark gleam, and his entire body was suddenly enveloped by a thick, black tide that began to ride ominously. Then, small blue crows began to separate from Mo Chen's body, swirling and gathering above the dragon nest competition arena, forming a large, gloomy rain cloud. Long Xianqing narrowed her eyes and gasped, saying, this is Mo Chen's heavenly birth benevolent rain. If the body is unprotected, just a slight touch of this rain will cause unbearable itching. If it drips inside, it will be immediately infected by his bacteria. It's truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Long Xianqing unexpectedly flashed a wicked smile and said, however, destroying this rain cloud is just a simple matter of a death ray. With that, Long Xianqing instantly raised her head and opened her mouth full of fangs towards the rain cloud that had yet to fully gather in the sky. A beam of white light, charged and ready, shot out from her mouth. Mo Chen's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately rushed in front of her, marveling inwardly, the release speed of this Qilong Tongtian kiss is 3 times faster than before. It really has been enhanced. Mo Chen clenched his claws and launched a fierce strike towards Long Xianqing's surging chest. She quickly reacted, halting her release and then swinging her fist to block. Ka 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 ka. A series of crisp scraping sounds echoed as Mo Chen's powerful claw strike only slightly wore down the hard white dragon scales. Long Xianqing looked at Mo Chen's face and laughed, ha ha ha, you little brat, now you know the gap between us. Before she could finish her words, Mo Chen delivered a fierce uppercut to Long Xianqing's cold and arrogant face, instantly silencing that annoying mouth. Bang! The yet-to-form, Qilong Tongtian kiss, immediately exploded in her mouth. Long Xianqing, furious, quickly swung her fists. Mo Chen retaliated with his own punches. Bang bang bang, shoo! The heavy black rain fell suddenly, creating an excellent atmosphere for their fight. Waves of intense air surged as the two exchanged blows in a fierce battle that swept across the entire arena. The ground rippled with black waves, the scene dreamlike and surreal. The fight continued for a long time, the sounds relentless. A drop of sweat the size of a bean slid down Long Xianqing's forehead. She glanced at the multiple numb acupoints on her body, inwardly thinking, something's not right. This little brat's martial arts are off. Long Xianqing furrowed her brows, the dragon spirit in her mind granted her strength, allowing her to generate a new, dragon-scale armor. Once again, she was currently enduring the onslaught of this deadly rain, coupled with Mo Chen's claws, which were covered in bacteria, ruthlessly attacking her vulnerable acupoints. If she couldn't quickly resolve the battle, that dragon-scale armor would shatter again. Looking at the agile Mo Chen in front of her, she inwardly marveled. They say that martial artists who awaken summoning abilities have very low martial arts skills. But how is Mo Chen the opposite? His speed must be over 500 points. With my current attributes, I'm simply too weak to match him in a fistfight. No, I need to make this little brat eat a hit. In the blink of an eye, controlled by the dragon spirit, Long Xianqing immediately transformed her boxing techniques, capturing Mo Chen's claws in an extremely bizarre manner. Mo Chen slightly tilted his head, and the Thousand Zhang centipede armor, hidden behind him, shot forward like a nimble third arm, unexpectedly stabbing towards Long Xianqing's face. Swish! Whoosh! Long Xianqing's white dragon tail quickly whipped out, tightly wrapping around Mo Chen's Thousand Zhang centipede armor, entangling them together. Without giving Mo Chen a chance to react, Long Xianqing quickly puffed up her cheeks, gathering a beam of light in her mouth. Mo Chen frowned, his mind stirring. Beep beep. Attribute reset complete. Strength has reached 1,598 points. Long Xianqing looked at the serious-faced Mo Chen, and a hint of surprise suddenly flashed across her cold and beautiful face. A drop of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, her heart filled with confusion. Mo Chen's aura. Why does it suddenly feel stronger? No way. Shilong Tong Tian. Buzz. A wave of intense air surged in an instant, and Mo Chen merely tightened his claws, directly breaking free from Long Xianqing's grip. Long Xianqing was shocked by Mo Chen's sudden strength, but she didn't dwell on it, immediately leaping back. However, at that moment, Mo Chen's Thousand Zhang centipede armor wrapped around her dragon tail, preventing her from dodging. The entire audience of the Dragon Kingdom realized that a shocking scene was about to unfold. Long Xianqing glared at Mo Chen, who was tightly clenching his right fist, ready to strike, and cursed inwardly, "Has this guy gone mad? Does he want to face my Shilong Tong Tian kiss head-on?" Zhong Lingling fainted after taking that hit. Forget it. Then let it be your way. Without further hesitation, Long Xianqing opened her large fanged mouth, aimed at Mo Chen, and immediately unleashed a larger beam of phosphorescent deathlight. Ing ing ing. A blinding white light enveloped the arena, and a sonic boom erupted instantly. In that moment, the beam of white deathlight surged forth towards Mo Chen's body. At that instant, it felt as if the entire world had been muted. The audience in the Dragon Nest arena was shouting with all their might, yet around them was a profound silence, not a sound to be heard. Time seemed to slow down, every movement appearing to be slowed down 1,000 times. Even the commentators' frenzied words were suspended in midair. All that remained before Mo Chen was a void of pale emptiness. He knew this was the death beam of Long Xianqing's Qilong Tongtian kiss. Gazing at the deathlight that radiated an aura of death, Mo Chen took a deep breath, but his 1,000-foot poison dragon armor instinctively attached itself to his right hand. Mo Chen was not surprised at all, for this was his body's instinct. In the blink of an eye, his entire right arm transformed into a writhing, pitch-black drill. He furrowed his brows, slightly bent his knees, and a wave of dark blue spiritual energy erupted from his body. In an instant, the flow of time returned to normal. The Qilong Tongtian kiss from Long Xianqing exploded, instantly engulfing Mo Chen in an extremely intense beam of white deathlight. Even the pitch-black rain of bacteria was shaken by the powerful wave of spiritual energy. The audience's shouts became deafening. The commentator, with a shocked expression and spittle flying, shouted, "Mo Chen has been hit." Beep! A familiar announcement echoed through the arena, reaching the ears of everyone present. Long Xianqing's lips curled into a seductive smile. The dragon spirit in her mind quietly said, "Ha, Shweshwet, I told you this little brat is all show and no substance. After taking my deathlight, isn't he just going to obediently fall down?" Thud! Long Xianqing's battle suit trembled, as if it had detected some terrifying wave of spiritual energy. A spherical spiritual shield immediately unfolded around her. A bone-chilling cold instantly crawled up her spine. What? What does this mean? Why is my... Long Xianqing's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as she saw the vast white deathlight before her beginning to twist. At the very center of that pale deathlight, a pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared. V-room! A sound of wind tearing through the air was heard, and in the blink of an eye, the twisted black vortex ripped the deathlight into countless fragments of spiritual energy. An enormous, writhing, pitch-black sharp drill appeared before Long Xianqing. At this moment, Mo Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity. With a loud bang, Mo Chen's 1,000-foot poison dragon drill plunged deeply into Long Xianqing's spiritual shield. A cacophony of noise erupted in the center of the arena. Simultaneously, beams of black and white spiritual energy erupted from the drill tip, continuously spraying outward. Emo-chan instantly drilled a hole in Long Xianqing's spiritual shield, then pressed against it, charging towards the Ability Academy viewing area at the edge of the arena. Crack 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 crack. The reinforced spiritual shield from the competition side shattered once more, covered in a web of cracks. In the viewing area, Xia Fan, who had just reattached his severed arm, was embracing Qian Tianbai, his face pale as he exclaimed, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit." Although there was a spiritual array to resist, Xia Fan, who had personally experienced the 1,000-foot poison dragon drill, still felt a twinge of fear. Looking at the massive drill head just within reach, Long Ling, who was controlling Long Xianqing, anxiously said, "Shue, shue shue. Since the spiritual power shield has automatically activated, it proves that you have already lost this match. This kid is too terrifying, he doesn't seem human at all. Shue shue, take care of yourself, I, Long Xianqing, need to take a break." After saying this, Long Xianqing stared wide-eyed, shocked, and exclaimed, "No? Brother Long, you?" Once Long Xianqing's spiritual power shield appeared, the outcome was clear. With Emo-chan's move, the 1,000-legged poison dragon drill, even with the dragon spirit possessing him, Long Xianqing still couldn't withstand it. In other words, if it weren't for the spiritual power shield activating early, Emo-chan's dark drill head could have drilled a bloody hole through Long Xianqing's soft body. The commentator immediately jumped up, shouting loudly, "Long Xianqing's spiritual power shield has appeared. Emo-chan wins. He actually withstood this terrifying death ray and turned the tide. Congratulations to Emo-chan from the Martial Arts Academy for successfully advancing to the zero-level martial arts competition." Beep. The battle suit detection system has issued a warning. Long Country Military Academy, Long Xianqing, has been defeated. The winner is Martial Arts Academy, Emo-chan. Excited cheers erupted at the scene. Lu Sanping, who was watching the match from the Martial Arts Academy spectator seats, couldn't help but stand up, excitedly applauding for him. Originally feeling a bit embarrassed due to a failed breakthrough, Lu Sanping now wore an extremely rare smile because of Emo-chan's victory. Instructors like Julie and Du Zaitan also stood up to applaud and cheer. At the same time, the martial artists gathered at the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, watching the martial arts competition, also erupted in cheers. Tang Weichang let out a long breath, patting his racing heart, saying, "That really scared me. This kid Emo-chan just loves to play these thrilling games. I almost thought he was really going to lose." Lin Di remained silent, still immersed in the images on the screen. Zzzz. The drill in Emo-chan's hand slowly stopped, the 1,000-legged armor gradually melted away, and the rain clouds in the sky instantly transformed into small blue crows, retracting into his body. He rubbed his sore right hand, looking at Long Xianqing, who was slumped on the ground, revealing her long white legs and drenched in cold sweat, and slightly squinted his eyes. Emo-chan cleared his throat and then said, "I told you, just lie down properly. You insisted on calling out your beast spirit to face me, and now look, all your acupoints have been poked by me. I've already retracted the corrosive bacteria, just take care of yourself." After saying this, Emo-chan turned and slowly walked away, leaving Long Xianqing sitting there in a daze. Watching Emo-chan's back, she nervously swallowed. This was the first time Long Xianqing felt such a terrifying sense of oppression from a peer. After exchanging blows with him, Brother Long immediately sensed something was off and quietly murmured in Long Xianqing's mind, "As a summoning-type ability martial artist, this kid's fighting skills are a bit too strong. Plus, with his incredibly terrifying attribute values and the deadly bacteria, it's simply a perfect match. If he grows up in the future and can reproduce the plague, that would truly be something." Hearing this, Long Xianqing pushed against the ground and slowly stood up. She came back to her senses and asked in a daze, "Brother Long, weren't you taking a break?" At this moment, the empty Dragon Nest Grand Hotel's Ability Academy zone echoed with a series of untimely sounds of fighting. The source of the commotion came from one of the martial arts halls. Clang clang clang. At this moment, Shibu, wielding a black gold cross-long sword, stood breathlessly in the center of the martial arts hall, drenched in sweat. His knees were slightly bent, his pupils unfocused, and his face was filled with exhaustion. The newly purchased black gold, cross-long sword, was trembling in his sweaty hands. Opposite him stood his mentor, Situ Kong. Unlike the disheveled Shibu, Situ Kong was dressed in a clean white short martial arts uniform, not a speck of dust on him. In his hand, he held a thin black steel rod. Situ Kong looked at the panting Shibu and shook his head with slight regret, then said, "Emo-chan has already entered the finals, just waiting for your victory tonight. But you've only been sparring with me for 2 hours, and you're this exhausted? Do you know how many Xingyan tigers Emo-chan killed in one breath during the martial arts exam?" Situ Kong paused for a moment, then turned the steel rod in his hand and said to Chibedu, around 30 minutes, without stopping, he killed 38 Qingyan tigers. Then he single-handedly took down the Wind Thunder Elephant. During this intense battle, he even fought 3 opponents at once, killing one of the warriors and preventing the Wind Thunder Elephant from being robbed. At that time, his vitality was only 13 cards. Upon hearing this, Chibedu furrowed his brows, casually wiped the sweat from his forehead, and straightened his back again. He had long heard of Mo Chen's glorious deeds. Although it was hard to believe that a warrior who hadn't fully completed the martial arts curriculum and had only 13 cards of vitality could achieve such feats. But the world is full of wonders, no matter how absurd, it is still a fact. Situkon, seeing Chibedu's attitude, finally showed a slightly satisfied expression. But he quickly changed his tone, sternly saying, "You also saw that Mo Chen's full-strength attack could even destroy a 0-level battlesuit shield. Although your attribute values are much lower than his, your spatial imbalance limit is far higher than Mo Chen's bacterial limit. No matter what other combat skills and abilities he has hidden, what he can do will definitely be less than what you can." Hearing this, Chibedu felt a surge of confidence. After all, the person standing in front of him, guiding and training him, was a powerful warrior who had reached level 1 mentor at a young age and had nurtured 3 0-level champions in the martial arts competition. At this moment, Chibedu had secretly begun to compare himself with Mo Chen. Compared to Julie, this novice mentor, Situkon had much more teaching experience. This was a victory. Compared to the corrosive bacteria contracted by Mo Chen, Chibedu's awakened spatial imbalance was stronger. This was a second victory. And in comparing himself to Mo Chen, Chibedu had easily secured 2 victories from the start. This was a third victory. Chibedu furrowed his brows tightly, internally motivating himself. Am I, entrusted by the Ability Academy, really going to lose to Mo Chen? After years of hard training, could I really be defeated by a novice like Mo Chen? After pondering for a moment, Chibedu let out a furious shout and charged at Situkon, who was wielding the steel rod as a sword. The bright moon hung high, and there were less than 10 minutes left until the martial arts competition 0-level finals began. At this moment, the streets of Longguo were empty. In the streets and alleys of Nanzhou City, posters of Mo Chen and Chibedu were everywhere, and the display screen in the square is fantastically playing highlights of Mo Chen's battles. Tang Wei is leaning on the soft sofa at home, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast on the television. Beside him sits Tang Yinling, dressed in a loose t-shirt. She looks at Mo Chen on the screen with immense disappointment, filled with emotions. Tang Yinling barely passed the entrance exam for the Dragon Country Military Academy, but as a B-level ability user, she entered as an ordinary candidate and did not receive a special admission quota. The 3 major schools strongly support the training of special admissions. However, for ordinary students, there are not as many benefits, and there are no dedicated mentors to guide them. This has led to Tang Yinling's vitality level only rising to around 500 calories. She knows that she and Mo Chen are now people from 2 different worlds. At the venue of the Dragon's Nest Competition Martial Arts Hall, it is pitch black. The faint moonlight spills over the audience, casting a bluish reflection on everyone. The crowd is chattering, anxiously waiting for the competition to begin. All the martial arts competitors and their mentors are present, filling the exclusive viewing seats. Everyone wants to witness this grand scene in person. Wu Zhiga secretly pinches his leg, feeling a bit dazed as he says, "I remember the last time I experienced such a grand occasion was 5 years ago. In these 5 years, our martial arts academy has not made it to the finals. Now, we are finally back." Hearing this, LV Sanping, sitting in the front row, secretly smiles and says, "I didn't expect that after 5 years without entering the finals, we would come back with double happiness." Another student of teacher Julie, Xiao He, has also made it to the finals of the first tier. After saying this, a hearty laughter erupted from the viewing seats of the Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, Julie is sitting with her legs crossed, smiling quietly. Bang! A bright light suddenly turns on, illuminating the center of the venue. In the center stands a host with dyed yellow hair, passionately holding a microphone and shouting, "Dear audience friends, welcome to the Martial Arts Competition 0-Tier Finals. I am your host and commentator for this event, Vincent." The venue immediately erupts in cheers. Vincent tightens his grip on the microphone and continues, "The opponents who have made it to the finals are Chibedu, from the Ability Academy and Mo Chen, from the Martial Arts Academy. Both are geniuses with a 100% win rate, having created the 3 days of mutual glory, and since their debut, people have often compared the two. And now, they will finally face off. Who is stronger and who is weaker will be revealed at this moment." With that, the entire venue plunges into darkness once again. Vincent's words have stirred up a wave of excitement in the venue and even throughout the entire dragon country. Bang bang! Two incredibly bright lights instantly shine into the dark martial artist passageways on both sides. At this moment, powerful music begins to play. Bang bang, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of rushing wind comes, and everyone looks up at the dark night sky, where fireworks are shooting up, illuminating the entire night sky. All the lights in the dragon's nest light up along with the dazzling fireworks. At the same time, Emo-chan and Shibata slowly make their appearance. The audience erupts into deafening cheers once again. The big screen continuously loops the exciting moments of their battles in the martial arts competition. Their values were displayed without reservation above. Warrior, Shibata, Ability Academy, Vitality, 999 Card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 400-299-300 Ability, Space System S-Class, Space Imbalance Body Refinement, S-Class, Rift Sky Demon Combat Skills, S-Class Big Dipper 7-Star Sword Technique, S-Class 7-Star Step Slash, S-Class Rift Sky Demon Domain Slash, S-Class Combat Skill Air Walk Pull, S-Class Step in Air, S-Class Space Jump. Warrior, Emo-chan, Martial Arts Academy, Vitality, 999 Card Strength, Endurance, Speed, 533-533-532 Ability, Summoning System S-Class, Beastmaster Body Refinement, S-Class 1000 Young Demon Centipede, Max, S-Class Crimson Eye Fierce Snake, Max, A-Class Blue Star Poison Crow, B-Class Resting Turtle, B-Class Violent Bat Monster, B-Class Blood Sniffing Hound Combat Skills, S-Class 1000 Spider Hand Method, S-Class 1000 Foot Poison Dragon Drill, S-Class Heavenly Birth Mercy. Rain, S-Class 10 Spider Poison Blood Claw, S-Class Demon Centipede Egg Holding, S-Class Iron Centipede Bind, S-Class Miasma Shadow Flash. Looking at the panels of the two, the commentator Vincent said, "Now, the two have reached the finals. They both chose to expose all their values without hesitation. The results of their training during the preparation period are now fully displayed before everyone." Sitakong was sitting in the viewing area, looking at his student Shibata's combat skill panel, slightly furrowing his brows. The Ability Academy had always placed the utmost importance on combat skills, but even the most talented Shibata's number of combat skills could not compare to Emo-chan's. In fact, he knew that Shibata was far behind Emo-chan. Most external warriors favored Emo-chan to win the championship. Professional warrior organizations estimated his winning probability to be as high as 98%, while Shibata had a pitiful 2%. And these matters, Sitakong never let Shibata know. He feared that external information would undermine Shibata's confidence and momentum, making him doubt himself before even facing Emo-chan. Sitakong looked at Shibata's figure, sighed softly, and thought to himself, whether it's vitality, attribute values, combat skill levels, or essence, Emo-chan's training speed has far exceeded that of other warriors by a terrifying margin. Although Shibata's talent is also far beyond that of his peers, it's hard to imagine that such a terrifying warrior as Emo-chan exists in this world. This kid has the demeanor of a great power. At this moment, Emo-chan and Shibata walked into the arena amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. Their gazes seemed to have magnetic force, unconsciously drawn to each other, and after a moment of collision, a tense atmosphere arose. Standing at a distance, they quietly stared at each other. Though they hadn't spoken a word, their hearts were already boiling. For Emo-chan and Shibata, this was an incredibly important moment. Emo-chan needed to win the championship to prove his abilities to the world, and Shibata aimed to reclaim the glory that belonged to him as a genius. But unfortunately, there could only be one champion in the martial arts competition. Moreover, the relationship between their respective academies had long been irreconcilable. The scene they had longed for was now right before them. Between the two, a life and death separation was inevitable. Beep. Martial arts competition 0 level at group division finals will begin after a 10-second countdown. Please prepare both contestants. 10. With the announcement, the already tense atmosphere in the arena grew even heavier. The atmosphere on the field was terrifyingly oppressive. The spectators sitting in the audience couldn't help but feel a chilling sense of foreboding, sending shivers down their spines. The commentator, Vincent, gazed at the scene on the field, swallowing nervously. His brow furrowed as he said, in the previous matches, before the battle, Emo-chan and Shibata would usually exchange a few words with their opponents. But now, both of them have fallen silent. I can feel it in my bones. This battle is going to be incredibly spectacular. 3. Shibata looked at Emo-chan, who stood before him with disheveled hair and dressed in a black battlesuit, slightly lowering his head. Then he flicked his right hand, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted. A black gold cross sword appeared in his hand. 2. Meanwhile, the pitch-black shin-tied claw on Emo-chan's hand shimmered with a dazzling blue reflection. 1. At this moment, Julie frowned, watching Emo-Chen's figure radiating a chilling aura, silently saying to herself, Emo-Chen, go all out. Prove to the world that you have arrived. Do. The battle begins. With the command from the Dragon Nest broadcast, the atmosphere in the arena instantly became overwhelmingly intense. Emo-Chen and Shibu simultaneously unleashed a fierce wave of energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two transformed into black and white afterimages, launching lightning-fast, ferocious attacks at each other. Shibu gripped the black gold cross sword tightly, his face twisted in a fierce expression as he swung the sword. Emo-Chen also slashed with his claw. Clang! A crisp sound of clashing blades rang out, and where the iron claw met the long sword, a violent wave of energy erupted. Emo-Chen gave Shibu no chance to react. Suddenly, a whoosh sounded from behind him, and the pitch-black Thousand Zhang centipede armor shot out. Like a poison dart, it unexpectedly lunged toward Shibu's blind spot. Shibu's eyes widened, and he decisively abandoned his long sword, instantly leaping back to evade the strike. Bang! The Thousand Zhang centipede armor pierced the ground in front of him, and the attached, corrosive fungus, even stained the brown earth a deep blue. Emo-Chen chose to press the attack and end it quickly. A wave of black tide, emitting the unique scent of corrosive fungus, surged from his body. At this moment, it transformed into a flurry of small blue crows, launching a reckless assault on the unarmed Shibu. The several small blue crows locked onto Shibu, who was empty-handed, like homing biochemical missiles. Seeing this, the commentator exclaimed, to avoid Emo-Chen's centipede armor, he actually discarded his weapon. Could it be that he has a backup plan? Facing the small blue crows, Shibu merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly. A dim white light emanated from his eyes, and a strong wave of spiritual energy spread from his body. At the same time, he whispered softly, spatial jump, step on air. In an instant, Shibu's figure vanished from the spot. Emo-Chen's eyes narrowed, quickly reacting and controlling the flight path of the small blue crows, directing them to soar into the sky. He noticed that the black gold long sword, which had just fallen in front of him, was now nowhere to be seen. Emo-Chen's expression darkened, without a hint of hesitation. He clenched his pitch-black claws in advance, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Without turning to look behind him, he resolutely swung out the 10 spider venom blood claws. Swish, swish, swish. A series of roaring wind blades flashed by, racing towards the empty sky. At that moment, a golden white figure flashed behind Emo-Chen. It was Shibu, wielding a black gold long sword. His eyes held a hint of surprise, as if he hadn't anticipated that Emo-Chen would sense his position in advance. But he didn't dwell on his surprise. He immediately struck out with a powerful blow towards the wind blades, shouting loudly, void-splitting demon domain slash. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the Dragon Nest arena. The black gold long sword moved like a brush, and wherever it swung, a crack was instantly carved into the air. From within the crack, a mysterious and serene sound reminiscent of the starry sky faintly emanated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of wind blades plunged straight into that crack. Looking at the hollow crack that echoed nothing, Emo-Chen's brows furrowed deeply, a look of confusion flashing across his face. In that instant, a thought crossed his mind. Shibu's ability, spatial imbalance, can only control the positions of objects in the nearby space. It doesn't have such a marvelous power. It must be the S-class bloodline void-splitting demon hound that grants him this ability. Just as he was pondering, a sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out behind Emo-Chen. The commentator exclaimed, looking at the spatial rift behind Emo-Chen, that is, the wind blades of 10 spider venom blood claws. Shibu's void-splitting demon domain slash can actually reflect the enemy's attacks? Emo-Chen's brows were tightly locked, but he did not look back. His Thousand Zhang centipede armor began to dance wildly behind him, shielding him from all attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Shibu's lips curled into a smug smile, but a moment later, he suddenly sensed a chill coming from behind. He turned to look, and the little blue crow, exuding a deathly aura, was rushing towards him. Shibu's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that the little bird could fly so fast. Just saw it flying straight up, thought it was going to use heaven's grace rain. Shibu furrowed his brows, leaping into the air and executing a beautifully graceful flip. Swish, swish. The little blue crow brushed past Shibu's body, speeding by. Emo-Chen immediately formed a sword gesture with his right hand, pointing towards the sky. Then, a decisive look flashed in his eyes, and he charged towards Shibu. He silently chanted in his heart, Miasma Shadow Flash. The little blue crow, which had missed its target, flapped its wings to adjust its direction, flying straight up and gradually gathering into a large mass of dark, gloomy rain clouds. Meanwhile, Emo-Chen suddenly flashed above Shibu. At that moment, Emo-Chen's face blocked the blinding sunlight, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. But his bright eyes still emitted a faint blue light, exuding a murderous aura. With disheveled hair, he raised his sharp right claw high. A wave of ghostly malevolence, accompanied by overwhelming hostility, rapidly surged towards Chibedu. Chibedu was taken aback, exclaiming in his heart, "So fast. Not giving me a chance to land at all." As Emo-chan activated the 10 spider venom blood claws again, the sharp wind blades tainted with corrosive spores instantly struck Chibedu's black gold long sword. Clang, 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 clang. Chibedu fought desperately against the wind blades of the 10 spider poison blood claw. Looking at the black gold longsword that was constantly being struck by the terrifying wind blades, Chibedu's heart raced. A relentless combination of battle techniques? Doesn't this guy's patience only have around 500 points? It's fine, my spatial jump will be ready in a moment. As long as I... Bang! A loud noise erupted as Emo-chan heavily stepped on the hilt of Chibedu's cross longsword. This immense force slammed into Chibedu's chest. Cough! Swish! Chibedu's eyes filled with red veins, and he immediately opened his mouth, coughing up a pool of warm blood. Among it, a wind blade mixed with corrosive spores swiftly sliced through Chibedu's right elbow, splattering blood. The two plummeted straight towards the ground. Emo-chan stood on top of Chibedu, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Bang! What the hell? A tremendous sound rang out, and the audience erupted into a lasting uproar. The commentator shouted in shock. Chibedu, who was using spatial imbalance to maintain his footing, finally couldn't hold on after Emo-chan's attack. Looking at the current situation, Emo-chan has firmly taken the upper hand. The crowd sitting in the Special Abilities Academy's viewing area instantly stood up, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Situ-kon also stood up uncontrollably. He knew there was no need to continue. At this moment, he stared wide-eyed, pondering, I knew that kid Emo-chan would win, but I didn't expect it to be so quick. At this moment, the dust in the arena slowly settled. Emo-chan looked down from above at Chibedu, who was pinned beneath his foot on the cross longsword, pressing down hard on his chest. Chibedu glared at Emo-chan with a twisted expression, cursing inwardly, damn it, how is this possible? The teacher said my strength is not inferior to Emo-chan's, but why is it over so quickly? The audience at the side erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is that it? Look at Chibedu, he's just pathetic. I thought Chibedu was going to give us something big, but it turned out to be a huge flop. Emo-chan's expression showed a hint of disappointment. For the past 6 months, he had been diligently training, hoping to perfectly defeat Chibedu in the martial arts competition. When the long-awaited moment arrived, he respected Chibedu and gave it his all, yet he ended up defeating him in an instant. He didn't even need to use Heaven's Birth benevolent rain. Emo-chan furrowed his brow, puzzled. He lost in just one round? This doesn't seem right. This isn't your true strength, is it? Could it be that you're hiding some battle technique or ability? Forget it, you've already been infected by my corrosive spores. With that, Emo-chan slowly released his leg. Chibedu was momentarily stunned. His all-out effort, in Emo-chan's eyes, was merely seen as hiding his true strength. He looked at his gradually turning blue, painfully throbbing right hand, and his expression darkened. Swish! Clang! A swift sword wind shot towards Emo-chan, but was perfectly blocked by the 1,000-fathom centipede armor. Looking at the unwilling Chibedu, Emo-chan's brow slightly relaxed. Chibedu tightly gripped his long sword, struggling to rise, murmuring, "It's just bacteria. There are plenty of ways to restrain it. The announcement hasn't sounded yet, so the match isn't over. I can still fight." Upon hearing this, Machin felt a flicker of interest. He looked at Chibedu's rapidly bluish arm, pondering inwardly, my corrosive bacteria, once it invades a living organism and successfully infects it, there's no way to recover. Perhaps one day in the future, an antidote for corrosive bacteria will appear. But for now, that's impossible. If this kid really has the ability to remove it, then I will immediately use demonic poisoning to turn his arms into bacteria, leaving him no chance to fight back. Swish! Thud! A sound of the sword rang out, and Machin slowly widened his eyes. The entire audience, competitors, mentors, and others also widened their eyes in unison. Situ-kong exclaimed in shock, "No, it can't be? Beidou? Are you out of your mind?" Chibedu's entire bluish left arm lay quietly on the ground. He looked at the severed arm, merely twitching his lips slightly, then pretended to be nonchalant as he said, "A severed arm can be reattached, but I can only participate in the 0-level martial arts competition once. If I don't fight with all my might, there will always be regrets." Looking at Chibedu's upright figure, Machin silently thought, "Chibedu, you're overdoing it a bit." The commentator, immensely shocked, took a while to say, "Chibedu actually severed his own arm infected by the corrosive bacteria to continue fighting. He didn't hesitate at all." The audience erupted into waves of astonished chatter. Chibedu, that's too ruthless, right? Although the severed arm can indeed be reattached, it's still unimaginable to cut off your own arm. Truly impressive. But after losing an arm, does he still have a chance to defeat Machin? Looking at Machin's mocking face, Chibedu's anger began to rise. As the top special recruit of the Ability Academy, even if he was willing to sever his own arm, he didn't want to end the match so quickly. Behind him was the entire Ability Academy. Even if the Academy allowed him to quit, he himself didn't want to lose the match so soon, because this was his pride as a genius. Machin looked at the disheveled Chibedu and immediately withdrew the corrosive bacteria attached to the severed arm. The blue severed arm faded in an instant. He then shook his head and smiled at Chibedu. Not really, buddy? Why are you still fighting? Looking at you like this, how are you going to fight me? Chibedu circulated the spiritual energy within him, barely stopping the blood from the wound. He merely gazed at Machin's figure, silently raising his black golden cross sword, then forcefully plunged it into the ground. A faint wave of spiritual power erupted from Chibedu. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "You don't need to worry about me. I have my own methods. I thought our strengths were on the same level. But after fighting you personally, I finally understood your terrifying aspects. Next, I." Before he could finish, Machin hurriedly interrupted, all right, then give it your all. I'm in a hurry, just fight faster." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Chibedu's expression became increasingly difficult to bear. The audience could sense that Emochin had a perfect opportunity to strike and win directly, but he chose not to take advantage of the situation and instead waited for Chibedu to make a move. The twisted black curls obscured Chibedu's brows and eyes. The chill emanating from him became increasingly apparent. Buzz! The cross longsword began to tremble, a powerful wave of spiritual energy instantly sweeping across the entire Dragon Nest competition arena. Emochin furrowed his brow and slowly extended his pitch-black right claw. The dark rain clouds gathering in the sky suddenly unleashed a downpour of rain that radiated an aura of death. The raindrops plummeted rapidly toward the ground. A flash of determination crossed Chibedu's eyes as he drew the cross longsword that was firmly embedded in the ground, instantly swinging it upward to unleash two waves of sword energy. At the same time, his veins bulged, and with a fierce expression, he shouted, "Void Split Demon Slash!" Crack, crack, crack. Clang! A series of crisp shattering sounds echoed as a massive cross-shaped rift suddenly tore open in the sunlit sky, revealing a deep, dark starry expanse. The downpour fell into the profound black starry sky. The commentator stared at the tranquil starry sky, momentarily dumbfounded. He then turned around and said, "This is the third characteristic brought by the extremely rare level 70 legendary beast, Void Split Mastiff, SS level Essence Blood, Void Split. There are only 2 vials of this, Void Split Mastiff, SS level Essence Blood in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and they have now been refined by Chibedu and his mentor Situkong. And Chibedu's application of this ability bears a striking resemblance to Situkong's style from years ago, and he has even surpassed his mentor." Buzz! A shadow suddenly rushed in front of Chibedu. After executing the Void Split Demon Domain Slash, he followed through with the momentum and swung his sword upward toward the incoming Emochin. Clang! Emochin casually waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack of the cross longsword. He then reached out with his pitch-black left claw toward Chibedu's head. Chibedu furrowed his brows and instantly chanted, "Spatial jump." Whoosh! Chibedu's body instantly transformed into a white afterimage, disappearing from the spot just before Emochin could grasp him. At that moment, Chibedu had already flashed into midair. He looked at Emochin's dark silhouette, clenched his right fist in anger, and then pulled heavily from a distance. Void-type pull. Buzz! Suddenly, the scene before Emochin shifted. He hesitated for only a moment before realizing that Chibedu had used Void-type pull to teleport him into midair. Emochin looked down at the ground, his body enveloped by a wave of darkness, then turned his head and grinned. "So this is what flying feels like. A familiar routine. The battle technique you are about to use is 7-star step slash, right?" Just as Emochin had said, Chibedu held his sword with one hand, poised to strike. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he shouted furiously, "Stop the chatter, take my sword. 7-star step slash." With that, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. Chibedu walked through the air, his figure gradually dissipating into nothingness, like a swift breeze that quickly passed behind Emochin. Emochin did not underestimate him. The 1,000-foot centipede armor immediately wrapped around his body, transforming into a pitch-black, centipede egg shield. Chibedu's figure instantly flashed behind Emochin. Thud 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 thud. After a 2-second pause, a series of cold, glinting sword lights and shadows suddenly illuminated behind Chibedu. Chibedu sounded like an ancient bell ringing, and immediately, a series of dull hammering sounds echoed through the arena. The noise gradually ceased, and the pitch-black shield plummeted straight down into the center of the arena. Bang! Like a meteorite falling, the center of the arena was instantly smashed into a deep pit by the shield. The nearly shattered shield slowly dissipated, completely revealing Emo-chen. At this moment, he looked up at Shibu in the sky with an impatient expression, secretly thinking, the system's combat power assessment is indeed true. My current strength has already created a significant gap from other martial artists of the same realm. Shibu instantly turned around, gazing at Emo-chen below, his brows tightly knitted. After this series of combat techniques, a normal martial artist would have been defeated by Shibu long ago. Not only was Emo-chen unharmed, but he had also nearly exhausted Shibu's patience. In an instant, with very little patience left, Shibu's entire body erupted with a wave of tumultuous energy. He knew the moment to go all out had arrived. Shibu immediately raised his sword, covering the right side of his face. His exposed left eye slowly turned pure white and holy, radiating a dazzling light. The commentator, seeing this, furrowed his brows and said, "This is the second characteristic of the Rift Sky Mastiff, Void Eye." He can keenly perceive the changes in the surrounding space and predict Emo-chen's next move based on those changes. It seems Shibu was ready to go all out. Hearing this, Emo-chen looked into Shibu's eyes, secretly pondering, in this day and age, who doesn't have a pupil technique characteristic? My spirit possession. Oh no! My corrosion fungus has been enhanced by the characteristic of the Crimson Eye Fiery Serpent, allowing it to temporarily control a person's actions, which is quite reasonable, right? Moments later, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Emo-chen's mouth. His eyes also turned orange-red. Shibu raised his crossed sword with one hand, and where the sword pointed, a sound of space shattering immediately rang out. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was sharp and piercing, like a knife scraping against glass, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Looking at the trembling space in the arena, commentator Vincent exclaimed excitedly, Shibu's patience is almost exhausted, losing an arm would be too damaging for him. Shibu's ultimate combat technique is ready, and the final victor will soon be revealed. Shibu's bright white eyes fixed intently on Emo-chen below. Emo-chen's upright figure was perfectly exposed under Shibu's Void Eye, with nowhere to hide. Shibu furrowed his brow, thinking, as long as I activate Void Eye, no matter what movement technique he uses, I can perfectly keep up with his movements. All three characteristics of the Rift Sky Mastiff have been activated. This strike, you cannot evade. Shibu's right hand began to tighten around the sword hilt, visible veins bulging on his arm. He glared fiercely, shouting loudly, Emo-chen, I can defeat you with one hand. Your biggest mistake was underestimating me. Take this. Starless Domain Sword Slash. With that, Shibu swung down the crossed sword heavily. Swish! Crack, 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 crack. A seemingly ordinary sword sound rang out, while beneath Emo-chen's feet, a series of shattering noises echoed. A tremendous sound erupted, causing Emo-chen to frown, and then his figure immediately vanished. Seeing this scene, the spectators in the viewing seats of the Ability Academy instantly widened their eyes. They said with pale faces, This was escaped? There's no way, Emo-chen's speed is just too fast. The prelude to this combat skill is really too long, it's over now. Emo-chen's figure had already disappeared, but there was not a trace of shock or panic on Shibu's face. He stood in midair, and Emo-chen's Toxic Shadow Flash was completely ineffective in his Void Eye. Shibu resolutely dropped the long sword in his hand. Then, he clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely, Want to escape? Humph. Void Pull. Just as Emo-chen, who was hiding in the blind spot of Shibu's vision, suddenly felt a strange surge of spiritual energy. Immediately after, the scene in Emo-chen's line of sight changed again. At this moment, he was once again repositioned by Void Pull, returning to the nearly shattered ground, suspended in midair and unable to move at all. The commentator suddenly shouted, Perfect connection of combat skills. The charge 4, Starless Sword Domain Slash, is about to end. Can Emo-chen withstand this blow? Crack, crack, crack. Clang. A sound of shattering came, and a deep, mysterious starry crack, over 10 meters long, suddenly opened right beneath Emo-chen. The surging spiritual energy within it sent chills down everyone's spine. Shibu stared into Emo-chen's profound eyes, raised his right hand, and excitedly shouted, Emo-chen, you have nowhere to escape. At this moment, Shibu suddenly sensed something. He noticed that the incredibly deep eyes of Emo-chen were emitting a dark reddish-orange glow. When their gazes met, Shibu's mind suddenly froze for a moment. His wide-open eyes also glimmered with a hint of red-orange. Crimson pupils. It's fine, it's fine. He only just used this feature now, it's already too late. This beast feature can only put me into a brief state of illusion, but the explosion of Starless Sword Domain Slash is inevitable. Suddenly, Shibeidu's one arm clenched into a fist on its own. A loud boom erupted above the Dragon Nest Martial Arts Hall, startling everyone to cover their ears. The commentator focused and his expression instantly fell. The space beneath Mo Chen's feet erupted with a strong wave of black-purple spiritual energy. It was as if sharp black-purple flying swords were shooting straight up into the sky from the abyss. And Mo Chen's figure seemed to have been engulfed within it. Watching the fierce battle in the arena, the audience erupted into waves of extreme shock. Could it be? Is there going to be a turnaround? The black-purple spiritual energy surged towards the martial arts viewing seats, and apart from a pitch-black void, no one could see anything. Lu Ji, sitting in the viewing seats, suddenly stood up with a whoosh, staring at the pitch blackness before him, his face filled with terror. Mo Gu? What the hell? 2 drops of crystal sweat rolled down Zhong Lingling's forehead. Although Chi Beidu's Starless Sword Domain Slash was separated by a spiritual energy formation, she could still sense the extremely domineering aura it exuded. It was extremely difficult to withstand this Starless Sword Domain Slash unscathed. What? What is going on? Why is Mo Chen here? The surprised voice of commentator Vincent suddenly left Lu Ji, Zhong Lingling, and the audience sitting in the Martial Arts Academy viewing seats completely bewildered. Until the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Starless Sword Domain Slash dissipated, everyone could finally see the situation on the field clearly. At this moment, Mo Chen unexpectedly appeared unscathed behind Chi Beidu. He listened to the shouts and curses coming from behind him, silently turned around, and looked at the students of the Ability Academy on the stage. Incredible move. Chi Beidu, what are you doing? You actually used Void Pull to pull Mo Chen out. Are you fucking stupid? The crowd was unrestrained, frantically berating the head-down, motionless Chi Beidu. His ancestors were insulted repeatedly. To everyone, Chi Beidu was undoubtedly insane. If that Starless Sword Domain Slash had successfully hit Mo Chen, it would have undoubtedly caused him significant harm. But Chi Beidu unexpectedly used Void Pull, teleporting Mo Chen right next to him. This was the finals of the martial arts competition. No one would make such a brainless move. At this moment, sitting in the viewing area, Situ Kong could no longer contain himself upon hearing the insults. He secretly released a wave of spiritual energy, glaring and whispering, "You all, shut up." Buzz. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Those who had just been cursing Chi Beidu were now sweating profusely. Mo Chen slightly raised his head and waved at Chi Beidu. The latter staggered over, like an extremely obedient pug. Chi Beidu was struggling internally. Damn it. Why? Isn't the ability of Crimson Eye supposed to only cause a brief illusion to the enemy? Why can Mo Chen control my body? Seeing this scene, the commentator Vincent suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, This is the characteristic of S-Class Bloodline, Crimson Eye Fiery Serpent, Crimson Eye, which can put enemies into a brief state of illusion. I speculate that Mo Chen's corrosive bacteria seems to have been enhanced by Crimson Eye, gaining the ability to control a person temporarily. As he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment erupted in the audience. They had not expected that Mo Chen had hidden such a heaven-defying ability, and only barely used it now. They also realized that Mo Chen had not been using his full strength at all. In this competition gathering the top supernovas of the Dragon Kingdom, the strength Mo Chen displayed was an absolute crushing. Mo Chen silently turned back, looked into Chi Beidu's eyes, patted his shoulder, and spoke in an extremely indifferent tone, "Go retrieve your severed arm." This champion of the Zero-Class Martial Arts competition, I will reluctantly accept. After saying that, Mo Chen slightly raised his index finger and gently tapped the center of Chi Beidu's brow with his sharp, dark claws. In an instant, a wave of deep blue ripples appeared at Chi Beidu's brow, causing his entire head to turn slightly blue. Bang! Chi Beidu's eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down, making a dull sound. The Dragon Nest Martial Arts Hall then issued a thunderous announcement. Beep! The battle suit detection system has issued a warning. Ability Academy, Chi Beidu, has been defeated. The winner is Martial Arts Academy, Mo Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of fireworks shot into the sky, presenting the most brilliant and splendid backdrop for the champion of the 22-19 martial arts competition. At the same time, the stirring music invigorated every cell in the audience. The entire Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in a fervent and frenzied celebration. The spectator seats for the martial arts competition erupted with excitement. Lu Ji was wildly swinging his fists, as big as sandbags, and shouting crazily. Meanwhile, Zhong Lingling jumped up in excitement. Julie, Du Zaitan, and a group of mentors all stood up, genuinely applauding and cheering for Mo Chen. In the front row, LV Sanping also revealed a rare smile. The joy on his face was unmistakable as he silently said, after 5 years, our martial arts academy has finally reclaimed the championship. That kid Emo-chan. Impressive. Yet Emo-chan appeared remarkably calm. A martial artist at the 0 level posed no threat to him anymore. This entire month of the martial arts competition had not even brought Emo-chan the slightest thrill. At this moment, Emo-chan was quietly contemplating, it's time to break through the level limit, I'll go for the breakthrough tomorrow. Commentator Vincent, one of Emo-chan's fans, was overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing Emo-chan's victory. In a moment, his eyes filled with tears as he choked out, anything is possible. Emo-chan did it. From having only 3 cards of vitality to increasing to 999 cards in half a year. From being underestimated by the school to now being the national martial arts competition champion. He really did it. You and I are fortunate to witness this monumental moment in the history of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom, and even in human martial arts history. People always love to tell tales of miracles. Emo-chan's story will inspire countless people in the Dragon Kingdom to dedicate themselves to martial arts. And his story is far from over. This competition has already declared to the world, Emo-chan's era has arrived. With this passionate proclamation, the venue erupted once again into a chorus of unending cheers. At this moment, in the VIP room at the top of the Dragon Nest competition venue, a flurry of urgent cries echoed. Jiang Xiao was sitting on the sofa, furiously exclaiming, that brat Beidou is truly useless. He can't even defeat a little Emo-chan? I can't believe I wasted so many resources, it's infuriating. Qin Liangzhen sat silently beside her, legs crossed. He gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the scene below where Emo-chan was holding the trophy, surrounded by joyous people, his expression gradually turning cold. The principal's words lingered in his ears. Now that Emo-chan had won the martial arts competition, Jiang Xiao had to leave the Ability Academy. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly stood up, lowering his brow as he said to Jiang Xiao, Xiao Xiao. The principal told me that your abilities need improvement, you need to hone them further to be qualified for the position of Director of Admissions. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Xiao, who had been complaining incessantly, was instantly stunned. Jiang Xiao was someone who would stop at nothing for power. To climb to the upper echelons of the Ability Academy, she would even sell her looks. Even the dullest person would understand now that Jiang Xiao's position as Director of Admissions was likely unsustainable. Her eyes instantly reddened, and then she took small steps to stand beneath Qin Liangzhen, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes, saying, Jinggood, didn't we agree? The principal is insistent, and I've spoken on your behalf many times, there's really nothing I can do. But I promise, you will be back soon. Jiang Xiao shook her head, tears in her eyes, saying, empty words. As expected, none of you men are any good. She realized that her ambitions were dashed. Jiang Xiao's expression changed dramatically in an instant, the charm of her intelligence dissipating as she spoke fiercely, the position I've worked so hard to obtain, if I lose it, I won't let you. Buzz. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp, dark hand suddenly struck towards Jiang Xiao's face. With a loud bang, her head instantly turned into a thick mist of blood, splattering across the VIP room. Thud! Jiang Xiao's body fell, lying across the center of the living room. Qin Liangzhen stepped over, silently picking up a napkin from the table, quietly wiping the blood and brain matter from his sleeve. His eyes revealed a chilling intent as he looked at the corpse on the ground and muttered, just a plaything, did you really take yourself seriously? Be smarter in your next life. If you want to threaten others, you need to consider your own level and who you are facing. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ding-dong chicken chubby baby so cute with ID card so chubby, so cute. The phone rang at an inopportune moment. Qin Liangzhen impatiently answered the call, frowning as he asked, hello? Who is this? Ah, principal. Jiang Xiao has already resigned. The Longqiao Martial Arts Hall was filled with the sound of drums and fireworks. Emo-chan, dressed in all black, held high the dazzling golden dragon-headed championship trophy, flashing a bright smile at the audience. At this moment, Tang Wei had already slumped down. He looked at the celebratory scene on the television and couldn't help but shake his head, secretly sighing, it's like a dream. I didn't expect that Kid ACI really won the martial arts competition championship, and he won so easily. I'm afraid Jiang Xiao right now probably wishes she were dead. Tang Yinling watched Emo-chan's figure on the television, remaining silent. All she wanted was to be reborn. She wanted to go back to the day Emo-chan was testing his blood vitality, to encourage him and give him confidence while those around him mocked him. Perhaps only such a miracle could restore Emo-chan's utterly disappointed heart. She knew, after all, that this was just a fantasy. Emo-chan right now wouldn't even spare her a glance. At this moment, Emo-chan was holding the golden dragon-headed championship trophy, walking into the martial artist's passage. The lights lit up one by one with Emo-chan's light footsteps. At the very front of the passage, Julie, dressed in a black and purple high-slit embroidered qipao, stood with her hands on her sexy waist, smiling at Emo-chen. Upon seeing the elated Emo-chen, Julie immediately teased, "Isn't this the champion of the zero-level martial arts competition, Missouri-chen? How does it feel to win? Emo-chen, have you decided what reward you want?" Emo-chen scratched his head, then shyly said, "Teacher, please don't tease me. As for the reward, I've already decided. I want to choose 3 bottles of S-Class Beast Essence." Hearing this, Julie nodded in satisfaction. Martial artists participating in the martial arts competition, if they successfully win, can receive a prize of 100 million Dragon Country coins from the Dragon Country Martial Artist Association, as well as any 3 rewards related to cultivation, whether it's weapons, battle gear, spirit stones, beast essence, and so on. As long as it helps with personal martial arts cultivation, the Martial Artist Association will agree to it all. And what Emo-chen needed most was S-Class Essence. Unlike others, Emo-chen could absorb essence without restraint, gaining beast characteristics to evolve his bacteria. The S-grade essence is extremely rare. Even in the vast Dragon Country, with its numerous beast farms and wilderness areas, only a few dozen bottles of S-grade essence can be produced in a year. 3 bottles of S-grade essence, if placed in other countries, would certainly cause the local Martial Artist Association to feel a pinch. However, Emo-chen need not worry about whether he can choose the essence he desires and that suits him. Because in the essence cold storage of the Dragon Country Martial Artist Association, there are over 100 types of S-grade essence. Julie patted Emo-chen on the shoulder and said softly, "Thanks to you, our Martial Combat Academy not only won the championship this year but also received funding from the Martial Artist Association. Tonight, we will hold a celebration banquet for you, you must." Emo-chen suddenly interrupted, "Teacher, how about we hold it tomorrow night instead? Tomorrow is the day of my senior brother's first-level finals, and I have a strong premonition. My senior brother can really win the championship." What Emo-chen had was not a premonition, he had read the script. Julie was stunned for a moment, then laughed cheerfully, "Smooth talker. Then let's take your good words to heart and hold the celebration banquet tomorrow night. Look at you in such a hurry. What are you going to do now?" Emo-chen tugged at his battle attire and grinned. "First, I'll go back to my room to take a shower. Then I'll head to the training room to break through to the first-level realm." Upon hearing this, Julie's mouth twitched. "Is your life really just about training?" At this moment, Emo-chen was already bare-chested, sitting cross-legged in the exclusive training room of the Dragon Nest Hotel. Half a year had passed since his rebirth, and he needed to seize every moment to increase his vitality and blood value to resist the impending world destruction beast tide in 2 years. Recalling his previous life, that dark tide of beasts seemed to appear out of nowhere, slaughtering most of humanity in a very short time. Only the Dragon Country was still struggling to hold on. Emo-chen no longer thought about the past, he closed his eyes and focused, saying, "System, check the vitality and blood value waiting to be collected." Immediately, a cold voice echoed from the depths of his heart, "Beep. Blood fusion bacteria passive income waiting to be collected, 301 cards." Emo-chen's brows slightly relaxed as he looked at the 30 spirit stones floating in the cylindrical device before him, pondering lightly. During this month of competition, the blood fusion bacteria has been secretly absorbing spiritual energy for me. To break through the zero-level realm, I need at least 25 spirit stones, using 5 more isn't excessive. 10 spirit stones raised it by 23 cards, so these 30 spirit stones should be able to raise my vitality and blood value by a full 90 cards. Then let's do it. With that, Emo-chen opened his eyes. He spoke to the room's intelligence system, "Start training." The device immediately sank into the floor, and a cold announcement followed, "Beep. The training function has been executed for you, consuming 30 spirit stones, please wait patiently." In this airtight training room, waves of spiritual energy mist erupted. Emo-chen closed his eyes again, concentrating his mind and fully immersing himself in training. Emo-chen was not afraid that these 30 spirit stones would cause him to suffer backlash and become spiritually poisoned, because his blood fusion bacteria could detoxify. After this breakthrough, Emo-chen's vitality and blood value would soar, directly jumping to the range of 1300 to 1400 cards. From level 9, directly advancing to level 13 or 14. Generally, when martial artists break through their realms, they would be overjoyed to increase by 90 points, who would dare to think of jumping 3 or 4 levels at once. Emo-chen was absorbing the spiritual energy around him, secretly thinking, after the breakthrough, I can check the mutation methods of the thief bacteria. Stealing others' vitality to quickly recover from injuries? How insidious. Emo-chen's chest began to ache faintly. The energy mass condensed by the heart condensation technique was unexpectedly large. This energy mass was continuously washing over all of Emo-chen's acupoints. It was as if a series of urgent drumbeats were playing for his realm breakthrough. The Nanjo Express is bringing you the latest news on the martial arts competition. Currently, the 0 and 1st level events of the martial arts competition have successfully concluded. Emo Chen and Xiao He from the Martial Arts Academy have both won the championship, bringing an extremely rare double victory to the academy. Both are from Nanzhou City. This Tang Wei was sitting at the front desk of the Nanzhou Martial Arts Hall, staring at the television in astonishment and confusion. The martial artists beside him were shouting excitedly, "Awesome! Martial artists from Nanzhou City brought double championships to the Martial Arts Academy. So amazing!" On this boiling night, the forum of the Martial Arts Academy had exploded. Xiao He, with red hair wrapped in white bandages and his left arm in a sling, was lying in the medical room, engrossed in scrolling through the forum. His scarred, muscular body was tightly wrapped in bandages, looking extremely attractive. Creaked, the door to the lounge slowly opened, and Julie walked in slowly. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the heavily injured Xiao He, and said a bit angrily, "Xiao He, you're hurt like this and still have the energy to play on your phone?" Xiao He chuckled and said, "Hee hee. Granny Wang already said I'm fine. Look, teacher, really nothing's wrong." After saying that, Xiao He shook his vibrant red hair. Just then, with a thud, his head hit the wall. Hiss! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Julie was amused by this comical action, but looking at Xiao He, who was covered in injuries, she quickly stopped laughing. As Emo Chen Sr., Xiao He needed to set an example. He had risked his life in the competition to win this hard-earned championship for the Martial Arts Academy. He faced the top special recruit from the last Ability Academy, Zhang Zhenbo. Xiao He fought fiercely for 26 minutes before finally winning with great difficulty. Julie sighed, murmuring to herself, "The martial arts competition is not exactly our academy's strong suit. Winning these two championships is quite an achievement." The teaching philosophy of the Martial Arts Academy does not emphasize abilities, adhering to the principle that vitality is paramount. The greater the vitality, the stronger the body, and the more refined the martial arts. The benefits provided to martial artists with ordinary talent at the Martial Arts Academy are much better than those at the other two academies. Completing bounty tasks, the academy offers additional spirit stones to help students cultivate. After all, if an ordinary person wants to surpass a genius, they can only practice desperately, letting their vitality do the heavy lifting. This has led to a significant number of high-level martial artists at the Martial Arts Academy. However, the martial artists of lower realms have extremely poor strength. Xiao He rubbed his aching head and then asked Julie with confusion, "Teacher, by the way, where did my good junior brother go? He won the competition and didn't even come to see his good senior brother's finals." Upon hearing this, Julie chuckled lightly and said, "Don't think too much." After winning the championship, he immediately ran to the training room to break through. "You know, your good junior brother values cultivation more than anything else. Last night, when Emo-chan won, everyone said they would hold a celebration banquet for him. But he said he would only do it after you won the championship." Xiao He was extremely excited upon hearing Julie's words. He never expected that his good junior brother would have such high hopes for him to surpass the previous champion of the Ability Academy, Zhang Zhenbo. Xiao He sobbed, "Woo-woo, good junior brother. He really, I'm crying to death." At this moment, Emo-chan was sitting cross-legged in the exclusive training room of the Dragon Nest Grand Hotel, for nearly 18 hours. The spiritual energy swirling above the training room had been almost completely absorbed. Absorbing 30 spirit stones at once had allowed his entire being to break through to a new limit. The aura of spiritual power on his strong body had become even denser. At this moment, Emo-chan slowly opened his clear eyes, and the system's announcement came at the right time. Beep beep. "Congratulations, host, Emo-chan. The martial artist realm has broken through from 0 stage to 1 stage. Vitality value has increased from 999 to 1089. This absorption brought a total of 54 vitality points from blood fusion bacteria. Heart condensation technique brought a total of 36 vitality points, and the specialization of heart condensation technique has reached 80%. 1688 attribute points have been automatically allocated for you. Mutated illustrated guide has unlocked a new bacterial species." Emo-chan supported himself with one hand on the floor, and with a slight movement, a series of cracking sounds echoed throughout his body. He slowly stood up, holding his left shoulder with his right hand, shook his stiff arm, and said, "System, claim the idle rewards." Beep beep. Claimed, vitality value, 301 points. Level has increased to level 13, and 1989 attribute points have been automatically allocated for you. In the blink of an eye, his aura became dense again. Emo-chan's level instantly soared from level 10 to the peak of level 13. And his attribute value skyrocketed from a terrifying 1688 points to an astonishing 1989 points. Just looking at the attribute value, he was no different from a peak level 19 martial artist. These attribute points were originally supposed to be added to the contracted source beast, but unfortunately, Mo Chen had contracted bacteria. Bacteria have almost no spiritual power, and the rewards given by the system could not be bestowed upon the bacteria, so they had to be compensated to Mo Chen instead. By a twist of fate, such a terrifying monster as Mo Chen was born. Mo Chen stretched lazily and thought, system, check the Fierce Beast Illustrated Guide. Beep beep. As the cold announcement sounded, a deep blue panel instantly appeared before Mo Chen's eyes. Thief bacteria, functional bacteria, can survive at room temperature for up to 72 hours, will not harm martial artists, can only parasitize within the martial artist's meridians, automatically stealing the vitality points cultivated by the infected and storing them within the bacteria. When the host is recovered, they can steal the vitality points from the infected martial artists to heal their own injuries. The more vitality points stolen, the faster the recovery. Infection characteristics: when cultivating, the infected martial artist's body will show a few blood red spots, hindering the absorption of spiritual energy. Transmission method: contact transmission mutation method, can only mutate after being gnawed by the corrosive fungus on the disaster-type beast Undying Locust. Undying Locust? I think I read about it in a book. This undying locust seems to be a rare beast in the Eastern land now. Mo Chen furrowed his brows, stroking his chin and recalling carefully. Undying locust, a type of insect beast with extremely strong reproductive ability, and very difficult to eradicate. If its body suffers fatal damage, it will immediately expel a very small blood-red cocoon from its abdomen, which will attach itself to the martial artist. This cocoon will also steal vitality points as the martial artist cultivates, restoring its life and creating a new body. This undying locust was among the first batch of insects to evolve after being nourished by spiritual power. While other animals had yet to evolve, it quickly swept across the entire eastern continent. After generations of efforts from the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom, coupled with the growing population of its natural enemy, the gluttonous sparrow, this undying locust was ultimately driven out of the Dragon Kingdom. Until today, only a few undying locusts remain, existing solely within the borders of the eastern land. After pondering for a while, Mo Chen strode towards the door. He slowly put on a black coat and softly said to the room, "Open the door." Rumble, the closed steel door slowly opened, and fresh air instantly rushed into the training room, refreshing Mo Chen's spirit. Clink clink burp. The sound of clinking bottles was accompanied by a burp. At this moment, Mo Chen noticed that Xiaohe was standing outside the door. At this moment, Xiaohe's eyes were slightly dazed, his cheeks flushed, and he was holding 2 green beer bottles in his drooping right hand, reeking of alcohol. His head of red hair was still wrapped in white bandages, and his left hand was encased in plaster. The moment Xiaohe saw Mo Chen, he immediately shouted, "Good junior brother. You finally finished your breakthrough. Hurry hurry hurry. The celebration banquet is about to start. Let's go 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 go." With his strong arms holding the beer bottles, he had already wrapped them around Mo Chen, dragging him towards the exit. Mo Chen struggled to say, "Senior brother, do you and the teacher have any plans for this winter vacation? Want to go on a trip together?" Xiaohe frowned. "What? Travel?" Inside the Dragon Nest Hotel, the lights were bright and the crowd was bustling. The tables were filled with various delicacies, exuding fragrant aromas. A grand celebration banquet was underway. The protagonists were Mo Chen and Xiaohe, who had won double championships for the Martial Arts Academy. The competitors from the Martial Arts Academy took their seats, laughing and chatting, sharing and complaining about their competition experiences. Zhong Lingling relaxed her brows and proudly said to Lu Ji beside her, "When Long Xianqing fought me, he was really arrogant. I didn't expect he would be easily killed by Mo Chen. He still wouldn't admit defeat and called upon the spirit. But he was still knocked down by Mo Chen. What do you think, should she?" "Should." After saying this, everyone looked towards Mo Chen, who was busy serving himself food. Mo Chen, dressed in a stylish black new Chinese outfit, was sitting next to Xiaohe. Hearing this, he merely smiled slightly and said, "She should." Next to him, Xiaohe, due to his injuries, had not changed into other clothes. However, despite being wrapped in bandages and plaster, it did not stop him from eating meat and drinking wine heartily. Xiaohe wiped the greasy corner of his mouth and then took a big gulp of wine. He looked around at the first-year students like Zhong Lingling, Lu Ji, and Shin Ming, and inwardly thought, "Why do I have to sit at the same table as this group of kids who don't drink?" Woo-woo. The first-year students present were not incapable of drinking. They were just afraid that drinking would affect their breakthrough the next day. When Zhong Lingling, Lu Ji, and the others learned that Imochen had broken through alone immediately after winning the championship, they were shocked. None of them expected Imochen to be this intense. Shen Mingfeng elegantly swirled his wineglass, the dark red liquid inside gradually bubbling. After taking a sip of cola, he stared at Imochen and pondered, hiss. Ha! Imochen, you really are a bit abnormal. Is there really someone in this world who would run to the training room to break through the very next second after winning the championship? No way. I can't let you be this intense. Shen Mingfeng put down his wineglass, smiled at Imochen, and said, Imochen, we contestants have extended our holiday, and we won't start school until around the end of March. What are your plans after the new year? Training? Or taking a break for yourself? Upon hearing this, the special admissions students present seemed to have heard something extraordinary, all lowering their brows. A bead of sweat trickled down Zhong Lingling's forehead as she coldly thought, what is this? What a vicious strategy. Is Shin Mingfeng trying to indirectly stir up Imochen's desire for a break? Lu Ji also furrowed his brows, inwardly thinking, Mogu will definitely not take a break for himself. I should take this winter break to work hard. But Imochen simply picked up a piece of fish, chewed it for a while, and replied in a flat tone, me? I want to travel. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, shocking all the first-year special admissions students present. Lu Ji stared with wide eyes, astonished, WH. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Mo-gu. You want to travel? Shin Mingfeng also seemed taken aback that Imochen would actually choose to take a break for himself. He hurriedly asked, go. Where to travel? The eyes of everyone sparkled with anticipation, all staring intently at Imochen's clear gaze. Imochen frowned slightly but still answered honestly, to the land of the rising sun. What's wrong with that? Could it be you all want to go too? Looking at Imochen's extremely sincere attitude, Zhong Lingling and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Imochen was not lying. Zhong Lingling chuckled and said, be careful when going abroad. The land of the rising sun is surrounded by the sea, with deep-sea beasts rampant, making it extremely difficult to establish protective borders. It's not as safe as our dragon country. Imochen nodded and patted Xiaohe beside him, saying, with my senior and teachers accompanying me, it can't be unsafe. Shin Mingfeng couldn't help but grin, taking another sip of cola, inwardly thinking, just enjoy your trip. When you come back from the break, I'll work you to death. But what they didn't know was that Imochen's so-called travel was just a change of place to continue his training. It would be the same whether in Dragon Country or the land of the rising sun. Imochen would never stop his training. Although Xiaohe's eyes were murky, it seemed he could see through Imochen's thoughts, laughing cheerfully. At this moment, Imochen was secretly calculating, to go to the eastern Japan, I need to do two things. First, find the ferocious beast, undying Locust, that has mutated into thief bacteria. And by the way, test its power. Second, accompany my teacher to the Bagyalu auction. The status of Bagyalu in eastern Japan is akin to that of Wotofa in the Dragon Kingdom. Both are the largest martial arts markets in their respective countries. Julie herself had long wanted to go to eastern Japan to bring back some new breeds of ferocious beasts for her Poisonous Cave Ferocious Beast Ranch. Coincidentally, the Bagyalu National Auction in eastern Japan would be held at the end of February this year. So, Julie chose to accompany the two of them on a trip to eastern Japan. Of course, even if Julie didn't want to buy ferocious beast eggs, she would still accompany her two students on a trip. After pondering for a moment, Imochen vaguely sensed his senior brother Xiaohe's anxious gaze. He turned to look at him, opened a bottle of beer, and said, don't worry, I'll take a break for myself. A fast-moving martial artist train was speeding from Tendu City to Jiangnan Province. The train was filled with martial artists who had been drifting and struggling in Tendu City, eager to return to their beloved hometown before New Year's Eve. The atmosphere on the train was filled with joy. The happiness of returning home permeated every carriage, and the closer they got to their hometown, the more genuinely happy everyone became. Uncle Tang, no need. I'll be fine celebrating the new year at home. Okay, I'll be careful. At this moment, Imochen was sitting by the window of the train, talking on the phone with Tang Wei. His shoulder-length black hair was topped with a black knitted cold hat, and his handsome face was framed by black sunglasses. If one didn't look closely, no one would realize he was the currently popular and renowned Imochen. Imochen gazed out at the swirling snow outside the window and eventually hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Unlike the celebratory atmosphere on the train, a hint of melancholy radiated from Imochen. Although Nanzhou City was his hometown, it was also a place of sorrow for him. After the blood value test, the bullying and humiliation he suffered were more than he had experienced in his childhood combined. Returning to his old home would inevitably bring some discomfort. especially since Emo-chen no longer had a single relative left. Ding ding ding. During the time Emo-chen was on the phone, his mobile phone received several messages. Message from teacher Julie, Emo-chen, where are you? Message from teacher Julie, be careful. Thanks to you and your senior brother, I'm now a level 2 mentor at the Martial Arts Academy. Message from teacher Julie, laughing, great. Message from teacher Julie, after the new year, I'll tidy up and we can go to Eastern Japan. Remember to take a good break for yourself. Looking at this series of messages, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Emo-chen's mouth. After replying to Julie, he turned off his phone. Ding dong, the train has arrived at Nanzhou City East Station. The martial artist train had arrived, and the announcement rang out, causing the joyful train to stir once more. Emo-chen also followed the crowd and got off the train. Beep beep beep. Listening to the cold disconnection tone coming from the phone screen, Tang Wei let out a long sigh. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring at his phone screen, lost in thought for a long time. Sister Tang was bustling in the kitchen, busy with her cooking. Through the sounds of frying and the noisy laughter from the Spring Festival Gala, she could still hear that cold disconnection tone. Thus, her expression twisted, and she said sarcastically, sigh. Sure enough, this kid looks down on us now that he has money. Tang Wei, who was already feeling a bit down, immediately exploded with rage upon hearing this disgusting remark. What are you talking about? Looks down on us? That kid only spends the new year at his own home every year, don't you know that? Sister Tang in the kitchen immediately fell silent. The festive atmosphere instantly dissipated. Tap tap tap. Tang Yinling upstairs, dressed neatly in a white cold hat and white cotton coat, opened the front door and walked straight outside. At this moment, Emo-chen was standing in the street, which was heavily sealed off. Looking at the old, shabby little house his parents left him in the distance, the corners of his mouth twitched. Since Emo-chen's address had been exposed, this street had inexplicably become a hotspot. He gazed at the large steel gate that was sealed off by the mayor, secretly thinking, since I became famous, how many people have come to my home? I can't believe it has been sealed off to this extent. He shook his head helplessly, then bent his knees slightly and effortlessly leaped over the layers of steel gates. He patted his coat and said lightly, practicing martial arts is really convenient. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by a familiar sweet voice in front of his house. Emo-chan, long time no see. You're back? A girl wearing a white and pink cold hat and a white cotton coat was standing up from in front of his house. Looking at this extremely pure and cute figure, Emo-chen was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing. He lowered his brows, took the keys out of his pocket, and walked over, saying, Tang Yinling, what are you doing here on New Year's Day? How did you get in? Tang Yinling chuckled and said, don't you remember? He, the dog hole we crawled through when we were kids is still there. Emo-chen suddenly understood, oh, so that's how it is. I'll seal it up tomorrow. Creak. Emo-chen brushed past the smiling Tang Yinling, calmly opened the door, and walked inside. Tang Yinling hurriedly grabbed the doorknob, anxiously calling out to Emo-chen inside, Emo-chen, I came this time to apologize. What I did to you before was immature, and I apologize. You're all alone and lonely, with no hot food. Why don't you come to my house for a meal? Bang! Before Tang Yinling could finish her sentence, the door was heavily shut. Emo-chen automatically blocked out the noisy sounds from outside and immediately walked into the room and lay down. He closed his eyes and secretly thought, this still feels like home. I won't practice tonight, I'll just take a break for myself. A huge passenger plane, in the quiet night, smoothly landed on the wide runway. With the sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the plane gradually slowed down and finally came to a steady stop at the airport. At the same time, a clear and loud broadcast echoed in the cabin, Dear passengers, this warrior flight has successfully arrived at its destination, Heiankyo Airport. Please gather your personal belongings and prepare to disembark. Thank you for choosing our flight, and we wish you a pleasant journey. Sitting in first class, Emo-chen slowly opened his eyes. Ah, it's already dark, we've finally arrived. Next to him, Xiaoyi, dressed in a gray short-sleeve shirt, stretched lazily and let out a big yawn. Julie patted Xiaoyi and said to the two of them, Are you all awake? We can disembark now, we've arrived in the land of the rising sun. Emo-chen slowly stood up, his gaze passing through the window to the airport outside, then gently adjusted his black coat before following Julie and Xiaoyi off the plane. The cold wind blew in gusts, but Emo-chen felt warm all over. This was not because his black coat was particularly warm, but because he was a warrior. When one's vital energy reaches a certain level, it can resist the cold. In this near-zero temperature of Heiankyo, Julie, with a vital energy level exceeding 6,000 calories, had merely put on a light beige coat. As for Xiaoyi, he was only wearing a gray short-sleeve shirt. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Suddenly, a crisp ringtone sounded, and Julie naturally answered the call, saying, has the special car been arranged? Okay. The A parking lot, right? Then let's leave it at that, I'll hang up now. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan immediately understood that the special car arranged by the Bugyalo auction house had arrived. The auction house arranged the special car mainly thanks to Lu Sanping. When Lu Sanping learned that Julie and her group were heading to the Land of the Rising Sun for the auction, he generously lent her his membership card. He was willing to help with this small favor. Moreover, it was for Julie and her 2 disciples. Because of this, the official, Bugyalo auction house, thoughtfully prepared a special car for the 3, treating them with utmost respect. As Julie led the way, she turned back to the 2 and said, "This, Bugyalo auction house, has all sorts of good things. You both need to come with me into the venue. If you see something good, I will help you bid for it. It's getting late. Once we reach the hotel, I need to prepare materials. You can go explore, but don't wander too far." After giving Xiaohe and Emo-chan each a card and a small black box, she solemnly reminded them, "Don't spend recklessly, and also, this is the simultaneous interpretation pill. After taking it, you'll be able to understand the language of the people from the Land of the Rising Sun. But it only lasts for a week." Upon hearing this, the 2 opened the small black box with some skepticism. Inside lay a chocolate egg resembling Malisu, quietly emitting a rich aroma. Looking at the brown treat in the box, the 2 exclaimed in unison, "Chocolate egg? Munch munch," chewing. "It really is. Excuse me, are you Miss Julie?" A deep, slightly lecherous male voice drifted into the ears of the 3. Emo-chan looked up and realized they had already arrived at parking lot A. Opposite him stood a dark figure, looking dazed. Emo-chan squinted slightly, examining the figure closely. The middle-aged man wore a black formal suit, his face covered in a full beard, and his long hair tied into a small braid. Beside him was a black sedan. Julie lowered her sunglasses, scrutinizing the man who subtly radiated a hint of spiritual energy, then calmly said, "I am Julie. You must be Sanjima Shinjiro, right?" Xiaohe suddenly widened his eyes, discreetly tugging at Emo-chan's sleeve, whispering, "Wow. He can really understand. Wow. And there's subtitles. Why bother learning a foreign language? Can't we just share this chocolate egg?" Emo-chan was also shocked by the effect of the simultaneous spirit translation pill. Watching the conversation between Julie and Sanjima Shinjiro felt like diving into a big screen, experiencing a movie firsthand. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Julie, sitting in the passenger seat, beckoned the dazed Emo-chan and Xiaohe to get in. Emo-chan came to his senses and nodded lightly, saying, "Coming." As the sedan drove out of the A underground parking lot, the scenery of the capital of the eastern land, Heiankyo, gradually came into view. What caught the eye was a towering cherry blossom tree. In the dim night sky, this cherry tree emitted waves of pink light, illuminating the streets of Heiankyo. However, Heiankyo was not as bustling as Emo-chan had imagined. Despite the many modern buildings rising from the ground, the urban planning here seemed relatively simple and ancient compared to other countries, making one feel as if they were constantly traversing between the ancient and the modern. It seemed that the city's development had been affected by the beast tide attacks in the last century. Although it had undergone years of restoration and reconstruction, the traces of that disaster were still palpable. Sanjima Shinjiro held the steering wheel with both hands, gazing at the distant cherry blossom tree, explaining to the 3, "That glowing tree over there is the Heian cherry. Our warrior forces are not as numerous as yours in the Dragon Country, so we rely on it to envelop and protect the entire Heiankyo. This Heian cherry can detect the spiritual energy fluctuations of great ferocious beasts and resist their attacks. However, the spiritual fluctuations of smaller ferocious beasts are hard to detect. Thus, there are often beast disturbances in the peripheral areas." After saying this, Sanjima Shinjiro slowly rolled down the car window. He released his grip on the steering wheel with his right hand and slowly drew a gleaming samurai sword from the car, extending it out the window. Swish! In an instant, as the cold light flashed, 2 dense clouds of foul-smelling blood mist erupted beside the road outside the car window. Emo-chan frowned slightly as he looked at the gleaming samurai sword. From this strike, he could sense that Sanjima Shinjiro was at least a level 40 warrior. Meanwhile, Julie just turned back to look at Emo-chan and Xiaohe, grinning as she said, "So, don't run around too much, screech." A piercing screech of brakes sounded as the black special car carrying Emo-chan and the others came to a steady stop in front of the Heiankyo Hotel. Sanjima Shinjiro got out of the car and respectfully opened the door for Julie, saying, "Miss Julie, the Bugyalo auction will be at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I will wait for you here." "Got it. You can head back now." Upon hearing this, Sanjima Shinjiro deeply bowed to her and then got back into the sedan, driving away silently. Emo-chan looked at the ancient-style hotel filled with Easternland aesthetics and quietly praised, "It really does have a bit of a feeling of traveling back to ancient times." But Xiaoyi couldn't wait to say, "Teacher, can we go out and have a look now? I'll take my junior brother, I guarantee it will be fine." Julie looked at Xiaoyi's eager expression and helplessly took the bag from his hands, saying, "Go ahead, just don't go too far. You know, there are often fierce beasts disturbing the peace in this Heiankyo. If you're not careful, you could get hurt. And, in this strange land of the East, you too remember to keep a low profile." Xiaoyi immediately wrapped his arm around Emo-chan's shoulder and, while pulling him along, turned back to Julie and promised, "Don't worry, teacher. We'll keep it low-key." Julie, carrying a large and small bag, sighed helplessly as she watched the two of them leave. But then she thought to herself, "I hope Xiaoyi can take Emo-chan out to have some fun in this Heiankyo." At this moment, Emo-chan and Xiaoyi were following the crowd in the bustling center of Heiankyo. They walked under the neon lights, bumping around like headless flies. Emo-chan, being new here, was looking around at the flickering neon lights, but he had no desire to have fun. His mind was filled with thoughts of the immortal Locust. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was repeatedly asking his smartphone's intelligent assistant the same question. Hey, where is the foot massage place in Heiankyo? Where is the foot massage city in Heiankyo? On which street? Where can I get a foot massage in Heiankyo?" The intelligent assistant simply kept replying, "Sorry, your question is currently not supported for an answer." Damn! Xiaoyi's face twisted in anger as he gripped his phone and cursed under his breath. Emo-chan looked at Xiaoyi, speechless, and said, "Senior brother. When I said I wanted to come to the East, why are you even more excited than I am? So you came to Heiankyo just to do this?" Hearing this, Xiaoyi chuckled and wrapped his arm around Emo-chan's neck, saying, "Junior brother, you don't know. In every profession, they say that when you come to the East, you must experience their foot massage shops. In this era where fierce beasts roam everywhere, even traveling is a challenge. If you don't experience it while you're here, you might not get another chance in your next life." Looking at Xiaoyi's infatuated expression, Emo-chan knew that he was definitely going to the foot massage city in Heiankyo. Emo-chan thought to himself, if my senior brother really goes in for a foot massage, he won't be coming out for a while. I might as well take this time to ask about the immortal Locust at the warrior market. After thinking for a moment, Emo-chan snatched Xiaoyi's phone. He raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyi, then asked the intelligent assistant, "Excuse me, if I want to avoid the foot massage city in Heiankyo, which street should I avoid?" Xiaoyi. Upon hearing this, the phone screen immediately displayed a long list of data. In Xiaoyi's shocked gaze, the intelligent assistant slowly announced, "To avoid the foot massage city in Heiankyo, you should avoid the following streets: Nihonmaki, Aoyama Street, Shibuya Street, Olden District." What the hell? Good junior brother, you really are a genius? Xiaoyi quickly took the phone back, grinning from ear to ear as he asked, "Oh my god. You actually know these little tricks. Damn. That's so freaking awesome." Emo-chan had been a complete slacker in his previous life, even more so than Xiaoyi by 100 times. These little tricks he couldn't possibly not know. Listening to Xiaoyi's astonished praise, Emo-chan simply wiped his nose tip and calmly said, "Alright, senior brother, no need to flatter me. The nearest entertainment district is Mihuating, let's hurry there." Xiaoyi excitedly nodded and said, Okay, let's go." With that, he followed the navigation on his phone and led Emo-chan into a small alley on the right. Emo-chan and Xiaoyi walked through the narrow and quiet path. As they turned corners, they finally arrived in front of houses in the East Japan style, illuminated by neon lights. The entire street was a foot massage city. One by one, sweet-looking or coldly beautiful women, some in sailor outfits and others in sexy uniforms, continuously called out to passers-by, "Brother, want to come in and take a look? Sister, I've been a professional foot massager for 20 years. As she spoke, the pure-looking beauty pulled out a pink foot basin and tools for dead skin removal. Emo-chan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Only through the narrowest paths can one meet people. Truly, there are hidden wonders. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyi felt dizzy. His face flushed, eyes wide, and nostrils flaring. He inexplicably walked forward. The beauty in the sailor outfit at the door, upon seeing Xiaoyi, enthusiastically called out, "What's your name, brother? Are you here for a foot massage?" My surname is Xiao, my feet are very sore, and I seem to have paronychia." Upon hearing Xiaoyi's East Japan accent, the sailor girl asked in confusion, "Xiaokuan, you're not from East Japan, are you? Looks like you're from the dragon country? In this cold weather, you're only wearing a short sleeve, could it be that you're a martial artist?" Xiaoyi scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee. Yes." Hearing this, the sailor girl was overjoyed. In this era where fierce beasts roam, anyone who can go abroad is either very strong or very wealthy. Without much hesitation, she immediately pulled Xiaohe into the room, asking as they walked, "Xiaokuan, I wonder if your paranikia can withstand my tools?" "It's guaranteed." Meanwhile, Emo Chen was also pulled into the room by the coldly beautiful woman in uniform. The woman took the foot basin and tools, placing them at Emo Chen's feet, saying, "Younger brother, take off your shoes." Emo Chen looked at the alluring figure of the coldly beautiful woman before him, unmoved. He stood up directly from the recliner, handed her a stack of tips, and said, "No need, I'm not interested in East Japan people. Please tell my senior brother that I have something to do at Bagayalu." With that, Emo Chen strode out of the room, leaving the woman holding the tips, stunned in place. Kimoji, damn. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lily-chan, don't use so much strength. This is paranikia, you know? The girl in the sailor outfit, Lily-chan, was vigorously digging at Xiaohe's big toe, causing him immense pain. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Standing at the door was the coldly beautiful woman, who said to Xiaohe, "Xiaokuan, your junior brother has gone to Bagayalu." Xiaohe grimaced and muttered darkly, "Damn, I knew this kid would go and stir things up for me. It hurts, it hurts." At this moment, Emo Chen was alone, walking through the bustling streets of Heiankyo. It was 8:30 in the evening, and the neon lights were still flickering. Beside him, one after another, citizens of Heiankyo passed by, each unable to resist being drawn in by Emo Chen's unique aura. Emo Chen was tall, his slender figure standing out with remarkable poise. Although his facial features revealed a youthful appearance, they also exuded a hint of precocious coolness. Those indifferent, deep-set eyes, along with his unruly black shoulder-length hair, made him even more captivating. Coupled with the expensive silk garment he wore, a new-style Chinese outfit, it further highlighted his extraordinary status. The biting cold wind and the light snow falling on the streets of Heiankyo wrapped him in a layer of mysterious allure. Yet, Emo Chen remained oblivious to the gazes of the crowd. His bright, focused eyes were glued to the phone screen, silently reciting in his mind, "Bagyalu, just turn right ahead. The undying locust isn't as rare as the dazzling insect. It should be quite easy to obtain. Just post a bounty for a live capture, and come back to collect later." Having said that, Emo Chen quietly turned off his phone. With his hands in his pockets, he walked straight towards the corner of the road. Just as he was about to turn right, he was suddenly drawn in by a series of shrill screams. Bang! A panicked girl from the east, in a rush, collided headfirst into Emo Chen's chest, which felt as hard as steel, producing a dull thud. Emo Chen squinted slightly, looking down at the girl, and coldly said, "Be careful." The girl dazedly lifted her head, and upon seeing Emo Chen's face, the panic on her face instantly vanished. Because she could sense the strength of the person before her was formidable. A flurry of chaotic voices suddenly came from around the corner. "A first-tier ferocious beast has appeared. Quick, notify the guard team." Emo Chen placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, exerting just a bit of force to pull her aside, moving against the flow of people towards the ferocious beast. Meanwhile, he was secretly complaining in his heart, "A first-tier ferocious beast is causing such a commotion." In a country where spiritual energy resources are scarce, it's no wonder that even cultivating martial arts is a difficult task. Spiritual energy does not favor the East Island nation, where resources are extremely limited. Very few can embark on the path of martial arts, and even the capital, Heiankyo, can only rely on the Heian tree and the guard team for protection. Tat tat tat. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps rushed past Emo Chen. A robust young man, holding a black samurai sword, with a neat short haircut and dressed in a blue and white uniform, was loudly shouting at the fleeing citizens, "I am a member of the Heiankyo guard team, grouping Kintian Daokan. Everyone, please evacuate this way. Don't panic. I will engage in Daokan form." Swish! Kintian Daokan drew his pitch-black samurai sword, producing a sharp ringing sound, like a powerful sedative, instantly calming the surrounding citizens. The crowd stopped and cheered, "Great! It's Senior Daokan. We're saved." Emo Chen immediately halted his steps, then quietly murmured while watching Kintian Daokan's back, "It's good that you've come. Don't waste my time." Since Julie had said to keep a low profile, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly. Having a member of the guard team to handle the situation was the best outcome. Chirp chirp chirp. A level 10, tentacle-nosed mole, with a nose covered in tentacles and about the size of a small mound, suddenly appeared in the street. Kintian Daogang gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, looking down at the pit, and murmured to himself, "Did this tentacle-nosed mole dig its way up from underground? Fortunately, I passed by here, otherwise, the citizens would be in trouble." After a moment of thought, Kintian Daogang felt a surge of energy. As a faint black-red aura began to manifest around him, he muttered with a sausage-like mouth, "Heart flow, /anus flash." Buzz! In a flash of lightning, Qintian Daogong's figure instantly appeared behind the tentacle-nosed mole. Swish swish swish. In an instant, a dazzling array of blue blades and sword shadows struck the tentacle-nosed mole. In that moment, waves of energy surged through the area. The surrounding citizens shouted, "Si Guai," as expected of Senior Daogang. However, Mo Chen sensed a hint of something amiss. He could keenly detect that at the moment Qintian Daogang unleashed his combat technique, the aura of energy emanating from him had inexplicably vanished. The flashes of blades slowly dissipated, and the tentacle-nosed mole remained unscathed. Qintian Daogong's extremely awkward expression seemed to confirm the reality that Mo Chen had sensed. Qintian Daogang slowly sheathed his knife, cold sweat streaming down his face as he whispered, It's happening again. It's as if all my energy has been drained. I can't use any of my vitality. What on earth is going on?" The tentacle-nosed mole instantly burrowed into the ground. A rumbling sound gradually arose from the ground behind Qintian Daogang, shaking the debris on the surface. He no longer hesitated and immediately shouted loudly to the oblivious citizens, "Run away!" Bang! The tentacle-nosed mole burst forth from the ground, swinging its razor-sharp claws towards Qintian Daogang. Suddenly, the claws of the tentacle-nosed mole froze in midair, just a step away from slicing off Qintian Daogang's head. Qintian Daogang slowly opened his eyes, looking at the claws hovering next to his cheek, muttering to himself, "Is time paused? Is there a time-manipulating warrior nearby?" Tap tap tap. At that tense moment, steady and firm footsteps suddenly emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Qintian Daogang's face turned pale with fear as he glanced into the crowd, thinking to himself, "No. Is it a control-type ability? So strong." Suddenly, two round, bright orange lights flashed through the crowd. Dressed in a silk-black outfit, Mo Chen walked slowly to the front of the tentacle-nosed mole with his hands behind his back, exuding an impressive aura. He glanced at Qintian Daogang, then casually poked the body of the tentacle-nosed mole. The latter suddenly twitched and then fell straight to the ground with a loud bang. This effortless display of taking down a first-order beast left the citizens present in utter shock. Even ordinary people who knew little about martial arts could clearly sense how powerful the man in black standing before them was. A wave of exclamations erupted. Si Guai. Just a slight move can take down a first-order beast, judging by his attire. He doesn't seem to be from the guard team. Could it be a wandering warrior who hasn't joined the guard team? That's not right. Look at his clothes. He doesn't look like a local at all. He looks a bit like a warrior from the dragon country. Qintian Daogang stared at the figure lying on the ground, his eyes shimmering with a tide-like deep blue light, a droplet of sweat the size of a bean rolling down his forehead. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, such strong power. Looking at this warrior's age, he seems even younger than me. Is he a guest from the dragon country with this attire? Qintian Daogang sheathed his katana and respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle to Mo Chen, then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, I am deeply grateful." And, not giving Qintian Daogang any chance to say more, Mo Chen immediately took a big step forward and said softly, "I have things to attend to, I'll be leaving now." Qintian Daogang watched Mo Chen's back, which faintly radiated an aura, and fell silent for a moment. Ding! Welcome to Bagyalu. The bell rang, and the automatic door slowly opened as Mo Chen stepped into the magnificent main hall of Bagyalu. A thin middle-aged man with a goatee approached him. He was the manager of Bagyalu. The moment he saw Mo Chen, a fawning smile appeared on his face, and he spoke in a lewd tone. "Welcome, may I ask? How should I address you, sir?" Mo Chen casually walked up to the glass counter, glanced at the items locked inside, and said, "My surname is Mo." The manager chuckled and flattered. "I see. Mr. Mo, how can I assist you? Are you looking to see these steel materials, beast bones, or perhaps a blood collection device?" Mo Chen sat down on a chair and stated directly, "I need a undying locust. Do you have it in stock?" Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flashed across the manager's face. He gestured for Mo Chen to wait a moment, then walked to the front desk, typing rapidly on the computer. After a while, he apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Mo. We don't have the undying locust in stock. However, you can make a reservation or post a bounty, and it won't be long before you can pick it up." Mo Chen asked, "The reservation is for your designated team to capture it, right? Which is faster, the reservation or posting a bounty?" The manager, seeing Mo Chen's doubtful expression, replied, "Our hunting team is obviously more professional, but if you post a bounty, it might be even quicker. Of course, while the undying locust isn't that rare, it is somewhat difficult to find. We should be able to bring it to you in about 2 weeks. Mo Chen came to the Eastern Land mainly for a vacation, and staying for about a month is fine. He didn't need to rush into posting a bounty, letting teams that couldn't guarantee delivery time take on the task. It was more reassuring to let the professional team at Bagyalu handle it. 14 days was still a wait he could afford. Emochan took out a card from his pocket, handed it to the manager, and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." The latter also bowed respectfully. Although the manager didn't know what use the dragon countryman had for a beast bone that couldn't be enhanced or flesh that couldn't be refined into medicine, he chose not to mention it. For him, it was enough to honestly complete the customer's request. Ding! Welcome to Bagyalu. Suddenly, a familiar shout came from the entrance, causing Emochan and the supervisor to turn their heads to look outside. There stood Kintian Daogang, looking frustrated as he shouted, "Ikeda-senpai, is there any medicine that can restore my vitality? While on duty today, my vitality suddenly stagnated, and I almost got crushed by a mole. Fortunately, a person from the Dragon Kingdom saved me." Ha! Kintian Daogang was about to put down his katana when he was shocked to see Emochan in front of him, letting out a strange cry. The Ikeda he mentioned was the supervisor. Supervisor Ikeda looked at the oddly behaving Kintian Daogang and immediately realized that the person from the Dragon Kingdom he spoke of was Emochan. Kintian Daogang looked at Emochan and bowed again in gratitude, saying, "My benefactor saved my life, yet I still don't know your name." "My name is Kintian Daogang. Please take care of me." Watching this uniquely Japanese greeting, Emochan felt a bit awkward but then waved his hand, saying, No need for such formalities. "My name is Emochan." Yet Kintian Daogang remained respectful, saying, "Yes, Emo-san. You can just call me Daogang." Supervisor Ikeda did not want to delve too deeply into the connection between the two. At this moment, what he cared about most was the sudden stagnation of Kintian Daogang's vitality. Supervisor Ikeda asked around, "Daogang, you must be joking. How could a well-trained warrior suddenly have their vitality stagnate? Moreover, if it really is stagnation, then no elixir can restore it. Such a medicine does not exist in this world." Upon hearing this, Kintian Daogang's face turned pale. As a warrior who supported his family by battling fierce beasts, if such situations occurred again, it would be extremely dangerous. This time, Kintian Daogang had stumbled upon good luck and encountered Emochan. But if he acted alone next time, perhaps no one would come to save him. Seeing the anxious Kintian Daogang, Emochan became intrigued. A warrior who was training well suddenly had their vitality stagnate. Such things were not written in books, and this was his first time witnessing it. Truly peculiar. Supervisor Ikeda comforted Kintian Daogang, saying, "First, tell me about the peculiarities of your vitality, I will help you assess it. If that doesn't work, you should go to the warrior hospital." Kintian Daogang nodded gently. Once he calmed down, he began to recount the oddities of his vitality. "While training, I felt like I couldn't absorb any spiritual energy. Sometimes, if I exert too much force, my vitality seems to suddenly disappear, and it feels a bit." Emochan's eyes widened, and he quickly interrupted, "Stop. While training, you can't absorb spiritual energy?" Supervisor Ikeda also noticed that this characteristic clearly resembled being parasitized by the undying Locust, cocoon. Without saying a word, Emochan immediately pulled apart Kintian Daogang's battle attire. The latter's face turned red, shocked, and exclaimed, Emo-san, what the?" Emochan looked at the extremely tiny red cocoon on Kintian Daogang's back, his brow furrowing. Kintian Daogang, through Supervisor Ikeda's terrified expression, cautiously asked Emochan, What is that? Emo-san, what is on my back?" Emochan looked at the tiny, rice-sized, yet extremely bright red egg and said, "On your back, there is an undying locust's egg." Kaneda Oka was taken aback and exclaimed, Emo-san, quickly help me take it off." Emochan gently pinched the warm insect egg with his fingertips, then twisted and pulled it out with force, just like removing a tick. The constantly pulsating insect egg immediately turned into a pool of blood in Emochan's palm. Kaneda Oka grimaced in pain. Meanwhile, Supervisor Ikeda merely shook his head slightly, frowning and silently thinking, "Oka, you really be careful when fighting fierce beasts. Being reckless and careless, you didn't even notice you got stuck with an insect egg." Kaneda Oka paused for a moment and quickly retorted, "I've never encountered an immortal locust. How could I possibly get its insect egg stuck on me?" Emochan pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands and said nonchalantly, "Getting attached to an insect egg doesn't require encountering an immortal locust. If that bug received a fatal injury, it would immediately lay eggs. Perhaps you unintentionally came across it during your time training in the wilderness?" Upon hearing this, Kaneda Oka nodded in realization. But then he thought for a moment and slowly said, "But Emo-san, the last time I went to the wilderness was 2 months ago. I've been in Heiankyo for the past 2 months. Moreover, this stagnation of chi and blood happened a week ago." That's a bit strange. Perhaps there were immortal locusts in the city before. After saying this, Emo-chan slowly turned around. He walked straight towards the door, not saying much to Kaneda Oka and Ikeda. After all, his senior brother Xiaohe was still in the brothel. Dingling. We look forward to your next visit. Kaneda Oka watched Emo-chan's back, his brows furrowing as if he was trying hard to recall something. Whoosh, the cold wind outside blew through Emo-chan's disheveled hair, but his body felt faintly warm, seemingly due to excitement, because he could clearly sense that the new thief bacteria was not far from him. Unlike the dazzling insect, the insect eggs of the immortal locust could even be found among the guards in the capital of the eastern land, Heiankyo. This proved that the immortal locust was not rare at all. Perhaps it wouldn't even take 14 days, the hunting team of Budgyalu could capture the immortal locust soon. Emo-chan nodded in satisfaction and then turned back to the path he came from. At this moment, Xiaohe, who had comfortably enjoyed a bout of intense battle, was bent over, supporting himself against the wall, trembling as he walked out of the alley. His legs shook uncontrollably, and he muttered to himself, I didn't expect those two girls to be so strong. Truly the legendary women of the eastern land. Their strength is terrifyingly formidable. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Xiaohe looked around. It had been a long time since he entered the entertainment district, and the number of passers-by had significantly decreased, making the area feel very desolate and eerie. It was already quite late, and he needed to take Emo-chan back to the hotel. Xiaohe frowned and made a phone call. I really can't stand this kid. Even on a trip, he has to be competitive. When it's time to have fun, he should just enjoy it. Ta-ta-ta! Suddenly, a familiar sound of footsteps came from afar. Xiaohe looked up and saw that the person approaching was his beloved junior brother. At this moment, Emo-chan was strolling towards Xiaohe. Seeing this, Xiaohe immediately took big strides forward and said, Good. You little brat actually went to compete again? Teacher, if... Emo-chan immediately interrupted Xiaohe with a wicked smile. If the teacher finds out that our good senior brother came to play in this entertainment district. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe's face turned pale with terror. It was as if he had seen Julie's horrifying face, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Although it was Emo-chan who found this place, the idea was also proposed by Xiaohe. In an instant, Xiaohe began to massage Emo-chan's shoulders again, his face full of flattery as he said in a low voice, Hee, good junior brother. Are you tired? Do you want your senior brother to help you with a shoulder rub? Emo-chan shook his head and smiled. How about this? If I go out to play alone with you, whether to roll or relax, I can go wherever I want. And you can't control me. Otherwise, you wouldn't want your little secret to be discovered by the teacher, would you? At this moment, Xiaohe felt as if he had been caught by the throat, with no reason to refute. He immediately raised 3 fingers and vowed, I promise I won't say a word. Emo-chan nodded in satisfaction and then said, Alright, senior brother, let's head back to the hotel. It's getting late, and tomorrow morning is the auction at Budgyalu. After saying that, Emo-chan cheerfully put his arm around Xiaohe and walked towards the inn. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, ding-a-ling-a-ling. At 7:30 a.m. the next day, the phone rang noisily on the table, vibrating continuously. Emo-chan, who had already finished washing up, walked out of the bathroom. He casually turned off the phone and then began to admire his outfit in the mirror. He had tied his hair into a bun, wearing a silky shirt and a plain pair of black trousers. Although his clothes were very simple, paired with his indifferent demeanor, it looked quite unique. Good. Simple and straightforward. After murmuring a few words, Emo-chan strode towards the door. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and Emo-chan walked alone into the elevator. He closed his eyes, thinking to himself, at the auction, everything for sale is very valuable. My goal is a bottle of S-grade blood. This thing will greatly enhance my abilities. The more I can evolve bacteria, the better. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened, and Emo-chan walked straight out. He immediately saw Xiaohe leaning against the door of a black luxury car, dressed in a tight black shirt and wearing a Cuban chain. He was holding a can of beer and said to Emo-chan, Get in. A luxurious black car was parked steadily in front of a grand European-style building filled with ancient charm. This was the main venue for Budgyalu and their auction. The car door slowly opened, and Emo-chan and Xiaohe got out together. The two looked at the building before them, their expressions unchanging. Emo-chan quietly asked, Senior brother, have you thought about what you want to buy? Xiaohe scratched his head and replied, What else can I buy? Just some steel and beast bones. If I could absorb multiple types of blood like you, I would also buy S-grade blood. Bang! The car door was slammed shut, and Julie, dressed in a black and purple shirt, was now walking towards the two. After handing the car keys to the doorman for safekeeping, Mori Shinsaburo closely followed her up the steps. Mori Island Shinsaburo respectfully said to Julie, Miss Julie, the auction is about to begin, I will lead you there. The group walked through the grand entrance, passing through a magnificent corridor, and then entered a huge hall. Emo-chan looked around, noticing that only a few seats were empty, while the rest were filled with people. Xiaoyi turned back and asked Julie, Teacher, where are we sitting? Julie slightly raised her head and whispered, right at the front, let's go. Emo-chan began to observe the layout of the entire room. The room resembled a giant half-bowl, with a half-human-height redwood podium at the bottom, on which rested a small wooden hammer. Behind the podium was a large data display board, and directly in front was the VIP seating. The further back one sat, the higher the position, making it difficult to see the small display of auction items. However, Emo-chan and his group, thanks to the VIP card gifted by Vice Principal Liu Sanping, sat in the front row. As Emo-chan settled into the soft chairs, he whispered, as expected of Vice Principal Liu. To be able to sit in such a forward position, his status must be quite high. Upon hearing this, Julie turned her head and smiled sweetly, of course. A peak level 89 warrior is extremely rare across the entire Blue Star, let alone in this small East Japan. Emo-chan slightly furrowed his brows and said, level 89? If he successfully breaks through in the future, then the Dragon Kingdom will have another level 90 warrior. After hearing this, Xiaoyi merely lowered his brows and said softly, it's easy to say, but the vice principal has been stuck at level 89 for almost 3 years. Emo-chan's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. What? 3 years? For Emo-chan, who had never experienced a failed breakthrough, the duration of 3 years was truly shocking. High-level warriors' breakthroughs often involve countless spirit stones. Just preparing the spirit stones takes about a week, not to mention the recovery time after a failed breakthrough. Suddenly, a man from East Japan, dressed in an expensive suit, elegantly walked to the front of the stage. He cleared his throat twice, interrupting Emo-chan's thoughts. Emo-chan immediately stopped talking and began to listen carefully to what the host was saying. Ahem! Dear guests, welcome to the Bagayalu auction. I am your host, Oshima Hideo. Now, as usual, I will read the auction rules. Julie waved her hand and asked Mori Island Shinsaburo behind her, who are the people sitting in the front row at this auction? Do they have their eyes on any desired auction items? Mori Island Shinsaburo looked around and finally whispered in Julie's ear, I don't know many of the guests, but coincidentally, I can guess some of the auction items they are interested in. That blonde-haired one. After hearing a few whispered words from Mori Island Shinsaburo, Emo-chan's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze wandered between the 3 people sitting in the front row. On the far left, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a mustache, named Tiger Yoichi. He was the owner of Bakai Corporation, engaged in the business of breeding ferocious beasts. The auction items he was interested in were likely various, young ferocious beasts, which could conflict with Julie. Sitting next to Tiger Yoichi was Suji Iga, a renowned blacksmith who might compete with Xiaohe for steel. Sitting at a distance to Emo-chan's right was a flamboyantly dressed young man named Igarashi Kosetsu. Although he was still young, he managed an entire entertainment district. He was an emerging rogue warrior and had yet to refine his blood essence. The item he was bidding on was undoubtedly the only S-grade blood essence in this auction. Emo-chan frowned slightly as he looked at the ostentatiously dressed Igarashi Kosetsu. There's something to him. A rogue warrior. A free practitioner, huh? To cultivate alone in this resource-scarce land of the East, choosing not to join any system. He's either a rich heir or possesses formidable strength. It seemed that Igarashi Kosetsu also sensed Emo-chan's gaze. He tilted his head slightly to the left, lowered his sunglasses to glance at Emo-chan, and then nonchalantly continued to look at the display. He glanced at the dazzling array of rings in his hand and murmured, a Dragon Kingdom person, huh? Looks like he wants to compete with me for this blood essence. It's not easy to find something suitable for me. This S-grade blood essence from the violent blood mosquito mother is something I must secure. The host, holding a microphone, cleared his throat a couple of times and said, Ahem. I announced that the Bagyaru auction is now officially starting. Don. The host struck a small wooden hammer and continued, the first auction item, number 001, is 10 beast eggs from the poisonous land shark. As he spoke, the data display behind the host immediately filled with dense text.